I was once the uncrowned king of the underworld, yet for the sake of a single promise, I willingly went to prison, surrendering everything I had to others. 5 years later, I stepped out from behind the high walls. My former brothers had turned into enemies, and the businesses I once owned had been converted into bars. Yet, none of this mattered to me in the slightest. Until I heard that my enemies, seeking revenge, had actually kidnapped my daughter whom I had never met. From that moment on, I truly understood what rage meant. My name is Gu Fan, the king of the underground world. In the bustling city of Baibin, I should have been omnipotent, but now I'm in the #1 prison. A place utterly different from my identity, cold and gloomy, narrow, with prisoners wearing expressions of numbness, yet the room I'm in is an exception. Warm and cozy, with a large bed and fitness equipment. No one knows the reason for my imprisonment. The procedures were processed quickly, and the living quarters are comfortable. Even visitation isn't blocked. Just as I was sitting on the sofa smoking, my lawyer Su Qing walked in. He's handsome and refined, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, but his true identity is the behind-the-scenes mastermind of my underground business empire. We were once comrades in arms, discharged together, as close as brothers. Yet, no one knows my pre-military record, and its security clearance is classified as SSS-level. As soon as Su Qing entered, he frowned, hesitating to speak. I cut straight to the chase. Speak up, quit beating around the bush. Bro, rumors about you having a daughter suddenly started spreading outside. What daughter? I don't even have a wife. I felt incredulous. I was curious too, so I came to confirm with you, Su Qing said, preparing to leave. Wait, I'm not entirely sure myself. I suddenly called out to stop him. There were many women with me before, it's hard to explain. For now, just protect her in secret. If anyone threatens her, kill them directly, no need for complications. Su Qing nodded his head. Soon after, a hunched-over prison guard knocked on my door. Director Gu, someone from above has come to investigate. I'm afraid you'll have to stay with the general population for a while. Don't worry, I'll transfer you back immediately after they leave. The prison guard kept his head lowered throughout, his voice trembling with fear. I nodded, putting on the prison uniform. My muscular frame stretched the fabric taut. The jailer gently handcuffed my hands, and along the way, inmates on both sides stood up, watching me leave. I followed the jailer expressionlessly. Upon arriving at a 10-person cell, the jailer apologetically said, Boss Gu, please endure for a while. I shook my head and walked into the cell. After the jailer left, immediately ordered his subordinate to turn on the cell surveillance camera. A new jailer asked in confusion, what, worried he won't adjust or might get bullied? I'm afraid Gu Fan might beat those people to death, the veteran jailer scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the newcomer. He wielded a kitchen knife, took down dozens of people, and only suffered minor scratches himself. He's a god of war, not someone a few lackeys can mess with. I walked into the room with a calm expression, glanced around, and sat down on the nearest bed. Who said you could sit? A burly man with a scar on his face looked at me disdainfully. I ignored him and just sat there quietly. New guy, clean the toilet. That's the rule. I know. Double it. The man stood up, and a few others nearby gathered around him. 5 or 6 menacing men stood in front of me, while the rest crossed their arms to watch the show. I shrugged my shoulders, glanced at the surveillance camera above, and then moved. I was fast, throwing just a few punches, and all the men surrounding me collapsed to the ground clutching their stomachs. Seeing this, the fat guy waved his hand, and a few men charged at me, fists raised. I sidestepped, dodged, and delivered a roundhouse kick. With a loud crack, one man's right arm bone snapped. Then I grabbed another man's fingers and bent them backward sharply. He let out a scream and dropped to his knees. Soon, the room was filled only with agonizing screams. The fat man panicked, wondering why the prison guards still hadn't arrived. I stepped up onto the con, looking down at him from above. Waiting for the prison guard, huh? Amidst the fat guy's shocked expression, I punched him square in the face. The prison guards finally arrived and were shocked by the scene before them. I stepped forward, calmly extending my hands in front of them, and said, I accept the punishment. The guards were at a loss and ultimately didn't put me in solitary confinement. In the evening, Su Qing came to the prison to report the situation to me, and after the work report was finished, silence fell over the room. I broke the silence. How's the investigation into my daughter's case going? I found out, she claims to be your daughter, named Gu Xiaoye. Xiaoyu, I muttered the name, suddenly struck by a realization. Su Qing's next words made my blood boil. Since it was rumored she was your daughter, she's gone missing. Initial investigations speculate it was your enemy, Bai Long, who did it. Bai Long was the underworld kingpin of Baibin City. Back then, because he forcibly abducted a civilian woman, I taught him a lesson, leaving him impotent. Now, to seek revenge against me, he had actually kidnapped my daughter. The thought of my daughter trapped in dire straits while I could only sit helplessly in prison sent a surge of fury through me. I pondered for a while and said, I want to break out of prison. What? Break out? Boss, think it over. Our agreement with them hasn't expired yet, Su Qing said anxiously. I won't repeat myself. I got up and walked to the door. Tomorrow. I'm not joking. Back in my cell, I tossed and turned. If Gu Xiaoye was truly in Bai Long's hands, I would skin him alive. That night, I slept very restlessly and didn't drift off into dreams until dawn. In my dream, the face of a familiar woman appeared before me, her smile and demeanor utterly captivating me. I was about to step forward to kiss her, but she dissipated into a puff of smoke, leaving behind only a voice saying, "Take good care of Celia, she is our child, don't let her get hurt." I suddenly opened my eyes, finding them unexpectedly moist, and the younger brothers beside me immediately turned their heads away. At this moment, the guard who brought me in opened the cell door. "Gufan, come out." I casually ran my fingers through my hair and followed him back to my room, where my suit was already laid out. I took a shower and put on the suit. When the door opened again, I was standing outside the prison gates. The sunlight was harsh today, but my heart was heavy. I never imagined I would be released from prison for my daughter. Once, I had no one to rely on, drifting like duckweed or weeds, but now, my daughter is my hope. How could I not care? I snapped back to reality and looked at the crowd of dark figures before me, men in suits, sunglasses on, with hands folded behind their backs. A chilling intensity rolled over me. "Big bro, congrats on getting out," boomed a voice, loud enough to echo throughout the prison behind me. I merely waved, then slowly walked toward a familiar Mercedes-Benz. Su Qing stood beside the car, and after a brief embrace, we left the prison behind us. With synchronized slams of car doors, a long motorcade gradually came into view. The news of Gufan's release from prison hasn't spread yet, but when the true god of war returns, he will surely stir up a storm of bloodshed in Biden City. "Let's go check out Gu's nightclub first," I said. It was one of my few legitimate businesses, and I had planned to use it as the foundation for building my business empire. The car suddenly fell silent. I looked at Su Qing with confusion. "That nightclub no longer belongs to us. Moreover, it was demolished and rebuilt into a bar." I frowned deeply. Who would dare to touch my property except my own people? Lao San took over that place for himself, thinking the nightclub had no future and converted it into a bar. But the business has actually improved quite a bit compared to before. I didn't ask about that. My voice suddenly rose. "Without my permission, he dares to tamper with my property. You guys didn't go and smash it for me?" Half our men went with him. Those who stayed with us are all we have left now. A fire of rage built up inside me. Back in the day, I commanded an army of followers. Now, after just a few years in prison, they've all left. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. This saying has come true in my own life. I once had 2 elite soldiers under my command, one was Su Qing, and the other was Zhang Yan. The 3 of us became sworn brothers, but now, only Su Qing remains by my side. Since he doesn't value brotherhood, don't blame me for being ruthless. "Brother, you mean?" Su Qing certainly understood what I meant. If Zhang Yan didn't know better, he might very well lose his life here. My heart is filled with sorrow. The former glory has now fallen into such desolation, yet this outcome cannot be separated from that mysterious organization. I snapped out of my reverie as the convoy stopped in front of a hotel. A group of men in black got out of the cars and stood at attention, awaiting my orders. I stepped out of the car wearing sunglasses, and the man in black simultaneously stomped his foot with a dull thud. Passers-by who witnessed the scene immediately scattered. I looked up at the name of the bar, Nightfall. The night scene probably won't be very scenic tonight, I mocked myself. A faint smile flickered across Su Qing's face as we strode aggressively towards the night scene bar. Chapter 4, Zhang Miao. At noon, Nightfall Bar was nearly empty, with only a few bartenders preparing for the evening's revelry. Several bodyguards surveyed the bar's surroundings. A couple of cleaners were tidying up. As Gufan and Su Qing pushed open the door, a bodyguard stepped forward. "Sir, we're not open yet. Please come back tonight." Gufan ignored him, simply pushing the man aside as he surveyed the bar's interior. He plopped down onto the sofa behind him. He eyed the fruit platter before him, grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and began cracking them open. The crunching sound echoed jarringly in the quiet bar. Before the man could say anything else, Su Qing beat him to it, gently patting the man's shoulder. "Enough talk. Go get your boss over here. We're brothers with him. This is our big brother, just out of prison. You guys better not cause trouble." Su Qing's words carried a clear undertone of threat. After speaking, Su Qing simply stood behind Gufan. The man nodded to the other bodyguards. Just as he opened the door to make a call, he was startled by the group of men in black outside. They stood rigidly at attention. Despite sweat beading on their foreheads under the glare of the sun, they remained utterly motionless. The atmosphere they exuded sent a chill through the bodyguard. He swallowed hard, frantically pulling out his phone to call Zhang Yan. Inside the room, Gufan handed a slice of watermelon to Su Qing. Su Qing accepted it and ate slowly and carefully, displaying refined manners. Gufan, however, was much more boisterous. "Are you sure Xiaoyu is in that scumbag by Long's hands?" "Pretty much. My men are still checking." Gufan nodded and walked toward the bar. "Give me a beer," he declared. Gufan pulled a red bill from his pocket, placed it on the counter, and pushed it toward the bartender. But the bartender's expression was dismissive, refusing to even take the money Gufan offered. "What's the deal? Can you explain? Our boss said we can't just sell drinks to anyone." A smile flashed across Gufan's face. "Ha! Before he joined me, he was begging on the streets. I took pity on him and brought him along to make a fortune. What's the deal now? Got a little cash and suddenly you're all about principles?" After Gu Fan finished speaking, the expressions of the bodyguards behind him darkened. Hey! Watch your mouth. Just got out of jail and already think you can talk like that? Didn't they teach you manners in there? Gu Fan turned his head, fixing the speaking bodyguard with a look of utter contempt. The murderous intent radiating from his gaze instantly drenched the man in cold sweat. A single glance from the man before him carried such overwhelming pressure. Have you been with Zhang Yan from the start? The man shook his head. This gesture was not a conscious thought, but an instinctive movement his body made on its own. Oh. After speaking, Gu Fan moved swiftly, darting in front of the man and casually throwing a punch. The bodyguard reacted well. The moment Gu Fan shifted, he had already begun to react, but he had underestimated that seemingly casual punch. Every punch and kick Gu Fan delivered was forged through pain and effort multiplied 1,000-fold. How could such a casual defense possibly block Gu Fan's attack? In what felt like mere seconds, the bodyguard was sent flying, shattering a nearby glass table as he crashed to the ground, unconscious. He's not one of my men. Is this beating a bit excessive? Su Qing maintained a faint smile on his face as he watched the arrogant Gu Fan, clapping lightly. The remaining bodyguards, witnessing their comrade's brutal defeat, could not stand idly by. Gu Fan seemed to have anticipated this. He wore an intensely domineering smile as he faced the remaining bodyguards. Just as they were about to charge forward, the main door swung open. A voice called out, halting the bodyguards in their tracks. But the one who arrived wasn't Zhang Yan. Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu. These young men are all new hires. If they said anything inappropriate, I apologize on their behalf. And we'll cover your drinks tonight. It's not that we look down on you, we just hope you'll give us a chance to make amends. The man was smooth talking. After he finished, even Su Qing behind him showed a hint of admiration. Gu Fan raised his eyebrows, smiled, patted the man on the shoulder, and sat back down in his original seat. The man arrived carrying numerous bottles of premium liquor, continuously pouring drinks for Gu Fan. What's his name? Zhang Miao. Chapter 5, Brothers. Zhang Yan's younger brother? The man nodded, slowly pouring the liquor from his hand into Gu Fan's cup. From the man's earlier assertiveness, his henchman outside, the prison mentioned by Su Qing, and his brother's sudden panic upon hearing Gu Fan's name at all instantly reminded him of his brother's former boss. The eldest of the triplets, he had built his empire from a handful of brothers, expanding his influence and even establishing underground operations. Yet at the height of his power, he had mysteriously ended up behind bars. In that instant, Zhang Miao chose to show weakness. After speaking, the boss noticed Su Qing's expression darken behind him and quickly amended his words. Mr. Gu. Please don't misunderstand. It was my suggestion to my brother to convert the nightclub into a bar. The nightclub was starting to feel outdated. Rest assured, the profits from the bar will be deposited into your account within a day. So please, calm down. After all, we're young and inexperienced. We didn't fully understand your background and achievements. Please forgive us. A flicker of admiration once again crossed Su Qing's eyes, even sparking a thought of recruiting him into his fold. Gu Fan picked up the glass before him, downed it in one gulp, and let out a satisfied sigh. You're quite sensible. This visit wasn't about you, it was for your brother. Tell him to hurry up. I've got other business to attend to. With that, the door swung open once more. Sunlight flooded the dim bar, casting a burst of light. But as the door closed, the darkness returned. Hey! Fan! How long has it been? You should have told us you got out of jail so we could come pick you up. A cold expression flashed across Gu Fan's face. During his time in prison, only Su Qing had visited him daily. Zhang Yan, standing before him now, had vanished without a trace when he was incarcerated. The current exchange left both men looking displeased. Even Zhang Miao frowned before him. His brother's remark was clearly ill-timed. Did I need to? I didn't see you once during my time in prison. Zhang Yan felt a pang of awkwardness. But then he pulled out a cigar, lit it, and slumped onto the nearby sofa, puffing away. This action left everyone present utterly baffled. Had he grown tired of living? Zhang Miao's expression was priceless. His brother had sounded panicked on the phone earlier, yet now he seemed utterly calm. Could he possibly have some hidden cards up his sleeve? Su Qing's faint smile vanished, replaced by a slight narrowing of his eyes. Gu Fan, however, showed no emotion whatsoever, continuing to crack sunflower seeds with the same motion as before. Third brother, I don't recall giving you this nightclub, did I? The topic had finally been broached, and Zhang Miao felt a surge of nervousness. Perhaps he hadn't even noticed his own hands clenching unconsciously. Big brother, aren't we all brothers? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours too. Fine then. Give me back the bar. You get out. Gu Fan's tone instantly shifted from relaxed to tense. Zhang Yan exhaled a puff of smoke, then a faint smile spread across his face. What if I say no? The moment Zhang Yan finished speaking, the bar door burst open. A group of men brandished baseball bats and machetes, coldly staring at the two men before them. Seems you came pretty well prepared. Su Qing chuckled coldly from behind. Of course. Facing two big brothers, I have to put on a good show, right? As he spoke, the smile on Zhang Yan's face grew increasingly maniacal. But Zhang Miao's gaze remained fixed on Gu Fan. His composure suggested he'd anticipated this moment, calmly orchestrating events. Not a single unnecessary expression crossed his face. Chapter 6, Killing. Zhang Yan, are we done being brothers? Gu Fan spoke only one sentence, his voice deep and low. After he finished, the smile on Zhang Yan's face gradually faded. Gu Fan. This is the last time I'll call you big brother. But tell me honestly, have you ever been sincere with me? I know Su Qing is a college graduate. He's knowledgeable, and I have no objection to you handing over your businesses to him. But your favoritism has gone too far. You let him manage everything. What's wrong with me just wanting this one dance troupe? My younger brother just returned from studying abroad. He occasionally helps me manage the bar and handles my other businesses in his spare time. The proof is in the pudding. Even without you, I'm doing just fine. You, Gu Fan, you've never respected me. Zhang Yan's voice gradually rose, finally becoming hoarse as if he'd finally unburdened his heart. Sitting back on the sofa, he felt a sense of relief. Gu Fan felt a pang of sadness after Zhang Yan finished speaking, but it was mostly self-reproach. He had indeed shown Su Qing more favor, but what Zhang Yan didn't know was that behind many of the underground businesses, the one truly profiting was never Gu Fan. The name left behind more often than not was Zhang Yan's. Gu Fan knew his family was relatively poor, but after he went to prison, he forgot to hand over that money to Zhang Yan. Yet this also sparked some doubts in Gu Fan. The profits from the underground businesses far exceeded those of this dance hall. Why did Zhang Yan remain so fixated on it? Was it because it operated above ground? Gu Fan chose not to share his thoughts, merely taking a deep breath. He stood up, patted Zhang Yan on the shoulder, and slowly walked toward the exit. But the group of thugs blocked his path with their baseball bats. Glancing back, Gu Fan saw Zhang Yan doing nothing, merely puffing smoke on the sofa. This time, Su Qing was the first to strike. Many underestimated him because of his scholarly appearance, but before meeting Gu Fan, Su Qing was known as the dark-faced scholar. Su Qing had once been fiercely hot-tempered, quick to brawl over the slightest provocation. Armed with his knowledge and martial arts skills, he had made a name for himself in the underworld. One morning, Gu Fan found him. No one knew what Gu Fan did to Su Qing, but the next day, the dark-faced scholar vanished from the underworld. In his place stood a refined gentleman, now by Gu Fan's side. Su Qing slipped his glasses back into his suit's inner pocket, then delivered a straight kick. The man who had just tried to block Gu Fan flew off to one side. Seeing their comrades sent flying, the remaining men charged forward, swinging clubs and machetes. Brothers, fear not. They're only 2 men, while we're over 100. One punch each could finish them. Charge with me. The loudest shouter's rallying cry worked wonders. The young men instantly perked up, swinging their machetes at Gu Fan, who merely dodged them with mocking ease. Gu Fan grew weary of the game. He leapt up, rolled forward, and grabbed a fruit knife from the table. He watched the man charging toward him, the very one who had shouted the loudest. Without a flicker of emotion, Gu Fan grabbed the man's head with one hand and plunged the fruit knife into his throat without hesitation, letting the blood spray across his own face. The look of shock on the man's face froze forever in that moment. Gu Fan casually tossed the dead man aside. Anyone else want to die? Come on. After Gu Fan's shout, the group of thugs instantly fell silent. Most of them had been called in just to make up numbers, expecting nothing more than a brawl. They never imagined their opponents were men who licked blood from blades, capable of killing with such casual disregard. Several thugs tossed aside their weapons and fled the bar in panic. Chapter 7, Strange. Once one fell, others followed. Gradually, only a handful of thugs remained in the bar. Gu Fan and Su Qing recognized the last few as the bar's own staff. Evidently, these thugs had been assembled by them, including the man lying on the floor. Zhang Yan stared at Gu Fan in utter shock, never expecting him to still treat human life as worthless as before. While Zhang Yan was stunned, Zhang Miao felt a hint of disappointment. He believed true masters wouldn't get their hands dirty with killing. Choosing such a risky path was something he personally despised. Zhang Yan, guess if you'll make it out of here alive today. Gu Fan produced another cigarette from somewhere, lit it, and slowly approached Zhang Yan. The remaining men who tried to intervene were all swept to the ground by Su Qing's swift kicks. Zhang Yan rose from the sofa and stood before his younger brother. He stubbed out the cigarette in his mouth and flicked it aside. I might die, but my brother. You can't touch him. I understand the principle that misfortune shouldn't befall family. But you should know I'm not here to kill you just because you ran this bar behind my back. I only want to ask, who put you in charge of this nightclub? And where are the elderly employees who worked there? Zhang Yan wore only a smile on his face. Then, he drew a dagger from his waist and thrust it straight at Gu Fan. Gu Fan merely sidestepped the attack, snatched the dagger from Zhang Yan's hand with a large grip, and stared at it. It was the birthday gift he had given Zhang Yan 5 years ago on his own birthday. Gu Fan looked up and noticed something off in Zhang Yan's eyes. There was no hatred there, only self-reproach and sorrow. Zhang Yan. Before Gu Fan could finish, Zhang Yan's left fist slammed toward him. Gu Fan dodged and countered with a shoulder throw, slamming Zhang Yan to the ground. Gu Fan sat on top of him, punching relentlessly. Zhang Yan's arms shot out, wrapping around Gu Fan's neck. His hands snapped together, yanking Gu Fan's head down with brutal force. Gu Fan's momentary distraction brought his head close to Zhang Yan's mouth. Zhang Yan, consumed by fury, lunged at Gu Fan with savage bites. Just as he was about to tear off Gu Fan's ear, Gu Fan seized the dagger from Zhang Yan's grasp and flicked it upward. It sliced off Zhang Yan's lips. As Zhang Yan screamed repeatedly, a single tear unexpectedly welled up in the corner of Gu Fan's eye. The tear slowly trickled down, landing on the dagger. Gu Fan traced a circle in the air with the blade before plunging it straight into Zhang Yan's heart. His head pressed against Zhang Yan's chest, he whispered softly, "You can rest in peace now. Don't worry, everything will be alright." With that, Gu Fan took the small white handkerchief from his suit, brushed it a few times, and gently placed it over Zhang Yan's face. Gu Fan stood up once more, his gaze toward Su Qing filled with profound sorrow. Su Qing seemed to understand instantly. He slowly approached Gu Fan, who suddenly threw himself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. As they exited, Gu Fan still wore his sunglasses, though his black suit was now stained with traces of red. Su Qing waved his hand. The men finally moved, entering the bar methodically. They cleaned the bloodstains, covered the two dead bodies on the floor with white cloths, and as a van arrived, they worked together to toss the bodies into it. When Gu Fan re-entered the bar, he looked exactly as he had upon arrival. He walked up to Zhang Miao and said, "Want to come with me? Avenge your brother." "I don't care. If you dare, I'll accompany you." Gu Fan's tone had shed all trace of earlier grief, replaced by a cold, calm detachment as if the two men who had just died had nothing to do with him. Zhang Miao stared at Gu Fan before him. This man didn't match the arrogant figure he remembered. His identity was clearly far more complex. Somehow, the man standing before him now stirred a strange excitement within Zhang Miao. Chapter 8, White Dragon. Zhang Miao could only nod, his voice failing him. "Fine. Keep running the Nightshade Bar just like before. Zhang Yan is dead. You have nothing left to hold you back. Get to work." Gu Fan's words were brash. Perhaps others would have thrown down the gauntlet or even chosen mutual destruction. But Zhang Miao remained utterly composed, nodding again like a lifeless corpse, making no other move. Perhaps he hadn't yet recovered from the grief of moments ago. Gu Fan and Su Qing turned to leave. Just as they reached the doorway, Gu Fan suddenly spun around and shouted, "Hey! Remember this. Me and your brother will always be brothers even now." With that, he walked out of the bar alone. Su Qing glanced back once before immediately following Gu Fan. Hearing this, Zhang Miao finally broke down, sobbing loudly. His cries echoed throughout the entire bar, faintly reaching Su Qing and Gu Fan outside. Gu Fan merely smiled before opening the car door and getting in. Su Qing then opened the door on the other side of the car. After Su Qing got in, the car fell into a heavy silence. Gu Fan pretended to doze off, while Su Qing sat beside him, deep in thought. Without opening his eyes, Gu Fan murmured, "Curious? Curious about what? Why did I choose to come here first after getting out of prison, and why do I care about the people in the nightclub?" Su Qing nodded at first, then immediately shook his head. Gu Fan anticipated Su Qing's reaction, his smile still fixed on his face. "What does that mean? If you want to tell me, you'll say it. Even if I'm anxious, it won't help. If you don't want to tell me, it must be because there's risk involved, and you're afraid it might drag me into trouble. Second brother. You really know me." Su Qing's face also bore a faint smile, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses with an air of kindness. "Yes, kindness. So guess where I'm heading next?" "I know, but I suggest you don't go. The Bai family still wields some influence. We should make more preparations before it's too late." After speaking, Gu Fan gazed out at the scenery, lost in thought. Once news spread that he had killed Zhang Yan, his reputation in the martial world would be established. He was already exposed, and his daughter was now in danger. She was becoming his Achilles heel. They would use her. Never mind that now. I absolutely must go to the Bai family. This time, I won't bring anyone else. Just the two of us. We're already short-handed, the others should head home. Nightfall is approaching. Outside, the sky indeed grew dimmer by the minute. Yet within the Bai residence, a stark contrast to the cold, gloomy exterior, a gathering was in full swing. Members from various prominent families had converged here. "Hello, everyone. I'm Bai Long, one of my grandfather's most cherished grandsons. First, thank you all for coming to celebrate my grandfather's 70th birthday. The only things he truly treasures in life are these old friends. That's why he insisted on hosting this gathering to reconnect with his longtime companions. So, enjoy the food and have a great time." After speaking, Bai Long returned to his grandfather's side. He noticed the elder was conversing with the patriarch of the Shin family, while a coldly beautiful woman stood behind old Master Shin. Her exquisite features and a devilishly curvaceous figure, and a red dress that accentuated every inch of her form plump where it should be, not an ounce of excess where it shouldn't. Only her expression was painfully stiff. He'd never seen her smile, but what more could one ask for in such a stunning woman? Her natural beauty far outshone the heavily made-up women nearby. "Mr. Shin, how have you been lately? How's your mood?" Though Bai Long was addressing the elder, his gaze kept drifting toward his daughter behind him. "Fine, thank you. My health remains robust." After the old man finished speaking, the woman gently patted his back. "By the way, Ao Ning must be quite grown up now, right? She and my little Long are practically the same age. What do you say, old Shin? Shall we tie the knot?" Old Master Shin merely wore a cheerful smile. "Forget it. Marriage is a personal choice. Besides, Ao Ning wouldn't listen to an old codger like me. She already has someone special in her life. I couldn't possibly stand in her way." Who? Chapter 9, Interference. "Ao Ning, you have someone you like? Who? Is he as great as my Bai family? Or richer than me?" Bai Long's words were brimming with defiance, but to the other three, they sounded utterly rude and lacking in manners. Yet old Master Bai merely wore a smile, discreetly nudging Bai Long from behind. "Old Shin, don't get the wrong idea. This kid talks about Ao Ning all day long. If he didn't care about her, would he act like this? Our two families know each other inside out. Wouldn't the kids be happy together?" Old Master Bai's words were delivered with remarkable calmness, yet the depth in his eyes was all the more striking. "No move is better than any move." Old Shin remained utterly expressionless, his posture unchanged. "Ao Ning, you may leave. I need to speak with old Bai. Xiaolong, you too." Shin Aoning and Bai Long exchanged puzzled glances, but out of respect for the two elders, they both stepped outside. Just as they stepped outside, a woman and a man of imposing build approached them. "Brother Bai." The woman threw her arms around him the moment she spoke, pressing Bai Long's arm against her chest and rubbing it softly. Bai Long desperately tried to pull his arm free, but the woman clung tightly to his arm, refusing to let go. The woman was Qin Jie, the only daughter of their in-laws. However, her family's influence couldn't compare to that of the Bai and Shin families. The burly man approached Shin Aonang with a cold expression and handed her a cup of water. Shin Aonang took it, opened her mouth, and rinsed it lightly. The man was Shin Aonang's younger brother, Shin Aotian. His sole purpose was to protect his sister from harm, which had led him to join the security team. Yet he proved exceptionally capable, rapidly elevating the capabilities of the Shin family's security personnel. "Sis, go mingle for a bit. There are quite a few people over there." Shin Aotian's words were quite subtle, likely hoping Shin Aonang would mingle more to open avenues for their family's business. Shin Aonang merely nodded. Watching Shin Aonang's retreating figure, Bai Long angrily yanked his hand away. "Xin Jia, what do you think you're doing? We're done. Stop clinging to me. Do you like Shin Aonang?" "Yes." After Bai Long answered, he scanned the area for Shin Aonang's figure and quickly followed after her. Even though Qin Jia had known the answer all along, Bai Long's swift response still made her heart tighten. When Gu Fan and Su Chang headed to the Bai family apartment, they were unexpectedly stopped on the way. "Excuse me, sir, but the entire area above belongs to the Bai family. They're holding a gathering right now and cannot be disturbed. Unless you have an invitation?" Gu Fan shook his head. "Then I'm afraid you won't be able to proceed without one, sir. What if I insist on going up?" Gu Fan's expression darkened instantly. The security guard braced himself to block the way. "You can't go up." Clapping his hands, a group of people slowly emerged from both sides of the street. "Really going to force your way through? If I don't show off a little, my urban legend will be gone." A hint of mockery flashed across Su Qing's face. Two men emerged from either side of the rear doors. The security guard waved his hand. Dozens of security guards, batons raised, charged toward them. Gu Fan swept the man off his feet with a horizontal throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Picking up the baton, he spun it a few times in his hand before a series of sharp whistles filled the air as the baton sliced through the air. Su Chang planted his foot firmly, leaping backward in a straight line and knocking over several pursuers behind him. Su Chang's leg muscles were exceptionally well developed, and his kicks were lightning fast. Each kick seemed to send a chill through the air. Within moments, the black-clad figures before him lay defeated at Su Chang's feet. The baton in Gu Fan's hand seemed to have a life of its own, relentlessly lashing out at the black-clad figures before him. These men were no slouches. In fact, they were significantly stronger than the previous opponents. But the two facing them were simply too ruthless and powerful. Having emerged from the chaotic, bloody underworld, fear was absent from their eyes. Instead, they radiated a defiant disregard for life and death. Gu Fan casually tossed his baton aside, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his inner pocket, lit one for himself, and tossed another to Su Ching beside him. Su Ching caught it, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. With his other hand, he reached into his inner pocket, retrieved his gold-rimmed glasses, and slipped them over his eyes. Only then did he feel somewhat more at ease. "Let's go. Time to see an old friend." Gufan flicked the cigarette casually aside and walked toward his car. Chapter 10, Arrival. After Gufan got in, Suqing took the passenger seat. The Mercedes drove toward the Bai family apartments ahead. Even from a distance, faint music could be heard drifting from the complex. Looks like they're having quite the time. Boss, if we show up, this comedy might just turn into a tragedy. Gufan's eyes remained impassive. It's a Bai family gathering. All the major clans should be there. I wonder if she's among them. Boss, are you sure you don't want to bring more people? The Bai family built their empire on security services. Their numbers are several times ours. At the mention of his own men, Gufan's hands clenched unconsciously. Zhang Yan's men were few and far between. Yet of his former underground brothers, only these few remained. Who exactly had Zhang Yan encountered? How powerful was this person to have slaughtered all those men? And what were their true intentions? Where were the people from the nightclub? A flood of questions surged through his mind. Now his daughter was in danger too. It felt as if someone was deliberately forcing him out, aiming to disrupt the current urban power structure. Only Gufan could orchestrate such a grand scheme. Enough. Bai Long is insignificant. The only one worth watching is his brother. Bai Aohu? Gufan nodded. Bai Ao, who often kept a low profile. Moreover, this man had no weaknesses, was utterly selfish, saw only himself, and employed extremely cruel methods. He'd stop at nothing to achieve his goals. That's why Gufan had been intrigued when he heard Bai Long's name. He'd always suspected Bai Aohu was the puppet master behind the scenes. As Gufan pondered, the Mercedes-Benz slowly came to a stop. Gufan and Suqing stepped out from opposite sides. Gufan gazed at the lavish Bai family signboard before him. Rich people sure live comfortably. Suqing, let's put up a plaque for our shop sometime. With that, the two chatted and laughed as they entered the Bai residence. Ning. What do you think? Pretty nice here, huh? This is our place. Music, fine wine, and beautiful women. Bai Long finished speaking, his eyes fixed on Shanaoning as he stared blankly, blinking repeatedly, and striking an overly slick pose to show off. Just as Shanaoyan moved to warn him, Shanaoning shot him a withering glance, forcing him to retreat in frustration. Bai Long shot him a dismissive glance. Aoning, you still haven't answered. Your grandfather said you have someone special in your heart. Is it true or false? You know my feelings, don't you? I only adore you. No matter how beautiful or perfect another woman may be, she wouldn't catch my eye. Shanaoning didn't call him out, nearly letting a faint smile slip at the corner of her lips, though it was somewhat forced. Bai Long was notorious in their circle as a notorious womanizer, never keeping a woman for long. He'd switch partners every 3 days. Lately, he had indeed been behaving himself for a while. Rumor had it his father had demanded it. Grandfather didn't deceive you. I truly do have someone I care for, and I have no intention of changing that for now. I will wait for him. Dare you tell me his name? I swear, if you do, I'll go wring his arm off right now. Shen Aoning glanced at Bai Long and couldn't help but chuckle. Aoning, what's that supposed to mean? Underestimating me? You might not know this, Oning, but throughout all of Baibin City, any industry connected to security services, my name, Bai Long, may not be known to everyone, but at the very least, people have heard of me and respect me. I swear it. Gufan. Ha! When Shen Aoning suddenly blurted out a name, Bai Long froze in place instantly, his throat going completely dry. He could only swallow hard. Is that the Gufan in prison? Is there someone else with the same name as me? A rough voice cut through the air, instantly silencing the Bai family gathering. Chapter 11, Kneeling. That familiar voice, the one she'd longed to hear, echoed through the room. Shen Aoning's face contorted with utter shock, her expression bordering on panic. That man had actually been released. Bai Long stiffly turned his head slowly. A man smoked arrogantly, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses, only wisps of smoke drifting across his face. Behind him, Suqing merely adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, observing the scene before him with cool composure. The previously bustling atmosphere grew tense at the sight of Gufan. It wasn't because the man before them was Gufan, but because behind the two of them, numerous security guards lay motionless on the floor, while several others groaned in agony. Yet the clothes of the two men before him showed not a single wrinkle. The music had been blaring earlier, so no one had noticed them until the song abruptly stopped, drawing everyone's attention to the men standing before them. Gufan slowly sauntered toward Bai Long, a teasing expression playing across his face. Bai Long, long time no see, huh? Bai Long wanted to explode, but seeing his fallen brothers behind Gufan, he forced himself to hold back. Gufan! What do you think you're doing? Not content with antagonizing the Bai family, you've dragged all these major clans into this? You clearly don't hold us in any regard. It must be said that Bai Long had indeed grown over the years. He immediately created distance between those men and Gufan. No, Mr. Bai, you've misunderstood. I came here today solely for you. The ones I attacked were all your men. Bai Long discreetly flicked his fingers behind the scenes. Though Gufan might not have noticed, Shen Aoning, standing closest to him, caught the gesture. Instantly, a dark figure darted upstairs, likely to summon reinforcements. As Gu Fan stepped inside, about to speak, he finally noticed Shen Aoning standing behind Bai Long.
Shen Aoning?
As he spoke, Gu Fan swiftly removed his sunglasses and tossed them aside casually.
So you were here after all?
But Shen Aoning's expression remained as cold as ever, showing no reaction whatsoever, save for a faint blush spreading across her cheeks.
Hello, Mr. Gu. Out of prison? Gu Fan couldn't understand why the Ao Ning before him had suddenly turned so cold. What brings you here? Of course I came to look for you.
Gu Fan realized something and instantly shut his mouth, silently retreating behind Su Qing.
Mr. Gu, you finished speaking? Looking for whom?
It seemed the news that Gu Fan's daughter was in Bai Long's hands had already spread. Bai Long watched the woman he cherished behind him and the man he despised before him exchange glances. His temper flared instantly. He glanced up just as the dark figure made a gesture toward him.
Gu Fan. This is your final warning. Get the hell out of here. Serve your sentence properly in your own prison. Stop making a fool of yourself here. And Shen Aoning is mine.
The last sentence was whispered so softly only Gu Fan and Shen Aoning could hear.
Shen Aoning rolled her eyes. I'll leave. But give me my daughter.
Gu Fan's voice remained deep and powerful, his words carrying undeniable authority. A flicker of confusion crossed Bai Long's face, but he quickly regained his arrogance as if realizing something.
Looking for your daughter, huh? Fine. First, get down on your knees.
After Bai Long finished speaking, Su Qing behind him had already tucked his glasses into his inner pocket.
Shen Aoning beside him also wore a disgusted expression as she stared at Bai Long.
Bai Long paid no heed to the expressions of those around him, his gaze fixed solely on Gu Fan.
So? Kneel before me, and I'll consider it.
Or you can leave, just remember to fish your daughter's body out of the river tomorrow morning. Bai Long's words were brazenly arrogant, and at that moment, all eyes in the room were fixed on him. Then, a dense crowd of men clad in black blocked the doorway, each wielding a machete. The last few men in the group carried no weapons, but their waistbands bulged slightly.
Su Chang leaned close to Gu Fan's ear. I have a dagger. I can feign an attack, then you.
Gu Fan raised his hand to cut off Su Qing's words, his expression turning terrifying.
Boss, you.
Before Su Qing could finish, Gu Fan's knees hit the floor without hesitation.
Chapter 12, Gunfire. If the child truly was his, Gu Fan felt overwhelming guilt.
His neglect had put her in danger. In this moment, he was no longer the king of the underground empire, but a father consumed by remorse. As Gu Fan knelt, Su Qing's fists clenched so tightly her nails dug into her flesh.
On the other side, Shen Aoning's eyes gradually glistened with tears. Enough. My brother has already knelt before you. Hurry up and bring Gu Xiaoya out.
Su Qing's voice grew hoarse and frantic.
But Bai Long's expression remained inscrutable.
He rose slowly, stepping before Gu Fan and looking down on him with a sense of satisfaction.
Who would have thought the so-called king of the underworld would now kneel before me? Ha!
But as for your daughter, I merely said I'd consider it earlier.
Now I refuse. Ha! Just as Su Chang lunged forward, Gu Fan pulled him back. He rose slowly.
With his head bowed, his expression remained hidden. Only his movements were deliberate. After standing, he gently brushed the dust from his knees. Suddenly lifting his head, a faint crimson glow flickered in his eyes, carrying a palpable aura of death that drifted toward Bai Long.
This alone made Bai Long's entire body tremble with fear. I'll ask you one more time, will you give me my daughter?
After Gu Fan finished speaking, Bai Long didn't even notice the sweat pouring down his back, soaking through his inner garments.
Bai Long's mouth twitched incessantly, yet no sound emerged.
Staring into Gu Fan's eyes, fear finally overwhelmed his reason.
Just as he was about to speak. What arrogance! To dare act so brazenly in the Bai family's presence, only you, brother Gu Fan, would dare. The voice snapped Bai Long back to reality. He looked gratefully toward the speaker. Bai Hu descended the stairs steadily, step by step, shooting Bai Long a piercing glare. Bai Long immediately bowed his head. In that instant, Gu Fan understood, the man behind him was controlled by Bai Hu. The one who had kidnapped his daughter was most likely him. Bai Hu. Long time no see. I came here solely to find my daughter. And I ask you, bring my daughter out.
Brother Gu, don't jump to conclusions. My Bai family has no trace of your daughter. I can hand over our surveillance footage, investigate it yourself. Since you've just been released from prison, don't stir up trouble.
If you end up back inside next time, it'll be far more painful.
Your words are still as harsh as ever.
You make me want to kill you. Ha! Easy for you to say.
Gu Fan's gaze toward Bai Hu was as cold as if he were looking at a corpse. Su Chang beside him instantly understood Gu Fan's thoughts. Having worked together countless times, a single glance or gesture was enough for either to grasp the other's intentions.
Gu Fan, are you challenging me to a fight? I've always lived by one principle: there are no people who aren't afraid of death. When pushed to the brink, people will spill everything. Of course, you two clearly aren't trained interrogators. Care to guess what kind of information I could extract from you? After Gu Fan finished speaking, Bai Hu let out a single cough.
Simultaneously, the dark, swarming crowd outside burst in, charging toward Gu Fan and Su Qing. Gu Fan struck the foremost man with a punch, then picked up a cleaver from the ground. After a moment's thought, he charged into the crowd with the blades back facing them. Machete after machete flew toward Gu Fan, but he parried them with astonishing ease. Each blade met his blade's back, and with a swift redirect of force, he struck the attacker's neck. He then braced against another man, delivering a sidekick that sent him flying, before colliding with several others behind him. Su Qing also held the upper hand with each kick he delivered. Another man fell to the ground. After a flurry of chaos, the two suddenly stood back to back, each holding a cleaver, coldly surveying the crowd before them. A momentary respite paved the way for an even fiercer battle. In the next instant, they charged off in opposite directions. Gu Fan relentlessly cleared the men before him, watching as the White Dragon and White Tiger charged forward. With each swing of his blade, another man fell. Yet Gu Fan had never killed anyone, only knocked them unconscious or to the ground. But, bang! A gunshot rang out abruptly. Chapter 13, Revenge. The gunshot instantly silenced the chaotic environment. Gu Fan's gaze shifted away from the White Dragon and White Tiger before him. Turning around, he discovered Su Qing lying in a pool of blood. Gu Fan immediately rushed to Su Qing's side. Seeing the blood on his body, Gu Fan clamped his hand over the wound tightly, his eyes wide with shock. "Hang on, you bastard. If you die, I'll kill you. Third brother's already gone, you better hang on." Su Qing slowly pushed Gu Fan's hand away from his wound. "I'm not afraid of death. Just let me go join third brother." With that, Su Qing coughed up another mouthful of blood. Gu Fan's gaze shifted to a figure in the distance holding a gun. He grabbed the dagger from Su Qing's waist and hurled it with all his might toward the man. The dagger flew with deadly speed. The man had no time to dodge, and the blade pierced straight through his skull. "Revenge is mine." Shen Aoning immediately rushed forward, tearing off a piece of her dress and pressing it against the wound. "I've already called 120. Do you want to keep fighting, or take Su Qing to the hospital?" Gu Fan hesitated not a moment. He crouched slightly, ready to lift Su Qing, but the man struggled fiercely. "You can still fight for a bit. You have to hurry." A faint smile actually flickered across Su Qing's face, a comforting expression, or perhaps the calm acceptance of impending death. Gu Fan knew Su Qing was the most stubborn of the three brothers. He withdrew his hand, shifting his pace from slow to fast, suddenly darting behind the men holding guns. With practiced ease, Gu Fan drew a pistol from behind one man's waist. With unflinching composure, he aimed at the temple of the man before him and fired. Before the others could react, Gu Fan decisively emptied the remaining bullets. Within mere moments, the remaining men collapsed to the ground. Within seconds, these lives had vanished. Like blazing flames gradually extinguishing, leaving only a faint afterglow. The few remaining men on the scene simultaneously felt their hearts race, paralyzed with fear as if the world were fading into whiteness. On the steps, the White Tiger's brow furrowed deeply. He knew Gu Fan would be troublesome, but the man's audacity and cunning had surpassed even his wildest expectations. Murder seemed so ordinary and effortless in his eyes. Gu Fan tossed the pistol to the ground, pulled the dagger he just thrust into his brain out, and slowly approached the White Dragon and White Tiger. The bloodstains on his body were terrifying. The nearby bodyguards all made way for him, now too afraid to approach. It seemed as if the man before them could kill with a single glance. Gu Fan stood before the White Dragon and White Tiger. Before he could speak, the White Tiger spoke first. "I know where your daughter is. I'll tell you everything." Before White Tiger could finish, a vicious punch slammed into his midsection. The blow felt like it would make him vomit bile. He curled into a ball on the ground, clinging to life. White Dragon stood frozen in place, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His gaze grew unfocused, and his pants dripped steadily onto the ground. Gu Fan shot him a disdainful glance, then sent him flying with a single sidekick. Bai Long was too disgusting. Gu Fan refused to touch her with his hands. Gu Fan knew White Tiger knew more than White Dragon. So, staring at White Tiger clutching his stomach and feigning death, he offered no explanation. Instead, he took the blood-stained dagger and plunged it straight into White Tiger's buttocks. "Ah! Don't play dead with me. Spill everything you know, or I can't guarantee what I'll do next." White Tiger couldn't care less about anything else now, just nodding his head repeatedly. "Where is my daughter?" "Right here. In the basement. Locked in a room." "Why did you take her? Or rather, who ordered you to take her?" "Faye. What the hell is going on?" A hoarse voice suddenly cut through the air, interrupting Bai Hu's words. Seeing the old man finally emerge, Bai Hu silently exhaled in relief. His gaze shifted away from Gu Fan, and he shouted desperately for help toward the elderly Bai. Chapter 14, Rescue. Old Master Bai saw both his grandsons lying on the ground, especially his eldest grandson with a knife still lodged in his buttocks. Spotting Gu Fan before him, all his doubts instantly vanished. "Gu Fan, do you think the Bai family is powerless? Did those above you know you escaped prison? If I report this now, do you think you'll still be able to jump around like this?" Old Master Bai's voice was imperious, his tone dripping with threat toward Gu Fan.
Perhaps Gu Fan wasn't afraid of the old man standing before him, but he still needed to give some face to the higher-ups. Gu Fan released Bai Hu's collar. I came only to find my daughter. Your grandson ordered my brother shot. I gave him a little lesson, shouldn't be a problem, right, old Bai?
Old Master Bai's expression remained stern, his grip on the walking stick tightening.
Oh ho! Gu Fan, is it?
A clear voice rang out from behind the old man, its tone both courteous and excited.
Oh, old Shin, you're here too. I figured with A.O. Ning present, you'd be here as well.
Old Master Shin gently pushed aside the elderly Mr. Bai before him and cheerfully descended the stairs toward Gu Fan.
Gu Fan immediately offered a gentle hand to steady old Master Shin. By the way, old Shin, could you please talk to A.O. Ning for me? She's still mad at me. I don't care.
Because of your daughter's situation, A.O. Ning has been crying herself to sleep every night.
Grandpa. You two are chatting? There's a patient here. Shin A.O. Ning shouted, her face flushing red. Ah well, the second son's got a strong constitution, he won't die.
After Gu Fan finished speaking, he continued chatting with Old Shin for a few more moments.
Old Bai, shouldn't you return my daughter to me? Bai Hu said she's in your basement. Gu Fan's words instantly darkened Old Shin's expression. Old Bai? So you're the one who kidnapped my great-granddaughter? What? What? Gu Fan is my godson, doesn't that make his daughter my great-granddaughter? Hurry up and bring her back. Otherwise, that partnership you mentioned. I'll need to rethink my plans.
As Old Shin finished speaking, Old Bai's mustache twitched to one side. A professional fake smile spread across his face, though inwardly he was cursing everyone under his breath, consumed by an urge to destroy everything.
Bai Hu, Bai Long. Go fetch her. With the knife still lodged in his hip, White Tiger was hampered in his movements. He therefore instructed White Dragon, who had just regained his footing, to carry the child. As White Dragon emerged carrying a baby girl, an ambulance arrived at the Bai residence. Despite White Tiger's frantic shouts, the paramedics lifted Su Qing from the ground onto a stretcher. Gu Fan took the child, examining her small mouth and nose. She truly resembled her mother, especially with those tightly closed eyes as if carved from the same mold. The only flaw, however, was this: why didn't the child have even a single feature resembling mine? Gu Fan had no time to dwell on it. She carried the child to the car. He instructed the driver to get out, he needed to catch up to the ambulance ahead. As he buckled his seatbelt, the passenger door opened. Shin Aoning, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, slid into the seat beside him and fastened her own belt. You're coming too? He asked, his gaze drifting involuntarily to her chest. Of course. Don't you want me to go? Gu Fan flushed with embarrassment, stomping on the gas to follow the ambulance ahead. Throughout the journey, he kept glancing at his daughter through the rearview mirror. Is she really your daughter? This was the second thing Shin Aoning said in the car, words she'd likely prepared herself to utter for a long time. I'm not sure either. Would you believe me? Scumbag. After uttering those three words, Shin Aoning fell silent for the rest of the ride. Upon arriving at the hospital, Gu Fan asked her to stay in the car and watch the child while he went to check on Su Qing's condition. At the hospital, nurses kept reporting Su Qing's condition outside, essentially massive blood loss and a bullet lodged in a critical location. Gu Fan had only one word: save her. After signing several consent forms, Gu Fan glanced inside and immediately spotted a familiar face, someone he and Su Qing had dealt with before. Chapter 15, Teaching. Gu Fan immediately called out to the nurse. Excuse me, who is that? Dr. Yi. He's the most skilled surgeon in our hospital's surgical department. With Dr. Yi joining the team, the chances of a successful operation are only going up, not down. You can rest assured. The nurse hurried into the emergency room after finishing her explanation. Gu Fan remembered that doctor clearly. One of his brothers had died under his care. Back then, Gu Fan had been furious and had privately found an opportunity to teach him a lesson. What a jerk I was back then. Gu Fan slapped himself twice across the face, pacing anxiously outside the emergency room door. Inside the car, Gu Xiaoya slowly stirred from her sleep. Opening her eyes, she realized she was lying in a vehicle. Shin Aoning caught Gu Xiaoya's awakening in the rearview mirror, her face breaking into a smile as she looked at her. You're Gu Xiaoye? Gu Xiaoye nodded dazedly. Who are you? Gu Fan. Shin Aoning watched the little girl respond so quickly it seemed almost certain. Sister, you're so pretty. Who are you? Do you know my daddy? Shin Aoning smiled gently, running her fingers through Gu Xiaoya's hair. I'm Gu Fan's girlfriend. Outside the emergency room, cigarette butts piled up beneath Gu Fan's feet. Despite the no smoking sign behind him, no one paid him any mind. Perhaps the bloodstains on his clothes were too shocking, no one dared to approach and stop him. The ER door opened. The person who emerged wasn't the nurse from before, but Dr. Yi. His eyes betrayed exhaustion, yet he stood before Gu Fan nonetheless. What's going on? The surgery was successful. The patient is out of danger. After Dr. Yi spoke, the tension gripping Gu Fan's heart finally eased. Gu Fan sat down in a chair, adjusting his breathing. He pulled out 2 cigarettes from his pocket and offered them to Dr. Yi. Dr. Yi didn't smoke, but looking at the man before him, he felt a surge of emotion. Accepting the cigarettes, he sat down beside Gu Fan. "Thank you." Gu Fan's voice was hoarse. "You know, when I saw you back then, personal feelings did play a part. But when I stood at the operating table, the person lying there was none other than my patient. I had to save him. Because I'm a doctor." Gu Fan's gaze toward Dr. Yi gradually filled with admiration and fascination. Leaving the hospital, Gu Fan wanted to buy some food for Su Qing to help her recover and also check on the car. Inside the car, the 2 women were chatting excitedly, their faces lighting up with bright smiles every now and then. What were they talking about? After Gu Fan spoke, Shen Aoning pretended not to notice him, while Gu Xiaoge stared at Gu Fan, slightly lost in thought. What was she looking at? "Are you really my dad?" Before waiting for Gu Fan's reply, he pulled an envelope from his back pocket and handed it to Gu Fan, saying his mother had insisted he deliver it personally. Gu Fan accepted it and slipped it into his inner pocket. "Alright, Aoning, you take her home first. Su Qing's surgery was successful. I can stay here and look after things. You go back." After Gu Fan spoke, Shen Aoning's face remained expressionless. She merely nodded and murmured a soft Gu Fan had no choice but to leave. He watched Shen Aoning drive away before departing himself. Midnight assignment. Gu Fan sat by Su Qing's bedside watching over him when suddenly a message pinged on his phone. "I was teaching Xiaoyu how to handle interpersonal relationships, especially with the opposite sex. That's why I acted like that, don't get the wrong idea." Gu Fan merely smiled. "Long time no see. Running into you today was unexpected, but mostly delightful." Shen Aoning's voice on the other end of the line was sweet with a smile. At that moment, the flower of her love seemed poised to bloom. Chapter 16, Strange. The first rays of sunlight in Baibin City were always warm, and this particular beam fell directly on Gu Fan's face. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Su Qing lying in bed, her eyes already open, staring right at him. "Holy crap! When did you wake up?" I don't know. Can't remember. I was kind of hazy. Anyway, I've been watching you for a while now." "What a brother." No words were needed between brothers. Gu Fan simply patted his shoulder, and their bond warmed slightly. Gu Fan picked up the apple beside him and skillfully peeled it with a fruit knife. His skill was evident even in peeling an apple. The peel seemed to come alive, sliding smoothly aside. Just as Su Qing was about to praise him, the peel snapped. "Damn, I was just about to compliment you. No need for praise." As he handed the apple to Su Qing, a phone rang. "Who is it?" "Xiao Fan, it's Shen Bin. Can you come over? Ao Ning seemed to have gotten into trouble last night." Before old Master Shen could finish, Gu Fan shot to his feet. "What?" After hanging up, Gu Fan's expression turned visibly flustered. It seemed that the moment he saw Shen Aoning, she had become his Achilles heel. Gu Fan gave Su Qing a few casual instructions before rushing downstairs, hailing a taxi to rush to Shen Aoning's residence. Baihua Apartments was the most prestigious residence in Baibin City. Its prime location came with a hefty price tag, making it a favorite among celebrities and wealthy individuals. Gu Fan rushed frantically until he finally reached Shen Aoning's place, not even realizing he'd become somewhat impulsive and angry. The force and sound of his knocking made that clear, growing increasingly urgent with each strike. When he realized no one was answering, he took a few steps back. Just as he was about to kick the door open, Shen Aoning opened it. Her hair was disheveled, she wore a bear print pajama set, and fluffy rabbit slippers adorned her feet. She was furious. Who bangs on doors early in the morning instead of sleeping? But the moment she opened the door, the man standing there was Gu Fan. Her image was ruined in front of him. Gu Fan entered and sat stiffly on the sofa, while Shen Aoning was upstairs applying makeup. Gu Xiaoye poked her head out, glanced at Gu Fan, then slowly descended the stairs. "Did you read that letter?" Exhausted from the previous night, Gu Fan shook his head. Just as he reached into his pocket, he realized the envelope must have been left behind in the hospital room. "What's wrong? You want to know what it said?" Gu Xiaoye nodded excitedly, clearly a little gossip lover. "I'll tell you after I finish reading it another day. Where's your mom?" After saying this, Gu Xiaoye's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Gu Fan seemed to understand something, and she simply stroked Gu Xiaoye's head. "Don't worry. I will avenge your mother for you." Gu Fan had always known who the real culprits were. Back then, she'd deliberately gone to prison to lure them into a false sense of security. The moment she walked free would be the moment they paid the price. Though his release came earlier than expected, those people would ultimately pay the price. Shen Aoning finally descended from upstairs. Her long legs caught the eye first, adorned with red high heels that looked incredibly sexy. A red dress gradually came into view, revealing Shen Aoning's figure. Now it was clear why she loved wearing dresses so much. Her meticulously applied makeup and softly curled hair showed she'd gone to great lengths to look this way. Gu Fan desperately wanted to ask like a straight guy, was all this really necessary? "Let's talk about last night. That's why I came here to check on you." It wasn't really a big deal, Grandpa was just overreacting.
Last night, right after my shower when I was getting ready for bed, I distinctly remember locking the balcony door. But when Xiaoyu got up to use the bathroom, I woke up startled. I thought I'd check the house, but as I approached the balcony, the door was just open. I don't know if I locked the balcony door last night, but I swear, I definitely closed it. Could it have been a ghost that opened it? Chapter 17, Dog Brother. Gu Fan listened intently to Shen Aoning's story. Then, he slowly walked over to the balcony. The lock was very tight, and once closed, it was extremely difficult to open from the outside. However, the balcony door seemed somewhat worn. Each time it was open, it required considerable force to pull inward before it would budge. It seemed Shen Aoning really was being targeted, and the likely cause was himself. Gu Fan's mind raced. Why don't you move in with me? I feel like you've been targeted. They're probably just waiting for you to let your guard down before. Gu Fan's suggestion was sound, but Shen Aoning's expression was deeply puzzling. That's not right. We're not involved, and I don't need your help. Gu Fan sighed helplessly. Fine then. After saying this, a flicker of surprise crossed Shen Aoning's face before she stubbornly turned her head away. Just as Gu Fan was puzzled, he noticed Gu Xiaoye upstairs had been watching them the whole time. Still teaching? Or do you have an extra room here? I could move in, but if you have one, it's right across from my room. Shen Aoning seemed to realize she'd answered too impulsively. She partially covered her face with her hand, a flicker of regret crossing her eyes before she instantly composed herself. She climbed the stairs slowly, heading toward the room opposite hers to tidy up. Gu Fan shook his head, then beckoned Gu Xiaoye downstairs. That little girl sure can run. Just a moment ago she was on the sofa, and now she's already upstairs. Are you my daughter? Gu Xiaoye gave a slight nod. Call me Dad. Dad. Alright, I'll take care of you. The speed and efficiency of establishing kinship were truly remarkable. No wonder he was different from ordinary people. Gu Fan was barely in his late 20s, approaching 30. The little girl before him looked about 8 or 9. Gu Fan thought about it further. They had met around the same time. But Gu Fan clearly remembered taking precautions back then? How did he end up getting her? But the girl before him, Gu Xiaoye, bore an uncanny resemblance to her. You stay here and listen to Aunt Shen. Sister. Shen Aoning's voice carried clearly from the second floor downstairs. Startled for a moment, Gu Fan immediately corrected himself. Right. If you don't listen to Sister Shen, I won't want you anymore. She feigned a stern tone, then turned and slipped away quietly. It seems age is a double-edged sword for any woman. Gu Fan had intended to visit Su Qing in the hospital, but faced with his vehement refusal, he had no choice but to abandon the idea. Su Qing carried a heavy burden. Ever since he'd followed Gu Fan, he'd scarcely considered his own needs, his mind perpetually occupied with Gu Fan and his underground ventures. Gu Fan considered checking out the casinos and nightclubs. The underground businesses were gradually declining. After all, the major families were constantly carving up White Beach City, and his own small operations were insignificant in comparison. Crown Casino, the largest in Baibin City, had stood for ages. Its business was booming. Anyone could play there, regardless of origin, whether beggar or prince. As long as you had money, you were a customer. Gu Fan observed the casino, a faint smile playing on his lips. It seemed Su Qing was managing things quite well. Witnessing this scene, Gu Fan felt an urge to gamble himself. He casually pulled out a card from his pocket, exchanged it for $500,000 in chips, and slowly approached the gaming table, fingering the chips as he went. It was midday, yet every seat at the casino tables remained occupied. A spot opened up right in front of him, and without a second thought, Gu Fan sat down. But the moment he placed his chips on the table, the faces of those around him lit up with mocking expressions, as if waiting to witness his downfall. Gu Fan paid them no mind. Play or not? After he finished speaking, the people at the table did not respond. Just then, a ragged old man approached Gu Fan and tugged lightly at his sleeve. This is Dog Brother's seat. Get up quickly. If he comes back and sees you here, you're done for. The old man's well-meaning advice, delivered with a look of genuine fear, only made Gu Fan's lips curve into a faint smile. I'll stay right here today, he thought. Let's see how I'm supposed to be finished. Chapter 18, Gangzi. Gu Fan's voice wasn't loud, but everyone at the table heard him clearly. Even a few passers-by stopped in their tracks, watching the arrogant man before them, eager to see him beaten to the ground. After speaking, Gu Fan asked again, You wanna play? The men at the table fell silent. Let's play. A gruff voice boomed from behind Gu Fan. Gu Fan turned his head and saw an extremely obese man slowly approaching him. As he walked, he had a woman draped over each arm, their bodies practically pressed against his. The fat man's hands were particularly restless, occasionally pointing and gesturing at Gu Fan. Despite the women's provocative attire, no one dared to look at them. Gu Fan, however, couldn't help but let his gaze wander up and down their figures. Gu Fan's gaze remained fixed on the women, paying no attention whatsoever to the fat man in the middle.
The fat man noticed Gu Fan's gaze as well. The look on his face was priceless. What are you looking at? The man's bellow finally snapped Gu Fan back to reality. The women paid no heed to the man's shout, instead continuing to send him soft, flirtatious glances while biting their lips seductively. Gu Fan shook his head and slowly stood up. I'm sitting here. Find somewhere else. Gu Fan stated it matter-of-factly, utterly indifferent. Do you know who I am? The fat man's voice was thick and sluggish. Who? The casino owner? That single sentence instantly deflated the fat guy. Oof. Not the big boss, but pretty close. This whole area's under my control, you know? Security? The fat man's temper flared instantly. He withdrew his hand and flung the chips he was holding at Gu Fan. Gu Fan didn't even flinch, letting the chips smack him right in the face. Just you wait. This dumbass will be crawling on the floor moaning in pain in no time. He'll probably be begging for mercy. Ha! Many gamblers stopped betting and gathered to watch the spectacle, eagerly anticipating Gu Fan's humiliation on the floor. Dog Brother saw Gu Fan's indifferent expression, and his rage instantly grew. Gongzi! Where the hell is he? Get your ass over here. It seemed he had no choice but to call for backup. After all, judging by his build, he wasn't much of a fighter. After Dog Brother yelled, a man over 2 meters tall emerged from the back. He wore the casino's uniform, probably a security guard. His outfit looked incredibly outdated. While other security guards wore suits and sunglasses, his clothes seemed worn and shabby. Dog Brother? The man who'd called out Gangzi had a blank look on his face, but upon seeing Dog Brother, his expression instantly brightened. Didn't I tell you to watch my seat? How come someone's sitting here now? I just had to take a dump, so don't blame me. The food you gave me seemed expired. I can't be bothered with your nonsense. Just teach him a lesson. After Dog Brother spoke, Gangzi merely nodded. He planted his foot firmly on the ground, his raised fist radiating menace. Gu Fan watched the fist before him, a hint of admiration flickering across his face. Gu Fan ducked sideways to evade it, tripping Gangzi with his own leg. Yet Gangzi's leg muscles were astonishingly developed. Gu Fan knew his physical strength had declined somewhat during his years in prison compared to before, but he could still easily subdue any enemy he encountered. Gangzi, however, was unexpectedly formidable. Gaozi, seeing Gu Fan's trip attempt, merely chuckled. Clenching both fists, he swung them viciously at Gu Fan. Had that blow landed squarely on his head, it might have ended him right then. Gu Fan hooked his right foot under the gambling table, spun to evade the attack, then planted his foot on the table and leapt upward. His fists transformed into claws as he slashed toward Gangzi's face. Ah! My face! Chapter 19, The Gamble. A clear scratch appeared on Gangzi's face, blood trickling down. What are you chicken about? Keep coming. Tear him to shreds, and I'll bump your pay today. The promise of extra pay instantly fired Gangzi up. He swung wildly, closing in on Gu Fan. With a quick glance, Gu Fan saw Gangzi's punches were completely uncoordinated and easily spotted his openings. Watching Gangzi's flailing fists, Gu Fan crouched low and swept his leg out. Gangzi, who had stood firm moments before, instantly collapsed to the ground. Gu Fan took 2 quick steps forward and slammed his knee hard into Gangzi's chest. Brother Dog was stunned. Gangzi was the strongest fighter under his command, yet this man had knocked him down after just a few exchanges. In the end, Gu Fan held back from delivering a fatal blow. He recognized the tall man before him as a capable fighter, honest and seemingly quite skilled. Gu Fan slowly rose to his feet and walked toward Dog Brother. Dog Brother shuffled backward cautiously, searching for an opening to flee. In his haste, he shoved the woman beside him violently toward Gu Fan. She let out a scream, yet her face bore a look of pleasure. Gu Fan used her momentum to deflect her force, sending her crashing to the ground. Dog Brother's obese frame couldn't cover much distance. Before he could take 10 steps, he was already lying at Gu Fan's feet. What kind of status does Dog Brother have? How did he manage to thrive here? Even as he was pinned beneath Gu Fan's foot, Dog Brother's expression remained defiant. Young man. I'm the head security guard at this casino. You dare cause trouble here? Do you know who's behind this place? I'm afraid you'd be terrified. As he finished speaking, several men in suits and sunglasses emerged. One of them wore a brown suit, slightly different from the security guards beside him. The moment Dog Brother saw the man, his expression instantly turned arrogant. Kid, you're done for. Know who that guy is? Assistant to Su Qing, the casino's vice president. I swear you'll be tossed out on your back by those guys. Gu Fan fixed a mocking smile on Dog Brother as he spoke. Care to bet? Dog Brother remained dismissive, repeatedly calling out his assistant's name. The assistant heard him and instantly rushed over with his crew. Dog Brother felt a flicker of surprise. He hadn't realized he held such importance in that man's eyes. That he'd care so much about him. Lost in his self-centered thoughts, the assistant appeared before Gu Fan with a group of people, bowing slightly. Mr. Gu. This scene instantly sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Who would have thought that the seemingly ordinary young man was addressed as Mr. Gu? That meant he was Gu Fan, the true master behind the casino. The man lying on the floor had no face left to even look at Gu Fan. He had always been nothing but a clown. To have acted so high and mighty in front of Gu Fan, the shock was so great that Dog Brother instantly passed out, foaming at the mouth. Gu Fan slowly rose from the floor, brushing off his hands. He produced a glass of water from somewhere and splashed it forcefully onto Dog Brother's face. "You! Wake him up!" The assistant nodded, glancing at the man behind him. Two men stepped forward, one lifted Dog Brother up, the other slapped his face hard. Within 3 strikes, the unconscious Dog Brother jolted awake. He clutched his swollen cheek, his eyes glistening with tears. "Mr. Gu, I truly didn't know you're..." "Cut the crap. Since you're still here, how about we bet on your skills?" Dog Brother snapped awake, flailing his arms frantically. His face and eyes screamed refusal. "You can refuse, but you'll have to leave your head behind." Gu Fan's gaze turned icy cold, instantly freezing the casino's atmosphere to near freezing point. Dog Brother's face drained of color, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Perhaps, come wager with me." Chapter 20, Victory. Inside a VIP room at Crown Casino, Gu Fan toyed with his chips as if playing a game. The chips slid smoothly through his fingers, his movements fluid and precise. To the casual observer, his technique appeared masterful. The deathly quiet of the private room stood in stark contrast to the boisterous clamor outside. The soundproofing was excellent, leaving only the clinking of chips and the trembling of Dog Brother's hands to fill the space. "What would you like to play, Mr. Gu?" A beautiful female dealer, poised and dignified, stood at the center of the table, her face perpetually graced with an alluring smile. "Dog Brother, what game do you want to play?" No, doggy, I'm fine. Whatever you want, whatever you want." Dog Brother's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, his head bowed repeatedly in humble submission. "I'm not great at cards, but I just love playing." "How about you, Dog Brother?" "I'm game for anything." "Then let's roll the dice." Doggy nodded in agreement. "Heh, just kidding. Let's play stud poker." Everyone silently cursed Gu Fan under their breath, but couldn't show it on their faces. Wasn't this guy nuts? He needed to be classified as mentally ill. The dealer nodded and pressed a button on the table, revealing a card dispenser in the center. "Dog Brother, got chips? If not, I'll lend you some." Dog Brother dared not speak up. He pulled out a bank card and handed it to the man behind him. "Withdraw it all." Dog Brother's card held 300,000, so soon both he and Gu Fan had several stacks of chips beside their hands. After the game began, the two faced off several times. Dog Brother's demeanor shifted from earlier panic and worry to palpable excitement. This is the classic gambler. In the casino, even facing the threat of having their heads chopped off, they'd still sit back down and keep gambling. As the game neared its end, Dog Throw slammed his cards down on the table. "Holy! I won! All this money is mine. Everyone here tonight is gonna get a piece. Ha!" The peasants turned the tables and now he's singing. After shouting, he lunged at the chips before him. The ecstatic haze deepening on his face had long since dispelled any trace of fear, only pure joy now radiated from his heart. At that moment, Dog didn't even think about whether he could walk out with all this money. All he knew was that he'd won, and he'd won big. Just as Doggy was reveling in his triumph and the people around him were shouting, a voice abruptly cut through the commotion. "Hold on," Gu Fan said in a deep voice. Guzzi slowly lifted his head to look at Gu Fan before him. Gu Fan slowly revealed his first card, the Ace of Clubs. The smallest card devoured the largest. "Put the money down. The winnings, the lucky money, I'll cover it for you." A mocking smile spread across Gu Fan's face as he slowly reached for the lighter beside him. Lighting his cigarette, he exhaled puffs of smoke that drifted toward Guzzi's face, carrying a hint of despair. Only Guzzi's stunned expression remained frozen on his face. His legs trembled uncontrollably until he finally couldn't hold himself up, collapsing straight onto the floor. But the bodyguards caught him. "You lost, Dog Brother." Chapter 21, Information. Dog's face contorted in utter shock. His hands, clutching the chips, began to tremble violently. How could this be? His strongest hand had been beaten by Gu Fan's weakest. "You lost. How could it be such a coincidence?" "You." Guzzi wanted to accuse Gu Fan of cheating, but he couldn't prove a thing. "You think I'm cheating?" After Gu Fan spoke, Guzzi nodded frantically. So Gu Fan casually pulled 2 cards from the deck, pressed them together, flicked his fingers, and with a quick pinch of his small hand, the card behind instantly flipped to the front. "Trick. What about my cards?" "Poof." Gu Fan snorted, glancing at the dealer. The dealer merely smiled, bowed slightly with head lowered, and offered a respectful bow to Gu Fan. "Well done. You may leave." With that, the dealer slowly walked toward the exit. His retreating figure was quite alluring, but Guzzi had no time to notice such things now. He could only stare at Gu Fan in front of him with sheer terror. Full house. A full house. He felt like a toy being toyed with at Gu Fan's whim. "Bro, same advice as always, not betting is winning. Everything you see is just what others want you to see. Guzi nodded, then slumped to the floor, gasping for breath. Two men in black suits flanked him, their expressions menacing. We never set the stakes, right? You lost. What do we do now? Mr. Gu. I didn't know who I was dealing with. I'm not human. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. I'm a bastard. I have a child and an elderly mother at home. They're counting on me. I can't die. Please, Mr. Gu, have mercy. Hearing mention of a daughter, Gu Fan couldn't help but think of his own. He walked over to Doggy, patted his shoulder, and said, "Give him some money and get him out of here." With that, Gu Fan exited the casino's private room, leaving behind only Guzi's grateful cries. Glancing at the time, Gu Fan felt it was getting late and suddenly wanted to go home for lunch with Shinaonang. As he drove away, he passed by Nightfall Bar. He couldn't resist getting out to chat with Zhang Miao. As Gu Fan stepped into the bar, Zhang Miao was seated behind the bartender's counter mixing drinks. Upon seeing Lin Tian arrive, he seemed almost expecting it. He smiled at Gu Fan, poured a glass of liquor, and handed it to him. Gu Fan accepted it and took a small sip. It tasted slightly bitter at first, then gradually turned sweet, but the bitterness returned after he swallowed. Tell me about your brother. Was it my brother who asked you to kill him? Zhang Miao continued mixing drinks after speaking. That day, it really happened like that. When Gu Fan had Zhang Yan pinned to the ground, right as he was straddling him, Zhang Yan suddenly pulled Gu Fan toward his mouth. Kill me. Find my brother. Then he bit down hard on Gu Fan. You're quite clever, and you know a lot. Gu Fan narrowed his eyes, studying Zhang Miao before him. Zhang Miao's hands never stopped moving, occasionally glancing up at Gu Fan. When I was very young, our family was poor. My parents fought constantly, their relationship was strained. Every time my father drank, he would beat us. But my brother was like my guardian angel, always standing in front of me to protect me. This time was no different. Someone used connections to approach my brother, offering him control of this nightclub. But he refused to betray you. He gathered his men to resist, only to underestimate his opponent. That man brought just 10 men, yet they knocked down nearly 100 of my brother's men. In the end, my brother had no choice but to back down. They even threatened me to pressure him. That's why he had to do what he did. These past years, he deliberately acted like a reckless spendthrift, but behind the scenes, he has been investigating that mysterious organization. And when you went to see him, someone was following you the whole time. It was as if he knew how it would end, so... Zhang Miao finally finished speaking. Gu Fan's brow remained furrowed the entire time. He slowly pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and held it at his lips for a long while without taking a drag. Finally, he drew a deep, harsh puff, extinguished it, and flicked it into the ashtray. Do you hate me? Yes, but brother said you're a good man and told me to follow you. If Zhang Miao had said he didn't hate him, Gu Fan might not have dared to place such trust in him. But precisely because he could speak the truth, he would surely prove worthy of this responsibility in the future. Where did all the employees from the dance hall go? I don't know. A mysterious man came and talked with my brother in the room for a long time. When I returned to the dance hall the next day, all the employees had vanished. I suspect that mysterious man took them away. Just as Gu Fan was about to speak, a text message chimed in at the worst possible moment. Gu Fan glanced at it, his eyes widening instantly. The message before him sent his memories tumbling back a decade to that despised environment, that ruthless organization where murder went unpunished. A sudden urge to return home seized Gu Fan. He needed to ensure his friends and brothers were unharmed. He dialed a number. The voice on the other end was cold and slightly hoarse. Is Su Cheng okay? No, I've been here the whole time. The pallor on Gu Fan's face eased slightly, and a sense of relief settled in. If he said Su Qing was fine, then Su Qing couldn't be in trouble. After all, given his strength, if Gu Fan were to confront him head-on, the odds of victory were slim. He was the only brother Gu Fan had brought out from there. The others seemed to have cut off contact with him entirely. After hanging up, Gu Fan urged the driver to speed up. He had to see Shinaonang and Xiaoyu with his own eyes. These were the only friends he had left now. If they too abandoned him, he wouldn't have the face to show himself to his brothers. Upon reaching the apartment, Gu Fan wasted no time admiring the surroundings. He sprinted toward the building, pounding on the door urgently, desperate to know if those inside were safe. Gu Fan couldn't wait any longer. He took a step back with his right foot, then kicked viciously at the door lock. The door was made of poor quality material. With one kick, it shattered instantly. Gu Fan kept shouting Shen Aoning's name. She had told him earlier today that she had no immediate plans to go to the company. Where else could she have gone? Finally, he noticed the note on the table, containing only a few words. Your person is with me. Reading those opening 7 words, Gu Fan's heart clenched, and his eyes gradually dimmed. If you want your people unharmed, come to Zhangtai Construction. It was a construction site under development. The moment Gu Fan stepped onto the ground, a man appeared before his eyes. The man slowly turned around, his appearance and attire somewhat unexpected. Handsome features, a sturdy build, dressed in a suit. He stood there as if waiting specifically for him. Where was Ao Ning? Need to know? If anything happens to her, I swear you'll die a miserable death. Ha! Didn't you seem so calm and collected before? How come you're so flustered over a woman now?
Gu Fan, you don't understand. A true god of war has no weaknesses.
But right now, Shen Aoning has become your weakness. That's why I have to stop you.
After speaking, the man pulled a voice recorder from his suit's inner pocket and pressed it slowly.
Gu Fan! Save me! Gu Fan! Stay away from me! Get out of here! Gu Fan! Hurry and save me! Gu! A hint of amusement flashed across the man's face. She really is stunningly beautiful. My men are getting a little eager. Can you blame them?
After speaking, Gu Fan's face gradually turned cold and ashen, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. His fists clenched tightly, and especially his heart pounded wildly, as if it were about to burst through his chest, releasing his fury. The calm before the storm.
Chapter 22, Little Brother.
The man, seeing Gu Fan's expression, was about to hurl another taunt when Gu Fan's gaze locked directly onto his eyes. In that instant, the man's back instantly soaked through his clothes. That look felt like he was about to tumble into an abyss the very next moment. I advise you to speak less.
Of course, you may speak more. Consider your last words.
The man continued unhurriedly unbuttoning his suit jacket, then produced a piece of paper from somewhere.
Kill me, or execute me, and you'll learn Shin Aonang's whereabouts.
The man tossed his jacket aside carelessly, and a triangular military dagger suddenly flashed in his palm. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Gu Fan's face. He swiftly drew a dagger from his waist. Finally, Gu Fan moved. His speed was swift. Holding the dagger in reverse, he slashed toward the man's throat.
The man's reaction was equally quick. He kept retreating, thrusting the military dagger toward Gu Fan's arm. The three-edged military dagger was known as a bloodletting instrument.
Once it pierced any part of the body, the force of its withdrawal would cause excessive bleeding and death. The three edges formed 3 blood channels, making it a deadly tool for draining blood.
Gu Fan hastily withdrew his hand, then executed a spinning back kick.
Mid-air, he executed a full somersault before driving his foot precisely into the man's chest. The man scrambled backward in panic. He brushed off the footprint on his chest.
Gu Fan, looks like I overestimated you. I thought the underground emperor would be formidable. Turns out he's just this weak? Disappointing. One last warning, you better hurry. Once my brothers have their fun, she'll be dead. Oh, and I recall there was a big fat guy among them. He's notoriously hard to satisfy.
Gu Fan took the initiative to attack again, though his eyes held a slightly dimmer light this time.
Gu Fan's martial arts were merely competent. He could trade blows with anyone.
But what truly earned him the title of Underground Emperor was his cunning and decisiveness. In formal duels, he always lost. Yet in life or death gambles, he never did. His techniques weren't for sparring. The true essence of martial arts was murder. This time, Gu Fan's moves grew increasingly sinister. He stabbed, thrust, and slashed relentlessly at the man. While seemingly chaotic, his attacks concealed a hidden strategy. The man, dismissive yet alert to a flaw, lunged for Gu Fan's heart. Yet just as the blade neared its target, whether by design or accident, it veered slightly, striking instead at his left arm. But just as he was about to withdraw the blade, his movement abruptly halted. He tilted his head slightly, a dagger now pressed firmly against his chest, threatening both his heart and throat.
You're Ao Ning's younger brother, right? Gu Fan uttered only a single word.
The man swallowed hard and slowly backed away.
Shenao Yan seemed desperate to salvage his pride. I won. Your arm. Why didn't you stab me in the heart?
I was afraid my sister would be heartbroken. Then Shen Aoyan walked to his car, retrieved a medical kit from the trunk, and approached Gu Fan.
Let me bandage this up for you.
Since the military dagger hadn't been pulled out, Gu Fan hadn't actually lost much blood. In truth, the moment Gu Fan saw Shen Aoyan's attire and that triangular military dagger, his initial apprehension vanished.
This man clearly wasn't from that organization.
His attention then fell on the suit the man had discarded. Its style was exorbitantly expensive, far beyond the means of ordinary people. Moreover, the resemblance between his brow and Shen Aonang's features reinforced his certainty. But what truly confirmed it was his trousers. When he had approached Shen Aoyan, he'd noticed a faint, meticulous stitch at the knee. That particular sewing technique, in Gu Fan's experience, belonged solely to Shen Aonang, and she loved sewing. She'd once deliberately snagged her own pants just for the pleasure of mending them. After Gu Fan explained his reasoning to Shen Aoyan, the latter merely smiled faintly. Your observation is sharp, but you still lost. Perhaps that was the difference between men and boys. They cared deeply about winning and losing.
At that moment, Gu Fan had bet that Shen Aoyan would stab him in the heart.
He was utterly confident that the instant the blade pierced his heart, he could slash Shen Aoyan's aorta.
The slight deviation in direction only reinforced his conviction.
Where's your sister?
After Gu Fan spoke, Shen Aoyan bandaged his wound and handed him the note. Gu Fan glanced at it casually.
As he stood up to leave,
Don't use your sister's voice AI anymore. Do you really think I'm that unfamiliar with her voice? Also, what you just said was pretty filthy. It almost made me want to kill you. You're lucky you're her real brother. If you were some cousin or something, I'd have cut your tongue out already. After speaking, Gu Fan slipped on his coat and walked slowly toward the exit. Shen Aoyan remained rooted to the spot, watching Gu Fan's retreating figure. So you weren't serious after all? Just playing games with me? Shen Aoyan angrily kicked the car behind him in mock frustration. Sis, he went looking for you. Of course I won. If he wants to be my brother-in-law, I have no objections. He truly loves you. You had no idea how scared he was back then. I won't say more, or you won't sleep tonight. Shen Aoyan. I'm warning you, don't push Gu Fan too far. If you provoke him, you'll be the one who suffers. Sigh. Got it. Are you worried about me or Gu Fan? Shen Aoyan offered no further explanation and simply hung up. The address on the note was very familiar to Gu Fan. It was the residence of Old Master Shen, the Shen family estate. Perched atop a mountain, the Shen residence looked imposing. The family had leased the entire mountain as their domain, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Currently, the Shen family ranked roughly among the top 3 in Baidan City. After all, their fortune had flourished through real estate, making their wealth considerable. Yet, they were met with disdain and scorn from many other families. Simply because the family's leader was Shen Aoyan, a woman, they were consistently overlooked, receiving nothing but constant ridicule and disdain. Upon reaching the main gate, 2 bodyguards stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Spotting Gu Fan, they stepped forward to block his path. Private property. Leave immediately. I'm here to see Shen Aoyan. Didn't she inform you? Gu Fan explained after stepping out of the car. The bodyguards eyed the unassuming Gu Fan. Even his coat looked somewhat worn. And that car he drove? Probably rented, right? Though their eyes betrayed disdain, they refrained from showing it. Yet their expressions gave them away. Gu Fan clearly saw the contempt and weariness in their gazes. Chapter 23, The Captain. While Gu Fan was still explaining, one of the bodyguards visibly grew impatient. He shoved Gu Fan aside. Get out of here. Do you even know who's behind us? The Shen family. You lowly nobody probably haven't even heard of them, right? Let me tell you, a minor figure like you? The Shen family could crush you with the flick of a finger. Believe it? Gu Fan glanced down at his clothes, torn by the bodyguard's shove. It was enough to make anyone lose their temper in that moment. Gu Fan slowly raised his head, his gaze growing icy. His right fist clenched tight, ready to charge at the bodyguard, when Shen Aoyan's voice suddenly rang out from behind the door. Gu Fan! Why did you take so long? Shen Aoyan was like a cooling agent for Gu Fan, gradually soothing the fire burning in his heart. His right fist finally relaxed. Your bodyguard wouldn't let me in. David! Let him in! After Shen Aoyan spoke, David's bodyguard glanced at Gu Fan with utter contempt, a smug, mocking smile on his face. David himself didn't know what he was doing. He shouted, I'm sorry, miss, I can't do it. The boss said no one can enter without his permission. David felt a tinge of satisfaction as he stared straight ahead. The other bodyguard beside him looked puzzled, stealing a glance at David out of the corner of his eye. Shen Aoyan's brows furrowed slightly. Are you disobeying my orders? David kept his arm outstretched, blocking Gu Fan, as if he'd already given Shen Aoyan his answer. Gu Fan's anger boiled over. If even a security guard showed such disregard for Shen Aoyan, what about everyone else? Gu Fan's right hand couldn't hold back. This time, his fist struck with brutal force and lightning speed, connecting squarely with David's midsection. David's eyes widened as he crashed backward into the iron gate behind him, the impact echoing loudly. Then, David retched violently, as if yesterday's meals were all coming up. Gu Fan glanced at the other bodyguard, who sensibly opened the iron gate behind him and bowed his head slightly in respect. When that David guy wakes up, tell him, whoever tries to step out of line, get your act together first. Keep your thoughts to yourself. After Gu Fan finished speaking, the man merely kept his head bowed in acknowledgement. As Gu Fan stepped inside, the icy expression on Shen Aoyan's face instantly melted. She rushed forward and hooked her arm through his. Wow! You're so badass. Are you mocking me? Not at all. I'm complimenting you. By the way, what exactly is our relationship? Normally, you wouldn't be allowed inside my house. Just grabbing a quick bite mainly to take the kid home. Ha! Of course, I also have your safety in mind. After speaking, the two walked through the courtyard. When they reached the house, Gu Xiaoye was sitting at the dining table, munching on a chicken drumstick. Beside her, old Master Shen gazed kindly at the little girl. Strangely, Shen Aoyan's parents weren't present. When the two arrived, Gu Xiaoye put down her chicken leg and mumbled, Daddy. Gu Fan's face instantly lit up with a smile as he slowly approached, gently rubbing her soft little face. After greeting Shen Bin, Shen Aoyan and he slowly took their seats. Xiao Fan, did you find anything at Aoyan's apartment? Gu Fan shook his head slightly. While there's no concrete evidence, my gut tells me it's them. Take a look.
After speaking, Gu Fan set down his chopsticks, pulled his phone from his pocket, and opened the text message he'd received that morning. As he handed it to old Master Shin, the man's once sharp, hawk-like eyes gradually clouded over. When he looked up at Gu Fan again, his gaze held more hatred and fear than ever before. Old man, rest assured. I'll protect Aonang. Gu Fan seemed to anticipate what Shinbin was about to say. Shinbin nodded slightly, clasping Gu Fan's hand, unable to speak for a long while. He just kept nodding. Xiao Fan, you may not know this, but years ago, Aonang's father went to the United States for business talks. Everything went smoothly until his return flight. The plane he was on suddenly crashed, killing nearly 100 people on board. While the official report blamed mechanical failure, my investigation revealed it was sabotage and the culprits were none other than them. As Shinbin spoke, tears welled up and spilled over his cheeks. He slammed his fist on the table several times in anguish, his grief palpable. Across the table, Xiaoyu and Shin Aonang looked at Shinbin with puzzled expressions. He forced a faint smile. The dishes on the table were delicious, but to Shinbin and Gu Fan, they tasted like chewing wax. Gu Fan took a symbolic bite before lunch ended. Afterward, he escorted Shin Aonang and Xiaoyu home as their bodyguard. After seeing them home, Gu Fan gave a few parting instructions before heading to the hospital. He couldn't shake the unease of not checking on Su Qing himself, despite having someone else watching over her. By the time he reached the hospital, the sky had grown dim. Gu Fan paid no mind, casually parking his car before rushing toward Su Qing's ward. Passing the washroom, Gu Fan suddenly halted. He watched a man inside, clad entirely in black and wearing a black cap pulled low over his face as if trying to conceal it entirely. He watched the hot water slowly pour into the instant noodles, lost in thought. Just eating this? Gu Fan's voice startled him. The man slowly lifted his head, looked at Gu Fan, froze for a moment, then rushed straight to Gu Fan and hugged him tightly. Captain! Hearing that familiar title, Gu Fan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. That single word, Captain, instantly transported him back a decade. Back then, due to certain circumstances, Gu Fan had been forced to leave the organization. His entire squad had desperately tried to keep him, though ultimately failed. Yet every member had vowed fiercely, if the captain leaves, we leave. Since every member of Gu Fan's squad was an elite asset to the organization, they couldn't bear to lose them. They immediately sought out Gu Fan for talks, promising substantial funds and pledging assistance whenever he faced hardship. Gu Fan declined. Since I've left, there's no need. After saying this, he stormed out, cursing his team members and issuing a stern warning, if any of you dare to leave without permission, you'll never be my men again. Gu Fan had no choice but to act this way. At that time, the organization was facing both internal and external crises. Gu Fan's departure had already caused them immense damage. If these elites were to leave as well, the organization might completely disband. As his thoughts drifted back, Gu Fan simply gave the man a light pat on the back. Their actions were subtle, yet their significance was profound. Chapter 24, Rescue. Are you done yet? A grown man crying? Only after Gu Fan spoke did the man step back, wiping his tears. Emerging from the washroom, the man appeared introverted yet excitedly recounted his experiences to Gu Fan, who listened attentively. Han Bing, you've worked hard. After Gu Fan spoke, Han Bing fought back her emotions. By the time they reached the ward entrance, Han Bing had vanished. She couldn't reveal herself yet Gu Fan wasn't sure if anyone might harm Su Qing. Han Bing was his trump card, a ghostly presence lurking in the shadows. Upon opening the ward door, Su Qing lay on the bed, his eyes slightly narrowed as if asleep, yet perhaps feigning it. What are you doing? After Gu Fan spoke, Su Qing remained motionless on the bed. Suddenly, his body began to tremble violently, his eyes rolling back. Startled, Gu Fan rushed to the bedside, gripping his hand. His face betrayed utter shock, yet he forced himself to remain composed as he watched Su Qing. Just as he was about to press the bedside call button, Su Qing instantly returned to normal. Will I become famous as an actor? Gu Fan's expression was utterly speechless. He even considered pulling the dagger from his waist to stab him. Are you out of your mind? Of course I am. Why else would I be hospitalized? Watching Su Qing lighten the mood, the coldness of the ward gradually gave way to liveliness. Gu Fan walked over to the nearby sofa, searching for the envelope he'd left there earlier. Bro, looking for this? Su Qing pulled the envelope from under his pillow and handed it to Gu Fan, who instinctively checked its seal. I didn't look. I know the rules. Gu Fan glanced at Su Qing and slowly opened the envelope. Truthfully, he hadn't deliberately kept things from Su Qing in many cases. Some things were better left unknown, knowing them might even invite trouble. Sometimes, it was better to remain a carefree fool. Inside was a letter written by Gu Xiaoya's mother. Gu Fan, by the time you read this, I may already be dead. Xiaoya should still be alive. I'm truly sorry to trouble you by asking you to care for my child. It took immense effort to protect Xiaoya and get her out of Japan. China is a mercenary-esque graveyard, and with her in your hands, I feel at ease. They won't dare act rashly. Xiaoya isn't biologically yours, but I pray she feels it. I've always told her you are her father.
I only ask that you protect her. The account number on the back of this envelope holds every penny I saved in my lifetime. Though it's little to you, it's my heartfelt offering. Children bear no fault. I don't ask for your affection, only that she has enough to eat. Her real father is gone. Take good care. Rina Hashimoto. Gufan felt a pang of pity as he looked at the envelope. Hashimoto Rina had been a close friend of his during his time in Japan, a bond akin to the deep friendship they shared now. Back then, the Hashimoto family wielded immense power in Japan. Their underground operations were particularly brazen. Perhaps they grew too large, drawing unwanted attention. Then, a mercenary organization struck suddenly, successfully assassinating Hashimoto Rina's father. Japan's underworld descended into chaos, and the once privileged Rina Hashimoto fell from grace. Back then, Gufan was busy completing missions in other countries and had no time to rescue her in Japan, forced to watch helplessly. Now that Gu Xiaoye was by his side, he had to intervene no matter what. It was his way of atoning. It seemed they had already infiltrated China covertly. What exactly was their objective? Was it him, or Gu Xiaoye? Gufan sat on the sofa, his mind racing with thoughts. Su Qing simply watched Gufan quietly from the side, not disturbing him. Gufan took a deep breath and slowly stood up. How's your health? You need to get better soon. The underground operations are counting on you. I don't trust anyone else but you. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Su Qing's face. As Gufan walked out, he noticed the sky had grown dim. In the hospital corridor, he spotted Han Bing slurping instant noodles. Gufan didn't greet him, merely glancing over with his peripheral vision. Han Bing seemed to understand, nodding slightly between bites. Outside, Gufan took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air, then walked toward his Mercedes. Just as he was about to drive away, sounds drifted from the alley behind him. Amidst the sounds were several muffled curses and the intermittent cries of pain from a woman. Gufan withdrew his hand and slowly turned toward the alley behind him. You think you're tough? Hit me. Kick her hard. A group of men surrounded a woman in the center, kicking her relentlessly while hurling insults. The men appeared to be in their early 20s. As for the woman lying on the ground, the light was too dim for Gufan to make out her features clearly. Hey! What's with all the tough talk? Picking on a woman? Is it right for so many of you to gang up on one girl? Gufan's voice echoed from behind them. He pulled out a cigarette, the click of his lighter igniting it sounding jarringly out of place. Who the hell do you think you are? Playing the hero? I've got better things to do. I just can't stand your behavior. Any man who hits a woman is a beast. After Gufan finished speaking, the group kicking the woman slowly stopped. They stared at him, their expressions turning vicious. One of the men shouted, "Kill him! Make him crawl on the ground and beg for mercy." The group slowly closed in on Gufan. He exhaled a puff of smoke, cigarette still clenched between his lips, hands deep in his pockets as he walked toward them. As the front man charged, Gufan delivered a straight kick. Blood instantly gushed from the man's nose as he fell backward. Gufan then shifted his focus to the others behind, unleashing powerful kicks from his thighs that sent each one flying to the side. Gufan's movements appeared effortless, yet the power and precision behind them were formidable. Facing the man wielding a knife, Gufan blocked with one hand, snatched the blade away, tossed it aside, and then shoved the man's arm violently backward. The man froze in place, contorted in an unnatural position, letting out a howl of pain. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the ground was littered with a motley crew of people, all moaning in pain. The cigarette in Gufan's mouth was only half burned. He reached out, flicked off the ash, and slowly approached the man who had just been shouting. The man watched Gufan, backing away steadily. He never imagined he'd provoked a big shot. Without even raising a finger, his men had already fallen in droves. "Big brother, please spare me." Gufan watched the man begging for mercy on the ground, his desire to punish him growing steadily. He slowly crouched down and offered the cigarette but from his mouth to the man. "Eat it." Chapter 25, Bodyguard. Gufan's expression held no trace of humor, his gaze fixed on the man before him with utter seriousness. The man stared at the still glowing cigarette but in Gufan's hand, shaking his head and muttering, "No." "No? Fine. Let me think, which part of your body would feel the heat best?" With that, Gufan yanked the man's hair violently, pulling him forward roughly. He waved the cigarette near the man's eyes and nostrils, deliberating. "I'll take it." After the man shouted this, he shakily took the cigarette but from Gufan's hand, then closed his eyes and stuffed it into his mouth. A muffled woo sound kept escaping from the man's mouth. Gufan merely glanced at him dismissively before casually tossing the man aside. "Why didn't you just smoke earlier? Trouble. Get lost." With that, the man covered his mouth and fled the alley in panic. Those lying on the ground scrambled to their feet and scattered. Suddenly, the streetlights flickered on, perhaps sensing the encroaching darkness. When the light fell on the girl's head, Gufan finally got a clear look at her face. Her sharp, cropped hair contrasted with her youthful face. Yet her clothing, tattoos, and ear studs seemed deliberately styled to project maturity though they couldn't conceal her inherent innocence. Gu Fan pulled out another cigarette and lit it. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he slowly crouched down beside the woman. Are you okay? The hospital's right next door, do you want me to take you there? The woman finally opened her eyes, though blood trickling from her head slowly pooled over them, turning her eyes a vivid crimson. A flicker of pain crossed her face. She didn't answer Gu Fan's question, but snatched the cigarette from his lips. Without hesitation, she placed it in her own mouth and took a drag, exhaling smoke with practiced ease. Then, bracing herself against the wall behind her, she slowly stood up and limped deeper into the alley. Throughout the entire process, the woman didn't utter a single word, not even a simple thank you. Watching her retreating figure, Gu Fan felt a flicker of curiosity and confusion toward the woman before him. But he didn't dwell on it. He turned and walked to his car, driving toward Shin Aonang's apartment. After all, her vacation would end completely tomorrow, leaving her facing an endless stream of work. And he would have to follow her to the company to protect her safety. The text message he'd received earlier was definitely not a baseless rumor. The other party had undoubtedly been observing his every move from the shadows. So whether one called Gu Fan overly cautious or not, as long as it ensured the safety of those around him, it was nothing to be concerned about. That night, when Gu Fan opened his bedroom door, a wave of warmth washed over him. The bed still carried the distinct scent of Shin Aonang's perfume. To Gu Fan, that scent was like a sleeping pill. That night, he slept more soundly than usual. He didn't receive the text Shin Aonang sent him in the middle of the night, which led to her inexplicably throwing a tantrum at him the next morning. From that moment on, Gu Fan became Shin Aonang's personal bodyguard. Meanwhile, Su Qing had left the hospital bed. Though doctors advised a few more days of rest, Su Qing threw herself into Gu Fan's underground operations the moment she heard he needed her. Gu Fan drove the car from the driver's seat, bored, glancing at Shin Aonang's face in the rearview mirror and teasing her. But Shin Aonang's gaze remained fixed on the documents in her hands, completely unaware of Gu Fan's attention. A woman focused on her work truly is the most beautiful. The Shin Group's headquarters dominated downtown Baibin City. The 50-story corporate tower stood as an imposing landmark throughout the city. Gu Fan wore a suit, though he deeply disliked its constraints, unable to resist Shin Aonang's insistence. Upon reaching the designated location, President Shun, we've arrived. After Gu Fan spoke, Shin Aonang remained focused on the documents in her hands. When she finally looked up, her gaze was cold and piercing. Don't you know how to open the door? Gu Fan stared at Shin Aonang before him, wondering how she had suddenly become so different from the person he had known before. Forcing a smile onto his face, Gu Fan stepped out of the car to open the door for Shin Aonang, even shielding the top edge of the door with his hand. When Gu Fan wasn't looking, Shin Aonang's face flashed a brief, fleeting smile. After stepping out, Shin Aonang continued reading the documents as she walked. Gu Fan caught up and snatched the documents from her hands. Watch where you're going. It's unsafe. After saying this, Gu Fan handed his own documents back to Shin Aonang. Shin Aonang suddenly snapped at him, mind your own business. Yet deep inside, a wave of warmth washed over her. After escorting Shin Aonang to her office, Gu Fan initially planned to wait outside. But unable to bear the solitude, he decided to wander around the company instead. Standing by the window, he gazed down at the buildings below, a sense of superiority welling up within him. Perhaps it was his appearance paired with the suit, making him stand out from afar with distinguished charm, and up close, he exuded a certain masculine presence. Soon, a few young women approached Gu Fan, teasing him playfully. Hello, are you new here? Oh, I'm the new security guard. I just escorted Miss Shun upstairs. Wow, I knew it. With a body like that, he's definitely not ordinary. She tried to keep her voice down as she teased the woman behind her. Hearing this, Gu Fan straightened his back slightly. Want to exchange contact info? Maybe someday I'll hire you as my bodyguard too. As she spoke, the woman slowly reached out, her hand drifting toward Gu Fan's firm chest. Just as her fingers were about to touch him, a cold voice cut through the air. What are you doing? What kind of behavior is this during work hours? What else was Mary planning to do? Shin Aonang's voice was icy and stern. The woman named Mary had already lowered her head, apologizing repeatedly. You. As a security guard, you're chatting with a female employee during work hours. What else were you planning? As my bodyguard, where should you be? Under Shin Aonang's piercing glare, Lin Tianyi swiftly retreated from his spot and hurried toward her office. Inside the office, Shin Aonang remained engrossed in her documents, occasionally jotting notes. Gu Fan sat on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. Fearing he might disturb her, he slipped on his headphones. Burying one's head in the sand. Watching Gu Fan rant at his phone, Shin Aonang pressed her fingertips lightly to her temples. Closing the documents, she stood before Gu Fan with her arms crossed, coldly watching him play his game. After a while, Gu Fan angrily flung his phone aside. When he casually looked up, the sight of Shin Aonang startled him. He frantically pulled off his headphones. What are you doing? You seemed pretty happy chatting just now? Shin Aonang said in a sarcastic tone. Gu Fan scratched his head, stood up, and suddenly leaned in close to Shin Aonang.
The distance between them closed instantly, and Shin Aoning's cool, composed face flushed crimson.
You. Shu, someone's coming. Chapter 26, The Invitation.
Gufan's voice was soft, his breath constantly brushing against Shin Aoning. At that moment, she couldn't hear anything clearly, only the sensation of pure comfort, her legs growing weak beneath her.
Gufan gently cradled Shin Aoning's slender waist, carefully lowering her onto the sofa. With a swift backflip, he landed softly before abruptly flinging open the door. A man's ear was pressed against the door. Gufan slammed it open with such force that his own momentum sent him tumbling backward. He landed flat on his stomach, his backside sticking up in the air, looking utterly ridiculous. But Gufan paid little attention. He merely poked his head out and glanced casually down the hallway. Wang Li? What the hell are you doing? The man named Wang Li scrambled to his feet, brushing dust off his clothes with an awkward expression. He cleared his throat a few times. I heard you were back and wanted to see you, but I heard a man's voice inside, so I... Don't worry, he's the bodyguard I hired. Some unpleasant things have happened recently, and grandfather cares about my safety, so he arranged for him. Oh? Bodyguard? From the Bai family?
When it comes to bodyguards, only the Bai family is somewhat trustworthy.
Otherwise.
Wang Li shook his head lightly, looking at Gufan with obvious disdain.
When Gufan entered the room. The Bai family? Their bodyguards are practically useless trash. I wouldn't give them the time of day. Anyone can talk big. But let me tell you this, if you fail to protect Aoning, I won't let you off the hook. Gufan suddenly found the man before him utterly repulsive, no real skill, yet full of nonsense. What a complete waste of space. Shin Aoning sensed Gufan's thoughts. Is there anything else? If not, you may leave. I do. With that, he pulled an invitation from his robe. What's this? It's an invitation from the Chang family. They've suddenly taken the initiative to host a banquet, proposing that all families collaborate for mutual development, something like a networking event. The Chang family's standing in Baibin City is second to none. Most crucially, the Chang family has served the national government for generations. Moreover, Chang Baiyang of the Chang family has now joined the 12th Bureau, an organization so highly classified that many would be utterly baffled by its very name. The 12th Bureau was designated as top secret within top secret 5 years ago. Rumor has it that it reports directly to the nation's leadership, even disregarding government orders when necessary. This is because every mission it undertakes is so highly classified that each additional person knowing about it increases the risk exponentially. While the 12th Bureau remains shrouded in mystery to most, to Gufan it holds profound familiarity, for all his glory and accomplishments are rooted there. It was the source of his triumphs and his downfall. The wonder and mystery of Division 12 couldn't be explained in a few words, but that was all beside the point now. Shin Aoning was keenly interested in the Chang family's cocktail party. After all, the Shin family had few collaborators these days. Managing such a large corporation required Shin Aoning to continue seeking resources and partnerships to advance the family's real estate ventures. The reception offered an opportunity to meet more people. Shin Aoning instinctively glanced at Gufan, who merely gave a slight nod. Alright, I'll be there tonight. A smile flashed across Wang Li's face. The invitation stated he could bring 2 guests. Wang Li was already imagining himself in a suit, Shin Aoning's arm around his own as they gracefully entered the reception together. Anything else? Shin Aoning watched Wang Li standing motionless before her, seemingly lost in some fantasy, a dazed smile lingering on his lips. Oh, that's all. I'll pick you up tonight. Pick me up for what? The invitation allows 2 guests. Don't worry, I'll accompany you. Right. 2 people are allowed. Gufan, you're coming with me. After Shin Aoning finished speaking, Wang Li froze in place like a stone statue. So he'd been overthinking it all along. Mr. Wang, judging by your expression, you want to go too? Gufan didn't hide his meaning at all, pointing directly at Wang Li. Wang Li merely wore an awkward smile, shaking his head slightly. Aoning has the final say. Mr. Wang, I still prefer you to call me Ms. Shin. Shin Aoning's commanding presence returned instantly, and Wang Li promptly corrected himself, President Shun. Wang Li then exited Shin Aoning's office. Shin Aoning waved the invitation in her hand with great excitement, while Gufan watched Wang Li's retreating figure with a slightly lost expression. What's Wang Li's background? How did he end up as your deputy general manager? I don't know much about him either. I only know he worked alongside Dad back then. Impressive, right? He reached this position around the same age as me. After Dad passed away, Grandfather had him assist me. Now, he holds the second highest authority in the group after me. Shin Aoning finished speaking, yet Gufan's eyes remained as calm and unruffled as ever. Shin Aoning soon finished work, and Gufan drove to Crown Casino. Worried something might happen to Gu Xiaoye, he'd arranged for her to be taken to Su Qing, asking him to look after the child temporarily. Su Qing really was something who takes a child to a casino? As Gufan pushed open the doors, the casino's bustling atmosphere proved unmatched anywhere else. Gufan paid little attention to the surroundings. He hurriedly rushed upstairs, needing to see with his own eyes that Gu Xiaoye was safe before he could leave with peace of mind. But the moment Gu Fan reached the second floor, a girl's voice echoed through the air, "Gu Xiaoye." Gu Fan sped up toward the upstairs room. Upon opening the door, he found Gu Xiaoye standing on the sofa, broom in hand, screaming, "Uncle Su! Over there! That big rat is right there! Ah! Grandma, stop screaming! I'm catching it! Ouch!" Su Qing slipped and fell to the floor, while the rat leaped toward Gu Xiaoye. Gu Xiaoye screamed continuously, swinging the broom in her hand. Just as the rat was about to land on Gu Xiaoye's head, Gu Fan darted forward. With a swift grab, he caught the rat firmly in his hand and then flung it forcefully to the ground. The rat was dead. "Ah! Daddy!" Gu Xiaoye cried out, throwing herself into Gu Fan's arms. Gu Fan waved to the people behind him to clear away the dead rat on the floor. Gu Fan wrapped his arms around Xiaoye. Though she wept in his embrace, she remained wary of the hand that had caught the rat, instinctively keeping her distance. After calming Gu Xiaoye's emotions, she grabbed the broom and ran off to one side. "Is Xiaoyu your child?" Gu Fan simply nodded. "It's time for Xiaoyu to start school." "Exactly. Children can't just play all the time, they need to experience the rigors of learning." Chapter 27, The Gathering. After saying this, Gu Fan instructed Su Qing to privately pull strings to secure Xiaoyu's identity and find a school for her to transfer into. As he was leaving, he added one more thing: it must be a good school. Elementary education can't be taken lightly. The Chang family's cocktail party was about to begin. Gu Fan casually slipped into a suit one he'd picked out without much thought. Yet the aura he exuded instantly made the suit seem worth several times its price. Shen Aoning looked even more dazzling in a red dress, her voluminous waves cascading down, accentuated by the alluring red heels she wore. Standing together, Gu Fan and Shen Aoning made a striking pair. Though Gu Fan intended to play the supporting role to highlight Shen Aoning, the imposing aura he exuded seemed to elevate their presence to another level. Gu Fan then pulled out a pair of sunglasses from the side, slipping them over his eyes with a cool, detached air. Today, he was the cool guy. Shen Aoning shot Gu Fan a glance before playfully punching him in the arm. "I'll be discussing business with others later, and toasting is inevitable. Please understand." "So what?" "I'll be checking out the beautiful women. There'll be all kinds. A real feast for the eyes." Shen Aoning grabbed Gu Fan's ear, her expression hardening as she clenched her teeth and said, "Say one more word." The two then set off, traveling in silence. Only earlier had Gu Fan asked where Shen Aotian was. It turned out he had returned to his military unit. His original intention for coming back had been to help his sister handle some troublesome matters. But after witnessing Gu Fan's skills firsthand, he felt reassured and departed. Moreover, Shen Aotian had privately investigated Gu Fan's background. Yet the computer screen displayed only red warnings, with exclamation marks popping up incessantly. This alone spoke volumes about Gu Fan's power. Carrying the secrets of Gu Fan, Shen Aotian set off back to his unit. He believed that by the time he returned, Gu Fan would be no match for him. Yet his expectations were always too rosy. Reality was often cruel. After all, Shen Aotian wasn't the only one growing stronger. Gu Fan's power and standing were not something Shen Aotian could shake. Lost in thought, he arrived at the Chang residence. Gu Fan swiftly stepped out of the car, one hand braced on the hood while supporting Shen Aoning with the other. The Chang residence wasn't particularly remote and could be described as quite ordinary. Its only truly imposing feature was the gate itself. While the gate's appearance was unremarkable, the plaque above it radiated grandeur. The great public of the world. The four characters stirred a surge of emotion within Gu Fan. Upon entering, a vast courtyard unfolded before them. As they stepped onto the grass, several large tables were set with light refreshments and bottles of red wine. Many people were conversing throughout the courtyard. Gu Fan clearly noticed that the perimeter of the courtyard was packed with bodyguards, their suits bearing the character Bai in white. Clearly, these were members of the Bai family. After all, the Bai family's standing in Bai Bin City was formidable. Besides, how many idle people would attend the Chang family's wine gathering? When Gu Fan and Shen Aoning appeared, all eyes in the room turned to them. Perhaps because Gu Fan wore sunglasses, everyone assumed he was just a lowly bodyguard. Most gazes, however, were fixed on Shen Aoning. Many men ogled Shen Aoning with greedy eyes, but she paid them no mind, nearly smiling as she mingled with the guests at the wine tables. Far away, Xin Jia was deep in animated conversation with Bai Long fueled by alcohol. Their exchange grew increasingly lively. Just as their chat intensified, Shen Aoning's arrival instantly captured Bai Long's attention. He watched her figure, the alcohol's haze suddenly lifting. As he prepared to approach her, he suddenly remembered Gu Fan, who had appeared beside Shen Aoning earlier. Bai Long scanned the room for Gu Fan's figure. The last time Gu Fan had berated and humiliated him in front of their peers, the mockery of those people still felt vividly present. This time, Bai Long had deliberately brought some men to the party specifically to deal with Gu Fan.
Perhaps because Gu Fan's attire and the bodyguards behind him blended in too seamlessly, no one else noticed him at first glance.
Gu Fan felt fortunate to be able to hide. If Shin Aoning were harmed, he could step in to help. He then quietly slipped back, blending in with the Bai family's bodyguards and engaging in casual conversation with them. Shin Aoning instinctively glanced back and felt an instant sense of security upon seeing Gu Fan behind her. She casually picked up a glass of red wine from the table and began mingling, aiming to expand her connections. With Shin Aoning's striking looks, people naturally gravitated toward her, some intentionally, others not. Before long, Shin Aoning had closed several deals. Just as she was basking in her success, an ill-timed woman appeared. Shin Jia noticed that wherever Shin Aoning was, all the men's attention seemed to be drawn to her. She was nothing but a provocatively dressed vixen. Were those men blind? Shin Jia had brought her brother, Shin Gu, along to the wine tasting. Shin Gu had spent time in the counter-terrorism unit and boasted to everyone that the people there were too weak, no match for him at all. He even claimed he could easily take on 10 men by himself. No one knew if he was telling the truth or not, and most simply couldn't be bothered to call him out. Shin Jia beckoned her brother over and whispered something in his ear. Shin Gu nodded and walked away. Love to show off, do you? I'll give you plenty of chances. A wicked gleam flashed across Shin Jia's eyes. Then, holding her wineglass, she walked toward Shin Aoning. Aoning. Remember me? I was at the Bai family gathering last time too. But we barely exchanged a few words before you left. Shin Aoning still offered a distant smile, which only made Shin Jia feel more disgusted. She continued speaking as she steadily closed the distance between them. When she was barely a foot away, Shin Jia deliberately stumbled, deliberately spilling the wine in her hand all over Shin Aoning. Shin Aoning's red dress instantly stained with wine, her expression turning pale. Oh my! I'm so sorry. Let me wipe it off for you. Saying this, Shin Jia stepped forward, using the excuse of wiping to deliberately pull down Shin Aoning's dress. Shin Aoning instinctively shielded herself. Just as Shin Jia prepared to pull the dress down with all her strength, a man suddenly appeared behind her. He shoved Shin Jia hard, sending her crashing to the ground. He then removed his suit jacket and draped it over Shin Aoning, glaring coldly at the fallen Shin Jia. Chapter 28, Rage. Shin Jia, now on the ground, seethed with rage. She screamed and hurled the wineglass in her hand at Shin Aoning. Gu Fan's brow furrowed. He swiftly extended his fist, shattering the glass mid-air. I'm warning you. I don't hit women. If you cross the line again, I can't guarantee where my fist will land next. Though obscured by sunglasses, Gu Fan's gaze still made Shin Jia's heart tighten. Where are the spare clothes? As soon as Gu Fan finished speaking, a maid approached. Only maid uniforms are available at the moment. Gu Fan's temper flared instantly. Not only had no one from the Chang family shown up since this incident began, but they were actually handing over a maid's uniform? What was the meaning of this? Not a shred of courtesy. Just as Gu Fan was about to knock the clothes out of the woman's hands, Shin Aoning gently supported his arm to help him stand, then took the uniform from the maid. Then, with a smile, she addressed the people behind her. Well then, today this humble woman will serve you all as a maid. I only hope you will favor our company with your patronage and direct more resources our way. Thank you all in advance. With that, Shin Aoning pulled Gu Fan away from the courtyard. Behind it lay the Chang family residence. A man on the second floor watched Shin Aoning's every move. Observing her handling of the situation, a hint of admiration flashed across his face. Bayan? Aren't you going down to check? Chang Bayan lowered his binoculars, rubbing his temples. He nodded, smoothed his clothes, and slowly descended the stairs. Gu Fan. I never expected to find you here. Did you think you could hide? One glance was enough for me to recognize you clearly. Chang Bayan's words were barely audible, as if meant only for his own ears. At that moment, Shin Aoning was changing clothes in the room. Perhaps feeling uneasy in the unfamiliar surroundings, she kept asking Gu Fan to stay outside and talk to her, repeatedly checking if he was still there. Just let me in already. Why make it so complicated? No way. Dad said no man should ever see my body until I'm in a committed relationship. If that happens, I'd rather die than let it happen. Come on, really? In this fast-paced era, your mindset is so old-fashioned? What do you know? You could commit to me. That way, I'd be yours. After Shin Aoning spoke, Gu Fan fell silent. His silence spoke volumes. The answer Shin Aoning had been eagerly anticipating never came, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. The soft rustle of Shin Aoning's clothes rubbing against her skin was faint, yet in the stillness of the room, it felt intensely seductive. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the wardrobe. Shin Aoning recoiled, grabbing nearby clothing to hastily cover her private areas before staring at the wardrobe in utter shock. Gu Fan! Gu Fan, are you still there? Always been here. Finished changing? It sounds like someone's in the room. Hearing this, Gu Fan didn't hesitate. He opened the door immediately. Shin Aoning's clothes weren't fully on yet. She stood trembling behind the door, pointing nervously at the wardrobe. Put your clothes on first. Shin Aoning quickly tied her stockings and the scarf around them. Gu Fan slowly approached the wardrobe. Suddenly, a man leaped out from inside, shoving Gu Fan aside with a lecherous grin fixed on Shin Aoning. Miss Shin, guess how much I could earn if I auctioned off the video of you changing clothes? As he spoke, the man waved his phone, displaying the very video he'd just recorded of Shin Aoning removing her dress. Shin Aoning's eyes widened instantly as she stared in disbelief at the phone in the man's hand. You. Earlier, Gu Fan had intended to inspect the room, but Shin Aoning's urgency had made her skip that step. After all, changing quickly meant she could head to the business meeting sooner. Little did she know that this minor oversight would bring disaster upon her. Shin Aoning was in the prime of her youth, and now she had been caught on video. She felt like dying. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears as she curled up into a ball, crouching in the corner. At that moment, Gu Fan slowly rose from the floor. He carefully draped his own clothes from the bed over her shoulders. Don't worry. I swear I'll kill him. Gu Fan's gaze had changed, the warmth was gone, replaced by an icy coldness. Shin Aoning, who had previously disliked Gu Fan's killing, nodded for the first time. Gu Fan removed the sunglasses from his face and tossed them onto the floor. Wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night is just plain stupid. 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds left to live. Any last words? The man merely wore a smirk, ignoring Gu Fan entirely as he stared at the video on his phone. If it's 30 seconds, then watch the video more. Ha! Damn it! Gu Fan cursed under his breath. He closed the distance to the man at lightning speed. The man disdainfully swung his fist at Gu Fan, who met it with his own. The moment the two fists collided, a scream erupted from the room. Shingu stared at his fractured finger, his face finally contorting with terror. How could that guy's fist feel like a brick wall? He couldn't muster a shred of strength. Shingu shook his hand forcefully, about to protest, when Gu Fan's foot slammed into his face. The impact made Shingu's teeth suddenly feel loose. As Shingu hit the floor, Gu Fan leapt up, driving his knee hard into Shingu's chest. Shingu instantly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gu Fan coldly watched the blood spatter onto his white shirt. He then grabbed Shingu's right hand, twisted it violently, and broke it. Shingu's agonized screams echoed relentlessly through the room. He had once taken on 10 men single-handedly in the counter-terrorism unit. How could he now be utterly outmatched by this man? Gu Fan's gaze remained as cold as ice. He lifted Shingu's left hand once more. No! I'm sorry. Ah! The instant Gu Fan lifted his left hand, Shingu kicked out with all his strength. Thus, Gu Fan hoisted the lifeless-looking Shingu onto his shoulders, glancing once more at the time displayed on his phone. Damn it, 30 seconds already, and you're still alive? Say your last words. I'm from the Qin family. Before he could finish, Gu Fan snapped his neck. You actually dared to speak? He grabbed Shingu's phone, deleted the video, then smashed it hard against Shingu's skull. Once, twice, gradually, Shingu's brain matter began oozing out. The phone was now a mangled, blood-stained wreck. Chapter 29, Indifference. Gu Fan stared at Shingu's lifeless body on the floor. He casually tossed the phone onto his face, then grabbed his clothes to wipe the blood from his hands. Slowly, Gu Fan approached Shin Aoning. Upon seeing Gu Fan, Shin Aoning abruptly stood up, threw herself into his arms, and began sobbing loudly, her cries heart-wrenching. Her tears and snot mingled, leaving deep stains on Gu Fan's white shirt. Gu Fan said nothing, simply standing still and letting Shin Aoning vent her emotions. Don't worry, he's dead. Summoning her courage, Shin Aoning glanced down. The bloody scene instantly made her stomach churn. When she looked up again, she noticed traces of blood smeared across Gu Fan's face. Shin Aoning pulled a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wiped it away. His blood, disgusting. Gu Fan gave a faint smile. Shin Aoning forced a smile, struggling to compose herself. He's one of the Qins. Is he really okay? Just trash. Cleaned up. Maintaining world hygiene. Gu Fan flashed a relieved smile. Only after watching Shin Aoning disappear from sight did he sit down on Shingu's corpse, pulling out a cigarette and smoking it with a detached air. As the cigarette neared its end, he brutally stubbed out the butt on Shingu's face. Touch my woman, and I'll make sure your death is pleasantly painful. When Shin Aoning arrived, though dressed as a maid, her aura was undeniably unique. As she reappeared at the cocktail party, she once again became the dazzling star of the night. As the crowd gathered around Shin Aoning, Qin Jia behind her kept glancing over her shoulder, searching for her brother's figure. Where's your brother? Did Gu Fan beat him to death? Bai Long suddenly spoke up from behind. No way. My brother can take on 9 opponents single-handedly. I looked into that Gu Fan, he's just a convict released from prison. Do you really think he stands a chance against my brother? After hearing Qin Jia's words, Bai Long suddenly remembered something. That day, Qin Jia might not have seen Gu Fan's true power. His strength was far beyond that of a mere convict. After that day, Bai Hu had repeatedly warned Bai Long not to provoke Gu Fan again. He wasn't someone at your level should mess with. And as for Qin Jie's so-called 1 against 9 brother? In his hands, he'd be nothing but a toy to be toyed with. At that moment, Bai Long felt an urgent need to escape. He wanted to slip away while the commotion was still raging. The thought formed, and White Dragon's steps began to quietly retreat. Just as he was about to exit, Gu Fan arrived carrying a man in his arms. That man's life was likely already over. Gu Fan tossed the man onto the floor, then clapped his hands with obvious disgust. Qin Jie recognized the man. It was her brother. Qin Jie screamed, rushing forward to kneel beside her brother and check his breath, a futile effort. Up close, Qin Jie saw a cigarette but lodged in her brother's face. After pulling it out, she slowly raised her head to look at Gu Fan. Her voice raspy, she demanded, "You did this?" "Of course. Your brother was just too weak. What kind of soldier takes on 10 men at once?" He stopped breathing in like 30 seconds. After speaking, Gu Fan stretched lazily, unconcerned. Qin Jie's eyes were dry from crying. She raised both hands to scratch at Gu Fan, but he simply blocked her with one hand while the other landed a hard slap across her face. "Your brother's always doing disgusting things. Maybe he's dirty inside, but his actions are even dirtier." "Qin Jie, guess what I'm talking about?" Gu Fan's gaze grew icy. Qin Jie couldn't care less. "Do you know who I am? A member of the Qin family, someone you can just lay a hand on? You killed my brother, humiliated me, and struck me. You'll face the Qin family's retribution." Qin Jie stood up and shouted, "Someone," but no one answered. When she looked at Bai Long, he immediately averted his gaze toward a tray, refusing to meet her eyes. Gu Fan also looked at Bai Long. So there was someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. "Qin Jie. What are you staring at? I've got nothing to do with you. Your brother's disgusting deeds make me ashamed for you." With that, he promptly turned away. A faint, mocking smile played on Qin Jie's lips as she watched Gu Fan. "I'm terrified of your Qin family's retaliation, but if I were to kill you too, it wouldn't make much difference, would it?" Bold. His words were surprisingly bold. Everyone present instantly grew pale with fear. Who was this man before them, so utterly domineering? Could he really be just a bodyguard for the Shin family? How could a mere bodyguard speak with such authority? Shinaoning watched Gu Fan before her, observing his domineering words laced with overwhelming force. She found herself drawn to him even more. Despair gradually clouded Qin Jie's eyes. "In my Chang family? Killing people on a whim? Isn't that a bit too presumptuous?" A clear voice echoed from behind, as Chang Baiyang gradually stepped into view before the crowd. Chang Baiyang's expression was stern, radiating an air of integrity, a telltale sign of his long tenure in the military. He stood tall with his chest thrust out, eyes fixed intently on Gu Fan before him. Chang Baiyang moved with deliberate, measured steps, his gaze perpetually sharp and piercing. He approached Qin Gu, who lay on the floor, crouching slightly. He casually examined the body, placing his hand on Qin Gu's nose to check for signs of life. His gaze toward Gu Fan gradually hardened into something fierce. "I saw him on the surveillance footage. He entered the room Miss Shin went into ahead of time. After a while, that boy rushed in. So I suspect Qin Gu must have tampered with something in the room, which is why this gentleman killed him." After Chang Baiyang finished speaking, Qin Jie's expression froze. She had thought he'd come to speak on her behalf, but it seemed she'd misread the situation. "But I still have to say this, kill people outside all you want, I couldn't care less. But to kill people freely in my Chang family's territory, Gu Fan. Don't you think you're going too far? Gu Fan. He is Gu Fan. No wonder he kills so easily, it's obvious. But why is he involved with the Shin family?" Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Gu Fan removed his sunglasses and tossed them carelessly onto the ground. "What's the big deal? He bullied my woman, killing him was only fair. The only regret is I finished him off too quickly. I should have let him suffer longer. That would have soothed my heart a bit more." Gu Fan's gaze met Chang Baiyang's without a flicker of fear, as if the two were about to come to blows at any moment. Chapter 30, Rescue. Chang Baiyang had witnessed Gu Fan's ruthlessness before, yet this still caught him off guard. "Gu Fan, since you've come to my territory, you must abide by my rules. Without rules, there's no order. You agree, right? Just like when I visited your casino earlier, you chopped off this finger of mine. To this day, I hold no grudge." With that, Chang Baiyang extended his left hand. The little finger was gone, leaving 4 stubs jutting out starkly. At this sight, nearly every pair of eyes turned to Gu Fan with changed expressions. To dare sever a finger of a Chang family member, and a Chang family scion at that. Shinaoning stared wide-eyed at Gu Fan before her, utterly bewildered. She hadn't fully grasped the situation herself. Chang Baiyang, don't try to sugarcoat it. Think about why I cut off your finger back then. Need me to give you a detailed example?" Gu Fan smiled at Chang Baiyang, whose face darkened. He merely extended his hand. Under cover of the black night, some figures appeared silently behind the cocktail party, standing alongside the Bai family's bodyguards. "You won't get out of here, believe it or not." Gu Fan surveyed the room, his expression utterly fearless. Just as he reached into his pocket for a cigarette, his gaze locked with Shin Aonang's. With a resigned sigh, he withdrew his hand. I don't believe it. Just as she spoke, the group behind her began to advance. Shin Aonang suddenly stepped forward, rushing to stand before Gu Fan with her arms outstretched. He's my bodyguard. Are you sure you want to antagonize the Shin family?
Shin Aonang stubbornly invoked the Shin family's name as a countermeasure, but Chang Baiyang paid her no mind.
The Shen family? Hoof. You think they can stand against me?
Shin Aonang remained standing in front of Gu Fan, about to say something else, when Gu Fan pulled her into his arms and whispered softly in her ear.
Hurry home. I don't want you to see the bloodshed. I'll be there soon.
Shin Aonang stared wide-eyed at Gu Fan, who merely gave a slight nod.
Remember to pick up Xiao Yu.
After he spoke, the other family members present all fled in panic. Only Shin Aonang remained standing there, still staring at Gu Fan.
If you're lying to me, I'll kill you. With that, Shin Aonang leaned in and pressed her lips firmly against Gu Fan's.
Perhaps unconsciously, a faint glimmer of tears shimmered in her eyes, leaving a trail on his cheek.
Shin Aonang's lips were soft, and the kiss felt utterly blissful. Though fleeting, it played over and over in Gu Fan's mind. Watching Shin Aonang's retreating figure, Gu Fan let out an enigmatic smile.
He then roughly tore open the top few buttons of his constricting white shirt.
Chang Baiyang, let's have a little fun first, shall we? Let me see if the recruitment standards at Division 12 have improved. No more cronyism getting people in. As soon as Gu Fan finished speaking, Chang Baiyang's face darkened with anger. When he had joined the 12th Division, while some had praised and envied him, the majority had been skeptical. After all, the Chang family's resources and connections were indeed extensive.
Chang Baiyang closed the distance to Gu Fan with blinding speed. His fist slammed viciously toward Gu Fan's chest. Gu Fan dodged, then drove his right leg hard into Chang Baiyang's shoulder. Chang Baiyang's hands shot out, gripping Gu Fan's leg tightly. He yanked him backward, then drove his right foot out with brutal force. Gu Fan spun midair, his fist slamming hard against Chang Baiyang's knee. After separating, Chang Baiyang patted his bruised knee and fixed Gu Fan with an increasingly icy glare. No way. With skills like that, he thinks he's worthy of joining the 12 divisions? Go home and farm the land. Gu Fan spoke. Chang Baiyang charged at Gu Fan again, this time concealing a dagger beneath his forearm. In the darkness of the night, as his fist slammed toward Gu Fan's chest, the dagger instantly materialized in his hand. Chang Baiyang plunged the dagger viciously toward Gu Fan's chest. Startled, Gu Fan hadn't expected such a dirty trick. Just as Gu Fan was about to react, Chang Baiyang's speed proved equally formidable. Though the blade didn't pierce his chest, it still slashed Gu Fan's lower abdomen. Simultaneously, Chang Baiyang was struck by a kick from Gu Fan. The kick was powerful and carried a fierce force, causing Chang Baiyang to spit out a mouthful of blood. He had clearly underestimated Gu Fan. Then Chang Baiyang shouted indistinctly, "Attack!" At that moment, Chang family bodyguards and Bai family members swiftly mobilized. A dense crowd surged toward Gu Fan in an instant. Gu Fan first glanced down at his wound, then tore off a piece of his shirt. He roughly pressed it against his chest, one hand holding the wound in place while the other fended off the advancing crowd. Gu Fan blocked the attack of the frontmost assailant with one hand, then kicked him aside. Next, he drove his elbow hard into the head of the person behind him. His right hand formed a claw, repeatedly scratching the cheeks of those charging at him, gradually staining his right hand with traces of blood. His feet kicked relentlessly through the crowd. Chang Baiyang, at the rear, coldly watched Gu Fan in the center of the crowd, observing his dying struggle. "Let's see how long you can hold out, Gu Fan. Get me a knife." After Chang Baiyang shouted, he slowly backed away from the men still charging at Gu Fan. Soon, each of them brandished a machete as they closed in. Gu Fan casually picked up a steel pipe lying on the ground, weighed it in his hand a few times, and watched the machetes charging toward him. He first raised the pipe to block the blows, then swung it viciously at the attacker's head. He tossed the pipe aside, snatched the attacker's machete, and wielded it to fend off assaults while slashing relentlessly at his opponents. In that moment, Gu Fan seemed to see nothing but the blade in his hand, swinging it furiously. The blood it drew had already soaked through his white shirt. The white shirt gradually turned crimson. Gu Fan's strength easily overpowered his attackers, yet the wound in his lower abdomen still throbbed faintly. This unconsciously drained his focus, leaving his back vulnerable to several slashes, and his legs also bore minor cuts. Gu Fan watched the distance between himself and the Chang family's gate steadily closing in. Yet, even though it seemed just a step away, his consciousness began to blur. His legs grew weak, as if he would collapse to the ground any second. Finally, Gu Fan couldn't hold on any longer. His legs could no longer support him. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. The person, holding a fruit knife, plunged it fiercely into the chest of the man in front. Then, carrying Gu Fan on their back, they sprinted madly into the darkness ahead. Gu Fan could only vaguely make out the figure's neatly cropped hair. Chapter 31, A Familiar Face. The figure wasn't tall, but moved with astonishing speed. The slash had been ruthless, executed without a hint of hesitation.
Who was this person? Chang Baiyang stood behind, pondering. Though his men gave chase, he already knew the outcome. Anyone who could appear without warning must know the area intimately. They'd never catch him. Gu Fan, next time we meet, I swear you'll die a miserable death. By now, Gu Fan had lost consciousness, his head slowly nodding off against the man's back. Perhaps because the man was shorter, Gu Fan's body kept sliding downward. So he braced himself against the man's shoulders, lifting his head up, then casually rested his hands on the man's chest. But why did it feel so soft? Gu Fan drifted back into a dazed slumber, puzzled. The first rays of morning sunlight gently touched Gu Fan's face. He squinted, shielding his eyes from the sun as he slowly sat up. But the moment he rose, waves of pain surged through his body. Gu Fan examined his body. Though completely unclothed, medical bandages were tightly wrapped around him. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in what resembled an urban village, a small, simple cottage. Spider webs hung in the corners, a wooden bed stood in the room, and an old, bulky television sat in front. The stark simplicity of the place startled Gu Fan. Just then, a woman entered from outside. Her short, cropped hair fell to her shoulders, and though her face was familiar, she still carried an aura of the underworld. This was the very woman Gu Fan had rescued in the alley behind the hospital. What are you doing here? And where is this? What's your name? My name is Hua Yao Yao. I was passing by when I saw you being attacked by so many people, so I saved you. This is my grandmother's house. She's dead, so don't worry, no one knows about this place. After speaking, Hua Yao Yao held out a set of jianbingguizi she was carrying and handed it to Gu Fan. You were badly injured last night. We had to find a doctor. The best healer in the village stitched you up, bandaged your wounds, and advised you to rest in bed for a while to prevent the stitches from tearing. Hua Yao Yao delivered her words as if reciting lines from a script, utterly fluent, without a hint of hesitation. Gu Fan was somewhat stunned as he accepted the pancake roll. Your surname is quite uncommon. After taking a bite of the pancake, Hua Yao Yao sat silently beside him, her eyes fixed on Gu Fan. Are you really Gu Fan? Hua Yao Yao finally asked after staring for a long time. Gu Fan smiled, a warm expression on his face. Do you know me? I don't know him, but my father was killed by people working for Gu Fan. Hua Yao Yao spoke with remarkable calmness, as if devoid of any emotion. Yet after she finished, Gu Fan felt a twinge of awkwardness. He admitted he'd been harsh before, but he reminded himself he'd only targeted those with corrupt hearts, never good people or ordinary folk. My dad was addicted to drugs back then. It seems he took money from your people and never paid it back. In the end, he couldn't take your threats anymore and jumped off a building. But I'm grateful to you. I wanted to kill him myself, but I was too weak. Hua Yao Yao seemed to carry a heavy burden of tragic experiences. Now, she treated Gu Fan like a dumping ground, pouring out her sorrows to him. She vented a little. Gu Fan listened quietly, occasionally responding with a few words. Seeing Hua Yao Yao bare her soul to him moved him deeply. Thanks for chatting with me. Didn't you save me too? We're even. Oh, and by the way, that skinny guy has been looking for you these past few days. You better watch your back. Skinny was the guy who'd bullied Hua Yao Yao before. Back then, he'd made him eat a cigarette but before letting him go. And now he's actually looking for me? Is he desperate to die? Gu Fan nearly gave a casual nod in response. After all, he'd never given that clown a second thought. He pulled on his clothes and prepared to leave. Despite such severe injuries, he'd nearly recovered overnight. Hua Yao Yao's gaze toward Gu Fan was filled with shock and admiration. Truthfully, it wasn't about being good or bad. Gu Fan simply had a higher pain tolerance. What others found excruciating felt like nothing more than a tickle to him. His days at Division 12 had been brutal. Daily injuries were routine, and carrying wounds into missions was commonplace. These few scratches? Gu Fan didn't give them a second thought. Where's my phone? Hua Yao Yao pulled Gu Fan's phone from her pocket. Gu Fan casually opened it to glance at the screen. While there were numerous missed calls, most were from Shen Aonang. Following that were calls from Han Bing, someone who rarely contacted him directly, as he always considered phone calls unsafe. After Su Ching was discharged from the hospital, Gu Fan had instructed Han Bing to continue protecting Shen Aonang in secret. Seeing Han Bing's call, he already had a pretty good idea it was related to Shen Aonang. But any call meant it was something extremely important and serious. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Fan dialed Han Bing's number. The phone rang just once before being answered instantly. Captain. Just as you predicted last night, someone did try to harm Miss Shen. But I didn't let her discover it. I subdued the person and questioned him. Sure enough, it was them. Han Bing's tone was grave, and his voice betrayed the fact that he'd likely been up all night. Things weren't easy for me either. Last night, the Chang and Bai families teamed up against me. I sustained some injuries, but it's manageable now. Is it possible that the Chang family in them? Unlikely. Since Chang Baiyang joined the 12th Division, he wouldn't betray the organization. You know the consequences. Han Bing fell silent. Neither had anything more to say, and soon the call ended. Hua Yao Yao, can you drive? A little. That's enough. Come with me. With that, Gu Fan led the way. Hua Yao Yao immediately followed his pace. Though Gu Fan could endure it, the pain in his body still came in waves. After all, he feared something else might happen on the road. No matter how luxurious someone else's car was, it still belonged to them, and he'd have to bear some risk. Only in his own car could he feel a shred of safety and belonging. Stepping outside, Gu Fan surveyed their surroundings. They were in an urban village behind Baibin Central Hospital, a melting pot of all kinds of people. He called his butler, relayed their location, and instructed him to rush over with a car. As the two waited for the car, a group of men approached them with lecherous expressions. Leading them was an old acquaintance, Skinny. Chapter 32, Understanding. Seeing the people behind Skinny, Gu Fan was somewhat surprised. A low-level thug could gather this many people? He must have some clout. Spotting the two men before him, Skinny suddenly grew excited and bellowed, "Surround them!" The group behind him closed in on Gu Fan and Hua Yao Yao with astonishing speed. Ha! Easy pickings. What a coincidence. Just casually wandering around and I run right into you. You made me eat a cigarette but this time, I'm not just making you eat a cigarette but I'm making you come over and lick the dirt off my shoes. The skinny guy kept closing in on Gu Fan as he spoke. Hua Yao Yao beside him looked terrified. Just as she was about to step forward to defend Gu Fan, he yanked her back. Stay hidden back there, woman. I'm not dying yet. And if I do, you can call my family to claim the body. Gu Fan said with a smile on his face. But Hua Yao Yao still asked, Skinny, where did you get all these people? How did you trick them into coming? After Hua Yao Yao finished speaking, the skinny guy's expression turned arrogant. True, with my abilities alone, I couldn't have called this many people. But connections are a valuable thing. I have connections. Ever heard of Dog Brother? These are all his men. I bet you've never heard of Dog Brother either. After all, at your level, you're nowhere near that circle. He finished with a loud laugh, glaring at Hua Yao Yao. He was quite taken with Hua Yao Yao. Her looks perfectly matched his ideal for a partner, sweet-faced, street-smart like himself, and her figure, well, he'd been eyeing it for ages. This time, he could leverage these guys to get things done in one fell swoop. Just as Skinny was lost in his daydreams, Gu Fan finally recalled who this Dog Brother might be. No wonder the name sounded familiar, it was that security guard watching the place. Looks like he won't have to get his hands dirty today. Hey! You there, Skinny, where's Dog Brother? How dare you speak to him like that? Call him Dog Brother. Do you think you can just call him Dog? In a moment, these guys might pull out their knives and cut you down. Skinny was a real rabble-rouser. His outburst made some of the thugs behind him shoot him dirty looks, constantly swinging their clubs. What's going on? Why are they all gathered there? I just took a, why is there so much trouble now? Doggy slowly approached the group, adjusting his pants as he moved. The skinny guy perked up at Doggy's voice, jabbing an accusatory finger at Gu Fan and his buddy. Then he plastered on a smile and leaned into Doggy. Big dog. That guy bullied me. He made me eat a cigarette, but when I mentioned your name, he just sneered and hit me even harder. Big dog, you gotta stand up for me. After the skinny guy finished, Dog Brother did look angry. He narrowed his eyes and gave a slight nod. Each step he took was deliberate and filled with disdain, likely thinking of himself as the king of the back factory area. So the skinny guy lowered his head and led Dog Brother to Gu Fan. When they reached him, the skinny guy still stared at Hua Yao Yao's chest, slightly lost in thought. Just thinking that tonight she would be his. He secretly rubbed his hands together. Facing the skinny guy's disgusting gaze, Hua Yao Yao instinctively pressed herself closer to Gu Fan. Dog walked up to Gu Fan with an air of superiority. Perhaps due to his own arrogance, his eyes remained slightly closed until Gu Fan spoke softly, Dog? A familiar sensation instantly shot through Guzi's entire body. That voice, Gu Fan. His eyes snapped open in terror. Standing before him was the one person he never wanted to see again in his life. Gu Fan. The true owner of Crown Casino, whose underground empire was concentrated right here. Doggy rubbed his eyes in disbelief. When he opened them again, it was true. The man before him was indeed Gu Fan. Ha! My Dog Brother's here. Better get down on your knees and suck on my cigarette, but then lick my Dog Brother's shoes while you're at it. And before Skinny could finish, Dog Brother's fist slammed into his head. Instantly, his right leg kicked viciously into Skinny's midsection. That still wasn't enough, he called over his buddies to join in. After this barrage, the skinny guy curled up on the ground, tears welling up instantly. Big dog. Why are you hitting me? If you wanna die, don't drag me down with you. Haven't you heard of Mr. Gu? He's the boss of Crown Casino. Who the hell do you think you're messing with? You dare provoke Mr. Gu? Mr. Gu, this has nothing to do with me. He forced me to come. The money you gave me is already in my mom's account, and my daughter. Fine. I ain't got time for your bull. He said I should lick the dirt off your shoes? After Gu Fan finished speaking, Dog immediately dropped to his knees, repeatedly kowtowing to Gu Fan. Mr. Gu, I truly didn't know it was you. Besides, he's the one who said all this, it has nothing to do with me. Gu Fan couldn't be bothered to respond. He slowly walked forward and crouched down in front of the skinny man. You want me to lick your shoes? Make me eat your cigarette butts? After saying this, Gu Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing. But by then, the skinny man was frozen in terror, curled up on the ground, utterly motionless. He knew that one wrong word could mean certain death right there. He never imagined the man beside Hua Yaoyao would be someone so powerful. Mercy. Those two words echoed relentlessly in the skinny man's mind. He mimicked a dog's behavior, repeatedly kowtowing to Gu Fan. Hey, cut the bowing already, it's shortening my lifespan. After that, both men on the ground stopped their actions, waiting for Gu Fan's next command. Gu Fan, however, remained unhurried. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it without taking a drag, and silently handed it to the skinny man. This time, the skinny guy didn't hesitate at all. He took the cigarette, stuffed it into his mouth, and didn't make a sound much more sensible than last time. This was meant for you to smoke, but you seem to enjoy eating it. Want another one? Gu Fan pulled out another cigarette. The skinny guy froze for a second before shoving it into his mouth. Holy! Seeing someone so well behaved, he suddenly had no idea how to mess with him. Just as the skinny guy was spaced out, the butler had already pulled the car up in front of Gu Fan. Since you can't drive, let the butler handle it. I completely forgot. Damn it. Doggy, listen up, Hua Yaoyao is my sister. If she gets hurt in any way and I find out, rest assured, I'll protect her. If she gets hurt, I'll die. Damn it. Guess I can't reveal my true strength just yet. This is too boring. Way too well behaved. Chapter 33, Friend? Gu Fan had another crucial reason for not wanting to mess with them. Han Bing had mentioned earlier that Shen Aoneng had nearly been harmed that night. Fortunately, that night, Gu Fan had sent Han Bing to protect Shen Aoneng first. It seems the other side slipped up. So when the butler drove up to Shen Aoneng's apartment, he opened the door and hurried away. Moments later, a man suddenly flung open the side door, a dark-skinned man with faint scars on his face, and climbed into the car. Disguise? That night, I suspect that person saw my face. Safety. What nonsense. I'd been stationed at the apartment entrance all night. When Miss Shen finally returned, I noticed someone tailing her. Without hesitation, I moved in. As Miss Shen led Xiaoyu into the building, I grappled with the intruder. That guy was definitely up to no good. The moment I approached them, several men jumped out of the car, wielding weapons to attack me. They were clearly prepared. And they were foreigners. Snap. Gu Fan's pen snapped in his hand, ink spilling out and staining his entire palm. He grabbed some tissue paper nearby and began wiping his hand, even though the ink had already stained his skin. Are you sure? I don't recall receiving any notification. Could it be you were released early? That shouldn't be it. You know the organization's capabilities. If it were them, they'd mobilize the 12th Division first. But you forgot? Chang Baiyang is still at home. He's practically basking in glory now that he's joined the 12th Division. So your theory is? There are suspects, but I can't be certain. What do you mean? The foreigner keeps getting closer to my family. He knows about that nightclub, instructed my brother to take it over, forcing him to turn against me. And he knows me inside out, including my past experiences. Selena. Han Bing uttered that name, perhaps surprising even himself. He then adopted an indifferent expression, quietly opened the door to leave, and called out from outside the window, Captain, you've racked up too many debts of passion. Should I still get involved in this? Gu Fan shot him a dismissive glance. Han Bing instantly understood, flashed a smile, and hurried away. Gu Fan took several deep breaths before opening the door and heading toward the apartment. As long as it wasn't them, Selena couldn't cause much trouble just as long as she didn't come to China. It was early morning. Gu Fan imagined Shen Aoneng drifting peacefully in her sleep when a wicked thought struck him. He headed to the bathroom, washed his hands, and casually flicked them dry, picturing himself covering her body with them and the shrieks she'd emit. But when he eagerly opened the door, he discovered Shen Aoneng wasn't asleep as he'd imagined. She sat upright on the bed, the bedside lamp still glowing, while the drawn curtains plunged the room into deep shadow. Shen Aoneng slowly lifted her head, her eyes bloodshot and heavy dark circles encircling them. It was clear she had stayed awake all night waiting for Gu Fan. The moment she saw Gu Fan standing before her, tears instantly streamed down Shen Aoneng's face, her voice growing louder. Before Gu Fan appeared by her side, Shen Aoneng had been as cold and cool as her name suggested, scarcely shedding a tear. Yet these past few days with Gu Fan had been spent in constant fear and anxiety, leaving her face wet with tears almost every day. Seeing Shen Aoneng like this, Gu Fan felt overwhelming guilt. He walked to the bedside, gently took her hand in his, and began to softly rub it. I'm back. Shen Aoneng sprang up and threw her arms around Gu Fan. Her embrace was so tight that his grip on her grew stronger, almost suffocating her. Yet it was more a surge of mutual longing and the overwhelming joy of reunion. After they separated, Shen Aoning slowly slid her hand down from Gu Fan's neck. The sensation suddenly felt strange. She abruptly pulled back Gu Fan's shirt. Seeing the bandages wrapped around Gu Fan's body, she covered her mouth in astonished delight, struggling to hold back tears though ultimately failing. "I'm fine," he said. "Aren't I standing right here in front of you?" Shen Aoning kissed Gu Fan without hesitation. Once he realized what was happening, he returned her kiss. Deep in passion, they lost control. In an instant, their clothes were scattered haphazardly. As Shen Aoning gazed at the bandages covering Gu Fan's entire body, tears welled up in her eyes. Gu Fan picked up his suit tie and gently placed it over her eyes. "Don't look. Seeing you cry hurts me, truly." Shen Aoning gave only a slight nod, but as she thought of the scars on Gu Fan's body and the injustices he had endured, she gradually accepted his closeness. Now clad only in undergarments, the blindfolded Shen Aoning took the initiative, her body undulating rhythmically. Witnessing this, Gu Fan could no longer hold back. "Aren't you going to work?" "No." Gu Fan moved slowly, likely hindered by the bandages on his body. This time, his actions were gentle. Though Shen Aoning's cries occasionally broke through, they were more an outpouring of her sorrow. Scratches from Shen Aoning's nails appeared on Gu Fan's back, leaving trails of blood. "Does it hurt?" "I'll ask you the same thing, does it hurt?" They exchanged a glance and shook their heads simultaneously. Gu Fan now rested his head against the wall behind him, while Shen Aoning lay sprawled across his chest, her nails lightly scratching at his skin. When Gu Fan reached for the cigarettes on the bedside table, Shen Aoning snatched the lighter first. With clumsy hands, she flicked it to produce a flame and helped light the cigarette in his mouth. Gu Fan held Shen Aoning in one arm while smoking with the other. "Gu Fan, do you love me?" "Of course. But your romantic history. You're my first man. And you'll be my last woman." Such words from a scumbag felt strangely comforting to Shen Aoning. Just as she was about to whisper more sweet nothings, a clanging sound suddenly echoed from outside. "Who is it?" Gu Fan rubbed his face. "Xiao Yu. How did she wake up so fast?" "Bro. It's almost noon." Shen Aoning pulled out her phone and showed it to Gu Fan. "Damn it, I'll have to play games at night from now on. There's just no time during the day. Having a kid is such a hassle." As Gu Fan muttered this, Shen Aoning had already tossed aside the covers, revealing her stunning figure. She casually slipped into her pajamas and stepped out. Damn it! If only time could turn back. Chapter 34, Direct. At that moment, an airplane was slowly descending over Baidan City. On board, a woman held a book aloft, reading intently. The book was Romance of the Three Kingdoms. She studied the Chinese characters on the page, silently absorbing them. Her features were strikingly handsome. Even with sunglasses on, her aura remained extraordinary. "Hello, may I introduce myself?" someone said in English. The man beside her watched her every move out of the corner of his eye, mustering his courage to approach. But the woman didn't move. She simply continued reading the book in her hands. "This book is one of our nation's 4 great classical novels, rich in artistic depth. I've read it at least 10 times myself. Perhaps with my explanation, you'll grasp its true meaning more profoundly." After the man finished speaking, the woman merely rolled her eyes. She then tossed the book aside and glared at him with displeasure. "Get lost. Stay away from me." She added an international gesture before lying down. The man cursed at her in Chinese, using extremely vulgar language that insulted both her profession and her figure. Believing she couldn't understand, he escalated the profanity. The woman stopped lying down. She took off her sunglasses and stared coldly at the man before her. "You think I don't speak Chinese?" The words came out in Chinese, her gaze icy cold. "Oh, you speak Chinese? How about this? 5,000 yuan. Not bad, huh? Consider it me treating a foreigner to a taste. Get off the plane and come with me. What do you say?" The woman laughed upon hearing this and asked, "Who are you? You've been to Baicheng City and don't know me? What about the Chang family?" "Chang Yu? The eldest sister of the Chang family? And me? I'm her fiancé. My name is Li De." After hearing this, a smile actually appeared on the woman's face. "I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just a son-in-law." Li De seemed stung by her words. His face darkened as he thrust his fist toward her, flexing his muscles and showing off the definition. "I swear, if you weren't a woman, I'd beat you to death." After Li De finished speaking, a man appeared behind him out of nowhere. The man wore a black tank top, his entire body so muscular it seemed ready to burst through the fabric. He was an old black man. He stared at Li De, who slowly lowered his fist. The man approached the woman and bowed his head. "Miss Selina, they all failed." As soon as the man finished speaking, Selina slapped him hard across the face. She whispered into his ear, "Are you that useless even at capturing a woman?" "Miss, she's being protected by someone. Seems to be one of Gu Fan's men. He's very strong, and..." Needless to say, Gu Fan's people, how could they be weak? After speaking, Selina reached out again and gently rubbed the man's face. Sorry for the accidental hit. You know I must have Gufan. Kill everyone around him, his daughter, his woman. Can I count on you? Selena's words seemed to carry a hypnotic power. After she finished speaking, the man instantly became highly excited, nodding repeatedly. After the black man left, the man beside Selena seemed to have witnessed her capabilities. For the rest of the journey, he remained exceptionally subdued, keeping his eyes fixed straight ahead without daring to glance sideways or shift his gaze. Just as the plane touched down, Lidi felt a momentary sense of relief. But the next words plunged him back into an icy dungeon. Your insults toward me aren't over yet. I've remembered your name, Lidi of the Chang family. Just wait. I'm too busy today to bother with you, but when I have time, you'd better be prepared. After Selena finished speaking, her delicate white hand continued to lightly pat Lidi. Though the touch was gentle, it instilled in him profound fear and trembling. Serena wore a black trench coat, perhaps it was colder where she came from. Upon arriving in Bibin City, she shed the coat and handed it to the man behind her, revealing her innermost black camisole and a jacket that barely reached her waist. Smooth black stockings covered her legs, and she wore high heels. Serena seemed to favor black. Every piece of her clothing was dark, even her innermost lingerie was black. The moment Selena stepped off the plane, nearly every pair of eyes in the airport was drawn to her, unable to look away. A man stood nearby holding a sign with her name prominently displayed. Who are you? Why are you here to pick me up? Miss Selena, hello. I'm Zhang Miao, Zhang Yan's younger brother. You know he's dead, killed by Gufan. Rest assured, I didn't reveal your information to him. And it's probably unnecessary given Gufan's intelligence, he likely already knows. If he couldn't figure it out by now, he wouldn't deserve my affection anyway. Since you're here, contact Gufan for me. I've reserved room 403 at the Whale Hotel. Tell him to come meet me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the safety of his elderly friends. After speaking, Selena turned to the black man behind her. You go find that woman who's close to Gufan Shinaoning, I believe? Not to arrest him, but to teach his bodyguards a lesson. Anyone who lays a hand on my people pays the price. With that, Selena grabbed her black suitcase and strode toward the exit. Her departure could only be described as swift and decisive. At that moment, Gufan was preparing breakfast. Glancing at the time, he decided to skip it and make lunch instead. So Gufan and Shin Aoning worked together in the kitchen. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, the task feels less burdensome. Both seemed to relish this new dynamic, finding it harmonious and comfortable. Just then, Gufan's phone rang. Who is it? Zhang Miao. Selena's back in the country and wants to see you. She's the one who forced my brother to take over your nightclub back then, and she's the one threatening you with those elderly people. Room 403, Whale Hotel. Zhang Miao dumped all the necessary information onto Gufan in one go. Gufan turned off the stove, sighed to himself, and hung up. Though he'd suspected it was Selena, he'd still underestimated her speed and efficiency. She was still the same, a workaholic, not a bit changed. I'm afraid I won't be able to join you for dinner. Also, you won't need to protect me anymore, the problem will be resolved soon. After speaking, Gufan removed his apron and set it aside. Just as he was about to leave, Shinaoneng swiftly grabbed his hand. You have to come back. Otherwise, I really won't be able to handle it. Silly woman, what are you thinking? I'd give my life for you. Gufan chuckled, ruffling Shinaoneng's hair before heading toward his car, bound for the Whale Hotel. Chapter 35, The Objective. As Gufan stepped outside, he encountered Han Bing. He promptly turned into a narrow alley, leaned against the wall, and lit a cigarette. Han Bing followed him into the alley. Gufan offered him a cigarette, and soon both men were puffing away. Let's go. No point lingering here. If Selena's behind this, it actually simplifies things. That person on the balcony earlier was probably her operative. Go find Su Qing, he'll give you a sum of money. Don't refuse. You deserve it. Without waiting for Han Bing's response, Gufan stubbed out his cigarette and walked away without looking back. Han Bing stood there blankly. After Gufan left, he stubbed out his cigarette. He thought carefully. Damn it, I have no idea where Su Qing is. Give me a location. Gufan drove alone to the Whale Hotel. Just then, Su Qing sent him a photo proof that Gu Xiaoya's enrollment had been transferred to the city's top school. She could start next week. Things seemed to be turning around for the better, and he could finally relax. But in recent years, the authorities had relentlessly cracked down on the underground industry. Many of Gufan's establishments had been shut down, leaving only the Crown Casino still operating and turning a profit. Fortunately, Su Qing had experience in this field. Though everyone called it the Crown Casino, it was actually an integrated entertainment venue featuring a hotel, bathhouse, and massage services. Even though patrons primarily came for gambling, Gufan's solid connections meant no one dared investigate the Crown over the years. After all, certain higher-ups understood the ropes of social etiquette and harbored enough apprehension to avoid probing Gufan's establishments. Underground businesses could never see the light of day, they had to be brought above ground as soon as possible. At this point, Gu Fan seemed to have a clear direction and goal. As Gu Fan envisioned his future plans, he arrived at the Whale Hotel. As Gu Fan parked at the entrance, a bellhop approached with utmost respect. Handing over the keys, Gu Fan casually slipped several red bills into the bellhop's top pocket. A look of excitement and joy instantly spread across the bellboy's face as he eagerly assisted Gu Fan with parking. The Whale Hotel was the largest and most luxurious establishment in Baidun City, part of a chain extending to the provincial capital. As Gu Fan gazed upon the whale totem, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his face. It seemed she had truly made something of herself. The woman once looked down upon by many now ran a hotel that was growing ever larger. Gu Fan then walked straight to the elevator and pressed the button for the 4th floor. Quick tip for couples: if one partner lacks ID and wishes to avoid registration, book a king-size room. Send the room number to your other half, skip the front desk entirely. Just head straight to the elevator and find your room. Don't stand dumbstruck at the front desk asking questions they'll definitely refuse. The elevator walls were plastered with advertisements. At the very center of the ads, a woman with an exceptionally innocent appearance stood out prominently, with the Whale Hotel logo displayed behind her. Gu Fan smiled at the woman's photo. When the doors opened, he searched for room 403. Just as he was about to knock, the door slid open effortlessly. Selina sure was carefree. If any unscrupulous person tried to barge in, he'd soon regretted. Forget about the woman being Selina, no man in her grasp had ever walked out of her room standing. Of course, it wasn't about that. Selina and Gu Fan had previously served in the same organization, executing numerous missions together. As the only woman among a group of men, did you really think she was simple? When Gu Fan left Division 12, perhaps due to his exceptional abilities, he caught the eye of an overseas official. At the official's earnest request, Gu Fan agreed to provide assistance. It was during that roughly month-long assignment that Selina, the sole woman in the organization, fell head over heels for Gu Fan. Selina had a fiercely assertive personality and despised reasoned arguments. She relentlessly pursued Gu Fan with intense passion. Uninterested in such a dominant woman, Gu Fan repeatedly rejected her advances. After the mission concluded, he fled back to China with Han Bing. Han Bing had teased him relentlessly about this incident. In Han Bing's memory, he and Selina had been alone together in the same space for nearly a week. Han Bing refused to believe nothing had happened between them, insisting it was impossible. Though it seemed absurd, and though they were both completely naked, nothing had happened between them. After entering the room, Gu Fan quietly closed the door. Stepping into the living room, he called out Selina's name several times. Hearing her muffled response and the sound of running water, he realized she was currently showering in the bathroom. Gu Fan plopped down on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone to kill time. Finally, the shower stopped. When he opened the door again, Selina stood there completely naked. Though shrouded in steam, she was obliviously drying her hair. Gu Fan glanced at her before instantly turning his head away. He probably didn't even realize his heart was pounding wildly. Gu Fan, what do you think? Has my figure gotten worse? You can see my figure even if you're wearing clothes. This way it's more obvious. Selina walked barefoot toward Gu Fan, each step leaving a wet trail on the floor. She stopped right in front of Gu Fan, swaying her hips seductively. Gu Fan spotted Selina's clothes nearby and tossed them haphazardly toward her. Put it on. Now. Selina was quick to pick up on the irritation in Gu Fan's tone. She casually slipped the dress over her head, and her stunning figure vanished from view. May I ask the purpose of your visit to China? Gu Fan finally dared to meet Selina's gaze. He looked into her golden eyes, still as beautiful and captivating as ever. If I said it was for you, would you believe me? Selina's Chinese was surprisingly fluent, spoken with such ease and naturalness that one wouldn't guess she was a foreigner unless listening closely. I don't believe you. You're not the type to chase after love. If you were, perhaps we could have had a good outcome. Gu Fan's calm words felt like a bullet to Selina's heart. She forced herself to remain composed as she looked at him, her face still wearing a smile despite the hurtful words. Selina hadn't come to China solely for Gu Fan, but his words left her overwhelmed with self-reproach and shock. Could she truly never sacrifice everything for love? Chapter 36, Misunderstanding. Serena's gaze remained calm as she looked at Gu Fan, but her eyes gradually sharpened. Gu Fan, I gave you a chance before. Why didn't you accept me? Is there any point in dwelling on it? Where are those people? You ordered Zhang Yan to seize my nightclub. Where are the elderly inside? After Gu Fan voiced his doubts, Selina immediately shifted to the offensive. She didn't answer, instead slowly sitting down on the sofa, crossing her long, white legs. A lush expanse of green grass lay before him, tempting yet utterly irrelevant to Gu Fan. I'm curious, those old men and women versus your lover and daughter? Who matters more? Gu Fan admitted he felt a flicker of panic in that moment. He'd witnessed Selina's methods before. She was a madwoman, capable of anything. He dared not gamble, especially not with the lives of those dear to him. Serena seemed to relish this moment, watching Gu Fan agonize in place, occasionally glaring at her. She reveled in it. If you still can't give me an answer, I'll assume they don't matter to you. You know I don't keep useless people around. Selena. Are you trying to die? Gufan's domineering aura surged forth once more. He rose slowly.
Though unarmed, he was confident he could take her down within 5 minutes, deal with her bodyguards, and then walk away with style.
Selena knew when to back down. Seeing she'd pushed Gufan to his limit, she'd gradually offer an escape route. Rest assured, those elders are perfectly safe.
I wouldn't kill them without your consent.
I imagine you understand my style.
After speaking, Selena slowly rose to her feet, her figure as flawless as ever.
Gufan. Come here. After the call, although Gufan's temper had subsided, a lingering sense of irritation still stirred within him.
Gufan remained seated in his original spot, reciting Buddhist scriptures over and over to steady his emotions.
Gufan. Serena was such a tomboyish woman, how could her voice suddenly sound so seductive? Hearing his name made Gufan feel strangely unsettled.
Before Selena could call out a third time, Gufan pushed open the door. Selena stood there, revealing the scar on her waist to Gufan.
Remember? I took that knife for you. Back then, I was the only daughter of the Ian family.
News of my injury spread across the entire country in no time.
But I don't regret it. As long as you, Gufan, remember that moment forever, it was worth it. But you actually tried to kill me just now? Well, I'll answer you now, I want to die. Go ahead. This woman was playing the emotional card with him. If force didn't work, she'd try sentiment?
She even knows how to play on comradeship.
Gufan took a deep breath. You win. The blade you took from me back then, I'll return the favor.
He spotted the fruit knife on the nightstand and lunged for it, but Selena was clearly faster. Selena flicked the knife back and forth in her hand, watching him with smug satisfaction.
Fine. I won't make it hard for you. Right now, lie down beside me. Keep me company, and I'll let those old men go.
After speaking, Selena lay flat on the bed, paying no attention to Gufan beside her. Gufan was deeply worried about the elderly men, but facing Selena's stubborn defiance, he had no choice but to remain frozen in place.
Gufan stood frozen in place, staring at Selena. Selena, this isn't like you.
You used to be so proud and self-respecting.
Your actions now deeply disappoint me.
Gufan's tone grew stern, and Selena slowly rose to her feet. Soon, the sound of her sobbing filled the room. As the family's only child, she could have been the sole heir. Yet, simply because she was a woman, the family members constantly opposed her. All she needed was to find an outstanding man to serve as her shield.
Once she became pregnant, her position within the family would be solidified. The only man both she and the entire family deemed worthy was Gufan.
Thus, Selena traveled far to China under the guise of work, solely to use Gufan as her protective shield. Perhaps he truly couldn't be deceived, or perhaps his deep understanding of himself allowed him to effortlessly spot the inconsistencies and ruthlessly pierce through what Selena believed to be her private protective shield. Leave. After saying this, Selena pulled the cup beside her over her head and began sobbing uncontrollably beneath the covers.
Gufan desperately wanted to help her, but he couldn't. He already had Shanaoning, and their daughter accompanying Selena overseas was impossible.
Gufan took out a piece of paper, scribbled something on it, placed it on the table, and left the hotel.
I wish I could help you too, but I'm sorry.
After gathering his resolve, Gufan got into his car and started the engine, intending to head to the casino. Just then, a ringtone pierced the air, startling him.
Speak. Miss Shen. Something's happened. When you told me to leave, I instinctively came back after some time. Only Gu Xiaoye was in the room. Miss Shen seems to have disappeared. Investigate first. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Gufan then slammed his foot on the accelerator, racing toward Shen Aoning's apartment at breakneck speed. Speak. The surveillance shows a black foreigner. He took Miss Shen away. And. Speak. Gufan suddenly shouted. It's one of Selena's people. I recognize him. Gufan slammed on the brakes, and the car slid forward a long distance due to inertia. Selena? Shocked, yet somehow not entirely surprised. Without a moment's hesitation, Gufan spun the wheel around. You go find that black guy. I'm heading to Selena's. After hanging up, anger surged through Gufan. How dare Selena test him with his own woman? Time and again, she pushed his limits. At this moment, Gufan was furious beyond measure. After crying for a while, Selena slowly emerged from under the covers, threw on a shirt, and walked out of the bedroom. Gufan's note lay on the living room table. If anything happens in China, tell me. I'll die 1,000 deaths for you. Reading the note, Selena felt even more touched when she noticed Gufan had added an English translation at the bottom, worried she might not understand. In that moment, Selena felt profound warmth. Suddenly, the door burst open. Gufan stood before Selena, his expression cold and menacing. Why are you back? I was just about to. Selena was smiling as she spoke. Stop pretending. Where is she? Did you send someone to do this? You've really pissed me off. Chapter 37, Kidnapping. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Selena looked at him with utter bewilderment, about to say something when. Serena! You've gone too far. If you dare touch Shinaoneng, I swear I'll kill you. I'm giving you a chance, bring Shinaoneng back to me. At that moment, Selena seemed to grasp something.
If it were anyone else, they would have rushed to explain the misunderstanding.
But upon hearing Shinaoneng's name, Selena suddenly felt no need to explain. Fine. I won't let Shinaoneng go. Kill me. Consider it an eye for an eye. Come on. With that, Selena slowly closed her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips. Unseen by Gu Fan, a single tear slid down her cheek. Gu Fan suddenly flung a dagger from his hand, pressing it against Selena's throat. Veins bulged menacingly on his hand, an unsettling sight. Hurry up and do it. I can't wait any longer.
Serena forced herself to remain calm as she closed her eyes.
In the end, the dagger in Gu Fan's hand never slid down her neck. I won't kill you. Consider this repayment for the blade you took for me all those years ago. We're even now. Gu Fan's words were icy cold. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and walked away. After the door clicked shut, Selena finally opened her eyes. Watching Gu Fan's retreating figure, she crouched on the ground. Though he had always despised and abandoned her before, why did it hurt so much this time? Why did it feel more painful than ever? After a moment's pause, Selena dialed the black man's number. Where are you? Miss. Rest assured, I won't let anyone hurt you now. That man has betrayed you time and again. He must pay the price. This woman is his Achilles heel. I'll release her. Come back. Serena's voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. Miss.
When she saw the black man still trying to speak, Selena decisively hung up the phone. Those who disobey her, whether they live or die, will henceforth have nothing to do with her.
Selena hurled the phone violently at the television in front of her. The TV screen in the corner of the phone shattered instantly. Gu Fan was racing frantically down the road when he finally answered Han Bing's call. Found them in an abandoned building. I'm sending you the location. I'm heading there too. Forget it. It's none of your business. You know why? It's because I wasn't there. I'll definitely be there, Captain. If you get there first, wait for me. He hung up before Han Bing could reply.
Han Bing was closer to the unfinished building. As soon as he arrived, he saw the black man carrying a woman slowly toward his car.
Hey! Kidnapping?
After Han Bing spoke, the black man froze, took off his sunglasses to look at Han Bing's face, then casually shoved Shinaoneng into the car. He kept warming up, preparing to face the man in front of him.
You know what? I only kidnapped this woman because I didn't see you there. Is that so? You should be grateful you didn't run into me.
The two communicated in English, and it was clear the black man was provoked by Han Bing's words. He charged toward Han Bing, his large frame thrust forward. The black man was massive, his fists looked formidable, and his presence was intimidating. His fist shot straight toward Han Bing, who blocked it by raising his forearm to his head. But he underestimated the sheer force behind the blow. Despite his defense, Han Bing stumbled back several steps before regaining his footing. Rallying, he leaped forward, driving his knee into the man's midsection. The blow to his stomach caused surprisingly little damage. The black man merely patted his belly before swiftly raising his leg to deliver a vicious kick at Han Bing. Han Bing crossed his arms to block and catch the leg, then yanked it backward. The black man cried out in pain. Without hesitation, Han Bing delivered a brutal kick to the black man's groin. The black man clutched his groin and collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Han Bing ignored him, walking straight to the car. She opened the door to find Shinaoneng passed out in the back seat, likely drugged by the black man. As Han Bing gently lifted Shinaoneng out of the car, the black man suddenly lunged at her. His right hand clamped around her neck, while his left arm crossed over her right arm at the elbow, forming a simple chokehold. With his physical advantage and immense arm strength, the black man held firm despite Han Bing's frantic struggles. She couldn't break free, and waves of suffocation gradually intensified. Panicked, Han Bing undid her belt buckle, which had short, sharp spikes. She drove it viciously into the man's arm. Despite the pain, he continued to clamp down on her head. Just as Han Bing thought he was about to leave this world, the black man's hand suddenly relaxed. He clutched his eyes, rolling on the ground, his hands tightly pressed over his eyes, blood trickling from between his fingers. Gu Fan watched the black man on the ground, flicking his dagger. He hadn't intended to do this, but seeing Han Bing's plight, he'd chosen the most decisive, direct method. Gu Fan helped Han Bing to his feet. Why stab his eyes instead of slitting his throat? I need to question him. Sure enough, after a while, the black man stopped moving. Gu Fan kicked him. Who knew Selena was so treacherous? You distracted me, then made your move to take my woman? No. This has nothing to do with the young lady. It's my hatred for you. Why did you keep rejecting her? So now, I'll make you experience the pain too. As the black man finished speaking, a dagger was thrust into his neck. His life ended completely in that instant. Touch me, fine. Touch my woman?
You die. After speaking, Gu Fan inquired about Han Bing's condition. Notify Su Qing to come clean up the scene. He then opened the car door, lifted Shen Aoning into his arms, and gazed at her tightly closed eyes. Her eyelashes were strangely captivating. Gu Fan couldn't resist gently brushing his lips against Shen Aoning's soft, delicate mouth. Even in her unconscious state, her eyebrows remained furrowed. Don't worry. I'll always be here. No one can touch you. After Gu Fan spoke, Shen Aoning's frown actually eased again. She then settled into a state of calm, no longer moving. After placing Shen Aoning in the car, he realized he had misunderstood Selena and seemed to have deeply hurt her. Chapter 38, The Visit. After delivering Shen Aoning home and watching her gradually slip into a deep sleep, he felt an instant sense of relief. The moment he opened the door, Gu Xiaoya looked at Gu Fan in confusion. What were you and Sister Shen doing? Drop the ma. Why are you asking so many questions, kid? I'll tell you. Next week, you'll be starting school. Then you'll have lots of good friends. Excited? After Gu Fan finished speaking, Gu Xiaoya's expression gradually turned pouty. Her face twisted in frustration, as if tears were about to spill over any second. She knew perfectly well that going to school meant she wouldn't be able to play at home anymore. Watching Gu Xiaoya's pouty face, how could Gu Fan feel so happy? Later, Gu Fan intended to go to the Whale Hotel to apologize to Selena. But just as he opened the door, Han Bing was standing by the car in front of the apartment, chain smoking. Looking closely, he noticed the ground was littered with cigarette butts beneath his feet, and a look of deep remorse hung on his face. Gu Fan approached and patted Han Bing's shoulder in consolation. Don't worry. From now on, I'll take good care of Miss Shen. I won't let her get hurt again. Han Bing spoke with palpable emotion. Gu Fan simply smiled and nodded. Then he drove away. He didn't blame Han Bing. If anything, he was grateful. Had Han Bing not happened to notice, he might still be unaware that Shen Aoning was in trouble. But Gu Fan understood Han Bing all too well. Expressing gratitude would only pile more pressure and guilt onto him. So Gu Fan chose indifference. Perhaps this would ease Han Bing's burden while allowing him some distance. Gu Fan gradually accelerated, perhaps without even realizing his speed was steadily increasing. Finally, the familiar silhouette of the Whale Hotel came into view. Upon arrival, he didn't park at the hotel entrance but casually pulled over nearby. He sprinted toward room 403, pounding on the door relentlessly while repeatedly dialing Selena's phone number, yet there was no answer. Has room 403 checked out? Gu Fan inquired at the front desk. The clerk checked the computer and nodded. Gu Fan had no idea where Selena was. Could a misunderstanding really end their friendship? He felt terribly guilty, realizing he'd spoken such harsh words. If he could turn back time, he'd never say those things to her. But in the heat of the moment, his concern had clouded his judgment. Words had poured out without thought, wounding Selena's heart. Gazing at the sunset on the horizon, his guilt surged to its peak. Selena wore sunglasses, perhaps to hide her tear-stained eyes. Throughout the journey, she had only gazed out the window. When the car stopped and the door opened, her high heels touched the ground first, followed by the reveal of her long, white legs. Then, her black dress came into view once more. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the sunglasses only accentuated her cold demeanor. She lifted her head slightly, her gaze meeting the plaque above the entrance that read Grand Public House. A flicker of disgust crossed Selena's face before she entered the Chang residence. She crossed the courtyard and arrived at the family's reception room. The Changs must have been informed of her visit in advance, as they were fully prepared. Nearly all members of the Chang family were present, including Chang Baiyang, Chang Yi, and Chang Yu, alongside the family patriarch, Chang Shanfeng, father to both Chang Baiyang and Chang Yu. Miss Selena, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. Welcome to our humble abode. Chang Shanfeng's words were warm and gentle. Selena merely nodded before taking a seat on the sofa, crossing her legs. One reason I came to China was to discuss cooperation with your Chang family. But you Chang family are quite capable to have access to our Ian family makes me regard you with new respect. Was it through your connections or your sons? Serena's words carried a hint of contempt, causing even the usually mild-mannered Chang Shanfeng to unconsciously furrow his brow. Then, Chang Baiyang, standing behind him, suddenly spoke up. I hadn't realized Miss Selena's Chinese was so proficient. It seems our interpreter might be redundant. I hope your time in China proves highly rewarding. After all, China is a nation of etiquette, and courtesy is fundamental. After speaking, Chang Baiyang lifted his head proudly, gazing at Selena before him. I'm speaking with the head of your Chang family. Since when did a greenhorn like you earn the right to address me? Do you understand basic etiquette? When adults speak, children should keep quiet. A playful smile flitted across Selena's face as she observed Chang Baiyang. Just as he was about to retort, Chang Yu gently tugged at his sleeve and shot him a meaningful glance. Miss Selena, shall we discuss our collaboration first? After all, your time is precious. After Chang Yu spoke, Selena suddenly remembered. Oh, right, you have a husband, don't you? His name is Li. Li Da? Could it be that you've met my husband? Of course. We were on the same flight back then. Mr. Lee was seated right next to me. Could you ask Mr. Lee to come over? We had such an enjoyable conversation on the plane it left us wanting more. After Selena finished speaking, a hint of surprise flashed in all three of their eyes. Who would have thought that useless Lee De had such connections? When Lee De entered the room, he was suddenly dumbfounded. When the maids had called him earlier, he'd been thrilled, never imagining he'd get to attend such an important meeting. It seemed his status in the Chang household was steadily rising. And from what the maids said, it appeared that distinguished guest actually knew him. It seemed his day of redemption had finally arrived. But as he pushed open the door, he saw the guest seated there was none other than that foreign woman from the plane. Mr. Lee. We meet again. I told you we would meet. Well, it came true, didn't it? No need to be too surprised. Lee De stood frozen in place, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. Oh, I remember it clearly. How much did you say you'd pay for me to spend the night with you back then? 5,000? I don't recall exactly. Could you help me remember, Mr. Lee? After Selena finished speaking, everyone in the room wore grim expressions. Especially Chang Yu at the front, her face had turned crimson, more from humiliation than anything else. She foolishly believed her husband had finally made something of himself. It all seemed like an illusion now. Lee De's actions felt like a sharp slap across her own face. Chapter 39, The Ace Up His Sleeve. Lee Da's expression grew stiff. He swallowed repeatedly to ease his tension and panic, feeling extremely uncomfortable under the fixed gazes of Chang Shanfeng and Chang Baiyan. Misunderstandings are just misunderstandings. Misunderstanding? The misunderstanding Mr. Lee speaks of fills me with disgust. If it weren't for me, that powerless little girl would be lying in your bed right now. Truly, China is a nation of etiquette. After speaking, Selena shot a cold glance at Chang Baiyan behind her. Miss Selena, then what do you suggest we do? To show our sincerity, we'll leave it entirely up to you. Chang Shanfeng's gaze soon returned to normal. Chang Shanfeng deeply despised the son-in-law. His daughter's career had been soaring, yet this man kept dragging her down, constantly using the Chang family name to commit despicable acts. He had repeatedly urged her to find someone else. He knew his daughter well, her independence and stubbornness mirrored her mother's exactly. This was the perfect opportunity to expel Lee De from the Chang family. When he turned to look at Chang Yu, his eyes held regret and hatred, yet a hint of reluctance flickered within them. You want me to handle it? Then die. Selena uttered those words with utter calmness. So calm that those in the room thought she was joking. Are you joking? This is China. China, where murder is illegal. And, just as Chang Baiyan was about to explain further, killing someone shouldn't be too hard for your Chang family, right? Aren't you with the 12th division? Killing scum like him should be even easier. After Selena finished speaking, Chang Baiyan's expression changed instantly. Right, you're from the 12th division too. But the only one truly famous there seems to be Gu Fan. Maybe I'm just uninformed, but I've only heard of Gu Fan's name in the 12th division. As for Chang Baiyan, I don't recall him at all. This remark completely enraged Chang Baiyan. Ever since he joined the 12 departments, though no one dared casually discuss it within the organization, whenever a particularly difficult mission arose, everyone would immediately think of Gu Fan, boasting about his strength and abilities. In Baibin City, many privately compared themselves to Gu Fan only to be utterly crushed. Chang Baiyan finally lost his temper. His hand darted toward his waist just as he was about to draw his gun. Chang Yu reacted a split second faster. She snatched the pistol from his grasp, expertly chambered around, and without hesitation fired it straight into Lee De's forehead from behind. Bang! The gunshot instantly drowned out Chang Baiyan's rage, and it also caused Selena's gaze toward Chang Yu to shift slightly from what it had been at the start. Miss Selena, on behalf of the Chang family, I offer you our deepest apologies once more. Perhaps this will allow you to see our sincerity. We also hope you won't let personal feelings cloud your judgment regarding our collaboration with the Ian family. After Chang Yu finished speaking, Selena slowly lowered her crossed legs. Everyone else, leave. I'm speaking only with her. After Selena spoke, Chang Yu shot reassuring glances at her father and younger brother before sitting upright before Selena. Chang Baiyan bellowed, and several men in black entered, carrying Lee Da's body out. The remaining men wiped the bloodstains from the floor and began covering them up. Chang Baiyan and Chang Shanfeng waited outside for updates. Dad, can my sister handle this? I noticed when Selena arrived she didn't bring many people. I'm confident I can take care of them all. Chang Shanfeng exhaled a heavy breath. Negotiate first. I always groomed your sister as the Chang family's successor. Her caliber is undeniable. As for your plan, it's utterly unfeasible. The Ian family isn't something we can stand up to. Dad, have you forgotten? If they dare attack us, we still have 12 other bases behind us. After Chang Baiyan finished speaking, Chang Shanfeng's gaze grew icy. Damn it! Pray for success. If it works, we all win. If it fails, don't blame me. After roughly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Changyu stepped out first, her face etched with disappointment as she shook her head slightly. Miss Selena absolutely refuses to budge a 50-50 split. After Changyu spoke, Chang Baiyang waved his hand dramatically. Suddenly, numerous black-clad figures appeared behind him, their garments bearing a large, white character. Baiyang, what do you mean? Refuse? Then you'll stay here forever. The Ian family has more than one child. I refuse to believe anyone else would refuse. You know it's the Ian family? Have you considered the consequences of attacking them? Dad.
Chang Yu's gaze shifted to her father, but Chang Shanfeng's eyes remained closed.
Xiaoyu, you know I have no other choice. I must take this gamble. Death is inevitable either way, might as well fight for it. Dad. You. Before Chang Yu could finish, Selena appeared behind her.
Facing the scene before her, she showed no sign of panic.
Instead, she remained remarkably composed as she pulled a lady's cigarette from her handbag. This was the first time anyone had ever seen Selena smoke. She lit it with practiced ease and took a few leisurely puffs. You want to kill me? Are you ready to face the wrath of the Ian family? Your family may wield significant power in your country. But have you come to China? Don't forget the 12th Division is poised to strike. If you want to go down fighting, then let me lose. But I just love a good gamble. I bet the Yens won't dare show up. Is that all you've got? The 12 departments are your backup? If Gu Fan were still around, I'd be genuinely afraid. But since he's out of the picture, the 12 departments are just sheep in wolf's clothing. Power? Ha! After speaking, Selena exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the crowd before her with utter fearlessness. Chang Baiyang watched Selena's unflappable composure and found his own heart beginning to race. I'm genuinely curious. Facing all these people, where does your courage come from? How can you feel no fear? What's your trump card? Could it be Ian's organization overseas? If that's the case, I'd only feel contempt. Of course not. Having come all the way to China, I naturally rely on Chinese friends. Otherwise, it would look rather pathetic. He should be arriving soon. You should go to the entrance to greet him, right? Otherwise, if he causes trouble, it could get very serious. As Selena finished speaking, the noise outside grew louder and louder. Chapter 40, Assistance. A man wearing sunglasses approached Selena. Just as he wondered why no one was intervening, Chang Baiyang noticed several fallen bodyguards at the entrance, still twitching on the ground. The man approaching was none other than Gu Fan. He kept shoving the bodyguards in front of him. The others inside wouldn't move without Chang Baiyang's orders, but their eyes kept warning Gu Fan. When Gu Fan reached the group, Selena's gaze toward him grew complex once more. He had come after all. Though no one could see her eyes, the light that flashed from them caught Gu Fan's attention. Gu Fan. Who would have thought you'd dare set foot on my turf? After I beat you into a rout last time, you actually have the nerve to show up again. Let me tell you this, if you dare stand here today, I'm confident I can take you down. Just as Chang Baiyang finished speaking, poised to order Gu Fan's execution, Chang Yu stepped forward once more. Hold your fire. As Chang Yu finished speaking, Chang Baiyang's hands remained perfectly still, his gaze fixed only on Chang Yu's eyes. Gu Fan. We admit you're formidable, and your background is shrouded in mystery. But do you believe this? I know more than they do. After Chang Yu spoke, Gu Fan looked at the woman before him once more. He realized he had underestimated her all along. It seemed the most formidable figure in the Chang family wasn't Chang Baiyang of the 12th Division, but this seemingly unassuming Chang Yu. It doesn't matter. Your Chang family will be dealt with by others. I'm only here for her. Gu Fan pointed toward Selena at the back. Selena extinguished the cigarette about to burn out. She crushed the cigarette and approached Chang Baiyang. I told you someone would come to save me and that someone would be Chinese. Well, was I right? Chang Baiyang suppressed his temper and took a step back, clearing a path for Selena. As she passed, she deliberately bumped into him, a smirk of contempt playing on her lips. Just as Gu Fan grabbed Selena's wrist to lead her outside, she suddenly stumbled as if by accident, immediately crouching down and rubbing her injured ankle. I think I sprained my ankle. Carry me. Gu Fan glanced at her casually before slowly crouching down. Selena lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his neck, while his hands cupped beneath her hips. Have I gained weight lately? My butt seems bigger. Gu Fan said with a smile, intending to embarrass Selena. Little did he know she gradually leaned closer to his ear. I've been working out these past few years. Other parts have gotten bigger too. Want to see? Next time. This actually made him blush. Gu Fan's flushed cheeks were quite obvious, even under his sunglasses, and his ears gradually turned red and grew warm. Selena gave him a gentle pinch. You seem pretty nervous. Gu Fan didn't respond. After finally leaving the Chang residence, he pulled up behind her car, jumped into the driver's seat, and sped off. Seconds after Gu Fan's car departed, several vans silently tailed behind. Among them sat a familiar-faced Chang Baiyang in the passenger seat, twirling a dagger in his hand.
Since we couldn't touch you at the Chang residence, those who die out here won't have anything to do with our Chang family. His gaze fixed on the car ahead, his eyes gradually darkening with bloodlust and hatred. Oh, right. I never asked how did you know I was at the Chang residence. It wasn't the clue you left me. The front desk gave me a business card, Chang Baiyang's card, and it still carried your unique scent. I assume you left it there, deliberately spraying a few extra sprays of perfume. What's wrong with that scent? Not bad. Hearing Gu Fan's approval, Selena's expression lit up with excitement. I imagined countless scenarios of you coming to rescue me, but when it actually happened, I was still utterly shocked and delighted. Selena, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken that way back then. My words were thoughtless. I shouldn't have treated our precious feelings so lightly. But you understand, when the person you love most suddenly faces an accident, you'd react just like me. Absolutely. You mean everything to me. If you were gone, I'd use every ounce of my power and wealth to avenge you, even if it cost me my life. Selena. You know I have someone I love now. We don't. I don't care. And you can stop talking about it, I don't want to discuss this now. Oh, and Gu Fan, you like. Hold on tight. Gu Fan suddenly exclaimed, glancing nervously at the rearview mirror. Selena immediately braced herself and glanced back. That van has been tailing us the whole way. I thought it was a coincidence before, but it's too much of a coincidence. What should we do? Offense is the best defense. But we still need to make a quick getaway. Gu Fan slammed his foot down on the accelerator, the engine roaring behind them. Chang Baiyang must have known the van couldn't outrun a sports car, so he'd stationed his own men on the only road ahead. Sure enough, before Gu Fan could think it through, he saw van after van blocking the road ahead. Some men stood right in front of him. Though unarmed, their mere presence radiated an intimidating aura. Run them over. Not quite. Dealing with a few low-level thugs was still a piece of cake. With that thought, Gu Fan gently tapped the brakes, bringing the van to a smooth halt. Stay put in the car, don't open the door. Stay safe. Gu Fan chuckled. I won't die. Even death wouldn't dare take me. Gu Fan's words carried an air of boldness, tinged with a hint of recklessness. As he closed the car door, the group of people in front kept closing in on Gu Fan, encircling him in a tight ring as they waited for Chang Baiyang's arrival. The van that had been tailing Gu Fan finally pulled up. Bodyguards wearing sunglasses emerged one by one, each carrying some sort of firearm. Looks like things are getting dicey today. Sis. Why are you afraid of Gu Fan? I've got 10 guns and nearly 50 men here? Tell me how we could lose? Chang Baiyang. If you still consider me your sister and a member of the Chang family, you'd better get your ass back here right now. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Chang Baiyang hung up the phone in frustration and stormed out to the car. Chang Yu's face remained clouded with worry. Xiao Yu, what's with that look? Does your brother really stand no chance against Gu Fan? What's there to fear about a man expelled from the 12th Division? With Baiyang's men, weapons, and uniforms, how could they not subdue Gu Fan? Dad. Gu Fan wasn't expelled from the 12th Division back then. He voluntarily withdrew. Chapter 41, Huaxia. What? What did you say? How could Gu Fan possibly have that kind of background? Then, Baiyang. If he really tried anything, he'd be the one finished. Gu Fan would walk away unscathed, and our Chang family. And I'll go stop him together. After Chang Shanfeng finished speaking, he hurriedly stood up and headed with Chang Yu to the path Chang Baiyang must take to intercept Gu Fan. But the moment Chang Baiyang hung up his call, Chang Yu knew it was already too late. He must have attacked Gu Fan. Stupid little brother. Why couldn't he listen to me just once? If this gets serious, he might get kicked out of the 12 departments. After hanging up, Chang Baiyang composed himself and slowly stepped out of the car. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, exhaling smoke as he strode toward Gu Fan, several men trailing behind him. His presence radiated overwhelming force, yet Gu Fan remained utterly composed, his expression unreadable. He simply watched as Chang Baiyang approached. Any last words? Hearing those words, Gu Fan felt a strange sense of familiarity. Hadn't he said something like that himself? No last words, perhaps, but a few words of advice. Get the hell out of here right now with your little crew. If you make a beeline for the exit, I won't pursue today's incident. Ha! Gu Fan, you really do love talking in your sleep. Get him. After shouting, a dozen black-clad men clasped their fists before their chests, bellowed once more, and charged toward Gu Fan. Gu Fan merely removed his sunglasses and tossed them aside casually. The moment he tossed them, his foot already kicked out at the man in the lead. The kick was incredibly powerful, knocking the man down. Another man charged forward, but Gu Fan grabbed his hair, yanked him down, and slammed his knee into the man's face before casually tossing him to the ground. Another punch followed, instantly drawing blood from the man's nose. But that wasn't enough. Gu Fan leaped up, driving his elbow hard into the man's skull. After knocking him down, several others closed in together, but Gu Fan remained unhurried in his response. Gu Fan spun sharply, using his back to absorb some of the impact.
He then transformed his fist into a palm strike, his hand becoming as sharp as a blade. He struck the thick part of one man's neck, sending him crashing to the ground. Then, shifting back into snake fist mode, he lunged forward, thrusting fiercely at the man's throat. Though he wielded no weapon, every part of his body became a deadly instrument, striking down his opponents one by one. Finally, a vicious kick knocked the last man unconscious. Gu Fan. No wonder you were the captain of the 12 divisions. You're no ordinary man. These guys were just appetizers. Think you're tough? Bring it on. As he spoke, a dozen more men appeared from behind him, each armed with machetes, daggers, and brass knuckles, virtually every one wielding cold steel. Gu Fan simply reached for his waist, drawing out that familiar dagger once more. That blade wasn't his own. It was a birthday gift he'd given Su Qing on his birthday. It was a reward from the organization for a mission he'd completed overseas. The forging materials were exceptionally precious, and remarkably, the blade hardly ever retained bloodstains. After killing someone, a few casual swipes would easily shake off the blood. Its handle was crafted with such mysterious precision that no matter how one gripped it, it never felt uncomfortable. Originally meant for Su Qing, he returned it to Gu Fan upon realizing the latter constantly faced danger. After all, he himself rarely used the dagger. Cold weapons? Well, I suggest you bring more men. There won't be enough to kill. Heh, don't worry. Once they're dead, you can play with me. Is that so? Your words excite me. With that, Gu Fan charged forward first. The dagger in his hand seemed to dance wildly. It whirled ceaselessly through the air, leaving only streaks of crimson streaking across the sky. Gu Fan's gaze grew icy cold, his strikes increasingly decisive, his eyes flashing with excitement and fervor. Like a bloodthirsty wolf dropped into a flock of sheep, he reveled in the thrill of killing. His blade plunged into the heart of the man before him with ruthless precision, without a moment's hesitation. With each strike, he claimed another life. Just as his gaze fell upon Chang Baiyang, a long blade suddenly materialized before him, blocking Gu Fan's line of sight. The figure was likely a man. He wore long hair pulled into a high ponytail, a long goatee, and eyes devoid of emotion, cold and icy, as if capable of freezing everything in their path. His clothing was loose-fitting, with the lower half resembling a skirt. Gu Fan recognized it instantly, the attire of a Japanese warrior. So Chang Baiyang had gone so far as to involve Japanese forces to deal with him. Chang Baiyang, you really went to great lengths. Even recruiting someone from the island nation. Gu Fan. Master Kayamoto is known as the sword god in the island nation's kendo circles. How many moves do you think you can land against him? Gu Fan ignored him, gripping his dagger in reverse and holding it before his eyes, studying the islander's every movement. Finally, Kayamoto lost his patience. He swept his long sword in a diagonal arc before slashing toward Gu Fan. No wonder he's renowned in Japan. The power behind that strike was truly formidable. Gu Fan parried the blade downward with his dagger, then twisted it and thrust straight for Kayamoto's throat. Kayamoto ducked to the side and immediately created distance between them. You're the only one I consider capable of exchanging blows with me in all of China. Think again. With your skills, you wouldn't even make the cut in China. You're simply too weak. Gu Fan exchanged words with Saimoto in Japanese. Kayamoto's expression clearly darkened with displeasure. His long sword, reflecting sunlight, thrust straight toward Gu Fan's eye. The instant he saw Gu Fan squint, Kayamoto swung his blade at Gu Fan's head. Seeing Gu Fan shielding his eyes with his hand, he shifted his target to the arm. Cut it off. But when the blade struck Gu Fan's arm, not a single drop of blood appeared. Only a sharp clang echoed. Gu Fan's dagger was positioned precisely on his own forearm. Qingben froze in shock. The next instant, Gu Fan's speed surged. In the blink of an eye, the dagger in his hand was plunged into Qingben's throat. How is this possible? A Chinese man? How could? He looked into Gu Fan's face, and a sense of familiarity welled up within him. Say goodbye to the world. Oh, and China rules. With that, he slid the blade deep into Qingben's throat. Qingben's head rolled to the ground. Chapter 42, Sister. Gu Fan exerted considerable force, causing blood to spatter onto his own face. Perhaps as the dagger pierced Qingben's throat, countless thoughts raced through his mind, recalling how weak and backward our nation once was, constantly exploited and plundered by foreign powers. But now, our nation's strength has risen. We are no longer a country anyone can kick around. Yet some islanders still think China is weak. Those who dare to offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they are. Gazing down at Qingben's severed head on the ground, Gu Fan merely trampled it contemptuously before slowly striding toward the vast expanse of Qingbai Ocean ahead. Gu Fan. I underestimated the gap between us earlier. I truly admire your strength, but today you are destined to die here. And you, Selena, in the car, you two will be perfect companions on the road to the underworld. As he spoke, the group behind him, armed men with guns, took aim at Gu Fan. Fingers already on triggers, the black muzzles of their weapons locked onto him. It seemed as though flames would erupt from those barrels any second, ready to devour him whole. Chang Baiyang. Stop right there.
A sports car skidded to a halt in front of Chang Baiyang.
Chang Shanfeng kept shouting for Chang Baiyang to stop.
Chang Baiyang turned his head, staring at Chang Shanfeng in utter bewilderment.
Why would his father order him to stop? Did he actually want him to spare Gu Fan?
Little did he know, Chang Shanfeng's plan was to get Gu Fan to spare his son. Chang Yu slowly emerged from the car, revealing her long, white legs, a look of concern on her face.
Dad! I'm going to kill Gu Fan. And Selena in the car. As long as they're dead and we have the support of the 12 departments, I guarantee there won't be a single hitch.
But after Chang Baiyang finished speaking, Chang Yu stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face.
Now you dare hang up on me? Disobey my orders?
Chang Baiyang rubbed his stinging cheek, a look of shock spreading across his face as he slowly lifted his head to meet Chang Yu's gaze.
Chang Yu, you.
Before he could finish, Chang Yu delivered another hard slap to the same spot.
What did you just call me?
Chang Baiyang instantly lost his temper and lowered his head.
Sis. Get lost. With that, Chang Baiyang slowly took a step back.
Chang Yu might not care about worldly affairs, but it was mostly because she simply couldn't be bothered.
When she married Li Dai, her family members all harbored dissatisfaction, yet none dared voice it openly.
Even Chang Shanfeng merely offered a few words of caution.
Sister's bloodline suppression isn't just empty talk.
Seeing Chang Yu's furious expression, Chang Baiyang instantly felt fear well up inside him.
Get the hell out of here. After speaking, the armed men still watched Chang Baiyang warily.
Unexpectedly, Chang Yu snatched the pistol from the closest bodyguard, fired 4 or 5 shots decisively into the air, then pointed the gun at the head of the person beside her. The muzzle still emitted wisps of steam from the recent shots, carrying a faint scent of gunpowder.
I won't say it again.
As soon as Chang Yu finished speaking, the men with guns quickly lowered their weapons, pushing them aside and bowing their heads. Chang Yu didn't even glance at the bodyguard before her, casually tossing him to the ground. She slowly approached Gu Fan and bowed deeply.
As she rose, Mr. Gu. I apologize.
I warned my foolish younger brother many times before, but he ignored my words.
I have already taught him a lesson.
I only hope you won't involve him further.
If you have any grievances, take them out on me.
Gu Fan's eyes narrowed gradually as he studied Chang Yu's gaze, trying to see through her thoughts. Yet nothing could be discerned in her calm, unreadable eyes.
You spoil him? What can I do? He's the only heir.
Everyone spoils him.
As his elder sister, I should shoulder some responsibility, shouldn't I? You're quite capable. Or rather, you're far more suited to be the Chang family's heir than that good for nothing. With you, the Chang family might survive a little longer.
Just as he turned to leave, something occurred to him.
Oh, and you might be overestimating me. I don't hold any significant power to influence your brother's career.
After speaking, Chang Yu wore only an innocent smile, leaving Gu Fan without the slightest trace of resentment.
Oh, and pass along a message, regarding Miss Selena's proposal, the Chang family accepts. Gu Fan nodded and walked toward his car.
Moments later, the car departed from the spot.
Chang Yu's smile instantly froze, then faded completely.
Her expression turned cold as she turned and walked toward Chang Baiyang.
Sis. You're an embarrassment. Get back home. You're grounded starting today.
With that, Chang Yu headed toward her own car. Chang Baiyang immediately turned his head.
Dad. Look at my sister. Getting in the car. Chang Yu's loud shout cut off Chang Baiyang's attempt to complain.
Chang Shanfeng's face showed only an expression of helplessness. He just looked at Chang Baiyang, shook his head slightly, then quickly turned and got into the car to leave.
Chang Baiyang shouted angrily. This time dealing with Gu Fan cost us so many brothers. You few stay behind to clean up the scene. Everyone else, retreat. Gu Fan, you're something else. Taking on 100 men single-handedly. Fancy being my bodyguard?
I'll pay you a fortune every month. After speaking, Selena spread all 5 fingers of her left hand.
Gu Fan didn't respond to Selena.
He just kept frowning, lost in thought as he drove. The Chang family says they accept your proposal and sent me to deliver the message.
As expected.
But this smooth outcome wouldn't have happened without your help.
The family's bottom line was a 30-70 split. Do you know how much profit a 10% cut represents? Seems your reputation is quite something. Gu Fan forced a smile. This Chang Yu is no ordinary person. You think so too? This time, Selena's words actually piqued Gu Fan's curiosity. Her perspective was finally aligning with his own. Care to elaborate? With eager interest, Selena began recounting her experiences to Gu Fan, interweaving her own perspectives and opinions.
She had decisively shot her husband dead, dared to confront her directly, and held her own in their conversation without backing down.
Gu Fan listened with a furrowed brow. He felt equally puzzled by Chang Yu.
She seemed to know details about his background, not much, but all highly confidential.
How had the eldest Chang sister kept such a deep secret?
And her actions were nothing short of impressive, slapping her own brother, threatening bodyguards with a gun, and then bowing to apologize to him.
This woman was truly enigmatic. Yet at this moment, Gu Fan couldn't be bothered with her. After all, there were so many pressing matters before him he didn't have time to linger on one woman for long. Where are you going? The Whale Hotel? The airport. Mission accomplished, time to head back home. So soon? Just say you don't want me to leave, and I can delay. Me. At that moment, the sound of a text message interrupted Gu Fan's words. Chapter 43, The Bar. In the Chang family courtyard, Chang Baiyang sat at his seat, utterly baffled, waiting for Chang Shanfeng to explain. Chang Shanfeng sat in the seat of honor, took a sip of tea, then spat out a bit of tea leaves. You. Can't you spare us some heartache? Even if I was in the wrong, Chang, you shouldn't have humiliated me like that in front of everyone. If your sister hadn't intervened, you wouldn't even know how you'd have ended up dead. Do you really think Gu Fan acts so brazenly just because of the 12th division? If that's all you believe, then it's laughable. Dad, could you stop beating around the bush? Actually, Chang Baiyang. Got a problem with me? Chang Yu's voice suddenly echoed from outside. The previously arrogant Chang Baiyang instantly straightened up, quietly stiffening his back and wisely keeping his mouth shut. Dad, don't tell him. Just let him know there's a sword hanging over his head. The moment you make a move, that blade will pierce his skull without warning. Chang Yu finished speaking and slowly walked into the room. Chang Baiyang just stared at Chang Shanfeng, who merely pointed upward and shook his head gently, his expression grave. What's wrong? You just read the message and suddenly got so serious? Serena asked Gu Fan from the back seat as she lay there. There's something going on with A.O. Ning. I need to head over immediately. If you want to leave, I can take you to the airport, but I suggest you stay. China has so many beautiful places to see, and Baibin City has plenty of. If you insist I stay, then let's go to the Whale Hotel. But when you have time, take me to see it. No saying no. Selena turned her head to the window, no longer acknowledging Gu Fan. Gu Fan sighed and shook his head. By the time he dropped Selena back at the hotel, the sky had grown dim. He reflected on how busy his day had been, not just half a day of work, but the considerable effort expended earlier with those people regarding Chang Baiyang. Right now, he simply felt exhausted. He called Han Bing and learned that Shen Aonang was currently out of danger. If she called him, it was most likely about business matters. Perhaps it was the gloomy sky, or perhaps it was Shen Aonang's own troubles, but she suddenly felt an urge to drink. Coincidentally, the location she sent him was none other than Nightfall Bar. Gu Fan was genuinely worried about Shen Aonang. A woman drinking alone in a bar late at night, even if she hadn't done anything wrong, there were always unsavory men who would harass her. The thought alone made Gu Fan's car speed up uncontrollably. Finally arriving at the bar, Gu Fan parked casually to the side, locked the car, and entered the establishment. This was Gu Fan's first time visiting a bar at night. Business seemed booming here, the music blared loudly, and the central dance floor was packed with people swaying to the beat. Some handsome men and beautiful women were completely absorbed in the music, while a few others were wildly headbanging. Seeing this scene, Gu Fan's brow furrowed. How could anyone still be selling ecstasy in such a large venue? Gu Fan didn't want to interfere just yet. Blocking someone's livelihood was like killing their own parents. As long as it wasn't too excessive, he was willing to turn a blind eye. Upon entering, despite the dim lighting, Gu Fan immediately spotted Shen Aonang. Perhaps to catch his attention, or maybe simply preferring brighter spots, Shen Aonang sat at the bar, watching the dancers below, lost in thought. A man beside her kept chattering away. Gu Fan quietly approached them under cover of darkness. Hey, gorgeous. Seriously, think about it. You've got the looks. Commercials, stardom, it's a golden opportunity. And I'm confident I can make you a star. What do you say? Interested, beautiful? Perhaps because the environment was noisy, the man spoke loudly, his voice constantly straining to be heard, but Shen Aonang remained unresponsive. But in the very moment she was lost in thought, the man's hand suddenly lingered on Shen Aonang's glass. After just an instant, his hand withdrew. His movement was swift, yet Gu Fan caught it in his gaze. All right. Beautiful lady. Let's clink glasses. Perhaps Shen Aonang wanted to get rid of the man quickly. Just as she raised her glass, Gu Fan suddenly appeared. He deliberately avoided looking at Shen Aonang, instead moving closer to the man. Hey, buddy. Trying to pick up a girl? Your moves aren't working. You gotta be direct. As Gu Fan finished speaking, the man looked puzzled. Gu Fan kept moving closer to Shen Aonang, slowly placing her glass on the table before leaning in and kissing her lips directly. Though a faint smile played on Shen Aonang's face, she played along with Gu Fan's act, kissing him with apparent passion. The man's eyes and mouth gaped wide in disbelief as he watched the two kiss passionately, seemingly unable to tear themselves apart. Guys, do you take apprentices? After the man spoke, Gu Fan and Shen Aonang gradually pulled apart. Shen Aonang wrapped her arm around Gu Fan's shoulder, her face flushed with a smile that was utterly captivating. Sure. But there's one rule, you can come here openly to pick up girls, but messing with this stuff is illegal. After speaking, Gu Fan handed the cup in front of Shen Aonang to the man. Drink up. The man cursed under his breath, about to leave when Gu Fan seized his wrist with an iron grip. With a sharp twist, the back of the man's hand slammed against his own forearm. The man shouted, but his voice was barely audible in the noisy bar. "I won't say it a third time. Drink it!" The man frantically snatched Shinaonang's cup, downed the contents in one gulp, and scrambled away from the scene. "From now on, when drinking out, never take your eyes off your own glass no matter who's beside you." Gu Fan whispered into Shinaonang's ear, and she simply smiled and nodded. Shinaonang was dressed quite conservatively tonight, perhaps to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. "What's wrong with you today? Work stuff." After saying that, she ordered another drink from the bar and sipped it slowly. "Get me one too." The bartender glanced up and spotted Gu Fan. He had been here before and had killed someone. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the bartender's forehead as he nodded frantically. Gu Fan took his drink and clinked glasses lightly with Shinaonang. He noticed Shinaonang staring intently at the dance floor ahead. "Want to go down and dance?" Shinaonang shook her head. "I'll protect you. No one will dare touch you." Shinaonang finally nodded, whispering into Gu Fan's ear, "It's my first time." "Great. Give me your first time." "Nice try." Shinaonang gently pushed Gu Fan's chest. Chapter 44, Wanting to Die. The dance hall was packed. People swayed like seaweed, heads bobbing to the rhythm. As Shinaonang and Gu Fan entered the dance floor, sober men noticed her stunning figure and began closing in. The flickering, dim lights cast shadows across her face, instantly transforming their expressions into greed and desire. His gaze drifted down toward Shinaonang's rear. Just as his hand was about to touch her, a pair of large hands suddenly appeared, clamping down on the man's arm like a vice. "Keep your hands off what doesn't belong to you. One more time, and I'll kill you." Gu Fan nearly shouted at the man, his eyes blazing with fury. Terrified by Gu Fan's glare, the man stumbled backward several steps and fled the scene in an instant. In the center of the dance floor, Gu Fan admired Shinaonang's stiff yet subtly sensual dance moves, a faint smile never leaving his face. Shinaonang's hands rested lightly on Gu Fan's shoulders. Smiling, she bit her lip and swayed her hips, her gaze dreamy and utterly seductive. Even though she wasn't revealing any skin at all, Shinaonang felt completely at ease, for Gu Fan seemed to form a protective circle around her, allowing her to sway freely to the music. Gazing at Gu Fan before her in the dim light, Shinaonang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Finally, beads of sweat began to form on Shinaonang's forehead. When the two sat back down at the bar. "Just sit here and wait for me. I'm going to the restroom. If anyone comes, don't pay them any mind." Shinaonang nodded blankly. Before leaving, Gu Fan specifically instructed the bartender to keep an eye on Shinaonang, only then feeling reassured enough to depart. He didn't head to the restroom but instead went upstairs. He needed to find Zhang Miao to discuss something. Right after Gu Fan left, a very thin man approached with a lecherous grin on his face. "Hey, beautiful. You didn't seem to be having enough fun dancing just now. How about we join you?" Shinaonang ignored the man. She simply picked up her glass, took a small sip, and then turned her gaze back to the dancers on the floor, still holding her drink. "Hey, gorgeous. Let me tell you, I'm the best dancer in my village. Dance with me, and I swear you'll be the hottest thing on the dance floor. You'll forget all your troubles, every single one. I'll even give you a free spin first." With that, the man pulled a Rolex watch and Mercedes keys from his pocket, placing them before Shinaonang. Shinaonang looked at the items on the table with obvious disdain. Just then, the bartender placed a glass of liquor before her. "Mr. Gu. It's on him." The bartender's prompt jolted Shinaonang out of her reverie. She shook her head. "Forget it. I don't need it. Please leave." The man knew the bartender had overstepped. He drew a dagger from somewhere and thrust it straight into the tabletop. "You still want to meddle?" The bartender immediately turned and walked away. Despite hearing the woman's refusal, the man remained undeterred. After all, a beautiful woman drinking and dancing with him on the dance floor meant his dance business could only grow. Gu Fan entered a room on the second floor. Zhang Miao was sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, her head tilted back against the chair's headrest. "You're really something." The moment Zhang Miao finished speaking, Gu Fan kicked the door open. Zhang Miao's expression froze instantly. He pushed his chair forward and looked at the person at the door with a mix of alarm and anger. "Don't you know to knock, Mr. Gu?" As Zhang Miao finished speaking, a woman's scream suddenly echoed through the room. Under Gu Fan's gaze, a woman slowly stepped away from the side of the room. Zhang Miao pretended not to recognize her, covering her face and turning her head away. The woman merely shot Gu Fan a fierce glare before storming out of the room in displeasure. Zhang Miao covered her face and shook her head. As she passed Gu Fan, the woman stuck her tongue out at him, shot Zhang Miao a glance, and walked away laughing. Pretty playful. One reason Gu Fan came to see Zhang Miao was to ask him why so many people were selling shake-off services at the bar. Shake powder? Seems I've been lax in my oversight. I'm only aware of a few flesh trade operations. I know little about shake powder. Deal with it when you have time. Remember, handle it discreetly. Don't stir up too much trouble. Zhang Miao nodded as he spoke. Just as Gu Fan was about to discuss more serious matters with Zhang Miao, he caught sight of the heated scene on the first floor dance floor through the window. A man was shoving a woman relentlessly, and that woman was Shin Aoneng. Gu Fan bolted out of the room and raced toward the dance floor below. You're out here selling yourself, aren't you? No money? No problem. I'll buy you this drug, okay? How dare you insult me? Looks like you're tired of living. The man kept dragging Shin Aoneng toward the dance floor. Despite her constant struggles, the slender man possessed surprising strength. Get lost. Mark my words. If my boyfriend shows up, he'll kill you. Ha! Wait till I strip you naked in the middle of the dance floor. Guess if he'll still love you then? Open your phone cameras, the show's about to begin. Ready? Men understand men. Earlier, he'd noticed several men itching to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. But the moment he mentioned stripping her clothes, those men instantly cooled off. They all pulled out their phones, planning to film first before attempting any heroic rescue. Tears welled up in Shin Aoneng's eyes. Every man's gaze felt like a piercing stare, as if they could see right through her. Rip! Shin Aoneng's coat was torn open by the man. She could already hear the clicks of camera shutters. Despair washed over Shin Aoneng's face as she stared blankly in the direction Gu Fan had just left. Hey! Guys, feeling satisfied? Not enough? Let's keep going. As the man's hand reached for Shin Aoneng's pants, he grabbed her ankle. Shin Aoneng kicked frantically, thrashing her legs against the man in front of her, but his expression only grew more excited. His hand swept upward, effortlessly snatching hold of Shin Aoneng's pants. Let's see what you've got, little darling. Just as he was about to rip off Shin Aoneng's pants, a flash of light streaked past everyone's eyes in an instant. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the man's hand that had been grabbing Shin Aoneng had vanished. All that remained was his severed hand, dripping blood. The speed was so swift the man hadn't even registered what happened before the pain gradually reached his nerve centers. Ah! My hand! Mess with my woman, and you really want to go to hell? Chapter 45, Punishment. The dim lighting made it impossible to see any bloodstains, only the deafening music and swaying heads. The man's loud cries drew the attention of some people. Others filming the scene had already turned pale with fear. Just as they were about to call the police, Gu Fan stepped in front of them. Call the cops? Fine. But not now. If you mess with my bar business, you'll end up just like him. The man froze in terror, his trembling hands dropping the phone. Gu Fan picked it up, deleted the video completely, then tossed the phone back to him. I swear, whoever posted my girlfriend's photos online is going to die a horrible death. After Gu Fan finished speaking, he scanned the room. The crowd surrounding him instantly dispersed, scrambling to flee the bar. But was it really that simple? Gu Fan took off his coat and gently draped it over Shin Aoneng's shoulders. Shin Aoneng flung herself into Gu Fan's arms, burying her face in his shoulder as she wept uncontrollably. Cry out loud. I'll have the DJ crank up the music. Shin Aoneng made no attempt to hide her sobs, her voice growing louder and louder, punctuated by occasional hiccups. Gu Fan lifted her up, cradling her waist, and carried her toward the nearest booth. Her entire body pressed against his chest. Gu Fan felt deeply guilty in that moment. He should have anticipated trouble when he left Shin Aoneng alone here. Finally, Shin Aoneng's emotions began to settle. I'll deal with that scumbag. Don't worry, he's already dead. Gu Fan whispered into Shin Aoneng's ear. Just as he started to stand up, Shin Aoneng clutched his hand tightly. Please, don't leave me here alone, okay? Gu Fan looked into Shin Aoneng's eyes, filled with fear and unease, and ultimately hesitated. He clasped her hands tightly, offering her a sense of security. Then I'll go with you. Since this bar was his own, Gu Fan didn't want to cause trouble. Zhang Miao upstairs had also noticed the commotion and immediately dispatched some men to handle it. They moved swiftly, hoisting the moaning man off the floor and dragging him toward the back of the bar. Several bodyguards picked up the severed hand that had been trampled on the ground. The back of the bar opened into a larger space with several trash bins. The bodyguards casually tossed the man into the garbage pile. The man stared blankly at the burly men in suits before him, his severed hand still bleeding. I don't know any of you, right? You treat me like this over a woman? Cut off my hand? Do you know who my boss is? Let me tell you. Even your bar owner would tip his hat to my boss. Oh? Name your big shot then. Let's see if I'm polite. A voice echoed from the back door as a man slowly emerged. Dressed in cheap, off-brand clothes, his appearance was unremarkable, yet carried an air of grim menace. Gu Fan took the hands handed to him by his bodyguard behind him, thrust the dagger into them with obvious disgust, then raised the dagger and steadily closed in on the man. Want to keep that hand? The scene was intensely jarring. Only then did the man realize he'd provoked the wrong person. At the very least, he was utterly insignificant in front of him. His gaze became shifty, unable to meet Gu Fan's eyes directly. Want it? With that, Gu Fan flicked the dagger. The hand impaled on it flew straight into the man's chest. I'm letting you keep your body intact. I told you touch my woman, and you die. Ignoring the searing pain from his severed hand, the man desperately apologized to Gu Fan, immediately kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. As he begged, Shen Aoning stood behind Gu Fan, refusing to look at the man. She was still frightened, forcing herself not to gaze at the figure before them. Spotting Shen Aoning, the man abruptly changed direction, crawling toward her. Startled, Shen Aoning let out a sharp cry. Then Gu Fan plunged the dagger in his hand into the man's other arm. You scared her. Ah! Finally, the pain became unbearable, surging through his entire body like a dragon breaking free from the sea. Suddenly, the man cursed out loud. What are you pretending for? You're just relying on some people. Having a decent-looking woman. What's there to brag about? I was just curious to ask you. How's the woman? Serving you well? Name your price, my big brother can definitely buy her. Who's your big brother? Why are you bragging about him? I didn't see him come to save you. Gu Fan didn't get angry. He just crouched on the ground, staring at him as if he were already dead. My big brother is Brother Shu. He's in Baicheng right now. Running big business in the provincial capital. The money he handles is beyond your imagination. Just the women around you, they come at his beck and call, you know? Oh, and the girl behind you, did you enjoy it when I ripped your clothes just now? Let me tell you, I haven't even shown you my best moves yet. I'm skilled at. His lecherous expression froze forever in that moment. Now, Gu Fan's dagger was lodged in his mouth, its hilt gripped tightly by Shen Aoning's hands. Her eyes held no trace of fear. Rage had consumed her entirely. Gu Fan was genuinely shocked. Shen Aoning's speed earlier hadn't been slow, it had been fast, incredibly fast. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Never underestimate a woman. She can still kill you. With that, he pulled the dagger from the man's mouth. Gu Fan immediately stepped forward to steady Shen Aoning and took the dagger from her hands. Don't you ever kill anyone again. I'll handle it. Shen Aoning's face was drained of color. Gu Fan merely waved his hand, and the bodyguards promptly began cleaning up the scene. Gu Fan and Shen Aoning sat together on the roadside steps. The evening breeze carried a chill. The breeze ruffled Shen Aoning's hair. She smoothed it back, closed her eyes, and let the wind caress her face, as if it could blow away all her troubles. The two used this moment to sober up. Finally, Gu Fan broke the silence. Tell me what happened. I'll take care of it. To others, Gu Fan's words might sound exaggerated, but in Shen Aoning's mind, he seemed invincible, like a god of war who could solve anything. Like her very own superhero. A lot. Damn troublesome things. Lately, the company lost a huge sum of money. And the person responsible for this outcome is me. After speaking, Shen Aoning's mood sank. I have money. I can support you. After speaking, the smile Shen Aoning could no longer hide finally broke through. But as she turned to look at Gu Fan's profile, her smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of sadness hidden within. Gu Fan, if I were to disappear, would you miss me? No. I'd come find you. Chapter 46, Disappearance. Shen Aoning pressed her head tightly against Gu Fan's chest, savoring the evening breeze caressing her face. She took a deep breath, then forced a smile as she looked at Gu Fan. It's okay now. Let's go home. She then hooked her arm through his. Gu Fan looked down at her disheveled hair and slightly rumpled clothes. She looked rather bedraggled. Yet even so, her beauty remained undeniable. As they walked past the bar's main entrance, the men who had just filmed Shen Aoning were stopped by the black-clad bodyguards. One by one, their phones were inspected, and only after ensuring the footage was completely deleted were they allowed to leave. They listen to you that much? Is this your bar? Pretty much. Whatever you want? It's yours. Shen Aoning's gaze toward Gu Fan was tinged with admiration, though perhaps unbeknownst even to herself, the distance between them felt as vast as the sky and the earth. Gu Fan watched Shen Aoning stare blankly without interrupting her. Instead, he considered investigating her recent situation. Seeing how poor her condition was, it seemed she was in serious trouble. Just as they were about to head toward the car, Gu Fan caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a familiar face darting through the alley beside them, a look of urgency etched on their features. The person spotted Gu Fan, and their anxiety instantly turned to concern. They hurried toward him. But upon seeing the woman beside him, the man froze. No wonder it's Mr. Gu. The women by his side are always different. The man approaching was none other than Guzi, who had previously gambled against Gu Fan at the Crown. Guzi shook his head, shifting his gaze from Shen Aoning to Gu Fan. Mr. Gu. Something's happened. Yao Yao's gone missing. After speaking, Gu Fan merely raised an eyebrow before turning his gaze to Shen Aoning beside him. Shen Aoning narrowed her eyes at Gu Fan, but quickly returned to her usual expression. You go ahead with your business. I'm fine. Of course, you shouldn't take her at her word. If you actually left like that, it'd take a while to coax her back. Honestly, it doesn't matter much, I'm not that close to that person anyway. Hey! Could you please not tell me such trivial matters? See that bar over there? Go inside and find Zhang Miao. He'll help you. With that, Gu Fan tried to wrap his arm around Shinaoning to leave.
But she sidestepped him.
Fine, go if you feel like it. I'm not angry, life comes first.
After all, Mr. Gu really does have a lot on his plate these days. The last words were practically gritted out through clenched teeth, her eyes rolling back at him repeatedly. In the end, Gu Fan went himself and had Zhang Miao act as Shinaoning's driver to take her home.
Though Zhang Miao wasn't much of a fighter, Han Bing lurking in the shadows was no joke.
Having Zhang Miao drive her was purely for cover. Despite Shinaoning's earlier sarcastic remarks toward Gu Fan, as she prepared to leave, she reluctantly embraced him, planted a light kiss on his cheek, then leaned close to his ear. She whispered softly, "Stay safe." As Gu Fan and Guzi walked away, Gu Fan kept touching his face and grinning like an idiot. Upon arriving at Guzi's place, Gu Fan listened as Guzi briefed him on the situation. Baibin City had a rear industrial zone, roughly corresponding to the location of some urban villages. It had once been the city's most primitive and bustling area, where many factories were built. But as times changed, the secondary industry gradually moved away from the city center, and the rear industrial zone gradually declined. Most young people had left to seek opportunities in the city center, and children moved there for better education. Only the elderly remained, reluctant to depart. Hua Yaoyao's home was in the back factory area. The house she lived in belonged to her grandmother, the same place where Gu Fan had recuperated earlier. When Hua Yaoyao had claimed she had another place to stay, she had been lying to him. Though Hua Yaoyao's striking looks and figure added a touch of color to the back factory district, that area was equally steeped in crime and darkness. There was a drug dealer who, after completing a transaction in the back factory area one day and preparing to leave, happened to spot Hua Yaoyao. In such a backward, impoverished place, he never expected to encounter such a stunning girl. The drug lord instantly took a liking to her and gathered a few men to approach her. But just as they were about to approach, Guzi and his crew showed up and interrupted them. Thus, a feud was born. So Hua Yaoyao was kidnapped by those drug dealers? Mr. Gu, I'm just speculating. After all, Hua Yaoyao has no one else besides those guys. Lately, her phone's been ringing off the hook. It's been turned off the whole time. Plus, there's a bunch of men there, and Yaoyao's the only one. If something really happened... Gu Fan watched Guzi's anxious expression and sensed something was off. What's going on? You've got a thing for Yaoyao? Mr. Gu. What time is it now? Making jokes like this? We need to rush to save Yaoyao. What's the name of that drug lord? I don't know his real name, but I heard those guys call him Brother Rat. Hearing the name Rat Brother, Gu Fan, who had been dozing off, instantly snapped awake. He hadn't expected to have heard of him before. The man he'd dealt with at the bar had also mentioned Rat Brother's name. Seems he's got quite the reputation around here. Tomorrow, I'll find an opportunity to meet him. I'll say I want to discuss a business deal. After speaking, Gu Fan yawned and flopped onto the sofa behind him. Mr. Gu. Why aren't you worried at all? Yaoyao's in serious trouble right now. Haste makes waste. Do you really think you can track down his residence? I ran into one of his underlings earlier and managed to pry some info out of him. Brother Mouse isn't in Baibin City right now, he's in the provincial capital. So I suspect it was one of his men who kidnapped her. Tell me, would a subordinate dare act on his own without the boss's word? After Gu Fan finished speaking, Guzi's emotions gradually settled. He sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. You go talk business with Rat Brother tomorrow night. If he's back, he won't pass up this deal. That's when we close the net. I've got some personal beef with that Rat Brother anyway. Tomorrow, we'll settle both old and new scores. Just as Gu Fan lay back on the sofa, ready to drift off to sleep, Dog suddenly plucked up the courage to ask. Mr. Gu, if it wasn't Yaoyao who went missing tonight but the woman beside you, what would you do? When Guzi looked at Gu Fan after speaking, the expression in his eyes might haunt him for a lifetime. The aura and menace radiating from Gu Fan sent a chill down Guzi's spine. Warning! One more word, and he might be dead. That was Guzi's inner thought. Chapter 47, The Helper. If the kidnapped person had been Shinaoning, Gu Fan didn't even know how he would have reacted. Perhaps he wouldn't even want to face that version of himself. Gu Fan had been utterly exhausted, but Dog's words snapped him wide awake. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry. I'm just in a really bad mood. It's fine. Get some sleep first. We'll find some helpers tomorrow. But Guzi ultimately didn't choose sleep. That night, he drove his beat-up van around the back factory area, hoping sheer luck might lead him to a breakthrough. But even as dawn broke, Lady Luck still hadn't smiled upon him. Gu Fan sat up on the sofa and rubbed his face. He'd slept terribly that night, even having a dream where Shinaoning left him. Despite his desperate pleas to stay, her figure ultimately faded from his sight. Gu Fan habitually reached for the cigarette pack on the table. Seeing only one cigarette left, he hesitated briefly before lighting it up. By the time the cigarette was finished, Guzi returned. His condition looked even worse, he clearly hadn't slept at all, his eyes bloodshot and strained. After speaking with Shanaoning, Gu Fan realized it was already Monday time for Gu Xiaoye to go to school. He'd have to ask Su Qing to help out when she had time. Let's go. Crown Casino. With that, Gu Fan threw the jacket from the sofa over his shoulders and stepped out with Guzi. Neither spoke in the car. To lighten the mood, Gu Fan asked, "What's your name? Everyone just calls you Doggy?" "My surname is Go-sun. That's a cool surname, pretty unique. Mr. Gu, are you going to Crown to get help? If you bring too many people, might it be a bit..." "Oh, you're overthinking it. I'm only bringing one person." The moment Gu Fan mentioned one person, Go-sun already knew who it was. When the two arrived, they immediately saw a manager yelling at a man right in front of them, pointing an accusing finger at his nose. The man was tall, around 190 centimeters, yet under the manager's barrage of insults, he hung his head like a child in trouble. "I've told you countless times. Your position dictates your responsibilities. Just tell me how much trouble you've caused me." "I didn't. It was that man." He kept groping the waitress behind him, and she hated it. "I told him to stop and threw him out. What's wrong with that? You're still arguing with me." With that, he raised his hand to strike the man's head. The man didn't dodge, just stood there stiffly, and the manager's blows felt soft and flaccid against him. "Think you can take it? You lot! Over here!" The manager shouted, and 3 or 4 bodyguards standing by the door slowly approached him. "Beat the hell out of him. Whoever makes him scream gets 100 grand. The promise of the reward made the bodyguards' eyes redden. Some of them looked at the man with a sinister glint, while others began warming up. Gu Fan, standing behind him, made no move to intervene. He was curious to see what choice the man would make. The bodyguards suddenly charged at the man. He remained standing there, his chest and face taking relentless blows, yet he didn't budge an inch. Go-sun watched Gangzi being beaten and felt a twinge of guilt himself. He was the one who had told Gangzi earlier, "If you start throwing punches around here, you won't get a single penny, and your mother's illness will never get better." But after all, he was still a bodyguard here. Go-sun had instructed him to only beat people outside the casino. 3 or 4 men's fists landed heavy on Gangzi's back, causing him intense pain, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. The manager saw that the bodyguards were exhausted. "Stop. Useless. Get the steel pipes." As soon as he spoke, someone handed over several steel pipes. Gangzi stared at the pipes before him and swallowed hard. By now, Gangzi's right eye was barely open, his mouth was swollen, and his left hand was losing its dexterity. He didn't know if he could withstand those steel pipes. "If you don't act now, you'll die. Your mother back home will die too," Gu Fan suddenly shouted. Gradually, Gangzi's eyes hardened with resolve. He roared like a fierce tiger, the sound shaking the entire room. Even the gamblers inside turned their heads toward the commotion. The manager couldn't control it anymore. "Go!" Several bodyguards raised steel pipes to smash Gangzi. His massive frame absorbed the blows like a bear, then he planted his foot hard. The man in front was instantly sent flying, crashing into the table behind him and smashing it to pieces. Grabbing the steel pipe, he swung it through the air a few times before bringing it down hard on the man behind him. The blow landed squarely on his head, the force perfectly measured. It knocked him unconscious, but didn't kill him. The remaining bodyguards hesitated to act. After all, he possessed the physique of a bear, wielded a steel pipe, and bellowed threats intermittently, truly terrifying the guards. "You useless pieces of trash! What are you afraid of?" The manager kept yelling until finally, Gangzi's gaze locked onto him. The manager froze instantly. Gangzi slowly advanced toward the manager, steel pipe in hand. "What the hell are you doing? Get over here, all of you! Where are you?" The moment he finished shouting, dozens of bodyguards appeared, their faces twisted with menace as they stared at Gangzi. "Get him! Beat him to a pulp!" But after his command, the men didn't move at all. Their eyes gradually softened and calmed, leaving them standing there blankly. "What the hell are you all doing here? Get your asses moving!" His shout went unanswered. They remained frozen, as if awaiting someone's command. Only then did Gu Fan stroll into the casino. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, his bodyguards snapped to attention behind him, their leather shoes making a dull thud. Gu Fan slowly approached the manager. "Do you know that customer?" The manager shook his head frantically. "Then do you have the authority to have my people work for you?" The manager continued shaking his head. "So you've broken every rule. Do you want to die?" After saying this, the manager immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. Actually, Gu Fan mostly just wanted to scare him. The casino was short-staffed at the moment, but he had to make it look real. Then, not bothering with the manager anymore, Gu Fan shouted at the group of bodyguards, "Do you know who I am?" A leader stepped forward. "Mr. Su showed me your photo. Smart move." Gu Fan patted the man on the shoulder, pushed through the crowd, and approached Gangzi. "Can you move? If so, come with me." After Gu Fan spoke, Gangzi braced himself with both hands on the ground and slowly rose from his kneeling position. "I can. Just lend me some money. I'll follow you to the grave."
Chapter 48, The Flower Shop. Your mom needs surgery again? Go-sun asked beside him. Gangzi just nodded blankly, tears glistening in his manly eyes. Gangzi's mother suffered from leukemia. Her medication couldn't be interrupted, and she frequently required surgeries. Though they had medical insurance, the costs for later stages remained exorbitant. The wages at Crown Casino were fixed, but tips varied wildly. Sometimes, when the boss made a profit, he'd throw in a little extra cash. Gufan helped Gangzi to his feet. Come with me somewhere. When we return, I'll cover every penny of your mother's surgery costs. After Gufan spoke, Gangzi wiped away his tears and nodded frantically. Even before gambling with Go-sun at the casino last time, Gufan had noticed Gangzi. Though his playing style was wild, he was meticulous beneath the rough exterior. His imposing stature also lent him a certain intimidating presence. This made him a formidable presence when confronting drug dealers. Gufan then dispersed the crowd, issuing a few warnings to the manager before the group left the casino. Glancing at the time outside, Gufan realized it was still early. Moreover, Go-sun hadn't received a response to his inquiry yet, which suggested Hua Yaoyao was currently safe. He therefore instructed Go-sun and Gangzi to procure some firearms first. After all, these were drug dealers, they were capable of anything, and it was entirely possible they had firearms. He left this task to the two of them. Gufan himself didn't want to get involved in this mess, it wasn't a big deal anyway. After dropping Gufan off at the Shin Group headquarters, Go-sun and Gangzi departed. Gufan stood at the building's entrance, habitually reaching into his pocket for a cigarette only to realize he'd run out. He scanned the area and spotted a supermarket ahead. As he walked toward it, his gaze was drawn to the flower shop next door. Outside, an array of vibrant flowers displayed their life and charm. The vibrant beauty of roses, the purity of lilies. In the sunlight, they exuded a rich fragrance, their colors vibrant and forms diverse. Some blooms resembled scattered stars, delicate and charming. Though captivated by the blooms, Gufan's steps remained resolutely headed toward the supermarket. No cigarettes? That's no way to live. Soon, Gufan emerged slowly from the supermarket with a pack of Likun cigarettes in hand. Just as he lit one and prepared to enter the nearby flower shop, a woman suddenly blocked his path. She wore a floral dress, an animal ear-like hair clip on her head, no makeup on her face, and a pair of white sneakers on her feet. At first glance, she looked like a girl fresh out of college. No smoking allowed. She pointed to the no smoking sign behind her. Gufan immediately puffed faster, then stubbed out his cigarette and tossed it into a nearby trash can. Is that okay? Wait a bit longer to let the smoke smell dissipate before you come in. With that, the woman swung her ponytail as she entered the flower shop. Gufan stood outside, utterly baffled. He was also messaging Shen Aoneng, but no reply, probably in a meeting. Sniffing himself, Gufan confirmed the smoke odor wasn't too strong before stepping into the flower shop. An elderly woman sat at the front counter. Her eyesight must have been poor. She wore thick lensed glasses and strained to read the newspaper before her. When she noticed Gufan, she merely glanced up briefly. Xiao Duo. Then, the girl in the floral dress from earlier playfully bounced out from the side, flashing a bright smile at her grandmother before returning to stand before Gufan. What kind of flowers would you like, sir? Gufan watched the girl's transformation with some surprise. Where was that fierce person from earlier? Why had she suddenly become so obedient? Gufan regarded her with confusion. Do you have any recommendations? For someone I love. Then roses. 11 roses. Love one person for a lifetime, love with unwavering devotion. With that, she picked up the roses behind her and showed them to Gufan. Just as Gufan accepted them and was about to agree, a man walked in. He wore a tailored suit, his hair neatly combed, his handsome face adorned with a warm smile. Hello? I need 100 roses. Please hurry, I'm in a rush. He pulled a stack of cash from his bag and placed it before the elderly woman. The Rolex on his wrist gleamed in the light. The old lady's gaze remained calm, showing no interest in the money. But Xiao Duo, standing beside Gufan, reacted swiftly and rushed to the man's side. Right away. Right away. Just a moment, please. Seeing Xiao Duo's enthusiasm, the man flashed another warm, grateful smile. Little did he know, Xiao Duo had frozen in place, her eyes seemingly turning into hearts as she fell head over heels. Only when Gufan cleared his throat did she snap back to reality, blushing as she turned and ran off. And in that very moment, Gufan was certain Xiao Duo must be a college student. As Xiao Duo approached Gufan. Hey! I was here first. Could you prepare my 11 roses first, please? Sorry, you saw the big order come in. I'm not sure if we have enough roses in stock. How about this, I'll prepare yours first, and if there are any leftovers, I'll give them to you for free, okay? No way. First come, first served. Gufan's tone grew increasingly firm. Just as Xiao Duo began to feel flustered, the man approached Gufan. Sorry, sir. I know I'm asking for a lot, but please bear with me. I need to confess my feelings to a woman. So please. Give me a break, help me out, help me out. He pulled out more money from his wallet and pressed it into Gufan's hand. Gufan didn't take it, instead handing the roses in his hand to the man. Fine. Good luck to you. Gufan wasn't looking for trouble, he just felt a sense of injustice. Since the man had urgent business, it wasn't unreasonable to negotiate. But being inexplicably ignored made it hard for Gufan to accept. Then get me 11 lilies. Purity. After Gufan spoke, the man pressed his palms together at his forehead in gratitude. Thank you, little sister. This gentleman's 11 lilies are on me. Just as Gufan was about to refuse. No, please give me a chance to show my gratitude. After the man said that, Gufan couldn't refuse and simply nodded. The two waited as Xiao Duo wrapped the flowers, chatting briefly during the process. Really? My sister-in-law works at Xing Group too? Yes. She's been having some trouble lately, so I'm seeing if I can help out. What line of work are you in, boss? Just a small business, nothing serious. To be honest, brother, the woman I want to confess to also works here. We were university classmates. But back then, I wasn't capable enough to be worthy of her, so we didn't end up together. But now I'm back, bringing plenty of resources to help her. And I intend to express my feelings to her once more. Chapter 49, The Flowers. After the man finished speaking, Xiao Duo emerged from the room holding a bouquet of 100 roses. Yet her expression held a hint of disappointment. Handing the flowers to the man, she turned and walked away. The man thanked her, bid farewell to Gufan, and headed towards Xing Group with renewed vigor. What about my 11 lilies? Here. Xiao Duo shoved the lilies roughly into Gufan's hands. Is she splitting personalities? She was perfectly fine inside, but the moment she steps out, she starts biting everyone she sees? Gufan couldn't be bothered to think about it further. Clutching the 11 lilies, he too headed toward Xing Group. At that moment, Shinaoning sat at her desk, massaging her temples. Her eyes were tightly shut as she sat in her chair, her expression tinged with irritation. Glancing at the disorganized folders before her, Shinaoning angrily tossed them all onto the floor. Shinaoning's mind was in turmoil. Last night, Gufan had gone out and never returned. Why hadn't he even called her? Not a single text either. The company now faced unprecedented risks. In the recent land bidding war against the Bai family, her offer had been meticulously calculated, draining most of the company's reserves. Yet the Bai family's bid was a staggering 1 million yuan higher. Shinaoning refused to believe in coincidences, yet her exhaustive investigation yielded no clues whatsoever. Just as Shinaoning was growing increasingly irritable, a few knocks sounded at the door. Enter. The cold voice commanded. A man walked in gracefully, holding 100 roses in his hand. The smile on his face still shone like spring sunshine, illuminating everything around him. Aoning. Long time no see. The man's appearance and voice seemed to deliver a tremendous shock to Shinaoning, causing her gaze to gradually grow dazed and unfocused. Chen Mo Xiang? Shinaoning uttered his name, staring at him in disbelief. Chen Mo Xiang nodded with delight, gradually approaching Shen Aoning. As he offered her the bouquet, he suddenly dropped to one knee. Aoning. I'm back. And I've made something of myself. I can help you through this crisis. Chen Mo Xiang exclaimed excitedly, his voice so loud that many company employees gathered outside Shinaoning's office, waiting to see the commotion. Shinaoning snapped back to her senses. She stepped out first, shooing away the gawking employees, then re-entered the office and returned the roses on the desk to him. I'm genuinely happy you're back, but I detest your behavior today. I already have a boyfriend. Please show some restraint. Shinaoning finished speaking and turned her body away. Chen Mo Xiang slowly stood up. Aoning. What did you say? You have a boyfriend? Have you forgotten the moments we shared together? You said you would consider me. But you left. I waited for you all night at the airport that day. I believed you'd come back, but you vanished without a trace. From that moment, we had nothing left. Now please leave. Besides, we were never together. I only said I'd give you a chance if you came back. But now I'm back. I'm still going to pursue you again. Chen Mo Xiang. We never had a relationship back then, and we still don't now. At best, we were just friends. I'm furious right now. Please leave immediately. Chen Mo Xiang saw Shinaoning's face flush slightly. She was clearly furious with him. But he still wouldn't give up. He placed the roses on Shinaoning's desk and turned to leave. Just as Shinaoning was about to speak. Don't say anything. Just leave the flowers. They're a token of my feelings, after all. If you truly don't want them, then throw them away. With that, Chen Mo Xiang walked out, his mood noticeably low. Shinaoning, observing his demeanor, simply placed the roses at her feet. As Chen Mo Xiang reached the elevator, Gufan emerged carrying 11 lilies. Noticing his mood, Gufan patted his shoulder. It's okay. If it doesn't work this time, there's always next time. Damn it. If only we'd been together back then. With that, Chen Mo Xiang stepped into the elevator and left the Xing Group building, head bowed in defeat. But in that very instant of departure, his gaze shifted abruptly. The earlier dejection vanished completely, replaced by a cold, disdainful stare. I came so close back then. I refuse to let you slip away now. Chen Emoxiang took a deep breath, adjusted his appearance, and drove toward the crown. Gu Fan possessed the card Shen Aonang had given him, granting him unrestricted access to Shen Group. Gu Fan's appearance was far more ordinary than Chen Emoxiang's, but the aura he carried could easily rival his. The moment he entered the company, he overheard employees whispering among themselves. Gu Fan didn't need to guess, it was obvious that the guy's actions had been a bit extreme. You just can't chase girls like that. Thinking that having a bit of money and decent looks gives you free rein to do whatever you want? That's just unacceptable. Gu Fan mused to himself, recalling the happy times he'd shared with Shen Aonang, yet feeling pity for that guy who'd just made his move. With a sigh, he knocked on Shen Aonang's office door. Her usual cool voice came from inside. Miss Shen, would you like something to drink? American. After habitually uttering the words, she looked up excitedly. Spotting Gu Fan, she casually tossed the pen in her hand aside. In one swift leap, she wrapped her arms around his neck and clamped her legs tightly around his waist. Gu Fan, equally entranced, pulled Shen Aonang close and said affectionately, "Work really is a pain. Just look at all those papers on the floor." Shen Aonang kept rubbing her face against Gu Fan's ear. "You're here, so it's much better." As Shen Aonang descended, Gu Fan presented her with the lilies he held. Lilies symbolize purity. 11 blooms represent a lifetime of devotion. Shen Aonang accepted them with delight and planted a kiss on Gu Fan's cheek. She then sat on the sofa to enjoy Gu Fan's massage. His touch was perfectly calibrated every time he massaged her, it felt utterly blissful. So relaxing. Just as Shen Aonang was lost in bliss, Gu Fan set her aside momentarily to gather the scattered documents from the floor. You don't have to take your temper out on them. Don't you know these documents represent the hard work and insights of our employees? Yet you treat them so carelessly. Shen Aonang paid no attention as Gu Fan tidied up, simply closing her eyes and listening quietly to his grumbling. As he picked up the papers, his gaze happened to fall on the bouquet of roses beneath the desk, a bouquet Gu Fan recognized all too well. Damn it! The woman who confessed is mine? Chapter 50, Boss? But Gu Fan still seemed indifferent. After all, only he truly understood his woman. Recalling the man's dejected departure moments ago, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. He placed the documents on the desk. He slowly sat down beside Shen Aonang. Aonang. Tell me, am I really your first man? Of course. Though many men have pursued me, I've turned them all down. Really? As he spoke, Gu Fan narrowed his eyes, looking at Shen Aonang with a more serious expression. Just as Shen Aonang was about to explain, her tone shifted abruptly. What's wrong? Even if you weren't my first man, what could you possibly do to me? Only then did Shen Aonang realize she might have said the wrong thing. Gu Fan's gaze had turned wicked, and he was steadily closing the distance between them. Shen Aonang panicked slightly, pushing Gu Fan away with both hands. What are you doing? Drop the ma. Just as he was about to pounce on Shen Aonang, a series of knocks interrupted them. But as Gu Fan stood up, I'm busy. Shen Aonang shouted back. The knocking instantly ceased, replaced only by the sound of footsteps retreating. Shen Aonang realized she'd just been a bit too forward. She slowly lowered her head, silently berating herself. Yet she failed to notice her face had turned as red as a ripe apple. Gu Fan found himself utterly captivated by her. Shen Aonang, carrying a hint of shyness, slowly lowered her head, her heart pounding wildly. But Gu Fan wasn't as wild as she'd imagined. He merely pressed a light kiss to her lips before pulling away. Shen Aonang opened her eyes, feeling a pang of disappointment as she watched Gu Fan's retreating figure. She slowly stood up. What's wrong? Gu Fan didn't answer, so Shen Aonang's gaze fell upon the roses beneath the table. Don't misunderstand. The roses aren't. I mean, I didn't have any kind of relationship with him before. Shen Aonang realized her explanations were only making things worse. She hung her head in frustration. Gu Fan ignored her because he was focused on a text message Go Sun had sent him. It contained a photo showing Go Sun himself and Gangzi, with several guns pressed against their heads. Gu Fan noticed a woman's figure in the background. It was unmistakably Hua Yao Yao. After seeing the photo, Gu Fan's brow remained deeply furrowed, his hands clenched tightly. What on earth was going on? Hadn't he told them to prepare? How could they have been captured by Lao Shu's men? Gu Fan's mind was filled with questions, completely tuning out Shen Aonang's explanation. Another text message arrived at that moment. Come here at 9 p.m. tonight. Bring 5 million yuan for the ransom. I know your identity, and I trust this sum is mere pocket change to you. You may choose not to come, but I swear next time, the photos will be of those close to you. It seems like Shin. The message was followed by a location. Gu Fan didn't make a sound, but those who knew him well understood, the angrier he got, the quieter he became. The sender of this message was destined to pay for their actions. Threatening Gu Fan's most cherished possession meant facing his vengeance. Shanaoning noticed Gu Fan standing motionless and opened her arms to embrace him. This embrace snapped Gu Fan back to his senses. He turned and gently stroked Shanaoning's head a few times. I'm going out to handle something. I'll be back tonight. Wait for me at home. As Gu Fan turned to leave, Shanaoning held him back, handing him the bouquet of roses from beneath the table. You handle this. Gu Fan merely smiled, but he didn't take it. I trust you. He then gave Shanaoning a trusting, warm smile. Watching Gu Fan's retreating figure warmed Shanaoning's heart, and she smiled as she watched him go. After getting into his car, Gu Fan steadily adjusted his emotions. Glancing at the time, it was now exactly 5 p.m. That meant he still had 4 hours to prepare. He promptly headed toward Crown Casino. Upon arriving at the casino, the first-floor lobby remained as noisy as ever. As Gu Fan entered, he spotted a man speaking to the same manager from earlier. He pointed angrily at the manager, but the manager maintained excellent professionalism. His face showed no sign of anger, only a professional smile. As Gu Fan approached, he recognized the man as Chen Mo Xiang, the very man who had confessed his feelings to Shanaoning. Why can't I go upstairs? I've got money. Can't I go just because I'm rich? I'm afraid you'll need an invitation to access the second floor, sir. Only guests referred by members are permitted. Please refrain from causing a disturbance here, or our security personnel may intervene. Enjoy your evening. After the manager spoke, Chen Mo Xiang angrily shoved him. Just as he turned to leave, he happened to spot Gu Fan. Damn, of all people? What a coincidence, bro. Let me introduce myself, I'm Chen Mo Xiang. What about you? Gu Fan forced a smile. Gu Fan. His voice was barely audible, yet the manager heard it. Stunned, he turned to see the man before him actually knew Mr. Gu. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Fan shot him a look, and the manager instantly understood. He stood at attention, frozen in place. Brother Gu. Let me tell you, this casino's got something fishy going on. I lost nearly $500,000 in the main hall. I knew something was off, so I wanted to go upstairs. It's just money, right? I've got plenty. But he wouldn't let me up. Not that I look down on you, bro. Just stick to the main floor. Forget about introductions, you probably don't even have enough cash. After speaking, Chen Mo Xiang suddenly burst into a fit of laughter. Gu Fan noticed he might have had a few drinks, so he didn't bother responding, just gave a vague smile and nodded yes. Is Su Qing upstairs? Gu Fan asked. The manager smiled again and nodded, this time with much more sincerity. So, under Chen Mo Xiang's gaze, Gu Fan walked confidently up to the second floor. Hey! Why aren't you stopping him? Forget the money, does he even have connections? The manager couldn't be bothered to explain, but out of sympathy, he was about to say something when Gu Fan turned back to face Chen Mo Xiang. Shanaoning is my woman. I advise you not to touch her. I don't have time for you right now. If I catch you bothering her again, I swear you'll die a miserable death. With that, Gu Fan dismissed him and strode toward Su Qing's office. Put. What the hell do you think you are? Talking to me like that? You think I can't smash you to death with my money? Shut up. You're not worthy. The manager no longer bothered to hide his true feelings. His face devoid of even a trace of a smile, he coldly stated. What? Mr. Gu of our casino is not someone you can insult. The consequences for disrespecting our boss are dire. After speaking, Chen Mo Xiang stared at Gu Fan's retreating figure upstairs with a look like he'd eaten the crown's owner? Chapter 51, Bait. Chen Mo Xiang watched Gu Fan leave, his expression frozen like a statue. Recalling his own insults, he felt waves of fear wash over him. Though he'd lived abroad for years, since returning to China he'd closely followed societal developments, especially how a single individual had disrupted gatherings of the Bai and Chang families, subtly shifting the social landscape. And the mastermind behind it all was the crown's owner. Yet he still couldn't believe that the utterly ordinary man before him could be the mastermind behind all this disruption. Gu Fan didn't give Chen Mo Xiang a second thought. Right now, he needed money. 50 million. Of course, he would never actually give the money to those drug dealers. It was merely bait. The moment Chen Mo Xiang threatened him with Shanaoning, Gu Fan had already mourned those people in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Fan opened the door to Su Qing's office. Su Qing sat there, familiar gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, studying the documents on his desk. Noticing Gu Fan's flustered state, he rose slowly. Need money? Gu Fan nodded. 5 million. Want me to go with you? No need. I'll send you the location later. You send a few people to handle the scene. After speaking, Su Qing picked up the phone beside him. Shortly after the call ended, a series of knocks sounded at the door. A bodyguard entered carrying a large black bag. He set it on the floor, unzipped it, and briefly scanned its contents before standing up to leave. Gu Fan gave it a quick glance before picking it up and leaving. This was the kind of understanding between brothers, just a few simple words, and everything was instantly prepared. The efficiency was remarkable. As Gu Fan arrived outside the casino carrying the black bag, he spotted Chen Mo Xiang again. The latter was sitting in his luxury car, chatting with several women dressed in provocative attire parked nearby. Occasional bursts of laughter drifted over. Chen Mo Xiang happened to spot Gu Fan too, but he deliberately avoided eye contact. Gu Fan couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. He tossed the bag into the backseat and drove his Mercedes away. With the money secured, Gu Fan reached behind his waist and drew something. The familiar dagger traced circles in his hand. "Old buddy, I'd love to fight alongside you again. We'll find our chance." Since his release from prison, Gu Fan seemed to spend most of his time either at the casino or at Shen Aoning's place. He rarely returned to his own home. This trip home was solely to retrieve some weapons. He had thought those punks weren't worthy of him bringing out his hot weapons, but now wasn't the time to hold back. Gu Fan's residence was practically in an urban village. His life back then had been extremely poor. Money was tight at home. His father worked away from home, leaving him, his sister, and his mother to rent a small room in the urban village. Those days were tough, but thinking back now, they felt deeply meaningful. So when he gained wealth, he bought that very house outright. The landlord kept raising the price, but Gu Fan paid no heed. Some called him foolish that he could have bought a city apartment for that money, yet insisted on purchasing a house in the village. Gu Fan rarely spoke of his family, or more accurately, before joining Division 12, he scarcely mentioned them at all. Because they had all passed away. Gu Fan pulled out the somewhat rusty key and unlocked the equally rusty heavy iron gate. The gate creaked loudly, but Gu Fan seemed oblivious to the sound. The house's layout resembled a Beijing courtyard home. Opening the gate revealed a small central courtyard, a spacious area flanked by small bungalows on its front and two sides. A rare look of contentment spread across Gu Fan's face. He recalled that he had once lived in this very room. Lost in his thoughts, Gu Fan kept walking toward the right. Though it was also a small cottage, it contained 2 rooms. Back then, his sister and mother shared one room, while he had his own. He took a deep breath and glanced at the time. He decisively entered his own room. The room was small, currently containing only a bed, a desk in front of it, and a small refrigerator beside the bed. Gu Fan eyed a small patch of empty space beside the bed, a section of bare concrete. He retrieved a hammer from behind the door and began striking the spot with force. Once, twice. After a few blows, Gu Fan stopped. He crouched down, feeling around. With a strong tug, he pried up a thick section of floorboard. After tossing the slab outside, he turned his attention to a black bag wrapped inside. His face lit up with excitement. He pulled the bag out, revealing a handful of weapons laid out inside, along with several grenades also wrapped within. Beneath the black bag sat a box filled with ammunition. Gu Fan took out a pistol, checked its magazine, tested its feel, then tucked it behind his waist. He then retrieved a rifle and, from the bottom box, scooped out a handful of bullets. The prospect of fighting alongside these old friends again filled Gu Fan's face with excitement. He placed the rifle and ammunition into the black bag, then slowly returned the other weapons to the box. He pulled a floorboard from beneath the bed, placing it over the weapons. He covered them with the chiseled pieces, then skillfully laid the thick floorboard on top. Only after completing this series of tasks did Gu Fan glance around the room, as if trying to use these surroundings to recall memories, to see his mother and sister's smiling faces. Yet in an instant, like a shattered mirror, those precious memories vanished into thin air. Opening his eyes, Gu Fan walked straight out of the room. After locking the door, he headed to his car, started the engine, pressed the accelerator, and sped away from the place. Through the rearview mirror, he watched the house recede into the distance. Time passed quickly, and soon night fell. Gu Fan decided to head to the location first to scout the area and plan his route. The location sent by the other party was an abandoned factory in the rear industrial zone. The roads there were extremely muddy. Despite Gu Fan maintaining a low speed, the constant jolting was unavoidable. Soon, Gu Fan spotted the factory ahead. To his surprise, lights were on inside. Gu Fan gradually increased his speed, accelerating toward the factory ahead. As Gu Fan approached the factory, a man dressed casually in a tank top and loose shorts stood there, his hair tousled by the wind, presenting a rather scruffy appearance. The man held binoculars, intently watching Gu Fan's car. "The fish is here. Get ready." Chapter 52, The Fight. Gu Fan knew his movements might have been exposed. He opened the car door and looked up toward the factory. Above, darkness reigned, and perhaps at this moment, Gu Fan's heart was as still as the black surroundings. Gu Fan pulled out his phone and sent a message to Go Sun. "I'm here. Maybe you're watching me right now? You're truly clever, no wonder you're the crown's owner. Head straight up to the top floor." Upon receiving the man's reply, Gu Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Knowing this man's status meant he posed little direct threat to Gu Fan. Yet even so, his fate remained death. Instead of tucking the pistol into his waistband, Gu Fan placed it inside his chest pocket. After some thought, he put the dagger in his pocket too, and stowed the rifle at the bottom of the black bag. He was utterly confident the other party couldn't take the money. Gu Fan hoisted the heavy bag of cash onto his back and slowly made his way toward the rooftop. The factory had likely been abandoned for a long time. Its staircase and surrounding walls were crumbling, and the lighting was so dim that Gu Fan had to use his phone's flashlight to steady his ascent. By the time he reached the third floor, several drug dealers were already standing nearby, their eyes gleaming greedily at the large bag strapped to his back. Though they felt the urge to rush up and snatch it, they managed to restrain themselves. Finally reaching the rooftop, Gu Fan opened the door and was startled by the sight. Roughly 100 people were gathered there. Their attire was far superior to those below, and their eyes weren't fixed on his black bag. Instead, they watched his every move. Behind this crowd, a scruffy-looking man sat on a sofa, casually munching on watermelon. Beside him lay a pair of binoculars. "Gu Fan? You're the rat?" A henchman behind the rat shouted, "How dare you speak to my rat like that?" When he realized Gu Fan wasn't acknowledging him, he cursed under his breath, raised his fist, and charged toward Gu Fan. Gu Fan's eyes didn't even register the threat. He kept his cold gaze fixed on the rat behind him. Just as the henchman's fist was about to strike his face, Gu Fan flicked a dagger from somewhere, driving it deep into the thug's temple. The force and speed were perfectly measured. The henchman left this world without a single cry or sign of pain. After the killing, the other henchmen behind him suddenly shouted, raising their weapons to charge at Gu Fan. But Gu Fan's focus remained fixed on the rat. He was certain the rat wouldn't let his men continue shouting. "Shut up!" As soon as Rat barked the order, the henchmen instantly fell silent, though their eyes remained fixed on Gu Fan with fierce intensity. "What the hell is this? He was my man. You just kill him like that? And my brothers? You just tied them up like that? You know I'm with the crown. This time, I didn't bring a single man. I did that to give you face. Take the money. But give me back my brothers. As for this dead guy, if he doesn't respect the king of hell, I'm sure his majesty will teach him a lesson." After speaking, Gu Fan tossed the black bag from his back onto the ground. He unzipped it, revealing stacks of bright red bills that seemed to glow. "Gu Fan, you're quite the character. Bring the men up here." After shouting, several henchmen escorted the three men toward Lao Shu, hoods pulled tightly over their heads. "What's this supposed to mean? Playing some kind of guessing game with me? You can't just kill one of my men without any explanation. Pick one. Life for life." With that, Mouse drew a pistol, sweeping it back and forth across the three men. Occasionally, he would point it sharply at one of them. The targeted person would let out a muffled groan and their body would tremble violently. "Mr. Gu, it's time to choose. If you can't decide, all three will die." He finished with a mocking expression on his face as he watched him. "Oh, and if you don't choose this time, next time it might be between women connected to you." For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Gu Fan's usually composed face. Though he tried desperately to hide it, this subtle shift was still caught by Mouse. "Oh, and I didn't finish explaining on the phone earlier. The person close to you is Shin Aonang, right?" The moment he finished speaking, Gu Fan lost all restraint. With lightning speed, he drew a pistol from his pocket and fired relentlessly at the man before him. The others hadn't anticipated Gu Fan being armed. Some reacted quickly, diving to the ground to dodge the bullets, while several slower ones fell dead under his fire. But Mouse's expression showed no surprise, only pure excitement. The men in professional attire swiftly took cover, finding shelter and returning fire at Gu Fan. Gu Fan hooked the black bag with his left foot, snatched it with his large hand, and the rifle landed securely in his grasp. He rolled to find cover, then unleashed a furious barrage of fire at the three hooded figures. As the three fell, the black hoods were blown off by the wind, revealing unfamiliar faces beneath. It seemed as if everything had been under Gu Fan's control all along. Gu Fan held the rifle, coldly firing into the crowd before him, only the muzzle spewing flames and blood. As his ammunition dwindled, Gu Fan ducked urgently to reload. When he raised his rifle again, Mouse had vanished. The black-clad figures continued dodging while firing at Gu Fan. Though he returned fire, he had no time to search for Mouse. This was not merely a gunfight, but a battle of wits. Though he was alone in enemy territory, fear never flickered in Gu Fan's eyes. Only a thirst for killing and a thrill of excitement burned within him. Gu Fan flung his jacket aside. The moment the gunshot rang out, he swiftly raised his rifle, venting his fury upon the men. Once enough bodies lay fallen, Gu Fan continued searching relentlessly for Mouse. Rat must be eliminated. He was a threat. One day, he would harm Shin Aonang. The thought of his woman and daughter facing danger and harm made Gu Fan's heart race once more. Panic clouded his judgment. As Gu Fan frantically searched for the rat, a black-clad figure on the ground slowly raised a gun, its muzzle trained directly on him. But Gu Fan's attention was entirely focused on tracking the rat's movements, completely unaware of the threat behind him. Chapter 53, Malicious Words. A gunshot rang out. Gu Fan spun around in alarm to see the black-clad figure who had raised the gun now lying dead. Gu Fan followed the sound of the gunshot. The rooftop door had opened, and a man now stood before him. He still held the smoking gun in his hand. "Su Qing, why are you here? I couldn't leave you alone." The guys downstairs are all trash, they're already under control. Did you find the person? Gu Fan shook his head.
The origin of those black-clad men was a mystery. Gu Fan scanned the fallen figures, finally spotting one still clinging to life with faint, labored breaths.
Try to revive him. We might get something out of him.
This was the first person Gu Fan had aimed his pistol at, and the only one he'd held back on. Descending the stairs, Gu Fan recounted his experience and theories to Su Qing.
Just as they reached the ground floor, Su Qing voiced his question. How did you know something was wrong?
When the rat found out I was the boss behind the crown.
That's true.
Though I've always publicly claimed the crown is mine, anyone who truly investigated would know I'm merely your protective shield. I handed over nearly all my underground operations to you because I'm expanding above ground. As for those 3 men, it was intuition.
You're betting 3 lives on your gut feeling? But I was right. What if you're wrong? I won't be wrong. With that, Gu Fan entered the car. Just as Su Qing reached for the passenger door handle, it locked automatically. You stay and handle things. I don't trust those people. What do you mean? They're all our people. You know I only have you as my own person here.
With that, Gu Fan drove away from the factory, leaving Su Qing standing there dumbfounded, his face etched with confusion and a hint of worry.
Gu Fan was heading to the Shin group to ensure Shin Aoning's safety.
Frankly speaking, the lives of others held little significance to him. He wasn't a saint who felt compassion for everyone. He only wanted to protect the ones he loved. That was his lifelong wish. As he drove toward the Shin group, his mind raced with speculation about the mastermind behind it all. Countless questions piled up inside him, like tangled threads of clues.
Only by finding the right knot to untie could the truth finally surface. Lost in thought, Gu Fan finally arrived at the Shin group headquarters. Stepping out of the car, he instinctively glanced at the nearby flower shop only to find it closed today. Glancing at his watch, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Closing time was perfectly normal. At this hour, Shin Aoning was undoubtedly still working overtime at the company.
Recently, he had noticed her mood was consistently low, likely due to work pressures. Though Shin Aoning tried desperately to conceal it from Gu Fan, his superficial investigations had already uncovered a slight crack in her facade. Shin Group and Zhengtai Group had competed for a piece of land. The 2 parties' bids were extremely close, with Zhengtai Group's offer only 1 million yuan higher than Shang Group's. Gu Fan never believed in coincidences. He was convinced that most so-called coincidences and serendipities in the world were orchestrated. His prime suspect was Wang Li, the deputy general manager of the Shin Group. After investigating him, Gu Fan found that while Wang Li appeared clean on the surface, with almost no issues detectable, his wife's bank card had recently received a large, unexplained sum of money. Using some investigative methods, Gu Fan discovered the source of the funds was Zhengtai Group.
Ding! The elevator doors chimed open.
The moment they slid aside, Gu Fan caught sight of Wang Li's face.
Mr. Wang? Long time no see. Wang Li visibly flinched upon seeing Gu Fan, though he forced himself to hide it. Here to see President Shun? He's in his office meeting with President Chen. Would you like to wait a moment? Gu Fan nodded.
Just as Wang Li was about to leave, Gu Fan suddenly spoke up.
Has Mr. Wang had any recent contact with the Zhengtai Group?
After Gu Fan finished speaking, Wang Li's expression visibly stiffened.
No, I haven't.
Zhengtai Group and our company were still competing for a piece of land earlier.
How could I possibly have contact with them?
Where did you hear that, Mr. Gu?
Oh, nothing.
Just heard it from some street thug back in the rear factory area. After Gu Fan spoke, he detected a flicker of anger in Wang Li's eyes. He stroked his chin and bid Wang Li farewell.
After confirming Wang Li had left, Gu Fan pulled out his phone. Are you out there? Follow this guy. I've sent you his photo. With that, Gu Fan sent Wang Li's photo to Han Bing.
Only after completing this series of actions did Gu Fan leisurely make his way to Shin Aoning's office. Wary of disturbing Shin Aoning, he sat quietly to the side, idly flipping through newspapers and magazines.
Just as he yawned, the door to Shin Aoning's office finally opened. Shin Aoning stepped out first, followed by a man walking steadily out with a smile on his face. Chen Mo Xiang.
Upon seeing this man, Gu Fan instinctively rose to his feet, about to warn Chen Mo Xiang to keep his distance from Shin Aoning. But his rationality snapped back into place. He noticed Shin Aoning's face was now radiant with a bright smile, and she was deeply engrossed in conversation with Chen Mo Xiang. As they parted, Chen Mo Xiang extended his arms, seeking a hug from Shin Aoning. But the radiant smile on her face instantly shifted, replaced by a professional, forced grin. She merely extended her right hand.
Then I wish us a smooth collaboration.
After Shin Aoning extended her hand, Chen Mo Xiang could only awkwardly lower his arms and offer his right hand for a brief handshake. Yet when Shin Aoning attempted to withdraw her hand, Chen Mo Xiang showed no sign of releasing it.
Aoning, I was talking about what if. What if I had actually shown up at the airport that day? Would our relationship have ended up like this? Mo Xiang, I'm not one to dwell on the past. I'm sorry, but I can't entertain your hypothetical scenarios. If we're talking about our student days or work matters, I'd be happy to chat. But when it comes to that kind of thing, I already have a boyfriend. Shanaoning's voice was soft, yet Gu Fan heard every word clearly. He forced a smile, but it was as hard to suppress as an AK-47. Chen Emoxiang continued to stare at Shanaoning with obvious reluctance, gradually tightening his grip on her hand. Aoning, you don't understand that Gu Fan? He's no good. He's the kind of criminal element we should be cracking down on right now. Is that so? I don't recall anyone ever calling me a criminal syndicate before. I just served a few years in prison. How did my reputation get so ruined? As Gu Fan's voice echoed out, Chen Emoxiang swiftly released his grip on Shanaoning's hand. Chapter 54, The Backup Plan. Chen Emoxiang now felt a flicker of fear toward Gu Fan. Even maintaining simple eye contact proved difficult, for Gu Fan's gaze made him feel profoundly uneasy. In that moment, he suddenly felt like an antelope caught in a lion's gaze. What are you doing here? This is my wife's company. I should be able to come and go as I please, right? Who's your wife? Shen Ioning playfully nudged him. Emoxiang, I hope our collaboration will be a perfect match. Right. It's quitting time, we're heading out for dinner. After Gu Fan finished speaking, his arm was already draped over Shen Aoning's shoulder, and he kept nudging her face with his own head. Shen Aoning helplessly fended off Gu Fan's advances, flashing a resigned smile at Chen Emoxiang. Finally, Chen Emoxiang sensed the hint and left. Where are we going for dinner? Are we really going? I was just trying to annoy him. After speaking, Shen Aoning's expression changed abruptly. She forcefully shook off Gu Fan's arm from her shoulder. I came just to make sure you're safe. There's been some trouble lately. After Gu Fan spoke, the slight irritation vanished from Shen Aoning's face, replaced by a look of genuine concern. What's wrong? I'm afraid someone might seek revenge against me, and you're my weak spot. As she finished speaking, a faint blush spread across both cheeks. Just as Gu Fan was about to draw closer to Shen Aoning, his phone rang at the worst possible moment, interrupting the lingering tension. Speak. We've been following them. They're currently in a warehouse. Got him. Give me the location. After speaking, the excitement on Gu Fan's face was impossible to hide. Your company's vice president really is up to no good. After Gu Fan finished speaking, a hint of surprise flashed across Shen Aoning's face. Gu Fan didn't elaborate further to Shen Aoning. He simply gave her a light kiss, then casually threw his coat over his shoulders and dashed out. Outside, it was now deep into the night, yet Gu Fan showed no sign of fatigue. Instead, a sense of excitement filled him. Gu Fan drove swiftly, arriving at the warehouse shortly. Han Bing emerged slowly from the darkness, standing behind him. Hey! He pointed toward the warehouse ahead, which appeared to be an abandoned storage facility. Gu Fan nodded. The two men moved forward cautiously. The truth was about to be revealed, and Gu Fan sensed that the three individuals were likely being held captive here. Gu Fan walked forward, his doubts lingering, while Han Bing followed instinctively, his eyes showing no trace of fear. Upon reaching the door, Gu Fan glanced around before reaching for the roller door switch. His expression shifted to surprise. The door wasn't locked. Gu Fan glanced at Han Bing. Han Bing shifted his feet slightly, positioning himself beside the door to be ready for any unexpected situation. He gave Gu Fan a nod. Gu Fan gave the door a firm tug, and it slid open effortlessly. The warehouse was pitch black, utterly silent. Gu Fan didn't doubt Han Bing's tracking skills after all, ordinary people couldn't escape his notice. Gu Fan pulled out his phone, activated the flashlight, and casually scanned the area. His other hand instinctively moved to the dagger tucked at his waist. Han Bing also pulled a pair of knuckle dusters from his pocket, slowly slipping them onto his hands. The sharp spikes gleamed with a cold, sinister light. The warehouse contained nothing but piles of useless junk. Suddenly, Gu Fan shone his light on the floor. Neglected for so long, the warehouse floor was thick with dust, bearing several distinct footprints. Gu Fan followed the footprints, shining his light ahead as they steadily advanced. As they followed the trail, Han Bing suddenly heard faint sounds. He discreetly nudged Gu Fan. Gu Fan instantly halted and looked at Han Bing. Han Bing simply placed his index finger over his lips. Shoo, something's moving. After Han Bing spoke, Gu Fan also quieted down, listening intently to the sounds around them. Sure enough, an exceptionally faint sound drifted out, a muffled whimpering, as if someone's mouth had been sealed shut. Han Bing closed her eyes, intently tracing the origin of the sound. Gu Fan examined the vanished footprints ahead. He walked to that spot, searching for any differences. Suddenly, Han Bing dropped to her hands and knees, pressing her ear to the ground. After a moment, she stood up and nodded. If someone was down there, there had to be an entrance. Gu Fan approached an oddly placed table, peered beneath it, and his face lit up with delight. He kicked the table aside and tapped a tile below. The sound was crisp and clear. He stomped down hard. Suddenly, the floor tile shattered into dust, revealing a small staircase beneath. Han Bing didn't hesitate for a second, jumping straight down. Gu Fan startled for a moment before immediately following. The space below was unexpectedly large and well lit. Han Bing scanned the surroundings warily until she spotted 3 figures ahead, each hooded in sacks. Han Bing glanced at Gu Fan. Gu Fan noticed their attire closely resembled that of Hua Yaoyao and her group. He immediately rushed toward them. After pulling back the sacks, he found Go Sun and Gangzi still unconscious, while Hua Yaoyao gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Gu Fan promptly ripped the tape from her mouth and untied the ropes binding her hands. "Are you okay?" Hua Yaoyao's emotions erupted in an instant. For the first time in front of Gu Fan, she cried out, like a helpless little kitten. She threw herself frantically into his arms. "You finally came." Her tears and snot mingled as she rubbed against Gu Fan. "It's okay now, it's okay." Gu Fan soothed Hua Yaoyao's emotions while Han Bing scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his vigilance sharpened. "Someone's here." After Han Bing spoke, Gu Fan also stepped away from Hua Yaoyao's embrace. Hua Yaoyao helped untie the ropes binding the 2 men beside her, softly calling out their names. Gu Fan and Han Bing stood together as 3 men emerged from the darkness, walking at a measured pace. "Gu Fan, you're something else, knocking out so many of my guys like that. You're a real force to be reckoned with. Not many people earn my respect, but you're one of them." The man in the middle was indeed Mouse. To his left stood the familiar face of Wang Li, while the figure on the other side was completely unfamiliar to Gu Fan. Wang Li remained utterly composed now, his eyes showing not a trace of fear. Compared to the Wang Li of before, he seemed like a different person entirely. "You truly live up to your name, a rat forever lurking in the dark sewers." Rats listened to Gu Fan's tirade, not angered in the slightest, but wearing a smile instead. "Go ahead and rant. I guarantee this is your last chance. I'll return the favor with the same words." Chapter 55, Huaxia. After speaking, the mysterious man beside Rat struck first. His speed was blinding. Han Bing's brow furrowed briefly before he raised his knuckle dusters to counter the attack. The man transformed his fist into a palm, yet his fingertips darted toward Han Bing. Clever and quick-witted, he sensed Han Bing's weapon. His fingertips pressed downward lightly, then his palm flipped, turning upward. With a flick of his wrist, his fingers curved and stabbed toward Han Bing's wrist. Gu Fan watched the man's technique, his mind racing with thoughts and speculations about the man's identity. Han Bing's reaction was equally formidable. She swiftly withdrew her hand and delivered a vicious kick that sent the man crashing to the ground. Her expression turned grim. Just as Gu Fan prepared to observe further, Mouse and Wang Li moved. Realizing he was no match for Gu Fan alone, Mouse called Wang Li to join him in the fight. Though Wang Li usually appeared frail, his combat skills revealed a hidden proficiency. Rat wielded a machete in one hand and tossed a dagger to Wang Li. Wang Li disdainfully flung it aside without a word, reaching into his pocket instead. He pulled out a wristband and strapped it tightly around his knuckles. Gu Fan watched the two charging toward him with a hint of disdain. He'd seen Mouse's skills firsthand. As for Wang Li, though his stance looked textbook, Gu Fan still saw him as the same timid man he'd known before. Gu Fan then tucked the dagger into his waistband. "Fine. I'll play along." Wang Li's fist struck first, but Gu Fan sidestepped it. His focus remained fixed on Lao Shu as he charged. But in that split second of distraction, Wang Li unleashed a decisive, fluid combination punch that slammed into Gu Fan's chest. The force of those punches seemed to make Gu Fan's internal organs tremble. Startled, Gu Fan stumbled back several steps. Realizing something was amiss, he reached for the dagger at his waist, but the rat gave him no chance. Its machete swung mercilessly toward Gu Fan's head. Gu Fan dodged, but Wang Li's fists were already closing in again. Gu Fan planted his feet on the adjacent wall, executing a triple 60-degree spin that perfectly resolved his predicament. Seizing the few seconds of suspension in midair, he smoothly drew the dagger from his waist. As his feet touched the ground, the dagger slid smoothly into his hand. "Gu Fan! Watch out! There's another one!" As soon as Huayao's warning echoed, Gu Fan instantly grasped the situation. He flipped the dagger in his hand, his eyes coldly fixed on the two figures before him. "Your little tricks may have been transparent to me, but I never expected you two to be twins." After Gu Fan spoke, the two seemed to freeze for a moment. The look in their eyes betrayed their hidden intentions. A faint smile played on Gu Fan's lips as he shot Hua Yaoyao a grateful glance. Now, he was ready to fight for real. Meanwhile, Han Bing's battle with the mysterious figure was equally intense. Their skills were remarkably matched, each countering the other's moves with caution. Han Bing, in particular, was determined to prove he had grown stronger. Back when Han Bing and Gu Fan were in the 12 divisions, they'd been assigned to opposing factions. At that time, Gu Fan's reputation had spread like wildfire throughout the 12 divisions, and he'd quickly assembled his own squad. He could recruit from all branches to build the most formidable team in the 12 departments. Now, the strongest operatives from every division eagerly awaited selection by Gu Fan. Joining his unit signified both recognition of their abilities and access to significant perks. Gu Fan's team handled major international cases, and members received substantial annual bonuses. Han Bing's division was rather ordinary, and his own abilities were nothing special. Yet Gu Fan spotted her in the crowd and chose her without hesitation. At the time, Han Bing wondered why he'd selected her. Though her department wasn't the strongest, it was teeming with exceptional talent. You're strong. Never underestimate yourself. One day, you'll make them look at you with newfound respect. These words fueled Han Bing's drive. Through daily rigorous training, his physical prowess grew steadily. Representing Gu Fan's squad, he frequently claimed top honors at martial arts tournaments, cementing his reputation. This set the stage for Han Bing and Gu Fan's eventual selection into the organization. Upon meeting again, Han Bing believed the gap between himself and Gu Fan had narrowed considerably. Yet he was still overestimating his progress. Han Bing suddenly recalled his relentless drive and relentless training back then, pushing himself over and over to grow stronger. Yet, once he achieved some success, his training intensity gradually waned. The gap between him and the captain had actually widened, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of self-reproach. This time, he would not disappoint the captain again. After shouting this, Han Bing intensified his attacks relentlessly, each punch landing with brutal precision. Han Bing now resembled a raging lion, relentlessly lunging at his opponent with frenzied bites. The mysterious man was indeed formidable. Even as Han Bing unleashed his fury, he managed to counter effortlessly. Yet, before long, he was sent flying by Han Bing's kick. The mysterious man slammed into the wall behind him, then crashed heavily to the ground. He struggled to take several deep breaths. You're dead. Han Bing stood with his head slightly bowed, one eye obscured by his hair, the other glowing faintly crimson. The winner isn't decided yet. The man's voice was hoarse, and his words somehow stirred a hint of resentment within Han Bing. But what surprised him most was that the man had spoken in Japanese. Japanese. After Han Bing spoke, the mysterious figure slowly rose to his feet. He cautiously took small, backward steps, then suddenly picked up a long sword from the ground. The sound of the blade being drawn was clear enough for Gu Fan to hear. He temporarily broke free from the pincer attack of Wang Li and Lao Shu, running toward Han Bing. Seeing the mysterious man draw the long sword. A member of the Kayamoto family? Gu Fan spoke the Japanese phrase with practiced ease. The man gave a slight nod. I killed Kayamoto Kazuhito. Avenge him? A true samurai is always prepared to die. His death only proves his worthlessness. I will demonstrate that your Chinese martial arts are nothing but flashy, useless tricks. We true warriors are forever the real heroes. Han Bing and Gu Fan both instinctively frowned upon hearing this. Even Wang Li beside them felt a surge of displeasure. Where did you find this guy? Why didn't you tell me he was from the island nation? Damn it! I don't know either. That guy called him over. What did he just say? Wang Li didn't respond, but his eyes flashed with anger as he glared at the Japanese man. Let me show you the power of China. Just as Gu Fan finished speaking and raised his dagger to strike, Han Bing's hand suddenly blocked his path. Captain, leave it to me. I swear, I'll deliver his head to you. Gu Fan turned to look at Han Bing's eyes. Right now, he desperately needed a chance to prove himself. Fine. Bring me the head, but let him see the might of China. Chapter 56, Death. After Gu Fan spoke, Han Bing lunged headlong at the Japanese man with such force that the floorboards beneath his feet cracked and groaned. Han Bing's fist moved with blinding speed, amplified by his knuckle dusters. The Japanese man frantically drew his long sword. Han Bing then slammed his knuckle dusters hard against the blade. The recoil sent waves of numbness through his hands. His knuckle dusters never ceased their assault. The man's sword skills were slightly more proficient than Han Bing's knuckle dusters. After all, the Kayamoto clan had trained sword techniques since childhood. As the weapons clashed, sparks flew, momentarily illuminating the dim space. Gu Fan and Lao Shu remained unengaged, observing the duel with bated breath, eager to see who would emerge victorious. The scales of fairness in Lao Shu and Wang Li's minds had already tipped. They still hoped Han Bing would prevail, for this fight was no longer simple. The red blood in their hearts surged relentlessly, coursing through their entire bodies. In the duel between the man's long blade and Han Bing's knuckle dusters, Han Bing held a slight disadvantage. Yet his reckless, death-defying tenacity instilled a flicker of fear in the man. Finally, Han Bing found his opening. He crouched low, dodging the man's lunging blade, and without hesitation thrust his knuckle duster's blade into the man's calf. The man noticed the attack, but he was powerless to stop it. Instead of dodging, he merely adjusted the blade's angle, gambling on a single move. Yet the blade steadily closed in on Han Bing's heart. Even Gu Fan, watching nearby, held his breath in anxiety. Still, Han Bing charged forward relentlessly. Finally, the man backed down. He pivoted his blade and thrust it straight into the ground, protecting his leg while halting Han Bing's advance. Han Bing took a few steps back, merely wiping the sweat from his brow and rolling his shoulders. He held his knuckle dusters before his eyes, prepared to fight to the death. Just as he prepared to advance again, a dagger suddenly flew through the air toward him. Han Bing frantically caught it, examined the engraving on its blade, then lifted his head to look at Gu Fan. Use this. Kill him. After speaking, Gu Fan glanced sideways at the man. Han Bing tossed the knuckle duster from his finger. I don't kill nameless disciples. State your name. Cheng Ben Taiha. After speaking, Han Bing's face remained utterly expressionless, though a hint of surprise flashed across Gu Fan's face beside him. The eldest son of the Saimoto family? After speaking, Cheng Ben Tahi merely nodded. After you die, the family will have no one left. After Gu Fan spoke, Cheng Ben Taiha's face showed no emotion whatsoever. Gu Fan leaned close to Han Bing and whispered into his ear, spare his life. Take what you need. Then kill him. Han Bing nodded. Gu Fan never doubted Han Bing would lose, even against his enemy, Xian Taiha, that island nation's prodigy of the sword. Gu Fan's dagger was a prized possession. Han Bing had asked to borrow it many times before, but he had always refused. Many knew it had been given to him by Su Qing, but no one knew its true origin, not even Gu Fan himself. Han Bing took the dagger, a hint of excitement flickering across his face. He flicked it a few times, then picked up several stones from the ground and smashed the light above his head. The basement plunged instantly into darkness. Gu Fan reached for his phone to activate the flashlight, but since arriving in the basement, his phone had vanished without a trace. A faint glow emanated from Wang Li's direction. Gu Fan approached without exchanging a word, simply drawing closer. Who sent you lot here? To actually bring in someone from the island nation? Seems that person holds quite a high status. Wang Li's face remained expressionless. After a moment's hesitation, he replied. Once your brother wins, I'll tell you the whole truth. But that Japanese guy? I genuinely don't know him. Gu Fan then shot a hostile glance at the rat behind him. He too was unaware of the other's mysterious nature. Just as Wang Li finished speaking and was about to watch the two fight, the darkness before him made the light in his hand utterly useless. Cheng Ben Taiha felt the same. Complete darkness surrounded him, save for the faint glow of Wang Li's torch in the distance, utterly useless. As he scanned his surroundings searching for Han Bing, a bone-chilling cold suddenly sliced past his neck. Cheng Ben whipped his head to the side, dodging the attack. His long sword shot up, held horizontally against his own throat, fending off Han Bing's surprise assault. Han Bing moved like a snake in the night, constantly flickering his tongue, searching for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal strike. Gu Fan, standing some distance away, could hear the clanging of weapons. Ah! Cheng Ben cried out in pain as Han Bing's blade sliced his abdomen, though the tip of his own long sword was equally stained with blood. Cheng Ben Taiha instantly composed himself. He abruptly lowered his blade, eyes tightly shut, ears pricked, attempting to detect Han Bing's footsteps through sound alone. But he didn't know Han Bing's profession. She was the scout in Gu Fan's squad, the one who had single-handedly breached a room guarded by hundreds of traps to complete the hunt. Cheng Ben heard a sound and swung his blade violently in that direction. He struck. No! It was his clothing. By the time Cheng Ben realized what was happening, a dagger was already pressed against his throat. I advise you not to move, or your blood will spray everywhere. Han Bing's voice was soft, yet the pressure it carried was overwhelming. Captain! It's done! After Han Bing spoke, Gu Fan snatched the phone from Wang Li's hand and used its light to steadily approach Han Bing. Han Bing was exhilarated. He'd finally proven his worth to Gu Fan. He wanted to show Gu Fan that choosing him had been the right decision. As the light from the flashlight drew nearer, Han Bing unconsciously relaxed his grip. Sibin Taiho showed little reaction, merely muttering to himself. Han Bing's curiosity piqued. He leaned his head close to Songban Taiho's mouth. What are you saying? After Han Bing spoke, Sibin Tai's mouth suddenly stopped moving. You'll never win. The Felis organization is about to reach China, and you're all their sacrificial offerings. His sudden shout stunned Han Bing. Before she could react, Xian Taihe abruptly raised the long sword in his hand. Perhaps because Han Bing was too close to Xian Taihe, and the dim lighting made it impossible to notice the blade in his hand. Cheng Ben Taihe's blade pierced Han Bing's throat. Han Bing's eyes widened in shock as he coughed up blood. With his last ounce of strength, he slashed straight across Cheng Ben Taihe's throat. Clang! The clang of Sibin Taihe's sword and Han Bing's dagger hitting the floor echoed sharply in the quiet basement, the scene etched into Gu Fan's eyes. He watched Han Bing collapse to the floor. Chapter 57, Team Member. Captain! I advise you not to worry about me. I've always won first place in every martial arts tournament. This time will be no different. Han Bing tossed the empty can aside as he spoke, the distinct smell of alcohol wafting from him causing Gu Fan's brow to furrow. Stop throwing a tantrum and get back. Gu Fan's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Han Bing lifted his head to meet Gu Fan's gaze. You're always so cold it makes me feel like you're not even human. Do you even have human emotions? Though Han Bing spoke these words, he still allowed Gu Fan to help him up. Gu Fan merely brushed the dust off his back before turning and walking away. Han Bing was left alone under the streetlight. Tears glistened in his eyes, seeming out of place in the cold winter air, yet his gaze followed Gu Fan's retreating figure. Gu Fan rushed to Han Bing's side in panic, crouching down to wipe the blood from his wounds, though it was already too late. The image of the samurai sword piercing Han Bing's neck was horrifyingly vivid. With his last ounce of strength, Han Bing puffed out his cheeks. Gu Fan immediately pressed his ear close. Philip. With those words, his life ceased forever. Gu Fan picked up the dagger from Han Bing's hand, glared at the nearby Kayamoto Tai, and in a fit of rage, severed his head. He threw it to the ground in fury. Gu Fan struggled to articulate his emotions, but what dominated was profound sorrow. His brother had thought of him even in his final moments, including the intelligence he had just learned. Gu Fan reached into the inner pocket of his clothes, but the weight of the cigarette pack seemed to make him realize something. The cigarettes were gone. Gu Fan was in a terrible mood, unable to utter a word. He just stared blankly at the empty cigarette pack. At that moment, Wang Li stepped forward and discreetly offered Gu Fan a cigarette. Gu Fan took it and lit up. As he exhaled the smoke, he imagined it could carry away his troubles and worries. But he was overthinking it. After finishing the cigarette, he looked at the scene before him and let out a heavy sigh. Who are you? Wang Liang, Wang Li's older brother. Who do you work for? The Qin family. You killed Qin Gu, and they've had their eyes on you ever since. They just never found the right moment. Using Hua Yao Yao and those two to lure me out? I feared that wouldn't be enough, so I schemed against Shen Aoning. Sure enough, you took the bait. What about that Japanese guy? After Gu Fan finished asking, Wang Liang fell silent, his gaze fixed on the rat beside him. Facing Gu Fan's gaze, the rat showed no hesitation and scurried forward. I don't know either. Someone sent me several photos of Hua Yao Yao, instructing me to kidnap her to lure you out. Afterward, they offered me a large sum of money. Fearing I might crack under pressure, they sent him along. After speaking, he feared Gu Fan might still doubt him. I swear, I really don't know him. He didn't say a word the whole time. I thought he was mute, so I didn't bother to keep an eye on him. Gu Fan studied Mouse's eyes. Though the man kept shifting his gaze, the message he conveyed still carried some credibility. But Gu Fan still wasn't ready to let him off the hook. You know what? I hate being threatened, especially when it involves the people I care about most. Before Wang Liang and Mouse could react, the dagger in Gu Fan's hand vanished again. Instantly, it plunged straight into Mouse's face. A flicker of shock crossed Wang Liang's face. He suddenly realized that Gu Fan hadn't fought them with his true strength earlier. Perhaps he'd seen them as mere clowns. Though Wang Liang's mind raced, Gu Fan's lethal move came as no surprise. A true god of war always strikes with ruthless decisiveness. You still want to fight me? Fight. For my brother. Seems you know the rules. You could kill that rat with such ruthless decisiveness. You could just as easily kill my brother without mercy. I can die in his place. Through his eyes, Gu Fan saw fearlessness and a resolve to walk through fire for his brother. Forget it. Let your brother vanish. Leave China. As for you, I admit I have some respect for you. After speaking, Gu Fan walked toward Hua Yao Yao and the others. Just then, Gangzi and Go Sun had regained consciousness. They looked at Gu Fan, about to embrace him joyfully, but sensing the coldness radiating from him, they hesitated. You too, go inside and carry my brother Hu out. Hua Yao Yao felt deeply guilty looking at Gu Fan. It was all her fault she had brought this trouble upon them. After speaking, Go Sun and Gangzi instantly sprang to their feet and lifted Han Bing's body. Gu Fan watched Hua Yao Yao's self-reproachful expression. He said nothing more, merely patting her head in consolation before forcing a smile. It's okay. It's all over now. With that, Gu Fan left the basement in a daze. Emerging from the warehouse, dawn had just broken. Watching the sun rise over the eastern horizon, he felt as though this extraordinary night had been given a temporary pause. He pulled out his phone to call Su Qing when he noticed traces of blood smudged across his face through the screen. He rolled up his sleeve and wiped his face a few times. Su Qing, I'll send you the location. Take care of it. They're all dead. Han Bing is dead too. Su Qing had heard Gu Fan mention this name before. The bond between that man and Gu Fan was no less than his own connection with Gu Fan. Hearing the news, Su Qing's body trembled. He feared Gu Fan might be utterly devastated. He dressed at lightning speed and rushed toward the location Gu Fan had sent. Shortly after, he received another message from Gu Fan. Bring a pack of cigarettes. Through the screen, Su Qing could almost feel Gu Fan's despair and grief. Gu Fan sat on the curb beside the warehouse, staring blankly at the building. Finally, Hua Yao Yao and the others emerged. The person Gangzi was carrying was Han Bing. The samurai sword was gone. Hua Yao Yao tied her own clothes around Han Bing's neck, worried that the spurting blood might cause Gu Fan further distress. But as Gu Fan looked at Han Bing now, a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face. Wang Liang emerged next, followed by a man identical to him, Wang Li. Though his appearance mirrored Wang Liang's, his eyes and demeanor allowed Gu Fan to instantly distinguish them. Gu Fan rose and approached Han Bing's side, gently stroking his face. Rest assured, I will avenge you. I will annihilate the Philip organization. Consider this fulfilling one of your lifelong wishes. As Gu Fan finished speaking, the screech of brakes echoed through the air. Su Qing had arrived unexpectedly quickly. It seemed he had underestimated the man's efficiency. Su Qing was still dressed in his usual suit, looking every bit the upper-class gentleman. He walked slowly to Gu Fan's side and handed him the unassuming red diamond. The 7.5 yuan cigarettes. I thought you'd forgotten about them. Gu Fan said with a smile, but Su Qing remained unusually serious. Bro, you still need to put on a show in front of me? Chapter 58, The Oath. Gu Fan turned to look at Su Qing, slowly drawing closer until the two men embraced. Contrary to expectations, there was no wailing or sobbing. Only a few tears trickled down Gu Fan's face, falling from the corners of his eyes to the edge of his lips. Philip is coming. After whispering this into Su Qing's ear, Gu Fan stepped back from the embrace. Su Qing froze for a moment before directing the people behind him to handle the scene. Gu Fan slowly walked toward Hua Yaoyao. Just as Hua Yaoyao was about to speak, her guilt prevented her from initiating conversation. She looked at Gu Fan with eyes brimming with hurt. You don't have to feel this way. It's not your fault. As long as you're okay. Only after Gu Fan spoke did Hua Yaoyao dare to meet his gaze directly. Gangzi and Gosun, standing beside her, had overheard bits of Hua Yaoyao's conversation and had also seen Han Bing. They both understood a little more now. Just as Gangzi opened his mouth to explain, Gosun gently tugged at his sleeve and silently shook his head. Gangzi continued to look at Gosun in confusion. It's fine. Go ahead. What's going on with you two? Dog Brother was trying to find an organization to get some heat weapons. Things were going smoothly, but just as we were about to get the weapons, Mouse suddenly showed up, and then we... After Gangzi finished, Gu Fan wasn't really listening. He just felt like he'd been through a lot that night and had an urge to relax. He took a drag from his cigarette, puffing away as he watched the smoke drift through the air. But an untimely gust of wind blew in, instantly dispersing the smoke. Soon, everyone else left the warehouse. Gu Fan instructed Su Qing to find a decent burial plot to properly lay Han Bing to rest. After all, his comrade in arms had departed forever. Big Brother, the man behind the scenes. The Qin family is merely a puppet. I'll take care of it myself. He took a deep drag on his cigarette after speaking. In that instant, a plan crystallized in Gu Fan's mind, a plan to eliminate the Philip organization. Gu Fan walked aimlessly forward, cigarette in hand, his mind devoid of any specific plan or intention. He simply didn't want to stop. Perhaps fate was at play, for Gu Fan found himself unconsciously returning to the Shin Group headquarters. He looked up at the towering building, and a surge of ambition welled up within him. It was time to start a company. Gu Fan murmured to himself, then glanced over and noticed a woman crouched outside the flower shop entrance, hugging her knees and quietly sobbing. Gu Fan approached the woman. Only when he drew closer did he recognize her face. It was the girl who had bought flowers at the shop earlier. Xiao Duo? His hoarse voice drew her gaze upward. Tears still glistened on her cheeks. She wiped them away casually, eyeing Gu Fan warily. What are you doing? We're not selling flowers right now. I didn't say I wanted to buy any. I just saw you crying from afar and thought I'd offer some comfort, but now I see there's no need. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Xiao Duo shot him a disapproving look. Tell me. What's wrong? Did something happen to Grandma? Shut your mouth, you jinx. My grandma is perfectly fine. Gu Fan, having made a fool of himself, pulled a cigarette from his pocket. Just as he was about to light it. Are you really going to smoke in front of a girl? That's incredibly rude. Xiao Duo remarked casually, but Gu Fan merely shrugged. So what? Then, without a second thought, he lit up and took a drag. His response and actions disgusted Xiao Duo. She stood up and stomped hard on Gu Fan's foot. Only after hearing Gu Fan's loud cry did she feel satisfied and enter the flower shop. Just as Gu Fan was about to explode, he saw through the glass the forced smile she was giving her grandmother. A wave of sadness and helplessness washed over him, and he reluctantly let it go. After finishing the cigarette, he slowly made his way toward the Shin Group. It was 8 in the morning, right in the middle of Shin Group's work hours. Gu Fan didn't need to guess. He knew Shinaoning was undoubtedly in her office, buried in work. Shin Group now found itself in an awkward position. It lacked influence among the major conglomerates yet refused to settle for a minor role among the smaller ones. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, its standing had further declined due to losses incurred during a previous competitive land auction. Thus, Shinaoning had only one viable option: take the initiative, secure investments, and push Shin Group toward an IPO. Going public was the only viable path forward, the only way to inject fresh capital into Shin Group and fuel its growth. Consequently, Shinaoning's workload had become overwhelming in recent days. She personally oversaw numerous matters, gripped by fear that even the slightest misstep could spell the group's irreversible decline. Gu Fan entered the group without encountering any resistance this time. It was likely because Shinaoning had clarified her relationship with him within the company, allowing him such smooth access. Upon entering, Gu Fan scanned the room. Employees were all busy with their work, heads down. Gu Fan approached Shinaoning's office door and knocked lightly. Shinaoning's voice came from inside. Enter. Upon entering, Gu Fan noticed Shinaoning hadn't lifted her head once, her eyes fixed on the documents spread across her desk. How's the investigation going? What's the market assessment? I don't know. Shen Aoning heard Gu Fan's voice and looked up with surprise. She quickly stood up and ran towards him. Gu Fan simply opened his arms, waiting for Shen Aoning to throw herself into his embrace. Shen Aoning's soft body nestled into his embrace. Finished with work? Yes, so I came straight over without stopping. I just missed you so much. After speaking, a smile spread across Shen Aoning's face. She was utterly captivated by Gu Fan's embrace, burying her head in his chest and inhaling his scent. What are you doing? See if you can smell any perfume. Gu Fan watched Shen Aoning's slightly jealous expression, his own smile never fading. He gently stroked her hair. Did you smell anything? Not yet. Just so you know, if you're messing around outside, I'll. She made scissor-like gestures with her right hand toward Gu Fan, her face twisted into a wicked grin, her eyes darting down toward his crotch. Gu Fan found Shen Aoning's gesture heartwarming. He immediately played along, covering his crotch. Yes, ma'am. If I ever do that, you can kill me. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Shen Aoning lowered her hand and rested her head against his chest. If you truly leave me, I suppose I have no choice but to let go. But Gu Fan, promise me if you ever decide to leave, you must tell me beforehand. Let me prepare myself. Chapter 59, Trouble. As she spoke, tears unconsciously streaked down Shen Aoning's face. What's wrong? Why have you been so melancholy lately? Feeling insecure? I won't leave you. Never. Shen Aoning just smiled. Gu Fan, do you know? Nothing in this world lasts forever. We just haven't faced something strong enough to break us yet. If that day ever comes, and you no longer love me, you must tell me. Seeing Shen Aoning's sorrowful expression, Gu Fan could no longer hold back. He pulled her into a tight embrace, hoping it might offer her some of the security she so desperately craved. Shen Aoning understood his intention. Slowly, she closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of his sincere, feverish heartbeat. Each thump seemed capable of warming her very soul. After a while, Gu Fan left, and Shen Aoning immersed herself in her work once more. Standing below, Gu Fan gazed upward, feeling as though he could see Shen Aoning's solitary and fragile figure. Soon, a Mercedes pulled up beside Gu Fan. Su Qing stepped out slowly and offered him a cigarette. The burial's over. Wanna go see? Forget it. I'm not worthy to see her yet. Wait until I purge the Philip organization from China. Then I'll go. You believe the Philip organization has infiltrated China? Su Qing's expression betrayed shock. He couldn't believe it. China was renowned abroad as a no-go zone for mercenaries, yet they dared to invade so brazenly? Set up a company? Operating underground like this will cause trouble someday. What do you mean? Nothing much, just a hunch. Gu Fan spoke with remarkable calmness. After finishing, he settled into the backseat of the Mercedes, closed his eyes, and leaned back against the headrest. Su Qing took the seat beside Gu Fan, then signaled the driver to head toward the crown. Oh, how's Xiao Yu doing? I've been so busy these past few days I completely forgot about her. Huaxing Elementary. Got her in through connections. Plus, it's close to the casino, convenient for drop-offs and pickups, and easier to protect. After Su Qing finished speaking, Gu Fan nodded. Gu Fan had seen Gu Xiaoye very little these past days and rarely worried about her affairs. He felt he hadn't fulfilled his duties as a father. At this moment, Gu Fan had already accepted Gu Xiaoye as his own daughter. While Gu Fan was rushing to the crown, at Huaxing Elementary, Gu Xiaoye was intently drawing. It was art class. The teacher had handed out a sheet of paper to each student, asking them to draw what they considered the most beautiful thing. After the instructions, the class eagerly began drawing. Each student's work was unique. A boy sitting next to Gu Xiaoye glanced at her drawing and asked without thinking. Xiaoye, what are you drawing? This is Mom, this is Dad, and this is me. Xiaoye pointed to the figures in her drawing and explained to the boy, her face lighting up with a bright smile. Xiaoye, do you have a mom? I've never seen her before. She died. Gu Xiaoye was remarkably mature for her age and had a surprisingly calm perspective on life, death, and separation. After she finished speaking, the little boy's face showed a look of concern. Xiaoye, doesn't that make you sad? It doesn't hurt. Your parents will leave you someday too. They'll grow old, gradually lose their ability to move, and finally stop breathing. Their lives will pause forever at that moment. After speaking, Xiao Yu patted the boy's shoulder with feigned maturity. Your mother will die too. She'll leave you as well, she said with a meaningful, grown-up tone. But the moment Xiao Yu finished speaking, the little boy's expression changed instantly. His entire face twisted into a tight knot, and tears suddenly burst from his eyes. Ah! Wah! I don't want Mom to die. Mom, don't die. Wah! Watching the boy cry, Xiao Yu's face remained expressionless. She simply wiped away his tears. Xiao Yon, don't be sad. Your father will die too. When Gu Fan and Su Qing arrived at Crown Casino, though arguments still echoed from inside, they were noticeably quieter than before. Upon opening the door, they found the crowd had indeed thinned considerably. Both were puzzled by this change. Just then, the manager approached them. Mr. Gu, Mr. Su. Why are there so many fewer people? You wouldn't believe it. While you two were away, some foreigners showed up out of nowhere. They weren't even gambling somewhere outside, some inside just glaring at the players with menacing looks. Tell me, who'd want to play under those circumstances? So I stepped in to talk to them. But before I could even get a few words out, those foreigners just jumped me and started beating me up. And that wasn't all, they kept threatening our customers. Wait, intimidating customers? They speak Chinese? After Gu Fan finished asking, the manager just nodded. Gu Fan already knew who was behind this. He glanced at Su Cheng. Perhaps Su Cheng had figured it out too inside. Go scout out some venues first. I want to set up a security company. We'll go head to head with the Bai family. Keep your eyes peeled for me. I've got some personal business to handle. Watching Gu Fan's retreating figure, Su Cheng muttered under his breath. Personal business? Isn't he just going to see Selena? That woman really is a handful. Big brother got himself mixed up with her. This is going to be tough to handle. The manager watched Su Cheng muttering to himself and asked, What? What? Lost your mind? Mind your own business. Why are you meddling in things that aren't your concern? With that, he delivered a hard kick to the manager. This bodyguard's quality really needs improvement, way too fragile. After stepping out, Gu Fan drove the Mercedes toward the Whale Hotel. With so much on his plate, he'd completely forgotten about the lady waiting there. Upon arriving at the hotel, just as Gu Fan was about to pull out his phone to make a call, a man stood beside his car. Looking for Selena? After the man spoke, Gu Fan merely nodded. The man then handed him a note. Waiting for you in the old room. Just 6 simple words. When Gu Fan looked away from the note, the man had vanished. He scanned the area but found no trace of him. Puzzled, Gu Fan got out of the car and walked toward the hotel. The usual spot that must be 403, the hotel room Selena first stayed in. Gu Fan pressed the button for the 4th floor without hesitation. Stepping out of the elevator, he rang the doorbell and knocked on the door of room 403. After a moment, a face of breathtaking beauty appeared before Gu Fan. The woman looked visibly surprised. Gu Fan. What are you doing here? Did you miss me? Chapter 60, The Arrogant. Don't you think this is really boring? Gu Fan remained standing at the doorway, his expression utterly unchanging, his tone icy cold. Are you just going to stand there outside forever? After Selena finished speaking, she stepped back and opened the door. Gu Fan actually refused to enter, but seeing Selena's attitude, it seemed like the conversation couldn't continue if he didn't go in. So Gu Fan had no choice but to enter Selena's room. The room seemed to carry a scent uniquely hers, a fragrance that held a subtle magic. It calmed Gu Fan's mind, gradually soothing his earlier agitation. Gu Fan sat down on the sofa. Selena then sat down in front of him, habitually crossing her legs. But she'd forgotten she was wearing a bathrobe, and suddenly a patch of snow-white skin was exposed below. Noticing this, Gu Fan immediately shifted his gaze to the side and cleared his throat a few times. Could you be a little more mindful? After speaking, Gu Fan lifted his head to stare at the ceiling. Serena also noticed Gu Fan's unusual reaction, so her gaze gradually drifted downward. A flicker of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Selena's face. But when she saw the blush still lingering on Gu Fan's cheeks, she instantly abandoned the thought of lowering her legs. A playful smile touched her lips as she looked at Gu Fan. What's wrong? Can't talk about it? Gu Fan scratched his forehead, his gaze drifting downward. Selena finally stopped teasing him, lowered her legs, and took a cigarette from beside her hand. She lit it and slowly exhaled the smoke. Selena, don't you think you owe me an explanation? What's the meaning of you meddling in my business? Consider it a hint. Selena said casually, exhaling another puff of smoke. Go on. The higher-ups are already coming for you. Did you really think your little casino would be left untouched? Someone saw how bustling your business was and planned to move yesterday. I just helped take some of the heat off you. After Selena finished, Gu Fan felt deeply suspicious. When he'd been sent to prison, they'd guaranteed him that the crown would never be touched. If what Selena said was true, it meant either they'd learned of his release, or something major had happened and the higher-ups needed him to risk his life again. Serena watched Gu Fan's pensive expression, growing increasingly mesmerized. She'd forever remember those days they'd spent together in America. Though their nerves had been perpetually taut back then, simply being by his side had brought her profound peace. Now, seeing him deep in thought, effortlessly resolving one complication after another. What are you thinking about? She asked. Let me tell you, the higher-ups have designs on you. You'd better change careers ASAP. Serena said after stubbing out her cigarette. Gu Fan merely nodded blankly. Gu Fan. Are you even listening to me? I'm telling you, you have no idea how hard I worked to get this information. Serena's tone was almost petulant, a flicker of irritation crossing her otherwise cold expression. Gu Fan snapped out of his daze, staring at Selena who had stood up, clearly annoyed. He was utterly confused. What the hell are you doing? Is this really necessary?
Upon hearing this, Selena stomped hard on Gufan's foot, hurled an expletive, and stormed into her bedroom without looking back.
You big straight guy. Damn it, do all you women step on people's feet when you're upset?
Gufan yelled after Selena as she left, then he too departed the Whale Hotel. Just as he reached the hotel lobby, Selena sent him another message.
It's all your fault for pissing me off. We didn't even finish talking about the important stuff.
My dad just told me the Philip organization is moving.
He said I shouldn't go back yet.
So you better watch your step lately.
Don't get yourself into trouble. Through Selena's message, Gufan seemed to grasp something. I'll be fine. Don't worry. He sent a reassuring emoji. It seemed the Philippe organization still cast a deep psychological shadow over Selena.
Recalling her look of utter despair when facing them, Gufan couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion.
Gufan pulled a cigarette from his pocket. The diamond on the pack glinted in the light.
He smiled, lit it, and took a drag, lost in thought.
He pondered, if it truly was the Philip organization, did he really need to rally his brothers? If it came down to that, perhaps Gufan wouldn't do it.
When Han Bing collapsed before him, doubt had already taken root.
They all had stable lives now. Was it truly necessary to drag them back into this filthy, terrifying world? By the time the cigarette burned down, Gufan had found his answer.
Then came a call from Su Cheng, asking Gufan to come to the school.
Gu Xiaoya had gotten into trouble. Su Qing was busy with other matters, so he asked his biological father to handle it.
He also wanted him to witness firsthand the power of his own daughter.
Gufan agreed immediately.
It was about time he visited his daughter.
He'd been absurdly busy these past few days, neglecting her completely.
This was the perfect opportunity.
Gufan drove his Mercedes toward Huaxing Elementary School.
Though he'd felt somewhat irritable on the way, his mood shifted the moment he arrived at the school, swept up by the children's energy. Seeing the radiant smiles on every face felt like a breeze blowing away all his negative emotions. Indeed, for these children, the end of school was the happiest time, a chance to go home and watch TV, play games, or grab a few friends for carefree play. Gufan yearned for such a childhood, yet his own had been hell compared to these elementary school days.
Yet Gufan's current reality bore no resemblance to his past.
While the wounds of childhood truly required a lifetime to heal, the young Gufan had never even been granted the time to begin that healing.
After this reflection, Gufan opened the car door.
After chatting briefly with the security guard, he headed toward the teacher's office. Along the way, he took in the school's atmosphere and surroundings. It seemed the money hadn't been wasted. The environment was impressive.
His daughter's learning environment couldn't be too shabby either. As he neared the office, Gufan could already hear the teacher's earnest, heartfelt guidance.
Stepping to the window, he saw the teacher lecturing Gu Xiaoye. Yet her face showed no hint of remorse. Instead, she looked at the teacher with disdain and declared arrogantly, "Teacher, I'm telling you, Uncle Su said no one dares bully me at school."
Chapter 61, The Police. Gu Xiaoye's words were brimming with arrogance, and her demeanor was utterly haughty.
Even Gufan felt the urge to kick her a few times, but the teacher managed to suppress her emotions and continue trying to reason with Xiaoye, though the smile on her face was strained. Before either the teacher or Gu Xiaoye could react, Gufan's foot had already connected with Gu Xiaoye's backside. His kick was swift, too fast for either the teacher or Gu Xiaoye to react.
Panic immediately flashed across the teacher's face, while Gu Xiaoye's expression shifted from fury to excitement. "Dad!" Gufan's kick carried little force, though it appeared forceful. "Xiaoye's parent! How could you do this to your own child? We strongly oppose any physical discipline towards children."
As the teacher finished speaking, a flash of anger crossed her face. She pulled Xiaoye into her arms and glared coldly at Gufan. Gufan merely smiled, shrugging his shoulders. Gu Xiaoye slipped out of the teacher's embrace and ran toward him.
They embraced tightly, and Gufan lifted Xiaoye high. "Teacher, please don't take it personally. I truly never hit children.
It's just that her words were extremely rude to you. I'll make sure to teach her better in the future." Gufan's words were perfectly crafted, leaving no room for offense while offering both parties a graceful exit. His tone remained impeccably polite throughout.
After that, only Xiaoye's laughter echoed through the room. "Xiaoye, could you step out for a moment? I need to discuss something with your father."
After the teacher spoke, Xiaoyu instinctively shook her head. But when Gufan's gaze swept over her, she lowered her head and slowly walked out the door.
"Teacher, please speak your mind. Xiaoyu's situation has been quite problematic lately.
While she pays attention in class, she's severely lagging in social interactions.
She has barely any friends in the entire class and has even bullied classmates.
Just recently, she picked on her deskmate again. The other child's parents said their kid came home crying and told them Xiaoyu had said hurtful things in class. At this age, Xiaoyu seems to possess a maturity unlike her peers. After the teacher finished speaking, Gufan simply watched Xiaoyu's back through the window. When Xiaoyu turned and met his gaze, she stuck out her tongue and made a face at him.
"Indeed, Xiaoye is somewhat precocious, but I believe her childlike innocence still shines through. Perhaps it's because I haven't spent much time with her. Rest assured, I'll make time to talk with her more often. After Gu Fan finished speaking, the teacher tried several times to say something, but held back each time. Teacher, if you have something to say, please speak up. May I ask what your profession is? I run a small business. The teacher merely nodded. After chatting a little longer, Gu Fan picked up Xiaoyu's backpack and stepped out of the office. Calling her name, he took her hand and led her out of the school. All the way home, Xiaoyu kept trying to strike up conversations with Gu Fan, but he mostly ignored her, his face expressionless. Xiaoyu was observant enough to read his mood. Dad, can we go to Crown? Let's go home. I miss Uncle Su. Uncle Su won't be able to save you tonight. Gu Xiaoye's head dropped immediately. After arriving home, Gu Xiaoye dashed straight to her room, claiming she needed to do homework. Gu Fan was puzzled. The little Yu he knew used to be a quiet, reserved girl. Why had she changed so much lately? After dinner was ready, Gu Fan knocked on Xiaoye's door, but she still didn't answer. When Gu Fan opened the door, Xiaoye was sitting at her desk, staring at the photo of herself and her mother, tears slowly falling down her face. Gu Fan cleared her throat a few times. Xiaoye immediately wiped her tears and quickly tucked the photo into her chest. Dinner's ready. Okay. As Gu Xiaoye walked from her bedroom to the dining table, neither spoke a word during the meal. Just as Gu Fan was about to say something, seeing Xiaoye's sorrowful face, he held back. Xiaoye, you've been quite emotional lately. Would you like me to take you to see a psychologist? Am I sick? No, just to help you process your stress and frustration. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Xiaoye simply shook her head. I don't want to go. I just want to be with you. After Xiaoyu spoke, tears slipped uncontrollably down her cheeks and fell onto the dining table. Gu Fan felt deeply guilty as he moved closer to her, gently stroking her head. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. I haven't fulfilled the duties a father should have. And I haven't fulfilled my duties as a daughter either. As these words left Xiaoyu's lips, Gu Fan's gaze grew distant as he looked at her. Could she be a reincarnated character from a novel? Could someone her age truly utter such words? Xiaoyu's sudden gesture interrupted Gu Fan's thoughts. He had intended to give her a stern talking to, but why had she changed so abruptly? Gu Fan escorted Xiaoye back to her room, still puzzled, and told her not to worry too much. Xiaoye merely nodded before closing the door. Gu Fan stared at the closed door, his mind drifting away. Muttering to himself, he walked away from the doorway. At that moment, Xiaoyu pressed her ear against the door, listening intently to every sound outside. Only after hearing Gu Fan leave did she breathe a sigh of relief and walk back to her desk. A smile spread across her face as she opened her laptop, revealing a bold headline, 100 Ways to Manipulate Men. Xiaoyu excitedly clicked like on the post, and thinking about Gu Fan's expression, she couldn't help but giggle. But after laughing, she took out the photo of her and her mother and felt sad again. Everything else could be fake, but the bond between her and her mother was the one thing Xiaoyu couldn't accept. Meanwhile, Gu Fan sat on the balcony, pondering how to help Xiaoyu through this difficult time. He pulled a cigarette from the pack, lit it, and watched the smoke drift through the air. In that moment, his thoughts froze entirely. He slumped on the balcony, savoring the brief respite. But trouble, as always, arrived uninvited. The ringtone of Gu Fan's phone abruptly ended his brief respite. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the caller ID Su Qing. Answering the call, he heard Su Qing's panicked voice explaining the situation. What? I can't hear you clearly. Bro, our casino's in trouble. A bunch of cops just stormed in with search warrants and arrest warrants. The arrest warrants for you. After Su Qing finished speaking, Gu Fan merely scratched his head in irritation. It seemed things were truly heating up at the top. Don't run. Just cooperate with them. Don't worry, I'll be fine. They're probably after me. Chapter 62, Arrested. After speaking, Gu Fan glanced at the time and opened Xiaoyu's room again. Watching her sound asleep, he couldn't help but gently stroke her cheek. With a hint of reluctance, he left the room. Once outside, Gu Fan didn't hurry away. Instead, he stood calmly by the door, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled the smoke into the pitch-black night. Watching the white mist drift upward, it seemed to signify that his ordinary life had also come to an end. Seems I still have to face it. After finishing the cigarette, Gu Fan stubbed it out and tossed it into a trash can. He then drove his familiar, imposing Mercedes toward the Crown Group. The drive filled his mind with memories recalling how he and his brothers had overcome one challenge after another. Though the hardships were real, each completed mission brought immense satisfaction. But after he went to prison, those brothers all cut ties with him. To be precise, it was Gu Fan who severed contact unilaterally. The moment he walked out of prison, he had already anticipated this day. He avoided troubling his old friends whenever possible. A wave of irritation washed over Gu Fan. He rolled down all four windows, letting the outside wind rush into the car. The evening air in Shirahama City, nearing autumn, still carried a chill. The wind seemed to blow away all of Gu Fan's troubles as well. Finally arriving at Crown Casino, he found the place swarming with people outside. Most were there for the spectacle. After all, as Baiban City's largest and most unchallenged establishment, the crowd was driven by curiosity. Who dared to target the crown? It seemed the powers behind it were faltering. Gufan parked his car to the side and slowly made his way toward the crown. Finally pushing through the crowd, he reached the Crown Group building. The interior of Crown now looked desolate. As Gufan entered, several well-meaning bystanders warned him. Don't go in yet. The police said the boss behind it all hasn't been caught yet. They won't let ordinary people in. I am the boss. After Gufan spoke, the people clearly didn't believe him. One by one, they looked at Gufan with contempt on their faces. Gufan looked down at his own appearance. He wore a cheap t-shirt and a pair of worn-out jeans, his face worn and haggard, a cigarette dangling from his mouth looking every bit the street bum. Gufan sighed, ignoring their judgmental stares. Stepping inside the crown, he saw a man seated at the foremost gambling table, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he puffed leisurely. His legs were propped up on the table, his posture and demeanor starkly at odds with the police uniform he wore. Mr. Gu, long time no see. Hope you haven't forgotten me. I was the one who personally put you behind bars back then. Gufan merely smiled, walking toward the man. The man lowered his legs from the table, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and tossed it to Gufan. Huazi, doing pretty well for yourself, huh? You bastard, you didn't even come see me after getting out of prison? With that, the man opened his arms wide and embraced Gufan before letting go. Gufan lit the cigarette, puffing on it as he gathered his thoughts. Something up with the higher-ups? After Gufan spoke, the man paused, then shook his head. Josun, you know I hate lies more than anything in this world. Josun took a deep drag, exhaled the smoke, and let out a long sigh. Right. I guess you've heard the rumors too. Phillips entered China. And he slipped in without anyone noticing. After Josun finished, Gufan nodded, prompting him to continue. Gufan, you know we exhausted every resource to get you into prison. But you violated the time frame we set, and worse, you alerted them. So now we have no other option, only that one move. Gufan knew they wouldn't send him back to prison. Across all of China, only a handful understood the Philip organization. Among those who'd fought against them, only Gufan remained alive. The others? There was only one way left. We intend for Gufan to die. And you from this moment on are no longer Gufan. After Josun finished speaking, despite Gufan's mental preparation, he still froze upon hearing it. He had planned to start anew, live peacefully with Shin Aoneng and Xiao Yu. He never imagined the reality he dreaded would approach him so swiftly. Moments later, several men dressed identically to Josun emerged from various rooms of the crown. They surrounded Gufan, their eyes filled with nothing but hatred. Gufan couldn't fathom why they all stared at him like this. He searched Josun's eyes for answers, but found only the same distant look. Let's go. Josun spoke, his hand reaching behind his waist until he pulled out a pair of handcuffs. He walked up to Gufan. Gufan merely sighed. Truthfully, with his abilities, these men were no match for him. He could easily kill them all and escape. Yet, he finally extended his hands. Josun's expression was equally complex. He understood that the moment Gufan was cuffed, he had no further options, effectively accepting his earlier proposal. The group then exited Crown Group. The onlookers saw that the man in the center was indeed the same one from earlier, the actual owner of Crown. Their gazes toward Gufan gradually shifted, though for them, it was mostly panic. Gufan's journey was remarkably uneventful. The group boarded the police van and sped toward the prison. Josun's gaze toward Gufan began to shift. Ignoring protocol, he pulled out a cigarette and addressed Gufan. I used to look down on you. Back then, the boss kept praising you, saying you were his pride and joy. He showered you with compliments. Honestly, I was more envious than anything. But when you fled to avoid prison, that's when the filter in my mind shattered completely. I despised you. But now, I must admit you're a man of substance. My perspective was too narrow. When it came to the nation, you never backed down. Enough of this. I've said it before, I'll wipe out the Philip organization. The others listened to Josun and Gufan's conversation, filled with confusion. Just as their doubts deepened, several Jeep Wranglers suddenly appeared, blocking the police cars. Several masked figures emerged from the Jeeps, rifles pointed at the officers inside the police vehicles. Chapter 63, Carjacking. Get the hell out of the car. Just as Josun was about to exit, a police officer's hand darted toward his waist. As he reached for his weapon, Josun used the motion of getting out to give a subtle signal. Soon, several officers stood near the police car, each with a gun pressed against their heads. Bro, this isn't necessary, is it? With so many cops around, if a gun goes off accidentally, killing a cop is a serious crime. You guys better know what's important. No sooner had Josun finished speaking than a tall, burly man slammed the butt of his gun hard into Josun's head. You're the one talking too much. Let me tell you something, I've been down this path. Do you think I'm afraid of killing cops? After the man spoke, the other officers felt a chill run down their spines. Amidst the tense atmosphere, only Gufan remained seated inside the car. He sat there calmly, lost in thought.
Until the door opened and a woman stepped into the police car, gazing at Gu Fan before her.
Gu Fan? Gu Fan merely lifted his head, meeting the woman's eyes. Startled, she quickly lowered her gaze. With utmost respect, she unlocked Gu Fan's handcuffs and was about to step out when. Get me a cigarette.
After Gu Fan spoke, the woman frantically pulled a cigarette from her pocket and handed it to him, then retrieved a lighter from another pocket.
Gu Fan savored the temporary haze brought by the smoke, then exhaled heavily. Did old Du arrange this?
The woman flinched at the mention of old Du, then nodded.
What did he tell you all? You're the boss. Gu Fan smiled.
The cigarette in his hand gradually burned down to the filter. He casually flicked it aside before following the woman out of the car. Gu Fan walked slowly up to Jo Sun, standing motionless as he studied him. He pulled a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the wound on Jo Sun's head.
Who did this?
Gu Fan's voice was hoarse and heavy. The sheer weight of those two simple words, spoken in that moment, created an overwhelming sense of pressure.
The chaotic environment instantly fell silent.
The tall man stepped forward from behind, his expression still dripping with contempt as he looked at Gu Fan.
I did it. So what? You're the one we came to take?
You look nothing like I imagined. The man spoke without a second thought, then proceeded to pick his nose as if Gu Fan's words had barely registered.
Gu Fan nodded, then blinked in front of the man.
His right fist clenched, slamming hard into the man's midsection.
Gu Fan controlled his strength, perfectly hitting with full force yet holding back, avoiding internal damage.
It was meant as a lesson. After the punch landed, the man let out a cry and collapsed straight onto the ground.
With a clatter, he vomited up the fast food he'd just eaten.
Cursing under his breath, he ignored Gu Fan's identity and raised his rifle, ready to open fire. Just as the woman opened her mouth to stop him, Gu Fan had already moved behind the man, pressing a dagger against his throat. Leaning close to the man's ear, he whispered,
"Do you think they'll hold me accountable if I kill you?" Gu Fan's calm words sent a chill down the man's spine. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he swallowed unconsciously. His lips trembled as he stammered, "I understand. I understand."
Gu Fan then sheathed his dagger, glanced at it, and handed it to Jo Sun.
"Give this back to Su Ching.
Tell him to take care of Xiao Yu." Jo Sun's eyes flickered with reluctance as he looked at Gu Fan, but in the end, he only nodded. Just then, the woman produced a jacket from somewhere, walked behind Gu Fan, and draped it over his shoulders. Gu Fan merely glanced at it briefly before walking toward the Jeep Wrangler. For some reason, a sudden gust of wind swept through the sky, lifting the coat Gu Fan had just draped over his shoulders. With Gu Fan leading the way, the others immediately followed his footsteps, and together they walked away from the spot. Jo Sun looked up at Gu Fan's retreating figure and felt a tinge of emotion well up inside him.
"Captain Joe? Just let them go like that?" Reported up the chain. "This is beyond our control now."
Jo Sun sighed. Perhaps only he truly understood Gu Fan now. He gazed at the dagger left behind, its intricate patterns still as vividly sinister as ever. As dawn broke, while most slept peacefully, a message spread like wildfire across the land with the rising sun.
Gu Fan had been abducted. The era belonging to Gu Fan was gradually beginning. Shanaoning had barely slept all night.
She only dozed briefly in her chair, and now she looked utterly drained, crumpled paper strewn everywhere on the floor.
The entire weight of the company's recent pressures now rested on her slender shoulders. Shanaoning desperately wanted to see Gu Fan.
Setting aside her documents, she pulled out her phone and dialed his number with a flicker of excitement. But the line went straight to voicemail.
Shanaoning's brows furrowed slightly as an ominous premonition rose in her heart.
She gradually approached the floor-to-ceiling window before her, watching the sun gradually rise from the east as the city began a new day. Cars scurried along the roads, and Shanaoning stared at the scene before her, somewhat lost in thought. After the police left, Su Qing began mulling over Gu Fan's earlier suggestion, a security company. Although the Bai family currently dominated the security industry in Baibin City, leveraging Gu Fan's reputation would surely allow him to carve out a significant chunk of that market. As Su Qing calculated his next move, he watched the darkness outside gradually give way to light. Simultaneously, he pondered how long it would take Gu Fan to be released. Su Qing knew very little about Gu Fan's background. He only understood that Gu Fan was exceptionally powerful and had deep connections. No matter how much pressure was applied to him, he would return unscathed within 3 days. Su Qing still believed Gu Fan would return as before, but this farewell felt different from the others. As Su Qing stood outside smoking, he spotted police cars approaching.
"Big brother back already? That's faster than ever."
Su Qing approached the police car with a look of excitement on his face. Several officers had gotten out, their expressions inscrutable, though tinged with a hint of irritation.
"Where's my boss?"
Su Qing kept glancing toward the vehicle as he spoke.
Only when Joseon stepped out did Su Qing see an expression mirroring the officer's yet somehow more complex. "Where's my brother?" Su Qing repeated. Joseon simply handed Su Qing the dagger. Its intricate engravings glinted dazzlingly in the sunlight. Chapter 64, Old Du.
The sun's emergence inevitably illuminates every dark corner of society, including the pain people refuse to confront, though it truly cuts deep. Gufan vanished from this world in that wrangler, as if no one could detect his trail. Despite Shin Aonang's relentless search for Gufan, she was finally stopped by Old Master Shin himself. "Forget him," he said. "He belongs to a different world than ours. The mission he must complete is beyond our comprehension. Aonang, it's time to let go." Old Master Shin's voice was heavy with the weight of years. After speaking, he gently patted Shin Aonang's back. Soon, the room echoed with Shin Aonang's sobs. Meanwhile, in the most remote region of China, Gufan gazed out the window, his gaze lingering on the scenery. Yunnan's landscapes were among the most breathtaking in the nation. With the window open, Gufan smoked a cigarette, watching the smoke rise and drift before exhaling a few more rings. "Captain Gu, we're here." The woman driving the car called out to Gufan. "What's your name?" "Just call me Lily." After she spoke, Gufan glanced back. 3 others sat in the rear seats. One was the tall man who introduced himself as Bear, another wore glasses with messy hair, a laptop resting on his lap as his fingers tapped away. His expression shifted between frowns and flashes of delight, giving off an air of utter recklessness. Lily introduced him as Mole, responsible for gathering intelligence for the team. Another man sat with a cold expression, his gaze fixed on Gufan in a peculiar way. He kept sizing him up, radiating an urge to test his strength against Gufan. "Captain Gu, don't be surprised. That guy's a real tough nut. He wants to trade blows with everyone, and his methods are brutal. Just call him Black Snake." As Gufan listened to Lily introduce the squad's core members, he noted that the 3 behind her seemed somewhat capable, while Lily herself appeared rather ordinary, her only notable trait being her sharp wit. But Gufan didn't care for clever people. He only needed those who followed his orders. Clever types always thought they knew best. Gufan didn't call her out. He just nodded silently, closed his eyes, and asked casually, "Old Du, what the hell am I even doing here?" "Captain Gu will be there shortly. You can discuss matters with Mr. Du upon arrival. He arrived here 3 days ago." After Lily finished speaking, Gufan opened his eyes in surprise. He hadn't expected Old Du to be here too. He'd always avoided any missions before, but now he was stepping up to the front lines. It could only mean one thing: the situation was dire. Gufan gave a slight nod. After driving for a while, the car stopped. The sky had grown dim again. Gufan pulled his phone from his pocket, sighed, and casually tossed it onto the ground. Lily and the others got out too, leading Gufan toward a small hut ahead. The structure was simple, devoid of any unnecessary adornments, with only gusts of sand and wind swirling around it. As Gufan approached the house, he saw the darkness inside, illuminated only by a faint flickering light. Lily and the others stood motionless outside, watching Gufan and waiting for his next instructions. In the light, Gufan saw a man sitting with his back to him in a rocking chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. Gufan knew the figure inside was Old Du. That silhouette was one he would never forget, forever etched into his memory. Thus, Gufan walked straight into the room. The interior looked quite different from the outside and wasn't as dilapidated as he'd imagined. The room contained only a bed, a table, a few stools, and other basic living items. The most noticeable items were the rocking chair before him and several potted plants at his feet. "Old Du." After Gufan spoke, the man visibly paused. He set aside the palm leaf fan in his hand, placed both hands on either side of the recliner, and slowly stood up. As he turned around, Old Du's weathered face came into view first, yet his eyes were sharp and piercing like a hawk's gaze, and his presence was startlingly commanding. Upon seeing Gufan, Old Du's throat moved several times, yet his lips remained unmoved. Finally, he merely nodded toward Gufan. "This time, it's all up to you." As he spoke, he switched on the lamp beside him. To Gufan's shock, Old Du's left leg had vanished, leaving only his right leg standing straight and unmoving. Gufan was so stunned he couldn't speak. Staring at Old Du, he suddenly found himself speechless, frozen in place like a statue. To Gufan, Lao Du was both mentor and father figure. Since leaving home to join the military, Gufan had no friends by his side. Most of his life had been spent in the army, and his subsequent entry into Division 12 had been entirely on Lao Du's recommendation. He hoped Gufan would keep growing, broadening his horizons, and above all, he wanted Gufan to take his place. Despite accusations of favoritism from subordinates, he never defended himself until Gufan's reputation solidified. From that moment on, no one dared question Old Du's judgment again. Old Du's place in Gufan's heart remained unshakable. "Who did this?" After uttering those words, Gufan clenched his fists tightly. Tears welled up in his eyes, spilling over uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth fiercely, his expression terrifying. But Old Du merely shook his head. "My injuries are nothing. It was the sacrifices and cover provided by so many others that allowed me to stand here speaking with you now, do you understand?" After Old Du finished speaking, Gufan immediately stepped forward, helped him sit down, and only then was willing to listen further. "The Philippe organization has already infiltrated our country covertly, using illegal immigration routes.
They've established a base in Yunnan province and are expanding outward, targeting Baibin City, more precisely, Selena, who is currently in Baibin City. Selena? Philip risked everything to come to China just for a woman? Of course, it's not just that. Selena represents the growing influence of the Ian group in their country, which has already impacted many sectors. That's why the Philip organization has mobilized, intending to kidnap Selena to pressure the Ian group. I'm confident we can eliminate them all in Baibin City. Coming here was unnecessary. Gu Fan.
You're capable in many ways, but you're overly confident.
Overconfidence borders on arrogance.
After speaking, old Du pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. As he exhaled smoke, he continued lecturing Gu Fan. Gu Fan offered no retort, merely watching old Du from the side. After exhaling his final puff, old Du pulled a piece of paper from his breast pocket and handed it to Gu Fan. Gu Fan scanned the names on the paper and even recognized a few familiar faces.
This is the latest casualty list. Chapter 65, The Situation.
After taking the list, Gu Fan scanned the densely packed names before his eyes. His gaze lingered on several familiar names, and his anger erupted suddenly.
Gu Fan kicked the potted plant in front of him violently across the room. Why?
Why are my team members on this list too?
Gu Fan, I told you this is the responsibility of being Chinese.
Since you've been avoiding it all along, naturally someone else will take your place. Old Du's expression remained eerily calm as he crouched down to pick up the potted plant Gu Fan had just kicked away.
Why didn't you tell me? Weren't you living comfortably in Baibin City?
Your men feared disturbing you, and your old squad was down to just Han Bing, though I heard he died recently too. Old Du spoke indifferently, as if matters of life and death were mere trifles in his eyes.
Gu Fan merely nodded, then irritably pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it.
Only then did the smoke begin to ease his frustration.
So you sent those clowns to help me?
They're not ordinary people, they're all top professionals in their respective fields, and I trust them. After finishing his words, old Du glanced toward the door several times.
Gu Fan knew old Du well. His temperament mirrored his own, equally unyielding and stubborn. Though advanced in years, old Du showed no signs of age in his appearance or demeanor.
Assign me a position, Philip organization.
One person is enough.
Gu Fan, I know you're formidable, but I need you to lead them.
Consider it training for them. China can't rely on just one Gu Fan that would only treat the symptoms, not the root cause.
They know the Philip organization's location.
Go with them.
After speaking, old Du reclined in his chair, gently fanning himself with the palm leaf fan beside him. He appeared utterly content, though Gu Fan alone noticed his left hand trembling ever so slightly. This was the first time Gu Fan had seen anything unusual about old Du, but he didn't press the matter. Instead, he turned and walked toward the door. He looked at the four people before him and asked in a deep voice,
"Do you know where Philip is?"
Lily, the leader, stepped forward first, her face lit with excitement as she nodded at Gu Fan. It was Lily who had found a place to rest, and the surroundings were far superior to old Du's living conditions. It resembled a local villager's dwelling, with flowers blooming vibrantly in the small courtyard and several rooms at the front and sides. Gu Fan entered the house's living room. A large blackboard stood prominently at the front. As he approached, he noticed every piece of information on it pertained to Philip's organization.
The most eye-catching elements were several photographs. 4 people? That's right. Only 4 individuals snuck into China.
That's the conclusion reached by those who came before us.
Black Snake investigated it too.
After Lily finished speaking, Black Snake beside her merely nodded, twirling the dagger in his hand. I accessed one of Philip's branch organizations through a website and detected changes in the IP locations of 4 individuals. Though their locations kept shifting, the changes followed a pattern, except this time, it was different. That's why we suspect these 4 are the ones who snuck in here. The bespectacled mole chimed in beside us. Perhaps due to his timidity, his gaze kept darting toward Gu Fan's expression and reactions as he spoke. He retrieved the 4 individuals' information from the blackboard, compiled it into a file, and handed it to Gu Fan for review.
If you ask me, we should just pinpoint their location and take them out. Even if it's Philip's 4 men, we've got several rifles, we can wipe them out.
Dog Bear spoke, his own expression shifting constantly, his face betraying a lust for bloody slaughter.
Gu Fan paid no mind to Dog Bear beside him.
He simply studied the photos of the 4 individuals handed to him by Mole. While these faces might be unfamiliar to others, a sense of recognition surged within Gu Fan.
Seems Philip's organization is taking this operation seriously. Gu Fan finally lifted his head after speaking.
Lily, observing from the side, caught a hint of something.
Captain Gu, what does this mean? I recognize these 4.
They're veteran members within the Philip organization. Their combat styles are quite extreme, so the chances of them hiding are slim.
Where was the last location you saw them?
Right here, 5 days ago.
5 days is enough time for them to escape.
Then,
but they wouldn't flee. If there's a target, it might be old Du.
After Gu Fan finished speaking, only Lily's expression instantly turned panicked, while the other 3 showed no reaction.
Their objective couldn't possibly be just Selena. If that were the case, sending a few new recruits would suffice, there'd be no need to deploy them. There's only one possibility, their ultimate target must not be Selena, but old Du. After Gu Fan spoke, the expressions of all four turned serious. It seemed their goal was either money or power. The information and intelligence old Du possessed had always been the target of the Philip organization. Then we must protect him. Lily blurted out first, her expression unnaturally tense. It seemed that after revealing old Du as their target, Lily had visibly changed. Watching the night deepen outside, Gu Fan merely yawned, drifting toward the nearby sofa. He sank back, eyes half closed. No rush to go tomorrow. Among the four of them is Tomi. He thinks meticulously and serves as their mastermind. He probably won't act so hastily. After a long day, I need sleep. After Gu Fan spoke, the three went to their respective rooms, leaving only Lily and Gu Fan in the living room. Gu Fan yawned. Where's my room? Captain Gu, we only have 4 rooms here. If you're too tired, why not stay in my room? I can manage on the sofa for one night, I'm not that sleepy. Under the light, Gu Fan noticed the deep dark circles under Lily's eyes and merely curled his lips. Go ahead. You look absolutely exhausted. Get some rest tonight. If you're not in better shape than me tomorrow, you won't be staying here. I don't need people who don't listen. With that, Gu Fan lay down on the sofa to catch up on sleep. Lily opened her mouth to protest, but the words died in her throat. Watching the faint snore escape Gu Fan's nostrils, she slipped out quietly and retreated to her own room. Soon she emerged again, holding a blanket. She gently draped it over Gu Fan's body. Chapter 66, Understanding. Only after completing these tasks did Lily feel at ease to leave. As her door closed, Gu Fan's eyes slowly opened in the pitch-black room. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting to the people of Baibin City. Shanaoning was probably still working right now after all. The company had been in such a precarious situation recently that it had relied entirely on her relentless efforts. Su Qing was likely busy implementing the ideas he proposed. The security industry might truly flourish under his leadership. Su Qing was the man Gu Fan admired most. Lost in thought, Gu Fan's mind drifted far away, his consciousness gradually fading. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, a sharp ding from his phone shattered the ordinary night, destined to become extraordinary. Gu Fan picked up the phone beside him. It was a document sent by old Du, containing information on the 4 individuals who would complete the mission alongside him. He needed to know everything about each of them. Bear, real name Chen Hua, was originally a down-and-out boxer. During a fight for the championship belt, he was stabbed by a rival and never recovered. He had military experience and was highly skilled with weapons. Mole, real name Wang Xiaojin, was a computer genius. Lao Du discovered him after Mole made a bet with friends to breach the national firewall, only to get caught. Though timid by nature, he never backed down when it mattered, capable of uncovering any information. Black Snake, real name Sun Do, was formerly a soldier in a special military unit. He was expelled for insubordination and unauthorized actions. Old Du recognized his potential and recruited him. Lily, real name Du Lily. Reading this, Gu Fan paused. He recalled Old Du mentioning he had a daughter. Old Du had told him that he had to win every mission. At the very least, he needed to see his daughter when he returned home. Du Lily, strategically and tactically ahead of her peers, had participated in numerous operations. Each time, her assistants had secured victory, showcasing her exceptional intellect. Reading the document, Gu Fan perhaps understood Old Du's intentions. These individuals shared a common trait: they were clean, leaving no traceable information, and their capabilities were undeniably formidable. Old Du was truly exceptional. He excelled at spotting the hidden brilliance in others. Though it might not be immediately obvious, he always recognized it first. Even if unacknowledged by others, a stone will eventually shine. There was no need to rush. That night, Gu Fan slept restlessly. In his dream, his entire squad perished during the mission, leaving only him dragging Lily out from a pile of corpses. Gu Fan woke with a start, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He took several deep breaths before his attention was drawn outside. He watched birds flying freely, their occasional chirps echoing through the air. After Gu Fan woke, Lily entered the living room from outside, carrying 2 bowls of congee. Setting them on the table, she called out to him. Is there breakfast for sale here? I made it myself. It'll fill your stomach. There are a few pancakes too, I'll go get them. Watching Du Lily bustle about, Gu Fan picked up the bowl on the table and gulped down most of the congee in one go. In their living quarters, only Du Lily's room was in the main living area. The other members' rooms were all beside the small courtyard. This meant that when Gu Fan woke up, he only saw Du Lily, not a trace of the other 3. As Lily brought over the pancakes, she explained to Gu Fan. Bear has a habit of running in the mornings, while Black Snake is always worried about enemies nearby and goes out to check every so often. Mole should still be sleeping in his room after all, he loves staying up late. After finishing her explanation, Lily wore a faint smile. Gu Fan, however, couldn't be bothered with the details. He simply munched on his pancakes, his mind fixated on Philip and the others' whereabouts as he stared blankly at the blackboard before him. Captain Gu, once they return, will protect Mr. Du, right?
You, Black Snake, and Bear can protect him.
Mole and I will go search for the 4 of them.
I want to search for those 4 too. I don't like people who hold us back, and I hate it even more when those people don't even realize they're holding us back. After finishing his last mouthful of porridge, he stuffed the remaining cake into his mouth before heading out. Lily watched Gu Fan's departing figure with a complex expression. The usually prideful Lily couldn't stand being called a burden. At that moment, she vowed to achieve something to prove herself to Gu Fan. Gu Fan simply walked into Mole's room. Without a word, he kicked the door open. Mole was sprawled across the bed, drooling in his sleep. Startled awake, he stared at Gu Fan with a mix of fear and drowsiness.
Captain Gu Gu. Cut the crap. Get dressed. We've got a mission to complete. With that, Gu Fan exited the room.
Mole, still half asleep, pulled on his clothes, then rubbed his eyes and stumbled out, staring blankly at Gu Fan.
Captain Gu. Keep tracking the locations of the other 4. Report any updates immediately. Captain Gu, there are too many mountains here. The terrain makes it extremely difficult to track them down.
Besides, I can only locate them if their phones are turned on or connected to the network. Mole relayed this to Gu Fan while operating the computer, searching for the 4 individuals' locations.
Just then, Bear returned from his morning run.
While he was showering, Black Snake also arrived.
Once everyone was present, Gu Fan explained their plan. I'm going with you.
The usually silent Black Snake unexpectedly volunteered to join Gu Fan in searching for the 4. Just as Bear was about to speak.
Who's the leader here? Me or you? Under me, you only execute the orders I give.
There's no room for refusal.
If you resist, I'll kill you. You know too much already.
After speaking, Gu Fan swept his gaze across the 4. The bear, who had witnessed Gu Fan's power, kept avoiding his eyes. The mole kept his head bowed low, and Lily twisted away to the side. Only the Black Snake dared to raise its head and meet Gu Fan's gaze.
May I take this as a challenge?
A challenge to the rules I have established. Black Snake remained silent, merely staring at Gu Fan.
I don't think you deserve to be my captain.
I think you're inferior to me, just famous, but when it comes to real strength.
This silence seemed to speak volumes.
As Gu Fan heard it, his gaze grew increasingly sharp. This time, the Black Snake had truly provoked him.
Gu Fan detested clashing with teammates on the eve of an operation, yet the Black Snake kept testing his limits. Now I finally understand why you were expelled from the organization back then. Having principles is commendable, but yours border on blindness. Chapter 67, The Capture.
After Gu Fan spoke, Black Snake remained steadfast in his choice. He flicked out the 2 daggers he often toyed with from his pocket, tossing one to Gu Fan before drawing his own.
If you want to be my boss, at least prove your worth first, huh?
Black Snake's eyes blazed with the fervor of challenge. Gu Fan saw the resolve in his gaze and understood, unless he truly demonstrated his strength, even a lesson might not deter him from repeating this behavior. Gu Fan picked up the dagger from the ground, casually weighing it in his hand and flicking it.
Nice dagger. Ever killed anyone with it? Black Snake merely nodded. Gu Fan's gaze toward Black Snake shifted noticeably.
This time, he was genuinely furious. A true commander doesn't need to constantly order his soldiers. Seeing Gu Fan pick up the dagger, Black Snake struck first. True to his military background, his speed and the arc of his blade were near perfect yet still fell short against Gu Fan. Gu Fan effortlessly dodged the Black Snake's attack and thrust straight for its heart. Only by raising its own dagger to clash with Gu Fan's blade did the Black Snake temporarily avert the danger. As Black Snake retreated several steps, Gu Fan mimicked his speed and approach, closing in.
Black Snake understood the inherent flaws in this maneuver. His eyes locked onto Gu Fan's footwork, searching desperately for the slightest opening. Yet Gu Fan's movements were sharp and precise, his steps utterly flawless.
In that moment, Black Snake finally grasped the true gap between himself and Gu Fan. Victory was decided in an instant. The dagger in Gu Fan's hand was already pressed against the Black Snake's throat. Your speed and strength are commendable, but you're far too cautious. No wonder they call you Black Snake when you're preoccupied with caution, your head will already be severed by your enemy. Frankly, the 3 of you are simply unworthy of being my team members. After Gu Fan spoke, all 3 lowered their heads. They dared not meet his gaze. His eyes swept casually over them, yet the oppressive pressure emanating from him was palpable.
But I have no choice.
Old Du chose to trust you, so I must accept his suggestion. Philip's strength is on par with mine.
Do you really think you can defeat them? I won't waste words on this. Obey orders. Captain Gu. We found it. Tommy's location has been pinpointed, he just sent a message overseas.
Mole burst excitedly from the room, holding his laptop up for Gu Fan to see.
Proceed according to the plan.
After that, the other 3 got into a vehicle and headed to Old Du's residence to protect him, leaving only Gu Fan and Mole behind. Gu Fan stared at the constantly flickering red dot on his screen, lost in thought.
Captain Gu, are you worried about an ambush?
Somewhat.
Tomi's scheming isn't inferior to mine, and he's ruthless, capable of anything. But Gu Fan didn't hesitate long. Ultimately, he took Mole to the higher vantage point.
Mole glanced at the laptop in his hands, then looked up at Gu Fan. His hesitant expression struck Gu Fan as comical, and the intricate movements of his hands were clearly an attempt to hide his nervousness.
Wang Xiaojin, speak your mind. Don't hold back acting all coy like some little girl. Gu Fan suddenly blurted out Mole's real name, causing Mole to fluster. He composed himself. Captain Gu, are those four really on par with you in strength? Gu Fan couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Wang Xiaojin really wasn't much older after all.
Seeing him so worried was actually kind of adorable.
Did you hear what I said? Mole simply nodded obediently.
Gu Fan then concealed his smile and addressed Mole with solemn seriousness.
Do you think I'll lose? Of course not. That's the spirit.
Those four guys with Philip might be tough, but we'll win for sure. Just now was just to scare them.
After Gu Fan finished speaking, Mole finally exhaled in relief.
Only then did he settle back into his seat and relay the coordinates to Gu Fan.
Gu Fan remained unfazed by this minor interruption.
His sole focus now was completing the mission swiftly so he could return to Baibin City sooner. His greater concern was Shen Aonang's situation. The thought of Shen Aonang flashed through his mind, and he gradually accelerated. There was no time to ponder whether this was a trap. He had to go and verify it.
Finally arriving, the location was remarkably coincidental at the border between Yunnan province and another country.
It seemed Tomi feared exposure too, choosing this spot in the hope we wouldn't find him. But he was overestimating himself. The Mole's computer could track anyone, it was just a matter of how troublesome it was. After Gu Fan got out of the car, Mole also tried to exit, but Gu Fan stopped him as he opened the door.
Mole looked at him in confusion. I can handle this alone. Stay safe in the car. Just send the location to my phone. Mole simply nodded.
He understood his own limitations. Joining the mission now would only become a liability to Gu Fan.
Captain Gu.
Due to the surrounding environment and jungle interference, the location might shift. Be careful. After Mole's warning, Gu Fan merely gave a hand signal before charging toward the jungle ahead. His eyes were filled with caution, determination to face the unknown risks, and a sense of exploration. At this moment, Gu Fan carried only a pistol holstered at his waist, no other weapons. Following the coordinates on his phone, he plunged into the forest ahead, casually snatching up a wooden stick to clear the thick undergrowth and bushes before him.
Gu Fan was deeply curious. Could Tomi have come here just to send a signal?
Such a reason wouldn't satisfy him. He suspected there must be more to it, perhaps an undisclosed mission. His forward momentum abruptly halted. He opened the map on his phone, zooming in repeatedly on Tomi's location before scrutinizing the surrounding terrain.
Gu Fan rubbed his chin, closing the map with no leads.
He had no choice but to head toward the marked location. Only by finding Tomi would all questions be answered. As Gu Fan moved toward the red dot, the dot itself kept shifting position. His pace unconsciously slowed.
He knew he couldn't rush forward blindly now. Since the other party was also moving, advancing too quickly risked an unexpected encounter. That would only expose his own position. As Gu Fan moved cautiously, a gunshot suddenly echoed through the air.
The shot was loud and heavy, with a deep, muffled echo. It could only be a sniper rifle.
After all, the weapon Tomi wielded most skillfully was a sniper rifle.
Chapter 68, Success. The shot was loud, and Gu Fan heard it clearly.
His instincts kicked in, and he instantly dropped to the ground.
He listened intently, scanning his surroundings based on the sound. Then, following the direction of the sound, he slowly crept forward. He drew the pistol from his waist, gripped it with both hands, and quietly edged his way toward the source. Gu Fan had no time to check his phone's location. He was absolutely certain the enemy was no more than 50 meters away. Sure enough, Gu Fan instantly heard the sound. The enemy was likely running through the grass with a gun, the rustling of the grass clearly audible. Perhaps even Tomi hadn't realized how quickly his position had been exposed. As the sound drew nearer, Gu Fan stretched every nerve taut. He raised his pistol slightly, resting it against his cheek, and scanned the direction of the noise. Finally, a man clad in camouflage burst out of the grass, glancing back nervously several times. Though his heart was filled with worry and unease, his expression remained utterly unchanged.
Gu Fan recognized this as his chance.
If he didn't act, Tomi would outpace him. The thought surged through his mind, and Gu Fan acted decisively. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired several shots at Tomi's hands. True to his reputation as a member of the Philip organization, Tomi's reflexes were lightning fast. Only one of the 3 shots struck his shoulder, the other 2 were dodged with astonishing agility. Tomi rolled once on the ground before snatching his sniper rifle and instantly firing a bullet toward Gu Fan's position. The sniper rifle's large caliber bullet possessed astonishing power, shattering the tree behind Gu Fan cleanly. After reloading, Tomi bellowed in English, demanding Gu Fan's identity.
Gu Fan offered no reply, instead firing several shots toward Tomi's position. His answer. Are you from China's 12th Division?
After speaking, Tomi slowly raised his sniper scope, searching for Gufan's position. Taking advantage of his earlier role, Tomi had positioned himself on a downward slope. Combined with his camouflage gear, this made it extremely difficult for Gufan to pinpoint his target. Gufan knew he couldn't reveal his position, otherwise, the enemy would pinpoint him. Their weapons were 10 times more powerful than his. He had to stay calm and handle this with composure. After this thought, Gufan pulled a mirror from his pocket and used its reflection to scan for Tomi's position. As if heaven had eyes, the sun in the sky shifted its position ever so slightly. The light it cast fell perfectly upon Tomi's scope. The glint revealed his position to Gufan. Deliberately exposing himself, Tomi aimed his gun at Gufan's location, waiting for his next move. Tomi was confident. He was absolutely certain that the next time Gufan appeared, he would blow his head off. With a mix of impulsiveness and excitement, he stared at Gufan's position through the scope, feeling a surge of adrenaline. But on the battlefield, victory or defeat often hinged on the slightest margin. Gufan knew Tomi was targeting him, but now he only needed to wait for an opportunity. As the sunlight hit his position, Gufan used a mirror to reflect the glare directly into Tomi's eyes. The brief blindness meant defeat. Tomi shook his head. When he opened his eyes again, he dared not move. A pistol was pressed against his head. "I suggest you don't move. Otherwise bang." After Gufan spoke, Tomi lowered his sniper rifle and raised both hands, signaling he posed no threat. Gufan struck Tomi's head hard with the pistols but, landing the blow precisely. Tomi immediately fell unconscious. Gufan ripped the mask from Tomi's face. Seeing his features, he exhaled in relief before slapping Tomi's face several times in anger. Meanwhile, Mole sat trembling in the car. Having heard multiple gunshots, he suspected Captain Gu was locked in a fierce firefight with the enemy. His gaze remained fixed on the mountain ahead, desperately hoping to spot Gufan. Amidst his own anxiety, a trending topic appeared online and remained hot for a long time. The mole's gaze finally shifted to the computer screen. Staring at the hotspot, he was stunned to see the location where a Chinese diplomat had been shot and killed right here. Just as cold sweat was about to break out on Mole's forehead, the passenger side window was suddenly tapped. Mole jumped in fright, but upon seeing the man before him, the heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. He hurriedly opened the passenger door for Gufan. The trunk opened. Tonight, they had work to do. After speaking, Gufan hoisted the man in his grasp. Tomi was bound and gagged, his mouth sealed with duct tape, blood trickling down his face in a horrifying display. "Captain Gu. We've got the rat. Let's head to Old Du's place now." After stowing Tomi in the trunk, Gufan settled into the passenger seat, lit a cigarette, and exuded pure relaxation. His face softened into a satisfied smile that flickered intermittently. "Captain Gu. Got something to say? Stop dithering like a woman. Tomi just fired shots up on the mountain at our country's diplomat." After Mole finished speaking, Gufan suddenly recalled the railway tracks near this mountain. How could he have overlooked such crucial information? The regret that had flashed across his face vanished instantly. "We'll question him later. Wring every last bit of information out of him." After speaking, Gufan stubbed out his cigarette butt and tossed it aside carelessly. Regardless of whether his actions succeeded or failed, casualties were inevitable. This thought reignited his hatred for the Philip organization, and he muttered curses under his breath before moving on. Throughout the journey, Mole drove steadily, the car's atmosphere tense and solemn. Mole desperately wanted to strike up a conversation with Gufan, to ask how he had subdued Tomi, but seeing the stern expression on Gufan's face, he ultimately kept his thoughts to himself. Gazing up at the scorching sun, he realized it was already afternoon, the hottest part of the day. Yet inside the car, the air conditioning shielded them from the heat entirely. Upon arriving at Old Du's house, they first spotted the 3 guards stationed outside. Bear remained in the car keeping watch, Black Snake pretended to rest beside a nearby tree, while Lily stayed inside the house personally tending to Old Du. Perhaps this was the only way she could truly feel at ease. When they saw Gufan, they were about to greet him, but upon noticing his somber expression, all their thoughts vanished instantly. Gufan entered the room and looked at Old Du in the rocking chair. The man was captured. Chapter 69, Conflict. After I spoke, Old Du slowly rose from his seat and approached me, his gaze fixed on the Tomi in my hand. We locked eyes for a moment. He sensed something amiss in my gaze. He then had the 4 men take turns guarding Tomi, reporting any developments, while Old Du and Gufan entered the innermost room. Old Du said nothing superfluous, he simply stared at Gufan, hoping to see something different in his eyes. "What are you looking at? I thought time might have dulled your edge, but it seems I was mistaken. You're still as sharp as ever." Gufan was momentarily stunned by Lao Du's sudden praise. In his memory, Old Du had always been a strict, demanding old curmudgeon. This sudden praise caught Gufan off guard. He merely scratched his head and gave Old Du a hearty slap on the shoulder. "What's with this? How old are you, playing sentimental? You should take a break. I'm a bit tired, I'll go rest first." Old Du said nothing, merely watching Gufan's retreating figure. He picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip.
Once outside, Gufan spotted Tomi collapsed on the ground. He delivered a hard kick to his chest. Tomi jolted awake, coughing violently. His eyes snapped open, and he immediately began screaming for help. But the moment he lifted his head and saw Gufan, his movements froze. You're. Tomi felt the man before him looked familiar, yet he couldn't quite place him. Gufan merely smiled, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and slowly puffed smoke until the haze drifted toward Tomi's face. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. A man who had once infiltrated the Philip organization alone and walked away unscathed. The arrogant words he had shouted outside the door, a cigarette dangling from his lips filled with utter disdain. Yet the Philip organization considered this incident a disgrace, forbidding anyone from spreading the story. Only Tomi knew the truth, that man was formidable, his presence and charisma equally formidable. Watching Gufan's posture and the way he exhaled smoke, Tomi couldn't help but notice the uncanny resemblance to that man. Tomi stared at Gufan before him, swallowing hard, eyes wide, body trembling. Gufan, observing his reaction, guessed what was going through his mind. He simply extinguished his cigarette with a calm flick. Talk? Gufan's English was impeccably fluent, and the monotone of his voice only heightened Tomi's anxiety. He could only nod frantically. Lily and the others observed Tomi's mix of respect and fear toward Gufan. They were more intrigued by Gufan's past experiences. What kind of man could make the Philip organization tremble at the mere mention of his name? If it were merely the reputation of Section 12, this wouldn't be the case. It seemed Gufan's background was still deeply entrenched, and certainly not limited to that. Lily's thoughts churned as her gaze toward Gufan gradually shifted. Perhaps even her father didn't fully grasp the depth of Gufan's 12-division legacy. While Lily speculated about Gufan's origins, he had already dragged Tomi into an adjacent room. Casually tossing him aside, Gufan pulled out a cigarette and waited for Tomi's report. Tomi stared blankly at the cigarette in Gufan's hand. Gufan sighed, pulled out another one, and tossed it to Tomi. I hope you can give me some useful information. I won't tell you what happens if you don't. Tomi studied Gufan's expression. Lighting the cigarette, he brought it to his lips. After a few puffs, his voice trembled as he spoke. Our organization actually sent only 3 people. We spread the rumor of 4 and used certain methods to fake the 4th. We had 3 plans. One was to shoot the Chinese diplomat. Clearly I succeeded. Another was Du Feng. And the last was Selena. Tomi merely nodded. We have a signal between us. If no report comes in after a certain period, we assume failure and immediately change locations. Because of my earlier fainting spell, the other 2 have already left Yunnan province. They should be heading toward Baibin City now. After Tomi finished speaking, Gufan's expression suddenly darkened. His grip tightened unconsciously as he slammed his hand against the door behind him. Where did you guys stay before? Tomi then gave the address of the 3. Without a moment's hesitation, Gufan turned to leave. Just as he was about to exit, Tomi suddenly spoke. Are you a demon? Demon was the nickname given to Gufan by the Philip organization. He was known for his ruthless methods, even more brutal than the Philip organization's own tactics. Rumors claimed that wherever he went, death followed. Gufan offered no reply, merely smiling as he flicked his cigarette but aside. So what if I am? What difference does it make if I'm not? After speaking, Tomi merely nodded. Just as Gufan closed the door and left, a hint of wickedness flashed across Tomi's face. He muttered to himself, true enough. Whether you are the devil or not, your fate is death. Tomi's expression grew increasingly frenzied as he stared in the direction Gufan had departed. A hint of greed lingered on his lips. Sitting there on the floor, the fear and horror from moments before vanished instantly, replaced by an air of utter ease as if he were in paradise. A faint smile played on his face, more akin to the satisfaction of completing a mission. After stepping outside, Gufan looked at Tomi with utter disdain, yet he trusted the information Tomi had provided. He first entered Old Du's room. He reported the intelligence he'd extracted from Tomi. The Philippe organization really is cautious. But I never expected them to walk right into Shirahama City. What are your thoughts? I must return not only for Selena, but for someone far more important who's there. I fear they might be harmed. Old Du didn't immediately voice his opinion, merely stroking his chin as he pondered. But I suggest you take these team members to scout the residence Tomi just provided. That might make your investigation easier. After Old Du finished speaking, Gufan's expression clearly showed irritation. Chief Du Feng, do you think they can't handle scouting the residential area? Do you need me to accompany them? I believe Selena's safety is more important than all this right now, you know? In the United States, Selena's Ian Group has already faced their suppression. Now, once they capture Selena, the Ian Group will completely belong to Philip. Their growing power will threaten neighboring countries. Gufan's voice grew louder as he spoke, his gaze unwaveringly firm. Old Du merely sighed. I knew it working together would inevitably lead to conflict. Gufan's emotions gradually settled. He bowed his head slightly, acknowledging his earlier outburst. Old Du said nothing, merely ruffled his hair. Chapter 70, Farewell. Go then. I'd almost forgotten you'd returned to the city. When headquarters decided to bring you out of retirement, I strongly opposed it. But you know how much worse Division 12 is now. After speaking, Old Du looked as if he'd aged 10 years. Let Lily accompany you. It'll facilitate reporting, and perhaps she can contribute her strength once you arrive. Gu Fan was accustomed to operating alone and wasn't comfortable with a woman tagging alone. Besides, the dangers in Baibin City were no less than here, and the two traveling with Tomi were already en route there. Just as Gu Fan was about to refuse, he met Old Du's gaze and hesitated. In the end, he simply nodded. As for the others, I don't really need them. Assign them to Division 12. Their capabilities are quite solid. Especially Black Snake with proper cultivation, he's bound to deliver results. No one can replace you. After Old Du spoke, he turned and walked away without another word. Gu Fan understood the unspoken meaning, but he pretended not to, eventually leaving Old Du's room. At this moment, Gu Fan felt too ashamed to return to Division 12. The events of the past lingered in his mind like a demon, impossible to shake off. The wounds from that place still throbbed faintly. As Gu Fan stepped out, the gazes of the four men suddenly fixed on him. Lily and I will head to Baibin City. There's a high chance the remaining two Philips are there. The other three will go to the location Tomi mentioned and see if they can find any clues. Captain Gu, aren't you joining us for the search? After Mole asked, Gu Fan merely shook his head. Shirahama City is more critical for me. I can't accompany you. I've already discussed this with Old. Do you proceed with the operation? Do Lily, pack your belongings immediately. Depart in 15 minutes. After Du Lily responded, she dashed back to her room without pause to pack her belongings. The remaining three exchanged glances. Mole and Bear both looked somewhat flustered, while Black Snake's eyes remained as calm as ever. After completing the mission, can we enter Division 12? I just discussed this with Old Du, and he agreed. Once your search is complete, you may enter Division 12. After Gu Fan spoke, the previously composed Black Snake finally lost his composure. His gaze toward Gu Fan shifted noticeably. Finally, he leaped off the table, flicking one of the two daggers strapped to his lower back toward Gu Fan. Gu Fan caught it and flicked it through the air several times. The dagger spun nimbly in his hand before settling into a reverse grip. What does this mean? It's yours. With that, Black Snake turned and walked away with an air of aloofness, leaving only his back for Gu Fan to see. Bear just grinned like an idiot, patting Gu Fan's shoulder repeatedly. Captain Gu, don't take it personally. Black Snake just isn't good at expressing his feelings. Please understand his life has been nothing but killing and bloodshed. He rarely shows emotion to anyone, not even his parents. Only those two daggers have ever been by his side. Gu Fan merely smiled and tucked the dagger away. What about you? Aren't you going to give me something? Do we really need gifts between us? Cut the crap. Hand it over. Dog Bear simply hugged him and slipped a bank card into his pocket. Just money, the most practical thing. Safe travels. Then Dog Bear left too. Last was Mole. When he emerged from the room, his eyes were red. He must have been crying, though he was holding back his emotions. He held a watch in his trembling hands and handed it to Gu Fan. Captain Gu, this is a new watch I've been developing. It has many functions: recording, making calls, video recording. I hope it can help you. How is this different from a smartwatch? Not much, really. Captain Gu, have a safe journey. Gu Fan sighed and accepted the watch. Mole hugged his laptop and climbed into the car, transmitting its location to the vehicle. Soon, the three were heading toward the location Tomi had mentioned. Gu Fan stood at the doorway seeing them off, slowly lighting a cigarette he'd pulled from his pocket. As he exhaled smoke, Du Lily approached his side. Did you say goodbye to your father? Mr. Du knows where I am. I don't think it's necessary. This isn't about work, it's a father-daughter farewell. Du Lily nodded at Gu Fan before turning and heading toward Old Du's room. By the time Gu Fan finished his cigarette, Du Lily emerged slowly from the room. Tear stains were clearly visible on her face. Gu Fan just smiled and shouted, "Let's go. Aren't you taking anything with you? That's how life is, we come empty-handed and leave empty-handed. Life and death are predestined. Carrying those superficial things is ultimately useless." Du Lily listened to Gu Fan's words, her eyes darting around. This time they were flying to Baibin City. One reason Gu Fan was in such a hurry to return was that this was the only flight from here to Baibin City, and he didn't want to miss it. They arrived at the airport a bit early, so they sat on the sofa waiting quietly. Gu Fan wore sunglasses, leaning back against the cushions, his eyes feigning sleep while his fingers constantly fiddled with a lighter. It was a gift Lily had given him. Seeing the other team members presenting him with presents, she felt out of place not to do the same. It was a Zippo lighter. Gu Fan wasn't particularly picky about lighters, he was just passing the time, constantly fiddling with it and listening to its sound. Surprisingly, he actually felt a bit of pleasure from it. But in a moment of carelessness, the lighter slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Still not used to it. Gufan sighed, then bent down to pick up the lighter. As he lifted his head slightly, a passing man caught his attention. Gufan immediately removed the sunglasses perched on his eyes, studying the foreign man passing by. The man's gait was peculiar, and he seemed highly alert to his surroundings. The beard on his face looked cheap and out of place, likely a disguise. A thought flashed through Gufan's mind. It seemed highly likely the other two were also flying to Bibin City. Another possibility was that this man was deliberately drawing attention to himself while the others sneaked in, masking their plan to make it more perfect. Gufan leaned toward the second theory. Once the thought took hold, it was unstoppable. He told Lily he needed to use the restroom, then swiftly followed the man ahead. The man walked briskly, seemingly moving deliberately around the area, as if deliberately trying to attract attention. Gufan had his own style of surveillance. The foreign man showed no awareness of being followed. As he watched the man head toward the ticket gate, Gufan glanced up at the flight display. What a coincidence, he really had run into him. It seemed the task could be completed immediately. Gufan smiled as he flicked his lighter again, but this time, the flame flickered and died the instant it ignited. Chapter 71, Excitement. Flight KN 5620 to Bibin City is boarding. Lily waited anxiously in her seat for Gufan. She stood up and scanned the area, searching for his figure. At that moment, Gufan was leisurely walking toward Wang Si with his lighter in hand. A faint smile played on his face as he approached her and helped her hoist her luggage onto her back. Let's go through boarding. The mission will be done soon. As Gufan spoke, Lily stared at him with confusion. While heading to the ticket gate together, Gufan kept scanning for the foreign man. Upon arriving, he spotted the man walking ahead. An unmistakable smirk played on his face. Worried he might be recognized, Gufan quickly disguised himself, simply donning sunglasses, a hat, and a mask. After boarding the plane, Gufan didn't rush. It wasn't the right time to act on the aircraft. He sent a message to Old Du and learned someone would be waiting at the airport to make the arrest directly. Still, Gufan wanted to double-check, ensuring absolute certainty. A little while later, as the plane prepared for takeoff, Gufan was about to shut down his phone when an urgent call from Old Du suddenly came through. But Gufan's phone had just turned off, and he missed the opportunity. Did you turn off your phone? Gufan asked Lily, who pulled out her own phone and pressed the power button repeatedly. It's dead. Shut down. Gufan paid little attention. He simply closed his eyes, leaning back in his seat, savoring the brief respite. Lily beside him was equally exhausted. The four of them had arrived in Yunnan province earlier than Gufan and believed they knew Tomi inside out. Yet the moment Gufan appeared, they had apprehended him and extracted information. She gazed at Gufan's profile as sunlight gently washed over his face. A flutter of heartbeat stirred within Lily. After all, who among the fairer sex didn't admire heroes? And Gufan's past exploits were nothing short of astonishing. Yet what intrigued Lily more was why Gufan had left his former organization. If he had refused to join the 12th Division because it was too backward, why then had he withdrawn from that global organization? Her face brimming with questions, Lily studied him. She'd heard fragments of his story from Du Feng and had some knowledge of his background, but the deeper layers remained elusive. Though resting, Gufan's mind was constantly revisiting memories, his past experiences. Life in Bibin City? His days in prison? Many might assume his prison days were the most grueling, yet for him, that place offered the rare stability, a precious respite. Finally, the plane landed at the airport. Just as Gufan was about to turn on his phone, he happened to spot the man heading toward the restroom. Excited, Gufan watched his retreating figure. He tossed his luggage to Lily. Wait for me outside. I'll be right back. Before Lily could respond, he had already moved away. She sighed, pulling her luggage slowly toward the exit. When Gufan reached the restroom door, he placed a "under construction" sign there before closing the door behind him. He then began searching for the man's figure. His right hand instinctively touched his lower back, suddenly remembering that his dagger wasn't on him. He'd handed it over at security and hadn't had time to retrieve it yet. But for Gufan, weapons were merely icing on the cake. He remained confident he could subdue the man even with his bare hands. He proceeded to open each stall door in turn. Only the innermost stall remained. Gufan didn't rush to open it. Instead, he lit a cigarette and began smoking it at a leisurely pace. Just as the cigarette neared its end, the door swung open. The man stared at Gufan with confusion, about to speak when, "Are you with Philip's organization?" The moment the words left his lips, the man tensed up instantly. His hands frantically tugged at his pants, but the tension vanished just as quickly. He slowly raised his head, his cold, dark eyes sparking a flicker of amusement in Gufan. Suddenly, the man drew a black pistol from his waistband and fired 3 shots at Gufan. Gufan had been on guard from the start, so the bullets merely grazed his skin, causing no serious injury. As the man reeled in shock, Gufan flicked the cigarette butt from his hand straight at the man's eye. "Ah! My eyes!" One hand clutching his eye, the other wildly firing shots forward, Gufan appeared precisely behind him. When the bullets ran out, Gu Fan showed no mercy. Using his hand like a blade, he slashed viciously at the man's shoulder. The pain made the man turn around, and in that instant, Gu Fan snatched the pistol from his grasp. He then slammed the butt of the gun hard against the man's head. Grasping his arm with her left hand, she yanked him close and delivered a brutal elbow strike to his groin. The bathroom echoed only with the man's screams, unheard by anyone. After subjecting him to 100 tortures, Gu Fan casually tossed him to the floor and pulled a cigarette from his pocket. He lit it, took a few puffs, and exhaled the smoke. "Speak. What's your purpose?" The man listened to Gu Fan's voice, trying to pinpoint his location. Then, with a smirk, he spat a thick glob of phlegm onto his shoes, taunting him relentlessly. "You're a cop from China? I know a thing or two about the law around here. I'm not a citizen of your country, and I haven't done anything to harm it. You can't kill me. If you try, you'll die too." Ha! Gu Fan was amused by the man's petty cleverness, though he couldn't quite suppress his laughter. "You are indeed clever, but I'm not a cop." The man's smile instantly froze. "Not a cop? You know Philip? You're from Division 12. Gu Fan didn't respond, just puffed on his cigarette. Because the man now knew Division 12 wielded terrifying power. Their principle had always been, better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. Even if they killed someone, they wouldn't offer any explanation provided the victim wasn't Chinese. "You were the one who went with Tommy. You abandoned the plan to assassinate Du Feng because Tommy didn't give you the signal. So you had no choice but to target Selena instead, one infiltrating, one drawing attention. You were that person, weren't you?" The man's face turned pale. He strained to open his eyes, desperate to see the face before him, but it remained difficult. In the end, he could only nod. Gu Fan took another drag. "Where is that man now? Tell me something I don't know." The man racked his brain, but in the end, he could only shake his head. The instant he shook his head, Gu Fan raised the cigarette butt in his hand and pressed it straight into the man's mouth, burning him. Then, using the hand holding the cigarette butt, he repeatedly slapped the man's face. He'd lost count of how many slaps he'd landed, the bloodstains on his hands only growing thicker. Chapter 72, Homecoming. When Gu Fan stood up, the man's face was already a bloody mess. Then, Gu Fan lifted the man's hand and scraped the spit off his shoe. Only then did he smile with satisfaction. The click of a lighter followed. Those blood-stained hands picked up a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and began to smoke calmly. The jarring contrast of this scene filled the half-dead man on the floor with terror. "Don't worry," he said. "I won't kill you. I'm still waiting to extract more information from you." With that, Gu Fan walked to the sink. Cigarette dangling from his mouth, he rinsed the blood from his hands under running water. Finished, he flicked the cigarette aside and slowly pulled his phone from his inner pocket. The moment he turned it on, he saw numerous missed calls. Most were from Old Du, with a few unfamiliar numbers he guessed were from his backup team. He immediately called Old Du back. Gu Fan's voice was brimming with excitement the moment he answered. "Old Du, no need to praise me. I caught another guy from the Philip organization at the airport. This mission's almost done. Skip the celebratory dinner, just get the higher-ups to give me more money." Gu Fan rattled off a string of words, but Old Du remained silent. So Gu Fan called out Old Du's name several times, asking if there was anything important about the call. "Sun Do Black Snake is dead." After hearing this, Gu Fan froze instantly. This was the first time he'd heard Black Snake's real name from Old Du, though he knew it before. He rarely used it, and he didn't like hearing it either. As Old Du uttered those words, he was also struggling to hold back the anger welling up inside him. The man Gu Fan had pinned such high hopes on was gone, just like that. What happened? What about the others? Gu Fan had placed immense faith in Black Snake's abilities. If he was dead, the others stood no chance of survival. Wang Xiaojin Mole had lost both hands, and Shenhua Bear had been blown up in the legs. According to the two survivors, the room Tommy mentioned was problematic. They had planted explosives inside. Though Wang Xiaojin's computer had scanned the room, the issue hadn't seemed significant, so the three had entered. Everything had initially gone smoothly. They'd indeed found crucial intelligence. But then disaster struck. A bomb was hidden under their table. Wang Xiaojin sensed danger and began searching, but the explosion still detonated. His hands were blown to shreds. As Chenhua lifted Wang Xiaojin to escape, another bomb went off, taking Chenhua's legs. They were just a step away from the door when Sun Do suddenly shoved both of them violently outward, sacrificing himself in the process. Old Du said no more. He could no longer hold back, and his choking sobs finally broke through. On the other end of the line, Gu Fan clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and his eyes burned with fury. Tommy had deceived them, but for Gu Fan, self-blame consumed him more intensely. His own selfishness had precipitated this catastrophe. Those people had once held such promising futures, their hearts nearly touching the 12 places. Yet in that instant, it vanished without a trace. Don't blame yourself too much. The order came from me, and I'll take full responsibility. Your only task now is to capture those two members of the Philip organization. Don't let me down. But I was the one resisting and trying to stop you the whole time. So you succeeded in dissuading me. You needn't concern yourself further. After all, they've already left this place. They won't trouble you. Your contact should have called you. Focus on handling matters over there first. After speaking, old Du hung up. Gu Fan stared blankly at his phone. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to return to Yunnan province, slit Tomi's throat, and quietly watch him die. But for Gu Fan, this was merely a fantasy. He wouldn't actually torture Tomi. Yet if he reverted to his former self. Just then, images of Shin Aonang and his daughter's smiling face flashed through his mind. She was running toward him, calling out Daddy. The thoughts that had filled his head earlier vanished. He dialed the number for his contact. Moments later, several men entered the bathroom. They stared at the dying man on the floor, looking at me with puzzled expressions. Take him away. He's not dead. Two of the men exchanged a glance, opened the oversized suitcase they carried, and stuffed the man inside, curled up. Finally, Gu Fan walked out slowly and kicked the sign placed outside earlier into the distance. As he reached the doorway, Du Lily, who had been sitting atop the suitcase observing the people leaving, stood up upon seeing Gu Fan. Captain Gu, are you feeling unwell? Why did it take so long to use the restroom? I ran into an old friend and couldn't resist chatting a bit longer. Do you have a place to stay here? I can stay at a hotel. Gu Fan merely nodded. He accompanied her to a hotel. Seeing the sign reading Whale Hotel, he surmised Selena couldn't possibly be here now. She must have received the news and was frantically hiding somewhere. After checking into the room, Gu Fan hurried away. His first destination was Shin Aonang's home. She should still be at work, so he could cook her dinner and surprise her. Arriving at the apartment building, Gu Fan walked to the unit with practiced ease. He lifted the potted plant beside him, retrieved the key from below with his other hand, and unlocked the door. After changing his shoes, he heard sounds coming from the kitchen. Someone was cooking. Had Shin Aonang not gone to work? Had his whereabouts been exposed? Gu Fan kept telling himself it couldn't be. But now, what surged within him more was his longing for Shin Aonang. He didn't dwell on it much, instead stepping into the kitchen. He watched the woman's back as she skillfully sliced vegetables on the cutting board, observing her attire. She wore a nightgown over which she had draped an apron. Gu Fan tiptoed closer, silently approaching her. In the instant she wasn't paying attention, he suddenly embraced her. As he held her, his hands moved uncontrollably toward her. Gu Fan's suddenness elicited an instant shriek from the woman. Ah! Pervert! Hearing the last word, Gu Fan snapped back to his senses. The hormones surging through him vanished instantly. That voice, that wasn't Shin Aonang's. As Gu Fan reeled in shock, the woman crouched on the floor slowly lifted her head. Her eyes, glistening with tears, held a hint of hurt. But when he saw her face... Selena? What the hell are you doing in my house? Chapter 73, Indulgence. Hearing Gu Fan's voice and seeing his face, the fear in her heart gradually faded. Her eyes instantly transformed, and a seductive aura swept directly toward Gu Fan. After regaining his composure, Gu Fan stared at Selena before opening his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. Didn't expect you back so soon? Looks like you've cleared out most of Philip's people over there. Serena finished speaking and immediately composed herself, continuing to stir the rice in the wok, though she kept stealing glances in Gu Fan's direction. You still haven't answered me. Why are you in my house? I can't be sure Philip won't come looking for me. Obviously, Shin Aonang's place is safe. You must have someone watching it secretly, right? After Selena finished speaking, Gu Fan choked on his words. Are you using Shin Aonang as a shield? Using my woman as your shield? Gu Fan's tone shifted abruptly, his expression hardening. Serena's movements at the stove visibly faltered. She quickly regained her composure, though a flicker of tension lingered. But in the end, Gu Fan didn't dwell on it too much. Perhaps Shin Aonang's home was also a refuge for Selena. What about Xiaoyu? She must be at school. Shin Aonang's company has been extremely busy lately, so most of the time, Su Qing has been looking after her. As Gu Fan pondered, Selena interrupted him. Stop spacing out. Grab me a large plate, the stir-fry's ready. After she spoke, Gu Fan fetched a large platter and placed it on the table. Serena glanced at the time again. It was getting very close to Shin Aonang's workday ending. So Gu Fan stood by the window, waiting for Shin Aonang to finish work. He was eager to see her face and figure. During these days apart, he hadn't stopped thinking about her. He longed to chat with her, to make love with her in bed. His thoughts drifted far away, and no matter how many times Selena called out, he didn't respond. Serena watched Gu Fan standing by the window, her heart filled with envy. She too longed for him to wait for her at home after work, to throw herself into his arms the moment they met. But these dreams would never come true. She had simply appeared at the wrong time. With a touch of sadness, Selena retreated to her room. While Gu Fan waited, a flashy red Ferrari pulled up at the entrance. First, a pair of long legs emerged, followed by Shin Aonang's legs, torso, and finally her head as she slowly stepped out of the car. Judging by her appearance, she must have had a few drinks at a social event. Her face was slightly flushed. Just as she stood on the ground, a man from the driver's seat suddenly stepped out. He steadily approached Shin Aonang, finally reaching out to steady her. "Are you okay?" Shin Aonang's expression clearly showed resistance. She gently pushed the man away with both hands, muttering softly, "I'm fine. This is my home. No need to help." Shin Aonang staggered toward the apartment building. Without a word of explanation, the man moved behind her, preparing to lift her princess style. Just then, the door swung open. Gu Fan swiftly grabbed her arm, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. In the dim nightlight, Shin Aonang hadn't recognized Gu Fan. She gasped in surprise as he pulled her away, only calming down when she caught the distinctive scent of tobacco on his skin. Dazed, she lifted her head, staring at Gu Fan's Adam's apple and jawline. Unable to resist, she reached out and touched his Adam's apple. How did you come back? I missed you. Are you leaving? Not anymore. I'm staying with you. After Gu Fan spoke, Shin Aonang collapsed contentedly into his embrace, seeming to revel in inhaling the scent emanating from his body. The man's expression visibly shifted upon seeing this. "Hey! Who are you? Miss Shin, do you need rescuing? I'm her boyfriend. Who are you?" After Gu Fan spoke, the man visibly froze, seemingly unprepared for her husband's sudden return. Just as he was about to introduce himself, Gu Fan paid him no mind whatsoever. He simply picked up Shin Aonang and walked toward the room, leaving the man standing alone. Unbeknownst to them, Selena had witnessed the entire scene from upstairs. Now, Gu Fan had become Shin Aonang's exclusive possession, and the emotional connection she once shared with Gu Fan seemed to have vanished entirely. Serena sighed, drew the curtains, and habitually stripped off her clothes, tossing them onto the floor. She stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror, where a distinct scar marked her lower abdomen. She traced the scar lightly, a troubled expression on her face. Meanwhile, Gu Fan had carried Shin Aonang into the room, gently laying her on the bed. He knelt down to remove her shoes and outer garments. When only her undergarments remained, he paused. Just as he was about to leave, Shin Aonang suddenly grabbed his hand. Gu Fan gazed at her, half asleep on the bed, and found himself lost in thought. He leaned closer to her once more. This time, Shin Aonang's eyes were wide open, her earnest expression as if she were counting the lashes on Gu Fan's eyelashes. Gu Fan said nothing else. He simply gazed at Shin Aonang with tenderness, occasionally touching her forehead. "What's wrong? You know what? These past few days since you left, I've missed you so much. You just left without a word back then, and now you've come back without a word again. What's that supposed to mean? You know things have been crazy busy at the company lately, and the pressure's been immense. I really needed you by my side to vent to, but..." As she spoke, Shin Aonang's tears flowed uncontrollably. Seeing this, Gu Fan tenderly stroked her face before finally pressing his lips against her rosy, small mouth. "I'm sorry. I won't leave again. Don't cry." After Gu Fan spoke, Shin Aonang, still crying, wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him forcefully toward her. As she looked into his eyes, she angrily bit down hard on his shoulder. Her grip tightened relentlessly. When she finally released him, faint streaks of blood marred Gu Fan's shoulder. Heartbroken, Shin Aonang kept stroking the spot she'd bitten. "Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Making you angry is what I deserve. I hate you." Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered 2 words in the softest voice she could muster. Despite the whisper's faintness, Gu Fan caught it. His face lit up with excitement as he swiftly shed his clothes. Gu Fan then pounced on Shin Aonang. Soon, her cries and bell-like laughter echoed throughout the room. Chapter 74, Conversation. Afterward, Gu Fan leaned against the wall. Just as he reached for a cigarette from the bedside table, Shin Aonang, still in his arms, beat him to it. She grabbed the pack, pulled out a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. Shin Aonang's earlier movements had caused the blanket covering her body to gradually slip down. Gu Fan glanced at her briefly before gently pulling the quilt back over her. Shin Aonang smiled, taking the lighter in her hand. Staring at the Zippo, she gradually drifted off into thought. "Why did you switch lighters? Don't you think this one looks cooler? I don't know how to light this one." Shin Aonang pouted, glaring at Gu Fan with a hint of sulkiness. Gu Fan took the lighter from her hand and carefully taught her how to use it. As Shin Aonang kept fiddling with the lighter, Gu Fan found himself captivated by her face. At that moment, she resembled a flower grown in a greenhouse, pure and beautiful. Finally, after learning the technique, she awkwardly lit the cigarette hanging from Gu Fan's lips. Gu Fan took a few deep drags, one arm wrapped around Shin Aonang while the other hand tapped ash from his cigarette. "How come Selena is at home? She's been a tremendous help. When our company faced crisis, it was thanks to the funds Selena provided that we weathered the storm. Then, hearing about her current perilous situation from her, I invited her to stay at my place. It's my way of repaying her. How can you possibly think this place is safe?" After Gu Fan asked, Shin Aonang's expression didn't change in the slightest. She just kept burrowing deeper into his embrace. "Because of you. I don't believe anyone would dare come here. After saying this, both Gu Fan and Shin Aonang burst into laughter. After a while, Shin Aonang began to snore softly. It seemed this night had truly exhausted her, compounded by the fatigue from her day's work. But Gu Fan lay awake. Staring at the ceiling, his mind was consumed by the affairs of the Philip organization. These matters felt like a thorn constantly piercing his heart, preventing him from finding rest. Gu Fan quietly slipped out of the room. He made his way to the living room, sat down on the sofa, turned on the TV, and set the volume to the lowest possible level. He watched the images on the screen while smoking a cigarette. Yet the smoke he exhaled offered him no solace. His expression was grim, for the failure of his mission had resulted in injuries to his team members. They had been on the verge of infiltrating Division 12, but this explosion seemed to shatter everything they had built. Gu Fan took full responsibility for the failure. As his contemplation deepened, he momentarily forgot the cigarette burning in his hand. Only when it began to scorch his fingers did he snap out of his reverie. A surge of anger gripped him, and Gu Fan promptly crushed the burning cigarette between his fingers. Suddenly, faint sounds echoed from upstairs. Selena descended the stairs slowly, her footsteps equally quiet. Gu Fan had noticed, yet his head didn't turn at all. Selena simply sat down quietly beside Gu Fan. "Any more cigarettes?" Gu Fan handed her one of the last 2 cigarettes in the pack, then offered her the lighter. Selena shielded it from the wind as she took it, her movements how she held the cigarette and exhaled smoke revealing a practiced ease. At that moment, Selena resembled a wild rose growing in the wilderness. She could skillfully adapt to external conditions, but anyone attempting to pluck her would inevitably be cut by the thorns surrounding her. Serena's personality and approach to things were vastly different from Shin Aonang's. "What's wrong? Because of Philip?" Gu Fan merely nodded. "Judging by your expression, something must have happened with your colleagues in Yunnan province. Knowing your personality, you'd probably take all that trouble upon yourself." Serena's assessment was spot on. A hint of surprise flashed in Gu Fan's eyes as he looked at her, leading him to conclude she truly understood him. He proceeded to recount everything that had transpired in Yunnan province, including the final outcome. After listening, Selena remained utterly composed, showing no trace of surprise or shock. Gu Fan was taken aback by the calmness in her eyes. It seemed Selena was growing too. "This isn't your fault. If anyone should be blamed, it's Du Feng." The final decision rested with him. Since he made that choice, he should have foreseen the consequences. Now that these events have unfolded, you shouldn't wallow in self-pity here. Capturing the last member of the Philippe organization is the most critical task at hand. Du Feng's fate will be judged and resolved by higher authorities, but I believe a new generation has emerged. And their mindset must evolve accordingly. Only the truly strong deserve to sit at the highest position. After hearing Selena's words, Gu Fan didn't exactly feel relieved, but he was certainly better off than before. "You've truly grown up, your thinking gradually maturing. It seems only I've remained stuck in the past. Is that really how you see it? But you've already captured 2 of the 3 assassins in just a few days." Watching Selena's expression, Gu Fan couldn't resist any longer. He began rubbing her head repeatedly. Selena offered no resistance whatsoever. Instead, her face softened with a look of genuine emotion. "You finally ruffled my hair like this. The last time was 3 years ago. It's getting late. Go to sleep." As Gu Fan rose to leave, Selena spoke again. "This trip to China has made me so happy. I've grown attached to this place, or rather, to someone here. But I know it can't last. So a shocking thought popped into my head. I want the last assassin to kill me. Let my memories freeze at this moment, let this happiness bloom forever. I won't regret it." After she finished speaking, Gu Fan remained frozen in place. He didn't turn back, for he could already hear Selena's sobs. Serena roughly wiped the tears from her face and dashed upstairs. Only then did Gu Fan turn around. Sitting on the sofa, he reached for the last cigarette to finish smoking when he felt the dampness beside him. Gu Fan dragged his heavy footsteps into Shin Aonang's room. After lying down beside her, Shin Aonang unconsciously drew closer to his body. At that moment, Gu Fan felt nothing physical. Was this what love was? When you held onto a genuine affection, you inevitably lost something else. As Gu Fan's thoughts wandered, Shin Aonang, who had been asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Tears welled up and spilled down her cheeks. Chapter 75, Imperial Protection. Morning sunlight flooded all of Baibin City, including the sleeping Gu Fan, whose eyes snapped open at the glare. He instinctively reached out beside him, but upon opening his eyes, discovered Shin Aonang had already left. Gu Fan casually pulled on a pair of shorts and left the room. Only Selena sat at the breakfast table eating. Yet when she saw Gu Fan, her face flushed slightly. Only then did Gu Fan notice he was bare-chested. He immediately returned to his room, pulled on a short-sleeved shirt, and came back out. As he sat down at the table, Selena met his gaze directly. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a simple glance. Gu Xiaoye is at Crown. Oh, wait, it's called Imperial Security now. The casino business was shut down by the authorities. Su Qing really is impressive. His security business is thriving now." After Selena finished speaking, Gu Fan nodded. Su Qing seemed born for this line of work. Gu Fan could rest assured in trusting all his important businesses to him.
After finishing his meal, Gu Fan noticed Selena's somber expression.
Want to go out for a walk? Maybe it'll help you relax. Selena shook her head. If I left, would you come looking for me? Women always ask these inexplicable questions. Gu Fan simply nodded. You're my good friend. If you ever find yourself in trouble, I'll find you and bring you back. Serena gazed into Gu Fan's earnest eyes.
The gloomy clouds on her face seemed to slowly dissipate, swept away by his single sentence.
Gu Fan then headed toward Huangbao Group.
Glancing at the time, he realized it was Saturday. Xiaoye must be at the office. Upon arriving at the familiar location, he noticed the sign at the top had changed.
Huangbao's emblem now hung where the old one had been.
Upon entering the complex, the first sight that met his eyes was Wang Gang berating a security guard.
What did I tell you? There's no social hierarchy here. Whether you're a dragon or a tiger, you'd better lie low. Anyone who's scared stiff here, get out. But gang, that woman is the mayor's daughter.
She's completely unreasonable, there's no stopping her.
Yeah, brother Gang, you wouldn't believe her attitude. She almost slapped me for no reason at all.
Wang Gang angrily slapped both of them across the face, yelling, useless. But the moment Wang Gang turned and saw Gu Fan, he froze like a statue, instinctively covering his eyes with his hands. It had only been a few days, yet seeing Wang Gang in a suit still felt oddly unfamiliar. As Gu Fan stood frozen, Wang Gang was already charging toward him. With his imposing frame, he threw his arms around Gu Fan, shouting his name over and over. Fan! You're finally back. I missed you so much. You know, I was about to go to Yunnan to find you. But brother Su Qing kept stopping me. Watching Wang Gang, a man standing nearly 6 feet tall, tearfully clinging to him, Gu Fan simply patted his shoulder.
Gu Fan surveyed the surroundings.
The gambling tables were long gone, replaced by potted plants or antiques, and the empty spaces enough to make the place feel less jarring upon entering.
Gu Fan headed upstairs. Upon reaching the familiar door, he actually knocked politely this time.
Only after hearing Su Qing's response did he enter. Yet when he stepped inside, Su Qing showed no surprise, just a calm gaze fixed on Gu Fan.
Philip's people are in Baibin?
After speaking, Gu Fan was the first to show shock. Not only was there no long-awaited surprise at their first meeting, but Su Qing had even anticipated his actions.
Gu Fan nodded slightly. I just saw the surveillance footage. I'm glad you're back. Su Qing rose and walked toward Gu Fan.
They shared a heartfelt embrace, Su Qing patting Gu Fan's back gently, trying to comfort him, but he showed no sign of relief.
What about Xiaoyu? I came here to see Xiaoyu. Her?
She's made a good friend and plays with her every day.
She should be home any minute now. What are your plans lately? The last organization's target is Selena. Send a few more people to my neighborhood. Keep a constant watch over that area. If anything happens, I can rush over immediately. After all, I don't want any more accidents to occur.
After speaking, Gu Fan's gaze grew increasingly sharp, filled with hatred for Philip's organization. Su Qing nodded and immediately dispatched some of the company's most capable personnel to assist.
Oh, and I just heard the mayor's daughter came here looking for bodyguards? Who knows? Those rich girls have such temperamental attitudes. They don't like anyone here. After I turned them down, I heard they went to the Bai family instead. Those useless white dragon and white tiger? Nothing to be shocked about.
Bro, things VE changed big time in Baibin City since you left.
The once powerful Chang family's fallen from grace.
Word is Chang Baiyan got kicked out of the 12th division, lost all his connections in the provincial capital, and the Bai and Qin family's positions have swapped. They say Qin Jie's been hunting you down everywhere now, saying she wants revenge for her brother.
Her brother? That bastard Qin Gu? Su Cheng nodded. Don't underestimate them.
I've investigated secretly. A powerful force is constantly pushing them from behind.
That force is incredibly strong.
The Qin family, who had always led, fell at their feet in less than 3 days.
Those two families are now like puppets, serving the people behind them. I suspect
it couldn't be Philip. These two families might be notable in Baibin City, but if you look higher up, they're nowhere to be seen. These small fry aren't worth Philip's organization going to such lengths for. As Gu Fan finished speaking, Su Qing was deep in thought when suddenly a jolt ran through him. But what if their target is you? Su Qing's words froze Gu Fan in place.
He wasn't wrong.
Perhaps the Philip organization disdained these families, but if the target was Gu Fan himself, though plausible, the cost and effort wouldn't justify the gains. It felt like an enormous net was closing in on them, biding its time before sweeping them all away. Behind it all, a colossal trap was being meticulously crafted. As the two pondered, Wang Gang burst through the door, gasping for breath. His words came out muffled. Fan. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's in trouble downstairs. Chapter 76, Rage. Gu Fan tensed instantly upon hearing this. Before Su Qing could react, he had already bolted out the door.
Su Qing, you have no idea. Never mind, just go downstairs and check. I'm worried something might happen. Gu Fan's temper is something even I can't fathom. If something really does happen, it could get really messy. Su Qing didn't wait for Wang Gang's reply before racing downstairs. Oh my god, guys. Why won't anyone let me finish speaking? Gu Fan reached the ground floor first. There, Gu Xiaoye crouched on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. A woman decked out in designer labels stood towering over her, her face twisted with disdain as if toying with the girl. This scene was witnessed by Gu Fan, who instantly reverted to his primal nature. His speed surged as he charged forward, appearing before the woman in a flash. Gu Fan reached out with his right hand, scooped up Gu Xiaoye, and pulled her into his arms. Then, without hesitation, he swung his left hand and slapped the woman across the face. The sequence unfolded in a flash. In the blink of an eye, a bright red handprint appeared on the woman's face. The sobbing Xiaoye's expression instantly brightened when she saw Gu Fan. Daddy! You're back! After saying this, Gu Xiaoye planted a kiss on Gu Fan's cheek. Gu Fan merely smiled at Xiaoyu, ruffled her hair, then turned his serious gaze toward the woman before him. Who are you? How dare you bully a little girl? After Gu Fan spoke, the woman remained frozen in her previous posture. She tilted her head, her eyes cold and expressionless, save for the vivid red handprint still visible on her cheek. She turned to face Gu Fan, licking her lips with a slow, deliberate movement. You dare hit me? When the woman uttered those 4 words, Gu Fan showed no sign of concern. Instead, he merely nodded. You think I wouldn't kill you? The atmosphere suddenly froze. Gu Fan and the woman locked eyes, their gazes so icy that no one dared step forward to intervene. Just then, Su Qing arrived downstairs. The moment he saw the woman, he knew trouble had erupted. Judging by the tension between them, the situation looked even worse. Su Qing immediately stepped forward, wearing a conciliatory smile as he addressed the woman. Miss Chen, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have come down to greet you. I thought this was the welcome. With that, the woman turned her face towards Su Qing. The slap mark was still clearly visible. Su Qing didn't need to guess, he knew immediately that this was Gu Fan's doing. He then simply exchanged a meaningful glance with Gu Fan. Gu Fan didn't flinch. Just as he was about to speak, the little girl in his arms suddenly piped up, Daddy, why did you hit the pretty lady? Just now, Xiaomei said I was a bad person and wouldn't play with me anymore. Then the pretty lady came over to comfort me. Xiaoyu's childish voice cut through the icy silence. Gu Fan stared at her, wide-eyed. What did you say? Why didn't you say that earlier? And weren't you just crying on the ground? I was so happy to see Daddy, I forgot that pretty sister was comforting me, but she wasn't gentle at all, so You sure know how to cause trouble for your old man. Gu Fan stared at Gu Xiaoye in his arms, his left hand unconsciously clenching into a fist. His gaze towards Xiaoye grew increasingly vicious. Xiaoye, come home tonight. Daddy will treat you to something delicious. 7 wolves. Gu Xiaoye perked up at the mention of treats and nodded happily. When Wang Gang arrived, Gu Fan set her down. Watching her run off carefree, a tender smile spread across his face. But when he lifted his head, the woman's gaze seemed capable of killing. I'm sorry. I acted against you without understanding the truth. If you're angry, hit me. I promise not to fight back. After speaking, Gu Fan leaned his face toward hers, showing not a trace of fear. Yet the woman's expression gradually shifted. Her earlier demeanor transformed, replaced by an unexpected smile. She gently stroked Gu Fan's face, her lips curving upward. Forget hitting you. I happen to need a bodyguard. I came here specifically to find someone who can protect me. Your skills look promising. Why don't you just come protect me? Isn't that more practical than a slap? As soon as the woman finished speaking, Su Qing stepped forward, about to introduce Gu Fan's identity. I don't care what his background is. I just want him to understand that every action has consequences. I can't let it slide just because the wife of a mayor got slapped. After the woman finished speaking, Su Qing was momentarily at a loss for words. He turned to look at Gu Fan, seeking his advice. Certainly. Serving as your bodyguard would also promote our company. It's a win-win situation. After Gu Fan spoke, the woman's smile grew increasingly bold. She finally stepped closer, burying her head against his chest and running her hands over his abs. Yet Gu Fan didn't move an inch, only warning her with his gaze. She pulled away from his embrace, though her eyes betrayed lingering dissatisfaction. Finally, she pulled a mask from her bag and slipped it over her face. Though her smile was hidden, her crinkled eyes spoke volumes. Just as the woman departed, Su Qing was running toward me when I suddenly pulled him toward the upstairs office. Before Su Qing could react, he was already inside the room. What the hell? I forgot to warn you that woman's not someone to mess with. And, have you offended anyone lately? Gu Fan abruptly cut Su Qing off, his expression turning serious. For a moment, Su Qing froze, unsure how to respond, staring blankly at Gu Fan. No. What's up? Shen Bing kept harassing you just now. Why didn't you do anything? Someone just pointed a gun at my head. If it were you, would you dare move?
After Gufan finished speaking, Su Qing froze in place. His mind went blank and his body began to tremble involuntarily. He stared at Gufan, his gaze gradually losing focus, searching for some sign of deception in his eyes. It didn't feel like much before, but when I picked up Xiaoyu and slapped Du Lily, that's when I truly felt it.
So you put Xiaoyu down? Gufan didn't respond.
He simply reached into his coat, pulled out a cigarette, and slowly walked to the window. He stared blankly at the building across the street, fixated on a single spot, lost in thought. Only when Su Qing tapped his shoulder did he snap back to reality.
Chapter 77, Madness. I can guarantee you, our Huangbao group hasn't provoked anyone. If we must name someone, perhaps only the Bai family.
We've constantly competed with them for business, but
it's not them.
I suspect it's the people protecting Du Lily.
People protecting her? Then why did they let you guard her? Gufan remained silent.
Sitting on the sofa, he greedily puffed on his cigarette. As he exhaled the smoke, he merely scratched his head.
Didn't she mention anything when she came to the group?
No, she only said she needed a personal bodyguard.
She never mentioned any specific tasks.
After Su Qing finished speaking, Gufan stubbed out his cigarette and walked straight out of the room.
As soon as he exited, Xiaoyu ran toward him, repeatedly calling out, "Daddy!"
As she spread her arms wide, Gufan scooped her up, spinning her around and around in the air.
Xiaoya's laughter gradually filled the entire company.
When Gufan carried Xiaoyu home, he found all the lights in the room turned off, prompting him to wonder about Selina's whereabouts. Only when he knocked and received no response did he sense something was amiss. Pushing Xiaoyu back slightly, he pressed his ear to the door, listening intently for sounds inside. Satisfied it was safe, he retrieved his spare key, unlocked the door, and slipped quietly into the room. The moment he heard a sound, his senses sharpened to the extreme. He moved cautiously toward the noise.
"Daddy, why didn't you turn on the light? It's too dark."
Xiaoyu flipped on the room's light.
Gufan let out a startled cry and rushed toward Xiaoyu.
He scooped her up and rolled once, only to realize the room was completely empty. The earlier sound had merely been the wind blowing through the open window, causing the curtains and walls to rustle softly. Such a faint sound had been crystal clear to Gufan.
He exhaled in relief and began searching for Selina's figure.
Just then, Xiaoyu ran toward him, holding a piece of paper.
"Dad! There's a note on the table." "Gufan, by the time you see this note, I may already be gone.
I know I've been targeted by the Philip organization now, and I know you have the power to deal with them.
But I still have to leave. I've already endangered those close to you. It's time for me to leave. Rest assured, I'll be extremely cautious. No one will be able to find me, not even you." My earlier words were sincere. If my death can resolve many issues, I'm prepared to do it as long as it helps you. I have no regrets whatsoever. Selina. After reading the farewell letter, Gufan was visibly taken aback. He hadn't expected Selina to choose to leave. Yet, considering her perspective, it made perfect sense. If you watched the person you loved flirting with someone else every day, even sleeping with them, could you remain unaffected? Perhaps leaving was truly the best choice for Selina.
Gufan stared blankly at the note in his hand until Xiaoyu touched his cheek, snapping him back to reality. He gently kissed her cheek, then carried her to their room. Watching the sky darken outside while listening to Xiaoyu's rhythmic breathing, Gufan drifted unconsciously into memories. He recalled his days living on the edge of a knife, facing nothing but bloodshed and slaughter daily. Brief respites were precious commodities they craved. It was during his darkest hour that he met Selina. They fell instantly in love. Gufan treasured every moment with Selina, and they eventually pledged their lives to each other, standing before the ocean to swear undying devotion. Just as everything seemed to be moving in the right direction, an unexpected turn of events stripped Gufan of his power overnight, causing his status to plummet. At that point, he and Selina had even become engaged. Yet after this incident, their so-called marriage dissolved like a bubble. Gufan waited at the airport for her entire day, but Selina never appeared. Their relationship seemed to end in that very moment. This blow devastated Gufan, plunging him into a period of numbness and self-abandonment. Throughout this darkest chapter of his life, Shinaoneng remained by his side, helping him navigate the most challenging times. Even when he was sent to prison, Shinaoneng cried out, "I'll always wait for you." Those 5 words symbolized that Gufan would never abandon or give up on Shinaoneng. She was like a sun, illuminating him during his darkest times and bringing him light. Then Gufan heard the door open. Startled from his memories, he quietly slipped out of Xiaoyu's room and walked toward Shinaoneng, who was sitting on the living room sofa. Standing behind her, he massaged her shoulders and inquired with concern about her day at work. Shinaoneng kept her eyes closed, massaging her temples.
"Exhausting. And I had to go out for a business dinner. So annoying."
"Alright then, seeing how exhausted you are today, I won't punish you tonight."
"Ha?" Seeing Shinaoneng's expression, Gufan finally couldn't hold back. "Are you disappointed or hopeful right now?" "I'm neither." After saying that, Shinaoneng turned away like a child throwing a tantrum, her lips still pouted and puffed out. Gu Fan couldn't resist leaning in for a kiss. That brief kiss ignited Shen Aoneng like a fuse on a bomb. She drew closer and closer to Gu Fan, eventually pulling him down onto the sofa. Pressing against him, she kept expressing her affection. As their passion deepened, it grew naturally intense. Soon, Gu Fan was leaning back on the sofa while Shen Aoneng lay on top of him, her entire body pressed against his as they embraced. Afterward, Gu Fan's craving for a cigarette surfaced. He reached for the pack on the table, but Shen Aoneng beat him to it. Naked, she pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and awkwardly lit it with a Zippo lighter. A brief flicker of light finally illuminated the dark living room. Though fleeting, it allowed Gu Fan to clearly see Shen Aoneng's radiant face. Instinctively, he pulled her closer, and she reveled in the warmth of his embrace. "Aren't you tired?" "A little, but I miss you more." After saying this, Shen Aoneng's embrace tightened. Gu Fan merely smiled, flicked the cigarette ash, and ruffled her hair. "The company's been so busy lately. You should get some sleep. Carry me to the bedroom." So Gu Fan stubbed out his cigarette, picked Shen Aoneng up princess style, and carried her toward the bedroom. Shen Aoneng's face was lit up with excitement, while Gu Fan looked as calm as ever. Only after they slipped under the covers did Shen Aoneng playfully shove her icy hands into Gu Fan's armpits. So cold. Chapter 78, Humiliation. After last night's frenzy, Gu Fan woke up later than usual. When he reached out to touch the person beside him, Shen Aoneng was already gone. Her morning disappearances had become routine. While company affairs were indeed demanding, the Shen family's recent risks had eased somewhat. It was time to visit Old Master Shen. After dressing, Gu Fan instinctively headed toward the dining table. A note lay there. Shen Aoneng had gone to work and had already dropped Gu Xiaoye off at school. So today was already Monday. After finishing breakfast, Gu Fan rushed straight to the Shen residence. The image of the robust Old Master Shen lingered vividly in his mind. Upon arriving at the Shen residence, he was greeted by waves of laughter. The old man's laughter, in particular, seemed to fill the entire room. From a distance, Gu Fan spotted a man seated beside him. The man bore a certain resemblance to the old master in his features. Beside him sat a woman who looked almost identical to Shen Aoneng, though her face carried more traces of the wear and tear of time. These were Shen Aoneng's parents. That thought flashed through Gu Fan's mind. For the first time, he felt the urge to retreat. Meeting Shen Aoneng's parents for the first time felt like an insurmountable hurdle. Just as Gu Fan prepared to leave, Old Master Shen's sharp eyes spotted him instantly. He called out his name and waved his right hand. Gu Fan steeled himself and approached. The man seated beside the old gentleman also noticed him, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny that irked Gu Fan. Moreover, Shen Aoneng's mother hadn't once glanced at Gu Fan throughout the entire encounter. Only Old Master Shen's face was beaming with a radiant smile. "Speak of the devil. This is Gu Fan, the one I told you about. What do you think? Isn't he a fine specimen of a man? A man who's been behind bars can be described as handsome? Dad, I don't blame you for being old and your eyesight failing, but how can someone have absolutely no self-awareness?" The woman's gaze toward Gu Fan was filled with disdain, and she kept covering her nose from time to time. "Xiaochun. Watch your tone. You and Shin Bin spent so long abroad, you're unfamiliar with many domestic matters. When our Shin family faced crisis, it was he who extended a helping hand." Selena intervened solely for Gu Fan's sake. Only after Old Master Shin spoke did the woman's expression soften slightly. Yet the man named Shin Bin remained impassive to a fault. He continued to scrutinize Gu Fan, occasionally staring blankly, clearly showing his disdain. Since entering the room, Gu Fan hadn't spoken a word. He merely smiled at Old Master Shin, paying no attention to Shen Aoneng's parents either. "Fan, say something." Shen Aoneng's parents had just returned from abroad today and didn't know him well. This was the perfect chance for him to introduce himself to them. After speaking, Old Master Shen looked at Gu Fan with evident anticipation. Not wanting to disappoint the elder, Gu Fan suppressed the rebellious thoughts churning in his mind. "Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Gu Fan. Currently, I own a recently established security company called Imperial Security Group. I served in the military for several years. Although I spent a few years in prison due to certain circumstances, my work ethic and habits remain uncompromised. I deeply love Shen Aoneng and intend to marry her. I am also capable of assisting her in her career endeavors." What a generous offer. Is it more substantial than Mo Xian's assistance? The woman's voice cut Gu Fan off again, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Gu Fan managed to hold his tongue, and Shen Bin gently patted her hand. "Xiaochun, it's not polite to interrupt others." After his admonishment, the woman slowly lowered her head. Her name was Qin Chun, yes, a member of the Qin family. When Qin Chun and Shin Bin were together, it was the classic story of a rich beauty falling for a poor guy. Qin Chun was even willing to sever ties with her family to be with Shin Bin. Ultimately, the Qin family conceded, offering Qin Chun a substantial sum as compensation for leaving the family. It was precisely this money that enabled the Shin family's rise to prominence. After the Shin family prospered, Shin Bin and Qin Shan lived abroad, continuously expanding the Shin family's businesses in the United States. From this base, they sought to spread their influence to other countries. Yet their plans proved overly simplistic. Things weren't as easy as they imagined. Facing constant setbacks and difficulties, they ultimately chose to return to China. But a more crucial reason for their return was to seize control of the Shin group themselves, or to send Shin Aonang abroad for advanced studies, aiming to establish the Shin group's reputation worldwide. Their ambitions were wildly overreaching, utterly disregarding other factors. The sheer ferocity of their ambition had consumed their original intentions. Gu Fan, is that so? I don't look down on you. You might think the Shin group is thriving now, but you have no idea of the hardships and struggles behind the scenes. One of our main reasons for returning is to take Shin Aonang with us to live in America, develop our business there, and mend our relationship with her. So I think it's time for you two to part ways. Shen Bin's words were blunt. Even old Master Shin hadn't regained his composure yet. He stared at Shin Bin with a look of shock, then abruptly stood up. What do you mean by this? You want to take Shin Aonang away? And make them break up? Old Master Shin's emotions surged, causing his entire body to tremble. His lips instantly turned pale, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth before he collapsed straight onto the floor. As the room fell into stunned silence, everyone froze in disarray. Gu Fan reacted fastest, laying the old man flat, prying his eyelids open with his fingers, and listening intently for a heartbeat. I'll get the old man to the hospital. 15 minutes. That's the golden window. After explaining, Gu Fan hoisted the old man onto his back. As he reached his Mercedes and was about to place him in the back seat, a man entered. Recognizing the face, Gu Fan startled. The newcomer was Shin Aoyan, Shin Aonang's younger brother. Why are you back? We'll talk later. You drive. Gu Fan then pushed the car to its absolute limit. He lost count of how many red lights he ran. None of that mattered when life was at stake. In less than 10 minutes, they rushed the old man into the hospital. Gu Fan and Shin Aoyan each took a side of the stretcher, pushing it toward the emergency room. Family members enter. Save my grandfather, no matter what. Watching the ER doors close, Gu Fan saw worry in Shin Aoyan's eyes and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Just as he was about to ask Shin Aoyan some questions, Gu Fan's phone rang at the most inopportune moment. It was an unknown number. Just as he was about to hang up, something occurred to him. With a hint of confusion, he answered the call. Hello? My personal bodyguard, isn't it time for you to be at work? You know how I hate waiting. Chapter 79, Sulking. Only now did Gu Fan remember the troublesome woman. I probably can't make it today. I'm stuck at the hospital. I remember your parents are both dead, right? My girlfriend's grandfather collapsed and coughed up blood. I just rushed him to the hospital, and they haven't come out yet. I can't leave. Easy. Send me the location, I'll be right there. I need to pick up some medicine at the hospital anyway. Gu Fan finally couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He sent her the hospital's location, and soon Shin Bin and Qin Chun hurriedly arrived. Their demeanor surprised Gu Fan. They seemed overly composed, their eyes eerily calm. How is he? Shin Bin finally spoke. Just got to the ER. Still don't know the situation. After Gu Fan finished speaking, their expressions reverted to their previous state. They sat calmly to the side, and Gu Fan noticed that Qin Chun was still scrolling through her phone. Witnessing this scene, Gu Fan's anger flared up suddenly. Were these truly family? How could they be so cold toward old Master Shin? Could they really abandon someone for the sake of profit? Had affection and family become mere obstacles to them? Just as Gu Fan stood to speak, a woman's arrival shattered the silence. Gu Fan. Following the sound, Gu Fan spotted the familiar figure. She wore a slightly longer coat that reached her hips, layered over a fitted white shirt. Shorts covered her long legs beneath black tights. Sunglasses obscured her face, and gloves on her hands only amplified the icy aura radiating from her entire being. Shin Aoyan's eyes widened involuntarily as he watched the woman approach, his mouth slightly agape. But then he seemed to remember something. He instantly turned his head to glare at Gu Fan, his eyes filled with hostility. She just called your name. After speaking, a flicker of unease crossed Gu Fan's face, but she quickly regained her composure. The new arrival was none other than Shen Bing. A plastic bag dangled from her hand, containing a small quantity of medication. As Chen Bing approached Gu Fan, the scent of her perfume drifted slowly into the nostrils of everyone present. Gu Fan, I can't wait any longer. After she spoke, Shin Aoyan and his parents simultaneously lifted their heads. Their gazes were sharp and piercing. At that moment, Gu Fan became the target of everyone's scorn, and a feeling of shame and embarrassment welled up within him. Explain yourself. I'm only your bodyguard and just for this period. Plus, I already told you I took the day off. Then who's responsible for my personal safety? After speaking, Chen Bing removed her sunglasses. Her eyes, filled with allure, locked onto Gu Fan, while her smile held a hint of mockery. This seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary exchange sounded deeply suggestive to others. Shen Outyen struggled to suppress his temper, glaring at Gu Fan with venom. Fine, I won't bother explaining. I'll wait for you outside. Just 1 hour.
You can choose not to come, but consider whether your Imperial Protection Group can continue operating. Chen Bing whispered into Gu Fan's ear, her breath tickling him with a wave of tingling sensation. Chen Bing flashed a seductive glance before leaving.
Before Gu Fan could react, Shen Outyen's fist slammed into his chest.
Gu Fan blocked with his elbow, then pinned Shen Outyen's hand down with his right hand.
Hold on. This is all a misunderstanding. That woman and I have nothing going on, we were just. Before Gu Fan could finish, Shen Outyen's foot kicked him squarely in the gut.
The force was considerable, sending Gu Fan reeling back several steps before he could catch his breath.
You really are something, aren't you? No wonder the old man always praises you. You sure have a way with the ladies.
Xin Shan rolled her eyes and continued scrolling through her phone. It seemed she'd found a flaw in Gu Fan and was ready to report it to Shen Aoneng. Meanwhile, Shinbin just looked at me with a knowing smile that only men understand. Then his expression turned dismissive. I stand by what I said before. You and Aoneng aren't right for each other. Breaking up is the better choice for both of you. I swear, after you two split, I'll give you a sum of money. It won't be much, but it'll be enough for someone like you to coast through life. Shinbin spoke with utter matter-of-factness, as if every transaction in the world could be reduced to a simple exchange of interests. In that moment, Gu Fan's anger seemed to dissipate considerably. He now felt more relief than anything else, grateful that Shen Aoneng's character diverged from that of her parents. Gu Fan offered no explanation, simply turning and walking toward the hospital exit. Despite the constant criticism from those behind him, Gu Fan paid it no mind. He had always believed that Shen Aoneng was the one he loved, and once they cleared up the misunderstanding, everything would be fine. Just as Gu Fan reached the hospital exit, an Audi R8 pulled up outside. Chen Bing, wearing sunglasses, spotted him and waved cheerfully with a smile on her face. Gu Fan, looking somewhat annoyed, walked over to the car, opened the passenger door, and slammed it shut. Sorry. If you wreck this car, I can't afford to pay for it. Of course, go ahead. Then Chen Bing slammed her foot on the gas pedal. With a roar of the engine, she sped away in an instant. Gu Fan watched Chen Bing's reckless driving with an unflappable expression. Chen Bing found his reaction unexpected. Everyone who'd ridden with her before had screamed and cheered. But the expression on Gu Fan's face was eerily calm. You're spending your dad's money like this, aren't you afraid of him? Chen Bing gradually slowed the car to a normal speed. The look in her eyes toward Gu Fan also shifted, shedding its earlier allure and becoming increasingly ordinary. Put. Him? He's stuck being a cheapskate forever. If I waited for him to buy me a car or clothes, I'd be waiting my whole life. I bought all this myself, didn't rely on him one bit. Chen Bing continued driving forward as she spoke. By now, Gu Fan had noticed the scenery outside the window. Human activity grew sparse, while greenery gradually increased. As the drive progressed, the sky outside also grew dimmer. Where are you going? What's the matter? Scared? If you are, get out. After speaking, Gu Fan could only shake his head helplessly. Leaning back in his seat, he gradually closed his eyes, savoring the fleeting tranquility. More accurately, he was pondering the identity of that sniper from the other day. Was it Chen Bing's people? Phillips? Or perhaps someone from the Bai or Qin families? As his thoughts deepened, exhaustion washed over him. Only when the car stopped did Gu Fan awaken. Surveying the pitch-black surroundings, he frowned and rubbed his temples. Where was this? A graveyard. Chapter 80, The Supernatural. A cemetery? No sooner had Gu Fan uttered the words than Chen Bing had already stepped out of the car and walked toward the exit. Watching Chen Bing's retreating figure, Gu Fan felt a tinge of forlornness. Only then did Gu Fan exit the vehicle, surveying his surroundings. Pitch black all around, this clearly wasn't a proper cemetery for burying people. It looked more like the outskirts of town, and the kind where they still did in-ground burials. By the dim light of the car headlights, Gu Fan could vaguely make out several raised mounds of earth ahead. Aren't you afraid? After Gu Fan spoke, Chen Bing didn't respond, just kept walking forward. As she passed Gu Fan, he caught a glimpse of her eyes. Bathed in the night's darkness and illuminated by the car's headlights behind her, Gu Fan noticed a hint of lifelessness in Chen Bing's gaze. Her pupils were gradually dilating, and her hair fell across her face. The sight of her unconsciously sent a shiver of dread down Gu Fan's spine. Her steps were stiff and deliberate as she advanced toward the graves ahead. Gu Fan called out Chen Bing's name several more times, but she remained unresponsive, marching forward as if deaf to his calls. Noticing something amiss, Gu Fan simply watched her retreating figure, his voice echoing as he kept calling her name. Until a gentle breeze swept by. Summer winds should have been refreshing, yet as it brushed against Gu Fan's skin, he couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. After a few steps, Chen Bing's stride abruptly halted. She stood there, swaying slightly back and forth as the wind gently lifted her hair. Gu Fan also halted in place, waiting for Chen Bing's next move. She shifted her stance and slowly turned around.
Gu Fan narrowed his eyes, as if contemplating Chen Bing's next move and formulating his own counter-strategy. After turning, Chen Bing lowered her head, her long hair completely obscuring her features, revealing not a single trace of her expression. Chen Bing? Is that you? Pranks are boring. After Gu Fan spoke, Chen Bing remained motionless. Then, her limbs suddenly stiffened and began moving. Instantly, she knelt on the ground, her arms contorted as she crawled toward Gu Fan. Occasional muffled whimpers escaped her as her hands underwent a transformation. What had been ordinary hands now bore several bloody gashes, her fingernails still smeared with traces of blood. Only when Chen Bing crawled to Gu Fan's feet and touched his leg did he react. By now, beads of cold sweat had formed on Gu Fan's forehead, yet his gaze remained unflinching. Finally, Chen Bing used her hands to slowly pull herself up. Then, with a sudden flick of her hair back, her eyes turned bloodshot and her face contorted into a twisted expression. Ah! Seconds later, the wind swept through once more. The scene felt strangely awkward. Gu Fan remained calm, as if nothing had happened. He simply stated flatly, "Have you had enough fun? If you think this is amusing." After he spoke, Chen Bing's expression instantly returned to normal. She smoothed her hair, pulled out a tissue from her pocket, and wiped the makeup from her face along with the bloodstains on her hands. Boring. So this had all been Chen Bing's game. But Gu Fan seemed to have seen through it long ago, choosing not to expose her and instead playing alone. A hint of irritation flashed across Chen Bing's face. In the end, she refused to drive, sulking alone in the passenger seat. "Where are you going? How did you figure it out?" "I scared off all the bodyguards I brought with me." "How did you see through it?" Gu Fan just gave a faint smile. "You wore gloves from our first meeting, your hands were already disguised then. And when you took off your sunglasses, though it wasn't obvious in the sunlight, I still noticed. Finally, your acting was just too amateurish. I admit I was scared at first, but when you dodged that pile of under your feet." After Gu Fan finished speaking, Chen Bing flushed slightly but still playfully punched his arm in exasperation. Back when she was acting, she'd looked down and spotted a pile of poop, instinctively flinching away only to give herself away in the process. "Humph. I'm a legitimate film academy graduate. My acting skills are beyond reproach. Alright, where are you headed? If you're free, I need to get home. You're my personal bodyguard. My safety is your top priority. And you're thinking about going home? I'm heading to the bar. Nightfall Bar." Gu Fan decided to check on Zhang Miao. He hadn't been there in ages, and last time he visited, he'd even spotted someone selling ecstasy. He could check it out now. Gu Fan turned the car around and sped toward Nightfall Bar. Throughout the drive, Gu Fan ignored Chen Bing's shouts from the passenger seat. She sang along intermittently, swaying her body and waving her hands. At that moment, Gu Fan realized that Chen Bing before him bore little resemblance to the domineering presence he'd encountered during their first meeting. Instead, she had a kind of scatterbrained vibe. "Can you tell me why you hired a personal bodyguard? Even now, I still don't see any danger around you." Chen Bing ignored Gu Fan entirely, driving straight to Nightscape Bar. Upon arrival, the music blared as loudly as ever, deafeningly loud, causing Gu Fan to instinctively cover his ears. Beside him, Chen Bing seemed utterly engrossed, nodding her head to the beat. Yet she maintained her aloof demeanor, while Gu Fan's gaze toward her gradually shifted. Inside, Chen Bing eagerly plunged into the dance floor, swaying with the crowd. Gu Fan remained seated at the bar, sipping his drink occasionally while surveying the surroundings. Sure enough, fewer people were selling drugs this time. Just as Gu Fan snapped back to attention, Zhang Miao had quietly slipped into the seat beside him. "Brother Fan, how's business?" Gu Fan merely nodded in response. Just as Zhang Miao was about to speak, a sudden scream from the dance floor shattered the calm. The bar music cut out instantly. Panicked dancers scattered in all directions. Gu Fan and Zhang Miao pushed through the crowd. A man lay sprawled in a pool of blood still spurting from his mouth. Zhang Miao reacted swiftly, dialing 120 for emergency services, while Gu Fan searched for Chen Bing. Pushing through the crowd, Gu Fan finally saw her clearly. Chen Bing stood trembling, both hands clutching a dagger. Her eyes were filled with terror, and the tip of the dagger in her grasp glistened with fresh blood. Chapter 81, Suspicion. I didn't mean to. Really, I didn't. Gu Fan watched Chen Bing, her eyes wild with panic. Without hesitation, he walked toward her. Chen Bing seemed to see him as a lifeline. She dropped the dagger and threw herself frantically into Gu Fan's arms, burying her face in his chest and sobbing uncontrollably. Gu Fan merely glanced at Zhang Miao standing nearby. Zhang Miao's eyes held an unusual calmness, somewhat unexpected. But Gu Fan didn't dwell on it, focusing instead on soothing Chen Bing's emotions. Only after she had calmed somewhat did Gu Fan turn his attention to the deceased. He felt the man's neck, then placed his hand over his nose to test for breath. After a moment, he shook his head slightly. Zhang Miao noticed this and furrowed his brow. A death in his bar meant business would likely suffer, and the hard-earned popularity he'd built up would vanish in an instant. Gu Fan estimated the ambulance's arrival time, then asked Chen Bing for the glove she often carried. Putting them on, he casually examined the man's body. Fan. What are you doing? As it happens, I have some basic knowledge of this stuff. I should be able to figure out how he died. What's there to see? Look at that bloody wound, clearly stabbed with a knife. Not necessarily. Gufan said, clapping his hands as he moved toward the body. Zhang Miao, perhaps unable to stomach the sight, covered his mouth and nose and ran outside. Chen Bing shot Zhang Miao a dismissive glance. She too wanted to leave, but seeing Gufan's dedicated focus, she dismissed the thought. Though her eyes were slightly closed, she remained by his side. The bar's lighting no longer felt dim. Instead, the surrounding lights were exceptionally bright. Those who had been trying to take photos or videos earlier had been chased away by the bar staff. Gufan pulled back the man's wound. The bleeding had slowed considerably. Examining the injury, he fell deep in thought. No matter how he looked at it, this wound didn't seem fatal. Just as he was about to examine it more closely, he heard hurried footsteps. He stood up, removed his gloves, and tossed them casually to Chen Bing. Here, take these. Ah! Chen Bing could no longer contain herself. She kicked the gloves aside with obvious disgust, her face twisted into a ferocious expression. It seemed Chen Bing's fear all along hadn't been about killing someone, but rather about the horrifying scene before her. After the ambulance arrived, the stretcher bearers reached the scene. They checked for breathing and then stood in place, waiting for the police to arrive. As the sirens blared, the arriving officers turned out to be old acquaintances. Leading the group was Zhou Sun. His men all wore expressions of surprise upon seeing Gufan. A man behind Zhou Sun reacted first, drawing his gun and pointing it at Gufan while shouting, "Freeze!" Zhou Sun's expression upon seeing me was one of profound shock, yet his astonishment mingled with joy and excitement. It seemed only he knew Gufan's history. Is everything settled? Almost. Zhou Su merely nodded. Captain Zhou. Aren't we pursuing the fugitive? Mind your own business. The bodies here are the priority. After speaking, the others turned to investigate the dead bodies on the ground. Only the man with the gun remained standing in place, motionless, aiming his weapon at Gufan's head. What? Disobeying orders? After Joseon spoke, he shot the man a stern glance, which finally made him lower his gun. Reluctantly, he walked toward the bodies. But as he left, he still watched Gufan out of the corner of his eye. The higher-ups don't plan to inform the lower ranks, do they? No intention. They've always seen you as a blade, perhaps a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Many dark matters can only be resolved by deploying you. Though your reputation is formidable domestically, it remains insufficient abroad. That's precisely what those above require. Gufan understood much from this single sentence. It seemed his fate was to keep fleeing, only to face it all again someday. The so-called happiness now was but fleeting smoke. The time of enjoyment was always short-lived. So? You've seen the body, right? Tell me any clues? The killer wasn't that woman, it was a setup. And judging by the wounds, though severe, they weren't fatal. You can take them back for a thorough examination. My guess is he's almost certainly ill. Just look at that pallid face and he still went to a bar? Take your time investigating. After speaking, Gufan pulled out 2 cigarettes. He handed one to Joseon and lit the other for himself. Joseon accepted it and glanced back at Chen Bing. She doesn't look like an ordinary person either, does she? No, she's Du Feng's daughter. Oh my, quite the pedigree, the mayor's child. But she still has to come with us. You know the rules can't be bent, even if she were the governor's daughter. Gufan just smiled and nodded. Before long, Joseon called for the team to wrap up. Gufan and Chen Bing were also instructed to accompany them to the police station for questioning. Chen Bing knew she was headed to the police station and felt a bit nervous about it. But going with Gufan made her feel much better, and her earlier fear vanished instantly. A hint of excitement still lingered on her face as she leaned close to Gufan's ear and whispered, "This is my first time going to the police station. Why am I feeling a little excited?" Gufan couldn't be bothered to respond. His mind was elsewhere, trying to figure out who was behind that man. Suddenly, Gufan's expression turned serious as he looked at Chen Bing. Tell me. Who exactly is trying to kill you? I expect no more secrets from you now. Gufan's gaze was icy cold. Chen Bing's back broke out in a cold sweat as she met his eyes, her breathing growing increasingly tense. I can tell you. But could you please not look so serious? It's really scary. Gufan finally returned to his previous demeanor, shaking his head at her helplessly. It seemed he had figured out Chen Bing's temperament and personality, all pretense. Cold on the outside, a goofy dog on the inside. Truth is, no one's been trying to kill me lately. It's just my dad secretly stationing people around me. He calls it protection, but it's surveillance. My bodyguards back then were all useless. Du Feng's men are still watching me, but only you. After you came, it's like those others vanished. So After she finished speaking, Gufan's expression unconsciously grew serious. Why would Du Feng secretly arrange so many people for Chen Bing? What was the reason? Most importantly, how did Chen Bing even notice the people around her? Chapter 82, Past Events. Gu Fan and Shen Bing arrived at the police station together. They were separated into different rooms for questioning. Sitting on a bench, Gu Fan pondered everything that had transpired recently. Could all these events be connected to the Philip organization? Or had Du Feng provoked someone, fearing his family would be implicated? Lost in thought, he didn't notice when someone opened the door. He just sat there, dazed. Gu Fan! What's wrong? It was Zhou Sun who had entered. His words snapped Gu Fan out of his reverie. Opening his eyes, Gu Fan took several deep breaths and inquired about Shen Bing's condition. Seeing Zhou Sun nod, a bold thought formed in Gu Fan's mind, though he couldn't be certain. This was merely his own conjecture, lacking sufficient evidence to justify any action. I'm here not to take your statement, but about that Philip fellow. Hearing Zhou Sun's words, my nerves instantly stretched to their limit. Could Shen Bing really be connected to Philip's organization? Before Gu Fan could process this, Zhou Sun's next words cut through his thoughts. Philip's organization and Shen Bing have no connection whatsoever. The person you arrested at the airport was Philip's new recruit. From his interrogation, we learned the name of the third person. Wait, that's Tommy? But he chose not to say it? Zhou Sun had heard about Gu Fan's actions and simply nodded in response. Gu Fan noticed this and clenched his fists. While he bore undeniable responsibility for the casualties among the Black Snake members, Tommy's concealment and lies filled him with fury. He now yearned to return to Yunnan province and tear Tommy to shreds. Zhou Sun saw something in his eyes. Gu Fan, I advise you not to take actions unauthorized by higher-ups. Have you forgotten what happened before? Zhou Sun's words abruptly snapped Gu Fan out of his reverie. He kept his head bowed, as if deep in thought, until finally he looked up at Zhou Sun. Got a cigarette? Zhou Sun exhaled in relief, then reached into his inner pocket, handing Gu Fan a cigarette while lighting one for himself. The two sat smoking in the interrogation room. Though no words were exchanged, this moment felt profoundly reassuring to Gu Fan. Perhaps only now could he truly relax. Let's talk about the situation. The last one was named Kim. The moment Zhou Sun uttered that name, the cigarette in Gu Fan's hand suddenly went out. He crushed the embers between two fingers, his breathing becoming audibly heavy. In that interrogation room, it seemed as though only his breath echoed. Like a raging beast, growling incessantly. What's wrong? Another old acquaintance. It makes me want to tear him apart with my bare hands. That man's target is almost certainly Selena. But no one knows her whereabouts now, so Kim must be searching for her just like us. What do you want me to do? Find Selena, arrest Kim. If necessary, shoot to kill. Do you know anything about him? After Zhou Sun finished asking, Gu Fan remained silent, only staring into Zhou Sun's eyes. Simultaneously, images Gu Fan had been avoiding surfaced in his mind. Captain Gu. How about it? I'm doing pretty well, right? These guys from Philip's team aren't much to speak of. If you ask me, our little squad could take down the entire Philip team ourselves. Why do we need other teams trying to steal our thunder? At that moment, Gu Fan's face showed no trace of emotion. His numb, colorless expression and chilling eyes revealed his utter indifference and cold-heartedness. Yet as he listened to the petite girl before him speak with feigned arrogance, a faint shift finally touched his features. Though merely a slight upturn of his lips, in the very next instant, a figure suddenly flashed from the nearby grass. With lightning speed, he seized the woman's throat while simultaneously flicking a dagger from somewhere in his grasp, driving it straight toward Gu Fan. Had this been earlier, he could have easily dodged it. Yet now, Gu Fan's squad had gone 5 consecutive days without rest, and exhaustion was etched into every member's eyes. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Gu Fan's brain, a man suddenly stepped forward, shielding Gu Fan from the fatal blow. The incident unfolded in an instant, leaving Gu Fan momentarily dazed. In the blink of an eye, the woman vanished. Gu Fan recognized the man as Kim, a ranked assassin on the hit list. Back then, Gu Fan was ruthless and skilled, yet still carried a hint of inexperience compared to his current self. But dedication paid off. Gu Fan's team eventually tracked down the woman, only to find a corpse. By now, the woman's body had grown cold. Her once proud figure was mangled beyond recognition, her body horribly mutilated. Her face, slashed beyond recognition by multiple knife wounds, was unidentifiable. Perhaps for Gu Fan, that moment marked his true awakening. From that day forward, no one in the teams he led ever suffered casualties again. Of course, Gu Fan never ceased searching for Kim. Yet from that day onward, Kim seemed to vanish from the face of the earth. All traces of him appeared to have been erased from existence. All intelligence trails had gone cold until now. Hearing Kim's name again, Gu Fan's mind was haunted only by the image of that dead woman. Recalling her horrifying fate, tears welled up in his eyes. Gu Fan, what are you thinking about? Do you know anything about Kim? Not entirely sure. As Gu Fan answered, a thought had already taken root in his mind, a thought of torturing Kim to death. Zhou Sun knew Gu Fan well. Seeing the rage in his eyes, Zhou Sun understood what was brewing. He could only leave the interrogation room with a sigh. Right, you can go now. You know the mission. Chen Bing and Shen Aoning are waiting for you outside." With that, Zhou Sun exited the room. Gu Fan finally snapped out of his plan and slowly walked toward the door. As he stepped out, he didn't even notice his surroundings. Chen Bing had already thrown herself into his arms, burying her head forcefully against his chest. Gu Fan stood rooted to the spot as before, about to pat her back in consolation, when he spotted Shen Aoning behind him. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion, and her eyelids were red and swollen. Judging by her attire, she had rushed here straight from work. Just as Gu Fan was about to call out to Shen Aoning, tears finally spilled down her cheeks. She simply got into her car and drove away from the police station. Chapter 83, Resolution. Gu Fan instantly realized Shen Aoning must have misunderstood. He swiftly pushed Chen Bing away from his embrace. "You shouldn't have any major issues lately. Let your father protect you now. I have things to do." With that, Gu Fan broke free from Chen Bing's embrace and dashed toward the exit. "Gu Fan, I haven't introduced you to my dad yet. Hey!" Ignoring Chen Bing's shouts behind him, Gu Fan sprinted toward the receding silhouette of Shen Aoning's car. After all, 2 legs couldn't outrun 4 wheels. So Gu Fan flagged down a taxi. "Driver, catch up to that car. She's my girlfriend, she's got the wrong idea about me. I need to clear things up. Hurry. Young man. Are you out of your mind? Look at what kind of car she's driving. A Ferrari. Do you seriously think I'm some kind of god? Here's 1,000 for the fare. Hold on tight." As the driver slammed the gas pedal, the taxi's speed reached its absolute limit, tailing closely behind Shen Aoning. After Shen Aoning parked and returned to her home, seeing her frail figure, Gu Fan couldn't hold back any longer. He casually pulled out a wad of cash from his wallet and handed it to the elderly driver. As Gu Fan walked away, the old driver kept cheering him on from behind. "Young man, remember this, no couple can't overcome their problems. They just fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot. As a man, whether you're right or wrong, you have to admit fault first. This is all from this old man's experience." As the driver's shouts faded, Gu Fan reached his front door. He knocked and pressed the doorbell several times, but there was no response. When Gu Fan pulled out his phone to call Shen Aoning, she hung up instantly. Undeterred, he dialed again, only to be hung up on once more without fail. Sitting on the steps, Gu Fan pulled a cigarette from his pocket with a sigh. Lighting it slowly, he exhaled smoke while reflecting. Shen Aoning must have heard about old Master Shen's hospitalization. At that moment, when she needed him most, he was protecting another woman. Despite her parents' constant attempts to sow doubt in her mind, Shen Aoning's trust in Gu Fan remained unshakable. Even as a sliver of suspicion began to take root, she stood by his side without hesitation, ready to face whatever came their way together. A call from the police station sent Shen Aoning's heart racing once more. She pushed her car to its absolute limit, her mind fixated on Gu Fan's name, his image constantly before her eyes. Yet when she finally arrived at the station, breathless from the rush, she found Gu Fan holding another woman in his arms. The woman's beauty and figure were every bit as striking as Shen Aoning's. All her thoughts of putting Gu Fan first instantly crumbled. The deeper her longing for him had been, the more profound the pain she now felt. Gu Fan finally finished his cigarette. Just then, his phone buzzed. Thinking it was a text from Shen Aoning, he quickly opened it. Seeing Su Qing's name, the hopes he'd built up began to shatter. Su Qing informed him that Xiaoyu had been staying with him recently. This was precisely within Gu Fan's plan. Kim would surely be on high alert now, his teammates disappearing one after another. He would inevitably grow suspicious, and the greatest threat in Baibin City was undoubtedly Gu Fan himself. That's why Gu Fan had been deliberately distancing himself from Shen Aoning and Gu Xiaoye these past few days. The closer he got to them, the greater the risk they faced. But now, Shen Aoning was his drug. A drug that kept him endlessly hooked. If he didn't see her for a single day, Gu Fan would pine for her day and night, his longing turning into an illness. Every spare moment in his mind was filled with Shen Aoning's image, impossible to shake. "I've been waiting downstairs the whole time. Can you give me a chance to explain? You know I love you. I can't live without you." After sending the text, Gu Fan stared blankly at the light still glowing upstairs. But the room plunged into darkness in an instant, and his wildly pounding heart instantly calmed. Shen Aoning clearly had no intention of forgiving Gu Fan, and turning off the lights was a blunt rejection. Without hesitation, Gu Fan sat down on the steps, leaning against the wall behind him. He replayed every moment he'd shared with Shen Aoning in his mind, all while berating himself. He should have deliberately kept his distance from other women to prevent this from happening again. As Gu Fan's reverie deepened, his consciousness gradually blurred. Summer nights weren't usually cold, but with autumn approaching, the night air carried a hint of chill. Yet Gu Fan chose not to leave. He simply pulled his clothes tighter around himself and slowly drifted off to sleep. Just as he was drifting off, the door suddenly swung open. The sound jolted Gu Fan awake instantly. Shen Aoning stood before him, hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot, 2 tear streaks still visible on her cheeks. The simple, plain nightgown she wore was undeniably alluring on her frame. Why won't you leave?" she cried. If you found someone new, why keep haunting me? If you don't love me, I can walk away. But please don't treat me like a fool. As Shin Aoning's words grew more passionate, tears once again streamed down her face. Gu Fan, overcome with heartache, leapt up from the floor and pulled Shin Aoning tightly into his arms. I love you. There's no new love. You are my medicine. Without you, I'll die. Though her eyes were veiled in tears, Shin Aoning still saw the sincerity in Gu Fan's gaze. Were those text messages real? Gu Fan said nothing, simply leaning in to kiss her lips, letting his actions speak for him. Shin Aoning was clearly caught off guard at first. Her initial panic and awkwardness gradually gave way to a tentative, unfamiliar response to Gu Fan. Lost in the kiss, they drifted into the room. Gu Fan hooked the door with his leg and slammed it shut. Then, cupping her thighs with both hands, he lifted her up in one swift motion. Shin Aoning gazed down at Gu Fan, her eyes growing hazy. With a touch of concern, she brushed his forehead. Was it cold just now? Cold, but what's colder is you ignoring me. After Gu Fan spoke, Shin Aoning slipped off her nightgown. She drew closer and closer to him, clutching him tightly as if afraid he might leave. And Gu Fan felt the same. He held Shin Aoning tightly, stroking her hair, and soon the two drifted toward the bedroom. After the storm, it was now 3 in the morning. Gu Fan gazed at Shin Aoning sleeping soundly beside him, his hand tenderly brushing her shoulder and cheek. Though the sight before him was captivating, his mind was elsewhere. He simply tucked the blanket around her before slipping on a jacket and heading out to the balcony. He lit a cigarette, holding his phone as if waiting for a call. The cigarette burned down, and the phone rang. Alright, I got it. I figured it out, she must be up to something. After hanging up, Gu Fan kept pondering, Chin Bing, are you faking it, or do you genuinely know nothing? Chapter 84, Coincidence. The next morning, Gu Fan woke up. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, watching the sunlight streaming in. He already guessed Shin Aoning must have gone to work. He turned his head to the side, the bed was indeed empty. Gu Fan stretched lazily, sat up, and headed out. Seeing the food on the dining table, Gu Fan sat down, casually picked up a sandwich, and began eating. The note on the table was filled with Shin Aoning's sweet words to him. Seeing them, a smile spread across his face. Love truly seemed capable of transforming a man. While eating breakfast, Gu Fan pulled out his phone and dialed Du Lily. This was his first call to Du Lily since returning to Baibin City. She sounded clearly surprised when she answered, and Gu Fan could hear the surrounding noise. You're at the mall? Du Lily paused for a moment. I'm shopping with friends. Since I haven't received your instructions lately, I took matters into my own hands. Cut the chit-chat. Send me your location. I'm heading over now. I want to discuss this face to face. After receiving her reply, Gu Fan hastened his breakfast. He could tell this meal had been personally prepared by Shin Aoning, who must have risen much earlier than usual. At Shin Group headquarters. President Shun. I've delivered the meal you requested. You were right, he's still asleep. Shin Aoning walked forward with a smile, then suddenly remembered. Did your mother prepare it herself? Upon receiving her assistant's confirmation, Shin Aoning's smile grew even brighter. The assistant understood her strategy to build an image of a devoted wife and mother in Gu Fan's mind. Judging by the results, it had indeed succeeded. Mr. Shin, you seem to like that man very much. This isn't just liking, it's love. Her smile vanished as she studied the documents in her hands intently. Chan Bing. I might have to leave. Du Lily called out to the woman in front of her, who was already laden with bags and looking thoroughly reluctant. Du Lily. What do you mean? You finally come to Baibin City and won't even spend time with me? We were the best of friends back in college. I wish I could, but you know I have a mission. Our boss called me, and I have to. Just send him the mall location. Perfect timing, we need another pair of hands. Du Lily sighed in exasperation. As she hesitated, Chen Bing snatched her phone, sent the mall location directly to Gu Fan, then dragged Du Lily toward the lingerie store at the front. Upon receiving Du Lily's location, Gu Fan wasted no time and headed straight for the mall. Driving his exclusive Mercedes, he thought about eliminating Kim immediately as he approached the mall. It had been far too long since he'd looked after Xiaoyu. Killing him quickly would free Gu Fan to take his daughter home. Yet whenever Kim crossed his mind, the image of a woman flashed through his thoughts. She should have had a bright future ahead of her, yet she had become nothing more than a rotting corpse. Gu Fan's breathing grew heavier, his grip on the steering wheel tightening as his fingernails dug into the leather. Finally arriving at the location Du Lily had sent him, Gu Fan got out of the car and without hesitation called her to ask for her exact location. Upon reaching the second floor, Gu Fan found Du Lily waiting for him by the elevator. Captain Gu, you summoned me regarding about the third and final member of the Philip organization, Kim. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Du Lily froze, and he noticed her reaction. You know him? Some. He's one of Philip's veteran assassins. Surprisingly, he has a fiery temper, yet his mind is exceptionally meticulous. Most importantly, his weapons he kills solely for the primal thrill. He primarily uses cold steel weapons, and after each kill, he leaves his signature mark on the victim's chest. Just as Du Lily was about to continue, Chen Bing suddenly approached. Upon seeing Gu Fan, she visibly gasped in shock. "Why, you're Lily's direct superior." "That captain?" Du Lily immediately pulled her aside. "Didn't I tell you? Don't come out, or else. I know him. He's the bodyguard I told you about." "What?" Chen Bing and Du Lily both wore expressions of shock. They exchanged glances before simultaneously turning to look at Gu Fan. Gu Fan merely cleared his throat a few times and turned his head away. In the end, Chen Bing left, but her gaze remained fixed on Gu Fan. "Need I say more?" Du Lily whispered softly. "Speak." "Kim's biggest weakness is his lust for beauty. I believe we can exploit this as our breakthrough point. We should investigate the prostitutes in his vicinity. Rumor has it he suffers from sex addiction." After speaking, Gu Fan merely lit a cigarette, deep in thought as he strategized his plan. Just as the two were deep in thought, a shrill scream pierced the air. "Gu Fan! Lily! Help me!" It was Chen Bing's voice. Instantly, both men accelerated toward the source of the cry. When they arrived, Chen Bing was clutching her torn clothes, tears streaming down her face as she pointed in one direction. "That bastard ran that way." Du Lily stayed behind to comfort Chen Bing, while Gu Fan sprinted in the direction Chen Bing had pointed. The spot where Chen Bing had cried out for help was a sparsely populated area of the mall. Gu Fan had already noticed there were no security cameras nearby. It seemed the perpetrator had prepared carefully. As Gu Fan sprinted forward, he finally spotted a figure ahead clad entirely in black, wearing sunglasses and a mask. 9 times out of 10, it was him. To kidnap a woman in broad daylight, though Gu Fan suspected it wasn't Kim, this man deserved legal punishment. Without hesitation, Gu Fan grabbed a nearby clothes hanger and hurled it at the man's legs. He aimed sideways, and it struck the man squarely in the leg. The man stumbled, lost his balance, and fell flat on his face, clutching his head and screaming. Gu Fan slowly approached him, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Run! You think you can run? Keep running!" After Gu Fan spoke, the man clutched his head, growling incessantly as he rolled on the ground. When he stood up, he began violently ramming his head against the wall in front of him. Even though his head was already a bloody mess, he didn't stop. Each impact grew harder than the last. Gu Fan saw his eyes; they had become numb and lifeless. In the split second Gu Fan was distracted, the man suddenly picked up a machete from the ground and charged toward him. Chapter 85, Resolution. Gu Fan was certain something was terribly wrong with the man, though he could only grasp the broad outlines of it now. The man moved with blinding speed, the machete in his hand swinging without pause, aiming for Gu Fan's head. Gu Fan dodged and countered with a roundhouse kick to the man's head. Gu Fan had immense confidence in that kick. An ordinary person would have been knocked flat, yet the man withstood it. His frail arm somehow withstood Gu Fan's whipping kick. Previously, even muscular tough guys couldn't withstand Gu Fan's roundhouse kick. Yet now, a frail, exhausted man had blocked it. And his expression even carried a hint of ease. Gu Fan swallowed hard, immediately creating distance between himself and the man. He drew the dagger from his waist, a memento given to him by Black Snake, now his only keepsake. From that moment on, the dagger had never left his side. Gu Fan instinctively flipped the dagger into a reverse grip, pointing the blade tip at the man. He spread his legs shoulder-width apart, lowered his center of gravity slightly, and his gaze grew sharp. The aura around Gu Fan seemed to shift. The man opposite him seemed to transform into a lifeless corpse, devoid of any sensation, merely roaring as he charged toward Gu Fan. Gu Fan observed his approach unchanged from before, utterly careless and mediocre. Yet Gu Fan remained intensely cautious, standing his ground, waiting for an opening. Gu Fan had always despised the martial arts tournaments back in the military. Martial arts were lethal weapons, never meant for testing against brothers in arms. In combat, Gu Fan's techniques always finished opponents in a single strike, showing no mercy. Yet as time passed, Gu Fan himself sensed it, though he believed he remained unchanged. Subtle shifts had begun manifesting within him. Now, Gu Fan sidestepped the man's slashing blade first, his dagger sliding straight toward the man's throat. Without hesitation, the man thrust out his left hand to block. Unsurprisingly, his left hand fell to the ground. Blood streamed from his forearm, yet his expression betrayed no pain. The severed hand on the ground was truly horrifying. At that moment, Gu Fan finally smiled. "Damn it, you've killed so many people. You really surprise me. Even though, you're just a puppet." After speaking, Gu Fan chose to take the offensive. His strikes were fierce and relentless, each blow landing with brutal precision, forcing the man into a steady retreat. Perhaps Gu Fan had already concluded that men were mere puppets, and that engaging in a game of wits with a dying corpse was always futile. Only brute force could work wonders. Finally, after Gu Fan delivered blow after blow to the man's head, he collapsed to the ground. Gu Fan leapt into the air, driving a sidekick into the man's temple. The man lay twitching on the floor, foaming at the mouth as his eyes rolled back. Gu Fan lit another cigarette, silently observing the man before him. Their current location was the ruins at the very back of the mall. Their fight had driven them backward, and before they knew it, they'd ended up here. Perfect a spot unlikely to be discovered. Just as Gufan finished his cigarette and prepared to move, several voices echoed from behind him. It was Du Lily. The final exit of the mall was completely dark, devoid of any light. She had to use her flashlight to find her way out. Only when she finally saw the light and recognized Gufan did the heavy weight in her heart begin to lift. Captain Gu, are you okay? You think I'd be? Du Lily merely smiled. Good timing. Keep watch for me. I'm going to perform a quick autopsy on the man. He's already dead anyway. Let's see if we can find any solid evidence. Du Lily immediately closed the door and scanned the surroundings. Do you know Du Lily? Gufan asked Du Lily while dissecting the body. We were college classmates. We ran into each other earlier and decided to come shopping together. We've always been close besties. After cutting open the man's skull with his scalpel, Gufan searched inside relentlessly. Soon, a thick, pungent smell of blood drifted toward Du Lily. She merely glanced over casually. Then her legs gave way, and she stumbled to the side, vomiting. What do you think of her? Who? Du Lily. She's great. Very generous too. If I had to point out any flaws, she seems like a total workaholic. Don't be fooled by her open demeanor, she's actually quite conservative. Rarely does a man even get to touch her. After speaking, she wiped her mouth, her cheeks still flushed with a faint blush. Found it. Sure enough, Gufan discovered something valuable inside the man's skull, a clue that might lead to the person behind him. It was an extremely fine needle, deeply embedded in the man's skull. Gufan surmised it must be remotely controlled, and the acupoint it pierced was precisely Baihui. Stabbing the Baihui point could effortlessly push a person's physical capabilities to their absolute limit, greatly enhancing their strength. But judging by how deeply the needle was embedded, it seemed the limit had already been reached. Gufan held the silver needle up to the sunlight, as if deep in thought. Then he pulled out his phone. I'll send you a location. Find a few trustworthy people to handle the body. Then investigate anyone who's had recent contact with him. Send the info to my phone. This man is important. I'll personally lead a team there. The person on the other end of the call was none other than Su Qing. Perhaps for Gufan, Su Qing remained his only choice, the one person he could truly trust in Bibin City. What about Du Lily? She was frightened and went home. So the two waited there. Gufan and Du Lily sat cross-legged on the ground, neither uttering a word. They shared an unspoken understanding, each silently plotting their own course of action. It wasn't until several vehicles approached that Gufan snapped back to reality. They were on a small street when Su Qing arrived in that familiar yet unfamiliar van. What shocked Gufan was that Su Qing had brought only 3 people, all old acquaintances. Gangzi grinned as he rushed toward Gufan, while Gosun was busy searching for bodies. At the rear, Hua Yaoyao's gaze never left me, lingering with an almost painful intensity. I merely exchanged a brief glance with her, and that was all. This was something that needed to be dealt with. Holy! Is this even a corpse? It's practically turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Of course. I just dissected it. Guzi and Gangzi, clean this up. With that, I walked toward Su Qing. Do you know all the prostitutes around here? Su Qing shook his head. Then you'll have to ask Yao Yao. She knows more about these things than anyone else around here. At that moment, Gufan finally looked up and saw Hua Yao Yao. Her face was heavily made up, but her cheeks were flushed bright red. Chapter 86, Change. Hua Yao Yao suddenly became agitated. She rushed forward excitedly, clasping her hands tightly behind her back and fidgeting with them to hide her nervousness. Brother Fan, it's been so long. Long time no see. Du Lily, standing nearby, seemed to notice something amiss. Observing Hua Yao Yao's expressions and movements, she silently speculated about their relationship. It definitely wasn't that simple. Just as Du Lily was speculating, Gufan smacked her on the head with a fist. I'll investigate the local prostitutes. You go check on Chen Bing. She's fine. I can handle it. Need me to repeat that? Du Lily snapped to attention, saluted with a sharp yes, and slunk away. She'd forgotten who she was dealing with. Gufan, the uncompromising Captain Gu. How could she possibly defy his plan? It must be because she'd spent too much time with Chen Bing. Watching Du Lily's retreating figure, Gufan pulled out his phone to remind her again. Keep a close eye on her injuries. Contact me immediately if anything's amiss. Captain Gu, do you think? It can't hurt to double check. I don't trust anyone right now. Only after receiving Du Lily's reply did Gufan close his phone. Let's go. Lead the way. Hua Yao Yao and Gufan departed shortly after. Once Su Qing and the others had loaded the body into the vehicle, Gosun watched their receding figures with a look of disappointment as he lowered his head. Su Qing noticed this. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered Gosun one, and lit one for himself. Often between men, few words are needed. A casual gesture can speak volumes. Alright, you still don't know that little girl Hua Yao Yao? Don't be fooled by her quiet demeanor and lack of assertiveness, she's deeply thoughtful. Plus, she has this habit that's both good and bad, she's too devoted. Once she commits to someone, she's bound to hold on tight. Even if it means facing greater risks, she remains utterly indifferent. Sugu, I genuinely like her. Forget everything else, I've already shed my beer belly and laziness. I just want to prove to her that I, Go-sun, am a man who can change for her. I'll even strive to become like Fan-gu. Be yourself. After he finished, Su-ching just patted his shoulder and walked to the driver's seat, watching Go-sun through the rearview mirror. He had changed significantly. Before, he was nothing but a lazy glutton, a fat pig. His days of working as a bouncer at the Crown and his inexplicable gambling addiction were what finally brought him back to his senses. Though he wasn't officially employed by Huangba now, the operations he managed were all shady and dirty work. Yet he never complained. Several companies had offered him hefty sums to poach him, but he turned them all down. Su-cheng knew that the overwhelming reason Go-sun stayed here was for Hua Yaoyao. She had become a fortress in his heart. That pristine, untouched sanctuary remained utterly untainted. For her sake, Go-sun would sacrifice everything, even his own life. Some might call him a sucker, but when did genuine love and secret admiration become subjects for labels? Meanwhile, Hua Yaoyao and Gu Fan were walking down the street. Gu Fan had considered driving his Mercedes, but Hua Yaoyao worried it would be too flashy, especially since the distance wasn't far. So they walked, basking in the sun's warmth. Gu Fan observed the surroundings, while Hua Yaoyao gazed up at him, her eyes holding the stars and the sea. How much farther? Almost there. Hey Fan, why are you investigating this personally? You could have assigned it to your team. I'm sure they'd handle it perfectly well. This matter is crucial to me. If I don't catch him myself, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Seeing Gu Fan's earnest expression, Hua Yaoyao silently vowed to herself, I must help Brother Fan catch the killer. As they walked further, the surrounding area grew sparser, and the buildings gradually became more dilapidated. Gu Fan noticed the security cameras dwindling in number. It was now past noon. Gu Fan hadn't eaten anything since that morning sandwich and glass of milk, and his stomach growled intermittently. Fan Gu! We're here! That restaurant up ahead! Hua Yaoyao exclaimed excitedly, pulling Gu Fan toward the restaurant as her face lit up with anticipation. Gu Fan paid little attention, simply letting Hua Yaoyao lead him along. She, however, was utterly delighted. Though she was pulling him along, her pace was always controlled by her own. Upon reaching the restaurant, it was clear everyone there knew her. Seeing the man she had dragged along, they teased her. Hey, Hua the beauty finally brought a guy here. If you hadn't shown up with one soon, I was starting to wonder about your orientation. Yao, I've already booked the room upstairs. Ready anytime. It's spotless. And... At that moment, Hua Yaoyao flushed and lowered her head, about to explain. She stole a glance at Gu Fan and found him utterly indifferent, merely studying the menu on the table. Alright. Let's order. Same as before? Same. 2 portions. After speaking, the waiter beside them departed, but as he passed Hua Yaoyao, he slipped something into her hand. Though Hua Yaoyao tried her best to hide it, the flush on her cheeks seemed to give away the answer. The restaurant wasn't very crowded, so Gu Fan's table was soon fully set with dishes. Without a moment's pause, he picked up his spoon and chopsticks and began eating, not stopping for a second. Gu Fan always ate quickly, likely a habit formed long ago. After finishing, he leaned back on the sofa and leisurely lit a cigarette. You seem familiar here. Worked here before? Hua Yaoyao, realizing she'd been misunderstood, instantly jumped to her feet, waving her hands frantically in front of her chest and shaking her head vigorously. No. I haven't. I just stayed here for a while. I saw these women with my own eyes, selling their bodies for a pittance. So I borrowed money from the company and bought this restaurant. Now these women have some income, not much, but enough to live here. Every night, this place turns into a bar. Though some still choose to go out and sell themselves, the number of those forced into it has decreased significantly. Watching Hua Yaoyao frantically explain, her tone laced with nervousness and confusion, she was a stark contrast to her former self. The coldness and indifference of the past had faded from Hua Yaoyao. Instead, warmth and emotion coexisted within her, radiating a feminine charm. Gu Fan recognized clearly that Hua Yaoyao had truly grown up. Chapter 87, The Hospital. Gu Fan merely smiled, gesturing for her to sit down and relax. Hua Yaoyao swallowed hard. Gradually, her tense expression began to fade. After taking a sip of water, she finally relaxed a little. A woman at the restaurant front desk had observed Hua Yaoyao's earlier nervousness. Covering her mouth with a smile, she watched her with amusement. This is love. I get it. I was just asking casually. Who knew you'd react so strongly? After speaking, Gu Fan finished the last drag of his cigarette, stubbed it out in the ashtray, and looked at her with equal puzzlement. Hua Yaoyao just slapped her forehead hard, expressing her embarrassment. Fangu, you can go up and rest for a bit. This restaurant doesn't get busier until evening. I'll ask around properly for you then. Maybe we'll find out something. Just as Gu Fan was about to agree, Du Lily sent him a message. Gu Fan glanced at the message on his phone and abruptly looked up at Hua Yao Yao. Look, I've got to go now. I'll come back tonight, got something to take care of right now. Brother Fan, do you still need me? I can go with you. No need. I can still get around. With that, Gu Fan stood up and left the restaurant. Hua Yao Yao watched his retreating figure through the window, gradually becoming lost in thought, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Meanwhile, the woman from the bar's front desk had approached Hua Yao Yao. She sat down in front of her, her expression warm as she looked at her. You like him, huh? No. Brother Fan wouldn't have me. He's a big shot, while I'll always just be a little kitten. I'm only good for a few meows now and then. Hua Yao Yao absent-mindedly picked up the glass beside her. After downing the last sip, she looked at her with a flushed, tipsy expression. Yao Yao, you're amazing. Don't put yourself down in front of him. Hua Yao Yao only smiled. She had seen the woman by Gu Fan's side before, the woman who belonged exclusively to him, Shanaoneng. That was a woman beyond her reach. Gu Fan drove his Mercedes straight to the mall, heading toward the location Du Lily had sent him. It was a hospital. Gu Fan didn't drive inside, he parked outside, got out, and walked toward the hospital. But the moment he stepped inside, every nerve in his body suddenly tensed. Someone was watching him, more precisely, someone was aiming a gun at him. That familiar sensation returned. Gu Fan confirmed this feeling was identical to what he'd experienced at Huangbao, except the threat here felt even more severe. It seemed his enemies weren't alone this time. Gu Fan stood frozen in place. He moved toward the nearest chair, sat down, pulled out a cigarette pack, took a cigarette, lit it slowly, and exhaled smoke to mask his presence. He knew he absolutely couldn't panic now. He couldn't show the slightest flaw. If the enemy saw it, it would be detrimental to him in every way. While Gu Fan smoked, Du Lily rushed out of the hospital, her face showing a hint of panic as she ran toward him. Her arrival did ease some of Gu Fan's pressure, gradually dissipating the tension and conflict. It seemed the enemy had targeted both of them. Why are you still smoking here? Didn't I tell you? Lily seems to have some issues. What? You mean the hymen disappearing thing? I clearly heard her say it herself just now, and I've reviewed her medical records. I know her. She's not the kind of woman who lacks self-respect or self-love. I'm convinced something fishy is going on. Gu Fan hadn't paid much attention to Du Lily's words at first, but seeing her earnest expression, he finally relented. He stubbed out his cigarette. Lead the way. Let's go see Chen Bing. As the two walked toward the hospital, Gu Fan distinctly felt the pressure around them intensifying. Plenty of hidden personnel inside. As expected of the mayor's daughter, despite regulations, he'd stop at nothing to protect his child. Soon they reached Chen Bing's hospital room. Two men in suits wearing sunglasses stood at the doorway. Spotting Gu Fan, they stepped forward to block his path. Mr. Chen said. No men allowed inside. Gu Fan's brow furrowed, his temper finally flaring. After facing threats all the way here, I finally reached the restaurant entrance only to be stopped. I just want to check on Chen Bing. Besides, don't you recognize her? Gu Fan pointed to Du Lily beside him, but the man in sunglasses showed no intention of moving. Gu Fan finally lost his temper. Get lost. One of the men in sunglasses couldn't hold back any longer. He swung his fist directly at Gu Fan. Gu Fan sidestepped the blow and countered with a vicious elbow strike to the man's nose. A single blow sent the man's nose flying sideways, blood gushing out continuously. As the man froze in shock, Gu Fan landed another punch squarely on his temple. After taking down one, the other black-clad man instantly snapped out of it and lunged at Gu Fan with a kick. Gu Fan caught it with both hands and twisted it hard. As the man screamed in agony, Gu Fan didn't pause for a second, driving a kick straight into his groin. With a guttural scream, he collapsed to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant. By the time Du Lily regained her senses, the two imposing figures in black who had stood before her moments ago now lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Captain Gu, you. No particular reason, pure personal emotion. Let's go. Interrogation inside. Just as the two were about to enter, several men suddenly emerged from surrounding rooms, guns drawn. Several black holes faced Gu Fan. The atmosphere was tense and silent, yet Du Lily felt no anxiety. Perhaps she didn't even understand why it seemed that as long as Gu Fan was by her side, all troubles dissolved effortlessly. He was like a superhero, capable of resolving any tense or dangerous situation. Gu Fan surveyed the scene before him, pausing only briefly before his right hand slid to the holster at his waist. At that moment, the men's movements were perfectly synchronized as they all aimed their guns at Gu Fan's head. Captain Gu. He won't die. Just duck down. After speaking, Du Lily simply nodded. Just as Gu Fan drew his dagger and was about to step forward. Halt! Drop your weapons. After he spoke, the men in front of Gu Fan lowered their guns. They slowly bowed their heads, not daring to meet Gu Fan's gaze. Gu Fan sheathed his dagger at his waist. At that moment, a man emerged from behind the bodyguards. Dressed in a suit, he held a cane in his hand, his face radiating an imposing presence without needing to raise his voice. Chapter 88, Clues. Gu Fan instantly recognized the man's extraordinary presence. This man was most likely Chen Bing's father. The man slowly approached Gu Fan, leaning on his cane. Each step was steady and deliberate, though not particularly swift. The sound of the cane tapping the ground grew louder with each step. "You are Gu Fan?" Gu Fan nodded. "Hello, I'm Chen Fan, Chen Bing's father. I must thank you for looking after my woman before." "No need. I'm only here to see her. Is that okay?" Chen Fan had now barred all other men from bothering Chen Bing. More than that, he wanted to track down the bastard who had hurt his woman. Chen Fan also understood that whoever had framed his daughter was no ordinary person. But the man before him, Gu Fan, clearly hadn't harmed Chen Bing. Yet to break his own principle now, Chen Fan found himself in a dilemma. Just as he hesitated, Chen Bing suddenly spoke up. "Is that you, Gu Fan? Come in quickly." Gu Fan turned to glance at Chen Fan, then simply pushed open the door. Chen Bing lay weakly in the hospital bed, her face pale as she forced a smile at Gu Fan. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Things have come to this point. Are you still going to hide things from me? Tell me the truth, have you met Kim, or do you know him?" After Gu Fan spoke, both Chen Bing and Du Lily froze in shock. They stared at Gu Fan, gradually losing themselves in thought. Du Lily seemed to have realized something. She looked at Gu Fan in astonishment, her expression one of utter disbelief. Aye. Just as Chen Bing hesitated, the door suddenly kicked open, and Chen Fan walked in slowly with his men. "My daughter and I need to talk now, Mr. Gu. Could you step out for a moment?" After speaking, Chen Fan fixed Gu Fan with a stern gaze, his expression tinged with irritation. Gu Fan looked at Chen Fan with some hesitation. The threat in Chen Fan's eyes now was palpable, and it grated on Gu Fan's nerves. It felt like he was on the verge of uncovering the truth, only for reality to deliver a harsh slap in the face. Gazing at Chen Bing on the hospital bed, Gu Fan finally forced himself to suppress his anger. He locked eyes with Chen Fan, then nodded. Before leaving, he turned to Chen Bing and said, "If you really know anything about Kim, tell me. I desperately need it." With that, Gu Fan promptly exited the ward. Du Lily glanced at Chen Bing before following Gu Fan out. Outside, Gu Fan lit a cigarette with irritation, slowly exhaling smoke. He was now certain Chen Bing knew something, and it was almost certainly about Kim. Du Lily watched Gu Fan's agitated state. Hesitating, she stood beside him, wanting to say something but then growing uncertain. "What's wrong?" "Mr. Du, I couldn't reach you earlier. Jim has been transferred to Biden City. He asked me to tell you to calm down." After speaking, Du Lily immediately looked up to gauge Gu Fan's mood and reaction. Gu Fan merely nodded. Du Lily was surprised by his apparent calmness, but unnoticed by her, his hands had clenched into fists. Gu Fan then pulled out his phone and dialed Zhou Sun. "So you already know? Old Du told me. What surprised me is that you're actually in charge of watching over Jim. It was arranged by the higher-ups, probably to keep an eye on you. Can I go see him?" "No. Actually, they agreed, but I refused. I'm worried you'll bring me unnecessary trouble." Gu Fan merely smiled and hung up. Jim had caused the death of one of his men and crippled the rest. How could he possibly let him off? He was merely waiting for the perfect moment, the ideal opportunity to eliminate Jim. As dusk settled over the sky, Gu Fan sent Du Lily home early, instructing her to visit Chen Bing more often if she had the time. Watching Du Lily's figure gradually fade into the distance, Gu Fan's phone soon rang. Seeing Hua Yaoyao's name on the screen, he seemed to understand something. He answered the call as he headed toward the restaurant they'd visited earlier. The street Hua Yaoyao had taken him down earlier was usually deserted, but come nightfall, it suddenly became bustling with activity. Colorful lights hung overhead, and every so often, women with bare chests and exposed breasts appeared nearby. They waved scarves in their hands, constantly trying to lure in customers. Gu Fan merely glanced at them briefly before walking straight past. It seemed this place transformed into a red light district after dark. The restaurant, too, was unrecognizable from its daytime self. Now packed with patrons, mostly men, their eyes weren't on the food before them, but on the women working there. Though their attire was conservative, they seemed to possess some alluring charm, constantly drawing in the surrounding patrons. Gu Fan took his usual window seat from earlier and scanned the room for Hua Yaoyao. The restaurant blared loud music and featured several dancing women, which irritated him. The dazzling lights forced him to close his eyes and rest for a moment. As he rubbed his eyes, a delicate hand tapped lightly on his shoulder. The bright red nail polish on her fingers stood out vividly. Following the hand upward, Gu Fan gradually lifted his gaze, and Hua Yaoyao's face came into view. Her face was heavily made up, the smoky eye makeup blending seamlessly with the atmosphere here. Her outfit was even more revealing, leaving Gu Fan without the courage to look again. "What on earth are you wearing?" Hua Yaoyao was equally baffled. Earlier, she had confided her feelings for Gu Fan to Lingjia. Ling Jie then decided to give Hua Yaoyao a complete makeover, hoping she would appear before Gu Fan with a fresh look that might win his heart. But who could have imagined she'd end up looking like this? Out in public, wouldn't she just look like she was out to sell herself? Hua Yaoyao felt a surge of anger at having trusted her sister's advice so easily. Now, sitting before Gu Fan, she couldn't even lift her head, merely staring at her fingers, twisting them nervously. Ahem, well, what did you find out? Hua Yaoyao suddenly remembered something. She gave a soft "oh" and finally dared to lift her head to meet Gu Fan's gaze. I looked into it, but no one around here has served foreigners. So I expanded the search and heard some things near Nightfall Bar. It's close to the back factory area. There's a woman named Lily who supposedly had a foreign client. Apparently, he paid her quite a lot and kept bragging about it. But I couldn't find her, so I privately asked Brother Su Qing to look into it. We're still waiting for the results, Fan Gu. You won't blame me, right? Gu Fan watched Hua Yaoyao's cautious expression and simply smiled, ruffling her hair. It's fine. You've been a huge help. At least we have a lead now. Chapter 89, Calm. A faint warmth gradually spread across Hua Yaoyao's scalp. Only then did she lift her head to meet Gu Fan's eyes, sparkling like stars, and slowly come to her senses. It's nothing. This is what I should do. After replying, Hua Yaoyao lowered her head slightly. The restaurant's red glow illuminated her face, perfectly concealing the flush spreading across her cheeks. Gu Fan decided to stay a little longer before leaving. He wanted to go home and think in peace, his mind replaying the day's events like shards of glass. He needed to sort through it all. Across from him, Hua Yaoyao pondered how to initiate a conversation with Gu Fan. Her hesitant demeanor was endearing, though it left the front desk attendant visibly anxious, gesturing urgently at her. Flustered, Hua Yaoyao pulled out a cigarette and casually grabbed Gu Fan's lighter to light it, using the action to mask her own nervousness. After downing the last sip of his drink, Gu Fan set the glass down and was about to leave when Hua Yaoyao suddenly spoke up. Brother Fan, actually, they play music here every night at exactly midnight. It's almost time now. Would you like to? Gu Fan checked his phone. Forget it. It's too noisy here. I think I'll head home and rest. With that, Gu Fan flashed Hua Yaoyao a smile before rising to leave. Hua Yaoyao immediately followed behind him toward the exit. As they opened the door, a drunken man being supported by several others stumbled into the restaurant. Gu Fan deliberately avoided him with a look of disgust. After passing Gu Fan, the drunk noticed Hua Yaoyao following behind. Staring at Hua Yaoyao's flamboyant attire, he swallowed hard. Her ample bosom and slender legs instantly riveted his gaze. He grabbed her arm abruptly. Hey, sweetheart, you look like you're worth a pretty penny. How much are you? Big brother can take you for the whole night, don't worry, money's the last thing I'm short on. After speaking, the drunkard yanked Hua Yaoyao into his embrace, his right hand reaching for her ample bosom. His movements were swift. Before Hua Yaoyao could react, she found herself tumbling straight into his arms. Her face twisted with disgust as she watched his right hand reach for her. Just as she was about to leap up and slap him, he suddenly let go. Stunned, Hua Yaoyao found herself suddenly in Gu Fan's arms. A flicker of delight crossed her eyes as she looked up. Though she could only see Gu Fan's stubble, the mere sight of it made her heart race. It turned out that Gu Fan had been watching the drunkard all along as they passed by. After observing his actions and words, Gu Fan didn't hesitate for a second. He walked straight up to the drunkard and kicked him dozens of feet away, sending him crashing into a nearby trash can. The impact instantly purged the man's drunken fumes. Struggling to his feet, he glared at Gu Fan with fury. What the hell do you think you're doing? Stealing my woman? Do you even know who I am? A guy like you? I could have you dead before my eyes with just a flick of my finger. You believe that? The man was utterly brazen, his eyes constantly glancing at Hua Yaoyao's figure as he spoke, clearly indulging in some lewd fantasies. Gu Fan's expression grew even colder, staring at the man as if he were already dead. I can't be bothered with you. Get lost. She's not the woman you're looking for. Touch her once, and you'll lose your manhood. Though Gu Fan's words were icy cold, they felt warm to Hua Yaoyao's ears. Her gaze toward him brimmed with tenderness, laced with a hint of admiration. The man merely grinned. Look at your pathetic, penniless self. What are you trying to pull? Let me tell you, this woman is mine. I dare you to try and take her from the Qin family. Do you really think you can take on the Qin family of Baibin City? Gu Fan's earlier kick had been hard, the sound echoing clearly. The crowd around them grew steadily larger, and the moment the man mentioned the Qin family, whispers instantly rippled through the crowd. Who didn't know the Qin family's power? They'd risen suddenly and their momentum showed no signs of slowing. Territories and businesses that once belonged to the Chang family had all been seized by the Qins and the Baishis. The Chang family plummeted from their lofty position overnight. Now, their businesses lay in ruins. What baffled everyone was that no one knew exactly what had happened. All they knew was that Chang Baiyang had been expelled from the 12th Bureau, and his connections in the provincial capital had vanished without a trace. But Gu Fan knew it had to be the Qins and the Whites pulling the strings behind the scenes. When those two joined forces, nothing good ever came of it. Upon learning the man before him was from the Qin family, Gu Fan grew even more excited. This was the perfect chance to meet an old acquaintance. He'd heard the Qin family had been searching for him all along. This was the ideal opportunity to settle all past matters once and for all. Hua Yaoyao had been navigating Bin City for quite some time and understood its inner workings intimately. The Qin family's influence and reputation were particularly well known to her. Now Hua Yaoyao was torn. She didn't want Gu Fan to get dragged into this mess. Wait, if I spend the night with you, will you let Brother Fan off the hook? After Hua Yaoyao spoke, Gu Fan understood what she meant and shook his head helplessly. Of course. Trading one night for both your worthless lives, you should consider yourself lucky. Besides, stick with me, and the Qins will protect you too. The man spoke while rubbing his hands together incessantly, a lecherous expression spreading across his face. His chubby cheeks stretched, his grin wider, and drool hung from the corners of his mouth. Hua Yaoyao lowered her head, unable to meet Gu Fan's gaze. She shuffled toward the man in tiny, nervous steps, her hands clutching the hem of her skirt tightly. Hey! You really want to touch my people? Dare to touch Gu Fan's people? Gu Fan shouted at the man. Hua Yaoyao stopped moving, her face filled with confusion as she looked at Gu Fan. Then she glanced at the man, whose lecherous expression had vanished, replaced by a stern look. When his gaze met Gu Fan's, his entire body began to tremble. He immediately pulled out his phone, dialed a number with practiced ease, reported his location, and hung up. He then cautiously eyed Gu Fan, pushing the men who had been supporting him away from him. He only peered at Gu Fan through a narrow slit. I'm telling you, the Qin family is on their way. If you know what's good for you, get out of here now. I don't know what your next move is. Hua Yaoyao watched the tense man and the composed Gu Fan. Finally, she couldn't help but ask Gu Fan, this is. Silly girl, when did I ever need you to stand in front of me? I have some grudges against the Qin family, old grudges, so old I've almost forgotten them. Though the Qin family has grown over time, there's still a bunch of good-for-nothings. Gu Fan's voice boomed so loudly that everyone present heard him clearly. At that moment, only a handful of people lingered in front of the restaurant, though a few others hid themselves, peeking out to watch the commotion. Soon, several vans pulled up outside the restaurant. Dozens of people spilled out in an instant. Yet Gu Fan remained as before, his eyes eerily calm. Chapter 90, The Crowd. As the van doors clicked shut one by one, a dark mass of people emerged before Gu Fan. Nearly every one of them held a weapon: baseball bats, steel rods, wooden clubs, brass knuckles, batons. Sharp weapons were conspicuously absent, suggesting some caution regarding personal safety. After all, the Qin family was no longer what it once was. Another incident involving loss of life could still reflect poorly on them. Hua Yaoyao beside him was petrified, yet she stubbornly remained at his side. Though she had unconsciously taken a small step back, her very presence beside Gu Fan spoke volumes about her extraordinary courage. Gu Fan simply reached his right hand into his coat. This action startled the crowd before him, who were about to raise their weapons in advance. Instead, Gu Fan pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and continued rummaging through his pockets. This was the first time he'd ever felt truly flustered, only to discover he couldn't find his lighter. Just as Gu Fan angrily removed the cigarette from his lips, a sliver of flame suddenly appeared beside him. Looking closely, he saw Hua Yaoyao holding his Zippo lighter. Here, I'll return it to you. Gu Fan smiled, placed the cigarette in his mouth, and leaned into the flame. Shielding it from the wind with his left hand, he took several deep puffs before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Only then did he gladly accept the lighter from Hua Yaoyao's hand. After putting down his cigarette, he began to fiddle with the lighter in his hand. Only then did he finally turn his full attention to the crowd before him. Anyone here able to speak? The moment Gu Fan finished speaking, the roar of sports car engines erupted from behind the crowd. As people scrambled out of the way, a flashy pink Ferrari sped toward him from behind. Without slowing down at all, it only hit the brakes when it was just a meter away from Gu Fan. The car coasted forward a bit more due to its momentum before coming to a perfect stop right in front of him. Gu Fan didn't flinch. He leisurely puffed on his cigarette, glancing toward the woman in the driver's seat. Her face lit with excitement, she leaped out of the car and raced toward Gu Fan, stopping only when her nose nearly touched his face. You're really something. Gu Fan merely exhaled smoke without a flicker of emotion. Intrigued, the woman stepped back, creating some distance before extending her hand. I've wanted to meet you for ages. I've heard your name hundreds of times. After seeing you, that good-for-nothing Qin Gu dying by your hand seems only fitting. Let me introduce myself, I'm Qin Qin. Gu Fan lowered his cigarette with his left hand and shook Qin Qin's hand. Gu Fan. After speaking, Qin Qin snatched the cigarette from Gu Fan's left hand, took a drag without hesitation, then tossed it to the ground and stomped on it several times. So, she demanded. Any last words for your wife and kids? You're dead this time. I'll deliver your final message. Forget it. It's more reasonable for me to tell them myself. What makes you think you can leave? After speaking, Qin Qin's expression reverted to its previous manic frenzy. She bounced excitedly on the ground, occasionally slamming her head hard, her grin twisted into a chilling grimace. The moment Gu Fan saw her, he knew she was a junkie. He'd seen it all. People like Qin Qin were instantly recognizable to him. The needle marks on her arms spoke volumes. Her addiction was deep. What's your relationship with Qin Jie? My sister, my cousin's sister. Nowadays, most of the Qin family's business is managed by our second branch, and Qin Jie makes a pretty good puppet. I'll ask you again, what makes you think you can leave? Gu Fan continued to fiddle with the lighter in his hand. Well, by holding you hostage. After all, I should be able to handle a junkie, right? The moment he finished speaking, his right hand swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and pressed it against Qin Qin's throat. Qin Qin merely smiled at Gu Fan. I thought Gu Fan from Division 12 would pull off something grand? If you could take on this whole group alone, I'd admire you. But choosing to hold me, a helpless woman, hostage? I'm deeply disappointed in you. Is that so? Then I must apologize for disappointing your expectations. But why complicate something so simple? After speaking, Gu Fan glanced at Hua Yaoyao. She instantly understood, merely trailing behind him, clutching the hem of his robe. Yet as Gu Fan advanced with Qin Qin in his grasp, the group didn't retreat an inch. Instead, they grinned brazenly at him, brandishing their weapons. Hua Yaoyao's brows instantly furrowed. Her expression gradually shifted, and she stared at Gu Fan with a look of utter bewilderment. Gu Fan only tightened his grip on the dagger. Your men really don't care if you live or die, huh? Want to fight? Kill me, and you'll just be boosting their numbers. Qin Qin said indifferently. Gu Fan withdrew the dagger from her throat, casually tossing it aside. With a resigned sigh, he flung his phone to Hua Yaoyao, stripped off his jacket, and performed a few simple warm-up stretches. If I can't escape, then bring it on. Death is no loss. Gu Fan's words were icy cold. Though the crowd before him was terrifying to behold, to Gu Fan, it seemed like nothing more than a minor inconvenience. After he finished speaking, Qin Qin's face finally lit up with her earlier excitement. She clapped her hands happily and shouted to the group behind her, "Come on, everyone! He's given the order." With that, Qin Qin climbed into the car, turned on the headlights, and watched Gu Fan with a satisfied expression as she lit a cigarette. Back to the restaurant, he muttered. A bunch of useless trash. Done in a flash. Whispering this into Hua Yaoyao's ear, Gu Fan shoved him backward and tucked the dagger into his waistband. He now deemed the crowd before him too weak, so weak he saw no need to draw his blade. After Hua Yaoyao left, Qin Qin honked the horn a few more times. Finally, the crowd surged forward, weapons raised, shouting in unison. Gu Fan charged straight at the man in the front, kicking him flying before snatching the steel rod from his grasp. Blow after blow landed on the men before him. The crowd was indeed large, but it made the fight incredibly satisfying. It had been ages since he'd had such a thrilling brawl. Bloodstains already covered the outer edge of Gu Fan's iron rod. After pulling one man close, he slammed the butt of the steel rod into him. With a slight push, the man fell straight backward into the crowd behind him, taking several others down with him. As the front row fell, another wave surged forward. Gu Fan parried their attacks with his steel rod while kicking their legs, sending them crashing to the ground. Seeing one man in front of him charging toward him, Gu Fan raised the steel pipe and swung it hard at the man's head. Soon, many bodies lay on the ground, their cries of pain and pools of blood standing out starkly. Just as Gu Fan was reveling in the fight, the shrill wail of police sirens instantly silenced the chaotic scene. Chapter 91, Interrogation. The ringing sirens sent the group scattering in an instant. Some among them, undoubtedly carrying criminal records, couldn't help but flee the scene upon hearing the alarms. Gu Fan tossed his steel pipe aside, puzzled. Hua Yaoyao emerged from the restaurant, approached him once she confirmed his safety, and handed him the coat she was holding. It's cold out. Put on more clothes. Gu Fan accepted it and put it on, merely nodding at her. Hua Yaoyao noticed a trace of blood on Gu Fan's face. She pulled out a tissue from her pocket and gently wiped the blood away. Gu Fan coughed a few times, took the tissue from her hand, and wiped his face with a faint smile. After the arriving police officers subdued several thugs in the crowd, the onlookers gradually dispersed. A few individuals then stepped out of the police car and approached Gu Fan. You did all this? It was self-defense. They started it. Cut the crap and come with us. Gu Fan shook his head helplessly and began walking with them. But as he passed Qin Qin, he saw her sitting in the car, staring at him while holding a syringe and waving it around defiantly. Hey, officer, why aren't you arresting her? She called all these people here. Aren't you going to take her in? After Gu Fan spoke, the two officers in front of him looked awkward, their expressions instantly shifting. Mind your own business. You just attacked her, didn't you? Even if it was self-defense, it was excessive. We're taking you in for questioning. As a citizen of this country, you have an obligation and must come with us. Officer, you're still missing the point. Why aren't you taking her away? She hasn't even gotten out of the car yet. How can you be sure she called these people? After the officer spoke, Gu Fan looked at Qin Qin, who was acting arrogantly inside the car. Fine then. I'll report her. She's using drugs. There are syringes in the car. Search thoroughly, you might even find some unexpected surprises.
But the officer in front of him showed no reaction whatsoever, only shoving Gu Fan aside repeatedly, evading the issue he'd raised. Finally unable to tolerate it, Gu Fan halted his steps and fixed the officer behind him with a piercing glare. Yet the officer continued to push his shoulder dismissively. I forgot to mention I hate being pushed, and I especially hate it when you touch my shoulders. With a sudden thrust of his shoulder, Gu Fan seized the officer's arm with his right hand and twisted it. The officer collapsed to his knees. The other officer immediately drew his baton and glared at Gu Fan.
What's this supposed to mean? Assaulting an officer?
I'm warning you 3 to 5 years, or more if the circumstances are severe.
I'm fresh out of prison, you think I'm scared? Gu Fan tightened his grip once more. The man's screams grew louder. Other officers spotted the commotion and immediately rushed toward Gu Fan, forming a circle around him and watching him warily. Gu Fan merely smiled. What? You think I'm scared? I handled dozens earlier. I didn't even want to bother with this handful. But you? Just because the woman in the car is from the Chin family, you're playing favorites? You're a disgrace to that uniform. Forgotten your duty? Fear no power. Gu Fan's voice boomed, each word carrying the weight of conviction. Several officers lowered their heads. Gu Fan merely sneered contemptuously, casually tossing the officer he held aside. Several officers instantly surged forward, presenting a pair of handcuffs before Gu Fan. Arrest me? Not so fast. Take the woman in the car with me, and I won't put up a fight. After Gu Fan spoke, the officers exchanged glances, clearly recognizing that both he and the woman in the car were trouble. They were now in a bind. Chin just smiled as she opened the car door. After stepping out, she walked straight toward Gu Fan and stood before him. You're such a rascal. You really went to great lengths to chase after me. Fine. Big sister will accompany you on this trip. Saying this, she picked up the handcuffs from the ground and fastened them around her own wrists before leaving with Gu Fan. After the police car departed, tranquility returned to the scene. Only the bloodstains on the ground hinted at the struggle and conflict that had unfolded there moments before. After watching Gu Fan leave, Hua Yaoyao suddenly remembered something. She pulled out Gu Fan's phone. She'd forgotten to return it to him earlier. Opening it, she was pleasantly surprised to find it unlocked. She tapped on Su Qing's name and dialed his number. Upon arriving at the police station, Gu Fan struggled to contain his anger as he answered the officer's questions. The officer's words kept digging him into a hole, deliberately or inadvertently shifting the blame onto Gu Fan. It seemed the entire station was siding with the Chin family. What? You arrested someone from the Chin family? What the hell were you thinking? You actually dared to provoke the Chins? Chief, it really wasn't my idea to arrest them. Someone was yelling at us to do it, and there were too many people around. Then, that woman came down on her own, and I think that man. Cut the bull. Release the Chin woman immediately. Then beat the hell out of that man. Afterwards, take photos that'll satisfy the Chins. Make it look clean. Just as the man tried to say more, he met the station chief's gaze and instantly backed down, slinking away dejectedly. The chief sank dejectedly into a chair behind him. He hadn't expected his men to bring back such a troublemaker. Just as his heart was still pounding, the phone in his hand rang. Hello? You arrested Chin from the Chin family? Let me tell you this. The Chin family's influence in Baiban City isn't something you and I can shake. Release her immediately. If anything happens, don't say I didn't warn you. After hanging up, the chief exhaled a heavy breath and sank back into his chair, his mind blank. The caller was the chief of another police station, a close friend. Both were cunning foxes in their careers, handling people and situations with slippery finesse. After all, Baiban City wasn't that big. News traveled fast. Speak. Was it you? First verbally threatening Miss Chin, then when she couldn't take it anymore, she had to use her meager connections, and then you. I truly admire how shamelessly you lot make excuses for that crazy woman. You really go out of your way. You. The officer glared at Gu Fan, but wary of the nearby camera, he forced himself to suppress his anger. Until the door opened. A police officer approached the interrogator, whispered something in his ear, and departed. The interrogator's expression suddenly became quite interesting. He stood up, turned off the camera, and walked toward Gu Fan. Chapter 92, Reputation. Kid, you're just stubborn. You've come this far, can't you just play alone? Must I spell it out? You can't take on the Chins, and neither can we. You're the scapegoat, no question. Looks like you've got some backbone, so I'll help you loosen up those joints. As he spoke, the man stripped off his police uniform, pulled a white strap from his pocket, and slowly wrapped it around his hand. Though called white, it bore traces of red, evidence that such matters were routine for him. Gu Fan merely smiled as he watched. Don't you know shame? Wearing that uniform while doing such despicable things. Before Gu Fan could finish, the man's fist slammed into his face. Instantly, blood trickled from the corner of Gu Fan's mouth. He spat out a mouthful of blood but continued staring at him as before. The man seemed to hate Gu Fan's gaze and smile intensely. Each punch landed harder than the last. Unsatisfied, he then delivered a full-force kick to Gu Fan's abdomen. Now lying on the ground, Gu Fan remained shackled, his legs bound. He lay motionless, enduring the man's assault. Yet his gaze gradually shifted, the mockery fading into icy coldness. Miss Chin Chin. We've thoroughly investigated the entire incident. That man was the one who made the mistake first. You have nothing to do with this matter. You are free to go. The chief said to Chin Chin with a forced smile, his bowed posture looking rather comical. Chin Chin stood up and merely glanced at the chief. Do you know who I am? People of the Chin family don't need introductions. Chin Chin's expression remained icy, not a flicker of change. She despised the chief's fawning demeanor. If she weren't of the Chin family, she'd likely be behind bars already. Pfft, disgusting. Gu Fan? He's the mastermind behind this incident. We've already taken him into custody. He'll likely be sent to prison to serve his sentence. After the chief finished speaking, Chin Chin's expression shifted. What? Who authorized such a decision? Was it someone from the Chin family? The chief was taken aback by Chin Chin's question and merely shook his head. Release him. My personal vendetta with him is none of anyone else's business. Hurry. I demand to see him immediately. Otherwise, the Chin family will make you pay. The chief was instantly terrified, immediately agreeing and trying to calm Chin Chin down. As they walked toward Gu Fan's interrogation room, the chief continuously tried to prepare Chin Chin mentally. Miss Chin, let me be clear, he may be, but rest assured, he won't die. I was hoping to avenge you. Pfft, unnecessary. By now, the chief was convinced Gu Fan had been beaten to a pulp in the interrogation room. After all, the man handling the interrogation was no ordinary figure. He was someone the chief had personally recruited from the underground boxing scene. The chief had found the station's regular officers utterly useless, their skills shockingly poor. Xian's arrival solved that problem. The chief gave him a random position and handed him most of the dirty interrogation work. Hardly anyone emerged from that interrogation room able to stand upright. Now the chief's main worry was that Gu Fan had been beaten beyond recognition. How could he possibly explain this to Miss Chin? So the two approached the interrogation room door. The chief merely knocked and cleared his throat. Xin. Open up. Don't beat the guy to death. Miss Chin is waiting for him. If you mess him up, you're responsible. After speaking, Chin Chin shot the chief a disdainful glance and waited for the interrogation room door to open. But after a long while, there was no sound from inside. A flicker of worry crossed the chief's face. Glancing up at the small window above, he saw it was blocked. Now he feared even more that Xin had beaten the person inside to death. Panicking, he fumbled for his keys, inserted them into the lock, and turned. The scene before him made him look like he'd eaten, while Chin Chin beside him flashed her earlier excited expression. Gu Fan was now smoking a cigarette, sitting astride a man. The man beneath him was Xin, barely clinging to life. His face beaten to a pulp, he could only mumble incoherently upon seeing the chief. Irritated, Gu Fan shoved his cigarette forcefully into the man's mouth. A thunderous roar erupted, making the chief's hair stand on end. He swallowed hard, staring at Gu Fan before finally snapping back to reality. You actually assaulted an officer. And right here in the police station. This is an extremely serious offense. I must report you and have the provincial authorities arrest you. Just wait. Wait? Why bother? Just kill you. Killing one is killing, killing two is still killing. Gu Fan's gaze instantly locked onto the chief. The chief was stunned by that look, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Only now did he realize the man before him was no ordinary figure. His gaze alone carried such power. Ha! I knew it. If you, Gu Fan, really fall here, I'll laugh myself to death. Chin Chin's laughter eased the trembling station chief's nerves slightly. He fumbled for his phone, dialed the number, and just as he was about to press call, his phone suddenly rang. The display read, Director's son. Director's son. I need to tell you what's happening here. Who the hell did you provoke? Do you have any idea? Just because you arrested someone, my phone's been blowing up. Even people from the provincial capital are calling me. Let me tell you. If this isn't handled properly, it won't just be you, I'll be the one losing my shirt. Director's son, I only arrested someone from the Chin family. And I already let them go. The station chief still believed it was the Chin family threatening Director Sunday. Though he felt a twinge of doubt about the man before him, judging by his appearance and attire, he simply didn't look like any kind of big shot. Who the hell said it was the Chins? The surname is Gu. Gu Fan. The station chief froze at the name Gu Fan. The phone slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor. His eyes darted to the interrogation form before him, where the suspect's name was clearly written, Gu Fan. For someone like the chief, who'd climbed to his current position in Bibin City, smoothness and a wide network of information were essential. He'd heard about Gu Fan long ago.
Fresh out of prison, he immediately stirred up one shocking incident after another. The Bai family, and later the Chang family, he moved through them with ease, even walking away unscathed after killing someone in the Chang household. But Gu Fan's name had vanished from the scene for a while, leading the chief to assume he was dead. After all, with so many enemies, death seemed inevitable. Yet, upon seeing the man before him, "You're Gu Fan?" Chapter 93, Curiosity. "I am Gu Fan." After hearing this, the chief finally collapsed to the ground, his eyes gradually losing focus. A sense of utter helplessness spread throughout his body. Xin looked down at the chief on the floor, her expression seeming to ponder something. The crazed look she had worn earlier gradually faded, returning to normal. Gu Fan stood up and stretched lazily. He then headed toward the exit. As he passed the chief, he asked, "Can I leave now?" "Yes, you can." Gu Fan merely patted the chief's shoulder before leaving. Xin immediately followed behind him, bombarding him with questions. "Who exactly are you? What's your background? Do you have connections in the provincial capital too?" By then, Gu Fan had finally reached the entrance of the police station. Not long after, his familiar Mercedes pulled up in front. The occupants quickly exited the vehicle, nearly every face etched with tension. Gangzi, Gosun, and Hua Yaoyao's expressions stood in stark contrast to Su Qing's. Only Su Qing stepped out of the car with leisurely ease, completely unhurried. "Brother Fan!" Gangzi shouted, throwing himself into a big hug with Gu Fan. Hua Yaoyao, seeing that Gu Fan was unharmed, exhaled in relief, her face lighting up with a smile once more, her eyes brimming with deep affection. But Gosun witnessed this scene. The smile on his face gradually faded, finally settling into a look of helpless resignation. As Su Qing approached, the others sensibly stepped back. "How about it? Shouldn't be any major issues, right? Did you tell the folks from the provincial capital?" "I was panicking. But let me be clear, it wasn't intentional. Hua Yaoyao had just finished talking to me, and I was at a loss when she called. You tell me, since I was already there, why not take advantage of the opportunity? Besides, your relationship. Get lost. You'll pay for these favors later." Su Qing couldn't be bothered to argue with Gu Fan any longer. After exchanging a few more whispered words, they walked together toward the car. Only Xin watched Gu Fan's retreating figure, lost in thought, as if plotting something. "Who would have thought, Gu Fan? Your background really piques my curiosity. As things stand, the Qin family can't touch you." As soon as Gu Fa got into the car, the others chattered away, asking about his current situation. Gu Fa patiently answered each question one by one, a faint smile always playing on his lips. After Su Chung dropped Gu Fan off at home, he left. Gu Fan stood there, gazing at the lights illuminating the villa before him. Feeling somewhat drained, he sat down on a nearby stone and took out a cigarette, smoking it quietly. Only after finishing the cigarette did he brush the dust off his clothes and begin walking step by step toward his home. He knocked lightly on the door. Within 5 seconds, it opened. Shen Aoning's expression turned gradually aggrieved as her lips slowly puckered. "What's wrong?" As he spoke, Gu Fan reached out and cupped Shen Aoning's cheeks, unable to resist giving them a gentle rub. "You're so adorable. Where'd you go? Why are you back so late?" Without further explanation, Gu Fan simply gathered Shen Aoning in his arms and slowly walked outside. He casually slipped on his slippers, stretched lazily on the sofa, and let out a satisfied sigh. "What a tiring day. Don't you get tired from work?" "Not at all. Things have been pretty relaxed these past few days." Originally, the Shin Group was in dire straits, struggling to move forward. But then, a mysterious investment came through, allowing the Shin Group to weather the storm. Gu Fan understood Shen Aoning's predicament. When he had journeyed far to Yunnan province, his sole concern, the only thing he couldn't let go of, was Shen Aoning. He had dispatched his men to secretly protect her and had also allocated funds to anonymously invest in the Shin Group. Now, seeing no trace of worry or distress on Shen Aoning's face, Gu Fan felt much better. A man's happiness might be this simple: spending money without counting the cost, seeing his beloved woman carefree and serene, her face free of any irritation, bringing him immense peace of mind. Gu Fan simply smiled as he ran his fingers through Shen Aoning's hair, inhaling its scent and becoming utterly captivated. The scent on Shen Aoning's body seemed like a bewitching perfume. The moment Gu Fan inhaled it, the look in his eyes gradually changed, greed and obsession rising steadily. "Aoning, you're so beautiful." 2 hours later, Gu Fan pulled out several sheets of paper and handed one to Shen Aoning. Both were wiping sweat from their brows. Though her hair was disheveled, the smile on her face remained radiant. Gu Fan caressed Shen Aoning's cheek. "How can you be this beautiful? Your parents really did a great job raising you." This was the first time they'd touched upon the subject of family, a topic they'd both been avoiding. "Truth is, my parents don't understand you. They don't see your charm, your background, or who you are." "Enough. I'm marrying you, not your parents." "You're marrying me?" Shen Aoning instantly lit up with excitement. She pressed her face against Gu Fan's chest, her eyes sparkling like little stars as she gazed at him. "You don't want to marry me?"
Shinaoning laughed as she traced her fingers lightly across Gu Fan's chest. Her slender fingers glided over his skin, sending a tingling sensation through him. Sometime later, Gu Fan watched Shinaoning sleeping peacefully and couldn't resist touching her face. Suddenly, Gu Fan's phone lit up. He smiled as he picked it up, but the display instantly made him tense. It was a text message, and the sender was none other than Selena. "I'm in the business world and ran into some trouble. I know this is a lot to ask, but I'm begging you to come over." Gu Fan stared at the message, gradually becoming lost in thought. Gu Fan knew Selena well. If she hadn't encountered an absolutely serious problem, she wouldn't ask him like this. There could only be one scenario: she was in trouble she couldn't handle on her own. And it was serious. In a daze, he rose from the bed, carried the phone to the balcony as if in a trance, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it once more. This was the second time he stood on the balcony smoking. Each problem she faced seemed different, but this one felt more urgent. For Gu Fan, Selena represented guilt. When he'd been in trouble, she'd come to his aid without hesitation. Yet now, when she needed him, he was still wavering. Gu Fan stubbed out his cigarette and walked back to the bedroom. Lying down beside Shinaoning, he thought to himself, "If you're beside me tomorrow, I won't go. But if you have to work, I'll leave immediately." With a hint of anticipation, Gu Fan gradually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 94, Investigation. The first rays of dawn crept through the window cracks, gently caressing every corner of the room. Gu Fan slowly opened his eyes, savoring the tranquility and serenity of the quiet morning. After opening his eyes, Gu Fan slowly turned his head toward Shinaoning's side of the bed. Where the space should have been empty, Shinaoning was actually lying there, wide-eyed, staring at him. Her long lashes fluttered adorably, and a faint smile played on her lips. "Sleepyhead? Awake? Why aren't you at work? It's not exactly early anymore, is it? Didn't I tell you last night? Work hasn't been too busy lately, and today's schedule isn't hectic either. So I figured I'd spend some time with you. And whip up breakfast for you while I'm at it," Shinaoning said cheerfully as she leaned closer to Gu Fan, leaving a soft kiss on his cheek. As Shinaoning kissed him, Gu Fan caught a whiff of her unique scent, a fragrance that belonged solely to her. Watching Shinaoning get dressed, her stunning figure and angelic face made his heart flutter. As he watched her leave, he found himself torn once more. Go or not? The distance between Shanghai and Baibin City wasn't particularly far, yet it wasn't exactly close either. Moreover, the primary reason Selena sought him out was likely concerning Kim from the Philippe organization. But was that truly the case? Was the person Hua Yaoyao found and Lily encountered really Kim? Gu Fan decided to head to Lily's residence first, then proceed to Shanghai to find Selena. After making his decision, Gu Fan instantly got out of bed. Descending the stairs, he watched Shinaoning wearing his white shirt, which covered her lower body completely, making her long, white legs all the more striking. Gu Fan smiled as he approached Shinaoning, wrapping his arms around her from behind. He inhaled her unique scent while running his hands up and down her long, smooth, white legs. Breakfast was simple. Gu Fan barely ate, instead spending the time flirting with Shinaoning. After their affectionate meal, he headed to the back industrial area of Baibin City early in the morning. Hua Yaoyao was still residing there, so he planned to visit her and inquire about Lily's whereabouts. Gu Fan had previously visited Hua Yaoyao's home while recuperating. Gu Fan guessed the location and stood before a door, knocking. Taking advantage of the moment, Gu Fan scanned his surroundings, observing the familiar yet unfamiliar environment. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, just about to light it, when the door opened. Gu Fan had his back to the door. When he turned around, he was stunned to see Gosun standing there. "Oh, you're with Yaoyao now?" Gosun merely smiled without answering, scratching the back of his head as he mumbled indistinctly. "Who is it?" A voice echoed from the room. Hua Yaoyao emerged wearing her usual outfit, princess cut bangs framing her face, clad entirely in black. This version of Hua Yaoyao felt like a return to her former self. Upon seeing Gu Fan outside, Hua Yaoyao's face lit up visibly with joy. She skipped and bounced her way toward him. "Fan Ge. What brings you here?" "It's about Lily." Hua Yaoyao instantly understood. Nodding, she ran ahead to lead Gu Fan. As he followed, Gosun was left standing alone. Watching Hua Yaoyao's retreating figure, he sighed softly before closing the door for her and walking away, hands in his pockets. Actually, Gosun's not a bad guy. When I first met him, he was a real jerk, but now I can't fault him. You worked with him for a while, so you should know about his character and such. Hua Yaoyao sensed something off in Gu Fan's tone. She looked at him with confusion, then immediately explained. "Fan, did you misunderstand something? Gosun and I have nothing going on. I just see him as an older brother figure." Gu Fan studied Hua Yaoyao's expression intently and seemed to understand. He simply nodded with a smile. After her explanation, Hua Yaoyao kept watching Gu Fan's expression. Seeing the indifference on his face, she finally lowered her head and continued leading the way for him. "Here we are, brother Fan. This is the place." Gu Fan looked up. The door Hua Yaoyao pointed to was quite dilapidated wooden, yet adorned with two brand new door gods. Hua Yaoyao knocked on the door first. An elderly woman opened the door, her movements trembling. She looked at Gu Fan and Hua Yaoyao, her voice weathered with age. "Who are you looking for?" Hua Yaoyao knew how to talk to the elderly. A smile immediately spread across her face as she warmly supported the old woman, answering cheerfully, "Lily and I are good friends. We came to visit her today." "Lily? She's not here." "She did come back home once, but she didn't stay long. I think it was the day before yesterday? Look, the door gods on the door were brought by her then. She bought a whole bag full of things." "Did anything seem unusual when she came back?" Gu Fan suddenly asked from behind. The grandmother looked at Gu Fan with a puzzled expression. Hua Yaoyao immediately interjected, "Grandma, don't misunderstand. This is my boyfriend. We've always been with Lily, but she wasn't in the mood that day. We haven't seen her much lately, so we came to ask about her." After Hua Yaoyao finished speaking, the confusion vanished from the mother-in-law's eyes. "I see. You two look like a couple perfectly matched." Hua Yaoyao flushed and smiled shyly. That day was really strange. Late at night, Lily was wearing a mask and sunglasses. Seeing her like that startled me. And when she spoke, she kept stuttering. Oh, and her voice was hoarse. Just as I was about to make her a bowl of pear soup, she vanished. She must have left then. After the grandmother finished speaking, Gu Fan seemed to recall something. He exchanged a knowing glance with Hua Yaoyao, who instantly understood. Supporting the elderly woman, she led her back inside. "Brother Fan, let me apologize first. I shouldn't have assumed you were my boyfriend earlier." "Ah, it's nothing. Brother Fan, what's on your mind?" Lily must have covered herself so tightly to avoid grandma seeing her condition, and her hoarse voice was likely caused by an incident at work that foreigner hit her, and it was pretty bad. After speaking, Gu Fan frowned and continued walking forward. Gu Fan speculated that the man Lily had encountered must be Kim. The Kim Du Lily had investigated earlier. Not only was he intensely driven in that regard, but he also had a perverse habit. He craved the thrill of conquest. As Gu Fan pondered, Hua Yaoyao's phone suddenly rang. Hua Yaoyao put her phone on speaker. It was Su Qing's voice. "Yao Yao, the Lily you asked me to look into, I found her. She recently bought 2 plane tickets. Destination, Shanghai. Chapter 95, Reunion." Hearing the word Shanghai, Gu Fan instantly thought of something. Hua Yaoyao noticed the expression on Gu Fan's face. She finally hung up Su Qing's call and looked at Gu Fan with a puzzled expression. "Brother Fan, are you going to Shanghai?" Gu Fan merely nodded, then habitually pulled out a cigarette. At that moment, he felt things were progressing almost too smoothly, as if someone behind the scenes was constantly pushing him forward, with Shanghai as the destination. Combined with Selena's request last night for him to go to Shanghai, the city now felt like a vast abyss. Someone behind the scenes was secretly setting traps, waiting for him to take the bait. Hua Yaoyao observed Gu Fan's solemn expression, lost in her own thoughts. She admitted she wanted to accompany him to the business sea, but seeing his earnest demeanor and his ongoing investigation into the foreign man, every detail made Hua Yaoyao feel the business world was dangerous. If she went with Gu Fan, she would surely become a liability to him. "Alright, Fan, this is where I can help you. If you go to the business world, be extremely careful. I'll still be at the restaurant. Whenever you need me, I'll be there." Gu Fan expressed his gratitude to Hua Yaoyao with a few words, then watched her departing figure with a sigh. Gu Fan then left the rear factory area. While driving down the road, Old Du called him. "Jim and I have arrived in Baibin City. Want to come see us?" In Old Du's voice, Gu Fan detected a note of despair and helplessness. He replied briefly before checking the location Old Du had sent. Coincidentally, the location was a prison on the outskirts of Baibin City, a place Gu Fan knew all too well. It was the very prison he had once called home. Returning to this familiar place, Gu Fan couldn't help but reflect on how he had actually enjoyed his years behind bars. He even found himself contemplating a return to prison life. After all, it offered an escape from the city's scheming and violence. Returning to tranquility was the true path. Upon arriving at the prison, Old Du was waiting outside the gate. Seeing him, Gu Fan extended his arms. As they embraced, Gu Fan asked with concern, "How have you been lately? What about the punishment from above?" "It's fine, it's all in the past. I'm not going to die. At worst, I'll just step back from the front lines. I'm getting old anyway, it's time to retire." "I forgot to tell you, a newcomer has appeared in Division 12. Not even 20 years old. I can't say much more, but his achievements as a rookie rival yours back in the day. Who knows, he might just be Division 12 second Gu Fan. Don't flatter me, but it's good to see the times changing. New blood keeps coming up. Us old-timers should step aside." Old Du just smiled, muttering under his breath, "Experience really does count." As they chatted further, the conversation naturally drifted to Jim. Gu Fan inquired about the others' injuries. Though they'd all shown improvement and received prosthetics, underlying issues remained. Gu Fan fought back the rage welling up inside him, coming somewhat under old Du's gentle reassurance. Don't dwell on it. Everyone has their own fate. Maybe that was theirs too. Lao Du. You know I don't believe in fate. Gu Fan then left ahead of old Du, who sighed, you're still the same. Not a bit changed. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? After some paperwork, Gu Fan soon sat before Jim. Gone was his former sharpness and handsomeness instead, a precise aura of decay and aimlessness enveloped him. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were worn and tattered. The visible holes in his garments added a touch of mockery to his appearance. Gu Fan also noticed the conspicuous scars on his neck and hands, evidence of inhumane treatment he had endured. As Gu Fan scrutinized him, Jim was also studying Gu Fan. Suddenly, a smile forced its way onto his face. How are your buddies holding up? I heard explosions from inside the house. They must be reduced to a couple of bloody puddles by now. What a shame. Didn't blow you to bits. Talk about a screw up. After he finished speaking, Gu Fan's face remained expressionless, but his gaze spoke volumes. They say a person's truth rarely comes from their mouth, but their eyes are always the window that betrays them. In his eyes, Gu Fan saw a flicker of fear and evasion, but more than anything, he saw envy. Jim, there's no need to keep deceiving yourself here. I'll tell you straight, of the two who traveled with you, one has already been captured and will soon be joining you in residence. We've also secured leads on the other and will move to apprehend him shortly. And if you came here to brag about your victories, I see no point in continuing this conversation. Out of respect for your fallen comrade, I'll share one piece of information. If we were to rank who among us is the smartest, I'd unhesitatingly claim that title. But when it comes to caution, resourcefulness, and smoothness, Kim is unquestionably number one. I imagine you might know something about that. After all, Fongjing is. Bang! Gu Fan's fist slammed against the glass in front of him, shattering it instantly. Ignoring the bleeding wound on his knuckles, he fixed Jim with an unyielding stare. Don't you dare say her name. Or I'll kill you. Believe me? Jim met Gu Fan's gaze. Death swirled around him in that moment. Ignoring the shattered glass before him, he merely moved his lips, repeating, Fongjing. Gu Fan moved with lightning speed, instantly appearing beside Jim. His throat was now firmly clamped in Gu Fan's grip. With the slightest increase in pressure, Jim drew closer to death. From start to finish, no one intervened. Old Du merely stood by the doorway, watching silently through the small window. Mr. Du, aren't you going to intervene? If someone gets killed, I doubt you'll be able to explain yourself. He won't. The moment old Du finished speaking, Jim slumped lifelessly into his chair, gasping for breath. Yet as his breathing grew heavier, tears welled up uncontrollably in his eyes. Jim deliberately provoked Gu Fan, hoping to force himself to death. For him, life now was worse than death. He kept pushing Gu Fan to his limits, yet somehow he still clung to his sanity. Gu Fan looked down on him from above. These little tricks are truly boring. I was just playing along with you. Now you're dead, both your soul and your body. After speaking, Gu Fan turned to leave. As he opened the door, something suddenly occurred to him. Ah, yes. My companions are still alive. Though crippled for life, they live on. They will witness the complete annihilation of the Philip organization, vanishing forever from this world. Chapter 96, Longing. Jim watched Gu Fan's retreating figure. He could hold back no longer. Suddenly, he let out a cry, his tears and regret pouring forth with his roar. After stepping out through the door, Gu Fan met old Du's gaze and saw admiration there. I knew you could overcome that mental barrier. Fongjing has always been a thorn in your heart, it was time to pull it out. You handled it perfectly. You showed restraint and composure. Gu Fan merely smiled and scratched the back of his head. In truth, he hadn't performed as flawlessly as Du Feng suggested. Just as he was about to strike, a voice echoed relentlessly in his mind, a voice potent enough to soothe the restless heart of a lone sailor. It was Shin Ioning's voice. Gu Fan surveyed the shattered glass scattered across the floor and immediately approached someone beside old Du to offer compensation. Stepping outside the prison walls and breathing in the fresh air, Gu Fan made his decision. Shanghai? When old Du's voice reached him, Gu Fan simply nodded. What about you? What are your plans? Stay at Section 12. I'm retiring soon anyway. If I can't handle the front lines, I'll focus on logistics support. Gu Fan read both reluctance and resignation in his eyes. Old Du, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. All right. I know your temperament well enough. The decision was mine. As your superior, I can't blame you, an unofficial member of the team. Go. Once you capture Kim, your mission will be complete. After that, we may not need you anymore. Go live your happy life. Old Du was right. The rising star at Division 12 was named an MO, a 19-year-old boy. Perhaps he was born for this line of work. His personality bore a striking resemblance to Gu Fan's earlier self. That single character MO spoke volumes. And Mo's mission success rate now stood at a perfect 100%, and he was gradually taking on Philip's assignments. This time, Division 12 had intended to hand Kim over to an MO, but after old Do's persistent pleas, it had returned to Gu Fan's hands once more. Only old Do understood that Kim had always been a psychological demon for Gu Fan. Only by defeating him and eliminating him completely could Gu Fan face a brighter tomorrow. Lao Do, send Lily back. The upcoming mission isn't suitable for her to continue following. I can't guarantee her safety. To put it bluntly, she might become a liability. Old Do merely smiled and nodded. He understood the earlier words were mere excuses. The crucial point lay in the final sentence: Do Lily was destined to become his liability. For Gu Fan, teamwork was never as convenient as acting alone. Fine. I wasn't planning to take her anyway. But let me ask you this, are you absolutely certain Kim is in Shanghai? I wasn't certain before, but after talking with Jim, I am. Cautious people often play their own self-righteous games. We might assume their excessive caution will keep them from leaving, but their choices are invariably unpredictable. Countering the scheme? Just don't get caught in your own trap. No way. Gu Fan declared confidently. Yet Shen Aoning's image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Perhaps saying goodbye wouldn't be such a big deal? Gu Fan headed toward Shen Aoning's company. Along the way, her image kept flashing through his mind, and his longing for her grew steadily. Unconsciously, he pressed harder on the accelerator. Upon arriving at the company, Gu Fan was once again stopped by the security guard at the entrance. I'm Miss Shen's boyfriend. I need to get lost. I'm her father. Let me warn you, don't cause trouble here. You won't be able to handle the consequences. I'm not causing trouble. I really am Shen Aoning's boyfriend. I can't reach her on her phone, she must be in a meeting. The security guard was indeed doing his job diligently, so Gu Fan had no choice but to give up. He sat on the sofa, repeatedly dialing Shen Aoning's number. Gu Fan had hoped to surprise her, but now it seemed he'd just managed to scare her. Just then, a handsome man walked by. Gu Fan hadn't paid him any mind at first, but something about his build and features felt strangely familiar. When the man entered the company, the security guard didn't stop him at all. With a fawning smile, he escorted the man into the elevator. The man didn't even bother to acknowledge the guard's flattery, a hint of disgust flashing across his handsome face. Gu Fan usually despised arrogant people, and everything this man did now grated on her nerves. Watching the man's retreating figure, Gu Fan suddenly realized something. He recognized that man. On the very first day Gu Fan had returned, Shen Aoning had arrived in his car. No wonder his figure seemed so familiar. Gu Fan always had a bad feeling whenever he saw him. With that thought, Gu Fan strode straight toward the elevator. The security guard stepped forward to block him again, picking his nose while using one arm to bar the way. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you? You can't go in. Without Mr. Shen's permission, I can't let you in. Then why was that man allowed in? How dare you compare yourself to Mr. Ouyang? Don't you know your place? He came to see Mr. Shen for business, obviously. Ouyang. What a unique surname. Gu Fan recalled the Ouyang family in the provincial capital. While their standing there was merely average, in Baibin City, they undoubtedly held the top position. That old man from the Ouyang family? Gu Fan couldn't stand him. And now he's actually running into his grandson? He hoped the past troubles wouldn't spill over to their generation. The mere thought of that man harassing his woman sent a surge of rage coursing through Gu Fan. Gu Fan stood frozen in place, silent, until the security guard shoved him. Gu Fan seized the guard's wrist, sliding his hand down. The guard yelped and crouched, Gu Fan's knee now level with the guard's head. A single downward thrust would inflict serious injury. But at that critical moment, Shen Aoning's voice echoed in his mind once more. Gu Fan had no choice but to release the guard's arm. He silently walked over to a nearby sofa, sat down, and continued his phone call with Shen Aoning. After the security guard got up from the floor, clutching his arm, he limped over to a chair. Without showing any emotion, he picked up the phone beside him and muttered something repeatedly into it. Gu Fan knew without thinking that the guard had gone to call for backup. He could only smile helplessly, dialing his own number while glancing toward the elevator every so often, wondering what Shen Aoning was doing right now. Was she sternly lecturing someone? The stark contrast kept flashing through Gu Fan's mind, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a subtle smile. Chapter 97, Introduction. I hope everyone takes this assignment seriously. After all, it concerns the survival of our group. Though the pressure hasn't been intense lately, we can't disappoint our investors. Shen Aoning spoke earnestly and sternly, her delicate brows furrowed. For Gu Fan, this scene was undoubtedly a rare sight. After Shen Aoning finished, everyone below kept their heads down, avoiding eye contact with her. After the meeting, Shen Aoning strode out of the conference room with an imposing presence. Just as she was about to return to her office, a voice suddenly called out. Aoning. Mom? What are you doing here? Shen Aoning turned to face her mother, Qin Shun. Where's Dad? I saw you in the meeting earlier, and your dad and I have been waiting in the reception area. He should be there.
After speaking, Shin Aoning followed Qin Chun toward the reception room. Yet at that moment, the screen of the phone in his office kept flashing. By the time Shin Aoning and Qin Chun reached the reception room door, Shin Aoning could already hear voices chatting inside. Besides her father Shin Bin's voice, there was another man's voice, a voice that felt both familiar and unfamiliar. Upon opening the door, Shin Aoning's gaze immediately fell upon the man. Ouyang Chang? What are you doing here? Ouyang Chang's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His tailored suit accentuated his striking features, a clear-cut face, perfect height, and the aura of wealth and privilege that came with his background. The perfect boyfriend. Such a flawless man had won the favor of many, including Shin Aoning's parents. Yet, Shin Aoning felt only a fleeting surprise at the sight of the man before her. There was no subsequent affection, perhaps it was simply indifference. Aoning. Long time no see. Hello, Mom and Dad. Let's go to my office to talk. No rush. Your mother and I came here specifically to bring the two of you together. After speaking, Shinbin took a light sip from the tea beside him. Ouyang Ching's eyes grew deep as he gazed at Shin Aoning's handsome face, gradually losing himself in the moment. Clearly, he also harbored feelings for her. I have a boyfriend. I have absolutely no interest in other men. Shinbin sighed, watching Shin Aoning's stubborn expression. Xiaoqing, why don't you head to Aoning's office for a bit? My daughter and I need to talk alone. Ouyang Ching merely nodded and headed toward the exit. As she left, she shot Shin Aoning a sharp glance, her gaze lingering momentarily on the exposed calf of her leg before she froze in place. A flicker of desire flickered in his eyes where no one could see, but he immediately suppressed it. His face once again broke into a bright smile, which Qin Chun beside him found quite admirable. After Ouyang Ching left, Shin Aoning sat beside Shinbin, crossing her legs impatiently. Her expression was as cold as an iceberg, utterly indifferent. Young lady! Look at yourself! I've worked so hard to raise you, and this is how you turn out? Put your leg down. Qin Chun's sudden words prompted Shin Aoning to promptly lower her leg. From my earliest memories, it was grandfather who raised me. I've seen you both scarcely at all. Only my brother and grandfather were ever by my side. I don't believe you ever taught me anything. And I've made my feelings clear, I love Gu Fan. Grandfather and brother know this, and they feel the same. I don't believe you can sway me. Shin Aoning's words were delivered calmly, yet each syllable felt like a knife plunging into Qin Chun and Shin Bin's hearts. Both men's faces flushed with humiliation. Ouyang Ching entered Shin Aoning's office, greedily inhaling her scent. Mesmerized, he moved toward her chair. Watching the chair Shin Aoning's personal seat grow cold, he finally crouched before it. Just as he was about to inhale deeply, her phone on the desk suddenly rang. Startled, Ouyang Ching scrambled to his feet, glanced around nervously, and finally picked up the phone with lingering trepidation. The contact was labeled husband. A faint smile touched Ouyang Ching's lips as he glanced at the two characters. He casually hung up the call, then dismissively switched the phone to silent mode. He slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the view below. Hakohama City was indeed quite prosperous. But that was all it was. Shen Aoning. Is this how you speak to me? I ask you this, am I still your father? Are you still my daughter? Shinbin was visibly agitated, his face flushed with anger. Behind him, Qin Chun kept patting him gently while echoing his words as he continued to address Shin Aoning. Though Shin Aoning's face showed concern for her father, seeing his resolute expression stirred stubbornness within her. She turned her head slightly to the side, two tear tracks unconsciously streaking down her cheeks. Go see Ouyang Ching first. Your father and I will leave now. His heart isn't in good shape. After Qin Chun finished speaking, she helped Shinbin out of the room. Shin Aoning watched her parents' retreating figures, her gaze gradually unfocused, yet her stubborn lips remained a testament to her unyielding resolve. Shin Aoning could discuss anything with her parents, but when it came to her own feelings, she absolutely refused to compromise. That man had etched himself so deeply into her heart that he was now indelible. For Gu Fan, she was prepared to do anything, absolutely anything. She also believed that Gu Fan would do anything for her. Downstairs, Gu Fan stopped arguing with the security guard. He sat on the nearby sofa, dialing Shin Aoning's number repeatedly, but it went unanswered each time. But one particular disconnection sparked his suspicion. By now, he had begun to suspect something. Shin Aoning's phone wasn't in her possession. Someone else was manipulating it. As Gu Fan's suspicions deepened, the elevator chimed. The two figures stepping out stunned him. It was Shin Bin and Qin Chun. Gu Fan stood up nervously and rushed toward them. Uncle, Auntie? What are you doing here? What's the matter? Do I need to tell you when I come to my daughter's company? I didn't mean it like that. Good for nothing. After Qin Chun spoke, her eyes flashed with contempt as she helped Shin Bin leave the company. Gu Fan watched their retreating figures, lost in thought for a moment. Standing rooted to the spot, he felt somewhat at a loss. Finally, he just sighed. Just as he was about to sit back down on the sofa. Sir? Sir? Are you still going to meet with President Shin? Chapter 98, Farewell.
Gu Fan watched the security guard's forced smile and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Didn't you say I couldn't go up? I only just learned your identity myself. I never imagined you were actually Mr. Shin's boyfriend. Please don't feel like an outsider. You know, lately there have been far too many people pretending to be Mr. Shin's boyfriend. Gu Fan watched the security guard's clumsy act, clearly trying not to offend him, and found it utterly ridiculous. The guard never imagined the man before him was actually Mr. Shin's boyfriend. He just overheard his conversation with Mr. Shin's parents. Escorting Gu Fan to the elevator lobby, the guard only relaxed slightly after the doors closed, still patting his chest nervously. Thank goodness I was quick on my feet. As the elevator doors opened, Gu Fan recognized the familiar surroundings and walked with practiced ease toward Shin Aoning's office. Along the way, several employees actually recognized him. They greeted him. Gu Fan responded to each one with a smile. At that moment, he finally felt a flicker of warmth. It seemed as though his relationship with Shin Aoning had gained the recognition and blessing of those around him. With a touch of delight, Gu Fan reached the door to Shin Aoning's office. Just as he was about to open it, voices drifted out from inside. Gu Fan clearly heard the sounds of conversation. There were clearly two people inside. One was Shin Aoning, but the other voice was unfamiliar. The man's voice carried a magnetic masculinity, and every word he spoke was elegant and warm. Even through the closed door, Gu Fan was moved by the man's voice. Amidst the soft bubbling sounds, the magnetic voice stood out all the more distinctly. Enough, Ouyang Qing, get out. I don't know why my parents sent you here, but I'll tell you this, I have a boyfriend, and we're deeply in love. You don't need to waste your time on me. My boyfriend is very possessive. If anyone touches me, don't blame me for not warning you. Shin Aoning's voice remained as cool and distant as ever, instantly creating a sense of distance in her tone. Aoning. We're at the company now. Address me as President Shin. Miss Shin, what I came to tell you is this, your parents' overseas business was on the brink of bankruptcy. I informed them that I saw tremendous potential in the Shin Group's international operations and made substantial investments. That's why they arranged this meeting. Truthfully, I don't have strong feelings about you. Ouyang Qing's face still bore a warm smile, his slightly narrowed eyes accentuating his elegance. Shin Aoning realized she had misjudged him, and an awkward flush spread across her face. The faint blush spreading to her cheeks left Ouyang Qing even more astonished. The office door finally swung open. Gu Fan's entrance drew the attention of both people in the room. Yet he showed no sign of discomfort, merely smiling at Shin Aoning seated before him. A hint of surprise flashed across Ouyang Qing's face as he also guessed Gu Fan's identity. Gu Fan. What brings you here? Shin Aoning's face instantly lit up with a smile. She immediately stood up and ran towards Gu Fan. Throwing herself into his arms, she buried her face deep into his chest, occasionally letting out soft, coquettish whimpers. Though the room wasn't small, Ouyang Qing, standing nearby, heard every sound clearly. The smile on his face finally lost its naturalness. Mr. Shin, if you have business to attend to, I'll take my leave. After speaking, Shin Aoning offered no response, continuing to rest in Gu Fan's embrace. Gu Fan gently held her close, lowering his head to kiss her forehead. Ouyang Qing finally took the hint and left. As he closed the door, a flash of bitterness flickered in his eyes, yet beneath it lay a hint of desire and impulse. Nothing major. Just missed you and wanted to see you. Also, I'll likely be away for a while these next few days. Ha? Where are you going? I don't want you to leave. The business world. It concerns Selena, and there's someone I need to find there. Shin Aoning lifted her head slightly to look at Gu Fan, her eyes brimming with clinging reluctance. She bravely raised her lips to press against his. As they closed their eyes to savor the moment, a single tear escaped the corner of Shin Aoning's eye. She understood the risks involved, but more than that, she worried for Gu Fan. Gu Fan didn't linger long. Just as they were lost in each other's embrace, the meeting resumed, interrupting their intimacy. He didn't press her about the earlier call. Only after Shin Aoning left did he take out his phone, deftly entering his passcode. Staring at one of the missed call records, he drifted into thought. After leaving the Shin Group headquarters, Gu Fan headed toward Huangbao. Since his return, he had been seeing Gu Xiaoye less and less. This growing distance seemed to be affecting their relationship. Gu Fan could clearly sense that Xiaoye felt somewhat distant toward him. Su Qing, on the other hand, seemed to have become her father figure. She had endless things to say when she was with him, yet when she was with Gu Fan, her words flowed unnaturally less. Xiaoye, are you settling in well at school? Making many friends? Sure. Just friends. Just as Gu Fan was about to ask more, Su Qing entered the room and ruffled Xiaoye's hair. Xiaoyu, go out and play. Xiaolong's here to hang out with you. Okay. After saying that, Xiaoyu skipped out, her ponytail swinging back and forth. Gu Fan couldn't help but smile. Heading to Shanghai? Need me to go with you? Su Qing spoke as he peeled the apple in his hand. With practiced knife skills, he quickly peeled it clean. Soon, a perfectly peeled apple was placed in Gu Fan's hand. Gu Fan took it, took a big bite, then nodded. Philip's men are there. And I must kill that man with my own hands. I have a grudge.
After Gu Fan finished speaking, a hint of surprise flashed across Su Qing's face. Perhaps he hadn't expected someone within Philip's circle to enrage Gu Fan so deeply. Su Qing speculated on the man's appearance after death, his mind flashing back to those who had previously crossed Gu Fan.
He couldn't help but swallow hard.
He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and used the act to calm his nerves.
Su Qing had witnessed Gu Fan's bloodthirsty side before.
Back when they'd worked together at the 12th Division, Gu Fan's eyes had been different, a rage beyond reason's grasp. Wherever his eyes fell, only crimson remained. The ground was littered with severed limbs and rolling heads, a scene that had become routine. Gu Fan wielded a dagger, his face covered in blood so thick it obscured the black of his eyes, replaced entirely by the red. Facing 100 men that night, 100 who possessed strength rivaling a nation, they ceased to exist.
Chapter 99, The Invitation. Alright, since you've made your choice, I'll support you. Let me know when you reach the business world.
I'll supply you with a batch of weapons, it'll make your assassination easier.
Forget it. No need, I've got my own.
With that, Gu Fan drew the dagger from his waist. It was the very blade Black Snake had given him, a fine piece indeed, both comfortable in the hand and exceptionally sharp.
Its deep, dark hue seemed fitting for the name Black Snake.
Though the blade was pitch black, the moment it touched blood, it revealed its true brilliance and beauty.
This dagger is excellent. Even better than the one I gave you. Indeed. Gu Fan tossed the dagger to Su Qing. Just send this to Shanghai. It's too much trouble to carry it along.
Su Qing merely nodded, catching the dagger and casually twirling it a few times, his eyes growing increasingly filled with admiration.
Gu Fan briefly inquired about recent work matters and other affairs. Currently, Wang Bao's standing was catching up to the Bai family before him. But the Bai family was vastly different now.
Rumor had it the entire business had been handed over to that good-for-nothing Bai Long. Hearing this from Su Qing, Gu Fan looked utterly incredulous. Previously, the Bai family's security operations had always been in the hands of that old schemer Bai Hu. How could he just hand over his life's work to someone else? It seemed the Bai family was secretly plotting something, or perhaps cultivating some other venture. But the security industry alone couldn't possibly have elevated the Bai family to their current standing. Moreover, the fact that the forces backing the Bai family would abandon the Chang family to stand behind both the Bai and Qin families, what exactly was the nature of their deal? Gu Fan took a drag on his cigarette, deep in thought. Whatever these two families were scheming, it hadn't yet crossed his red line. Shanaoning, Xiaoyu, and Su Qing, these three were his absolute bottom line. An inviolable line. If they dared lay a finger on any of the three, Gu Fan vowed silently, the Bai and Qin families of Baibin City would meet their downfall. As Gu Fan bid farewell to Su Qing and approached the entrance of Huangbao, he happened to encounter Qin Qin. The smile on her face was identical to the one she wore when they first met.
Qin Qin? Gu Fan. Finally found you. Would you mind coming with me? My old man wants to see you. See him or not? Not interested. With that, Gu Fan walked straight away.
Qin Qin showed no urgency, her face lit with excitement as she kept pace with him. She nudged him occasionally and struck up conversations, never receiving a response from Gu Fan.
Yet she persisted, chattering away at him non-stop. Enough already. Are you done yet? Got nothing better to do all day? I do. My old man at home has made it clear if I can't get you to come, I might as well not go home. I've already taken over all of Qin's family business. Qin Qin instantly transformed like an actress, adopting a pitifully vulnerable expression.
Her tears flowed effortlessly, cascading down both cheeks.
Gu Fan wasn't afraid of tough talk, he'd even resort to physical force if annoyed.
But he couldn't stand seeing a woman cry in front of him. That was his weakness.
Gu Fan finally relented, nodding in agreement to her request as he glanced at the time. After lunch, I'll be leaving, I've got things to attend to. After saying this, Qin Qin hailed a cab, muttering under her breath, what's so fun about the business world? How did you know I was going to Shanghai? I guessed. Hurry up and get in the car. Gu Fan ignored her and got in. The car was a phaeton.
As soon as Gu Fan sat down, he instantly recognized this wasn't an ordinary person's ride, it was almost certainly someone from the Qin family. The driver kept glancing at Gu Fan and surveying the car's interior, not exactly understated, but more plainly functional. Qin Qin's relaxed demeanor beside him only deepened Gu Fan's suspicions.
Do you know why they're looking for me? How should I know?
I just told them how impressive you were at the police station, and they wanted to meet you. Soon, the car pulled up in front of a restaurant.
The massive signboard read, "Enraged."
They were spending quite lavishly. Enraged was the most expensive restaurant in Baibin City. Though the food inside was as ordinary as home cooking, the prices they charged were astonishingly high. Despite the mediocre food, countless people still flocked to dine here. Since the patrons were mostly business owners and managers, we common folk simply called it the boss restaurant. After Gu Fan and Qin Qin entered the restaurant, a woman dressed in a cheongsam approached them. Gu Fan observed her attire and figure, a masterpiece wherever she might be.
Her sensual figure paired with her soft, gentle voice was truly a sight to behold. Gu Fan merely glanced at her briefly before scanning the surroundings. This was his first visit, and he was always highly sensitive in unfamiliar environments. The entire restaurant resembled a bucket, with the front desk positioned at its very center. Layers of seating encircled it in a circular pattern, presenting a sea of green at first glance. Almost every room had one or two bodyguards stationed at its entrance. As Gu Fan surveyed the space, Qin Qin gave the Cheongsam Plat attendant a room number. The attendant then gracefully led them toward it. Gu Fan followed them with keen interest. Room 404, two bodyguards stood guard at the door. After guiding them to the door, the young lady departed, casting a flirtatious glance at Gu Fan as she left. This caught Gu Fan off guard. Dressed so plainly, why would a beauty show him favor? Could she have sensed something extraordinary about him? Gu Fan's lips twitched slightly. Let's go. This is the place. Just as Qin Qin was about to lead Gu Fan inside, the two bodyguards at the door suddenly stepped forward. Body search. The men were addressing Gu Fan, and one of them had already reached out toward him. Gu Fan took a slight step back to evade the handshake, a flicker of disgust crossing his eyes. Gu Fan. This is the rule, everyone gets searched upon entry. I didn't search them because these two bodyguards have always been my people. Qin Qin, thinking Gu Fan was upset about not being searched, immediately spoke up to explain. I don't like being touched by others. After Gu Fan spoke, the two bodyguards also showed a hint of anger, despite the sunglasses hiding their expressions. Kid. Rules are rules. You get searched before seeing our boss. Hey. Get this straight. It's your boss who wants to see me. I'm doing him a favor by not searching him. What do you two lackeys think you're doing? Gu Fan's words were incredibly arrogant, and even Qin Qin felt a moment of unfamiliarity. Just as she was about to respond, the bodyguard who had spoken earlier charged at Gu Fan, swinging his fist to slam it hard into Gu Fan's head. Ah. Chapter 100, The Conversation. Ah. Now the bodyguard was kneeling on the ground, screaming incessantly. His hand was gripped tightly by Gu Fan, his arm twisted into an unnatural position. Twisted like a pretzel. Gu Fan. Qin Qin cried out, but Gu Fan paid no heed. He flung the man's arm aside and delivered a brutal kick to the bodyguard's chest. The man collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. As another bodyguard lunged forward, Qin Qin stepped directly in front of him. Get lost. Take him for treatment. The bodyguard ultimately said nothing, supporting his comrade as they made their way downstairs. Suddenly, 3 or 4 people appeared beside Gu Fan and Qin Qin. Come to cause trouble at Anshizu? A man who looked like a gang leader spoke up, eyeing Gu Fan's trendy designer clothes and dyed yellow hair, his lips curled in a smug grin. No. They're all my friends. We're just messing around. Qin Qin interjected, her eyes betraying to Gu Fan that she dared not provoke the yellow-haired man before them. Her demeanor now was a stark contrast to her earlier arrogance. Really? Doesn't look like it to me. Honestly, they're all friends. Just as Qin Qin was about to say more, the yellow-haired man began twirling his thumb and index finger. Qin Qin instantly broke into a smile, casually pulling out a stack of red bills from her handbag and shoving them into the punk's hands. He snatched them up, grinning as he counted the cash before joking his way away. Just as Gu Fan was about to speak again, the door opened. It was a very young man, looking quite refined, with obvious traces of youth on his face. Yet he insisted on acting familiar, wearing gold-rimmed glasses that looked rather awkward on him. Sis. Why are you so late? Grandpa's worried sick. Where are Big Dragon and Second Dragon? After speaking, he glanced around both sides. Cut the chatter and hurry inside. We're going in now. Then the young man turned his head to look at Gu Fan. You're Gu Fan? Pretty average. With that, he strode into the room. Damn it. Who's ordinary? Who's he talking about? Me? Are you kidding me? I could beat the crap out of him with one hand, you believe that? Qin Qin rolled her eyes at him helplessly, then shoved Gu Fan into the room. The head of the Qin family was Qin Zhang. A quintessential patriarch, his face perpetually wore an air of commanding authority without needing to raise his voice. He was also the most accomplished figure in military affairs among the entire Bibin City clan. He had prepared for his children to inherit his military prowess. He had 3 children, 1 daughter and 2 sons. The daughter had severed ties with him, and the 2 sons showed no interest in military affairs, only vying for control of his company. The eldest daughter, Qin Chun, had a major falling out with him. She left the Qin family for love, which enraged the patriarch so much he fell ill. Qin Chun was ruthless, leaving with Shin Bin and going abroad. From then on, old master Qin Zhang always told others he had only 2 good-for-nothing sons. Just as Gu Fan was about to ask Qin Chun about the identity of the blonde-haired man, she pushed him through the door before he could speak. The room was spacious. Gu Fan first noticed the man seated at the head of the table. Though a distance separated them, he could still feel the man's piercing gaze. That gaze carried a distinct air of scrutiny, making Gu Fan feel quite uncomfortable. He slowly approached the man, and when he finally stood face to face with the seated figure, Gu Fan instantly recognized something. The old man's posture, the sternness in his eyes and brows, that aura had made Gu Fan clearly sense that he was military. And indeed, the man locking eyes with Gu Fan was none other than Qin Zhang. Grandfather. This is Gu Fan. I see. Grandfather, hello. I'm Gu Fan. Did you need something?
As Gu Fan spoke, not only Qin Zhang was scrutinizing him, but Qin's younger brother, Qin Xiao, was also observing the man before him. Seeing his cheap clothes and hearing his coarse language, he couldn't understand why grandfather would meet with him privately.
Sit down. After speaking, Gu Fan casually sat down to one side. His seat placed him directly across from the old man. Throughout their eye contact, Gu Fan showed not a hint of timidity. His gaze remained as serene as ever. Qin sat beside Qin Xiao, who leaned close to her ear. Why would Grandpa want to see him? He looks like a total loser. Cut the nonsense. Didn't you hear the commotion outside? Why didn't you come out? I wanted to. But Grandpa wouldn't let me. After speaking, Qin's gaze toward Qin Zhang gradually hardened. Hearing your name did surprise me a little. I never imagined you'd be out of prison. Who knew the old man had heard of me?
Well, people from the 12th Division tend to keep tabs on things.
Qin Zhang tossed a cigarette toward Gu Fan. Gu Fan accepted it, his body stiffening ever so slightly before quickly returning to normal. He hadn't expected the old man before him to know about Division 12. Flattery aside, I'm just an ordinary person. Leaving Division 12 didn't change much. Making ends meet is still a struggle. Gu Fan, do you still need to hide anything from me? If I know about Division 12, do you think I wouldn't know about you?
Qin Zhang lit his cigarette, exhaling smoke while fixing Gu Fan with a piercing gaze, unobstructed by the haze.
Then may I ask, old man, what is the reason you summoned me here? Gu Fan lit his own cigarette and asked.
Qin Zhang merely stared at him, as if trying to see through every layer of his being.
Xiao, you two step outside first. After Qin and Qin Xiao left, Gu Fan and Qin Zhang talked in the room for a while.
It wasn't a long time, but it certainly wasn't short either. Perhaps because their personalities were similar, they were likely very direct when discussing matters. After Gu Fan left, Qin Xiao entered the room first, while Qin kept asking, how was it with Gu Fan?
Nothing much. Had a great chat with your grandfather.
He's truly remarkable, but why are you so?
What's wrong with me? Quit drugs first. As the granddaughter of old Master Qin, if he found out you were using drugs, guess what would happen? Gu Fan. You dare. Gu Fan ignored Qin's threats and walked toward the exit. Even as she kept asking questions, he didn't respond, just maintaining an air of mystery. After leaving Anshizu alone, he pulled out his phone and booked a flight for that evening. Most of the farewells were over. It was time to go. Gazing at the sunset before him, Gu Fan drifted into a moment of reverie. The sun was enormous as it sank below the horizon. It seemed only at this moment could one truly see its true form. As Gu Fan gazed at the setting sun, in a hotel somewhere in the business district, a naked woman also stared at the sunset, lost in thought. Chapter 101, Stubbornness. As Gu Fan stood lost in thought, the sound of a car horn beeped behind him. Turning around, he saw the familiar pink Ferrari parked conspicuously behind him. Qin extended her right hand, waving at him. Gu Fan sighed and walked toward Qin's car. Hey, handsome, where you headed? Need a ride? How about I give you a farewell gift, a sweet kiss? Gu Fan ignored her, shaking his head. Just as he was about to leave, Qin awkwardly stepped out of the car. Rushing to his side, she sighed helplessly. I have no choice, Grandpa insisted. He made me give you a ride. I guess he's trying to bring us together. I don't mind taking a little hit for that. Just as Gu Fan was about to respond, a white BMW pulled up in front of them. The driver's door swung open, revealing a pair of snow-white, long legs first, followed by a full business suit. The arrival was none other than Xiaoning. Even without heavy makeup, her beauty and innate elegance shone through. This was Qin's first encounter with Xiaoning. Having spent a long time overseas, she'd only heard about the heads of these prominent families since returning to China. Among them, Xiaoning was the sole female leader. And she was also Gu Fan's woman, which drew Qin's attention even more. After stepping out of the car, Xiaoning paid no attention whatsoever to Qin beside Gu Fan. Her gaze remained fixed on Gu Fan the entire time, while the tenderness and sweetness in Gu Fan's eyes as he looked at Xiaoning was a sight Qin had never witnessed before. How did you get here? Gu Fan's face broke into a smile as he ran toward Xiaoning. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her tightly into his embrace, instantly closing the distance between them. At this moment, Xiaoning showed no desire to resist, only quietly meeting Gu Fan's gaze. Previously, when Gu Fan had acted this way toward her in public, she had been willing, yet her face would always betray a blush of shyness, making her instinctively push him away. This time, however, the look of enjoyment and reluctance on her face tugged at Gu Fan's heart. I just missed you. Aren't you leaving soon? Let me see you off. With that, Xiaoning embraced Gu Fan. Neither spoke further as they stood before the car, savoring the fleeting silence.
This scene made Chin beside them feel a twinge of awkwardness, yet she remained unflinching.
Chin considered herself a proud woman.
No man had ever refused her along this journey, not her competitive spirit, nor her own stubbornness.
Hello, Miss Shun. I've heard of you.
But what truly shocks me is that you're actually Gu Fan's girlfriend. After Chin finished speaking, Shinaonang released herself from Gu Fan's embrace and stepped forward to face Chin.
Thank you. Gu Fan is indeed exceptional. With that, Shinaonang took Gu Fan's hand from behind, her face glowing with a sweet smile. Gu Fan.
Since your girlfriend is here, I won't need to escort you out.
Grandfather's task is complete.
Oh, and remember to keep your distance from your ex-girlfriend at the Shanghai event. After speaking, Chin seemed to revert to her earlier frenzy. She hurriedly got into the car, flashing a defiant grin at Gu Fan as she drove away.
I'm going to Shanghai to find Selena. She's gotten into some trouble. Gu Fan immediately explained to Shinaonang.
Shinaonang's smile gradually stiffened, but she still held back her emotions, nearly waving her hand as she walked toward the BMW. Shinaonang was genuinely displeased she hadn't known about Selena and Gu Fan's relationship. No wonder Selena had provided funds to help her through a crisis back then. At the time, Shinaonang had assumed Selena was investing purely from a business perspective, valuing the future of the Shin Group. But now that she knew their relationship, everything suddenly made sense.
She just didn't want to expose it. Perhaps playing the fool really could be quite blissful. The entire ride passed in silence. Only upon arriving at the airport did Shinaonang speak. I packed your luggage for you. Your underwear and socks are at the bottom, with your everyday clothes on top. Gu Fan suddenly wrapped his arms around Shinaonang and whispered softly in her ear, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied to you. Shinaonang's face remained serene, a faint smile playing on her lips.
Yet her hand stayed firmly planted on either side of her waistband, avoiding any physical contact with Gu Fan. Just as Gu Fan was about to explain, the boarding call for his flight began.
Wait for me, okay? I'll tell you everything that happened. But don't be upset. Have a safe trip. Gu Fan watched Shinaonang's figure, turning back every few steps. Only when the distance between them grew did he notice her frail frame. Seeing her crouch down, he desperately wanted to rush over, hold her tight, stroke her hair, and say, I won't leave. I'll cling to you for the rest of my life. Okay? But Gu Fan couldn't do that. The risk still lurked in the business world, and one day they might even threaten him. Gu Fan departed. As Shinaonang watched the plane soar into the clouds, her mind raced. She couldn't be certain if Gu Fan would still love her when he returned. Though they were exes, she refused to believe their emotional bond had been completely severed. She longed to accompany Gu Fan to Shanghai. Being by his side would surely bring her peace. Yet she couldn't leave. The current Shin Group demanded her undivided attention. It was like her own child, and this time, she chose selfishness. As the plane touched down, they finally arrived in Shanghai. Shanghai's prosperity, a first-tier city and the nation's central hub, made it a seemingly perfect metropolis. Yet, several vile parasites continued to infest it. As Gu Fan stepped out of the airport, reaching for his phone to message Selena, he discovered it was gone. Damn it! Robbed. By Bin City. Yao. Why are you always hanging around my restaurant? Didn't you say your fan brother went to the business world? You should go find him. The moment for your relationship to take the next step is right here. The sophisticated woman at the front desk remarked, occasionally teasing Hua Yao. Oh, come on, Sister Hua. Don't tease me. Brother Fan has business in the business world. If I went, wouldn't I just be a burden? My silly little sister. As the two were talking, the restaurant door suddenly swung open. A man slowly entered, taking a seat in an inconspicuous corner. He scanned the women in the restaurant, his gaze unmistakably intense. The man carried an aura that was unsettling, so much so that no one dared meet his gaze. The entire restaurant recognized his extraordinary status, yet only Hua Yao stared intently at the man before her, for he was a foreigner. Chapter 102, Cruelty. Though the man wore a black mask, Hua Yao instantly noticed something different about his brow and the unusual quality of his eyes. Rarely did anyone in the restaurant meet his gaze, yet Hua Yao stared back at him. The man, too, watched her, a faint smile playing on his lips as he studied her with keen interest. Hua Yao instantly understood. She stood up, cup in hand, about to approach the man when Sister Hua suddenly grabbed her wrist. What are you doing? You want to hit on him? Let me tell you, with my experience reading people, this foreigner is definitely here to play around. You know what I mean. Going up to him now is like walking into a trap. Sister Hua had extensive experience in such matters. With just one glance, she instantly saw through the situation and spoke up to stop her. Hua Yao heard Sister Hua's words and didn't hesitate for a second. In fact, a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Dressed in a black dress and heels, her hair cascading in waves down her back, her face adorned with smoky eye makeup, Hua Yao gradually drew the man's gaze from afar. The desire in his eyes seemed poised to devour her. Sitting across from the man, Hua Yaoyao gently tapped her glass against his. The man casually removed his face mask and tossed it aside, a curious smile playing on his lips. He raised his glass and slowly drank, his gaze fixed on the woman's chest. You are the most beautiful Eastern woman I have ever seen. Thank you. I also think you're the most handsome foreigner I've ever met. They conversed in English. Though Hua Yaoyao's accent wasn't entirely standard, it only piqued the man's interest further. Hua Yaoyao. What's your name? Hee, you can call me Kim. Just as Gu Fan was frantically trying to figure out how to contact Selena, a man holding a sign stood out conspicuously among the crowd. It bore Gu Fan's name, accompanied by a photo one capturing Gu Fan in a pouty pose, enhanced with special effects that made the image downright cringe-worthy. Gu Fan rushed over to the man in sheer embarrassment. I'm Gu Fan. I lost my phone. Take that picture down right now. The man was pure muscle, towering at 6 feet 3 inches and impossible to miss. His shaved head gleamed under the lights, looking almost like it had underdeveloped cerebellum. He held the photo up to Gu Fan's face, comparing them. Only after confirming they were identical did he relax and nod. I'm Miss Selena's personal bodyguard. Please come with me. Alright, but could you give me that photo? The bald man handed the photo to Gu Fan with a puzzled look. After receiving it, Gu Fan led the way out of the airport. Once outside, he took out his Zippo lighter and instantly reduced the photo to ashes, looking quite satisfied with the scene before him. The bald man offered no resistance, nearly opening the car door for Gu Fan and respectfully inviting him inside. The car then headed toward the hotel. Whale Hotel. They always stay at chain hotels. Mr. Gu, Selena requested that you go up to room 403 yourself. Gu Fan shook his head helplessly, then reluctantly agreed, taking his suitcase and heading upstairs. He hadn't expected Selena to choose the Whale Hotel, and what surprised him even more was that she was staying in room 403, exactly the same room and hotel as in Bibin City. After entering the elevator, Gu Fan waited idly. Unbeknownst to him, a computer monitor was tracking his every move. Seated before it were several men, their faces twisted with malevolence as they watched him. Boss, is this the guy we're supposed to teach a lesson? That's the order from above. Second and third, be careful not to kill him. The boss won't pay if he's dead. Got it. But looking at his scrawny frame, we'll only use 70% force. Stepping out of the elevator, Gu Fan stood before door 403 and pressed the buzzer. His heart was racing wildly. Taking a deep breath, he tapped his forehead, about to calm himself down when the door opened. Selena wore a nightgown, but it was so thin it clung to her devilishly curvaceous figure. Her hair was still damp. She dried her hair while looking at Gu Fan. Come in. Long time no see. Gu Fan set his suitcase aside, slipped on the hotel slippers, and walked toward Selena. Following behind her, he could smell the fragrance emanating from her body, likely from her recent shower. The scent drew him in, making him lose himself in the moment. Gu Fan shook his head to snap out of it and sat down on the sofa. So, what's up? If something's wrong, I'll help you fix it. Did you come here for me? Gu Fan considered making up some vague excuse, but when he met Selena's gaze, he couldn't bring himself to lie. Gu Fan shook his head. But if you came for Philippe, didn't you? You suspect they're here too. Gu Fan. Do we still need secrets between us? Yes. I came for Kim. Several leads I investigated pointed straight here. Serena only smiled, yet her smile carried a hint of sorrow and resignation. Kim? Hua Yaoyao's body trembled slightly at the name, fiercely suppressing her excitement and joy. At that moment, her thoughts were consumed by the thought that she could finally do something for Brother Fan. Your name is lovely. A mischievous smile spread across Hua Yaoyao's face, radiating an irresistible charm. She'd learned this from Sister Hua, originally intending to use it on Gu Fan, but she'd been too shy to try. Now, it finally came in handy. Kim totally fell for it. Hua Yaoyao's smile had him completely hooked, his gaze growing dazed as he stared at her. Kim? Are you tired? Do you need me to take you to rest? Kim beamed with delight, nodding repeatedly. After standing up, Hua Yaoyao gently supported him as they moved slowly toward the door. Just as they were about to exit, Sister Hua suddenly stepped forward, pulling Hua Yaoyao out of Kim's embrace. She whispered something into her ear. Let me tell you, this kind of man. Before Sister Hua could finish, a dagger suddenly pierced her head. Hua Yaoyao saw the blade appear before her eyes. Her expression froze in terror. Her right hand flew to her mouth, unable to suppress a scream. Every eye in the restaurant turned to the scene. Damn it! Why did you pull my woman away? Fuck! The assailant was none other than Kim. He withdrew his dagger and casually wiped it against Sister Hua's clothes until the bloodstains vanished. He yanked Hua Yaoyao's hair, then pressed his mouth close to her ear. Come with me. Or she'll meet the same fate as you. The dagger pressed against her neck once more. Only now did Hua Yaoyao truly grasp Kim's ruthlessness. Killing was as effortless to him as drinking water. Her earlier thoughts seemed utterly foolish. In the end, Hua Yaoyao simply nodded and followed Kim into the darkness of the night. Chapter 103, The Car Accident. Gufan, what would you think if I told you the person from the Philip organization you're looking for isn't here? Impossible. I know you've gathered a lot of information, but can you be certain it's accurate? Or could it be part of that person's scheme?
After Selena finished speaking, she turned her head away, refusing to make eye contact with Gufan.
Gufan watched the silent Selena, about to press further when, "My father is dead." The silence that followed seemed to speak volumes.
Gufan controlled his emotions as he looked at Selena, though he could only see the back of her head. But soon, her sobs broke the silence.
Gufan picked up a tissue from the table and handed it to Selena.
As she took them, she slowly wiped her eyes.
Was it Philip's doing?
It was a car accident, but I know Philip's men tampered with it. And there was no driver in the car. Within 2 days, the Voice of America had been largely diverted, using my mother's name.
Now I can't even go home.
After hearing Selena's story, Gufan realized one thing: Philip's target seemed to have changed. The one who was supposed to die was Selena, but in the end, her father took the fall.
I know what you're thinking.
Philippe changed his target, so the person you're looking for might not be in the business world. As if struck by her words, Gufan cleared his throat a few times.
Got a cigarette? Give me one. Gufan pulled a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Selena. Selena usually smoked ladies' cigarettes.
Trying Gufan's brand for the first time, she took a few puffs before coughing uncontrollably. After a few more puffs, she gradually adjusted. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Philippe's people aren't in the business world. I asked you here for something else. If you're in a hurry, I can handle this myself." After learning about Selena's recent troubles, Gufan couldn't refuse. Her situation was dire now. Perhaps he was the only one in China who could help her.
Tell me what's going on first. What happened to you here?
It's the Chang family. They believe I used my connections to get Chang Baiyang expelled from the 12th Bureau and topple the power behind them. But you've seen my situation. How could I possibly do such things? Serena's voice grew louder as she spoke, clearly feeling wronged.
Isn't the Chang family in Baibin City? Did they move to Shanghai? Shang Yu.
She has a company in Shanghai, small scale, but that alone shows that woman isn't ordinary. The first time I met her, I sensed she was the only person in the Chang family worth my attention.
Gufan was intensely curious. Who had brought the Chang family down to its knees?
Not Selena, not himself, and certainly not Philip.
This only deepened his curiosity. Who was the mastermind behind it all? Selena watched Gufan deep in thought and couldn't resist moving closer.
She cupped his face with both hands, gently rubbing his cheeks.
What are you doing?
Gufan immediately dodged Selena's touch, and she gave a forced smile.
I just wanted to ask, would you stay here and help me? I'll help you.
Though Selena played a part in Gufan's decision, he was more determined to uncover the mastermind behind it all.
Who was that masked figure in black?
Seeing Gufan agree, Selena excitedly sat on his lap, about to plant a sweet kiss on him, only to be dodged again.
If you keep acting so recklessly, there won't be any relationship between us.
Seeing Gufan's darkening expression, Selena immediately stood up from his lap, scratching the back of her head shyly. Selena decided to update Gufan on her recent situation and the Chang family's movements. Thanks to that bald guy she'd hired online, a bodyguard reputed to be the platform's most expensive, operating without any corporate backing, just a lone wolf who'd fought his way to the top. With 0 negative reviews and no mishaps in any case he handled, it was his constant presence by Selena's side that gradually lessened the Chang family's threats. Just as Gufan was about to ask more questions, the doorbell rang at an inopportune moment. Baibin City. In a gloomy, pitch-black basement, a woman lay bound and gagged, her mouth sealed with tight adhesive tape.
The surroundings were in utter disarray.
Her clothes were torn and tattered, her exquisite smoky eye makeup smudged with tears, hair disheveled. Suddenly, a sliver of light flashed before her eyes. Footsteps echoed down the stairs, drawing closer.
A man descended, holding a candle whose faint glow illuminated her face. Only then did she recognize the face, Hua Yaoyao.
She was slowly coming to her senses. She remembered getting into a car with Kim, then Kim suddenly covering her mouth. After that, she had smelled something, an indescribable scent. The moment she inhaled it, her head felt as if it were filled with 1,000 pounds of lead, and she had fallen into a deep sleep. Now, Hua Yaoyao stared at the unfamiliar surroundings. Though they frightened her, the man before her was even more terrifying. Looking at his face, a memory flashed through her mind last night, when he had brutally murdered Sister Hua. His expression had been cold and detached, his cruelty so brutal that recalling it now made her tremble uncontrollably. Kim had just torn the tape from Hua Yaoyao's mouth.
Where have you brought me? I don't know either. Just picked a random place. Hey, look over there. Recognize anything? Maybe you'll find your answer.
Hua Yaoyao slowly turned her head, and Kim moved the candle closer to that direction. Hua Yaoyao saw clearly 2 corpses, older men, roughly 50 or 60 years old. They lay flat on the ground, eyes wide open, bloodshot, and glazed over. Though flies and mosquitoes had diminished, a few still hovered over the corpses, their buzzing jarringly piercing the basement's silence.
Woo! The sight instantly made Hua Yaoyao feel nauseous. She reached to one side, and at that moment, she caught a whiff of the stench. The bodies had already begun to rot, intensifying her gagging. Ha! I feel so sorry for you, little beauty, stuck down here in the basement. Come on. Big brother will take you upstairs. With that, Kim scooped Hua Yaoyao up, hoisting her onto his shoulder. He bounded up the stairs, ecstatic, a thrill evident in the curve of his lips. But Hua Yaoyao wasn't idle on Kim's back. As he hoisted her up, she fumbled in her pocket. Her phone was still there. Chapter 104, NMO. Once upstairs, Hua Yaoyao finally got a clear look at her surroundings. The house's decor and the art pieces scattered everywhere suggested the family was quite well off. But unfortunately, she had encountered Kim. Life abruptly ended at that very moment. Kim tossed Hua Yaoyao carelessly onto the living room sofa before striding to the refrigerator. He pulled out several cans of beer and began drinking them with relish, while Hua Yaoyao continued surveying the house. The large family portrait before her seemed to depict the household, yet the number of people was surprisingly sparse: only 4, an elderly couple, another man, and a child. The child had his head slightly bowed, his expression somber. Just looking at the photo, Hua Yaoyao could tell the little boy must be quiet and reserved. A happy home. So the grandfather's surname was An. As Hua Yaoyao murmured to herself while studying the photo, Kim approached her. He picked up the fruit knife in his hand and casually cut through the ropes binding her. What are you talking about? The An family? What's so special about them? Are they powerful or something? Kim was actually speaking Chinese to Hua Yaoyao. Hearing the language from his mouth, Hua Yaoyao froze for a moment. You speak Chinese? Of course. Coming to China without knowing a few words of Chinese would be embarrassing. After all, I have an enemy who's Chinese. Understanding your enemy is important, don't you agree? Hua Yaoyao was stunned by his fluent Chinese. Regaining her composure, she finally nodded. Seems like being your enemy won't be pleasant at all. Kim found Hua Yaoyao's reaction even more intriguing. Any woman he'd encountered before would be utterly terrified upon seeing his fierce side, yet this woman remained remarkably composed, even conversing with him calmly. A slow smile curled up at the corners of his mouth. He found this woman quite intriguing. Your name is Hua Yaoyao, correct? Hua Yaoyao nodded. Kim then slowly reached out his hand toward Hua Yaoyao's head, gently stroking it as if handling a precious artifact. His careful manner caused a faint smile to appear on Hua Yaoyao's face. Your smile is truly beautiful. Would you join me for a drink? Hua Yaoyao picked up the beer from the table. After a brief clink of glasses with Kim, they both tilted their heads back and slowly sipped their beers. Perhaps the motion was a bit too sweeping, for a patch of snow-white skin gradually revealed itself at the base of Hua Yaoyao's neck. Setting her beer down on the table, Hua Yaoyao noticed the man's gaze fixed on her. May I use the restroom? Of course. Kim's gaze followed Hua Yaoyao until she closed the bathroom door. The moment she closed the door, Hua Yaoyao collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath as she clutched her chest. How could she possibly remain calm facing a murderer? She fought back the fear welling up inside her. As her breathing gradually steadied, she sat on the toilet, pulled out her phone, and without hesitation opened Gufan's WeChat. She sent her location to him, then her fingers flew across the screen. Kim is here. I'm with him. Reply immediately. Just as she finished typing and was about to forward it to Su Qing, a sudden knock echoed through the bathroom. Startled, Hua Yaoyao's hands trembled, sending her phone plummeting straight into the toilet bowl. Yaoyao? Are you okay? Life is short, and we should cherish every moment. What do you think? It's getting dark, time to sleep. What do you say? Okay, I'll be right out. Hua Yaoyao stared at the phone in the toilet bowl, then resignedly flushed it away. As soon as she opened the door, Kim was standing outside watching her. Hua Yaoyao's face flushed crimson, a mix of shyness and undeniable sensuality. Kim found himself increasingly mesmerized by her, and her tattered clothes only added to her allure. Kim grabbed Hua Yaoyao, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, drew her closer, and effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry, slowly making his way toward the bedroom. Gazing at Hua Yaoyao in his arms, the fire of desire in Kim's eyes intensified. Hua Yaoyao understood this time, her purity might be lost. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her pouting expression tugged at Kim's heartstrings. In that moment, the woman in his arms felt undeniably destined for him. The woman in his arms seemed to be the very embodiment of his fantasy of the perfect woman. At that moment, his sexual craving surged to the forefront. Hua Yaoyao silently repeated to herself, I meant to save this for the one I love, but never imagined. Lost in her silent thoughts, just as she was about to fall into the abyss, the doorbell suddenly rang. Kim instantly covered Hua Yaoyao's mouth. The triumphant expression that had been on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a serious look as she listened carefully to the sound outside. Grandpa! Grandma! It's me! It's Anmo! Selina heard the doorbell and slowly rose, adjusting her nightgown before walking to the door. She peered through the peephole. After peering through the peephole, Selina looked at Gufan with a flustered expression, waving her right hand. Gufan approached her with a puzzled look. He took off his shoes to ensure his footsteps were as quiet as possible, then stood beside Selena and peered through the peephole. The visitor turned out to be Chang Baiyang. Serena's eyes pleaded with Gufan for guidance on what to do. Gufan simply opened the door. Chang Baiyang's expression froze instantly upon seeing Gufan. He took a few steps back in confusion, glanced at the door number, and muttered softly, "This is the right place, right?" Only after he spoke did Selena step out from behind Gufan. Chang Baiyang's face instantly twisted with rage upon seeing Selena. "You! Never imagined you'd pull such strings to get back at the Chang family. What a pain in the ass. And you kicked me out of Division 12. After I heard about your dad's death, I even came to offer my condolences." Serena stepped forward and delivered a hard slap across his face. "Watch your mouth. I've already said it. It wasn't me." Chang Baiyang clearly ignored Selena's words. Rubbing his flushed cheek, he angrily swung a punch at her, only to have it easily blocked by Gufan. "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm right here?" Chang Baiyang's nose wrinkled, his eyebrows shot up, and he forcefully pulled his hand back. "Gufan! You're a real pain in the ass. They didn't kill you in Baibin City, and now you're still messing with me in the business world. Scum! You'll always be scum, no matter where you go." Chang Baiyang had come intending to teach Selena a lesson, but seeing Gufan here too. "Serena! I remember your room perfectly well. Don't you dare leave. The Chang family's revenge has only just begun. I refuse to believe Gufan can protect you forever." After speaking, Chang Baiyang shot Gufan a fierce glare before leaving. Once the door closed, Gufan asked Selena, "He's clearly prepared for a long battle with you. What are you going to do? Or are you going to let him guard you for the rest of your life?" Chapter 105, The Lesson. "Not at all. I wouldn't dare hold you back," Gufan immediately explained. Just as he picked up his luggage to leave Selena's room, a pair of delicate hands stopped him. "What's this supposed to mean? Scared? I'm going out to find a friend. And arrange a place to stay. I can't possibly share a room with you like this, can I? If you're willing." Serena instantly clasped Gufan's hands, pouting her lips as she prepared to act coy only to be cut off by Gufan. "Auntie! Stop messing with me. Besides, when I came to Shanghai, I promised Ao Ning I'd video chat with her every night." After saying this, Gufan swiftly pulled his hands away. Selena could no longer stop him. Forcing a smile, she waved goodbye to Gufan. Serena watched Gufan's retreating figure with lingering reluctance. A sudden impulse to chase after him surged within her, yet she remained motionless even as he stepped into the elevator. Gufan dragged his luggage downstairs, cast a lingering glance back at the hotel, sighed deeply, and stepped out into the late-night darkness. The temperature difference between day and night was stark now, and autumn was quietly sweeping across the entire land of China. Sitting alone on a street bench, Gufan watched the stream of cars passing by. She pulled out a cigarette and smoked it slowly. Her thoughts were chaotic now, and she needed a few cigarettes to ease her restlessness. After exhaling the smoke, the pressure remained, yet it seemed to ease slightly. When irritated, everything before her eyes seemed unbearable. "Kid? You're Gufan?" Accompanied by a questioning voice, three burly men stood before Gufan. One kicked over his luggage, another planted a foot beside him, while the third, the one who had spoken, stood directly in front, looking down on him with contempt. Gufan lifted his head, nodded, then flicked the cigarette to the ground, crushing it with his toe. "What's up? Got a problem? We three got help from a mysterious guy. He said, 5 grand for a leg, 4 grand for an arm. But we're upstanding members of society. Just giving you a little lesson. A few scrapes won't hurt. Cooperate nicely." Gufan stared at the man before him, speechless at such words, almost amused. No matter where he went, he always encountered these idiots doing pointless things. The man closest to him saw the faint smile on Gufan's face and instantly grew impatient, swinging his fists at Gufan. "Number 2, number 3. Drag him into that alley." Without the slightest resistance, Gufan let the two men grab his collar and shove him into the alley. Once inside, number 2 and number 3 muttered something in the local dialect, though Gufan couldn't understand a word. But he didn't need to guess, it was curses directed at him. Gufan couldn't be bothered to listen. Feeling the cat and mouse game was over, he was about to act when the boss outside slowly walked in. "You little bastard. If my big brother lays a finger on you, you'll be crippled if not dead. So, just take it like a man." After speaking, the leader's face broke into a smug grin as he repeatedly flexed his fists and tossed his head back. "Kid. Got it? We're not just." Before the boss could finish, 2 thuds echoed from the floor. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw his second in command and third in command collapsed on the ground, clutching their groins and wailing. Only then did the boss grasp the man's true strength. Unlike others they'd faced before, who backed down after a few threats, this man showed no sign of retreat. Under the streetlight, Gufan's eyes gleamed like a demon's. The boss was terrified. As Gufan approached, his shadow stretched longer and longer, making the boss tremble uncontrollably. When Gu Fan stood directly before him, the boss's pants were soaked through. A few minutes later, at a certain barbecue stall. Brother Fan. Try some skewers. Don't be shy. Ask around the business world, we three are famous. That's why the mysterious guy sent us to deal with you, big shot. The boss's eyes were bloodshot and black clear marks from fists. The second and third brothers stood flanking Gu Fan, smiling obsequiously. Bai Bin City. Grandpa, Grandma. Open up, it's an MO. Despite the persistent knocking, there was still no response from inside. This puzzled an MO. His grandparents had never failed to answer his calls before, yet today, no one picked up. Anmo returned home on this day every month, a simple request granted by the 12 departments. Pressing his ear to the door, Mo listened intently for any sound from inside. Finding nothing unusual, he lifted the carpet at the bottom, retrieved his spare key, and inserted it into the lock. The sound was faint, yet to Kim inside the house, it was deafening. Kim silently dragged Hua Yaoyao toward the basement. In that instant, a plan formed in his mind: temporarily lock Hua Yaoyao in the basement, then deal with the person outside the door. The moment the door opened, Kim and Hua Yaoyao slipped into the basement. Hua Yaoyao instantly grasped the situation and was about to scream, but Kim acted first, knocking her unconscious. After laying her on the floor, he thoughtfully pulled out tape and sealed her mouth shut. After entering the room, Mo called out several more times, but still received no response. Just as he pulled out his phone to call, the other end remained switched off. Hurrying through the living room, Mo was about to enter the bedroom when he noticed the disarray on the sofa. His eyes involuntarily darted toward the bathroom. Upon entering, he glanced around casually until he spotted a phone in the toilet. Pulling it out, he instantly understood someone had entered the house and danger was imminent. After stepping out of the bathroom, Mo suddenly heard a sound coming from the basement. Though faint, the noise still caught her attention. He first entered his own room, retrieved a dagger and a flashlight from his bedside table, gripped the dagger in reverse, and slowly made his way toward the basement. Opening the basement door, he shone the flashlight into the darkness below while drawing the dagger, ready to confront any unknown threat. And Mo's pace was measured neither too fast nor too slow, his footsteps barely audible. This allowed him to detect any other sounds. His caution and approach clearly reflected his reputation as a rising star within the 12th Division. As the sliver of light from his flashlight illuminated the space ahead, Mo saw something. At first glance, he was uncertain, but upon looking again, there was no doubt. The two bodies lying on the ground were none other than his own grandparents. The grotesque expressions on their faces had faded into lifelessness, causing a sudden flash of viciousness to cross Mo's eyes. Chapter 106, Connections. Mo casually tossed the dagger in his hand onto the floor. He reached out to touch his grandfather and grandmother lying there. His face showed no emotion, yet 2 tears fell from his composed expression. Just tears, only 2. Who could it be? Mo murmured the words over and over, his hands trembling more and more violently. When he touched his grandmother's hand, it was ice cold. As Mo mourned his grandparents, the rolling flashlight suddenly illuminated a towering shadow behind him. The shadow belonged to none other than Kim. Kim raised a wooden club, swinging it viciously toward Mo's head. Just as it was about to connect, Mo swiftly dodged, planting one hand on the ground for support while driving his right leg hard into Kim's chest. The force of the kick was immense, sending Kim stumbling back several steps before he regained his footing. Unbelievable. I've met someone who's no pushover. Did you kill my grandparents? 2 old folks? I could handle them easily. If anyone's to blame, it's them for being home at this hour. Kim's words were brimming with arrogance, enraging Mo upon hearing them. He sprang back up, snatched the dagger from the ground, and lunged at Kim. The reverse grip and sweeping motion were sharp and fierce. Kim scrambled to dodge. After creating some distance, Mo grabbed the flashlight and shone it directly into Kim's face. As he looked at Kim's features, a wave of familiarity washed over him. Kim didn't flinch at all, only flashing his arrogant, domineering grin. That grin suddenly made Mo remember something. Philip. Mo uttered only those 3 words, which Kim found quite impressive. He nodded repeatedly to himself before picking up the stick he dropped earlier. With a sharp twist, he snapped it, revealing a long, sharp spike. You've got some skills, he remarked. Especially the way you grip the dagger backwards, it reminds me of someone. Though he annoyed me, I had to admit his strength. But you. Kim said nothing more, only a look of disdain crossing his face. Mo clenched his teeth tightly before switching off his flashlight. The basement plunged into true darkness, pitch black, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Only a sliver of light seeped through the door crack he'd opened earlier. Kim cautiously backed away, wooden stick in hand, until he pressed his back against the wall behind him. He exhaled in relief. This position ensured his back remained unguarded. Mo, however, moved with practiced ease. He spun the flashlight in his hand, then rolled it across the floor. Made of iron, it clattered loudly. This noise effectively masked the sound of his own footsteps. Leaning against the wall, Kim's face betrayed his tension.
He had planned to listen for Anmo's footsteps to launch his ambush, but the constant clattering of the rolling flashlight had completely disrupted his strategy. He could only raise his stick, cautiously probing the air in front of him. With the flashlight's noise as cover, Anmo instantly reached Kim's position. Unfazed by the stick's probing, he crouched low, drew his dagger, and thrust it fiercely toward Kim's foot. Kim's scream echoed through the basement. As Anmo prepared his next move, Kim seized his arm and thrust the tip of his wooden club forward. But he felt no resistance, only the fabric of Anmo's clothes. Unfamiliar with the basement layout, Kim's movements grew slightly frantic. Anmo calmly pulled the dagger from Kim's foot and slashed upward, drawing blood from the back of Kim's hand. He then executed a swift roll, but instead of creating distance, he whispered into Kim's ear, "Time to pay for your crimes." As he spoke, the dagger pressed against Kim's throat. Yet he still underestimated the Philip organization's disregard for human life. Kim showed no sign of flinching. He thrust his neck forward and sidestepped. Kim's larger frame and his reckless disregard for his own life momentarily stunned Anmo. In that split second, Kim seized the dagger and plunged it without hesitation into Anmo's abdomen. Business world. Who sent you here? Don't give me any nonsense about mysterious figures. If you don't talk properly, all we know is that person's surname is Chin. We really don't know anything else. How did you train this? Phone call. Upon hearing the surname Chin, Gufan immediately thought of the Chin family in Baibin City. It was highly unlikely to be Qin Zheng. Qin Xiao? Or perhaps the long-lost Qin Jie? Gufan massaged his temples, his mind racing. Seeing Gufan's troubled expression, the three brothers dared not speak. They exchanged glances, standing dumbly in place, waiting for his next command. You guys have been in the business world longer. Do you know the Chang family? Shang Yu. While the boss pondered, the third brother suddenly raised his hand. Gufan tapped him. I worked as a security guard at Changsha for a while. Right after I came to Shanghai, I applied for a security job there. Back then, it was still a new company, and the pay was decent. They even provided meals and lodging. The first month or two were great, but then over the next few months, they started letting all us guards go. Then they hired a whole new batch of security guards. You wouldn't believe it. Those new guards were so cocky. Not only were their uniforms fancy, but they seemed to be from the same company. Each one was tall and well-built, looking organized. Oh, and the most impressive part? They had huge white characters printed on their backs. White characters? White dragon, white tiger? How did the two of them get involved in the business world in Shirahama City? Or is it Chang's company? Something fishy is going on. While pondering, Gufan handed Lao San a cigarette, lit one for himself, and exhaled smoke as he continued to think. Snapping back to reality, he looked at the three trembling figures before him. Enough! Get the hell out of here! If I catch you two pulling this kind of threatening business again. With that, Gufan thrust his right hand toward them, clenching his fist so hard his knuckles cracked audibly. The three immediately nodded in submission. Get lost! The trio scattered into the alleys behind him. Just as Gufan was about to continue his thoughts, the stall owner approached him, announcing he was closing up. He muttered under his breath, paid for his meal, and slowly walked forward with his luggage. As he waited at a traffic light, a Maybach sports car abruptly pulled up in front of him. As Gufan stood puzzled, the door slowly rose, and a man stepped out. His clothes looked cheap, and his messy hair seemed completely out of place with the car he was driving. Spotting Gufan, the man excitedly ran toward him, wrapping Gufan in a huge embrace. Yet Gufan's expression remained unusually calm. Brother Fan. I've missed you so much. My dearest elder brother. Chapter 107, Jinbao. Gufan pushed the man away with obvious distaste, but the man kept charging forward, his smile revealing the gold teeth that stood out even more. Damn it! Could you back off a bit? Brother Fan. What's that supposed to mean? Do you have any idea how many people in the business world are trying to curry favor with me? Gufan covered his face, shaking his head helplessly. The man before him was named Jinbao. Though his name carried festive connotations, the family power behind him was formidable. The Jin family's business interests spanned nearly the entire business world, holding unrivaled dominance in the transportation industry. Jinbao was also the Jin family's only son, and his family doted on him excessively. Their first encounter occurred years ago during one of Gufan's overseas missions, where he happened upon Jinbao. At that moment, Jinbao had stumbled upon Philip's men carrying out their operation. Gufan and his team, adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, swiftly dealt with Jinbao's men. Just as they were about to finish him off, Jinbao was rescued by Gufan's intervention. From that moment, their bond was forged. Gufan recognized Jinbao's influence in the business world, so when he decided to enter that sphere, he proactively reached out to Jinbao, who eagerly offered his full support as a host. Seeing his disheveled appearance, a smile involuntarily spread across Gufan's face. Ever since his earlier persecution, Jinbao had always looked like this when going out safe and sound. Brother Fan. Let's go. It's just past 1 a.m.
Our nightlife is only beginning. Clubbing, anyone? Bow. I just got off the plane, my head's still spinning. You want me to party with you? Book me a hotel. I'm sleeping.
Jinbao grinned like a fool, opened the trunk to stow the luggage, then respectfully slid into the passenger seat. Gazing at the open door and the car's luxurious interior, Gufan muttered under his breath, money sure is nice. Jinbao had no intention of dropping Gufan off at a hotel. He drove straight into his own home. Gufan stepped out, gaping at the sprawling mansion before him. Lush greenery dotted the grounds, and the villa itself glowed with light. He glanced at Jinbao beside him, who wore a faint smirk. We're here. How could I possibly take you to a hotel, bro? Stay at my place, plenty of empty rooms. After the car came to a stop, two bodyguards wearing sunglasses respectfully opened the doors for Gufan and Jinbao. Stepping out, their eyes were met with nothing but extravagance. Several model-like maids stood nearby, their professional smiles leaving Gufan momentarily stunned. Jinbao slung his arm around Gufan's shoulder and led him inside. Don't these people ever sleep? They won't sleep until I return. At worst, I'll pay them overtime. Who would turn down money? Besides, the old man at home is loaded too. Gufan gave Jinbao a huge thumbs up, though that thumbs up was really meant for Jinbao's dad. After Jinbao's men had arranged a room for Gufan, they hurried off to party at a nightclub. Getting too old for this, huh? As the maid made his bed, Gufan deliberately lifted his feet, subtly flaunting his physique and charm. She kept stealing glances at him, and Gufan knew exactly what she was thinking. So, what was your name again? Sir. My name is Chun Chun. Already forgotten my name so quickly? Chun Chun, the room's almost ready. It's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading out? Oh, right. It is getting late. You should get some rest soon. After speaking, Chun Chun slowly stood up, moved closer to Gufan, and walked behind him. She gently stroked his back, her fingers tickling him as they glided over his skin. She leaned close to his ear, her warm breath tickling him as she whispered. Please control yourself. I have a girlfriend. And honestly, you're nowhere near as good as her. Gufan's voice suddenly deepened behind her. Though he didn't meet her gaze, the intensity radiating from him startled Chun Chun, making her swallow nervously. So Chun Chun quietly slipped out of the room. Gufan exhaled in relief, sinking back onto the bed with a sense of ease. Just as he was relaxing, the door knocked again. It was Chun Chun again. Without a word, she opened the door and handed Gufan the new phone she held. The latest fruit phone. Earlier, Gufan had only mentioned it briefly to Jinbao in the car, saying his phone had been stolen. Jinbao had been furious, vowing to catch the thief. Taking it, he saw the SIM card was already prepared. Gufan skillfully entered a string of numbers. The first time he dialed, the call was hung up. He chuckled. On the second try, the other party finally answered. Hello? Who is this? Hearing the cold, distant voice on the other end, Gufan deliberately cleared his throat and lowered his own voice. Is this Ms. Shin Aonang? Your boyfriend, Gufan, has been captured by us. Without 5 million, you can just wait to collect his body. Shin Aonang instantly recognized Gufan's voice, and her tone grew warmer. Where's your phone? It got stolen. Even with my phone gone, I still remembered to call you. Tell me, when I get back, you'll have to reward me, right? Fine. I'll feed you until you're stuffed when I get back. But don't you dare cheat on me while you're out there. Or else, I'll snap you in two. The two chatted sweetly. Shin Aonang, constantly weighed down by work pressure, found brief respite, while Gufan's face no longer bore a heavy expression. Laughter frequently escaped his lips. Meanwhile, back in Bin City at the inn residence. In the airtight basement, an MO lay unconscious on the floor. Stabbed in the abdomen by Kim, he lay sprawled out, clinging to life. Kim stood before him, casually touching the scratch on his neck. Typical of someone from Division 12. And a rookie at that. Humph. What a useless piece of trash. With that, he kicked an MO once more, still unsatisfied. Kim himself was wounded now. Carrying Hua Yaoyao away would only slow him down. Damn it. I haven't even had my fill yet. Kim cursed under his breath, then vanished from the inn residence like a ghost, leaving no sound or trace throughout the entire process. Hua Yaoyao gradually regained consciousness from her unconscious state. She tore the duct tape off her mouth with her hands, breathing heavily. By chance, she felt a flashlight beside her. When she turned it on, it illuminated an MO collapsed before her. Struggling to her feet, she limped toward the man before her. Seeing the figure on the ground, who bore a striking resemblance to the Gufan of her memories, Hua Yaoyao rushed toward him with a surge of emotion. He clutched his abdomen in agony, his face deathly pale. Hua Yaoyao frantically pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed the emergency number 120. Chapter 108, Treatment. After making the call, Hua Yaoyao gradually calmed down. She quickly removed her own clothes and covered an MO with them. The dagger lodged in his abdomen absolutely must not be pulled out. Removing it would not only cause massive bleeding but also inflict secondary trauma on the wound. Besides, she couldn't move an MO.
As Hua Yaoyao anxiously waited for the ambulance, and Mo's breathing steadily weakened, becoming faint. She gently pressed her ear against his face. Listening intently to his breaths, they were clearly growing fainter. Hey! Stay calm. The ambulance is almost here. Hang in there. You still have to avenge your grandparents. And Mo clearly heard that last sentence. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Who are you? I was brought here by the man who stabbed you. I mean you no harm. And Mo turned his face away, trembling as he reached into his pocket. He pulled out a necklace and slowly handed it to Hua Yaoyao. If you give this to my dad, I guess I've disappointed him again. After speaking, light gradually faded from Mo's eyes as darkness consumed his entire being. Amidst the approaching ambulance sirens outside, Hua Yaoyao frantically snatched the necklace from Mo's hand and dashed toward the exit. The night always embraces all the filth in the world, existing in places you cannot see. When the sun rises the next day, its light shines across the globe, once again concealing the crimes of the night. At Shirahama City First Hospital, Mo slowly opened his eyes to find himself in an unfamiliar environment, a strange woman lying beside him. The woman was dressed rather revealingly, wearing only a tank top. She lay beside him, fast asleep, emitting soft snores. The area around her mouth had become damp. And Mo's gaze remained unflinching as he stared at the ceiling above. The events of the previous night gradually came back to him. Only one thought occupied his mind: his grandparents were gone forever, and the killer one of Philip's men was still at large. Grief and rage made Mo's hands clench tightly, the exposed veins on his arms standing out sharply. His body trembled slightly with fury. Hua Yaoyao slowly stirred from sleep. Opening her eyes, she first touched the dampness before her. Her face flushed slightly, then she nervously covered the wetness with both hands. Glancing back at the bed, she found Mo staring intently at her. The sharpness in his gaze made Hua Yaoyao feel uneasy. What are you staring at? Who are you? How did you end up with Philip's people? I'm Hua Yaoyao. I was with Kim because my friend was tracking him down. I happened to run into him and wanted to help my friend catch Kim, but I failed. Kim? Who's your friend? You wouldn't know him. His name is Gufan. After speaking, Mo suddenly sat up, and the aura around him shifted instantly. So the man from last night was Philip's organization's Kim. And he was the very person Gufan was pursuing. And Mo now had a plan. Just as he was about to stand and pursue Kim, excruciating pain erupted in his abdomen, sending him crashing back to the floor. Just as Hua Yaoyao reached out to help him up, Mo rejected her. He forcefully slapped her hand away. Now you can get lost. Hua Yaoyao bit her lip in defiance, grabbed Mo's arm, and yanked him up forcefully, placing him back on the hospital bed. I couldn't care less about you. I've got to help Brother Fan catch the bad guys. This is your necklace. Here, take it back. Hua Yaoyao pulled the necklace from her pocket and flung it at Mo with all her might. You're sick. She stormed out of the hospital room. And Mo's gaze remained fixed on the ceiling. He picked up the necklace Hua Yaoyao had tossed, rubbing it repeatedly in his hand. As he felt the ring's texture against his skin, his tension gradually eased. Shanghai. Gufan opened his eyes and stretched lazily. After chatting with Shin Aonang for a long time last night, he had drifted into a sweet slumber. This could be considered the first pleasant night in the business world. After stepping outside, breakfast had already been prepared by the maid. After washing up, Gufan sat at the dining table feeling somewhat uncomfortable. With someone standing behind him, he found it hard to eat. Could you all step out for a moment? I'm not comfortable eating with someone standing behind me. After he spoke, several maids turned and left the dining room simultaneously. Chun, wait a moment. Chun approached Gufan, looking at him with puzzlement. Where's Jinbao? Didn't you see him last night? Young Master Jin rarely comes back at night. He must be staying out. After Chun left, Gufan pulled out his phone and dialed Jinbao's number from memory, but there was no answer. After a hurried breakfast, Gufan drove Jinbao's Maybach toward the Whale Hotel. He needed to wrap up business in Shanghai immediately and return. Kim wasn't in Shanghai now, he was most likely in Baibin City. Gufan had already tipped off someone to secretly protect Shin Aonang and his daughter. Upon arriving at the Whale Hotel, the driver departed. Just as Gufan was about to walk toward the hotel, the familiar trio reappeared. The leader wore a fawning smile as he looked at Gufan. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Got something to say? Spit it out. Bro Fan, we three did you a huge favor this time. Look at this. After the leader finished speaking, he pulled a phone from his pocket. Recognizing the familiar phone case, Gufan snatched it and examined it carefully. Damn. They actually got it back for me. We've been staking out that kid at the airport for ages, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Just happened to spot your phone. Gufan could tell with his but that the three of them must have gone to the airport to make some quick cash and just happened to snag the guy who stole his phone. He guessed the money from the other phones was probably already in their pockets. Gufan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the three brothers. The eldest spoke first. Bro fan, if there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. We know you're busy, so we won't bother you any longer. No need to thank us. With that, the trio vanished from sight once more. Gufan couldn't help but chuckle at their theatrical performance. Upon entering the hotel, he activated the elevator to the 4th floor.
As he approached Selena's door, the bald man stood rooted to the spot, staring straight ahead at Gufan.
I'm here to see Selena. The lady hasn't asked for you. I can't let you in. Buddy? You got a screw loose? Last night you were the one who brought me in. How come I can't get in today? The lady only said you could come in yesterday. She didn't say anything about today. Oh my god. Chapter 109, The Fool.
Buddy, being too honest will get you hated by your lady.
Can't you think flexibly? Last time she sent me alone to her room, don't you think my relationship with her is different from others?
Gufan glared at the bald man before him, his temper flaring.
He thought Gangzi was dumb, but this bald guy was even worse. The bald man remained expressionless, hands clasped before his chest.
He stood motionless in front of the door, his gaze fixed firmly on Gufan, showing not a shred of fear.
Fine. I won't go in. Go tell her Gufan is here to see her.
The man glanced at his watch and shook his head.
The lady said, no one is to disturb her before 10 o'clock. Absolutely no one. Gufan couldn't hold back any longer.
He shoved the bald man aside and was about to pound on the door when the bald man lunged forward. The force of his knee sent Gufan stumbling backward several steps before he regained his balance.
Gufan tilted his head and rubbed his nose. Fine. I'll see if you can protect Selena.
Gufan crouched low, aiming for the bald man's groin. The bald man was considerably larger than Gufan, and his upper body muscles were intimidating at first glance. At 185 centimeters, Gufan wasn't short, and his physique was solid, just not as explosively muscular as the bald man's.
But appearances can be deceiving, that's the truth.
The bald man watched Gufan charging toward him. He swiftly stripped off his suit jacket, revealing a white undershirt beneath. His muscles seemed to mold perfectly to the fabric. He spread his arms wide, waiting for Gufan's arrival. Like a ghost, Gufan materialized before the bald man. With a swift grab, the bald man seized Gufan's collar, then swung his other hand, as wide as a fan, straight at Gufan's face.
Gufan clasped his hands together and delivered an upward strike.
The bald man's hand was knocked away, and he stumbled back several steps, hiding the hand that had just been struck behind his back. Out of sight, his hand was already crimson and trembling uncontrollably. The bald man's eyes hardened with growing ferocity. He flexed his arms, signaling his intent to fight for real.
Hey! I'm telling you straight, I'm not interested in fighting. I'm here for Selena. We have important business to discuss.
The bald man gave Gufan no chance to explain, charging forward with his arms thrust out.
Gufan stood his ground, forming his right hand into a blade. His mind already mapped out the next move.
As the bald man charged, Gufan swiftly dodged and then slashed fiercely at his throat.
Gufan was utterly confident he could knock the man unconscious.
The bald man, meanwhile, aimed to knock Gufan flying with a powerful shoulder charge.
Both harbored their own schemes, but Selena's door suddenly swung open, abruptly interrupting their confrontation.
The bald man slammed on his brakes, but the abrupt stop caused him to stumble and fall to the ground.
Gufan's hand blade relaxed back to normal, a smile spreading across his face. Your bodyguard really is a one-track mind. Don't you dare mention the sea. What were you two doing just now?
Testing his skills to see if he's qualified to protect you.
Pfft, like it's any of your business.
As Selena spoke, she walked over to Dahai, helped him up, and thoughtfully brushed the dust off his back.
A faint blush spread across Dahai's dark face. Miss. I'm useless. It's fine. Ignore him. He's just a lunatic. I think you're pretty great.
Sometimes it's nice when guys are a bit clueless. I really hate the overly scheming types. After saying this, Selena glared at Gufan a few more times.
Gufan could only pretend not to notice.
Xiaohai flashed a silly grin, looking at Gufan with a hint of pride.
After leaving the hotel, whether it was Selena's outfit or Dahai's imposing build, they kept drawing stares from passers-by.
After Xiaohai went to get the car, only Gufan and Selena remained standing at the hotel entrance.
Gufan glanced back at Selena. Perhaps because today's temperature was slightly lower than usual, Selena's style had changed from before.
She wore a long dress layered under a white coat, her hair cascading over her shoulders held in place by several cartoon-patterned hair clips. A pure white handbag slung over her shoulder. Her face radiated a smile, as if the overcast sky had suddenly revealed a ray of sunshine. After one glance, Gufan couldn't tear his eyes away, gradually becoming lost in thought as he watched her.
What are you looking at? I'm thinking about something. Where are you going? Of course, to meet my enemy. Chang Baiyang? Put. What does he even mean to me? The only woman I truly respect is Chang Yu. Oh, and that woman in your family? I look down on her too.
Selena playfully turned her head to one side.
Serena's previous style leaned toward the mature, sophisticated type, but as her wardrobe changed, her personality seemed to shift too. This only reinforced Gu Fan's belief that all women were Oscar-worthy actresses. You never tried contacting Changyu? Bald Xiao Hai could protect you too. Can't I just ask you to accompany me? Just as Gu Fan was pondering how to respond, Xiao Hai pulled the car up in front of them. Gu Fan took the front passenger seat first. Selina shot him a disdainful look before strolling leisurely to the back. The Chang family's company also operated in the transportation industry. Though not as large as the Jinbao family's enterprise, it earned enough to comfortably support their entire household. Gu Fan couldn't care less about the Chang family's rise. What intrigued him was why the Bai family and the Chang family were now working together. Previously, he'd speculated that the Bai family and the Qin family had teamed up to bring down the Chang family. Weren't these two families supposed to be sworn enemies? How had they come to coexist peacefully? The person behind it all might finally reveal the answer today. Gu Fan hoped the person accompanying Chang Yu would be Bai, who after all, he knew far more than his dim-witted younger brother. Upon arriving at Chang Group, he found the premises swarming with Bai family bodyguards. The prominent Bai emblem on their backs was impossible to miss. Gu Fan had always despised Bai Long's lack of discretion. They were being so blatant, as if afraid anyone wouldn't recognize them as Bai family members. After the three got out of the car, Gu Fan wanted Xiao Hai to wait outside. But Xiao Hai didn't move, staring at Gu Fan with cautious eyes, his gaze tinged with wariness. What are you thinking? Would I ever harm your master? How dare you speak like that? Master? Xiao Hai is my friend. He can come inside. I'm worried about danger inside. Xiao Hai can drive us out immediately. We can. But you said there was no danger inside. Why are you backing down now? Or are you just playing your usual mind games again? Chapter 110, Wanted. Alright. Let's go. We're going in. I'll handle the ones up front, Xiao Hai takes care of the ones behind, and you just stay sandwiched in the middle. Selina angrily slammed her white handbag against Gu Fan's back. You're crazy. Xiao Hai. Let's go. Xiao Hai shot Gu Fan a disgusted look, flipped him off, then grinned as he trailed behind Selina. Gu Fan cursed under his breath and hurried to catch up. The moment the trio entered the company, several bodyguards kept their eyes on Xiao Hai behind Selina. After all, his physique and height were too striking, and they wore displeased expressions. What the hell? 2 meters tall? Is your dad Yao Ming or something? Gu Fan stood right behind him yet was completely overlooked. Previously, anyone who saw him would be on guard, but now he'd become the sidekick to this big oaf. But this was actually advantageous. Staying hidden meant his decisive intervention at the crucial moment would carry the most weight. He had the perfect shield right in front of him. With that thought, Gu Fan's earlier irritation vanished. A faint smile touched his lips as he schemed about how to get this clumsy giant beaten up. Selina glided toward the front desk. The receptionist behind the counter was startled by the sight of Xiao Hai behind Selina. Swallowing hard, she forced a professional smile and approached. Hello, ma'am. How may I assist you? Her voice trembled slightly. Don't be nervous. I just need to see your CEO, Chang Yu. I spoke with her on the phone earlier. Ms. Chang? I'm afraid Ms. Chang isn't in the office right now. Not here? Do you know where she is? I don't know. Selina walked over to the sofa behind her with an annoyed expression, sat down, and sighed repeatedly. What's wrong? Chang Yu isn't here? Selina merely nodded, propping her head up with both hands and pouting as she gazed sorrowfully toward the doorway. Just as Gu Fan was about to sit beside Selina, Xiao Hai yanked him away, leaving him stranded nearby. No one may sit beside the young lady. We don't stoop to arguing with fools. After settling beside her, Gu Fan pulled out his phone and dialed Jinbao. The call was answered shortly after. Hearing the lazy voice on the other end, along with a woman's voice, Gu Fan guessed what was happening. Seems she just woke up. Brother Fan. What's up? Aren't you the top dog in the business world? Find someone for me. Chang Yu. The woman from the Chang Group? Heard of her? Of course. She's always trying to steal my business, just hasn't succeeded yet. Alright. Give me 5 minutes. I'll send you a message. After hanging up, Gu Fan held his phone up to Selina, showing off. Here. Connections are what really matter. Selina forced a smile and nodded half-heartedly. After Gu Fan received the message. Let's go. Kate's Bar. Bai Bin City. First Hospital. Several people gathered around in Mo's bedside, chattering incessantly. And Mo just stared blankly out the window. He knew these subordinates were trying to comfort him. Yet Mo felt no joy whatsoever, only anger. Enough. No need for idle chatter. I want some quiet. With that, Mo closed his eyes. The clamor around him gradually faded. Just as he was about to savor this hard-won peace, noise erupted again beside him. And Mo sat up angrily and bellowed, "Can't you understand me?" The one who had arrived was Hua Yao Yao. She had just placed the soup on the table when Mo's roar startled her. This is black chicken soup. Super nutritious. You don't have to drink it, you can even pour it out. Anyway, I've already thanked you. Thanks for helping me that night. I also wanted to tell you, Kim is already wanted by the police everywhere. He can't escape. So, you're the one who'll never catch Philip with some warrant like that. I got it. You can go now. Hua Yaoyao looked at an MO but ultimately said nothing more. After leaving the hospital, Gosen stubbed out his cigarette and walked toward Hua Yaoyao. Yao Yao. Rest assured. I'll catch that Kim. I'll avenge you. Forget it. Even Brother Fan might not be able to beat him. We shouldn't meddle in this. Sometimes not causing them trouble is also a form of help. After speaking, Hua Yaoyao got into the car. As Gosen climbed in, he silently vowed, Yaoyao. I promised I'd deal with anyone who harms you. That includes Kim. I'll avenge you, even if it costs me my worthless life. As the police department issued the wanted notice, the entire city of Baibin seemed to take notice. Shinaoning sat in her office handling business matters. During a brief break, she pulled out her phone and casually browsed recent news from Baibin City. Staring at Kim's photo in her hand, Shinaoning's expression darkened with worry. She anxiously dialed Su Qing's number to inquire about Gu Xiaoya's current situation. Even after receiving confirmation she was safe, Shinaoning's heart remained heavy. Unable to focus on the documents before her, she hurriedly left the company. The underground garage seemed eerily quiet, devoid of any sound except the echo of Shinaoning's high heels breaking the silence. As she walked, Shinaoning stopped abruptly, glancing at the rearview mirror of a nearby car. A highly concealed figure vanished from view. Perhaps she wouldn't have noticed before, but today, her senses were heightened. She paused to casually adjust her clothes, then unconsciously quickened her pace toward her parking spot. Once inside her car, she exhaled in relief only to find a dark shadow materializing in the back seat, silently closing in on Shinaoneng. Su Qing, inside the Imperial Protection Unit, ended his call with Shinaoneng. Staring at the wanted poster before him, he lit a cigarette and gazed out the window. He pondered, had Kim not gone to Shanghai? What was the purpose of staying in Baibin City? Kim's target must have changed. Could it be someone other than Selena? Then who was it? Baibin City. As his thoughts deepened, Su Qing slowly rose to his feet. He stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and walked to the window. Watching the diverse crowd outside, he seemed to be caught in a moment of hesitation. The moment the cigarette went out, he seemed to make a decision even though he knew it was wrong. Once he chose this path, there would be no turning back. Yet he chose the very option he had always avoided. The wanted poster before him felt like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Su Qing picked up the phone beside him and hesitantly made a call. The entire process took only a few seconds. After hanging up, a wave of guilt washed over him. Su Qing pulled the dagger from the drawer, the very one Gu Fan had returned to him earlier. With a tinge of apology, he raised the blade and plunged it into his thigh without hesitation. A piercing scream then echoed through the room. Chapter 111, Kate. Shinaoning's car slowly emerged from the underground garage. The expression on her face suddenly shifted. The earlier anxiety and unease had transformed. A smile spread across her face as she drove forward with composure, occasionally glancing at her rearview mirror. A plain black Volkswagen seemed to be following closely behind. Shinaoning picked up the sunglasses resting on the windowsill and slowly placed them over her eyes. The smile on her lips gradually faded. Upon arriving at Huangbao Group, the black Volkswagen that had been following her vanished. As Shinaoning turned to look carefully behind her, Gangzi approached with a silly grin. Sis-in-law. What brings you here? Is Brother Fan not around? I'm not here for Gu Fan. I'm looking for Xiaoyu. I haven't seen her in ages. Now that my workload has eased up, I thought I'd bring her back. Where's Su Qing? Su Gu isn't here. He's at the hospital. After Gangzi finished speaking, Shinaoning's expression suddenly tensed again. What's going on? I just spoke with him on the phone. How did he suddenly end up in the hospital? Someone just broke into our Huangbao headquarters and went straight to Brother Su's office. They stabbed him in the leg with a dagger. The surveillance footage shows a man wearing sunglasses and a mask. From his build, we suspect it's that recently wanted criminal Kim. After Gangzi finished speaking, Shinaoning looked skeptical. How could that be? Kim is wanted citywide. How could he just stroll around openly? What was the motive for trying to kill Su Qing? Though she didn't know Su Qing's fighting skills, Kim had managed to fight Gu Fan to a standstill. Why did he fail? Shinaoning's mind was filled with questions as she pondered the situation, utterly perplexed. Which hospital is Su Qing in? Just as Gangzi was about to answer, Xiaoyu emerged laughing from the royal carriage, arms outstretched, and wrapped them tightly around Shinaoning's bare legs. Xiaoyu hugged Shinaoning's leg, her hands mischievously rubbing it a few times, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Shinaoning smiled as she ruffled Xiaoyu's hair, her doubts gradually fading. She crouched down, pinching the little girl's cheeks. How come you've gotten fatter in just a few days? Daddy likes chubby girls, so I'll eat more. That way, Daddy will like me even more. No, Daddy likes slim girls. If you get too big, Daddy won't be able to lift you anymore. After Shinaonang finished speaking, Xiaoyu seemed deep in thought, rubbing her little head with both hands. The little girl before her was simply too adorable. Shinaonang couldn't help but keep rubbing her cheeks with both hands. Gangzi, send me the hospital and ward where Su Qing is staying later. I'll find time to visit. I'm taking the child now, remember to tell Su Qing. Gangzi saluted, then made a funny face at Xiaoyu, making her giggle non-stop. Shinaonang believed Xiaoyu would be safest with her, especially after learning someone had attempted to assassinate him. A heavy weight remained on her heart. In the back seat, Gu Xiaoya chattered away to Shinaonang, waving her hands excitedly whenever she reached an interesting part. Though restrained by the seatbelt, it couldn't stop her eager narration. Shinaonang listened with a smile, nodding in agreement, yet her eyes remained fixed on the surroundings. That black Volkswagen hadn't reappeared in the wilderness. Shanghai, outside Kate's bar. Gu Fan crouched by the door, smoking a cigarette. Selina and Dahai glared at him angrily. Dahai struggled to control his emotions, his fists clenched tightly as his breathing grew increasingly ragged. Gu Fan. You tell me, aren't you being a bit much? First you say you need to use the restroom, then you smoke, and now you want to go eat? Can you just handle the important stuff first? I've told you at least 10 times already. You guys go inside first. What are you waiting for me for? What's the big deal? Without me, you can't even walk straight? Selina was instantly silenced by Gu Fan's words. Miss. Let's just go inside. We can find Changyue without him. But Selina just stood rooted to the spot, her eyes locked on Gu Fan. Then, seething with anger, she stormed toward him, yanked his shirt hem down hard, plopped herself onto the seat, and leaned back against him. Closing her eyes, she said, Gu Fan. Are you playing games with me? Let me tell you this. If you don't handle things here, you won't be going back to Bibin City. Kim is still watching us like a hawk. Selina then fell silent, shooting Gu Fan a disdainful glance before leaning against him regardless. Gu Fan had originally planned to send Selina and Xiao Hai to scout the situation first, then go himself. More than anything, he didn't want to stir up too much trouble in the business world. After all, this wasn't Bibin City, and he wasn't very familiar with the dynamics of the business scene here. The lesson that there's always someone better out there was forever etched in Gu Fan's mind. He shot Selina a resigned glance, stubbed out his cigarette, and gave her a gentle nudge on the head. Let's go. Hey. Move it. On purpose, huh? After 3 calls with no response, Gu Fan suddenly sidestepped, sending Selina crashing backward onto the chair. Her head hit the seat with a loud thud. Xiao Hai rushed over worriedly to check on Selina, while Gu Fan walked toward the bar without looking back. Gu Fan. It was just past 9 in the morning, yet Kate's bar was still open. After last night's wild party, the only people inside were the cleaning staff tidying up. After stepping inside, Gu Fan surveyed his surroundings. The bar was spacious, accommodating a considerable number of patrons. Comparing his own Nightshade bar to this establishment, he knew he'd be utterly outclassed. As he surveyed the place, a man with multicolored dyed hair approached. Dressed head to toe in knockoff clothes, the only thing that caught Gu Fan's attention was the Rolex watch on his wrist. It was actually real. Who are you looking for? We're closed. No one's welcome here. Get lost. The man looked hungover, his face gaunt and the dark circles under his eyes pronounced. His tone was abrasive. The old Gu Fan would have slapped him without a second thought. I'm looking for someone. Changyu, she's supposed to be here. It's urgent. No such person. Get lost. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. The man merely scratched his head, picked his nose, and impatiently shooed Gu Fan away. Selina and Xiao Hai also entered the bar. They paid little attention to their surroundings, heading straight for Gu Fan. Spotting Gu Fan, Selina grabbed his arm without warning, tightening her grip relentlessly. You bastard. The man saw Selina standing before him and was suddenly stunned by her outfit and appearance, swallowing hard several times. Little sister? The man's eyes seemed to automatically bloom with flowers as he stared at Selina, licking his lips incessantly. Chapter 112, Unspoken Understanding. The man's gaze was brimming with aggression, yet Selina remained oblivious, her eyes fixed solely on Gu Fan. But Xiao Hai behind her did notice. He had unconsciously positioned himself behind Selina, shielding her from the man's gaze. Serena continued playfully wrestling with Gu Fan, while only Xiao Hai kept casting scrutinizing glances at the man before them. Perhaps Xiao Hai's imposing physique truly exerted a sense of pressure on the man. Standing nearly a head and a half taller than him, Xiao Hai's muscular frame and cold expression caused the man to quickly avert his gaze. What the hell are you doing? Cut it out already. Don't you know where we are? I'll just treat you to a meal, big deal. You said it. The other hand immediately released its grip on Gu Fan's arm. Gu Fan rubbed the spot where Selina had pinched him, grimacing repeatedly before finally turning his gaze to the man behind Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai, move aside. I still have questions for him. But Xiao Hai didn't budge. He merely shifted closer to the man, his muscles brushing against the man's head. Where's Changyu? You can refuse to answer, but I'll beat you to death and ask someone else. Xiao Hai's words came in short, measured bursts, intensifying the pressure on the man before him. His lips trembled as he stammered, she's upstairs. The man pointed toward the upper floor. Xiao Hai merely nodded, then delivered a vicious kick to the man's chest. The man instantly stumbled backwards several dozen steps before crashing into the last row of tables and chairs. The man wailed incessantly. This is a warning. Keep your eyes in your head from now on. Is that really necessary? What is she? Can't others look? You went a bit too far. After Gufan spoke, Xiao Hai remained expressionless, his gaze lingering slightly on Selena. Fine. The Xiao Hai before her paid her no mind whatsoever, behaving like a loyal dog that obeyed only Selena's every command. Serena showed no reproach. She simply pulled out some RMB from her purse and casually flicked it onto the man's face. Let's go upstairs. Serena strode ahead. Gufan shot her a helpless glance before silently following. Upon reaching the upper floor, the scene before them halted Selena in her tracks. Dozens of people stood in the hallway. The sudden appearance of Gufan and his two companions instantly drew all their attention. Serena took a few nervous steps back, while Xiao Hai suppressed his own urge to retreat, forcing himself to look calm as he faced the crowd. Gufan's arrival felt like a lifeline. Serena instantly retreated, tucking herself behind him, and only then did she feel somewhat reassured. What should we do? I need to find Changyu. Can someone go inform them? Large white characters were printed on the backs of the bodyguards. The group slowly shook their heads. Their leader stepped forward from the crowd. I'm afraid not. Changyu is discussing business with our boss. No one can interrupt. If you made it upstairs, that means Xiao Fei downstairs has already been bullied by you? Oh. That guy with the weird dyed hair? He's lying on the floor. Probably broke his back. Gufan said indifferently. Then, the leader smiled broadly, nodding repeatedly, and clapping his hands. You guys are really something. He slowly backed away, while his men approached the trio with grim expressions. What should we do, Gufan? Tell us. Give us some advice. Selena asked again. Gufan merely turned to look at Xiao Hai, who was just warming up in place, loosening his shoulders and neck. Then let's fight. It's only a few dozen people. Can you handle it, Baldy? Xiao Hai offered no reply, only discreetly nudging Selena backward. Gufan and Xiao Hai stood side by side facing the group. At the leader's command, the bodyguards charged at them like wolves. The stairwell was narrow. Though there were dozens of bodyguards, only 4 or 5 could actually throw punches. Gufan kept retreating slightly, since Xiao Hai was larger. His plan was for Xiao Hai to focus on defense while he handled the offense. Without a word exchanged, Xiao Hai seemed to intuitively grasp Gufan's plan. He charged forward relentlessly, while Gufan attacked from the flank. Xiao Hai's punches carried tremendous force. A single blow sent one bodyguard crashing to the ground. The sound of flesh meeting metal echoed relentlessly as bodyguards fell one after another, some writhing on the floor in agony, others collapsing with blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Xiao Hai swung his arms with such force at the men before him that several fell with each powerful strike. Gufan's attacks weren't flashy, but each strike was perfectly timed and executed with ruthless precision. Their figures crisscrossed the hallway, their agile movements and sharp techniques leaving the bodyguards utterly disoriented. Gufan transformed into a stealthy falcon from the underworld, his combination of speed and strength sending bodyguards crashing to the floor. Xiao Hai, meanwhile, became a mighty elephant, focusing on defense while unleashing his brute strength. Their coordination deepened, forging an unspoken synergy within the clash. The moment the last bodyguard leader collapsed, the battle concluded. Both Gufan and Xiao Hai bore some injuries. Though it mattered little to them, the discomfort lingered. Gufan wiped the blood from his hands onto the nearest fallen bodyguard, flicked it off, and sniffed the metallic scent. His nose wrinkled involuntarily. Damn it! Should have worn gloves. Disgusting. After Gufan muttered this, Xiao Hai noticed a trace of blood on his own hands. Yet he paid it no mind. After dispatching the bodyguards, he immediately retreated to check on Selena's safety. The commotion outside finally drew the attention of those inside. A man opened the door with a look of contempt on his face. But upon seeing the scene before him, his mouth gaped wide, his shock beyond words. His eyes first landed on the back of a man standing before him. Though there was a hint of familiarity, he still barked without a second thought. Holy, who the hell is this? Who dares touch my people? Don't you know I'm from the Bai family? Believe it or not, one phone call and you'll be on your knees begging me. Oh yeah? I made the call. What are you gonna do about it? Gufan lit a cigarette and slowly turned around. The moment Bai Long saw Gufan's face, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His initial shock intensified. Seeing Gufan's true face, he still felt a tinge of disbelief. But watching Gufan leisurely exhale a cloud of smoke, he finally confirmed it. What wind blew brother Fan this way? Chapter 113, Negotiations. Bai Long never dreamed the man before him was Gufan. How could Gufan have come to Shanghai? And to this bar, of all places? Bai Long met Gu Fan's gaze, watching the ash teetering on the tip of his cigarette. Quickly, he cupped his hands beneath Gu Fan's mouth. Brother Fan, I had my men report your arrival immediately. I came straight to see you. Right. Your men aren't listening. Is it okay if I discipline them for you? No. Of course not. They're all our own people. Just give them a call. After Bai Long spoke, a smile spread across his face. Though Gu Fan knew the smile was full of hypocrisy, he still dared not show any change. That was the confidence of Gu Fan. What are you doing in the business world? Didn't the Bai family rise to prominence in Bai Bin City? Still enjoying yourselves here? Does Bai Hu know? After Gu Fan spoke, Bai Long instantly tensed up, trying to hide his unease while muddling through a half-hearted agreement. Don't mention me. What brings Brother Fan here? I'll support you wholeheartedly. Relax, I'm not after you. I'm here for Changyue. Who's looking for me? A woman's voice echoed from inside the room, followed by the steady click-clack of high heels drawing closer to Gu Fan. Oh. Chang Yu, huh? I thought it was something big. Well, you go ahead and take care of business. I'll be on my way. Don't want to cause you any trouble. Bai Long shook Gu Fan's hand repeatedly. Only after seeing Gu Fan nod in agreement did he scramble away. Bunch of useless trash. Get the hell up. Anyone still breathing, make some noise. After the shout, the whimpering bodyguards stopped their cries and slowly rose to their feet. They trailed behind Bai Long as they left, their faces bearing various injuries and their clothes marked with several footprints, looking utterly disheveled. At that moment, Bai Long's gaze toward them was filled with nothing but rage. Useless. So many of them, fighting just 2 people, and yet the opponents hadn't even shed a drop of blood. Bai Long was also relieved that his men hadn't inflicted excessive harm on Gu Fan. The Bai and Qin family's current standing in Bai Bin City truly owed much to the person behind them. That person held Bai Bin City in utter contempt. The only individual who truly commanded his vigilance was Gu Fan, and it was precisely because of Gu Fan that the mysterious figure had come to China, to Bai Bin City. After backing the Bai family, he had warned everyone, don't provoke him. You're not worthy. Such arrogance went unchallenged. From that moment, Bai Long had clearly recognized the gap between himself and Gu Fan. Though he had suspected it before, it had always remained vague. Now, seeing Gu Fan before him, Bai Long had only one thought: run. After Bai Long departed, Selena slowly approached Gu Fan. Whoa! So you're the one with the big reputation? If I'd known it was this easy, I should have just called your name. Feel free to try again sometime. I've got plenty of enemies, you know. Their conversation was overheard by Xiao Hai behind them. He looked at Gu Fan with envy, marveling at how highly Selena regarded him. The door slowly opened. Gu Fan first noticed a refined face. Chang Yu, shedding her previous ordinary appearance, now radiated perfection in her professional attire and noble demeanor. Serena's eyes narrowed as she studied Chang Yu. It seemed her initial impression hadn't been mistaken. The first time she'd seen Chang Yu, Serena had already sensed something about her. Chang Yu was clearly no ordinary woman. Even now, seeing her appearance, Selena couldn't help but smile. Was this woman her rival? Chang Yu's gaze first landed not on Gu Fan, but on Selena beside him. Their first encounter had been marred by the vast disparity in their statuses, leaving Chang Yu thoroughly humiliated before Selena. Yet now, their positions seemed reversed. Yet Chang Yu's gaze held no trace of arrogance, only calmness, as if she had anticipated Selena's arrival all along. You're here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Can you tell me why you're only arriving now? Could it be because of the man beside you? Chang Yu's relentless questioning firmly placed the initiative in her grasp. Just as Selena was about to respond, Chang Yu stepped back and opened the door. Come in and talk. This isn't how the Chang family treats guests. Gu Fan entered the room first, followed by Selena and Xiao Hai. Once inside, he bypassed the sofa and walked straight to the window. Gazing down at the view below, he couldn't resist pulling out a cigarette. He opened the window above him and quietly savored the moment. Serena frowned, about to speak, but Chang Yu merely smiled. Can we continue our earlier conversation? Is Gu Fan your sword? Without him, you wouldn't even dare face me? Serena glanced at Gu Fan again, but he remained focused on the view outside, paying her no mind. Serena seemed to gain a bit of confidence. No, Gu Fan is merely my friend. It's with his support that I found the courage to face you. When we first met, I knew I'd crossed some boundaries. I expected you to treat me as harshly as I treated others before, but it seems I overthought things. Not at all. I wouldn't dare make things difficult for you. When you brought Gu Fan to my doorstep, you already knew my stance. Did you know, or were you pretending not to? Chang Yu might not know Gu Fan's background in detail, but through her own investigations and Bai Long's recent account, she understood the basic boundaries. Selena merely smiled. Truthfully, I only dared approach you because of Gu Fan's reputation. But let me be clear, the Chang family's current situation is not my doing. I know. I've heard about your situation. Did Chang Baiyang come looking for trouble?
No need to guess, I've tried talking him down countless times, but you can imagine the outcome.
Mainly because of our family's decline, father has been bedridden for ages. So Chang Baiyang blames everything on you.
But rest assured, I'll keep a close eye on him from now on. After speaking, Chang Yu instinctively glanced at Gu Fan, but he remained lost in thought, staring out the window. After Selena thanked him and slowly rose to leave, she noticed Gu Fan still staring blankly at the scenery. She called out his name loudly. He snapped back to reality, slowly turning to give only a nod in response. As he walked toward Selena, Gu Fan suddenly turned to look at Chang Yu. Are you with that Bailong kid?
Mr. Gu, what do you mean by that?
I accidentally saw pink underwear under the sofa earlier, and that Bailong kid seemed to be lurking down there the whole time.
Chapter 114, Choice. After Gu Fan spoke, a flicker of embarrassment crossed both Chang Yu and Selena's faces. Selena instantly grabbed Gu Fan's arm, squeezing it tightly as she gritted her teeth and whispered, "What are you talking about?"
Chang Yu instantly caught on, responding with an awkward smile.
Me, Bailong. Gu Fan saw the answer in her expression and was about to press further. But his ear was yanked hard by Selena.
She shot Chang Yu an apologetic glance before glaring furiously at Gu Fan, her grip tightening relentlessly. Gu Fan kept shouting, but Xiao Hai, that big oaf, still had him in a tight grip, leaving him utterly helpless. After the three left, the smile and blush vanished instantly from Chang Yu's face. Calmly, she crouched down, picked up the pink panties from under the sofa, tossed them into the trash can, and slowly walked toward where Gu Fan had been standing. She glanced back at the sofa, then stared blankly outside.
Gu Fan, what exactly are you? Are you my stumbling block?
Chang Yu's expression twisted as her fingernails dug into the wall beneath the window. After the three had left, Gu Fan shouted something repeatedly while swinging his arms.
You can let go now. What were you babbling about just now?
The issue is resolved.
You can leave now. Weren't you in such a hurry to get out? Kim is still in Baibin City. Aren't you worried about that woman of yours?
After Selena finished speaking, she released her grip on Gu Fan's wrists, and Xiao Hai also loosened his hold.
Gu Fan shot Xiao Hai a fierce glare, then relaxed his shoulders and arms. What do you know?
Why were you in such a rush to leave? I was just asking Chang Yu something.
What were you asking? If she was wearing underwear or not?
Gu Fan walked ahead in silence, with Selena and Xiao Hai following behind. While Xiao Hai drove, Gu Fan and Selena remained standing in place, Selena persistently trying to strike up conversation. But Gu Fan's gaze remained fixed on the people around them. Those by family bodyguards, though they'd changed out of their uniforms, their appearance and clumsy acting had already given them away. Gu Fan smiled as he pulled out his phone, only to realize the boss had given him the phone without turning it on.
He'd better hurry home to charge it. After Xiao Hai's car arrived, Jinbao's Maybach pulled up beside Gu Fan. You go ahead. I won't be traveling with you. Jinbao needs to discuss something with me. Serena glanced at Jinbao's car and nodded reluctantly. After watching Selena leave, Gu Fan opened the passenger door. Jinbao looked at Gu Fan excitedly. Is that the woman you were looking for? She's certainly attractive. You think so? She's not someone you can mess with. In her hands, you'd be played like a fool. But now, she's got a lot going on at home.
She's gone a bit crazy herself.
What? Never mind. How's the investigation going? The one you asked me to look into, Lily? I've been digging for ages but can't find her.
I tracked her flight, but she herself is nowhere to be found.
My guess is she never even came to Shanghai. Probably a setup.
Or maybe she's already, in Baibin City.
Dead men tell no tales.
After Jinbao finished speaking, he pulled out his Likun cigarettes and handed them to Gu Fan. Gu Fan took them, rolled down the window moments later, and both began puffing away simultaneously.
What are you planning to do next? Kim's still in Baibin City, and he's wanted now.
He's killed quite a few people, apparently even injured a new recruit from Division 12. After Jinbao finished speaking, Gu Fan's smoking motion suddenly jerked. Cigarette ash fell onto his sleeve as he drifted into thought. Gu Fan was troubled too, as if he needed to make another choice. His last decision had been back in Yunnan province. Back then, he'd chosen Shenionang without hesitation, but all his brothers in Yunnan had been crippled. Gu Fan hesitated, more out of fear than anything else. He worried that Selena might be harmed or persecuted again. The schemes in the business world seemed far more complex than he had initially imagined. Chang Yu and Bailong's intentions remained a mystery, and there were likely others pulling strings behind them. Gu Fan was certain it wasn't Philip. If not Philip, then who else could it be? The cigarette burned down to the filter. After flicking it away, Gu Fan felt as if he'd made a decision. He couldn't leave. The matter with Shanghai remained unresolved. Gu Fan believed the waters were far too deep, with a massive trap being meticulously prepared behind the scenes, one that spanned an alarmingly broad scope. All the better. Forget the rest when it comes to the business world, just tell me anything.
No problem. Could you tell me more about the Chang family? I sense it's not that simple.
Even if Chang Yu has long-term plans, her progress so far has been too smooth. While she publicly credits her foresight for building her empire in the business world, her rise remains shrouded in mystery. Moreover, most of Chang Yu's ventures revolve around maritime shipping. While her progress may not match the Jin family's vast scale, the Chang family's drive has always been intense. As a new company, their maritime shipping capabilities are second only to the Jin family. Such achievements are commendable anywhere. So what distinguishes your companies? Our Jin family handles ports primarily in Europe and America, which are relatively distant. Chang Yu, however, focuses more on countries surrounding China, with the island nation and the Korean peninsula largely under their responsibility. After Jin Bao finished speaking, Gu Fan's right hand kept rubbing his chin as if deep in thought.
Let's go. Find someone. Who? Chang Baiyan. Bai Bin City.
Su Qing lay in her hospital bed, gazing out the window at the scattered leaves. She drifted into a daze, the pain in her leg seemingly vanished. Just then, a nurse in a white uniform stood before Su Qing, waving her hand in front of Su Qing's face several times before Su Qing snapped back to reality.
Mr. Su, it's time for your dressing change.
Su Qing merely nodded, pulling back the blanket to allow the nurse to change the dressing on her leg. The nurse carefully unwrapped the bandage from Su Qing's leg. As she examined the wound beneath, the person beside her grimaced involuntarily, while Su Qing's face remained utterly expressionless. During the dressing change, passers-by couldn't help but gasp in horror. After finishing, the nurse slowly lifted her head to look at Su Qing. His face showed no trace of emotion or change, but the beads of sweat on his forehead revealed he was human, just incredibly resilient. The nurse found herself increasingly lost in thought, staring at Su Qing's expression. The man before her was remarkably calm.
What's wrong? Do you need anything else?
Oh, it's over. I just wanted to say, you could have called out. Su Qing didn't respond, only glaring at her with a warning in his eyes that startled the nurse.
Chapter 115, The File.
After forcing herself to calm down, the nurse watched Su Qing on the hospital bed, his emotions shifting restlessly. Finally, she slunk out, her face flushed with embarrassment. Su Qing pulled the blanket back over his legs, his gaze still fixed blankly out the window. He seemed to revel in this peaceful scene, as if time could freeze right here, right now.
Su Qing didn't believe his actions were wrong. As long as it benefited Gu Fan, Su Qing would do anything. His life belonged to Gu Fan, and whatever was required of him, Su Qing would do without hesitation. The power dynamics in Bai Bin City had been thoroughly disrupted, yet the mastermind behind it remained untraceable. It felt as though this conspiracy had been unfolding since the moment Gu Fan stepped out of prison. The current state of affairs was, in a way, predictable. All Su Qing could do now for Gu Fan was to safeguard Huangbao and unmask the mysterious figure pulling the strings behind Bai Bin City. Yet despite relentless investigation, Su Qing found himself utterly stumped. No leads, no clues. He knew Philip hadn't meddled in this affair, but his target was undoubtedly Gu Fan. Thus, Su Qing chose this approach, dragging Philip's Kim into the fray to disrupt the enemy's plans while simultaneously uncovering the mole within their ranks. These past days, Su Qing had been constantly speculating and suspecting. He finally realized there seemed to be a mole among his own people, someone loyal to the enemy. Moreover, it appeared he was already under surveillance, with every move he made being watched around the clock. But no matter how long he pondered, Su Qing couldn't fathom the reason. Su Qing felt a dull ache in his head. He reached for the cigarette beside him. Just as he lit it, the cigarette at his lips was snatched away by a hand. Su Qing's expression instantly fell. Just as he was about to explode, he saw the person standing before him and instantly lost his temper. It was Shen Aoneng. What's your problem? Smoking in the hospital? Sis-in-law. How are you feeling? Shen Aoneng placed the fruit basket she'd brought on the bedside table and sat down across from him. I'm much better now. Actually, I could have put up a fight against Kim. But I was ambushed at the time. I was just about to ask you, how did Kim infiltrate the Imperial Guard? Why did he attack you? And why was yesterday's surveillance footage suddenly under maintenance? Shen Aoneng seemed to have 1,000 questions, firing them off one after another. Su Qing was taken aback, but she had prepared her story and recounted it in meticulous detail. After a moment, Shen Aoneng stood up thoughtfully, pacing back and forth in the room. How did you find the time to visit me? I'm fine here, just staying a while before I'm discharged. We'll need to beef up security afterward. Just as Shen Aoneng was about to ask more questions, another person entered the ward. It was a woman dressed entirely in black, wearing a black baseball cap, and even her backpack was black. The woman seemed extremely shy, constantly lowering her head to hide her nervousness. Shen Aoneng merely nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing the stranger, exchanged a few polite words, and then left the room. After Shen Aoneng left, Su Qing exhaled in relief and turned his attention to the woman before him. How is she? After speaking, the woman swiftly sat down on the nearby sofa, pulled a laptop from her backpack, and opened it. Her fingers flew across the keyboard as she typed rapidly. Bro, you asked me to investigate the Qin and Bai families, but I might not be able to pull it off, it's too difficult. Just getting close to Qin and Qin Shao, the decision makers in the Qin family, is a problem. As for the Bai family, forget it, they have a security company. How could they possibly be lacking in that department? She picked up an apple from the nightstand, casually wiped it off, and took a bite. Her current demeanor stood in stark contrast to the shy, timid little girl she once was. But I'm sure my sister found something, Su Qing said with an ingratiating expression. A smile then spread across the woman's face. Of course. I've already investigated everything about Qingjie. The files are sent to your phone. They include call logs, transfer records, and chat histories. As the woman spoke, Su Qing had already opened the file and was scanning through it until a name caught his eye. Shen Aoning. Business World. Jin Bao drove Gu Fan toward a restaurant. Locating Chang Baiyang was child's play for Jin Bao, especially since Chang Baiyang had been dismissed from the 12th Division. The blows had come one after another. The Chang family's status had plummeted, and his father had fallen ill. He had finally learned that his sister still had a company in Shanghai. Yet his days in the business world had been spent in a haze, and his investments had resulted in nothing but heavy losses. The accumulation of setbacks and failures had Chang Baiyang spiraling into utter self-destruction. He became a gluttonous playboy, frequenting various entertainment venues daily, spending money like water. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Gu Fan froze again at the name, Enraged? Another chain? But hadn't Qin said Enraged was the only one in Baibin City? How could there be one in Shanghai too? Before Gu Fan could ponder further, Jin Bao had already rushed ahead, and Gu Fan immediately followed. As Jin Bao entered Enraged, several servers noticed his attire and demeanor. Smiles spread across their faces as they gathered around him, offering meticulous attention. Jin Bao merely nodded and responded politely. When Gu Fan entered and saw the staff practically fawning over Jin Bao, he felt a wave of disgust wash over him. It seemed that in this world, money truly made the boss. Without money, it felt like having no face at all. Dressed plainly and simply, Gu Fan received no service whatsoever. He could only sigh in dismay. Gu Fan couldn't be bothered to care. After all, this scene played out the same anywhere. Gu Fan walked up to the front desk and addressed the stunning young woman there. Miss, could you check if Chang Baiyang is available? I'm friends with that little chubby guy. We need to discuss something with him. The receptionist's gaze remained fixed on Jin Bao at the front, completely oblivious to Gu Fan's question. When she finally snapped back to attention, the smile on her face instantly froze and gradually faded. She shook her head expressionlessly. I can't do that. It's our policy not to disclose customer privacy. Besides, you don't look like Mr. Chang's friend. Damn it! Gu Fan had expected the front desk lady to be more understanding. Seems he'd gotten ahead of himself. The saying people laugh at the poor but not at prostitutes holds true everywhere and applies to everyone. Jin Bao finally noticed Gu Fan. Pushing through the crowd in front of him, he made his way toward the front desk. The receptionist also saw Jin Bao approaching. She frantically smoothed her clothes, even pulling them down a few times. Hello, sir. Fan. What's with the delay? Asking for a room, is this complicated? Chapter 116, Rage. After Jin Bao spoke, the smile on the front desk clerk's face froze again. Had she heard wrong? A wealthy young master calling this utterly ordinary person brother? Only then did she notice the dynamic between the two men. Clearly, the well-heeled little chubby guy was constantly trying to curry favor with this ordinary-looking man. No way. They won't let us in, saying it's company policy. Bull. Who dares stop Jin Bao from finding someone? When Jin Bao uttered his name, both the service staff and the receptionist were stunned. Who would have thought this wealthy little chubby guy before them was actually someone extraordinary? He was actually from the Jin family, a name synonymous with immense business power in the commercial world. But what was even more shocking was that the Jin family's eldest son had just called this ordinary young man brother. The receptionist's face turned ashen. Her panic was beyond words. Had she just spoken disrespectfully to brother Fan? At best, she'd lose her job. At worst, her life? This young lady clearly watched too many dramas. If Jin Bao and Gu Fan could hear her inner thoughts, would they explode on the spot? Can you find someone here? I'm looking for Chang Baiyang, right? He's in 502. The front desk girl blurted out Chang Baiyang's room number before Jin Bao could finish his question. Not only Jin Bao, but Gu Fan was stunned too. He'd expected her to mention Chang Baiyang's room number, but never this fast. That's all we needed. What a hassle. After speaking, Jin Bao headed straight for the elevator. Gu Fan immediately followed. Several staff members had offered to escort Jin Bao, but he declined them all. Upon reaching the 5th floor, it was indeed much like in Shizhu's place. Several bodyguards stood vigilantly at the door, their expressions stern as they scanned the surroundings. Jin Bao was instantly stunned. Holy crap! Is it really that impressive? I've decided once I get home, I'm hiring bodyguards too. Fan, you'll help me screen them, right? Just use your standards. Even if it's a bit tough. After Gu Fan spoke, he headed toward room 502. Jin Bao chuckled as he followed.
Passing by the bodyguards, he occasionally pinched their muscles, tapped their pecs, and eyed them with pure envy.
Some of the bodyguards might have recognized Jinbao's identity, or perhaps sensed he wasn't just anyone.
Not only did they show no sign of discomfort, but they stood tall and proud, making their physiques appear even more imposing. Here! After Gu Fan called out, Jinbao finally came over to his side. 2 men were stationed at the entrance to room 502, though their attire was decidedly unconventional. One wore standard professional bodyguard gear, though his sunglasses couldn't hide the intimidating tattoos covering his face and neck. The other was even stranger, dressed plainly in a style not unlike Gu Fan's, though his eyes held an even colder glint. Both had bulges at their lower backs. Gu Fan knew immediately that those weren't guns, they were knives. Jinbao's eyes lit up when he spotted them. He immediately ran up and asked, "Guys, is this your only gig? Come work for me. I'll quadruple your pay." But neither man responded. Their eyes were filled with warning. The tattooed one's hand was already creeping toward his waist, as if another word from Jinbao would make him instantly draw a dagger and plunge it into his throat. Gu Fan immediately lunged forward, yanking Jinbao backward with force. "Don't get the wrong idea. We're just here to find Chang Baiyang. We need to talk to him. You can go inside and tell him that Jinbao from Shanghai is looking for him." Gu Fan spoke first. The Jin family's reputation was well known in the business world. Upon hearing they were from the Jin family, the 2 bodyguards exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The ordinary-looking man knocked on the door a few times. After receiving permission, he entered the room. The tattooed man, however, kept his eyes fixed on them warily, specifically on Gu Fan. Earlier, when the man had reached for his waist, Gu Fan had not only noticed instantly but also moved to stop him, his gaze alone carrying a warning. In that moment, the man also noticed Gu Fan and recognized his extraordinary nature. Gu Fan's gaze never once met his. Instead, he engaged Jinbao in whispered conversation. Their private exchange was clearly amusing, punctuated by Jinbao's occasional bursts of loud laughter. When the door opened again, Chang Baiyang personally stepped out to greet them. An unmistakable smile spread across his face as he searched for Jinbao. Spotting Jinbao, Chang Baiyang approached with a forced smile. But when he turned and saw Gu Fan, fury erupted from his throat. "Gu Fan! Never thought I'd run into you here. This time, you're mine. I just summoned those 2 there for you. Flower Cat, Divine Being." The tattooed man and the plain-looking man stood behind Chang Baiyang. Their gaze fixed on Gu Fan before them was like a cat eyeing a mouse, the hunger and viciousness in their eyes impossible to hide. Jinbao noticed the tension and cleared his throat. "What's this about? You want to touch my brother, Fan? Then you'll have to get past me first." After Jinbao spoke, Chang Baiyang's face instantly drained of its earlier flush, turning ashen as if someone had poured a bucket of water over his head. His entire body went numb. He never imagined Gu Fan and Jinbao were acquainted too. Why was he surrounded by such characters? Did they hold some leverage over Gu Fan? Chang Baiyang's gaze toward Gu Fan gradually shifted. "Mr. Chang? Is this how you treat your guests? What a stark difference from your sister." After speaking, Gu Fan merely rubbed his nose, a faint smile touching his lips. Chang Baiyang understood exactly what this meant, using Chang Yu to pressure him. Chang Yu had repeatedly warned him not to provoke Selena, primarily out of fear of Gu Fan lurking in the background. But who exactly was the person behind Gu Fan? Ever since entering the business world, Chang Baiyang had relentlessly investigated his background and identity. Yet every lead ultimately boiled down to one word: vague. Soon, the 3 entered the room. The 2 bodyguards outside now stood behind Chang Baiyang, their eyes fixed on Gu Fan with palpable wariness. Yet Gu Fan remained calm and composed. "Chang Baiyang, what's this all about? Those 2 lapdogs of yours weren't in the room earlier. How come the moment I walked in, they sniffed their way in? Think you're better than me?" Jinbao suddenly stood up, violently smashing the water glass in his hand onto the floor as he shouted. This scene genuinely startled Gu Fan, let alone Chang Baiyang. Chapter 117, Looking to Die? Jinbao had genuinely intimidated Chang Baiyang. Seeing Jinbao's dark expression, Chang Baiyang immediately stood up anxiously, rubbing his hands together while forcing a smile. He kept apologizing, then glanced at Gu Fan and ordered the 2 men behind him to get the hell out of the room. Chang Baiyang inwardly resisted letting his 2 bodyguards leave. His main concern was that Gu Fan might do something to him. Though he constantly looked down on Gu Fan verbally, his sister's warnings and Gu Fan's past record still made Chang Baiyang afraid. If Gu Fan truly lost his temper, he wasn't sure he could handle the consequences. Moreover, as a playboy, Chang Baiyang understood the Jin family's standing in the business world. Unlike Baibin City, where power was fragmented among several clans, Shanghai boasted thriving industries but never claimed familial dominance. The entire Shanghai region recognized only the Jin family as a true clan powerhouse. One could easily sense the Jin family's strength. Chang Baiyang certainly dared not offend them. After all, the Chang family also had to make a living here. After stepping outside, Chang Baiyang's smile never left his face. "Mr. Jin? You wanted to see me? Jin Bao didn't respond, merely turning to look at Gu Fan, as if seeking his opinion.
Nothing major. Just wanted to learn more from you. Your sister, Chang, you heard she's dating Bai Long? Bai Long isn't in Baibin City? Why's he in Shanghai? Just to see your sister? Gu Fan pulled a cigarette pack from Jin Bao's jacket, took one out, and slipped it back in. He puffed leisurely as he asked. Chang Baiyang observed Gu Fan's casual manner and noticed Jin Bao's face showed no trace of annoyance, just a silly grin of acquiescence. From this, Chang Baiyang discerned the nature of Gu Fan and Jin Bao's relationship. Gu Fan and Jin Bao were well aware of Chang Baiyang's thoughts. Gu Fan was doing it deliberately, and Jin Bao was willingly playing along. There was no other way. In this society, one had to symbolically display one's connections and power. Otherwise, no one would take you seriously. Remaining low-key would only earn you humiliation and contempt. Well, I really don't know much about my sister's affairs. Mr. Jin, you've seen it yourself since entering the business world. Have you ever seen me go to the company? If I go, it's only to ask my sister for money. I couldn't care less about your petty affairs. When Brother Fan asks a question, you answer it. Don't waste time on useless details. Got it. My sister seems to be with Bai Long now.
And Bai Long has been in Shanghai for ages.
When we first arrived, I saw them together once at the Whale Hotel. Everyone knows about their relationship, right? Bai Long even lent my sister a huge sum never mentioned when it'd be repaid and offered considerable business support. Gu Fan kept his head down while Chang Baiyang spoke, likely feeling some shame. Gu Fan didn't question it further, suddenly understanding the origins of Chang Yu's business. It seemed he'd been receiving Bai Long's support ever since. This also explained why the Chang family could jointly manage maritime trade with the Jin family, yet the Jins hadn't sought their connections. Bai Long had likely already provided substantial benefits to Jin Bao's father. With this thought, Gu Fan glanced at Jin Bao, who was glaring at Chang Baiyang before him. Jin Bao kept startling him with loud noises, trying to verify the truth of what he'd just heard. Gu Fan patted Jin Bao on the shoulder. Jin Bao seemed to understand, closing his mouth and falling silent. Is your family responsible for trade around the island nation? Yes. Since we know the Jin family handles Europe and America, we wouldn't dare compete. So we signed an agreement with old Jin. We voluntarily give 20% of our profits to the Jin family to ensure peace between our two families. Jin Bao nodded. He knew about this arrangement but had kept it from Gu Fan. But business in Japan isn't that simple. Their ports were always hostile to us, and the Yakuza controlled the port operations. My sister stayed in Japan for a while to handle this. Alone I didn't even go. When she returned, she was already in charge of the entire operation there. Therefore, Mr. Jin, I implore you. My sister already shoulders more than enough burdens. Please spare her further trouble. If you need anything, come to me. I'll walk through fire for you. As Chang Baiyang spoke, he found himself stepping directly before Jin Bao. Grasping the man's hand, he knelt on the ground without a moment's hesitation. Back in the day, when the Chang family reigned supreme in Baibin City, countless families had offered their favors, all of which were turned away at the door. Yet now, for the sake of family interests, he was kneeling before this man. Gu Fan never cared for such displays. He found an excuse to leave the room. Upon opening the door, the two bodyguards' eyes remained as cold as ice, fixed on him. Gu Fan deliberately bumped into them. Just as he was about to leave, the plain-looking bodyguard suddenly spoke up. Sir, might we have a brief word? After all, this is my first time seeing the renowned Gu Fan. The man the 12th Division calls a legend, the one who accomplished so much abroad before vanishing into obscurity. Gu Fan's footsteps halted abruptly, though he didn't turn around, simply standing frozen in place. Then, a gentle breeze swept in from nowhere. Its force was faint, yet the parts of his body it brushed felt oddly soothing, like being caressed. Just as the two bodyguards were savoring the sensation, two daggers appeared at their throats, and astonishingly, both daggers were their own. And the man standing before them was none other than Gu Fan. He stood before them with unnatural calm, each hand gripping a dagger pressed firmly against their throats. You really want to die? Clang. The door swung open. Gu Fan, puffing on a cigarette, strolled leisurely into the room. By then, Chang Baiyang had already returned to his seat. The two had been chatting for a while. Spotting Gu Fan enter, they both stood up simultaneously. Gu Fan waved his hand in acknowledgement. Chang Baiyang's final question: what exactly is the background of those who dared to touch your Chang family? Don't the provincial authorities care about you anymore? I had no idea. After I was expelled from the 12th Division, I lost all contact with my family. My sister handled everything. Even when I learned of the Chang family's downfall, she never told me. As he spoke, the look in Gu Fan's eyes toward Chang Baiyang shifted. The eyes are always the window to one's soul, and Gu Fan saw something in the evasive gaze. Chang Baiyang avoided meeting Gu Fan's gaze, repeatedly lowering his head to wipe the tears from his face. Jin Bao patted Gu Fan's hand, his face now wearing an even more obvious look of pity. Gu Fan nodded helplessly. It's getting late. We should go. Gu Fan led the way out. Jin Bao pulled another tissue from his pocket and handed it to Chang Baiyang before hurrying after Gu Fan out of the room. Chapter 118, Suing. Chang Baiyang accepted the tissue Jin Bao offered. Once the two had completely exited the room, the tears vanished instantly from his face, replaced by a thoughtful expression. He cleared his throat softly. The two bodyguards outside knocked on the door and stood behind Chang Baiyang. Well, I warned you he wasn't simple. After Chang Baiyang spoke, the two bodyguards sat down with smiles. The tattooed man casually tugged at his tie and suit jacket. I hate this outfit. With that, he picked up a crab from the table and began savoring it with relish. The ordinary-looking man simply nodded in agreement with Chang Baiyang. Gu Fan. He's definitely formidable. But the three of us might not stand a chance against him. What? Impossible. Sixth Master. You can't be serious? You, Cat Brother, and me, the three of us can't handle Gu Fan alone? The man called Sixth Master merely smiled and shook his head without uttering a word. He wasn't just any ordinary agent from Division 12. What had transpired during those 3 years he'd been away? Where had he actually been? And why had he ended up in prison? All these questions remained unanswered. Acting rashly now would only invite too many complications. After Sixth Master finished speaking, the man with the tabby cat pattern nodded while eating the crab in his hand. But rest assured, I will kill Gu Fan. After all, the vendetta against the Qingben clan is far from over. After Old Man Lu finished speaking, one man slowly walked toward the window. When he spotted Gu Fan outside, he began muttering to himself. Chang Baiyang moved closer and caught the words. It was a string of incantations originating from the island nation. Chang Baiyang then walked over to the sofa. Watching the Sixth Master stare out the window in deep thought while the calico cat feasted contentedly at the dining table, he sat down and discreetly unfolded a tissue in his hand. Staring at the faint, blurred characters, he fell deep in thought. Without either of them noticing, Chang Baiyang decided to go all in. He stuffed the tissue into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Fan. Where are we going next? It's lunchtime, let's just grab a bite at Anshizu. You go ahead. I've got something to take care of. I need to head over to Selena's. Could you give me a ride? Gu Fan suddenly looked up, scrutinizing Jin Bao like he was examining a precious treasure. Sure, I'll take you. Aren't you going to eat at Anshizu? I don't mind, I can just take a taxi. What are you talking about? Once we're in my territory, how could I possibly let you take a taxi? Come on. Tell me where, and I'll be right there. After speaking, Jin Bao entered the driver's seat first, calling out repeatedly to Gu Fan outside. At that moment, Gu Fan stood rooted to the spot, his gaze gradually becoming transfixed on one of Anshizu's windows. Only after Jin Bao's reminder did he follow the car, heading off into the distance. Bai Bin City. First Hospital. Bro! Stop rubbing your eyes. It's Shin Aonang. I deliberately put her name up front after looking it up. After speaking, the woman took another bite of her apple, casually typing on the keyboard. She glanced up briefly before becoming engrossed in her computer screen once more. Su Qing was momentarily stunned, his mind more occupied with speculation. Is this information reliable? Bro! Are you doubting me? Su Qing merely smiled. He was just trying to fool himself. Su Ying's abilities were undeniable. How could Su Qing possibly doubt his sister's skills? You. Right, I looked into Shin Aonang. On the last page. One word describes her upbringing, privileged. Every detail screams affluence. Her parents went to America early on to build their careers, and she attended Princeton University there. Her record during those years was spotless, but there's a 4-month gap. The trail only leads to her traveling to Japan. Japan? What was she doing there? No one knows, probably only she herself. After graduating, just months before returning to China, she met Gu Fan. That coincided with the plan orchestrated by the Philip organization. Anyway, Gu Fan saved her. After returning to China, she searched everywhere for news of Gu Fan, only to learn he was imprisoned. So she waited, and then. Is this level of detail necessary? If you had the energy to investigate Shin Aonang, you should have used it to look into Qingjie. You would have uncovered far more information. Suing turned her head dismissively, pretending to stare at the computer screen in front of her. Suing. I'm warning you. Your Gu Fan already has a girlfriend. Don't get any unrealistic ideas. Put. You tell me, aren't you curious? What exactly was Shin Aonang doing in Japan? Why did she happen to run into brother Gu Fan? Plus, I found Kim's information. After speaking, Su Qing instantly became agitated, accidentally dropping the documents in her hand onto the floor as she anxiously demanded answers from Suing, her eyes brimming with unstoppable eagerness. Suing just gave a helpless smile. I'm curious too. Previously, Philip's organization was top secret, impossible to find any info. But this time, investigating Kim was effortless, almost like they deliberately leaked it. The most crucial part is that Kim wants to break away from Philip's organization. After hearing this, Su Qing stared at her in utter shock. Go on. Kim is getting old and isn't what he used to be.
The Philip organization must maintain the strength of its personnel, so they'll recruit more young, energetic members.
But they can't just let the older ones go after all, they know too much. So they need an excuse to kill them. What do you mean? Jim also. Hey! I can't reveal his name. These are the rules within the organization, you know that.
The fact that I'm here reporting to you already violates the rules of Section 12.
It's only because of Brother Gufan's connections that I managed to get out. Cut the crap and get on with it. Kim likely defected to the island nation too. After speaking, Su Ying's phone rang.
Answering it, she efficiently packed up her computer, stating she had a mission. She hurriedly left the hospital once more, while Su Qing remained lying in the hospital bed, still lost in thought. With his sister's help, the clues in Su Qing's mind seemed to become much clearer, but the chaotic threads within still persisted. He pulled out his phone and began typing a message to Gufan's chat window, but ultimately never sent it.
Shen Aoning is up to something.
Su Qing stared blankly at the message in his hand.
In that moment, he too seemed to be making a decision, the same decision Gufan had made. Knock. The sound of knocking forced Gufan to close his phone. Mr. Su? It's time for your medication. I'm here to deliver it. Come in.
The nurse who arrived was the same one as before, though this time she wore light makeup, most of her face concealed by her mask.
Chapter 119, Disappearance.
Su Qing lifted his head just as the nurse entered. Recognizing her familiar figure and voice, he took the pills from her hand without hesitation, popping them into his mouth without even a sip of water.
All right, you may leave now.
After speaking, Su Qing sank back into deep thought.
The nurse, taken aback by the man's bluntness, found herself momentarily stunned.
She placed the water cup beside Su Qing's desk. Only then did she slowly depart. Throughout the entire process, the nurse remained remarkably quiet.
Only after the door clicked shut did Su Qing snap back to reality.
It seemed he rarely had female companions around him.
Unlike Gufan, who was always surrounded by close friends, both male and female, wherever he went.
Gufan was truly exceptional in Su Qing's eyes. He seemed to radiate an innate charm that drew people in, captivating everyone who came into contact with him. Su Qing, however, was like a stern, serious, and cautious person. He approached everything with an iron fist, lacking the warmth and human touch that Gufan possessed. Su Qing grew up in difficult circumstances, relying solely on his sister for support.
Fearing she might be bullied, he chose to enlist in the military.
The military had promised that if Su Qing joined, they would protect Su Ying.
Perhaps meticulous individuals truly thrive in the military.
Back then, Su Qing seemed devoid of emotion, his eyes reflecting only two words: mission. This very seriousness and diligence earned him a fortunate spot in Division 12. Back then, he encountered the trouble-making Gufan. He disliked Gufan intensely, convinced that Gufan had only joined Division 12 through sheer cleverness. But Division 12 recruited talent after all, and everyone had their own strengths. During one mission, Su Qing finally saw Gufan's true character.
At first glance, he always seemed carefree and irresponsible. But when an accident struck his squad, Gufan seemed to mature instantly.
Su Qing stared at the photo in his hand. Perhaps it was a bit too old, the paper had yellowed slightly. Yet the young man in the center wore an innocent smile, looking almost foolishly naive. Beside him stood someone who couldn't have been more stern. The contrast between them was striking. You really were an annoying little brat back then. Rest assured, Kim of Baibin City, I will catch you myself. I swear I will. After muttering to himself, Su Qing slowly sat up from the hospital bed. He pulled the blanket off his legs, stripped off the patient gown, and stood up stiffly. As if the pain in his legs had vanished, Su Qing walked toward the wardrobe before him as though he felt no pain at all. After putting on his own clothes, he looked at his reflection in the mirror. He seemed to have made up his mind about something. Standing outside the hospital, breathing in the fresh air, this long-forgotten sensation felt exhilarating. Su Qing thought back carefully. It seemed the last time he'd killed someone was back in. Su Qing tapped his head in irritation just as his phone buzzed with a message.
It contained a location, Anshizu, 332.
Su Qing read the note attached to the message. Su Ying.
Does the person above know? No, kill him.
Reading the text, Su Qing sighed softly.
Ever since Su Ying suspected Kim hadn't left Baibin City, she hadn't stopped searching for his whereabouts. Persistence had finally paid off. Found him. Su Qing grabbed her car keys and walked toward the BMW. This vehicle had been specially arranged for her by Su Ying. After Su Qing and Su Ying exchanged messages, it was as if they shared a telepathic connection. After settling into the driver's seat, Su Qing adjusted the seat slightly and noticed a box on the passenger side. He smiled as he opened it. Inside lay a dagger. Its color was mesmerizing, a blood-red blade that seemed to amplify its sharpness, while the black handle added a touch of gravitas. Su Qing pressed the accelerator and headed toward Enraged.
Kim seemed to have deliberately revealed his location, as he knew no one would dare cause trouble at Enraged.
Since the restaurant's founding, its owner had made it clear, no matter how deep your grudges, once you step inside, even dragons and tigers must lie low. No one knew the true owner behind enraged, only that the boss bore the surname Li. His network was vast, spanning both legitimate and underworld circles. True to this reputation, enraged had operated without incident since opening. But today, that rule might be broken. Upon arriving at enraged, Su Qing pulled out his phone. Gangzi? Get here at Anshizu in 10 minutes. We're making an arrest. Anshizu? Brother Su? That place? Exactly. You and Gosen bring your men too. Remember, bring everyone who can fight. Alright. But Doggy isn't here, can't find him. Then you go first. After hanging up, Su Qing tucked the dagger into his sleeve. Unlike Gu Fan, who liked to carry his weapon at his waist, Su Qing believed only guns belonged there. For a dagger was superfluous. Su Qing strode confidently into the restaurant. Previously, enraged would conduct simple security checks, but as the business grew and more important figures frequented the place, they had to eliminate that step. Sir, would you like a room or? 332. After speaking, Su Qing promptly pulled out a stack of cash and tossed it to the front desk. Lead the way. The front desk attendant's smile instantly brightened. She swiftly led the way ahead of Su Qing. As they entered the elevator, she occasionally flashed seductive glances his way. But to his straight-laced eyes, not a single flicker of impulse stirred. The receptionist could only swallow her disappointment. Su Qing approached the door of room 332 and noticed no bodyguards. It seemed Kim really was arrogant. Indeed, Philip's most ruthless assassin truly didn't need bodyguards. Su Qing simply knocked a few times on the door. The door opened without any response. Su Qing looked at the person before him and was somewhat surprised. The man wasn't a foreigner at all, but an ordinary-looking individual, smoking a cigarette and staring at the unfamiliar Su Qing with a puzzled expression. Who are you looking for? Su Qing shoved him aside and strode inside. The man cursed incessantly behind him. After searching the room, Su Qing found no sign of Kim. The man was clearly annoyed by Su Qing barging in. He swung an angry punch at Su Qing, but Su Qing casually dodged it with a flick of his head. Annoyed himself, Su Qing countered with a backfist that slammed into the man's stomach. Su Qing looked down at the man sprawled on the floor with utter contempt. Just as he was about to pull out his phone to make a call, the door burst open again, this time kicked violently. Su Qing's eyes widened instantly at the unfamiliar foreign face before him. In that moment, he seemed to become even more excited. Chapter 120, Departure. Business C. Gu Fan picked up his freshly charged phone and listened to the startup chime. The moment it powered on, it emitted a series of ding-dong sounds, all notifications from incoming messages. You could see any message. But what shocked Gu Fan most was the message from Hua Yaoyao. Cold sweat broke out on Gu Fan's forehead as he read the message. Kim had captured Hua Yaoyao in Baibin City. Ignoring all other messages, Gu Fan immediately dialed Hua Yaoyao's number. Only when he heard Hua Yaoyao's excited voice did Gu Fan finally relax. After a brief exchange, "Why is it so noisy over there?" "Oh, it's brother Su Qing. He told Gangzi there's a big operation coming up and wants us to get ready to head to Enshizu. He's brought quite a few people along." "Why are you going?" "Send Guzi." "Don't even ask. Guzi's off gallivanting somewhere? Can't find him anywhere, so I had to step up first. Anyway, with brother Su Qing there, nothing major should go wrong." After hanging up, Gu Fan immediately called Su Qing, but his phone was turned off. He tried Guzi's number, still turned off. In that moment, Gu Fan pondered, what exactly was Su Qing gathering people for? And Shizu? Because of Kim? While pondering these questions, Gu Fan pulled out his phone and dialed another number. "I'm counting on you to help. If you're willing, when I get back, I'll help you." After hanging up, Gu Fan cursed under his breath. Trouble had been piling up these past few days. But it was only natural the moment he stepped out of prison, trouble was bound to follow. Still uneasy, he hesitated, glancing at the contact name, Chen Bing. Chen Bing's father, as mayor of Baibin City, maintained a facade of impartiality, yet his shady dealings behind the scenes were countless. After weighing his options, Gu Fan dialed Chen Bing's number directly. "Gu Fan. You actually called me. What made you suddenly remember me? Need a favor. I'm not in Baibin City right now. My buddy Su Qing might be in trouble in Anshizu. Can you?" "Sure. I'm out of the hospital anyway. Remember to repay me when you get back." After hanging up, Gu Fan exhaled in relief. In that moment, he even felt an urge to return. He'd been gone only a few days, yet Baibin City was already shifting again. After handling all these matters, Gu Fan glanced at Selena beside him. She was staring at him with utter disdain. "Fan. You're such a busy bee. This phone's message backlog could last me a year. I'd never have guessed you were such a big shot." Ignoring her teasing, Gu Fan spotted a message from Shen Aoning. An expression of pure happiness spread across his face as thoughts of her grew stronger by the second. "Whoa, that stern look just now, what changed it?" Was it Shin Aonang's message? Gu Fan suppressed his smile and fixed Selena with a serious gaze. None of your damn business. Gu Fan. Let me tell you, I didn't come here to watch you spread your love around. If you have something to say, spit it out. I've got a mountain of work to do. Selena was right.
Now that her father had unexpectedly passed away, although the Selena family's assets had been absorbed by the Ian family represented by Philip, Selena still managed a small portion of the business enough to sustain her own development. Her mother believed selling off these scraps might fetch a decent price now, but Selena was utterly unwilling. These were her father's life's work, she wouldn't sell them. Currently in China, Selena could only manage her affairs from afar. I've obtained some information. What I can tell you with certainty is that Philip's hostility isn't particularly evident at present. Moreover, you still have some connections with the Ian family. They won't make things difficult for you. So you can return now. Rest assured, you won't face any trouble. I have some friends. What do you mean? Are you telling me to leave? I know about your operations in the United States. I've thoroughly investigated them and already made arrangements with the relevant parties over there. You won't encounter any unexpected issues, and Shang Bayan won't cause you any further trouble either. After speaking, Gu Fan looked at Selena, hoping to find some answers in her expression. But ultimately, he saw none. Selena bit her lip, staring intently at Gu Fan. The only thing visible on her face was stubbornness. I understand. I'll give it serious thought. Right now, Selena couldn't make any decisions. Returning to the United States was undoubtedly the best choice for her. Yet she still couldn't bear to leave Gu Fan. More than that, she had grown dependent on him, as if his presence allowed her to do anything with complete peace of mind. Just as Selena looked at Gu Fan, ready to speak, he suddenly stood up. You think it over. I've got to go. Jinbao's looking for me. With that, Gu Fan grabbed his phone and hurried away. Serena watched his retreating figure, thinking to herself, if you turn back just once, I'll choose to stay. I'll sell off all the business there. At the same time, Selena stared intently at Gu Fan in front of her, desperately hoping he would simply turn back once. But Gu Fan's only pause was to tie his shoelace. Neither of them was at fault. It's just that in love, one person's devotion rarely receives an easy response. After Gu Fan departed completely, Selena rose without hesitation. The long-lost aura of her former self seemed to return. The moment she slipped on her sunglasses, it felt like she had bid farewell to the old Selena forever. As Gu Fan exited the hotel, Jinbao's car was already waiting. His frantic waving was amusing, though his ample chest jiggled slightly with each motion due to his stature. Why are you looking for me again? Brother Fan, have you eaten? Come on. It's on me. And let's take a proper look at the bustling prosperity of the Grand Commercial Sea. Otherwise, I'd feel like a terrible host. Jinbao drove Gu Fan straight toward the city's iconic landmark, the Oriental Pearl Tower. On the bridge, Jinbao kept adjusting his stance, trying to capture the perfect photo for Gu Fan. But Gu Fan was extremely reluctant. In the end, Jinbao had no choice but to snap a casual shot. Brother Fan. Come on. Let's head inside for a proper feast. Order whatever you like. And enjoy the view outside the windows. Gu Fan actually disliked dining at upscale places. For him, a street-side hot pot stall might be more appealing. But before he could refuse, Jinbao had already grabbed his hand and was pulling him along. Chapter 121, The Internet. Sir, here's the menu. Gu Fan stared at the menu in his hands. The prices were enough to leave him dumbfounded. Though he'd braced himself somewhat, seeing the actual figures still made him freeze. Jinbao noticed Gu Fan's discomfort and casually started pointing at dishes on the menu, completely ignoring the prices. Once the waiter left, he exclaimed. No way. Fan, it's been just a little while since we last met. Do you really have to be so stingy? Gu Fan chuckled. The old Gu Fan never looked at prices when buying things. If he liked something, he'd pay full price no matter the cost. But only after returning to ordinary life did he truly understand certain things. The same amount of money could cover a meal, but it could also supplement household expenses, enough to last you for a while. Perhaps this was what they meant by you don't know the cost of living until you run a household. Stingy? Not really. I just think the quality doesn't justify the price. Here, the taste is secondary. What matters most? Power, wealth, and the ability to appreciate the scenery. Brother Fan, you must understand scenery comes at a price too. After Jinbao finished speaking, he gazed out at the scenery, lost in thought. Gu Fan felt he could grasp the unspoken meaning, yet something still felt missing. After descending from the Oriental Pearl Tower, Gu Fan felt much better. He always believed lingering there only amplified his stress, while standing on level ground lifted his spirits considerably. Gu Fan felt the urge to return home, yet Jinbao still held him back. What the hell are you doing? I just want to go home and rest. Don't get so worked up. Fan, remember I mentioned recruiting some bodyguards? They're arriving tomorrow, could you help screen them? Gu Fan nodded in agreement.
Instead of taking Jinbao's car back, he chose to wander around on his own. Observing the bustling commercial district, the immersive sensation perhaps only Gu Fan could truly understand it. The arrival of the bus sparked some thoughts in Gu Fan's mind. The bus was crowded, yet it didn't feel cramped. Gu Fan found a corner and stood upright, swaying with the bus's stops and starts. An elderly man boarded, his steps unsteady. As he passed the seats, everyone quickly lowered their heads or pretended to be asleep. Only a woman wearing sunglasses stared straight ahead, choosing not to react. The old man suddenly stopped in front of her, coughing intermittently as he stared at her. Yet the woman showed no expression whatsoever, simply sitting there as if deep in thought. Ahem. Young lady, don't you know to respect your elders? Can't you spare a seat? As soon as the old man finished speaking, several troublemakers immediately chimed in. Yeah. Give the old man a seat. Exactly. Look at how old this gentleman is. But the woman remained unmoved, merely baring her bare legs and patting them. What do you think you're doing? Sit. Sit right here. You. Gu Fan watched the scene unfold with amusement. He hadn't expected this woman to be so intriguing. The fact that she could act this way and say such things made Gu Fan find her quite interesting. Regarding giving up seats, Gu Fan held a rather indifferent view. Offering a seat was a courtesy, but refusing was one's right. But the other standing passengers didn't see it that way. Several middle-aged women and men stepped forward to uphold justice. Though they claimed fairness, they sided with the man beside them, relentlessly criticizing the woman. Meanwhile, someone nearby had already pulled out their phone, ready to record at any moment. Just as the phones were raised, Gu Fan suddenly appeared beside the woman. With a swift effort, he effortlessly lifted her up. This is outrageous. Your husband has been looking for you everywhere. If the old man hadn't called out, what else were you planning to do? The woman was completely bewildered by Gu Fan's words, staring at him as he tilted his head in thought. Gu Fan immediately turned to the elderly man. Sir, please sit down. You might not know this, but my girlfriend has been in a bad mood lately. After all, we lost our child, so her emotions are understandably fragile. Could you please be more understanding? After Gu Fan finished speaking, not only the old man, but also the old woman beside him and the bystanders all fell silent. Apology flashed across their faces, and those who had raised their phones to film slowly lowered their hands. The old man just chuckled a few times and promptly shared his own grievances. And just like that, the situation was perfectly resolved. The woman's eyes flashed with anger as she glared at Gu Fan, about to shout, when the bus pulled into the station. A large crowd disembarked, and nearly everyone left. The woman turned around, but Gu Fan was nowhere to be seen. After getting off the bus, Gu Fan watched it drive away inside. He had initially planned to ignore the whole thing, but seeing people pull out their phones to record had made him reconsider. The internet has indeed expanded people's spiritual horizons, but it has also brought considerable inconvenience and misinformation. If this edited video were posted online, the vast majority would likely engage in cyberbullying against the woman. She would face attacks from all sides, which could undoubtedly lead to some form of illness. Accidents often happen in an instant, netizens vent their emotions, the videographer gains exposure and profit, while only the woman suffers harm. Therefore, Gu Fan believed he had done the right thing. As long as he could prevent one person from being harmed, it was ultimately for the best. Gu Fan walked toward the mall with a faint smile. He had intended to buy gifts for Shin Aonang and surprise her, but the man in front of him piqued his interest. Bai Long walked alone into the mall. The way he scanned his surroundings made him look like he was up to something. Gu Fan followed Bai Long with his thoughts, strolling leisurely inside. This mall was one of the largest in the commercial district. Its entrance design still gave Gu Fan a jolt, but he didn't have time to examine it closely. He had to immediately catch up with Bai Long ahead. Finally, Bai Long entered a coffee shop and took a window seat. He kept glancing at his watch and peering outside. This led Gu Fan to suspect he was waiting for someone. So Gu Fan took a seat nearby, waiting. He had a feeling he might encounter someone unexpected, perhaps someone with a deep connection to Bai Long. As time passed, the white dragon inside grew increasingly restless. Just as he stood to leave, a man entered the cafe. Gu Fan clearly saw the man's face. Jin Bao. Chapter 122, Fierce Battle. Baiban City, and Shizhou. After the door was kicked open, Su Qing looked at Kim standing before him. Though Kim was the only one who had come, Su Qing still didn't have absolute confidence he could defeat him. After all, Kim's strength was undeniable. You wanted to see me? Would you mind telling me your name? Kim wore an exaggerated grin as he studied Su Qing, who remained seated calmly in a nearby chair. He picked up a glass of red wine from the table, took a small sip, and then asked, "Do you need to know? All you need to know is that I'm here to kill you." Kim suddenly burst into laughter, a maniacal, unhinged cackle that echoed even as his steps faltered. He wiped the drool from his mouth, stepped into the room, and slammed the door shut. With a thunderous clap of his massive hand, the table shook violently. With a crash, the glass on top shattered instantly. Su Qing remained as composed as before. Gu Fan had once told him, if a man can maintain calm amidst chaos, his opponent will inevitably lose their footing. Seize that opening to strike decisively. Kim, however, paid no heed to Su Qing's composure. Yet he made no further move. You dare lay a finger on enraged? Can you really afford to provoke Mr. Li? I only kill you. Then the knocking resumed. Kim opened the door with a smirk. The visitor was a street thug with dyed yellow hair and a lecherous grin. Who's causing trouble at enraged? If Qin Qin were here, she'd recognize this man. When she and Gu Fan came to eat before, he'd taken money from Qin Qin, calling it protection money. Kim merely pointed at Su Qing with a smirk. The yellow-haired youth showed no suspicion whatsoever and strode straight toward Su Qing. Standing before him, he kept shaking his head and swaying his body. You smashed that table? Let me tell you, you're done for. Get ready to be carried out on a stretcher. I said I didn't do it. You believe me? No way. You've got that asked for it look all over you. Su Qing remained eerily calm. Anyone could see the blonde-haired guy was blatantly siding with Kim. The two clearly had some connection, and Kim's actions were clearly aimed at dragging enraged down with him. Just as Su Qing was about to speak again, the blonde's palm slammed hard across Su Qing's face. Staggering back a few steps, Su Qing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. To Su Qing, the blow felt surprisingly light. It only confirmed to Su Qing that the blonde guy was weak. Was this the caliber of enforcer enraged hired? Was it intentional, or? As Su Qing pondered, the blonde-haired man suddenly grabbed Su Qing by the collar, yanked him forward, and delivered another vicious punch that sent Su Qing crashing to the ground. Su Qing lay on the ground, feeling the sting on his cheek, then slowly stood up. Damn, you can take a beating. Su Qing merely extended his right index finger and gave a little wave. I'll tell you a secret. The blonde-haired thug grinned as he leaned in closer, completely unprepared. Only when his head was right in front of Su Qing did the latter suddenly press down on the thug's head with his right hand. With a swift flick of his left sleeve, a dagger appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he thrust it toward the thug's throat. Yellow hair struggled violently, but in Su Qing's grasp, he was like a thrashing rabbit still unable to escape death. Su Qing gripped the knife handle tightly and twisted it violently to the side. This time, the yellow-haired man didn't move at all. Su Qing casually tossed the dead body onto the ground. Kim stared at Su Qing in shock. He had anticipated Su Qing would act, but never imagined such ruthless decisiveness. Su Qing flicked the dagger, sending splatters of blood onto the surrounding walls. He then wiped the blade repeatedly on the yellow-haired man's clothes with his left hand. Who the hell are you? Attacking here? Killing their men? Su Qing. Gu Fan's brother. I came here to kill you. Maybe you fear the people behind this place, but I don't care. I'm just here to kill you. After Su Qing finished speaking, Kim shook his head with a smile. Fighting just you was boring. Call in some backup. Kim stepped out of the room, bellowing, trouble. Murder. He then turned to stare at Su Qing with a smirk. At that moment, a crowd burst through the bamboo gates of Ungshi. Every room door was tightly shut, and even the woman at the front desk and the staff had vanished without a trace. Su Qing surveyed the scene before him, showing not a trace of fear. He merely nodded at Kim. Kim dashed downstairs first, Su Qing following close behind. The crowd fixed their eyes on Su Qing, filled with rage. Kim stepped into the crowd and bellowed, "The redhead's dead. He killed him." They brandished sticks, daggers, and kitchen knives, glaring at Su Qing while holding their weapons high above their heads. A sudden shout shattered the brief silence. Su Qing drew his dagger, ready for battle. He dodged the attacks of the frontmost men, sidestepping relentlessly. Seizing his moment, he slashed viciously at one man's wrist, showing no mercy. He then kicked the bulliest man in front away, crouched down, and began stabbing the toes of the others with his dagger. Soon, the entire enraged area echoed with the piercing screams of slaughtered pigs. But crouching had its drawbacks. Just as Su Qing rose, a brutal kick sent him flying to the side. After Su Qing stood up, the group approached with much greater caution this time, forming a circle to surround him in the center. Su Qing gripped his dagger in reverse, scanning the surrounding crowd. A man wielding a cleaver charged first, each swing landing with brutal force. Though Su Qing dodged the blows, his arm still suffered a deep gash. Su Qing spun, crouching low, and thrust his dagger at the man's legs. As the man fell, someone behind Su Qing swung a baseball bat, striking him hard across the back. The blow's force was within Su Qing's tolerance range. He braced through it. Just as he raised his dagger to slit the man's throat, Kim suddenly moved. Kim, more imposing in build, hoisted Su Qing into the air with one hand and slammed him hard onto the ground. Su Qing let out a muffled cry. The impact made it difficult for him to rise, yet the dagger remained firmly in his grasp. In that moment, Kim understood, those who push themselves to the absolute limit, those who come closest to death, are the most dangerous. Leave it to you. The others were smart enough to use longer weapons, relentlessly striking Su Qing. Until Su Qing was beaten unconscious, lying motionless and silent on the ground. Dead? That thought crossed everyone's mind.
Just as one man stepped forward to check, Su Qing suddenly sprang up, driving the dagger in his hand deep into the man's face. As he pulled it out, spattered blood drenched Su Qing's face. But his stride didn't falter. He charged toward Kim in the distance. Kim watched Su Qing charging toward him, his face devoid of any emotion. If anything, it held more disdain. Even when Su Qing was at his peak, he might not have been able to defeat Kim. Now, seeing Su Qing's weakened state, Kim felt no fear at all. He simply stood his ground, his gaze fixed on Su Qing as if he were already a corpse, utterly relaxed and effortless. Su Qing reached Kim, raised the dagger in his hand, and thrust it toward Kim without hesitation. Despite the considerable force behind the strike, Kim blocked it with a single hand. Seizing the dagger from Su Qing's grasp, he sent him flying with a single kick. Su Qing crashed to the ground again, but this time, he coughed up significantly more blood than before. Kim's eyes flickered with greed as he examined Su Qing's dagger. "This dagger of yours is quite impressive. I love the color. Do you think killing you with your own dagger would count as suicide?" Kim then erupted into a maniacal laugh. Wielding the dagger, he sauntered toward Kim, towering over him with a condescending gaze. The gang members wisely stepped aside. Su Qing, lying on the ground, noticed something different. Those men were Kim's crew. More accurately, Kim and Boss Lee from Anshizu were in cahoots. Su Qing lay on the ground, yet his eyes still shot Kim a fierce glare, a glare Kim completely ignored. Kim crouched before Su Qing, knife in hand. The expression on his face gradually faded, replaced by a savage grin. The small-time thugs wisely backed away. The moment the door closed, Kim's dagger was already in Su Qing's hand. Ah! Outside, the thugs swallowed simultaneously. They knew the foreigner was ruthless, but never imagined he'd be this insane. As the group smoked in a circle, a flashy pink Ferrari pulled up in front of Enraged. A woman stepped out, her face hidden behind sunglasses, her expression unreadable. Her red lips and white teeth only accentuated her noble bearing. She strode arrogantly to Enraged's door and bellowed, "Open up." The thugs paid no heed to her status or identity. Instead, fixated on her revealing outfit and provocative allure, they were ready to hit on her. One of the thugs, ready to make a move, was about to say something when the woman suddenly pulled out a gun and pressed it against his head. "Try touching me," she snarled. "Do you dare provoke someone from the Qin family?" Chapter 123, The Encirclement. After Qin spoke, the man who had stepped forward visibly hesitated. He stared at her in shock, but the astonishment quickly faded from his face. "So what if she's from the Qin family? Are you sure you want to mess with us, Enraged? Since when does a little girl get to speak up? Think about your family." The man's threats and warnings seemed to spill out. Qin's expression finally gave way. She swung her arm straight out, slashing viciously at the man's face without the slightest mercy. The man was stunned by her action. Clutching his face, he watched Qin's expression shift from surprise to fury. As he rose to attack her, his collar was suddenly yanked. He was flung backward violently, tossed aside like trash. The thugs immediately helped the man to his feet. As he lay on the ground, he saw the imposing, muscular figure before him, his expression terrifying. The man swallowed hard, his eyes still trembling with fear as he stared at him. The man in his mind was none other than Gangzi. Gangzi didn't even acknowledge the man, instead walking straight towards Enraged. He first knocked lightly on the door. Finding no response, he kicked the door hard. The door shook violently but remained largely intact. Gangzi gritted his teeth and delivered another kick, this time shattering the door completely. The thugs tried to intervene, but the black-clad men who had accompanied Gangzi had already surrounded them, their eyes brimming with menace. The thugs were visibly intimidated. It seemed Su Qing was right, they were just a bunch of small-time hoodlums with little real skill. But standing behind them was Boss Lee, Enraged's employer. When Qin turned her head, she happened to catch sight of Hua Yaoyao. Looking at the woman before her, Qin felt a pang of self-doubt. Hua Yaoyao possessed flawless features, a true beauty from head to toe. Her makeup was light, yet it couldn't conceal her radiant beauty. "Are you Gu Fan's lover? Or Su Qing's?" Hua Yaoyao was instantly stunned by Qin's question. A blush spread across her cheeks as she shyly shook her head and lowered her gaze. "How could I possibly be worthy of Brother Fan or Brother Su Qing? I'm just working under them. Brother Fan is merely giving me a meal to eat." By the time she finished speaking, her ears had turned bright red. Qin caught the look and merely smiled. "Aren't you supposed to be tough? Why are you still whining? Su Qing, right? Tough enough but not as tough as Gu Fan." Su Qing endured the pain in his hand, still thinking of swinging his fist at Kim. "You're with Huangbao, right? That Gosen guy, he's one of your people, isn't he?" Su Qing lifted his head to stare at him. Kim nodded, then pulled the dagger from Su Qing's hand. He began slashing at Su Qing's skin repeatedly, as if searching for the next spot to strike. "What did you do to him?" After a moment, Su Qing finally asked. Kim heard his question and only sneered contemptuously. "Actually, that Gosen guy came looking for me earlier. He kept babbling about revenge? Causing trouble for me. Tell me, if he had any real ability when he came looking for trouble, I might have found it somewhat interesting. But a useless piece of trash. Kim sighed, then thrust the blade straight into the wound on Su Qing's thigh. The pain this time was 100 times worse than before, yet Su Qing endured it. He stared at Kim, his eyes growing icy as he said flatly, "What did you do to him? Looks like he was your buddy, huh? Right about now, he's probably in Ding Ding's belly." "Oh, and Ding Ding? That's the dog I just got, a human flesh-eating dog." "Ha!" Kim's laughter echoed. "You!" Su Qing suddenly sprang to his knees, producing a long spike from who knows where. He lunged straight for Kim's groin, but Kim was clearly fully prepared. He kicked the dagger away with one foot, caught it mid-air with his other hand, and without hesitation, plunged it into Su Qing's heart. As the blade pierced, Gangzi violently kicked open Enraged's door. Seeing Su Qing sprawled on the floor and Kim standing arrogantly, Gangzi's eyes turned bloodshot. He roared and charged toward Kim. In his hands, he held a pair of knuckle dusters. Their spikes glinted menacingly under the light. Gangzi swayed his body, closing the distance to Kim in an instant. His left hand feigned a probing strike, causing Kim to shift his stance slightly. But the next second, Gangzi's right hand, filled with murderous intent, lunged toward Kim. Kim dodged, avoiding the fatal blow, but his shoulders still got slashed by Gangzi. Just as Gangzi lunged forward again, Kim executed a sweeping leg strike, then braced himself with one hand on the ground before violently kicking both legs toward Gangzi's face. This fluid combo instantly turned Gangzi's initial advantage into a disadvantage. Only now did he truly grasp the danger posed by the man before him. Using the momentum to create distance, Gangzi and Kim locked eyes, both gazes filled with murderous intent. By then, Su Qing's men had mostly stormed into Enshizu. To prevent Kim's escape, they formed a large encircling perimeter, trapping him in the center. "Ha! You don't seriously think these puny minions can kill me, do you? Let me tell you straight, in all of Baiban City, no, in all of China, there's only one person who can truly shock me, Gu Fan. And you big dumb oaf. You actually thought you could go toe-to-toe with me? If I hadn't split my body just now, you'd be no different from Su Qing lying on the ground." Kim sneered arrogantly, picking up Su Qing's dagger from the ground as he stared at the people before him with a bloodthirsty glint. "Everyone, back off." Gangzi's sudden command startled his men. He repeated his order, and the bodyguards reluctantly took a few steps back. Gangzi understood clearly that Kim might be right in Kim's eyes, they probably were nothing. Gangzi was willing to sacrifice himself and take Kim down with him, but the brothers behind him all had families to support. They were in this line of work just to make ends meet. Kim watched the retreating crowd, his gaze toward Gangzi now thick with contempt. "Ha! I really don't get it. How could they actually let you call the shots? Is your boss dead? What's the point of fighting anymore?" After Kim spoke, all eyes turned to Su Qing, clinging to life on the ground. In that moment of distraction, Kim suddenly walked toward one of his bodyguards. The dagger in his hand made a simple cut across the man's throat. The man instantly lost all signs of life, blood splattering onto the ground. By the time they snapped back to attention, Kim had vanished, walking toward the rear. Kim knew Enshizu inside out, even the location of its back door. Gangzi immediately led a few men to pursue Kim, while Hua Yaoyao and Qin Qin dialed 120 and checked on Su Qing and the man's condition. Chapter 124, Principles. The Business World. Gu Fan stared at the man before him in disbelief. Standing before Bai Long was indeed Jin Bao. Gu Fan furrowed his brow. Though he'd braced himself mentally, witnessing the two conversing still stirred a quiet resentment within him. Their conversation didn't last long. Jin Bao's expression remained stiff throughout, while Bai Long wore an obsequious look, constantly checking Jin Bao's reactions. As he stood to leave, Gu Fan held unwavering trust in his brother. He refused to believe Jin Bao would betray him. Their bond was stronger than blood. Stepping outside, Gu Fan took a few deep breaths of air. He pulled out his phone, intending to check for any messages from Su Qing, but the messages he had sent remained unanswered, with no response in sight. Watching the sky grow dim, Gu Fan took several deep breaths. Just as he was about to leave, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed Jin Bao's name. "Hello? What's up? Bro, where are you? Let's go out and have some fun tonight. I've got something to tell you too." "Sure thing. Where are you?" "I'm at the mall. Come out." Gu Fan stood outside the mall smoking. As the sky gradually darkened, the mall's bustling lights created an illusion as if daytime still lingered. Jin Bao stepped out of the mall and spotted Gu Fan standing in the distance, pinching out his cigarette. In that moment, something occurred to Jin Bao, and he started running toward Gu Fan. "Did you just see that? You wouldn't betray me, would you?" "No way. Bai Long just came to me to team up with you against me, hoping I wouldn't interfere with your business dealings." Jin Bao looked up at Gu Fan, nodding silently, but his eyes betrayed more shame than anything else. Gu Fan simply patted his shoulder. "It's fine. That bastard Bai Long, I could have guessed what he was up to with my ass. Alright, let's go. Didn't you say you'd show me the nightlife of the business world? Be back by midnight at the latest. You've got to report in."
Jinbao chuckled, jingling his keys as he strode toward his Maybach.
Jinbao headed to the largest bar in the entire business district, where he was already a regular.
Upon arrival, several waitstaff called out his name and rushed over to assist. They assisted with parking, showed him to his table, and several attendants followed behind him. Jinbao shot a show-off glance at Gufan, who merely nodded in approval. Soon, Gufan and Jinbao were seated at a private booth. The booth was spacious and positioned very close to the stage in front of them, clearly reserved for VIPs. As they settled in, several women slowly ascended the stage. Uniformly dressed, their faces heavily made up, their revealing outfits accentuated their figures. They appeared to be cosplaying characters, adorned with fake ears and tails, swaying seductively to the music on stage. From their seats, Gufan and Jinbao could watch the beauties up close. The table was laden with drinks. Jinbao's gaze never left the women before him, his glass swaying constantly as he nodded along. Gufan opted for a Coke instead, sipping it quietly. The women on stage held no interest for him, he simply observed the diverse crowd within the bar. For some reason, he sensed an unknown danger lurking. Perhaps it was the suspicion born of unfamiliar surroundings. To be safe, Gufan chose not to drink. Besides, seeing Jinbao drinking recklessly without restraint, Gufan dared not drink much either. As the raucous music gradually faded, the women on stage began trickling off. A few attractive ones accepted Jinbao's invitation to drink with him. Most of them, seeing Jinbao's wealth, wouldn't refuse. What woman wouldn't want to climb onto a wealthy family's coattails, ensuring a life free from worry about food and clothing, a life of luxury? Perhaps you seek genuine love and there's no shame in that. But whoever looks for love in a bar? Jinbao summoned 7 or 8 beauties to drink with him. They surveyed the array of liquors on the table and then glanced at Jinbao's attire, promptly raising their glasses to toast him with eager enthusiasm. But Gufan sat off to the side, as if he belonged to another world. Jinbao walked up to Gufan and shouted into his ear, "Is this how you enjoy nightlife? I don't want to drink. Stop pretending. You're a bottomless pit. 1,000 cups won't get you drunk describes you perfectly, right?" Gufan waved him off with a smile. Jinbao, perhaps tipsy, grabbed the whiskey bottle and poured it straight into Gufan's mouth. After emptying the glass, he stood up and shouted to the girls, "Whoever buys my buddy a drink gets 10 grand. Instantly, the women swarmed around Gufan, pleading for his attention while waving their glasses. With 7 or 8 women cooing at him simultaneously, Gufan felt completely overwhelmed. It wasn't that he lacked experience, but the women's cooing combined with the bar's music made his head spin. It was too noisy. But with a crowd of women before him, he couldn't very well lose his temper. All right. He was just joking. I don't drink, and besides, I'm broke. That guy over there is the golden boy of the Jin family in the business world." After Gufan spoke, the women sensibly left him alone once more, raising their glasses to toast Jinbao. Gufan watched the scene with a smile, just as he was catching his breath, when a woman still sat beside him. Gufan remembered her distinctly. He'd noticed her earlier on stage. Perhaps it was the makeup, but she bore a striking resemblance to Shen Aoning. While the others had been swarming around him, coaxing drinks, she had sat quietly to the side, observing him with a faint, distant gaze. His curiosity finally piqued. Gufan leaned closer and struck up a casual conversation. "Do you work here? What? Trying to poach me?" Gufan merely smiled and shook his head. The woman picked up 2 glasses from the table, taking one herself and offering the other to Gufan, but he didn't accept it. "I told you, I don't drink." The woman merely shrugged, then tilted her head back and downed both glasses in one go. She flipped the empty glasses upside down, proving she'd finished them. Gufan gave an awkward chuckle. The woman before him had piqued his interest. At the very least, she was different from the others. Though their motives were largely the same, Gufan sensed she had principles. A woman could sacrifice everything, but dignity, reserve, and principles were always her bottom line. As long as she could hold firm to these, it was worthy of Gufan's respect. Chapter 125, Illusion. Would you mind telling me your name? Wendy. What a common name. And yours? Wolf. After saying that, smiles appeared on both their faces. Gufan, as if by some unseen force, picked up the nearest glass of wine, made a toasting gesture toward Wendy, and then downed it in one gulp. Wendy smiled, her face lit up. "Are you helping me out here?" "I guess so. I'm broke too. Split it 50-50? 70-30. I needed more than you do." Wendy finished her drink too, her face flushed as she looked at Gufan with a slightly dazed, dreamlike gaze. She slowly stood up, closed her eyes, and began to sway to the bar's music. Her movements were graceful, a true delight to watch. One glance told you she was a pro. Her attire didn't make the dance seem vulgar. Instead, every casual movement radiated strength and emotion. It felt less like a dance and more like she was telling her story through movement. That heartbreaking, poignant story. Wendy's dance also drew Jinbao's attention. He pushed through the crowd in front of him and watched her dance, slightly mesmerized. Like Gufan, he didn't understand dance, but the Wendy before him was simply beautiful. The other women, seeing Wendy steal the spotlight from their sugar daddy, shot her disdainful glances. Several even schemed in their minds about how to make Wendy look foolish. As the music faded, Wendy's steps gradually came to a halt. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Gu Fan found himself utterly captivated by them. In that moment, the person reflected in her gaze seemed not to be Wendy at all, but Shen Aoning. Gu Fan stared at Wendy in a daze. A faint smile graced her face, making her resemble Shen Aoning even more. Gu Fan seized Wendy's hand. He pulled her forcefully into his embrace, and Wendy settled onto his lap. The distance between them steadily closed. In that moment, Gu Fan felt as though he had fallen into Shen Aoning's trap, becoming increasingly obsessed with her. Fan! Jinbao's bellowing right into Gu Fan's ear jolted him awake. His gaze snapped back to normal. He glanced around frantically before spotting Wendy perched on his lap. Wendy's face still bore a hint of grievance, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. At that moment, Gu Fan saw no resemblance whatsoever between the Wendy before him and Shen Aoning. After pushing Wendy away, Gu Fan turned to Jinbao beside him. What happened? Did you just lose control? You wouldn't let go of that girl. She was crying out of desperation, and who knows what you were thinking. Gu Fan suddenly understood. His gaze toward Wendy was filled with regret, while the girl kept her head slightly lowered, tears streaming down her face. She sobbed continuously, her body trembling slightly. Seeing the girl's dejected state, which stood in stark contrast to her earlier self, Gu Fan couldn't believe he'd done anything out of line. Gu Fan walked over to Wendy, scratching his head. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that just now. Sis. How about I give you 20,000 yuan as compensation? We're all here to have fun, ruining the mood would be such a bummer. Jinbao said, pulling out his phone to scan the QR code for Wendy. But she abruptly stood up, covering her face as she dashed toward the backstage area, completely ignoring Jinbao's offer of 20,000. Gu Fan caught on to the situation, waved to Jinbao, and immediately followed the woman. Earlier, Gu Fan had mentioned that the primary reason she noticed the woman was because she saw her principles and boundaries. His recent actions had clearly crossed those very lines. Jinbao, however, offered money to compensate for the damage he had done to Wendy's principles and boundaries. If it had been her, she would have given Jinbao a thorough beating if the situation had been serious enough. Gu Fan followed the woman into the backstage room. Wendy sat on a chair, staring at her reflection in the mirror as she pulled out several tissues to wipe the tears from her face. The vanity wasn't large, but the Wendy reflected in the mirror seemed frighteningly immense. Gu Fan knocked on the door. Only after receiving Wendy's permission did he slowly enter the room. The room wasn't large, some might even call it small. Wendy stared at her reflection in the mirror, her face devoid of any emotion. I really am desperate for money. My brother is in the hospital waiting for money to keep him alive. What's wrong with your brother? Leukemia. When we first found out, my parents tried to save him for a while, but then they used the excuse of not having enough money to abandon him. But I can't do that. I'm willing to do anything to save him. But this time, I hesitated for so long, and in the end, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Gu Fan listened to Wendy's story, learning of her family's hardship. Gu Fan's sense of guilt grew steadily, causing him to overlook the reason why had the usually composed Gu Fan suddenly lost control? Yet Gu Fan hadn't realized the subtle shift already taking place within him. His icy heart was gradually being thawed by Wendy's warmth. I can do it. No need. I can earn money for my brother myself. I won't give up. After speaking, Wendy immediately stripped off her clothes. Gu Fan swiftly turned and headed toward the exit. About 5 minutes later, Wendy appeared as if she had shed a mask. She now wore a white tracksuit, and her high heels had been replaced with white sneakers. Her beauty remained undimmed even without makeup, yet her unadorned face bore no resemblance to Shen Aoning. As the woman stepped outside, she brushed past Gu Fan as if he were invisible. He chose not to follow, merely watching her retreating figure, his throat feeling strangely constricted. Suddenly, she halted, turned around, and her lips moved without sound. Would you mind joining me for a late-night snack? Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Fan nodded and immediately followed behind Wendy. May I ask your name? Gu Fan. And you? Shen Di. Shen. Gu Fan just smiled and nodded. And just like that, the two slipped out the back door of the bar. Jinbao remained drinking with a few girls, paying no attention to where Gu Fan had gone. But as the drinks kept flowing, Jinbao realized he was getting pretty drunk. He kept waving his hands, saying he'd had enough. Those women had already reaped substantial benefits from Jinbao. As the crowd dispersed, Jinbao sat alone in the booth, slurring incoherently though no one could hear him anyway. During a break, Jinbao suddenly heard a cacophony of noise, followed by the shattering crash of glass. The sound filled him with disgust. When he opened his eyes, he saw sticks raised before him. People with hair dyed in every color stood before Jinbao, grinning maliciously, like a pack of wolves eyeing a plump, juicy pig. Chapter 126, The Savior. Bai Bin City. Hua Yaoyao and Qin Xin split up, one checked on Su Qing's condition, the other went to examine the bodyguard whose throat Kim had slashed. Qin Xin shook her head grimly. She never imagined such a vibrant life would vanish forever right before her eyes. Without a moment's warning, Hua Yaoyao immediately tore open her skirt and desperately pressed it against the knife wound on Su Qing's chest. She didn't know if this was Kim's deliberate act or Su Qing's reflexive response in the moment of crisis. The dagger hadn't pierced Su Qing's heart, but it was dangerously close. Hua Yaoyao pressed her ear to his mouth and heard him muttering incoherently. He's going to make it. Brother Su Qing has incredible luck. Finally, the ambulance arrived at Anshizu. Several doctors emerged, carrying a stretcher. They carefully laid Su Qing onto it, followed by the lifeless body of the bodyguard. As the ambulance departed, Qin and Hua Yaoyao were about to leave when a man in a suit suddenly appeared. His face bore a professional, fake smile. Yet, the moment he showed up, the thugs grew brazen, their eyes gleaming with malice as they approached Hua Yaoyao and Qin. By now, most of the bodyguards had gone after Kim, leaving only 2 or 3 behind. Yet they still stood before Qin and Hua Yaoyao, watching the suited man cautiously. Ladies, relax. I won't resort to violence against you just yet. After all, it's not proper for a man to fight with women. I simply wish to have a brief chat with you mainly about compensation for this place. Hua Yaoyao and Qin exchanged a glance. They had guessed the man's identity. Mr. Li? No. Mr. Li wouldn't show up here, that would be too casual. So he must be one of Mr. Li's men, perhaps even the person in charge here. Compensation? I haven't received any compensation from you lot yet. My brother Su Qing was beaten by so many of your people here, and they even pulled knives on him in the end. So tell me, who should I go to for justice? Hua Yaoyao argued fiercely, glaring angrily at the man before her. Yet he remained unfazed, wearing only a rather repulsive smile. He casually pulled someone from the crowd. That man. He was the first to draw a knife at Enraged. He stabbed Brother Yellow Hair to death. As he spoke, several henchmen carried Huang Mao's body out of the private room. Blood dripped from the corpse along the entire path. What bull rules? You can't fight here? Then can I call the cops? Report you for harboring a wanted criminal. Qin's words also gave Hua Yaoyao some ideas. She nodded in agreement, responding affirmatively. But the man in the suit remained unmoved, smiling as he cleared his throat. First off, we won't tolerate harboring criminals. The person you're talking about was staying here illegally. I had no knowledge of this. If you truly have evidence proving he was a legitimate guest, then it must be that Yellow Hair's doing. After all, he'd do anything for money. As for the rules I mentioned earlier, these are the principles Anshizu has upheld since its founding. If you want to break them, you'd better have the strength to back it up. Do you really think you lot, a bunch of nobodies, can pull that off? The smile finally faded from the man's face, replaced by a look of contempt and disdain. Just then, Gangzi returned to Anshizu, looking disheveled and defeated. His eyes and demeanor hinted at what had transpired. Kim wasn't caught. Is this fellow also with the lady? My stance remains unchanged. You must compensate us for our losses. Rough estimates suggest you won't walk away without paying tens of millions. Gangzi was the first to lose his temper. His rage was impossible to hide as he swung a punch at the man. Gangzi had been bottling up his frustration, and now he was venting it on the suit-wearing man. Gangzi's fist landed squarely on the man's face, who flew backward at incredible speed. After landing in a heap on the ground, Gangzi felt a surge of satisfaction. Qin, however, felt mostly concern. Wiping the blood from his mouth, the man glared coldly at Gangzi. I'm Mr. Li's secretary and the person in charge of Anshizu in Baibin City. Not only did you casually beat someone here, but you also attacked the person in charge. Let me tell you this. If you can make it big in the whole of Baibin City, I'll admit defeat. I don't care. I'm not part of Huangbao's crew anymore. I'll see if I can make it here. Gangzi was genuinely furious. Doggy had once mocked his accent, and though he'd worked hard to correct it, his anger made it resurface. Just as Gangzi finished speaking and was about to advance, the thugs immediately stepped forward to block him. But to Gangzi, these guys were mere punks. One punch took down one kick took down another. The Huangbao men watched anxiously from behind. They wanted to intervene, but Hua Yaoyao and Qin kept blocking them, leaving them powerless to act. You're Huangbao's men? The man shoved the person in front of him aside, stood up, and wiped the blood from his lips as he stared at him. Gangzi merely nodded. The man then turned his gaze to Hua Yaoyao. Are they also from Huangbao? Gangzi nodded again. The man smiled and nodded. Who would have thought? You're Gufan's people. Never imagined I'd actually run into you. Qin detected a subtle difference in the man's smile. He knew Gufan, perhaps their relationship ran even deeper. Just as Qin was about to speak. Gufan's people. Then compensate us with 80 million. After speaking, his smile turned into a cold sneer. Qin, who had been about to speak, was instantly cut off mid-sentence. She forced the words back down her throat and looked at him helplessly. Seems mentioning Gufan's name doesn't always work in every situation. Sometimes it just brings trouble. After Gangzi dealt with the thugs, he spat in the man's direction. You think you're worthy of my money? Just as he was about to charge at the man again, a gun suddenly appeared above his head. You think you're some big shot just because you threw a punch? Then, out of nowhere, several men appeared instantly.
They weren't much different from the thugs, except for one major difference: they all had guns in their hands, pistols or rifles, all ready to fire. Let me make this clear: without money, you're not leaving here alive.
If you think you're lucky enough to survive, go ahead and try.
After speaking, the man swung the butt of his gun hard into Gangzi's head, then kicked him aside. Just then, the door behind them opened again.
A woman entered Anshizu at a leisurely pace. Still open for business?
The man turned his head irritably, but the woman caught sight of the guns in their hands.
Not open for business right now.
But she showed no sign of panic, simply stating, enough talk.
Release the hostage. Who the hell are you? You think I'll just let people go because you tell me to? I'm Chun Bing. Chapter 127, Venting. Chan Bing.
The man stared at the woman before him, muttering to himself as if baffled. He then glanced at his men behind him.
Which one of you knows Chin Bing?
The thugs all shook their heads.
The man didn't bother asking anymore.
He stepped forward and grabbed Chin Bing by the head, about to do something when a gun instantly pressed against his own head. Staring into the black hole of the barrel, the man froze in terror. He dropped his grip, clutched his head, and crouched on the ground, begging for mercy. No need to kill her.
If the boss finds out, it'll be a huge mess.
A woman behind him holstered her gun and continued scanning the area. Not just the man, but even his own crew hadn't noticed the woman behind Chin Bing. They'd assumed she was just his sidekick. But the moment they saw the gun in her hand, they all instantly fell silent. The woman stepped in front of Chin Bing and delivered a fierce kick to the door ahead, smashing it open. Throughout this, she kept berating the man who had just harassed Chin Bing. After the door was violently flung open, the men in suits and their henchmen merely glanced back. Upon seeing two women, they kept their focus fixed on Gangzi and Huayayo standing before them. Only the man in the suit carefully scrutinized Chin Bing behind them. He tapped one of his henchmen on the shoulder, and the man approached Chin Bing.
Is this Miss Chen Bing? The daughter of Chen Fan?
Chin Bing emerged slowly from behind the women, responding only with a nod, arrogant and impolite. The man in the suit paid no heed, instead spouting a stream of meaningless chatter.
Miss Chen, Enraged isn't open today. Surely you didn't come here for these worthless men across the street. Cut the crap. Release them. I won't say it twice. Chen Bing's eyes remained cold as ice.
Her voice was calm and measured. Though she was outnumbered and outgunned, she spoke with utter fearlessness. Her status and background alone gave her the confidence to guarantee her safe exit. After Chin Bing finished speaking, the man in the suit suddenly fell silent, staring at her as he fell deep in thought. He weighed his options, calculating whether it was worth antagonizing Chen Fan.
Between Gu Fan and Chen Fan, who held greater importance? Chen Bing waited patiently for the man's decision, not rushing at all. She even found a seat and waited quietly. In this game of wits, Chen Bing had already gained the upper hand. The man in the suit finally nodded. With a wave of his hand, the guns held by the men behind him were lowered. Chen Bing smiled, slowly rising from her seat. She walked up to the man in the suit and extended her hand. Thank you for your understanding. And I'm glad you made the right decision. The man in the suit merely smiled and nodded. Chen Bing walked over to Hua Yao Yao and Jiazi, standing alone. Let's go, he said indifferently. You guys are useless. Since Gu Fan left, isn't there anyone who can hold the fort? Brother Su Qing is hospitalized.
Gangzi replied, his eyes fixed intently on the man in the suit as if he were about to charge forward for revenge.
Chen Bing nodded. You guys go ahead. I'll have a chat with this brother first. After he finished speaking, Gangzi and his men left Enraged without hesitation.
Qin Qin and Hua Yaoyao watched Chen Bing with concern. Though they didn't know her well, her sheer presence alone made it clear she was no ordinary person. Chen Bing then gave them a reassuring glance, and only then did the two leave with a sense of relief.
The boss got beaten up and sent to the hospital. How am I supposed to explain this to Gu Fan?
Chen Bing finished speaking and walked toward the man in the suit, locking eyes with him.
He broke the rules first. Enraged can't.
Before the man in the suit could finish, Chen Bing delivered a merciless, full-force slap across his face. The man staggered backward several steps before regaining his balance. Though his eyes blazed with fury, he promptly restrained the armed men.
This isn't over. Remember to cover Su Qing's medical expenses. And your pack of dogs are getting out of line.
She then shot a glance at the woman behind her. Instantly, the woman appeared behind the group. As she disarmed them, she dealt them a severe lesson.
Their physical conditioning was shockingly poor.
The woman merely snapped a few bones, and they screamed in agony.
Throughout the entire incident, the man in the suit showed no reaction whatsoever.
He merely watched the woman's actions with a detached expression, offering no interference. Because his phone had just received a message from Bosley, a single character, endure. By the time most of his men lay sprawled on the ground, the man in the suit still smiled at Chen Bing.
Are you satisfied now, Miss Chen? More or less. Let me tell you, Huangbao is a place I frequent. I don't want to see you there. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll throw up my dinner. You know, whoever makes me uncomfortable, I'll make sure they don't have a good time. The man in the suit bowed and scraped as he watched Chen Bing leave. When Chen Bing and her companion emerged, Gangzi and the others stared at her, their eyes brimming with unhidden gratitude and admiration. But Chen Bing only smiled back at them, no need for excessive thanks. It was Gu Fan who asked me to help. And he agreed to a request of mine before I came, so... I know, but I still have to say a thank you. Hua Yaoyao insisted, then bowed to Chen Bing before finally leaving. Once the group had departed, Chen Bing and the woman got into their car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Bing asked the woman, "So? Do you know that man?" The woman shook her head. "He's not from around here, and he seems like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. Miss, the boss instructed you to minimize contact with Gu Fan. I know, but I won't do that. You don't understand him, not even my father does. The old man just worries you might tell him things he shouldn't know." He shouldn't know? The man in the suit stared at the fallen bodies on the ground, his frustration boiling over as he stomped his foot several times in frustration. He then kicked the small-time thug lying before him in anger. This time, he had truly fallen flat on his face. The unwritten rule against violence had been shattered at Enraged. Worst of all, his authority was gone. And the other guy had been let off the hook. The man in the suit couldn't contain himself any longer. He stormed back into his office and began violently smashing everything in sight. Only when his phone buzzed in his pocket did he snap out of his rage. The boss, he let him go. "Are you furious? I let Chen Bing take him away. Perhaps you want to ask why I'm so afraid of a mayor?" The man in the suit remained silent. His silence was his answer. "If Chen Fan were just an ordinary mayor, I'd feel much more at ease. But he's far from as simple as his appearance suggests." Chapter 128, Spitting. Business World. At that moment, Gu Fan and Shen Di were sitting at a wonton stall, eating wontons. Neither spoke, they simply sipped the broth from their bowls. Shen Di glanced at Gu Fan once before fixing her gaze on the dumpling stall owner. It was an old woman, advanced in years. Though her exact age was hard to gauge, her hunched back, graying hair, and perpetually protruding mouth spoke volumes. Gu Fan watched Wendy with curiosity, finally unable to resist asking, "Do you know her?" "No, I've only seen her before. In my brother's hospital room. She has a grandson with leukemia too. She used to run a restaurant, but the illness brought her to this situation." Shindi's voice trailed off as her mood sank. After finishing her bowl of wonton soup, she pulled out several red bills and placed them on the table, tucking them under the bowl. "This meal is on me. And if I really do spend the night with you, how much would you charge?" After Shindi finished speaking, the light in her eyes vanished. A numbness seemed to take over her entire body, until her gaze finally returned to its usual state. Gu Fan offered no response, simply placing 2 red bills beneath his bowl as well. He stood up and started walking toward the bar. Shindi immediately followed, stretching out her arms to block his path. "Could you help me with this? Just like how you helped that old lady before. That's all I'm asking." Gu Fan walked to the bar entrance, sat down across from her, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it leisurely, and watched Shindi without haste. "You know, the reason I noticed you in the bar was because you had principles and boundaries. But it seems things have changed now. Gu Fan. You don't understand. When you're truly desperate, all those so-called principles and boundaries get worn down, altered, and..." After speaking, Shindi forced a smile onto her face, though it was tinged with bitterness. Shindi snatched the cigarette from Gu Fan's hand and took a drag without the slightest sign of disgust. But she was clearly out of practice. After coughing from a few harsh puffs, she finally handed the cigarette back to Gu Fan. Gu Fan simply took it back, took a few puffs, then stubbed it out and tossed it on the ground. "I won't do that kind of thing with you. And of course, I don't want you to go down a path of no return." Just as Gu Fan was about to enter the bar to look for Jinbao, Shindi stopped him again. Before she could speak, Gu Fan's gaze warned her. "Shindi, something's off with you. If you step aside, I'll forget what happened earlier." At that moment, everyone could sense something was off. It seemed Shindi had been deliberately blocking Gu Fan's path to the bar all along. Staring back at Gu Fan's piercing gaze, Shindi froze, her mind blank. "Gu Fan, what are you talking about? I don't want to expose your lies, so poorly crafted, even though you poured your heart into them." After speaking, Gu Fan finally stopped paying attention to Shindi and walked toward the bar without pause. Watching Gu Fan's retreating figure, Shindi's expression gradually stiffened. Her face shifted, even tinged with a hint of sorrow, yet she still unlocked her phone. "He seems to have seen through my lies and has already gone into the bar. I couldn't stop him." "You're Jinbao?" Several men pressed sticks against Jinbao's head, their words laced with threats, their eyes blazing with fierce hostility. "Who are you? I don't know you. You don't need to know. We're just here to teach you a lesson." The man at the front spoke. Not only was he physically imposing, but his arms were incredibly thick, and the force with which he wielded the stick was astonishing. If you let me go, I'll pay you double the price. Before Jinbao could finish speaking, the man swung his club at Jinbao's head. Before Jinbao could even react, he was knocked to the ground. Blood suddenly gushed uncontrollably from his head, yet the man showed no mercy. He gave a nod to the others behind him, then sat down in Jinbao's spot, picked up a cup of wine, and began sipping it with relish. The others continued to kick and punch Jinbao relentlessly. He shielded his head with his arms, curling into a ball on the floor. Until a loud shout rang out, halting the assault. At that moment, Gu Fan was gripping a man by the arm. The man's limb was twisted into an unnatural angle, dangling before the crowd. His mouth kept screaming. The burly man slowly rose to his feet, picked up a club lying nearby, and smiled at Gu Fan. Mind your own business? Bullying my brother? This won't end so easily. After Gu Fan spoke, the man merely nodded with a smile. Then he swung the stick and charged at Gu Fan. Gu Fan tossed the man he was holding aside, then stood up, coldly watching the man charging toward him. The man's club swung with force, but Gu Fan dodged it effortlessly. A single punch slammed into the man's chest. Perhaps building muscle did have its benefits. It had improved his ability to withstand blows. The man fell to the ground, letting out a cry. The men who had beaten Jinbao gradually dispersed, gathering around the fallen man. They glared at Gu Fan, drawing various weapons and lunging at him. Gu Fan, observing their strength, merely smiled. From the leader alone, Gu Fan had already gauged their overall strength. Slightly stronger than the street thugs, perhaps. What puzzled Gu Fan was why these useless fools kept coming after him. Their weapons seemed laughable. Gu Fan dispatched them effortlessly, using simple punches and roundhouse kicks to easily take down the minions before him. Watching them fall in small groups onto the ground, Gu Fan walked toward Jinbao with disdain. He didn't even bother to glance at the worthless bodies he stepped over. Until the burly man caught sight of Gu Fan's retreating back. He snatched a dagger from the ground, sprang up, and lunged at Gu Fan with a vicious thrust. But the sneak attack was child's play. As if Gu Fan had eyes in the back of his head, he clearly anticipated the man's position. With a swift turn, he seized the man's throat. Watching the dagger slip from the man's grasp and fall to the floor, Gu Fan finally turned his attention to the man before him. Who sent you here to cause trouble? Is that woman outside one of your people too? After Gu Fan asked, the man only smiled without answering, then spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm directly onto Gu Fan's face. Chapter 129, The Beating. Jinbao scrambled up from the floor, collapsing onto the nearest sofa to catch his breath. But when he saw the man spit at Gu Fan, panic seized him. Though barely steady on his feet, he staggered toward Gu Fan. Gu Fan kept his eyes closed. When he opened them again, the man wore a smug grin that grew increasingly maniacal, brimming with utter contempt for Gu Fan. Gu Fan calmly wiped away the spit, nodding expressionlessly. Jinbao stood up and delivered a heavy punch to the man's nose, causing blood to spurt instantly. Gu Fan tossed the man he was holding onto the ground. His gaze grew steadily colder. Only Jinbao was enraged. Though wounded, it couldn't dampen his urge to beat the man senseless. The man lay on the ground in a defensive posture, saying nothing. Enough. You should rest for a while. After Gu Fan spoke, Jinbao delivered a vicious kick to the man's chest, finally calming down a bit. He sat down nearby and continued chugging alcohol. Are you sure you won't tell me who's behind this? I've already guessed, but I just want to hear it from your own mouth. Gu Fan crouched before the man, who remained stubbornly silent. Gu Fan shook his head in exasperation. Why push himself so hard? Then, one hand pinned the man's head down while the other unleashed a merciless barrage of punches to his face, first the nose, then the mouth, then the eyes. Throughout the assault, the man couldn't fight back, only screaming in pain. By now, all the bar lights had been turned on. Though the crowd had thinned somewhat, several people still stood in the back, secretly filming the scene. Jinbao hesitated, about to step forward to warn Gu Fan. But when their eyes met, Jinbao instantly fell silent. Gu Fan's gaze now seemed to say it all: keep out, uninvited. The man had been beaten into unconsciousness, or perhaps even dead, but Gu Fan didn't care. He tossed the man onto the floor with a casual flick of his wrist, still unsatisfied. Spitting directly onto the man's face, he spat with contempt. Then he moved toward the nearest man. Seeing him feigning death, Gu Fan showed no mercy, stomping viciously on his groin. Ah! Gu Fan yanked the man's hair, hauling him upright. The man's face contorted with agony, but upon seeing Gu Fan's expression, the pain vanished instantly. Who sent you here? I'll ask once. If you don't talk, your boss will meet the same fate. By long. The younger brother looked at Gu Fan in panic. He had just opened his eyes and squinted, catching a glimpse of his boss being beaten. Even when Gu Fan grabbed his hair, his fist was still dripping blood. Gu Fan merely nodded and released the subordinate. The group instantly dispersed, and the other patrons quietly slipped away. Just as Jinbao stepped forward to question Gu Fan pulled out his phone and snapped a photo of the man. 120, he said. He's still breathing. I saved my strength earlier. With that, Gu Fan vanished into the night, leaving Jinbao alone to face the situation. After arriving at Jinbao's place, Gu Fan washed up briefly before collapsing onto the bed. He felt utterly drained from the day's events, yet he couldn't shake the curiosity about how Shindi had managed it. She was so similar to Shun Aoneng. Before he could ponder further, his phone buzzed with a message from Hua Yao Yao. Kim survived. Brother Su Qing's injuries were severe, but Sister Chen Bing and Sister Qin Qin saved him. Gu Fan simply replied with a At that moment, Huang Bao seemed leaderless. Gu Fan had always believed that with Su Qing's strength, while capturing Kim wouldn't be easy, they could at least hold their own against him. Yet this was the outcome: someone else had to intervene. Just as he was growing restless, another message appeared on his phone. It showed no sender name, just a blank space. Urgent. Call back. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Fan dialed the number. The other party answered instantly, and a minute of silence followed. Gu Fan broke the silence first. How's it going? Sis, nothing unusual has happened around her lately, but I feel like she might have noticed me. Earlier in the underground garage, she deliberately avoided me, but I swear I didn't give myself away. So I suspect. Impossible. You must understand, anyone capable of detecting your trail would possess strength comparable to mine. Exactly. That's why I investigated again that day. The truth is, my sister-in-law didn't discover me, she discovered Kim. After speaking, Gu Fan instantly lost his composure. He abruptly stood up, his breathing gradually becoming ragged. Perhaps he didn't even notice it himself, but the other party felt it clearly. Is Ao Ning in danger? No. I've been secretly following and protecting my sister-in-law all along. I haven't noticed anything unusual. Gu Fan relaxed immediately. Then why did you urgently need me to call back? Oh. I caught Kim. Gu Fan suddenly didn't know how to respond. The man across from him had been rambling on about Shen Aoneng for ages, only to save this huge piece of news for the very end? Are you kidding me? Playing games with me? Why didn't you just say Kim was involved from the start? Why all the beating around the bush? Aren't you only concerned about Shen Aoneng? I figured I'd tell you her news first. Finally, Gu Fan helplessly tapped his forehead. This guy, he's got everything going for him except being a bit slow on the uptake. Let me explain. Earlier, when Su Qing said he was going to ensure Zhu to kill Kim, I slipped away to check it out. I didn't want to draw attention, so I drove to the back entrance of ensure Zhu. I didn't have to wait long before Kim suddenly ran out, a group of people chasing after him. So I knocked him out and shoved him in the trunk. It sounded deceptively simple, making Gu Fan wonder, how could so many people fail to capture Kim despite all their efforts, only for him to end up snatching him away? Alright, once I get things under control, I should be back the day after tomorrow. 2 days? Can business matters really be wrapped up that quickly? I've got the gist of it. Actually, I could wrap it up tomorrow and take the last day to relax. Their tacit understanding was truly remarkable. After Gu Fan finished speaking, they paused for just a few seconds before hanging up simultaneously. The man stared at his phone, which displayed, "Caller has hung up," and angrily flung it aside. Gu Fan, however, flashed a smile. Perhaps a man's happiness is that simple, just a bit childish. Gu Fan tossed his phone aside, ready to enjoy the night. The phone rang again. Gu Fan's eyes turned red with fury as he angrily answered the call. Hello? Ao Ning? How was your day? Happy? Chapter 130, Special Training. By Bin City, Hospital. In a luxurious private room at the hospital, the bed lay empty. Inside the bathroom, a man stared at his reflection in the mirror. His physique was sharply defined, with perfectly sculpted muscles on full display, a living statue embodying the allure of masculine strength. His eyes, though hinting at youthfulness, held a layer of cold detachment. This man was an M.O. He examined the wounds in the mirror, then flexed his body. A flicker of change crossed his handsome face. The wounds still throbbed faintly, though an M.O. could endure the pain. An M.O. yearned to leave the hospital immediately, to find Kim, and avenge his grandparents. News had already arrived from the 12th Division. His grandparents had been laid to rest, and the burial plot chosen was the most expensive one in Shirahama City. A plan now crystallized in Mo's mind: he would make Kim suffer 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold torment. And M.O. clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles popping intermittently. Lost in thought, he was startled by a knock on the door. And M.O. pulled on his clothes, concealing his perfectly sculpted physique, before opening the door. How are you? I've always been fine. I'm ready to be discharged. The visitor was Du Feng. He merely shook his head in refusal, then proceeded to ignore the objection and walked into the room on his own. Just as an M.O. was about to close the door, a woman suddenly appeared. She looked up shyly at the man before her, then lowered her gaze, smiling faintly as she gushed with adoration. Who are you? She's the person I brought with me, more accurately, your future partner. Du Feng answered from inside the room. The woman was Du Lily. When Du Lily learned Gu Fan was heading to the business world, she desperately wanted to go with him. Though ostensibly to complete the mission together, her true motive was simply to explore the business world. Earlier, Gu Fan had given Du Feng some brief advice.
Now, Du Feng had privately assigned Du Lily to work alongside Mo, and her task was quite straightforward.
Follow an Mo to learn from his experience, then supervise him and prevent him from investigating anything related to Kim. Du Lily responded with a smile to an Mo, then slipped her head under his arm and ducked into the room. When Du Lily learned of the team swap, she found it incredibly hard to accept. After all, her temper and personality rarely earned her admirers except for Gu Fan. But when she heard her father say her new partner was an Mo, she readily agreed. An Mo was renowned within Division 12 for many reasons. Among men, the conversation always turned to his combat records and achievements, while among women, his most talked about trait was undeniably his looks. Upon learning she'd be paired with an Mo, Du Lily immediately shared the news with her female colleagues at Division 12, earning her plenty of envious glances. An Mo sighed, closed the door, and walked up to Du Feng. Has my superior changed too? Du Feng merely nodded. My name is Du Feng. This may be our first meeting, or perhaps you've never heard of me. I was the former chief commander of Division 12 and trained a highly renowned and capable apprentice Gu Fan. But now, past my prime and declining in ability, your apprentice was expelled from Division 12. He is probably just a fleeing rat now. After an Mo finished speaking, Du Lily was the first to snap out of it. The infatuation vanished instantly from her face, replaced by coldness and disgust. She delivered a sidekick, catching an Mo off guard and sending him flying to the side. You may have fame and skill, but if you insult my father, Mr. Du, or slander my Captain Gu, I won't let this slide. Du Lily's brows furrowed as she glared at an Mo with fury. He merely smiled, slowly rising to his feet while bracing himself against the wall behind him. Did I say something wrong? You. Just as Du Lily was about to step forward to teach an Mo a lesson, Du Feng pulled her back firmly. Du Lily instantly suppressed her temper and stood silently beside Du Feng. You're absolutely right. I'm getting older, and I'm not what I used to be. I was so consumed by work that I often neglected many things. Du Feng then shot Du Lily a look filled with regret. Truth is, life is full of regrets. Learning to look forward is one way to cope. Gu Fan was my test subject, the one who made me famous. And he delivered. But the Gu Fan you see now? He's not the failure you make him out to be. You must have heard his name during your fight with Kim. And Mo then regained his composure. Indeed, during his fight with Kim, the latter's taunts had constantly provoked him. The words that truly shattered his defenses were, Gu Fan is no match for Gu Fan. After an Mo gained fame, countless people compared him to Gu Fan. The verdict was always the same, he fell short of Gu Fan. Surpassing or even matching Gu Fan was nothing but a pipe dream. Gu Fan's reputation truly dwarfs yours. You know what? At your age, he'd already gone abroad, yes, completing missions for Section 12 overseas. You, on the other hand, are probably stuck domestically. Your overseas qualification might be coming up soon, but I doubt you'll make it. Those injuries of yours won't heal that quickly. What the hell do you mean by that? Did you come here to humiliate me? Or do you think exposing my weaknesses will make you feel accomplished? You're wrong. You're overestimating yourself. If it weren't for the mission from above, I wouldn't bother with you. I have a task here simple, and for you, it's all gain, no loss. What? Special training. Starting tomorrow after you're discharged, you and Du Lily will undergo intensive training together. She'll be supervising you. You've got to be kidding me. Special training? Hold on. This isn't your average training. You'll be sent deep into a remote mountain range, completely isolated. The others there are roughly your age, hand-picked talents from 12 locations worldwide. Your mission is simple, win. If you succeed, securing that international spot will be a breeze. I negotiated this directly with headquarters. Yes or no? Your call. Du Feng then tossed the documents on the table and headed out. Du Lily immediately followed in his footsteps. Now alone in the room, an Mo stared at the documents on the desk, lost in thought. Revenge or special training? As soon as Du Lily stepped out of the room, her phone video call rang. She immediately walked to the side, clutching her phone to answer. After answering, a flurry of chattering questions poured in. Is an Mo handsome? How did you two interact? What's his personality like? Is he really like the rumors say? What did you do on your first meeting? Stop. One question at a time. What did you do on your first meeting? I kicked him. Chapter 131, The Truth. The city at dawn resembled a freshly unfurled painting, brimming with poetic charm and artistic beauty. Whether it was the dawn's rosy glow or the bustling crowd, everything painted the most authentic portrait of this city. Gu Fan awoke from his slumber, rubbing his sleepy eyes. The dark circles beneath them were particularly pronounced. He stayed up late chatting with Shen Aonang. Their conversation had drifted from everyday trivialities to their shared future aspirations. Though sleepiness had begun to overtake Gu Fan, he still responded to Shen Aonang from time to time. Yet Gu Fan had noticed something off. Shen Aonang's words carried a hint of melancholy, her tone tinged with deep frustration. Exhausted at the time, he had noticed but hadn't pressed for an explanation. After waking up, Gufan ate a few bites of breakfast and headed out. Yesterday's grudge must be avenged today. Otherwise, that pent-up frustration in his chest would remain unbearable. Jinbao's phone was still ringing. After getting beaten to a pulp last night, he still had the energy to go out partying? You've got to admire the guy. His body was long past its prime. Not knowing Bai Long's exact location, Gufan didn't hesitate. He headed straight for Changyu. Something about her that day had felt off too, like they were in cahoots. Those two together couldn't be up to anything good. Upon arriving at Changru, the receptionist spotted Gufan and immediately picked up the phone, muttering something before flashing a professional smile at him. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "I'm here to see Changyu." "I don't have an appointment, but just tell her Gufan is here to see her." The receptionist nodded with a smile, then picked up the phone and dialed Changyu's office. After nodding in acknowledgement, she escorted Gufan to Changyu's office before departing. Gufan knocked casually on the door. "Come in." From Changyu's voice, Gufan detected something amiss. The weariness in her tone made him suspect she hadn't rested well last night, or perhaps. Upon opening the door, Changyu inside the office was exactly as Gufan had imagined. Her hair was slightly disheveled. Though she had made a quick effort to tidy herself up, it was still difficult to hide the fatigue from the previous night. She must have worked through the night at the office instead of going home. "Gufan, did you need something?" "I've already told you everything I should have. Now let's talk about what shouldn't have been said. I spoke with your brother. It was rather pointless. He played dumb with me." A flicker of change crossed Chanyu's face, but she quickly masked it. Her bare-faced expression remained calm as she watched Gufan, waiting for his next words. "Do you know the two people following your brother? I don't interfere in his life. Those two must be more than just your brother's subordinates. Perhaps they have a collaborative relationship with him? As for the reason and purpose, White Dragon." After Gufan finished speaking, Chanyu could no longer contain the expression on her face. She abruptly stood up, her eyes blazing with a chilling light that was quite frightening. Perhaps she hadn't expected those two to be uncovered by Gufan so quickly? "Your expression confirms my suspicions. Stop hiding it, tell me everything. I'll help you find and take down whoever ruined the Chang family." With that, Changyu rose from her seat and walked toward the coffee machine. Moments later, 2 cups of coffee appeared in her hands. The Chang family's rise in the business world wasn't my doing. It was orchestrated by someone behind me, a man from the island nation. It was his assistance that propelled the Chang family to its current status. As for why he helped me, I won't elaborate. Even among my brother's entourage, there's an islander to protect him. My team's investigation shows the Bai family has the closest ties to these shadowy figures. I plan to seize Bai Long when the opportunity arises, using him as leverage to restore the Chang family's rights in Baibin City. After finishing her statement, Changyu exhaled deeply and slumped back in her chair. Only after taking a sip of coffee did she begin to feel somewhat better. "Then why did you admit your relationship with Bai Long?" "He forced me. As long as I'm with him, Bai Long will support the Chang family in the business world. Now, I'm the only one who can shoulder the responsibility for the Chang family. I can't fail." After speaking, Changyu shifted slightly, seemingly unwilling to let Gufan see her tears. "Was Bai Long's coming to Shanghai just to help you?" I don't know." Then Gufan raised his cup, sipping his coffee as he pondered. "Is Bai Long the only one behind this? That seems a bit too simple." After finishing his coffee, Gufan obtained Bai Long's exact location from Changyu and left the company. Watching Gufan leave from upstairs, Changyu pulled out a pack of ladies' cigarettes, puffing steadily to steady her nerves. Gufan stared at the note in his hand, hailed a taxi, and headed toward the location. Throughout the ride, Gufan kept his eyes closed, leaning back in his seat and listening to the soothing music playing in the car. It felt as though, in that moment, his heart had finally settled into complete tranquility, finding an unprecedented sense of comfort. Upon arriving at the hotel, he immediately noticed the bodyguards standing outside. Each wore a stern expression, an aura of lethal tension lurking beneath the surface. What puzzled Gufan was how the boss could allow Bai Long to act this way. Hadn't the guests simply vanished? After paying, Gufan slowly made his way toward the hotel. He knew Bai Long had likely made thorough preparations the night before, fearing Gufan might come seeking revenge. That was why so many people had been dispatched as a precaution. Gufan shed his coat as he walked, yawning lazily along the way. Just as he reached the hotel entrance, a hand blocked his path. "What's this? The hotel isn't open?" "Open, but you can't come in." Gufan nodded, feigning a turn to leave. Suddenly, he seized the arm that had blocked him, yanking it downward while driving his elbow hard into the man's forearm. The arm snapped backward instantly. The man tilted his head, screaming in pain. Gufan showed no mercy, delivering a kick that sent him flying, colliding with 5 or 6 people behind him in the process. None of them had expected Gufan to act with such ruthless decisiveness, as if he didn't give a damn about the entire group. While fending off the surging bodyguards, Gufan marched into the hotel. His fists never stopped as he continuously dealt with those in his path, his kicks growing increasingly fierce. Yet his blows weren't excessive. Those who fell suffered severe fractures, at worst, paralysis. Grabbing one man by the collar, he yanked him violently toward himself before sending him flying with another punch. Gu Fan utilized nearly every part of his body, yet his fists remained the simplest, most brutal, and most satisfying weapon. Though the number of opponents before him kept growing, Gu Fan's strikes grew faster and more powerful with each passing moment. Chapter 132, Entanglement. After 30 minutes, Gu Fan surveyed the fallen bodies, resignedly pulling out a cigarette. He lit it with deliberate slowness, exhaling a puff of smoke that finally eased his tension. As he smoked, blood still dripped from his right hand. What troubled Gu Fan most was that Bai Jia's cigarette had turned a deep crimson, and even the crackling sound of its burn had subtly changed. He glanced at his watch. The police would arrive in about 15 minutes. He had to hurry, there were still interrogations to conduct. After finishing the cigarette, Gu Fan casually grabbed a bodyguard standing nearby. "Where's your boss?" Seeing the bodyguard's tightly sealed lips, Gu Fan shook his head and, without hesitation, pressed the burning cigarette butt against his mouth. "Ah! Opened up. I thought your mouth would never open. Where is he?" 3303. "Why didn't you just say so earlier?" Gu Fan gently wiped the tears from his face, patted him lightly, and slowly set him down on the ground. He stood up and headed toward 303. The hallway was indeed deserted, seemed everyone was lying on the floor. Upon reaching the third floor, only one person stood in the hallway. He turned to face Gu Fan. The hallway light cast a stark, desolate glow upon the man before him. "A game of survival, huh? You're the final level?" The man offered no words, merely charging toward Gu Fan. He wasn't very tall, roughly 5 feet 3 inches, which made Gu Fan feel no desire to fight this little guy standing before him. But as the man closed in at blinding speed, he suddenly flung 2 daggers from somewhere, aiming for Gu Fan's groin. The attack was vicious and relentless. The man showed no defense, only relentless offense, never once dodging. Gu Fan countered with a straight kick to the man's head, forcing him back several steps before regaining his footing. But when Gu Fan looked down at his thigh, he saw a deep gash at the base, already oozing blood. In that instant, Gu Fan began to take the man before him seriously. He drew the dagger from his waist. It was Black Snake's dagger. Every time he gripped this dagger, it felt as if Black Snake himself was fighting alongside him. Black Snake had always been a member Gu Fan respected, though his life had ended forever. Yet Gu Fan had kept that dagger with him ever since. The man's face lit up with excitement upon seeing Gu Fan draw the dagger. "You play with knives too?" His thick Hong Kong accent gave away his hometown the moment he spoke. "Where are you from? Hong Kong?" The man didn't answer, instead lunging at Gu Fan with his twin blades. The man's short stature actually posed a slight threat to Gu Fan, forcing him to pay extra attention to the man's low-angle attacks. The twin daggers not only clanged but even sparked faintly. Yet neither man showed fear or retreat. Gu Fan had underestimated this fighter. His blade work and reflexes proved far beyond what Gu Fan had anticipated. Seizing an opening, Gu Fan slashed at the man's throat. When blocked, he lashed out with a fierce right kick, sending the man flying and crashing to the ground. The man's height gave him an advantage, but it also brought disadvantages. His weight and strength were inferior, leaving him with only his skills. Had the man's height and weight been comparable to his own, the outcome would have been far from certain. Gu Fan watched as the man slowly rose to his feet. "You're no match for me. I think you've seen that. Get out of here. The man inside has a grudge against me, a murderous one. I advise you not to get involved. Next time, I won't hold back." The man showed no sign of retreat. Once back on his feet, he launched a vicious attack at Gu Fan's legs, his twin blades crossing in a deadly strike. Had those blades struck Gu Fan's legs, he would have bled to death. Yet his weakness remained glaringly obvious. Gu Fan sighed helplessly. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, as if signaling the conclusion of this symphony. Gu Fan stood motionless, only sheathing his dagger when the other man finally collapsed to the ground. A deep gash gouged his chest, leaving him sprawled on the ground for a long while. Gu Fan approached the door, knocked several times, and upon receiving no response, kicked it open with a forceful stomp. Inside the room, Bai Long had already positioned himself by the window, calculating the height and his chances of surviving the fall. The moment he spotted Gu Fan, he shouted, "Gu Fan! Why are you picking on me? I haven't done anything to wrong you. You hurt my brother, you deserve to die. I know what I did was wrong, but you know what your brother did." Bai Long was about to continue, but at the crucial moment, the words wouldn't come out. "Enough with the nonsense. Come down. Answer my questions, and I swear you won't die." After speaking, Bai Long trembled as he slowly climbed down from the window. Gu Fan sat on the bed and gestured toward the sofa in front of him. After Bai Long sat down, he kept glancing toward the world outside the door. "Why did you come to Shanghai?" Bai Long met Gu Fan's gaze and finally chose to lay everything out. "I came to hide. And to spite my brother. Truth is, the Bai family isn't just in the bodyguard business anymore. They're also..." At this point, Bai Long suddenly hesitated. "Drug manufacturing. After Gu Fan finished his sentence, Bai Long stared at him with a look of utter disbelief. He hadn't expected Gu Fan to have guessed this far. Continue. All the family businesses are managed by my brother. I only handle security and real estate ventures, barely scratching the surface compared to his operations. So I decided to make my mark in the business world, especially since certain people in Shirahama City keep giving me trouble. Why seek out Chanyue? This is truly a coincidence. I had no idea she was in the business world too. Once I found out, I wanted to help her, but she kept insisting I stay by her side. She said it would help keep things under the radar and that assisting her would also be convenient for me. Do you have money? How can you help? Gu Fan slapped him hard across the face. He fell to the ground, staring at Gu Fan in terror. Tell me the truth. I brought drugs to the business world. Chang Yu said she had connections and wanted me to partner with her, so I went for it. Bai Long covered his face and cried as he answered. Last question, who's behind the drug operation? I know you don't know, say you do. Just as Bai Long was about to speak, the wail of police sirens suddenly pierced the air. Gu Fan glanced irritably at his watch and muttered a curse under his breath. Speak. Chapter 133, Back In. Under Gu Fan's relentless pressure, Bai Long's words suddenly became stuttered. His eyes darted away repeatedly, refusing to answer Gu Fan's question. I don't know. I advise you to leave immediately. The police are almost here. You did all this. Bai Long's eyes gradually shifted from panic to calm, his gaze toward Gu Fan growing icy. You want to know? Ha! Gu Fan's brow furrowed involuntarily. Bai Long's gaze was eerily calm, like he was looking at a corpse utterly devoid of emotion. You've chosen the most suicidal option. After speaking, Gu Fan grabbed Bai Long roughly by the back of his neck and dragged him toward the window. He flung it open carelessly, then forced Bai Long's head out through the opening. The sudden action sent Bai Long into a state of paralysis. He finally met the man's gaze head-on, remembering his ruthlessness and domineering nature. His earlier naivety was now starkly evident. Fan Ge. Fan Ge. I know who's behind this. I'll tell you. Sorry, I'm not interested anymore. With a sharp tug of his left hand, Bai Long plummeted to his death. Thud. Bai Long crashed onto a car parked below. It was only the third floor, nothing fatal. Besides, Gu Fan had noticed the car below. At worst, it'd be a broken bone, his life shouldn't be in serious danger. This was merely Gu Fan's warning, don't think you can defeat me. As Gu Fan shoved Bai Long down, police burst into the room, pinning Gu Fan to the floor. Several officers held him down. Don't move. Stay still, they shouted. Gu Fan offered no resistance whatsoever. His primary objective had been achieved. All that remained was to wait for his release from prison, wait for the truth to be uncovered. As Gu Fan was escorted out of the hotel by several officers, many people snapped photos. Meanwhile, Bai Long was helped down from the car roof by a few police officers. Bai Long's injuries were as Gu Fan had suspected, nothing serious. He even managed to mutter a few curses under his breath at Gu Fan. But when his gaze met Gu Fan's, it instantly turned timid and fearful. What? My brother Fan's in jail? Upon hearing the news, Jinbao from the business world visibly panicked. He immediately sat up from the hotel's soft bed, frantically asking questions into the phone. Despite a naked woman beside him repeatedly stroking his back, Jinbao remained unmoved, speaking frantically into the phone. He then grabbed his pants and shirt from the floor, quickly pulling them on and frantically fastening his belt. What's with you? So tense? I'm all set, you're not coming? I'll call you tonight. My brother Fan is actually in jail? I have to save him. The woman calmly emerged from the bed, her hands tugging at Jinbao's waistband, pulling him closer to her with an expression of pure temptation. Her flushed cheeks seemed to speak volumes. With your Jin family's influence, just declare he's under your protection. The police will keep favoring him, nothing serious will happen. Just stay with me. Mei Banruo's allure was undeniably potent, subtly shifting Jinbao's thoughts. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he tilted his head. No, his relationship with me is special. I have to go personally. If Brother Fan runs into trouble in the business world, I'm finished. With that, Jinbao casually pulled out several wads of cash from his bag and tossed them to the woman. He planted a quick kiss on her lips before hurrying out of the hotel. The woman clutched the money greedily. Watching Jinbao disappear into the distance, she reached for the phone on her bedside table. Hello, Mr. Chang? Mr. Jin just went to save Brother Fan. Let me tell you, he left quite a bit of money. You'll have to pay more. After hanging up, the woman sniffed the money in her arms before drifting back to sleep on the bed. Police station, interrogation room. Why did you attack Mr. Bai? Because I didn't like him. Does that count? The officer cleared his throat and pressed on. Did you have any grudge against him? Can't the police investigate? Gu Fan. Now that you're here, behave yourself. Stop playing games. Mr. Bai has already sent you a lawyer's letter. If you don't answer properly, things won't be simple afterward.
After the officer finished speaking, Gu Fan remained unchanged, merely nodding briefly. I have no grudge against him. He just messed with my brother, so I went to get revenge. Didn't you see the guy who collapsed in the hotel? They hit me first. At worst, it was self-defense. The officer swallowed hard at the memory of the bodies strewn across the hotel floor. The scene had initially suggested a mass brawl, but seeing Gu Fan alone had stunned everyone. Seeing Gu Fan's unflappable demeanor, they sighed helplessly before pulling out stacks of X-rays and dumping them in front of him. Self-defense, huh? Take a look yourself. These are the hospital scans of the people you beat up. The lighter injuries? Broken bones. The severe ones? Nearly paralyzed. And that short guy on the third floor? He's still fighting for his life in the hospital from blood loss. That's your defense? So you're saying if someone hits me, I can't defend myself? Just stand there and wait to get beaten to a pulp? You saw it yourself with so many people. If I hadn't fought back, one punch each would have killed me. Besides, I only hit them a tiny bit harder than necessary. Just a tiny bit. So tell me, who is your brother? Jin Bao from the Shanghai Jin family. Gu Fan's words were delivered with remarkable calmness, but after hearing them, the police officer stared at him wide-eyed in disbelief. What? Who? Jin Bao? Are you out of your mind? Trying to get yourself into trouble? Gu Fan had anticipated the officer's reaction. He closed his eyes, refusing to answer any further questions. Just as the officers were about to speak, a knock sounded at the door. A woman waved at the men, her face flushed with panic. The man shot Gu Fan a warning glare before slowly walking out. What's going on? Is that Gu Fan in your room? The man nodded. The chief ordered you to let him go. What? After such a serious fight broke out, we're just letting it slide? Why? You bet. The Jin family came knocking, claiming Gu Fan was protecting their precious young master. What? He's actually the brother of the Jin family's heir apparent in the business world? At that moment, it felt like a million camel thistles trampled over the police officers' heads. Chapter 134, Intelligence. By Bin City. Ring. Hello? Du Feng answered the call, but there was no response on the other end, only faint breathing. After Du Feng asked again, the other party finally spoke. Is this Mr. Du? This is an MO. I accept your proposal from yesterday. After hanging up, Du Feng smiled as he sipped his tea, as if everything unfolded precisely as he'd planned. A simple response was the best answer. And MO had wrestled with his decision for a long time. He wondered how likely he was to win if he faced Kim again. Yet hesitation lingered. And Mo's core issue was a lack of self-awareness. He didn't truly understand his own capabilities. The root of all problems stemmed from his own inadequacy. This was the conclusion Mo reached. Therefore, improving his own strength might be the only option. After hanging up, Mo stared blankly at his phone. Just then, the door knocked again. After he answered, Du Lily walked into the ward with a cheerful smile. Seeing Mo dazed on the bed, she nodded with a smile. What do you mean? Nothing much. Mr. Du has informed me of everything. From now on, I'm your temporary supervisor. I'll be in charge of your special training period. And what about your mission? And Mo cut Du Lily off. What he hated most was owing others a favor, and he certainly didn't want to drag anyone down because of him. For him, the mission always came first. Anything that conflicted with it had to take a back seat. Of course, someone took over my mission. It was all arranged by Mr. Du and I shouldn't know about it, and there's no need to know, understand? Du Lily suddenly frowned, adopting Gu Fan's tone as she addressed an Mo, who merely nodded in response. Du Lily then tossed a document folder to an Mo. This contains the mission details and your flight tickets for the day after tomorrow. Get discharged tomorrow and prepare accordingly, we're deploying. And Mo scrutinized the documents. The intensive training period was 1 month, not excessively long for him, but certainly not short either. At that moment, Mo fell deep in thought. Could he defeat Kim within this month? Or rather, would Kim even be alive after the mission? All the uncertainties plunged Mo back into deep thought. Mo continued reading. The participants in this special training hailed from every region across China, truly the elite from each area. Yet from the central China region he represented, only he and Du Lily were selected. Why just the two of us? Well, you know how it is. Central China is relatively stable, so we never had many personnel to begin with. There were a few others, but they all. At this point, Du Lily abruptly turned away, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. She knew full well that Baron Black Snake could have participated too, but now they were both living as disabled individuals. After composing herself, Du Lily turned back. I'm only joining this time to accompany you, more to supervise you. So your mission is simple: defeat competitors from every region and claim the championship outright. As Du Lily spoke, her own excitement grew. Her hands gestured emphatically in the air, her confidence in an Mo palpable. After finishing, she stole another glance at him. And Mo paid her no mind, his gaze fixed on the documents in his hands as he drifted into thought.
So, which region has the strongest competitors? South China. They're all coastal locations, making it incredibly convenient for any kind of operation. That's why out of these 100 people, nearly 50 are from South China. Du Lily spoke with grave seriousness, clearly indicating that the South China region also held a formidable presence in her eyes. They've consistently dominated in the past. So while this mission is ostensibly yours, it's more about the organization's expectations for you. And Mo nodded in acknowledgement, then tossed the documents aside. He grabbed some clothes from the wardrobe and headed toward the bathroom. After watching an Mo leave, Du Lily smiled as she pulled out her phone. Her face flushed with excitement as she chatted away. Can I change my flight? And Mo suddenly spoke from the bathroom. What's wrong? Are you delaying? Is something up? I need to leave earlier, depart tomorrow. Then an Mo fell silent. The special training session was actually scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Du Lily had no idea why an Mo was leaving early. When an Mo emerged from the bathroom, Du Lily was mesmerized by his appearance. So handsome. He was dressed entirely in black, wearing fingerless gloves and dark hiking boots. His expressionless face only accentuated his cold, handsome features. His clean-cut face and icy eyes held Du Lily's gaze for a long moment as she couldn't help but admire Mo's icy demeanor. What's wrong? Is that a problem? Of course it's fine. Du Lily snapped out of her daze, wiped the drool from her lips, and pulled out her phone to change her flight. Where are you going? To visit my grandparents. You know the place, right? Take me there. Soon after, Du Lily drove to a cemetery in Biden City. And Mo stared at the photos on the tombstones before him. 2 graves held pictures of the couple, and he couldn't hold back any longer. He knelt on the ground, gently caressing the photos, yet no tears welled up in his eyes. Du Lily sensed the moment and stepped back, giving an Mo his space. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not getting back in time. But rest assured, I will never let Kim off the hook. He will pay the price he deserves. Your grandson is still too weak to avenge you now, but rest assured when I return, I will wash away this hatred in blood and avenge you both. With that, an Mo suddenly drew a dagger, slashed his own palm, and dripped the blood from his hand onto the as my solemn oath. He then bowed 3 times before storming off. In the photograph, Grandpa and Grandma's gazes were profoundly deep, yet the smiles on their faces seemed to echo a silent response. And Mo knocked on the window. When Du Lily opened the door. Finished your business? Get ready. And Mo nodded, casting a few lingering glances toward the grandparents' graves before finally departing with reluctance. Their destination lay on a mountainside in Sichuan Province, southwest China. The region's distinctive terrain featured dramatic elevation changes, and their training location was particularly treacherous, surrounded by towering peaks, precarious and perilous. Most crucially, it was concealed. Chapter 135, Departure. Bin City Airport. You can't be serious? Leaving today? In such a rush? Everyone who needed to say goodbye already has. Arriving early would give us time to scout the area, know your enemy and yourself, and you'll never be defeated. And Mo then got out of the car and retrieved the suitcase from the trunk. Du Lily stood beside him, watching his demeanor, and couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. From start to finish, Mo had only bid farewell to his grandparents. In other words, the only people he cherished in Bin City were his grandparents. There were no friends to speak of. Every powerful person carries a loneliness within. For an Mo, the desolation in his heart was something only he could truly understand. Du Lily watched an Mo gradually drift into a daze. Finally, she simply nodded and followed his footsteps. The plane flying from Shirahama City to Shu Province gradually vanished into the sea of clouds. Yet an Mo remained unaware that the Kim he longed for had already been firmly secured by Gu Fan. Gu Fan! Right here! The police officer glanced at Gu Fan. Though seething with anger, he forced himself to stand before him, staring coldly. His trembling lips clearly wanted to say something, but in the end, he swallowed it back. The officer took the key in his hand and inserted it into the handcuffs on Gu Fan's wrists. Click! Gu Fan shook his hand away from the officer. Didn't I tell you? And you didn't believe me. With a dismissive sneer, Gu Fan strode out of the police station. Only the officers remained, glaring viciously at his retreating figure. Jin Bao was waiting by his Maybach when he spotted Gu Fan. Seeing him, he rushed over excitedly. Brother Fan, I'm sorry I failed to protect you. Cut the crap. Drive. We've got unfinished business with Bai Long at the hospital. What? Fan, you're going after him again? I'm fine, really. No need. Overthinking it. I'm after him for something else. What really intrigues me is who's pulling the strings behind the scenes. Let's go. Jin Bao couldn't argue with Gu Fan's determination and reluctantly followed him toward the hospital. This time, there were far fewer guards outside Bai Long's ward, just a handful standing watch. Yet their faces still bore scars, and they kept glancing nervously around. The moment they spotted Gu Fan, every nerve in their bodies instantly tensed. They were well aware of his capabilities, but what unsettled them even more was the realization, wasn't he supposed to be at the police station? How could he be out in less than 24 hours? One of them nudged his companion. The other instantly grasped the situation and dashed inside to relay a message to Bai Long. The remaining guard steeled himself, standing firm at the doorway to block Gu Fan. Mr. Bai said no one may enter without his permission. Please bear with us. I won't make things difficult for you. Go inside and report my arrival. See if the name Gu Fan can get me in. Gu Fan's voice carried loudly, unintentionally reaching inside. Bai Long heard every word clearly. Trembling, he had no choice but to wave to the security guard, signaling his consent for Gu Fan to enter. Even if he hadn't permitted it, Gu Fan would have barged in anyway, and no one could have stopped him. The two bodyguards simultaneously parted to make way for Gu Fan. He merely looked at Bai Long inside and offered a faint smile. Bai Long, long time no see. I heard from the cops inside that you're suing me? After Gu Fan entered the room, Jin Bao followed behind him. He picked up an apple from the table and began munching on it, his gaze as cold as Gu Fan's. I didn't. Cut the nonsense. Let's continue what we left unfinished last time. Who's the mastermind behind this? Or who's aiding your Bai family? After Gu Fan finished speaking, Bai Long's expression instantly twisted into a knot. I really don't know. I have no say in the Bai family's affairs, Brother Fan. Very well. So you're telling me who are you working for in the business world? After Gu Fan spoke, both Bai Long and Jin Bao stared wide-eyed at him. Bai Long's gaze held more fear and alarm, while Jin Bao's eyes flashed a brief, venomous glint before vanishing instantly. Gu Fan slowly approached Bai Long. Each step exerted an invisible pressure on Bai Long's psyche, causing his heart to pound relentlessly. In that moment, he still wavered to speak or not to speak. Gu Fan stepped in front of Bai Long, looking down at him from above. Choose, speak or remain silent. Bai Long finally yielded. Slumped on the bed, he nodded faintly, uttering only a muffled, I'll talk. I'm Japanese. In truth, Gu Fan already knew the answer. Bai Long had come to the business world for two reasons. First, to prove to Baihu that he too could wield power by achieving success here. Second, to accumulate experience and build a company in the business world, just like the Chang family. Gu Fan knew he wasn't the only one scheming in the business world. There was someone behind the scenes, the mysterious figure secretly aiding the Qin and Bai families to overthrow the Chang family. Gu Fan was certain this person was from the island nation and that he was currently in China, even in Baibin City. Gu Fan then nodded toward Bai Long. Right. Actually, I've known about the secret you've been hiding all along. I just couldn't be bothered to deal with you. With that, Gu Fan smiled and walked toward the exit. Just as he reached the doorway, he noticed Jin Bao still staring blankly at the sofa. After calling out to him, Jin Bao snapped out of it, tossed the apple he was holding at Bai Long, and followed Gu Fan out of the hospital. Just as Jin Bao was about to ask Gu Fan something, his phone rang at the worst possible moment. Hello? What's up? I'm at the airport now. Could you give me a ride? Consider it a farewell. The chances of us meeting again afterward are probably. Alright. I'll be right there. Wait for me. After hanging up, Gu Fan noticed Jin Bao was still zoning out and gave him a nudge. What's up? Can you still drive? Let's go, take me to the airport. Bro Fan, you seem pretty rushed. Why don't you just go yourself? I remember I have something to do. Gu Fan nodded, grabbed the car keys Jin Bao tossed him, and hurried toward the airport. Jin Bao stood rooted to the spot, watching Gu Fan drive away in his car until it vanished from sight. Only then did his expression shift. Especially his eyes, no longer innocent, only filled with anger. Hey, Dad, it's out. Bai Long's out. Gu Fan must know now. And I bet he knew all along. He's been hiding it. Idiot. What did I tell you? You had to go ahead with your stupid plan. Now everything's ruined. Forget it. I'll have someone take care of Bai Long. He's useless now. But Baibin City. Forget about it. If he's really got what it takes, let him come find me in the business world. Jin Bao listened as the other end went dead. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and slowly exhaled a wisp of smoke. Chapter 136, Farewell. Gu Fan drove straight to the airport and rushed inside without pause. Finally, Selina had agreed to his proposal. Selina held an irreplaceable place in Gu Fan's heart. Not even Shinaoning could fill it. In the departure lounge, Selina gazed out the window, lost in thought. She was about to bid farewell to Shanghai, to China, and to Gu Fan. With a flicker of warmth in her heart, Selina heard a voice behind her. That familiar voice, perhaps forever etched in her mind, belonged to Gu Fan. As Selina turned, Gu Fan stood there drenched in sweat, flashing her a warm, earnest smile. For some reason, the sight of him made tears well up in her eyes. But those tears only swirled in her eyes. The moment Gu Fan noticed, she hurriedly turned away. You're here? Didn't you tell me to come? I'm not late, am I? No. Serena said, holding a tissue as she approached Gu Fan. She gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Noticing this, Gu Fan instinctively took a step back, gave an awkward smile, and unconsciously accepted the tissue from Serena's hand. It's fine, I can do it myself. Serena's face held a faint smile, but anyone could see how forced and sorrowful it was. The two then sat down on chairs and chatted casually. The bald man, Xiao Hai, remained standing behind them, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. His eyes behind the sunglasses betrayed a cautious vigilance. I'm truly glad you came. After all, we're friends. It's only natural to see you off. Once you're there, I swear Philip's men won't touch you. I hope you can restore your family's glory once more. Selena merely nodded, yet the reluctance in her eyes seemed ready to spill over. I know, Gu Fan. If something happens to me in America, will you come to my aid? At that moment, Gu Fan fell silent. He knew he could have brushed it off with vague assurances, but he refused to lie to Selena. If she truly asked him to go to America, Gu Fan would need to give it serious thought. Because he wasn't the same man he once was, unburdened by ties. He had his brothers now, his woman. Decisions like this demanded careful consideration. Selena read the answer in his silence, her smile growing even more strained. It's fine. I understand. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. How had things come to this? They used to share everything. What had caused this change? The announcement for the international flight to the United States had already sounded. Xiao Hai slowly walked over to Selena's side, bent down to pick up the luggage, then looked at Selena, waiting for her response. Serena rose slowly, her gaze sinking into Gu Fan's eyes until he averted his look once more. Only then did Serena snap back to reality. Gu Fan, can we hug before you leave? Without hesitation, Gu Fan extended his arms towards Selena. Their embrace lasted only a minute, perhaps less. Yet Selena savored every second of that fleeting happiness. Pressed against Gu Fan's chest, tears finally spilled down her face, soaking the fabric against his skin. Her voice trembled as she whispered, Gu Fan, you have no idea how much I love you. Her voice was faint, barely above a whisper. Believing Gu Fan hadn't heard her, Selena didn't look back as she stepped out of his embrace. She walked resolutely forward without pausing. Selena knew that if she turned back, she would never find the resolve to leave again. Though she was deeply reluctant to leave Gu Fan, her family still needed her. Her mother and relatives were waiting for a savior, someone to rebuild the company and restore its glory. Serena walked away without a second glance. Gu Fan watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. In truth, he had heard Serena's whisper clearly. He had always known of Selena's feelings for him, but he had been avoiding them all along. Gu Fan couldn't be like those men with multiple wives and concubines. In matters of love, he believed Shinaonang was the only one who occupied his entire heart. Watching Selena's plane soar into the sky and gradually vanish, Gu Fan finally resolved to leave. Stepping outside, he was forced to confront the tedious matters he had been avoiding. With Selena gone and Bai Long punished, perhaps it was time for him to leave. The business world was a deep ocean whose depths he couldn't fathom. He'd merely dipped his toes in and already encountered such fierce resistance. Stirring those waters would likely bring even greater hardship. Jinbao, where are you? I'll send the car over. I'm at the restaurant. Alright, you go home. I'll pack my things and head back tonight. What? No, brother Fan. There are still so many places I haven't shown you around. You're leaving already? The troubles are resolved, and I've uncovered most of what needed to be uncovered. Beyond that, I'm not inclined to meddle. After all, there are plenty of people who'd be delighted to see me gone. After hanging up, Gu Fan merely smiled and drove his Maybach toward the Jin residence. Upon learning of Gu Fan's departure, Jin Bao pulled out his phone. Hey, you need to hurry. Gu Fan is leaving. If Bai Long is still alive, we're in big trouble. Got it. I've already sent people to the hospital. Bai Long won't survive today. After hanging up, Jin Bao's face still bore a look of irritation. He angrily tossed the cup he was holding aside, muttering a curse under his breath. This startled the woman before him. She was the same woman who had been with Jin Bao at the hotel earlier, though she was now fully clothed and unrecognizable. As Gu Fan made his way toward the Jin residence, he happened to pass by the hospital where Bai Long was currently staying. Gu Fan glanced inside. The bodyguards standing stiffly outside suddenly rushed in, panic and urgency etched on each face. Gu Fan observed the scene calmly from inside his car. When he saw a figure in a white coat strolling leisurely toward the exit, his eyebrows involuntarily arched. A mischievous smile spread across his face as he touched his lips. Moving so fast? Looks like they knew I was leaving. Gu Fan watched the doctor gradually walk away. Even when he spotted the white coat discarded in a distant trash bin, Gu Fan's expression remained unreadable. Chapter 137, Campus. Bai Long was dead. His life had frozen forever in that moment. Those in the know said the man who killed Bai Long was an ordinary man, particularly ordinary. Such cryptic words sparked all manner of speculation. Unconsciously, some directed the blame toward Gu Fan. Bai Long and Gu Fan had a grudge, and Gu Fan had once verbally threatened Bai Long.
Even though Jinbao and the police promptly issued statements to dispel the rumors, whispers and gossip still swirl outside. Jinbao stood frozen, staring at Gu Fan. Tears finally spilled over, and she threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. This left Gu Fan utterly bewildered. What if someone saw this? Enough already! What are you standing there for? Can you control yourself? Fan Gu, why did you leave so early? Did those online trolls attack you? Don't worry, I'll handle it. I'll send them a cease and desist letter. Trust me, our family has plenty of lawyers. Jinbao's tears and snot mingled together, constantly rubbing against Gu Fan's clothes, causing a look of sheer agony to spread across Gu Fan's face. He kept pushing Gu Fan's head away with his hands, trying to create distance between them, but Jinbao kept charging back into Gu Fan's embrace. Enough! What kind of behavior is this? One more step and I'll have to take action. After Gu Fan spoke, Jinbao instantly calmed down considerably, wiping his tears with both hands while sobbing intermittently. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself in the business world. After saying this, Jinbao could only hold back tears as he nodded to Gu Fan. Brother Fan, rest assured you'll be just fine too. If anything unexpected happens in Baibin City, just call me. Given our friendship, trust me, I'll definitely help you. After speaking, Gu Fan suddenly locked eyes with Jinbao, who froze under his intense gaze. Brother Fan, what's this look? What does it mean? Jinbao, you were the first person I sought out after entering the business world. I considered you my brother and believed you'd always stand by me. But as I investigated, I gradually learned a truth: there are no absolute brothers in this world, only interests endure forever. Guess why I stopped investigating? Who killed Bai Long? Who was he working with? What was the motive? Tell me. With so many unanswered questions, where do I even begin? After speaking, Gu Fan stared directly at Jinbao. Jinbao swallowed repeatedly to mask his nervousness, but eventually stammered out, Brother Fan, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. It's fine. I believe you'll understand eventually. I haven't even met your father yet. Just so you know, I'll be back. Business matters aren't settled. Gu Fan then took the luggage from Jinbao's hands and walked inside. Jinbao remained standing alone. The tears on his face had long since dried. He just stared blankly at Gu Fan's receding figure, muttering something under his breath. After Gu Fan left, a man appeared beside Jinbao. Seeing him lost in thought, the man patted him on the back. What are you doing? Why are you spacing out? Nothing. Jinbao knew. Perhaps Gu Fan already knew everything about him. The reason Gu Fan chose not to investigate further was because the people behind it would inevitably involve Jinbao himself. Gu Fan simply didn't want to face that. The man beside him glanced at Jinbao once more before shrugging. Gu Fan's gone, and these people have all arrived. You just focus on your business dealings. Jinbao turned his head and spotted the deity and the calico cat he'd met last time. The newcomer was Chang Baiyang. He picked his nose absent-mindedly, gazing at the departing aircraft in the sky with a distant look. Aren't you two his men? What's going on? To throw people off. Chang Baiyang said your price could be lower than his sister's? Of course. I guarantee the price will be lower, and I've got plenty a steady supply. The two exchanged a brief glance, then nodded to each other and walked toward Chang Baiyang. Jinbao watched them whispering, still standing there indifferently. Finally, the plane bound for Baibin City completely departed from the commercial airspace. Jinbao watched the aircraft vanish beyond the horizon, a sense of relief settling over him. Gu Fan's earlier words had made it instantly clear to Jinbao that he knew everything. No wonder Gu Fan was still Gu Fan. He never changed. Seated by the window on the plane, Gu Fan coldly observed the devastation below, his face devoid of any emotion. The islanders' ideas were becoming increasingly outrageous. After several hours of flight, the plane finally touched down at Shirahama City Airport. From the moment it landed, a surge of excitement and anticipation welled up within Gu Fan. He was finally back. Stepping onto the ground of Baikong City, Gu Fan suddenly felt much more at ease. During the flight, he had thought a lot. It seemed he had been constantly traveling outside. He had neglected the people and matters within Shirahama City. Gu Fan had already decided that upon his return, he would settle down peacefully in Shirahama City. He would consciously ignore the chaos and turmoil outside. The battles outside couldn't compare to returning to the embrace of his beloved. Listening to the rhythm of her heartbeat, savoring the delicacies she offered, breathing in the scent of her that filled the entire room. He reveled in the room, lost in its embrace, savoring every moment. One reason Gu Fan was eager to return to Baicheng was his longing for Shanaoneng. The treacherous waters of the business world held no interest for him. As he often said, as long as those close to him remained unharmed, he couldn't care less about others' ventures or schemes. Gu Fan had already informed Shanaoneng of his early return. Upon hearing the news, she hesitated not a moment. She immediately pushed aside all her business matters, rushed home to change clothes, and touched up her makeup. She shed her professional attire for a white pleated skirt. This innocent look instantly made her appear at least 10 years younger.
She pulled her hair into a high ponytail, slipped on a pair of white sneakers, and finished with a touch of lipstick. Shanaoning gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling mostly shy. This outfit felt odd to wear out, but it was all Gu Fan's request. During their chat that night, they discussed what to wear for the airport pickup. Gu Fan, having just watched a TV drama about campus youth, had decisively chosen this outfit for Shanaoning. What? You want me to wear this? I'll be so embarrassed going out like this. What's the matter? Don't you know yourself? With your looks, I'll say it straight, no one will look at you, only me. You're such a jerk. What kind of show were you watching? About campus life? Zombie Campus. Chapter 138, Red Hair. We're already here? Sichuan Province? An MO asked Du Lily beside her, who merely gave a slight nod. Probably. Probably? Get your facts straight. This is my first time here too, okay? They said there'd be a hint someone would be holding a big red flag to meet us. Just tell them where you're from when you see it. Du Lily hadn't expected to find herself involved in this without realizing it. She had clearly agreed with Du Feng that her role was solely to supervise, but he insisted she needed some training and added her to the list. Du Lily's overall abilities had always been solidly average. While her physical strength and combat skills lagged behind others, her intellectual prowess consistently outshone the rest. Is it there? After speaking, an MO pointed to a man in front of them. He wore sunglasses and held a pole aloft, its banner fluttering a crimson flag. The vivid red of the flag commanded their immediate respect. The two then approached the man. Ahem, we're the Central China representatives. Ha, Central China? Just the two of you? Tough luck, you guys. Winning the championship is gonna be tough. Southern China just had over 50 competitors. They're clearly the favorites. An MO merely nodded, outwardly agreeing, but inwardly he was silently flipping the man off. Look down on us? We'll win the championship and show you. But then again, an MO had thought they'd arrived early enough. Yet the South China team had arrived even earlier. It seemed the title of favorites hadn't been earned without reason. So where should we go? Then, a small child appeared at the man's legs. Clinging to his leg, the child looked at an MO and Du Lily with fear, hiding behind the man. He's leading you guys, Xiao Jie. Take them to the car. What's there to be scared of? They're all our people. After the man spoke, Xiao Jie still looked at him warily. Du Lily crouched down slightly, gently stroking Xiao Jie's face, her expression breaking into a bright smile. Is your name Xiao Jie? Come on, lead us there. We're really good people, you know. Or does Xiao Jie think I'm the bad guy? Xiao Jie shook his head immediately. Du Lily smiled and ruffled Xiao Jie's hair. Then she took his hand and led him toward the exit. But when Xiao Jie spotted an MO, he shrank back in fear, hiding behind Du Lily's legs. Her legs were bare at that moment. Faced with Xiao Jie's sudden attack, she felt a bit embarrassed, her face flushing red. She shyly pushed Xiao Jie away, calling out, "No." Du Lily bit her lip, looking awkwardly at Xiao Jie behind her legs. But Xiao Jie clung tightly to Du Lily's legs, refusing to let go, clearly terrified by Enmo's appearance. Xiao Jie, don't be afraid. He's not a bad person, he's a friend of your sister's. Can you say hello to him? Xiao Jie still resisted a little, but finally plucked up the courage to glance at an MO before immediately burrowing back behind Du Lily. Finally, Xiao Jie led the two of them to a nearby bus. After boarding, they noticed other passengers. From their accents, Du Lily keenly recognized them as people from South China. The man in sunglasses hadn't lied, people from South China were right in front of them. Du Lily could tell, and so could an MO. As they boarded, the passengers' gazes instantly swept over them. A woman's advantage was clear, those eyes first landed on Du Lily. After all, in their region of South China, the demanding nature of their missions meant that Division 12 had almost no female personnel. Those who were there worked primarily indoors. Seeing Du Lily now, nearly every man on the bus seemed to sink into their seats. Du Lily was naturally attractive, and her fitness routine had sculpted an already impressive figure. Her outfit, this time a form-fitting bodysuit and a bodycon skirt, only accentuated her curves. Her S-curve figure was on full display, setting the men's eyes ablaze. Wow, where did this beauty come from? Yeah, her figure is amazing. And she's so pretty too. Judging by her appearance, she must work indoors. Definitely not one of us. Amidst the chatter and gossip, Du Lily responded with practiced smiles and casual replies. An MO, however, sat nearby with obvious disdain. He detected a hint of disgust in their reactions, and his own formidable aura unconsciously diminished. After Du Lily sat down beside an MO with a smile, she leaned close to his ear. Don't be like that. You need to build rapport with them. Otherwise, how would they share other information with you? An MO stared wide-eyed at Du Lily, now mere inches away. His ears flushed involuntarily as he gazed at her, his throat suddenly parched. He even felt a flicker of heat rising within him. What was happening? Why was he reacting this way? An MO sat frozen in his seat, staring at her in a daze. Hey! Why are your ears so red?
After saying this, Doolittle curiously pinched in Mo's crimson ears. This caused Mo's breath to catch in his throat. Staring at the beauty before him, Mo's throat moved several times, but he still didn't know how to speak.
Alright. Everyone's almost on board, we're departing.
A bearded man called out, then took a sip from his teacup and spat some tea residue out the window.
The bus pulled away, gradually leaving the airport behind.
Seated in the rear window seat, a red-haired man snapped his gaze from the passing scenery. He stared at Doolittle across from him, lost in thought for a moment. He then shyly turned his head away. But this peculiar scene caught the attention of the young man beside him.
Captain, what's wrong with you? Why are you blushing? Nothing, just feeling a bit warm.
The man's voice was deep and resonant. He covered his mouth and coughed lightly a few times. His teammate beside him merely nodded. After all, this was the captain of the South China region standing before him. In every special training session, the South China captain had always taken the top spot. His prowess was undeniable. Finally, after enduring the winding mountain roads, the vehicle came to a halt. Suddenly, the door swung open.
A loud, stern voice boomed, "You greenhorns! Get your asses out of the vehicle! Who gave you permission to ride in? Get out! Grab your junk luggage! Run to the base! This is your first lesson!" Chapter 139, Running.
The man's voice boomed, his shouts echoing as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. This jolted everyone in the vehicle from their drowsiness, and they stared at the man before them, momentarily transfixed.
Doolittle, in particular, was utterly terrified by the man, unconsciously clutching Mo's arm tightly. As Mo tried to stand, his arm refused to budge. The soft pressure against his skin forced him back into the seat. In contrast, Doolittle, hailing from southern China, reacted with remarkable composure. Upon hearing the man's shouts, she swiftly exited the vehicle. Only after noticing Doolittle's mood had improved did Mo slowly pull his arm free. I just got startled." Mo merely hummed an acknowledgement before swiftly leaving his seat and exiting the vehicle. Doolittle, left behind, tapped her head in silent frustration. After muttering a curse under her breath, she finally got out. The man who had shouted earlier now stood directly before them, with the team members already lined up by region. "Starting today, I am your drill instructor. I oversee your training in daily life. Here, I am the king. And you are nothing. You're not even dust. Your sole purpose here is to endure my training and secure first place in the assessment trials 1 month from now. That is your objective, your only reason for being here. My name is Lu. Among you, I see some new faces and some familiar ones. We're still 30 kilometers from the base. I expect you back for lunch. If not, you'll be starving until dinner." After Instructor Lu finished speaking, he boarded the bus and gradually drove away, leaving only swirling dust and smoke in his wake. The trainees coughed a few times before immediately setting off after the bus toward the base. At the head of the pack was Red Hair, the captain of the South China team. The other members followed closely behind, advancing forward. Doolittle and Mo were also ready. Just as Doolittle reached to lift her suitcase, Mo snatched it from her and hoisted it onto his shoulder. He then joined the South China team in their sprint. A hint of amusement flitted across Doolittle's face as she caught up with Mo. She stared blankly at his retreating back, surprised to see this side of him. She had always thought he was all about the mission. And Mo himself couldn't explain why he'd acted this way. Perhaps Doolittle was subtly changing him too. 30 kilometers was by no means a short distance. By the halfway point, some team members had already fallen behind. Beads of sweat glistened on everyone's foreheads, shining brightly under the sun. Though Doolittle's stamina wasn't great either, she still kept pace at the rear of the group. She watched the redhead leading the pack. He still had energy left, and from the look of him, he didn't seem tired at all. His condition hadn't changed much since the beginning. From what the instructor had mentioned earlier, it seemed the redhead was a veteran member. His status was similar to hers. Both were regional team captains, primarily there to pace and assist their respective teams. Doolittle glanced at Mo beside her. Sweat drenched his hair, soaking his white shirt until it looked dull and faded, as if he'd just crawled out of a river. "Why don't you give me your luggage? I can handle it." "Forget it. If I give it to you, you'll definitely fall behind." And Mo accurately pinpointed Doolittle's limit. Carrying just a backpack was already exhausting for her now, let alone that large suitcase. After another long stretch of time, Doolittle's face flushed crimson. Only her legs still moved. Every other part of her body felt utterly drained. A persistent dizziness kept flashing through her mind. It felt like two little voices were battling inside her head, one urging her to give up, the other relentlessly encouraging her, bolstering her confidence. Doolittle kept leaning toward the little voice urging her to quit. But suddenly, the encouraging voice transformed into an Mo. He flew in front of her, shouting, "Hang in there." As if awakening from a dream, Doolittle opened her eyes to find herself still running, being pulled along by an Mo ahead of her, who continued shouting, "Hang in there." Doolittle nodded and pushed herself to keep pace with an Mo. This time, the redhead ahead finally showed signs of fatigue. His once perky red hair now lay limp against his scalp, yet he still maintained the lead. The group that had started with over a dozen runners was now reduced to just a handful. Among them, an MO carried the most and heaviest luggage. Finally, the outline of the base ahead came into view. At that moment, the fire within the lead runner ignited. Drawing strength from somewhere unknown, he accelerated toward the base before him. Ah! We made it! Finally! Everyone collapsed onto the ground, tossing their luggage aside and flinging their soaked clothes carelessly to the side. They lay sprawled, gasping for breath. Only Redhead and Anmo remained standing. Anmo simply braced his knees, wiping sweat from his brow as he caught his breath. Redhead had also stripped off his shirt. As the first to charge into the base, he glanced back with a hint of pride, as if amused by the newcomer's struggles. But when he turned, he didn't expect that woman to have followed him. Her face flushed crimson with a hint of embarrassment as she turned away. She pulled a towel from her bag to wipe her sweat, occasionally slipping it inside her shirt to gently dab at her skin. After watching for a moment, Red finally snapped back to attention and noticed an MO beside the woman, Doolily. He set his shoulder bag down on the ground, breathing somewhat heavily. For the first time, Red Hair regarded the man before him with respect. His luggage was significantly heavier than his own, yet he managed to keep pace with the group not too far behind. In that moment, the redhead finally felt a twinge of unease. He sensed this man before him was a formidable opponent in the South China region. A man worthy of his respect. And MO wasn't the only one noticed. The instructor stood high above the base, observing the figures sprawled on the ground with a cold gaze. His eyes swept the area with a hint of disdain. Instructor Liu watched the entire process of an MO setting down the luggage on his shoulder. After that, an MO showed no reaction, merely holding his knees and breathing heavily. The instructor observed the new recruit on the ground, surprise flickering across his face. Instructor Liu? Who are you looking at? Go check in Mo's records. I want to know everything about him. An MO? The one from Central China? From Central China? Looks like Central China has a shot at the championship this time. The instructor continued to observe the redhead at the front through his binoculars. Tan Kuang, it's time you got serious. Chapter 140, Ambiguity. At the airport, Gu Fan stood frozen in place. Shina Oning before him seemed like a goddess, as if she had extracted his very soul, leaving him utterly at her mercy. Returning to Shina Oning's side, the urban dragon Gu Fan instantly transformed into a cat, wanting only to roll around and act spoiled beside her. Gu Fan shook his head, puzzled by this unexpected thought. Shina Oning, however, watched the crowd exiting with intense focus, not letting her gaze wander for a second, as if afraid of missing Gu Fan. Her school uniform outfit drew the attention of many at the airport. They were all mentally preparing to approach her, but the moment they were about to step forward, meeting Shina Oning's gaze instantly made them back down. Her gaze had been different just moments ago, how could it change so suddenly? Shina Oning snapped back to reality and finally spotted Gu Fan. She jumped up, waving her arms frantically, as if afraid Gu Fan wouldn't notice her. As she bounced, her skirt swayed rhythmically. Seeing this, Gu Fan immediately quickened his pace, constantly signaling and glancing at Shina Oning, urging her to calm down. Gu Fan certainly didn't want Shina Oning to expose herself. His woman was meant for his eyes only. In that moment, Gu Fan instantly regretted it. He shouldn't have let Shina Oning wear this outfit. It had been just a joke before, but this little girl took it seriously. After stepping outside, Shina Oning charged toward him like a madwoman. She leaped into his arms, her long legs clamping tightly around both sides of his waist. Gu Fan immediately caught her, pulling her skirt up to cover her private areas completely. Gu Fan! You're finally back. Do you know how much I missed you? With that, Shina Oning buried her face deep into his chest, inhaling the long mist scent that always brought her such comfort. Darling, I missed you too. But could you please get down first? What? You're rejecting me now? I'm afraid you'll expose yourself. Shina Oning let out a soft gasp and immediately stepped back from Gu Fan. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. Then, as if struck by a thought, she suddenly thrust out her delicate hand, clenched it into a tiny fist, and punched Gu Fan's chest with all her might. Though the blow lacked force, Gu Fan savored the sensation thoroughly. This is all your fault for making me wear this. I was just joking around. Who knew you'd actually wear it? Gu Fan watched Shina Oning with a faint smile on his face. She grew even more flustered, taking his hand and pulling him toward the car. Xiaoyu heard at school that you were coming back and really wanted to pick you up. It took quite a bit of effort to calm that little tyrant down. Then Gu Fan pulled Shina Oning into his embrace. I missed you more than Xiaoyu did. How about you? Shina Oning just blushed and lowered her head, her neck and ears turning crimson. In a barely audible whisper, she replied, Me too. How come you're so shy after just a few days apart? With that, Gu Fan pushed Shina Oning against the car door and slowly leaned in to kiss her lips. Shina Oning never expected Gu Fan to do this. How incredibly bold. There were people passing by all around them. Shina Oning kept pushing him away, but to Gu Fan, her resistance was insignificant. Her will to fight back gradually faded, and she could only slowly yield to Gu Fan. Their kiss didn't last very long. After a while, their lips parted. A faint trail remained after they parted, a testament to their intimate connection. Shin Aoning, overcome with embarrassment, slipped straight into the car to compose herself. Gu Fan, however, merely smiled, his gaze sweeping around with a hint of smugness. A smile still played on his face. Earlier, many people had turned their heads to glance at them repeatedly. They were likely stunned by Shin Aoning's beauty and intimidated by Gu Fan. These days, all the good ones get snatched up. As Gu Fan surveyed the scene, one pair of eyes never left him, the mockery in them practically overflowing. Gu Fan clearly spotted the man's position. After a brief nod between them, the man vanished from the spot as if he'd never been there. Gu Fan smiled as he stepped into the passenger seat. That guy, spying on me and my wife's flirting. Once seated in the car, the flush on Shin Aoning's face finally began to fade, though traces remained. She watched Gu Fan out of the corner of her eye. Where are we going? Your place or mine? Realizing Gu Fan had misunderstood, Shin Aoning immediately turned around, waving her hand. Don't get the wrong idea. I just wanted you to get some rest. Don't read too much into it. I wasn't thinking anything. You're the one overthinking this. Their verbal sparring was deadly, yet Shin Aoning was the one who always backed down. Let's go to the hospital first. I haven't seen Su Qing since he was admitted. How is he doing? He's been resting at the hospital, waiting to recover. After all, he already had an injury in his leg, and this time he suffered a severe blow. Walking will be a problem for him in the future. Shin Aoning said while driving, her gaze gradually returning to normal. Just drop me off at the hospital. What? Can't I come with you? You're welcome to come if you want, as long as you don't mind the awkwardness. After speaking, Gu Fan glanced several times at Shin Aoning's clothes, earning him a sharp glare from her. If anyone from the company saw her like this today, the consequences would be unimaginable. The image of the Ice Queen CEO she'd painstakingly built would crumble in an instant. Shin Aoning was now berating herself. How could she have worn this outfit without giving it a second thought? Oh, right, her mind had been completely occupied by Gu Fan at the time. Upon arriving at the hospital, Gu Fan reached for the door handle to exit the car, only to find it locked. He turned to glance at Shin Aoning, only to see her delicate hands clasped over her ample bosom, glaring at him with a sulky expression. What now? My dear? It's all your fault for making me wear this. You've made me look like a complete fool. Shin Aoning's voice carried a hint of pouting, which only made Gu Fan smile helplessly. Fine, I'll go home right after this and let you do whatever you want with me. Humph. Your first thought when you get home won't be to keep me company. It'll be to see your brother. Was waiting here all along. Gu Fan simply wrapped his arms around Shin Aoning's head, gently stroking her soft, fine hair. Alright. Let's go home. I promise I'll spend quality time with you, and I swear I'll always stay by your side. After he spoke, Shin Aoning's face flushed hot. She lowered her head and opened the door for Gu Fan. Hurry up and get out of the car. Gu Fan smiled and kissed Shin Aoning's cheek before stepping out of the car. Shin Aoning couldn't explain why, but in front of Gu Fan, she always felt like acting spoiled, completely abandoning her previous icy demeanor. Could this be the power of love? Chapter 141, Clouds. Only after watching Shin Aoning's car gradually disappear did Gu Fan walk into the hospital. After inquiring about the room at the front desk, Gu Fan simply knocked on the door. Come in. Suing opened the door. Recognizing Gu Fan standing before her, she froze instantly, staring at him in shock. She covered her mouth with both hands, utterly incredulous. Brother Gu Fan? Gu Fan merely nodded before scanning the room intently, searching for Su Qing's figure. Suing, noticing his gaze, took a slight step back. Your brother's okay, right? Suing said nothing, only pouting unhappily. My brother just wouldn't listen to the doctor. His leg had just healed properly, and now it's injured again. I'm afraid. As she spoke, tiny pearls of tears fell from her eyes, her expression utterly pitiful. Gu Fan handed her a tissue, gave her back a gentle pat, then walked into the room. Su Qing lay on the hospital bed, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Yet his perpetually furrowed brow suggested he was trapped in some terrifying nightmare. Gu Fan sat beside him, watching Su Qing on the hospital bed. His fists clenched uncontrollably as he plotted how to punish Kim, how to torment him until he begged for death but couldn't die. Suing handed Gu Fan a cup of warm water. He accepted it and nodded. No assignments from Division 12? Why are you back? Well, if the mission gets too serious, I'll come back. This time it's my brother who sent me. He asked me to look up some information about the people around you. Suing had learned from Su Qing about Gu Fan and Shin Aoning's relationship. Hearing that Shin Aoning had become Gu Fan's exclusive possession, her heart raced uncontrollably deep within her. She did like Gu Fan, but she was willing to endure a lifetime for him, burying that affection deep within her heart, never to be revealed. But she absolutely refused to allow any scheming woman with ulterior motives to get close to Gu Fan. Even if they truly harbored no ill will, Suing still refused to tolerate it. She wanted to use her meager strength to do something for Gu Fan. Information about people around me? Who have you found? Fan, honestly, my brother told me not to say this, but I think your situation isn't very safe right now. All unknown risks need to be anticipated in advance. So I believe what I'm doing is right. Who around me did you look into? Gangzi? Or Guzi? Hua Yao Yao? Your girlfriend, Shina Oning. After Suing finished speaking, the room fell silent. Gu Fan stared intently and seriously into Su Ying's eyes, while Suing met his gaze without a trace of fear. Then Gu Fan turned away, no longer meeting her gaze. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and walked toward the door. Suing bit her lip, sensing something, yet stubbornly followed Gu Fan outside. Breathing in the outside air, Gu Fan lit a cigarette and smoked it quietly. Suing snatched the pack from his hand, pulled out a cigarette, and mimicked his actions to light it, smoking alongside him. But Gu Fan's cigarettes were strong, and Suing couldn't help but start coughing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Gu Fan snatched the cigarette from Su Ying's hand, crushed it out, and tossed it onto the ground. Suing glanced at Gu Fan, but he deliberately avoided eye contact and conversation. So, what did you find out? Brother Fan, are you sure you want to hear this? Since you chose to start telling me, doesn't that mean you already intended to tell me? No. I'm giving you a choice. I know about your relationship with Shin Aoneng. Do you want to shatter this web of lies yourself, or continue drowning in it? It's your decision. If you truly believe Shin Aoneng, I doubt you'd want to hear this. After Suing finished speaking, Gu Fan truly fell silent. He sighed while puffing on his cigarette, then suddenly lifted his head to gaze at the sky. The white clouds in the sky were vast, obscuring most of the heavens. But even if he could disperse those clouds, would the sky beneath still be as beautiful as he imagined? After finishing his cigarette, Gu Fan flicked it aside. You're right. Forget it. I believe Aoneng. If the whole world betrays me, remember this, only two people never will. One is your brother, and the other is her. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Suing stared at him blankly. She hadn't realized her brother held such a high standing, nor had she imagined Shin Aoneng's status could be equated with her own brother's. Suing had always believed the primary reason Su Qing and Gu Fan became sworn brothers was their life or death bond. Moreover, during Gu Fan's time in prison, it was her brother who stood by him and supported him. Otherwise, how could Huanbao exist today? But what had Shin Aoneng ever done for Gu Fan? Nothing. During Gu Fan's imprisonment, Shin Aoneng did absolutely nothing. Instead, after Gu Fan's release, he continuously extended help and support to Shin Aoneng. This left Suing feeling deeply resentful. Brother Fan, aren't you curious about Shin Aoneng's background? With the current division of Baibin City, do you really think the Shin family didn't get their cut? Suing. Don't you realize business is never that straightforward? Suing. Do you realize your goddess is no longer? Suing. This is my final warning. Gu Fan's sudden outburst left Suing frozen in shock. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she couldn't hold them back. Red-eyed, she stared at Gu Fan as tears streamed down her cheeks. She made no other gesture, only staring at Gu Fan, her back still carrying a hint of hurt. Shin Aoneng is my woman. I don't want you harassing or investigating her, no matter your motives. Your brother told you not to tell me, yet you couldn't resist. This is a warning. I don't want a next time. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. With that, Gu Fan turned and walked away without looking back. Suing stood frozen in the cold wind, her sobs finally breaking free. But before her sobs could reach Gu Fan's ears, they were scattered by the wind. Suing covered her face with both hands and crouched on the ground, sobbing quietly. Gu Fan glanced back with a hint of pity. Seeing Su Ying's hurt expression, he ultimately did nothing but pull out his phone. Come pick me up. I'm at the hospital. We need to get to the bottom of this Kim business. After hanging up, Gu Fan checked the weather forecast, then glanced up at the sky. It really was going to rain. So many clouds weren't a good sign after all. May this rain wash everything away. Chapter 142, Mealtime. Instructor Lu observed the gathering until nearly everyone had arrived. Glancing at his watch, he slowly descended from the elevated platform. Facing the group before him, he cleared his throat. The people lying on the ground quickly stood up, picked up the clothes they had thrown down, and immediately pulled them on. Du Lily also turned her head, stood up, and looked at the instructor in front of her. Looks like only a few of you completed the task. Congratulations, you can enjoy your lunch. Follow me. With that, Instructor Lu began walking forward. The others quickly followed behind. Du Lily's legs felt as if they had lost all sensation, and she practically collapsed onto Enmo's shoulder. And Enmo steadied Du Lily by her shoulders and followed the instructor's pace, walking with unwavering stability, showing no sign of fatigue whatsoever. Up ahead, Tan Quang glanced back. Truthfully, after the intense physical exertion and sprinting, Tan Quang was actually more exhausted. But he was annoyed. Seeing that an Enmo seemed completely unscathed ignited an unknown fire within him. He smoothed his red hair and walked with practiced ease to Instructor Lu's side. Instructor Lu, you're in charge of training this time? What about Uncle Zhang?
As Tan Quang spoke, the team members behind him watched him with envious eyes, surprised that Tan Quang actually had a connection with the instructor.
Tan Quang flicked his hair in a showy gesture, glancing toward Du Lily.
Little did they know Du Lily was simply exhausted, resting her eyes while an MO supported her.
Instructor Lu didn't answer Tan Quang's question, only giving him a cold glance. How could he not understand what Tan Quang was thinking? No answer was the best answer.
Upon reaching the dining hall, Instructor Lu stood in place, observing the group before him.
You may go eat.
After speaking, Tan Quang led the way, striding toward the entrance. Only an MO remained frozen in place. His attention was drawn to the fact that there were already people inside the dining hall, meaning others had completed the test before him. Surveying the unfamiliar faces before him, an MO couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. These individuals were all elite representatives from various regions, each one an enemy he must defeat. At that moment, only one thought occupied in Mo's mind: rapidly improve himself, win the championship, and return to Baibin City to avenge his grandparents.
Kim. Instructor Lu saw an MO still standing there.
He saw something in his eyes: hatred, and beyond that, a coldness like that of the harshest winter.
Not a shred of emotion.
The feeling an MO gave him was strangely familiar, like that person from Central China. No, that man called the god. The thought jolted Instructor Lu back to reality. He shuddered and walked away. Those from Central China may be few, but they're all top tier.
An MO helped Du Lily to the nearest table. What would you like to eat?
I'll serve it for you.
Meat.
Du Lily's eyes gleamed like they were glowing green as she stared at the food stalls before her. But her legs refused to move, forcing her gaze to shift to an MO instead.
Her pitiful expression sent a wave of goosebumps across an MO's skin. An MO nodded and walked toward the counter. Hello, can I get a chicken drumstick, braised pork hock, and duck leg? How much is that? Young man, everything in this restaurant is free.
Free? Then I'll take 2 pork knuckles. If it's free, I could use the energy boost myself.
An MO then carried a huge tray, wobbling as he approached Du Lily.
The food piled high seemed ready to spill over. Du Lily's eyes widened at the sight, but she quickly snapped back to reality, grabbing a chicken leg and starting to gobble it down.
And Mo's commotion drew the attention of everyone around them.
Seeing the two of them laden with food, they couldn't help but laugh out loud, especially at Du Lily, a woman eating with absolutely no grace or refinement.
Wild boar feeding.
Tan Quang sat at his spot, staring at Du Lily across from him. The goddess filter in his mind vanished instantly.
Who was this crazy woman in front of him?
Her hair was a messy tangle, a chicken drumstick in her right hand, a duck leg in her left, and a pork knuckle still clamped between her teeth.
After lunch, an MO handed Du Lily a tissue.
They both wiped their mouths and stared in disbelief at the table, now bare of the feast they'd devoured. They hadn't realized they'd both finished everything. Du Lily let out a loud belch that echoed through the restaurant.
Ugh, I just ate a bit too much. What's the big deal? Besides, didn't you hear what the auntie said earlier? No wasting food. Right. An MO just gave an awkward smile, nodding along with Du Lily. After they finished eating, Instructor Lu reappeared. The moment he showed his head, everyone stood up in perfect unison. Du Lily and an MO immediately stood upon seeing this. Listen up. You're all participants in this special training. Since you arrived at the base on time, each of you gets 1 point. From now on, all training will be point-based, leading straight to the final competition. In the final round, you'll face off one-on-one. The winner takes all the points from the loser. Whoever ends up with the most points wins the championship. After finishing his speech, an MO instinctively scanned the room. Their faces showed no emotion whatsoever, not even a hint of confusion or shock. This led an MO to speculate that either this was their second time participating, or they had been briefed on the rules beforehand. Instructor Lu then dismissed them to regroup with the lagging members. While descending the stairs, an MO asked Du Lily, they all seem to know the scoring system already. What's the big deal? I know them too. These rules have been passed down, it's always been this way. What? If you knew, why didn't you tell me? I had no idea. You never asked. I assumed you knew. An MO sighed helplessly. It seemed she'd need to find time to properly question Du Lily. She really did know more than she did. Meanwhile, the stragglers downstairs had reached the dining hall entrance. They formed a line, sweat still streaming down their faces, their hunger pangs growing harder to ignore. Occasional gurgles echoed from their stomachs, but the instructor paid no heed. Afternoon training begins immediately. You have 10 minutes to return to your dormitory buildings, stow your luggage, and then assemble downstairs. If you're late. He didn't specify the punishment, leaving it as a cliffhanger. Glancing at his watch, he blew his whistle. The crowd instantly dispersed, dashing toward the dormitory building. Upon reaching the dorms, an MO discovered the rooms were divided by region. Unfortunately for the Central China boys, there was only one room available. Seeing the room's simplicity, an MO didn't hesitate.
He tossed his luggage inside, pulled out his training uniform, and quickly changed, thinking to himself, Central China will rise from here.
Just you wait and see. Chapter 143, Coincidence? After changing, an MO dashed out of the dormitory building.
However, upon reaching the lower road, he found the crowd too congested and recalled a shortcut.
The back door of the dorm building. Fewer people passed through there, and it wasn't too far from the assembly point.
Yet, rarely did anyone choose that route. Even if they were stuck here, they wouldn't consider going that way.
An MO refused to wait any longer.
Glancing at his watch, he saw that over half of the 10 minutes the drill instructor had allotted had already passed, yet the crowd remained gridlocked.
Doubts began to surface in Mo's mind. Someone must be deliberately causing delays to make more people late. Without pausing to think further, an MO sprinted toward the back door.
His speed was remarkable. He practically soared through the stairwell, encountering no obstacles along the way.
Finally reaching the stairwell entrance, an MO took several long leaps to land on the first floor. Just as he was about to proceed, 3 men with menacing expressions were smoking by the staircase.
One of them also wore a tracksuit, but their casual, slouching posture stood in stark contrast to Mo's posture. The men were momentarily surprised by Mo's sudden appearance, but they quickly regained their composure. One flicked his cigarette butt at an Mo, then rolled down his sleeve to conceal the tattoo on his arm.
New guy, huh? Who said you could come this way? An Mo merely gave them a dismissive glance before turning toward the back door, unwilling to engage further.
The tattooed man, clearly angered by being ignored, lashed out with a slap. The man's palm strike was indeed fast and carried considerable force, but its execution was careless, allowing an Mo to clearly spot the opening.
An Mo simply dodged, then sent the man tumbling with a sidekick.
WC.
The man was visibly confused and enraged by Mo's move. How dare he attack him?
Just as he was about to get up and advance again, Mo's figure vanished, sprinting toward the back door because the 10-minute deadline was almost up. Watching an Mo vanish, the man pounded the wall beside him in impotent rage. If that kid finds out you smoke, you'll be stuck here for life. A man behind him said, then stubbed out his cigarette and headed upstairs.
Hey, number 2. Aren't you going to help me out?
The second man ascending the stairs offered no reply, merely continuing upward.
The tattooed man sighed, gazing at the man before him. Boss, I. Handle it yourself.
The boss's voice wasn't crisp like the second in command's. Instead, it was deep and weathered. Stepping out of the shadows, sunlight hit the scar on his face, making it stand out sharply.
His attire wasn't a training uniform but athletic wear.
Yet a conspicuous bulge protruded from his lower back as he too headed upstairs.
Don't screw up my plan, or you'll die.
The boss's voice was barely audible, yet it thundered in the third brother's ears.
He knew exactly what it meant. The third position was fluid, anyone could rise to it.
After watching both men leave, the third cursed under his breath and headed outside. Instructor Liu stared expressionlessly at his watch, surveying the crowd before him.
At that precise moment, an Mo arrived at the formation.
If the original group had numbered over 100, now barely 20 remained.
An Mo knew full well that the others were still blocking the hallway. Why are you so late? You're the representative of Central China. If you lose points here, you're screwed.
Do Lily's words carried a hint of mockery?
An Mo merely shook his head helplessly. Someone deliberately blocked the stairs downstairs, trapping everyone upstairs. I had to sneak out the back door. Besides, how did you get here so fast? There weren't many people in the girls' dorm. Wait, where did you come from?
Do Lily instantly whipped her head around to stare at an Mo, her mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Well, just an egg.
What's wrong? The back door.
After hearing this, Do Lily's face suddenly broke into a smile, though it was utterly bleak and despairing.
Time's up. Anyone late loses a point and gets extra practice this afternoon. After that, a few people finally emerged from the hallway.
It took a while longer before everyone was assembled.
I won't repeat what I just said. Everyone present, pass the message along.
Then a man slowly approached Instructor Liu, standing at attention beside him.
Allow me to introduce him. This is the instructor who assists me in training.
His surname is Wan, and he primarily handles combat training. Indeed, given Instructor Liu's physical condition, it would be difficult for him to teach combat-related skills. Instructor Wan saluted with a standard military salute, then slowly turned to face the crowd.
Though unfamiliar to most, an Mo recognized the man instantly. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. It was him.
The guy smoking by the back door. As Instructor Wan scanned the group, his gaze happened to meet Mo's. Their eyes locked for only an instant, yet the intensity exchanged between them was palpable. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Instructor Wan's face. Perhaps he was already scheming ways to torment an Mo. Hello, everyone. I'm your senior. I was the champion of the previous special training sessions. After that, I chose to stay at the base to cultivate more new recruits, nurturing more talent for our nation's 12 departments, more elites. His face softened into a kindly smile, a stark contrast to the expression an Mo had seen before.
Seems he's quite the chameleon, huh? The crowd below immediately began chattering with questions. Who's stronger, you or Gufan?
The question sparked a flurry of commotion as the crowd bombarded Instructor Wen with questions. Instructor Wen maintained his gentle smile.
As for Gufan, let him win.
Before I claimed the championship, his reputation was everything.
With the tiger gone, I'll just gently take the baton. The crowd continued to shout questions, but this time Instructor Wen remained silent.
Instructor Lu had turned around, his eagle-like gaze sweeping over the crowd, his eyes filled with warning.
The crowd finally fell silent. Instructor Wen led the group toward a warehouse across the way.
The interior was spacious enough to easily accommodate over 100 people.
He led them to a large mat,
where they gathered around it, their faces filled with confusion as they watched him.
I teach hand-to-hand combat, he declared.
Therefore, the first lesson is this: fight me. This way, I can quickly gauge your abilities. A cold smile spread across Instructor Wen's face. Who's first?
How about you?
He pointed at an MO in the crowd.
Chapter 144, Past Memories. After hanging up the phone, Gufan stared blankly at the sky.
Perhaps for him, a moment of relaxation could significantly improve his state of mind. At the very least, it would allow him to calmly reflect on what Suing had just said.
Though Gufan appeared unconcerned, was he truly indifferent? Was he truly not curious about Shin Aoning's identity? Did he genuinely trust her?
He must have trusted her. After all, everyone had secrets and unspoken experiences that was only natural.
But if Shin Aoning ever harmed him, Gufan would be the first to refuse.
Through their time together, Gufan had no reason to doubt Shin Aoning. She was the person he would protect with his life.
But Shin Aoning.
Gufan struggled to articulate these complex emotions. Instead, he tossed the cigarette in his hand aside with irritation, then kicked a nearby soda can violently to the side. Only after watching the can fly forward did he feel somewhat better. Then a shabby, battered van pulled up in front of Gufan. Its silver-white body and reflective windshield gleamed. After coming to a stop, a squeaking sound emanated from inside. The driver's window slowly rolled down, revealing a dark complexion. His hair, in particular, stood out long and tied back in a ponytail, giving him the air of an artist. Yet the man's eyes were strikingly vivid, bright without being vacant, his expression radiating a piercing sharpness. He flicked his head to one side, signaling for her to get in.
Gufan cursed under his breath, flicking the man's ponytail. What kind of habit is that? A grown man with long hair? It's disgusting. You say that every single time. Are you getting in or not? Are you going to watch Kim or not? Otherwise he'll die. Gufan shook his head in resignation before finally sliding into the passenger seat.
The long-haired freak was one of Gufan's comrades in arms. When Gufan left Division 12, he had become the division's disgrace. Barely anyone was willing to follow him. Gufan's squad had failed their mission, becoming the laughingstock of the entire Division 12. The once unbeatable squad had suffered its first setback, and under this blow, the team members had completely lost their spirit. Faced with their captain's departure and members transferring to other teams, Gufan's squad never regained its former glory. Those who remained, bound by deep friendship with Gufan, chose to leave the unit together, determined to continue serving him. Yet as they departed Division 12, Gufan vanished without a trace. He seemed to have never existed in this world at all.
Brother Fan, can you tell me where you went back then? Little Wang, you know how it is, some things can't be spoken of. That's the rule. And honestly, I'm genuinely happy you don't want to come back and help me. The man's name was Wang Yan.
He had been a formidable member of Gufan's team back then. At the time, the three Gu brothers served as the pillars of the squad, while Wang Yan was the crossbeam that held everything together, making the team even more stable. After leaving, he couldn't find Gufan and became a music teacher.
Then, out of the blue, Gufan sent him a text message. The message contained only 4 words. I need you. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yan quit his music teaching job and resolutely fulfilled his mission, secretly protecting Shin Aoning. He also kept Gufan informed it was he who captured Kim. Drive. Time to see an old friend. The last time he'd seen Kim was back then. Wang Yan chuckled and shook his head. It seemed Gufan had truly changed. The difference from before was striking. Then Wang Yan walked toward his old minivan. As the van entered the suburbs, Gufan stared wide-eyed at Wang Yan. Why go so far? No one will notice, and even if we scream, no one will hear us. As he spoke, Wang Yan's grip on the steering wheel tightened, sweat beading on his palms. Gufan sensed this and simply patted his shoulder in consolation. Their former teammate Feng Jing had been tortured to death by Kim and Jim. Her horrifying fate was something Wang Yan would remember for the rest of his life. As the sole female member of Gufan's squad, Feng Jing naturally drew the attention of the other men, including Wang Yan. She loved singing, and he taught himself to play instruments to accompany her. Romantic feelings slowly blossomed between them. Feng Jing deeply admired Wang Yan, and every member of the squad was aware of their connection. The day before Wang Yan planned to confess his feelings, a sudden mission forced him to abandon his intentions. Yet who could have imagined that very day would become their final farewell?
Their adversaries were none other than Kim and Jim, the demon lords of Philip's organization. Everyone who had been with Feng Jing at the time perished without exception. Feng Jing herself endured unimaginable torment, her body covered in wounds. Her flesh was torn and mangled beyond recognition, her once beautiful face now unrecognizable. What should have been the most radiant time of her life ended in such a tragic and disgraceful manner. From that day onward, Wang Yan's once cheerful disposition gradually changed. She was no longer the person she used to be. Finally, the car came to a stop. Wang Yan and Gu Fan stepped out separately. The house before them was dilapidated, practically bare walls and riddled with holes. Gu Fan swallowed hard. You really picked a great spot, didn't you? Not bad? It's perfect. Wang Yan chuckled. Together, they walked inside. After opening the door, Wang Yan unlocked the basement door once more. The dim, damp basement reeked of mustiness, and an occasional woo sound echoed from within. Gu Fan glanced at Wang Yan. Their eyes met briefly before he flipped the basement light switch.
Kim lay on the floor, an eye patch covering one eye.
His body was completely naked, exposed without any clothing, revealing only bloody wounds. Blood was still dripping steadily, and the scars on Kim's face were even more pronounced. Upon hearing the sound of the lights turning on, he immediately sat up, rubbing his back repeatedly. Only when he reached the back wall did he feel somewhat relieved. It seemed Wang Yan had indeed given him a severe beating. Every time he came to the basement, he would punch and kick Kim. Whenever Kim heard the sounds, he would instinctively retreat, trying to avoid further harm. What made Kim even more desperate was that he had no idea who the person in front of him was. His eyes were still blindfolded, and Wang Yan hadn't said a word, only attacks.
Wait, don't hit me. We can talk this out. I have money, lots and lots of it. I can.
Gu Fan didn't wait for him to finish speaking before ripping off the blindfold. The blinding light stabbed at Kim's eyes. Finally, he could make out the man before him.
Gu Fan? Chapter 145, The Business Card.
Kim forced his eyes open.
The inhuman torment of recent days had left him in agony and despair. Each time, there were no words, only fists. He hadn't even eaten a single meal, only water had been forced down his throat. Yet upon seeing the man before him, Kim was stunned, his shock tinged with confusion. Wasn't Gu Fan supposed to be in the business world? You. Stop stuttering. I didn't kidnap you. Besides, do you even deserve it?
After speaking, Wang Yan slowly stepped forward from beside him. She pulled a rubber band from her pocket, retied her long hair, then walked straight toward Kim.
A vicious kick landed squarely on his face. Kim let out a scream and fell backward. Immediately after, Wang Yan unleashed a hail of punches, striking every part of Kim's body with brutal force.
Kim curled into a ball, shielding his head with his arms. Wang Yan seized the moment, pried Kim's hands apart, and thrust her foot forward, delivering a vicious kick to his head. The force sent Kim's head snapping violently backward. He slammed hard against the wall behind him. Kim lay on the ground, blood trickling pitifully from his mouth. Wang Yan muttered under his breath, pulling a tissue from his pocket to wipe his shoes. This beating brought back painful memories for Kim. It seemed the man with long hair standing before him was the one who had imprisoned him. Lying on the floor, Kim still breathed slowly. Though his mouth was swollen shut, he managed to open it slightly, slowly sitting up against the wall.
Did I kill someone you knew? As Kim finished speaking, Wang Yan's shoe wiping motion halted abruptly.
He flung the tissue aside, his face flushing slightly as he advanced toward Kim. This time, he held nothing back. But Gu Fan stood before him, blocking his path with one hand while patting his shoulder with the other, signaling calm. Wang Yan glared at Kim with eyes like daggers, his fists clenched so tightly that if not for Gu Fan's intervention, Kim might already be a corpse.
Ha!
Kim suddenly burst into laughter. Sitting against the wall, he repeatedly slammed the back of his head against it, his cackling echoing with madness and arrogance. Both Gu Fan and Wang Yan were drawn to Kim's laughter, utterly baffled by its meaning.
Judging by your reaction, I must have killed someone close to you? Wang Yan stared at him coldly. Loved ones?
After speaking, Wang Yan instantly swept past Gu Fan, standing before Kim and delivering another brutal blow to his face. This strike unleashed the vast majority of Wang Yan's strength.
The blow knocked Kim unconscious, sending him crashing to the ground. Just as Wang Yan was about to deliver more blows. Enough! Not done yet? Get out!
Those few words snapped Wang Yan back to his senses. He looked at Gu Fan, nodded, and headed upstairs. Gu Fan walked over to the large vat beside Kim, filled with Kim's urine. He picked up a bucket, scooped up a large amount of water, and then violently poured it over Kim's head.
Ah! Kim opened his eyes again. He wiped the filth from his face with his arm, sniffed the scent, then looked up at Gu Fan. Where's the guy next to you? I wasn't done talking to him. And I want to know who that woman is. Cut the nonsense. Answer what I ask. Why should I answer you? Answer, and then I'll let you out.
After Gu Fan finished speaking, Kim sat up again, staring straight at him, then nodded.
Did you kill Go Sun? Kim nodded. I truly didn't strike first. He came looking for trouble, trying to kill me. He just didn't know his own strength. His death is no loss. Isn't he called Doggy? Now he's in my dog's belly. A smirk flashed across Kim's face. His words were deliberately meant to provoke Gu Fan, but he underestimated him. Gu Fan's expression remained utterly unchanged as he simply nodded at Kim. Why didn't you go to Shanghai? I heard you were here, so I didn't go. You're not even handling Philip's mission? Ha! With 2 out of 3 captured, do you think Philip still needs me? They'd be thrilled if I died soon. After all, I know a lot.
After speaking, Kim turned sideways toward Gu Fan, proving his worth.
Why stay in Bibin City? With Philip's network gone, I naturally had to align with another organization. Coincidentally, there's one in Baicheng City.
They happen to be interested in the intel I possess, so we made an exchange.
Which faction? The Weihang organization.
After Kim finished speaking, Gu Fan nodded, walked to the chair behind him, sat down, and fell deep in thought.
This Weihang Dao organization was one of the newest rising powers.
Though its headquarters were on the island nation, its presence could be felt worldwide, though no one had yet uncovered it.
Coincidentally, Weihang Dao's distribution pattern closely mirrored that of the Philip organization, essentially acting as a counterbalance. Rumors had circulated that the US government was behind Weihang.
Fearing the Philip organization might tarnish their nation's image, they had assembled another group in another country also for the sake of concealment.
Who would have thought Weihang's presence extends to China as well? This pond is getting more interesting by the day. One final question, who exactly have you encountered from Weihang?
After Gu Fan finished speaking, Kim merely shook his head, a smile playing on his face.
Trust me, you wouldn't want to know.
Because as you stand now, you possess no qualifications to stand against him. If we're merely talking about the 12th Division. Kim merely smiled without comment.
Do you really think my trump card is limited to the 12 departments?
Then you're in for a shock.
After speaking, Gu Fan pulled a card from his inner jacket pocket.
Holding it between his fingers, he flicked it toward Kim with such force that it embedded itself deep into the wall beside him. It was an ordinary business card, plainer than plain, bearing no distinctive design, just 2 characters.
Gu Fan.
The only thing out of the ordinary was something on the back of the card, the flag of China, with NO1 written beneath it. Kim, upon seeing the card, was rendered speechless. His entire body trembled as he slowly lifted his head, which seemed stiff and rigid, turning inch by inch. He looked at Gu Fan standing before him.
You are. Speak. Who among the Japanese gang did you deal with?
Rest assured, I won't interfere. I promised my wife I'd stay out of such troublesome matters.
Yes, yes.
But before he could finish, his eyes suddenly bulged wide. He kept making muffled sounds, his hands still bound by ropes, yet he relentlessly scratched at his own face. After collapsing to the ground, his body convulsed violently. When the convulsions finally ceased, white foam began to form at the corners of his mouth.
His life ended abruptly. Chapter 146, Pinky Swear.
From start to finish, Gu Fan's expression remained utterly unchanged, as if he'd anticipated everything.
He watched Kim lying motionless on the ground.
He crouched beside Kim, placed his hand on the man's neck, and shook his head helplessly. So they realized it after all.
Damn, so close.
Gu Fan sighed again, pulled the business card from the wall, tucked it back into his chest, and headed upstairs. Wang Yan watched as Gu Fan came up the stairs.
Finished talking? I'll take care of him. Gu Fan merely nodded. So when Wang Yan went downstairs, Gu Fan pulled out another cigarette. Standing outside, he smoked it casually, occasionally exhaling puffs of smoke. He seemed utterly calm, devoid of any emotion.
He slowly crouched down, savoring each puff of the cigarette in his hand. Until Wang Yan ran up from below, staring at Gu Fan in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that Gu Fan could be so ruthless in taking a life. The look in his eyes gradually shifted.
Stop staring. I didn't do it.
He must have been poisoned earlier. Just as he was about to break free from the drugs, this happened.
After Gu Fan spoke, Wang Yan merely nodded, saying nothing more.
Gu Fan knew the poisoners were almost certainly the Japanese. They often used so-called poison to express their sincerity.
Let's go. Take me home. Checking the time, my daughter should be coming home from school.
I miss her after not seeing her for days. Brother Fan, you and your wife or something else getting pregnant before marriage didn't faze you at all, and now the kid's already this big.
Gu Fan merely nodded.
He wondered if it was time to give Shanaonang a proper status, if it was time for them to get married. Wang Yan's little van wasn't exactly slow, but most importantly, it was incredibly steady. Before long, he dropped Gu Fan off at Shanaonang's doorstep. Just as he was about to step out, something occurred to him. Right now that everything was settled, it was time to live well.
Feng Jing was gone. People had to learn to move forward and let go. Otherwise, you'd never truly grow up. Wang Yan gave only a perfunctory nod. Gu Fan chose not to press further. Perhaps Feng Jing was already etched indelibly into his heart. But Gu Fan understood, everything in this world, friends, family, lovers, even the memories stored in your mind would eventually leave you when compared to the passage of time. In the end, you stand alone. You have no choice but to accept and forget. At the same time, life is short, leave as few regrets as possible. After getting out of the car, Gu Fan still couldn't help but glance back at the departing van. Then he pulled out his phone and opened Hua Yaoyao's chat window. Go Soon was gone. He gathered his emotions, sweeping away all the negativity from outside. Standing before the door, he lifted the corners of his mouth with both hands. After opening the door, Xiao Yu, your dad's home. Dad. Xiao Yu sprang up from the sofa and ran toward Gu Fan, arms outstretched. Father and daughter shared a deep embrace. Gu Fan then lifted Xiao Yu high, spinning her round and round. Finally, he held her close in his arms. Did you miss Daddy? Yes. Xiao Yu seemed grown up, yet somehow unchanged. Now in second grade, Gu Fan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He had always prioritized his grand ambitions, often neglecting his family. Caring for the nation was certainly right, but his own little family couldn't be left to fend for itself. People were selfish by nature, and Gu Fan was no exception. The old him might have acted without a second thought. But now, with a wife and daughter, he needed to be more level-headed. Can I give Daddy a kiss? Wooden horse. Gu Fan placed Xiao Yu on the sofa. She continued with her homework while he headed to the kitchen. To his surprise, Shen Ioning was cooking herself. Cooking duties had always fallen on him before. Watching the lovely woman in front of him, apron-clad and cooking, he found himself thoroughly enjoying the sight. Even through the glass door, Gu Fan could still appreciate Shen Aoning's stunning figure. She wore a casual t-shirt on top and a pair of ultra-short, sizzling shorts below, accentuating her fair, slender legs. Even with the apron covering her, he could still admire her beautiful legs from behind. Perhaps Gu Fan's gaze was a bit too intense, for Shen Aoning sensed it. She turned her head slightly and, upon seeing him, couldn't help but smile. Looking at the woman he cherished, his adorable daughter, his happy family, and his comfortable surroundings, wasn't this the very goal every man strives for throughout his life? Was it truly necessary for him to keep fighting in the outside world? Perhaps now, as a husband and father, driven by responsibility, he would find this role more fulfilling. Gu Fan then opened the kitchen door, walked up behind Shen Aoning, and gently wrapped his arms around her slender, supple waist. He buried his face in the crook of her neck. He kept inhaling the scent that was uniquely hers. These actions clearly caught Shen Aoning off guard. Her face flushed as she lowered her head, her knife movements stiffening, and her posture straightening with a touch of awkwardness. She drew her face close to Gu Fan's ear. What's wrong with you? Nothing, just feeling really tired. I can recharge in your arms. Shen Aoning set down the knife and smiled as she ruffled Gu Fan's hair. If you're tired, let's go home. This sentence completely shattered Gu Fan's mental defenses, solidifying his resolve. I'll help you cook. Shen Aoning nodded with a delighted smile. So Gu Fan took on chopping and washing the vegetables, while Shen Aoning handled the stir-frying. From the kitchen came the occasional sounds of playful banter and laughter. Shen Aoning's voice rang out like a silver bell, gradually drawing Gu Fan into its enchantment. Finally, the meal was laid out on the table. Gu Fan and Shen Aoning sat together, while Xiao Yu sat alone on the side. Gu Fan and Shen Aoning fed each other, leaving Xiao Yu staring in wide-eyed wonder. Daddy! Gu Fan set down his chopsticks and looked at Xiao Yu. What is it? Dad, will you still send me away? I don't want to leave you and Sister Shen. I've been to Uncle Su's house many times already, and he always attends the parent-teacher conferences. All my classmates. As she spoke, Xiao Yu slowly lowered her head. The unspoken meaning was instantly clear to Gu Fan. He rose from his seat and sat beside Xiao Yu. Daddy promises you Xiao Yu will never leave Daddy again. I'll always attend your parent-teacher conferences myself, okay? The gloom vanished from Xiao Yu's face, replaced by a bright smile. She then held out her little pinky finger. Pinky swear. Alright, pinky swear, no backing out for 100 years. Chapter 147, The Rule. Shu Province, an unnamed mountain range, base location. In the gaze of many, Instructor Wen pointed directly at an MO amidst the crowd. Naturally, an MO became the center of attention. Tan Quang, standing nearby, kept tossing his red hair as he waited to watch the spectacle. After all, he was eager to see an MO get thoroughly humiliated by the instructor. Others from different regions also watched in Mo's every move. They all knew he was the sole representative sent from central China, and in their minds, they ignored Du Lily who had come alone. An MO pointed at himself in confusion. Instructor Wen nodded again. What's the matter? Don't you want to? If not, then forget it. At worst, you'll lose some points. After speaking, an MO shook his head helplessly, stepped forward, and tossed his jacket aside. Behind him, Instructor Lu watched the scene unfold. An MO had caught his attention from the start, even evoking a faint echo of Gu Fan in his demeanor. He was keen to assess in Mo's capabilities whether he deserved to be nurtured like Gu Fan. Du Lily helped an MO pick up his clothes, standing at the front and quietly encouraging him with soft words. Instructor Wen's gaze toward Gu Fan gradually shifted, and the mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth only deepened in Mo's irritation. One reason Instructor Wen sought out an MO was because he had kicked him at the back door earlier. Instructor Wen was determined to get his revenge and issue a warning. He'd make sure an MO understood what was acceptable and what wasn't. An MO and Instructor Wen stood on the mat. Instructor Wen assumed his stance, but an MO remained rooted to the spot, coldly observing him. This time, Instructor Wen felt provoked and struck first. A probing straight punch was dodged by an MO. Instructor Wen then lunged with a powerful grab, followed by a vicious elbow strike aimed at Mo's face. But an MO instantly broke free of the hold, curling his right arm to block the blow. After an MO took a few steps back, the instructor grew increasingly arrogant. Another flying kick as he rose. This time, an MO didn't dodge. Instead, he grabbed Instructor Wen's leg, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and executed a shoulder throw. The instructor was instantly thrown to the ground. Holy! Ouch! This guy can fight! Du Lily nearly gasped in delight. An MO was truly formidable. It seemed Central China still had a strong chance at victory this time. Even red-haired Tan Quang stared blankly as an MO gained the upper hand. He'd clearly underestimated him who knew Central China could produce such talent. Yet his gaze also held a hint of regret as he watched an MO. Such murmurs rippled through the crowd, including from Instructor Lu at the back. His gaze toward an MO shifted noticeably as he sighed and shook his head. Youth is truly something. After Instructor Wen was knocked to the ground, the smile on his face gradually twisted into madness. He then nodded. Kid, you're quite something. Where are you from? Central China. Instructor Wen merely nodded, then charged at an MO once more. This attack was far more deliberate than the last. An MO found himself increasingly strained in the exchange, and gradually, his openings began to show. Instructor Wen feigned an attack, aiming for Mo's head. As an MO blocked, the instructor suddenly crouched low and swept his leg, sending an MO crashing to the ground. Then Instructor Wen leaped forward with a powerful charge. An MO failed to dodge in time and was struck. He let out a low, guttural cry. But Instructor Wen showed no mercy, unleashing a barrage of punches that landed with brutal force, each one connecting solidly. Instantly, wounds began bleeding on Mo's face. Du Lily shouted from below, "Stop! Stop!" But to Instructor Wen, it seemed as if he hadn't heard a word. He continued the brutal assault. This caused a flicker of disgust to pass through the eyes of the other members. Why keep hitting him when he's already begging for mercy? Tan Quang knew the man before him well. His name was Wen Bin, a name that suggested refinement and politeness, but behind closed doors, he was a demon. He was undeniably talented in combat, having secured his previous championship by knocking out every contender who stood a chance of winning. That's how he won the championship. Only when Instructor Wen caught the piercing glare from Instructor Lu behind him did he finally stop. Then, with a vicious kick, he sent an MO flying toward Du Lily. From Central China? Perfect timing, you've earned your vacation. Instructor Wen wiped the blood from his fists with a smirk. How dare you? How dare you beat someone like this? Do you think this is acceptable? Because this is the base, and I'm your instructor. I could kill him and get away with it, understand? Instructor Wen's expression shifted again, his gaze toward Du Lily growing savage. Du Lily clung to an MO, sobbing. Alright, today's combat training ends here. First lesson, physical endurance is crucial. Continue running around the warehouse. Stop only when I say so. The trainees began running again. When most had dispersed, he glanced at an MO, collapsed unconscious on the ground, merely smiled, and walked away. Du Lily stared at an MO, now a bloody mess before her. Tears finally streamed down her face uncontrollably. She sobbed as she touched Mo's body, repeatedly calling out his name. As she touched Mo's hand, he clutched hers tightly in return. Instructor Lu slowly approached Mo's side. Let's get him up and take him to the infirmary. Instructor Lu and Du Lily each took one of his arms and guided him toward the infirmary. After receiving medical treatment, it was determined that an MO had suffered multiple fractures and too many injuries to continue training. He would need to stay hospitalized for at least 2 weeks. What? That's half a month. The test is in half a month. This is intentional, isn't it? The doctor shook his head helplessly. 2 weeks is actually on the shorter side. Recovery depends on the pace. If it's slow, it could easily take a month. With that, the doctor exited the ward, leaving only Du Lily and Instructor Lu behind. Is this how your base trains people? You can beat someone to death? Instructor Lu fell into a rare silence. It seemed Instructor Wen's earlier words were indeed true. These are the rules. Since we have no power to change them, we must accept them. Du Lily stared at Instructor Lu with bloodshot eyes, biting her lip. We're quitting. Going home. I've read the contract clearly. Team members can withdraw with valid reasons. I'm withdrawing due to Mo's injuries.
But the moment Du Lily finished speaking, an MO on the hospital bed suddenly stirred, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Du Lily leaned close to his ear.
I'm not quitting. I'm going to win the championship. Chapter 148, Confession. After making a promise with Xiaoyu, Gu Fan scooped her up, ruffled her hair, and couldn't resist pinching her cheeks. Xiaoyu just giggled and kept dodging. The playful banter between father and daughter was utterly charming. This suddenly reminded Gu Fan of the time Xiaoyu had come alone to find him in Baibin City. The little girl had carried a small backpack and held a sealed letter. Though Xiaoyu seemed unchanged now, she had also changed. At that moment, the three members of the Gu family sat neatly in front of the television, watching the show Boonie Bears airing on the screen. Daddy! Daddy! Who do you think is cuter, Dudu or me? Who's Dudu? Isn't it Bear Big, Bear Little, and Bald Strong? Oh, just tell me who's cuter. Of course it's you, Aunt Shin. Gu Fan pinched Shin Aoning's cheek playfully. She giggled and snuggled into his shoulder, while Xiaoyu suddenly jumped off the sofa and stood motionless in front of the TV. Daddy doesn't love me anymore. Gu Fan laughed as he scooped Xiaoyu into his arms, rubbing her little head affectionately. Daddy was just joking. Of course you're the cutest. You're Daddy's little angel. Gu Fan finished speaking and planted a smacking kiss on Xiaoyu's cheek. Xiaoyu giggled and burrowed into Gu Fan's embrace. With his right arm cradling Xiaoyu and his left hand around Shin Aoning's waist, Gu Fan felt this blissful moment was worth trading everything he had. Gu Fan gazed at the beauty before him. Shin Aoning nestled sensibly in his embrace, constantly nuzzling him with her little head. Her eyes were as gentle as water, perfectly capturing their inseparable closeness. Gu Fan gently stroked Shin Aoning's cheek. Shin Aoning suddenly drew closer, whispering softly into his ear. Are you really not leaving? I'm staying. I'll stay with you and Xiaoyu. After speaking, Gu Fan kissed Shin Aoning's forehead. Her face radiated happiness as she slowly moved her lips toward his ear, gently biting it. The pressure wasn't strong, yet it brought Gu Fan a unique sensation. It felt incredibly comfortable and pleasurable. After the episode of Bear Out of Nowhere ended, Xiaoyu in their arms began to snore softly, her breathing gradually steadying. Gu Fan and Shin Aoning exchanged a glance. Shin Aoning gently lifted little Yu and carried her toward her bedroom. After tucking her into the blankets, she kissed the little one softly on the cheek. She carefully tucked the quilt around her, tiptoeing out of the room. The instant the door closed, Gu Fan appeared behind her, pushing her against the wall behind them. He braced himself with both hands on either side of Shin Aoning's body. It was the perfect wall-pressing stance, and the two were so close they could feel each other's breath. Gu Fan was intoxicated by Shin Aoning's scent. Slowly closing his eyes, he drew closer to her. Shin Aoning hadn't even registered what was happening when, in the blink of an eye, she found herself pressed so close to Gu Fan. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Just as she was about to lower her head, Gu Fan's index finger gently lifted her chin. When their noses nearly touched, Shin Aoning was utterly flustered by Gu Fan's move, her blush the only constant. But Gu Fan made no move to descend. He opened his eyes to gaze at the lovely beauty before him. The blush on her cheeks instantly heightened the atmosphere. Her tightly closed eyes, the pounding of her heart, the anticipation in her demeanor all were expressions of Shin Aoning. Witnessing this scene, Gu Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shin Aoning finally snapped out of it and opened her eyes to meet the man's gaze. What is this? Haven't seen you in a few days, and now you're so prone to blushing? You never turned this red during all those times before? I'm just a little hot. Hot. Gu Fan's gaze still held a teasing glint as he looked at Shin Aoning, yet he hesitated to make his next move. Shin Aoning finally couldn't stand it anymore. She suddenly cupped Gu Fan's face with both hands, then pressed her own red lips deeply onto his mouth. But Gu Fan showed no surprise. It seemed the goddess had finally taken the initiative. All that waiting hadn't been in vain. Shin Aoning always closed her eyes when kissing, but Gu Fan disliked keeping it shut, otherwise he couldn't see her earnest expression. This silly girl, even when kissing, she was so earnest. After a long while, their lips parted. After Shin Aoning pulled away, a faint blush spread across her cheeks, seeming to reveal the turmoil within her heart. Gu Fan cupped Shin Aoning's legs with both hands and lifted her up in one swift motion. Shin Aoning immediately wrapped her arms around Gu Fan's broad neck, clasped her legs tightly around his waist, and pressed herself against his chest, listening to the fierce pounding of his heart. Pounding intensely, as if betraying Gu Fan's own uncontrollable excitement. Gu Fan carried Shin Aoning's full hips step by step toward the bedroom. With each stride, their hearts grew heavier with anticipation and longing. Their time apart had indeed been too long, their longing for each other becoming an illness. Each night, Gu Fan's thoughts never ceased to return to Shin Aoning. Likewise, whenever Shin Aoning finished handling company affairs, leaning back in her chair and massaging her temples, Gu Fan's image would inevitably come to mind. After about 3 hours, Gu Fan withdrew from Shin Aoning's body and lay beside her. Shin Aoning picked up a tissue from the nightstand and gently wiped the sweat from Gu Fan's forehead. Then she curled up in his arms, rubbing her head against his like a kitten. Gu Fan reached for the cigarettes on the nightstand. Shin Aoning immediately grabbed the Zippo lighter and lit his cigarette for him. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Gu Fan pondered something in his mind before suddenly making up his mind. Aoning, will you marry me? After Gu Fan spoke, Shin Aoning's movements froze abruptly. She stood completely still, utterly stunned by the words he had just uttered. Though she had fantasized about marriage countless times before, she had never truly contemplated it until hearing it from Gu Fan's lips. Now, she seemed to have lost her senses. Gu Fan called Shin Aoning's name several more times, but received no response. Only when he switched on the bedside lamp did he see her face glistening with tears. You finally said those words to me. Chapter 149, Reconciliation. Seeing Shin Aoning's tears, Gu Fan suddenly panicked. After all, no man could bear to see his woman cry. He immediately began wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, apologizing repeatedly. Then he pulled her into his arms, patting her back gently to comfort her. Shin Aoning's tears finally subsided, though she still sniffled softly. Alright, it's all my fault. That's why I want to make it up to you. Will you marry me? I promise I'll never let you suffer, and I'll love you forever. Nothing will ever change. I swear it. So, will you give me a chance? After Gu Fan finished speaking, Shin Aoning's eyes sparkled. Staring at the man before her, she finally couldn't resist and leaned in to kiss him on the lips. When Shin Aoning came to her senses, her proud little temper flared up. It's not that simple. You think a few sweet nothings will make me marry you? No way. I'm going to sleep. I've got tons of work to do tomorrow. Gu Fan glanced at the clock. It was already around 1 a.m. He understood Shin Group's current situation, so unusually, he chose not to disturb her. Instead, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Sleep was nowhere in sight for him now. Though he'd shared passionate moments with Shin Aoning, a wall seemed to have been erected in his heart, trapping him solidly in place, unable to move. The reason was precisely what Suing had told him earlier. Despite his solemn vows of complete devotion to Shin Aoning, declaring her his exclusive possession, could she truly be hiding something? Gu Fan exhaled heavily. After tossing and turning endlessly, he finally drifted into a deep sleep. The sky over Bibin City was overcast that day. When he awoke for the first time, there was no sunlight to greet him. After struggling to open his eyes, Gu Fan instinctively reached beside him. Though mentally prepared, the empty space still brought a pang of disappointment. He picked up the clothes from the floor and threw them on casually. It was already 10 o'clock and Xiaoyu had been sent to school by Shin Aoning. Staring at the food simmering in the pot, Gu Fan felt no appetite whatsoever. After a moment of blank staring, he headed out to visit Su Qing at the hospital and offer an apology to Suing. He had indeed been short-tempered before. Whenever the topic of Shin Aoning came up, he would unconsciously become agitated and impatient. Su Ying's words had also provoked him at the time. One thing led to another, and before he knew it, he'd said some harsh things. After hailing a cab to the hospital, Gu Fan arrived at the ward. Through the window, he saw Suing busily tending to Su Qing. Su Qing had regained consciousness and was slowly recovering. Suing was by his side, occasionally feeding him water and washing his underwear. When Gu Fan entered, Su Qing spotted him first, his expression filled with shock. It seemed Suing hadn't told him about Gu Fan's previous visit. Fan? What are you doing here? Back from the business trip? Yeah, I got back yesterday. Came straight here to see you, but you were still asleep then. When did you wake up? Around 3 or 4 this morning. Su Ying's voice answered Gu Fan's question from the bathroom. Su Qing merely nodded. Brother Fan, I'm sorry. I didn't kill Kim and we lost a brother. But don't worry about the rest. We've already comforted the families. It's just Kim. When Su Qing mentioned Kim, his fist clenched, and the look of hatred on his face was impossible to hide. Gu Fan simply patted Su Qing's shoulder. Don't worry, it's all over now. The man's taken care of. I sent Wang Yan to Enshizu earlier, and we happened to catch him. Wang Yan? When did you send him? Way earlier. Back when I went to Shanghai, mainly to protect Shin Aoning. After hearing this, Su Qing's expression finally eased a bit, as if his own guilt had lessened somewhat. Just as Gu Fan was about to continue chatting with Su Qing, his phone buzzed. 2 messages arrived simultaneously, one from Chen Bing. Isn't it time you returned the favor? The other was from Qin Zhang. Mr. Gu, isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Gu Fan shook his head helplessly and immediately replied to both. He hadn't expected the troubles trailing him to persist. He'd been planning to propose to Shin Aoning. But leaving things unresolved wasn't an option either. Gu Fan could only postpone it for a few days, as he needed to visit Hua Yaoyao. After telling her about Guzi earlier, she hadn't responded at all. She probably couldn't accept it. As he departed, Gu Fan met privately with Suing once more. Suing, please don't be angry. I spoke too harshly earlier. I'm here to apologize. Gu Fan stammered his apology to Suing. Su Ying's downturned mouth finally couldn't hold back. Put. Suing broke into a smile, covering her mouth with one hand while playfully swatting Gu Fan with the other. Fan. What's that supposed to mean? If anyone should apologize, it's me first. Making you apologize is ridiculous. Then Suing wrapped her arm around Gufan's, and he distinctly felt the warmth against his skin. It's fine, it's fine. It was my fault. I didn't even care when you were crying back then. Unconsciously, Gufan pulled his arm away. Suing merely smiled faintly. After saying goodbye to Suing, Gufan headed to the restaurant Hua Yaoyao often frequented. The moment he opened the door, the restaurant's aroma wafted out. It smelled delicious. Gufan glanced at the woman behind the counter, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Where was the owner? Didn't she usually hang around there? Why was she nowhere to be seen? Ignoring the question, Gufan walked up to the counter and asked, "Is Hua Yaoyao here? I'm a friend of hers and need to speak with her." "Hua Yaoyao? What do you want with her?" The woman eyed Gufan warily. "Don't misunderstand. I'm Gufan, the owner of Huangbao Company. Hua Yaoyao is my employee. I just came to see her. Doesn't she often come here?" Hearing the name Huangbao, the woman's guard gradually dropped. She glanced at her watch. At this hour, Hua Yaoyao definitely won't be here. Ever since the restaurant owner passed away, Yaoyao hasn't been coming as often. What? The owner died? You didn't know? That wanted criminal Kim came here. He killed without blinking an eye. Stabbed the owner to death with one blow. After the woman finished speaking, Gufan's expression was impossible to describe. But if you're looking for Hua Yaoyao, she should be entertaining clients right now. Serving clients? Chapter 150, 700. Serving clients? Startled by Gufan's outburst, the woman's gaze shifted toward him once more. What do you mean entertaining clients? What happened to Yaoyao? Why would she be entertaining clients? Wasn't she doing just fine at Huangbao? What kind of clients is she entertaining? Gufan's barrage of questions left the woman increasingly frozen. His voice grew louder, drawing frequent glances from other customers. But Gufan paid no heed, his gaze fixed solely on the woman before him. The icy glint in his eyes made her swallow repeatedly, struggling to steady her nerves. Only then did she begin to recover somewhat. I don't know why either. Yaoyao just started seeing clients yesterday. No one knows the reason. They say it's because she's pretty and has a good figure, and then. The woman stopped short of continuing, merely glancing at Gufan. She said. The price was cheap, so Yaoyao set a time slot. Whoever came, she'd see them. After the woman finished speaking, the water cup Gufan had been clenching tightly in his hand finally gave way. Crash! The cup shattered under his brutal grip, scattering glass fragments across the table. Blood mingled with the shards, creating a starkly vivid scene. At that moment, Gufan was consumed by self-blame. It was all his fault. He had pushed Hua Yaoyao into the abyss. If only he had chosen to speak to her properly instead of resorting to those cold, impersonal words. Gufan believed she would never have taken this path of no return. Gufan reached into his inner pocket, pulled out several large red bills, and handed them to the woman. Where is it? The hotel deep in the back industrial zone. Gufan nodded, then walked out of the restaurant. He tore a piece from his own clothes and wrapped it around his right hand, layer by layer. On his way to the hotel, Gufan kept calling Hua Yaoyao. Gufan grew increasingly concerned for Hua Yaoyao's safety. He knew the backyard district was a chaotic place, a melting pot of all kinds of people, and the deeper you went, the worse it got. The so-called hotel was the go-to spot for illicit activities there. Without exception, every call he made to her was hung up. Finally reaching the hotel, Gufan ignored the few hoodlums smoking outside and headed straight for the entrance. But as he reached the entrance, a thug blocked his path, cigarette clenched between his fingers. The hotel's closed today. Find somewhere else to stay. I'm looking for someone. Move aside. I won't say it again. Gufan's voice was colder than ever before, for the aura he now radiated was saturated with murderous intent. Instantly, the thug before him began trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't fathom why his body reacted this way, yet his arm remained raised to block Gufan's path. You don't look like an ordinary guy. I'll be honest, my boss is inside getting laid right now. If you know what's good for you, get lost. The boss just said we might get a little something after he's done. With that, he turned and shared a smirk with his buddy beside him. The triumphant expressions on both their faces pushed Gufan over the edge. Any last words? What? Before he could finish, Gufan instantly snapped the arm in front of him. The man roared and knelt on the ground. Then Gufan violently twisted the kneeling man's head to one side. The man breathed his last and died. The small-time thugs beside him were too stunned to speak. They never imagined they'd stumbled upon such a formidable opponent. Killing with such ruthless decisiveness was something they'd never encountered before. They had thought dealing with various drug addicts was shocking enough, but seeing Gufan before them, who seemed like the Grim Reaper himself, they finally felt true fear. Instantly, they knelt before Gufan, repeatedly kowtowing to him. Big brother. Big brother. I'm sorry. Please spare my life. I'm the only son in my family, I can't die. Room number. Second floor. Room 209 at the very end of the second floor. Gufan didn't look back at the man, simply walking deeper into the building.
After Gufan left, the man kneeling on the floor slowly stood up. He poked his already lifeless companion beside him. He was even more terrified of the departing Gufan. So he made a call. Bro! Hurry over. Brother Jie's in trouble. Someone came looking for revenge. Right at the back district hotel. Yeah. Bring everyone. After hanging up, the man's courage gradually grew. A savage grin returned to his face as he slowly lifted his head. Put. Think you're some big shot? What if you're tough, but there's 20 of us? Looking for death. He spat again toward the hotel across the street. Gufan rushed up to the second floor and hurried to room 209. He took a deep breath, then pressed his ear against the door to listen inside. The sounds were faint, but there was some background noise. Gufan guessed they must have the TV on. Gufan studied the lockhole before him, a perfectly ordinary one, attached to a door that looked somewhat worn. Not wanting to alert them prematurely, he carefully pulled a silver wire from his pocket and began jiggling it in the keyhole. Finally, it worked. He then kicked the door open. The loud thud startled Brother Jie inside, who instantly froze. He scrambled toward the bathroom, carelessly tossing the woman in his arms aside. Gufan witnessed the entire scene. Even before kicking the door, he'd had doubts. What if she wasn't Hua Yaoyao? But the moment he saw the woman before him, the final straw that broke the camel's back finally appeared. Hua Yaoyao lay motionless on the bed, her eyes vacant, hair disheveled. From the moment the door burst open, she made no attempt to cover herself, remaining frozen in that position. Only when she saw Gufan before her did a faint ripple finally stir in her eyes, which had been as still as stagnant water. But it was only a faint ripple. She then casually pulled the blanket beside her over herself, picked up a cigarette from the nightstand, lit it, and began smoking slowly, her eyes fixed blankly on the television. The boss wants to come too? No haggling, $700. Hua Yaoyao's voice remained the same, though slightly hoarse. Gufan looked at the woman before him, and tears finally spilled from his eyes. A few droplets hung in his eyes, but he immediately turned away. What the hell? Boss? Not the cops? Holy, you scared the crap out of me. Jie slowly emerged from the bathroom, wiping sweat from his forehead with a towel on the floor. Spotting Gufan, he snapped. Get the hell out of here. Can't you see I'm busy? Wait till I'm done. Damn it. This scared the out of me. You. Come over here and suck my dick. Hua Yaoyao stubbed out her cigarette, tossed aside the blanket covering her, and walked toward the man. Hua Yaoyao. Gufan's bellowing voice startled both people in the room. You ing bastard. You wanna die? Say another word and I'll kill you. You believe me? Chapter 151, Murderous Intent. Gufan's words were razor sharp. After they left his lips, both Brother Jie and Hua Yaoyao froze in place. Especially Hua Yaoyao, a flicker of light seemed to ignite within her previously pitch-black eyes. Who do you think you're yelling at? Let me tell you something. Do you even know where you are? Do you know who I am? Gufan sneered with disdain. Who cares who you are? I suggest you grab your phone and say your final goodbyes to your parents because you're dead. After speaking, Gufan first kicked Brother Jie aside, then picked up the clothes nearby and tossed them to Hua Yaoyao. Put them on. Come with me. Hua Yaoyao tossed the clothes Gufan handed her onto the ground. Who the hell do you think you are to boss me around? What are you to me? Why should I listen to you? Gufan couldn't be bothered to argue further. He roughly picked up the clothes, yanked Hua Yaoyao to her feet, and forced the garments onto her. If you still value our friendship, put them on. Gufan's eyes suddenly shifted, conveying regret and emotion. Hua Yaoyao finally succumbed to Gufan's gaze. She nodded and slowly began putting on the clothes. Gufan's attention was entirely focused on Hua Yaoyao, completely oblivious to Brother Jie sprawled on the floor. In Gufan's eyes, this so-called Brother Jie wasn't even worth as much as the lowly grunts downstairs. His obese frame and pig-like face filled Gufan with disgust. But when Brother Jie realized Gufan wasn't looking at him, he slowly crawled up, grabbed the ashtray beside him, and swung it hard at Gufan's head. Startled, Gufan staggered backward several steps, blood immediately trickling down the back of his head. Hua Yaoyao covered her mouth and let out another shriek. Just as she moved to intervene, Gufan raised his hand to stop her. He merely lifted his head slowly to meet Brother Jie's gaze. Brother Jie, huh? Not bad. But I'm pretty sure this is your last moment. Any last words? Brother Jie never expected Gufan to still be alive. He had used all his strength, wielding an ashtray still stained with blood, yet the man before him showed no sign of serious injury. Was he even human? Gufan rubbed the back of his head, then began walking toward Brother Jie step by step. Terrified, Brother Jie retreated inch by inch, but once he reached the bathroom doorway, he could go no further. Hold on, bro. Let me remind you, murder is against the law. You're bringing up the law now? Let me tell you straight, I already killed one of your guys downstairs. The other one probably went to report it. But don't worry, I'm not leaving.
I've been in a bad mood lately, and this is just the perfect way to blow off some steam. After speaking, Gufan delivered a kick straight to Brother Jie's groin. As Brother Jie screamed in agony, Gufan seized the moment and slammed his fist into Brother Jie's open mouth. Brother Jie, with his pig-like physique, crashed backward into the bathroom. He slammed right through the bathroom door. Gufan surveyed the bathroom's interior, surprised to find it surprisingly decent, complete with a bathtub. Brother Jie's face was streaming blood as he desperately crawled toward the exit. But Gufan grabbed his hair and dragged him back inside. The once proud Brother Jie now felt like a fat pig about to be sent to the slaughterhouse in Gufan's hands. Brother Jie screamed frantically, but he'd forgotten the hotel staff had already made him empty his pockets. Gufan yanked Brother Jie by the hair and hurled him hard into the bathtub. The impact shattered the tub instantly. Blood streamed down Brother Jie's entire body, but Gufan couldn't care less. Next, Gufan yanked Brother Jie's head up again, marching toward the toilet behind him. He then slammed Brother Jie's head down hard onto the toilet seat. Despite Brother Jie's frantic struggles, his arms and legs thrashing wildly, Gufan remained unmoved. When he sensed Brother Jie's resistance weakening, he yanked him off the toilet again. "What, bro, don't kill me. I have money. I'll give it all to you." Gufan chuckled, then grabbed a towel from the bathroom, covering the man's nose and mouth before plunging him back into the toilet. This time, Brother Jie fought back even more fiercely, but gradually, he finally stopped moving. He drowned in the toilet. Gufan clapped his hands and stepped out of the bathroom. Hua Yaoyao stood there, her torn shirt barely covering her head bowed low beneath her long hair, not uttering a word. Gufan sighed, took off his jacket, walked over to Hua Yaoyao, shook it out a few times, and draped it over her. "Let's go." Those two simple words prompted Hua Yaoyao to nod. She followed Gufan's footsteps, slowly leaving the hotel. But when they stepped outside, they were met by a group of about 20 men, each wielding machetes and clubs, staring coldly at Gufan and Hua Yaoyao. Among them stood the very henchman Gufan had just spared. "Boss. It's him. He killed our brothers. He's going to cause trouble for Brother Jie." The henchman pointed at Gufan, his expression now a stark contrast to his earlier pleading. His face now radiated pure arrogance. One of the big brothers on the motorcycle merely glanced at Gufan. "Where's Brother Jie?" "Dead." As soon as Gufan finished speaking, the man on the motorcycle suddenly leaped up and flicked his cigarette butt toward Gufan. "Get him!" With that shout, the 20-plus men in front of him simultaneously charged at Gufan, weapons raised. While dodging, Gufan launched his own counterattack. Hua Yaoyao, wrapped in Gufan's jacket, watched him calmly from behind. She knew these punks were no match for him, he could handle them with ease. Sure enough, every punch Gufan landed struck his opponent's weak spots, knocking down nearly every henchman with a single blow. Once he seized the stick, he grabbed one man by the hair with one hand while relentlessly pounding the other's face with the club in the other. Splatters of blood continuously splashed onto Gufan's face. Yet the cold, unflinching look in his eyes spoke volumes. With one final blow, he finished off the last man. The two remaining men, the boss on the motorcycle and the thug Gufan had spared earlier, stared in shock. They never imagined Gufan could fight so fiercely, leaving none of their men standing. The younger thug reacted first, instantly dropping to his knees. "Big brother, I was wrong." Gufan merely tilted his head to glance at him before slapping the subordinate hard enough to send him flying backward, crashing into the motorcycle behind him. Blood spurted from his mouth as he collapsed unconscious. The boss stood frozen in place, utterly flustered. Gufan walked over to him and whispered into his ear, "Send word. The rear factory area is mine now. If I see even a speck of dirt, you'll end up like those men on the ground. Understand?" The man nodded blankly, then bolted away in an instant. Gufan then approached Hua Yaoyao. Just as they were about to leave, the alarm suddenly blared. Instantly, a group of heavily armed police officers surrounded the two. Chapter 152, Suitable? Confusion didn't just grip Gufan and Hua Yaoyao, the police were equally bewildered. What the hell was going on? They had received a report of gang violence erupting behind the rear factory area, prompting them to deploy numerous officers armed with batons and shields. But the scene before them left everyone speechless. About 20 people lay sprawled on the ground, while only one man and one woman remained standing. The woman was covered in torn clothing, a black coat draped over her. The man was even more startling. His pure white shirt was now stained a pale red with blood, and blood was streaming down his forehead, obscuring his brow. If anything else stood out, it was the man's gaze, a gaze that no one could match, one that made even international killers pale in comparison. This left team leader Wang Yan utterly stunned. He never expected a mere brawl to lead them to such a formidable figure. Now, he feared Gufan might lose control. Glancing at the men lying on the ground, he realized that if Gufan truly flew into a rage, these police officers wouldn't stand a chance. "I'm the lead officer from the Baibin City Police Department. We received a report of a mass brawl here. We have the authority to take you in for questioning. Please cooperate with our interrogation. Now, place your hands behind your head and crouch on the ground. If you resist, we will use force." After Wang Yan finished speaking, Gu Fan finally understood the situation. He spread his arms, clasped them over his head, and slowly crouched down. Turning to Hua Yaoyao, he said, "Don't worry. You won't be here for long. What about you? I'll be fine. I only have one request, don't do anything foolish like this again. Rest assured, I killed Kim. He died horribly. You can relax." After Gu Fan finished speaking, Hua Yaoyao could no longer hold back. The earlier words had already stirred some sadness in her, but upon hearing that Kim had been killed by Gu Fan, she completely broke down. Hua Yaoyao burst into heart-wrenching sobs, her wails echoing throughout the entire rear factory area. Meanwhile, in the police station interrogation room, Gu Fan's hands were restrained to the chair. He was alone in the room. His head had been roughly bandaged, and no one paid him any attention. He sat there quietly with his eyes closed. Gu Fan no longer wished to trouble others for help. Su Chang remained hospitalized, and as mayor, Chen Fan couldn't intervene. Other prominent families, though well regarded, wouldn't rashly extend aid to him, including the Qin family. The 12th Division was even less likely to help. The moment Gu Fan left the 12th Division, he had forfeited their protection. Now, his thoughts turned more to Shen Aoneng. He had just vowed to live well, to lead a peaceful life, to prioritize his family, yet here he was, breaking his own promise. Was he returning to his prison life once more? Finally, the interrogation room door swung open. The officer who entered looked fierce, but behind him stood an old acquaintance, Zhou Sun, Gu Fan's only familiar face among the police. But even he couldn't bail him out now. And even if he could, his top priority would undoubtedly be the 12th Division. Sure enough, the look of guilt on Zhou Sun's face when he saw Gu Fan spoke volumes. He even shook his head slightly. "Confess. Your motive for murder in this mass brawl incident." Another officer demanded. "Can I have a cigarette? Forgot to smoke after the fight. My memory's a bit fuzzy." The man glanced at Zhou Sun. Zhou Sun pulled out a cigarette, placed it between Gu Fan's lips, and lit it. Gu Fan took several deep puffs, exhaled smoke, and sighed. "I saw that woman, Hua Yaoyao, being assaulted by that man, so I stepped in to save her. But you know, that guy called Brother Jie is basically the modern-day gangster. He called in a whole bunch of people, so I had to fight back. Luckily, I served in the military for a few years, so I could handle it, but I still got hit on the head." Gu Fan had coordinated with Hua Yaoyao beforehand. After he finished speaking, the police officer's face still showed disbelief, but his expression softened slightly. After asking a few more brief questions, they left, leaving Gu Fan alone in the interrogation room. Meanwhile, at the Shin Group headquarters, Shen Aoneng was intently reviewing documents at her desk. Across from her on the sofa sat a man. Though he appeared to be reviewing documents, his eyes kept drifting toward Shen Aoneng, admiring her angelic features. The ringtone of Shen Aoneng's phone shattered the quiet. "Hello, this is Shen Aoneng. Who is this? Police station? How is Gu Fan? I'm his fiancé." "Fiancé?" The three words sent a wave of shock and surprise across the man's face. He abruptly set down his documents and fixed his gaze on the woman before him. Shen Aoneng is getting married? To whom? That good-for-nothing named Gu Fan? The thoughts raced through the man's mind. The moment Shen Aoneng hung up, the man immediately replied. "The police station? What happened?" Zhuge Cheng, why don't you go ahead? I'll have to postpone tonight's event. My husband Gu Fan is at the police station." "What? Group brawl? Seems someone died too. I need to go to the police station." Zhuge Cheng glanced at the time, then looked outside at the night sky. "I'll drive you. It's too late now, and maybe I can help once we get there." Shen Aoneng had intended to refuse, but Zhuge Cheng's reasoning made sense. She abandoned her objection, nodded, and agreed. So the two drove together toward the police station. On the way, Zhuge Cheng watched the anxious expression on Shen Aoneng's face, and a trace of disgust unconsciously flashed across his own. Before the car had even come to a complete stop at the police station, Shen Aoneng flung open the door and dashed toward the building. Zhuge Cheng immediately followed. Upon entering the station, Shen Aoneng spotted Hua Yaoyao sitting on a chair, her clothes in tatters. Yet Shen Aoneng clearly recognized the coat she wore. It belonged to Gu Fan. She stopped directly in front of Hua Yaoyao. Gu Fan's coat? What had happened to him? Why was he at the police station? Faced with Shen Aoneng's gaze, Hua Yaoyao visibly flinched. She had no choice but to recount the entire incident to Shen Aoneng, taking full responsibility for all the mistakes during her explanation. Finally, she could only lower her head. Shen Aoneng's expression darkened. She desperately wanted to slap Hua Yaoyao hard, but she knew it wouldn't solve anything. After listening, what Shen Aoneng felt most was heartbreak. Her man had actually gotten himself into this mess for another woman. As a man with strong traditional values, Gu Fan naturally carried a heavy sense of responsibility. Though Shen Aoneng claimed not to care about the women who fluttered around him. But she was Gu Fan's woman. To see her man hurt because of another woman saying she wasn't angry would be a lie. Shen Aoneng was now consumed by doubt. Was marriage truly the right choice at this moment? Chapter 153, Cold War. Having grasped the general outline of the incident, Shen Aonang took out her phone to contact her company's legal affairs personnel for consultation. But the conclusion remained, even if Gu Fan had acted as a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, 2 deaths and over 20 injuries had crossed the legal line. The only outcome was prison. Yet, due to his act of rescue, the sentence wouldn't be too long, between 8 and 10 years. Hearing this, Shen Aonang's legs gave way beneath her. She sat slumped in her chair, her mind drifting in and out of focus, tears welling up in her eyes. Behind her, Zhu Guqing had also grasped the situation. Seeing Shen Aonang before him, unable to cry, he simply gave her shoulder a gentle pat. Shen Aonang then embraced Hua Yaoyao and finally let out a sob. Zhu Guqing handed her a few tissues, then turned away to pull out his phone and make a call. He then returned to Shen Aonang's side to comfort her. Once Shen Aonang's emotions had calmed somewhat, she wiped the tears from her face and took several deep breaths. Realizing the situation before her could no longer be resolved through normal channels, only one option remained. Just as Shen Aonang was preparing to take the plunge, a man suddenly appeared. He wasn't particularly large, but the lines etched across his face betrayed his age. Yet his eyes burned with intensity, and each step he took was steady and deliberate. He approached Zhu Guqing. "May I ask if you are Zhu Guqing, the eldest son of the Zhuge family from the provincial capital?" Zhu Guqing nodded. The man's face instantly lit up with a broad smile. He grasped Zhu Guqing's left hand with both of his, shaking it vigorously up and down, his delight palpable. "I'm the chief of the Baibin City Police Department. Old Zhang from the provincial capital just called me personally, asking for a favor." I agreed immediately. What a coincidence! The provincial capital? Old Zhang? The words echoed in Shen Aonang's mind. Suddenly, she remembered something. Could it be Zhang Bin, known as Tiger Zhan? As the provincial party secretary, despite constant rumors of corruption and abuse of power, he ruled like an emperor, wielding absolute power. That was precisely why he earned the moniker Tiger Zhang. He acted with ruthless decisiveness, never hesitating or second-guessing himself. What shocked Shen Aonang even more was that Zhu Guqing had actually connected with Tiger Zhang. Truly, someone from the provincial capital. Right, we've been talking for so long. Go ahead, tell me. What's the matter? I'll handle it. Then Zhu Guqing's left arm suddenly wrapped around Shen Aonang's shoulder. Stunned, she froze in place, about to struggle free, but Zhu Guqing shot her a calming glance. "She's my girlfriend. One of her friends got arrested by you guys. That young guy's got a hot temper. See? He tried to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. He went a bit too hard. Ended up killing the guy. Tell me, do you think we can get him out?" After Zhu Guqing finished speaking, he tightened his embrace and kept glancing back at Hua Yaoyao. "The rules won't allow it. But with you, rules are just dead letters. We're living people. Rest assured. Just wait. I'll release it soon. But when you return to the provincial capital, could you arrange a meeting between me and Secretary Zhang?" The man's words were carefully measured, and the expression on his face filled Shen Aonang with intense loathing. Zhu Guqing merely smiled dismissively. True to his rank as bureau chief, the release came swiftly. After Gu Fan left the police station, Shen Aonang and Hua Yaoyao stood together. Shen Aonang's face was twisted with fury, while Hua Yaoyao's was radiant with joy. Gu Fan extended his arms toward Shen Aonang, but just as he was about to embrace her, she suddenly took a step back. "Gu Fan, you've disappointed me so much. How can you still act like a child? Ready to fight over every little disagreement? If not for Zhu Guqing's help today, you'd be in jail. What do you think you're doing? Just abandoning me and Xiaoyu like this?" After speaking, Shen Aonang didn't give Gu Fan a chance to explain before getting into Zhu Guqing's car. Though Zhu Guqing wore an expression of resignation, his heart was secretly elated. "Brother Fan, don't worry. I'll go comfort Aonang. You know how she is, she only gets angry with people she cares about. Don't take it to heart." Zhu Guqing then got into his car and soon drove away with the sound of the engine. Gu Fan felt increasingly agitated, as if a heavy stone had lodged in his chest. Finally, Hua Yaoyao approached Gu Fan timidly, her head bowed in deference. "Fan Gu, it's all my fault. Don't worry, I'll explain everything to sister-in-law. Even if we have to kneel and apologize, I'll make sure she forgives you. I'm truly sorry." After speaking, Hua Yaoyao took off the coat draped over her shoulders and handed it to Gu Fan. Gu Fan forced a faint smile, shook his head, and draped the coat back over Hua Yaoyao. "It's okay. I did this willingly. Anyone facing such a blow might temporarily lose their way. But remember, Yao Yao, when you stray, don't panic. We can simply choose a different path and still walk toward a colorful future. I believe you can do it too. So please, stop doing these things." Hua Yaoyao nodded tearfully. Only after watching Hua Yaoyao hail a taxi and drive away did Gu Fan breathe a sigh of relief, returning to sit by the roadside to wait for his own ride. Just then, Zhou Sun's police car pulled up in front of him. "Come on, there aren't many taxis at this hour. I'll give you a ride." Gu Fan nodded and got in. "Had a fight with your girlfriend?" Gufan stared out the window, lost in thought, and didn't respond. That can't be right. Your expression is really strange. I've hardly ever seen it before. This is the first time. Looks like you've truly lost yourself in love. Am I overstepping by bringing this up? As a cop, from my perspective, you're not in the wrong. But Shanaoning isn't like me. She's your girlfriend, almost your fiancé. From her perspective, you're wrong. Dead wrong. Why? First off, you were already in the wrong for sticking up for another woman. After dropping Gufan off at home, Josu said a few more words, the main point being an apology. When Gufan reached the door, he took out his keys and unlocked it. Shanaoning was sitting on the living room sofa, staring silently at the TV in front of her, though the TV wasn't even turned on yet. Aoning, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have defended another woman. But you know what? She's an employee at our company. Her friends were murdered, and I just wanted to stop her from going down a path with no return. Shanaoning lifted her head, walked silently toward the bedroom, and locked the door behind her. Seeing the pillow and quilt on the sofa, Gufan instantly understood. Chapter 154, Disguise. Shu Province. In the hospital bed, and Mo's injuries had significantly improved. At least he could now get out of bed and perform some simple exercises. Although Du Lily visited him from time to time, and Mo's mindset was gradually shifting. A sudden pang of resentment welled up within him, a mix of self-doubt and dissatisfaction with his own abilities. Though his body remained confined to the hospital bed, his mind kept flashing back to the sparring session with Instructor 1. He searched for his own weaknesses and mistakes. And Mo gazed out the window, his mind drifting, yet his hands remained firmly gripped around the dumbbells as he continued his workout. The ward door swung open, and Du Lily's heart skipped a beat at the sight of an Mo. She rushed to his side and snatched the dumbbell from his grasp. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "The doctor said you need to rest and recover. Why are you doing strenuous exercise?" "I'm just lifting a little. Besides, the assessment is starting soon. I still need to win first place." As an Mo finished speaking and reached out to grab the dumbbell from Du Lily's hands, she stubbornly tucked it behind her back, glaring at him with obvious reluctance. "An Mo. Can't you think about yourself for once? I'm doing this to win. An Mo. You." Just as Du Lily was about to say more, she met an Mo's cold, indifferent gaze. The rest of her words were abruptly swallowed back. "Fine. I couldn't care less about you. Your life or death has nothing to do with me." Du Lily slammed the dumbbell she was holding onto the floor. Her face flushed crimson with frustration. Then, her ponytail swinging back and forth, she stormed out of the ward. And Mo watched Du Lily's retreating figure. His calm eyes showed no flicker of emotion. He simply picked up the dumbbell from the floor and resumed his workout. But when the ward door swung open again, a long absent face appeared, none other than Instructor 1. He wore sunglasses, a blade of grass between his teeth, and casually balanced a fruit basket in one hand. Spotting an Mo, he flicked the grass onto her bed. "How's it going? Getting out this early? If you're out, remember to hit up my class. We're still short one punching bag for combat training." Instructor 1 wore a supremely cocky grin, his hands constantly slapping in Mo's shoulders. And Mo hated it when people patted his shoulders, no matter who they were. So an Mo turned his head to face Instructor 1. "I advise you to take your hands off me. I don't like people touching my shoulders." And Mo's words were icy cold, but to Instructor 1's ears, they sounded utterly dismissive. "Oh, come on. Still putting on airs? What's the big deal if I put my hands here? What's wrong with me placing my hands on your shoulders?" Then the instructor placed both hands firmly on Anmo's shoulders, gradually increasing the force of his pats until he was actually squeezing Anmo's shoulders hard, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Finally, Mo couldn't take it anymore. He tossed the dumbbell aside, grabbed Instructor Wen's left hand with his right, and twisted it violently before slamming it down with all his might. Instantly, the instructor's fingers contorted into an unnatural angle. The pain forced him to drop to one knee. "I said, no touching my shoulders." Seeing his own humiliation, Instructor 1 angrily swung both fists at Mo. After dodging the attack, Mo's foot shot out from under the covers and delivered a vicious kick to the instructor's throat. Instructor 1 then collapsed to the floor with a ferocious expression, clutching his throat and glaring at Mo with murderous intent. Just as he was about to make another move, the door suddenly knocked several times. After getting back up, Instructor 1 didn't choose to lecture Mo. Instead, he coughed softly a few times, stood before Mo, and stared at him with eyes that seemed to glow. "Mo, I admit you're quite good even among these members, you rank among the top. But do you believe this? You won't win the championship, never. If you keep acting so cocky, I swear you'll suffer even more." "What do you mean? At this point, I'm tired of hiding anything from you. Do you really think that just working hard will make you the champion? That's nothing short of wishful thinking." Instructor Wen's words were strange, and Mo understood something else from them. This special training wasn't simple. At the very least, it wasn't as straightforward as he'd imagined. There's another pair of hands pulling the strings behind this competition. And one more thing. About that smoking incident, I advise you not to spread your mouth too wide. If I decide to act, you'll die a miserable death. Then Instructor Win picked an apple from the fruit basket, placed it before an MO, and squeezed it hard. The apple burst instantly, juice splattering everywhere. With that, Instructor Win stormed out of the ward. An MO watched him until he disappeared, then another man immediately followed. From his profile, an MO suddenly recognized him. That same man had been at the back door. Once he was completely gone, the room fell silent again. An MO lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Could the higher-ups have orchestrated this deliberately? Had they anticipated he wouldn't win the championship? Was the goal to prevent him from going overseas to find Kim? Or did headquarters intend to use him to eliminate corruption within their own ranks? Sitting up in bed, an MO gazed absently at the blue sky and white clouds outside. He tossed aside the covers, his thickly haired legs emerging from beneath the quilt. He stepped lightly onto the floor. Watching Instructor Win leave completely through the window, his mind seemed to drift into some kind of fantasy. Even he couldn't understand himself at that moment. So Mo continued his simple workout routine. His fists pumped through the air, his steps light yet steady, showing no trace of his past injury. One could say an MO concealed his true self deeper than anyone else. His thoughts were heavier than anyone's. Perhaps in others' eyes, he was a quiet and reserved person. But as one of the 12 elite new recruits of Bibin City, if he couldn't even hide himself, he wouldn't be worthy of being called an elite new recruit. And Mo's mental fortitude steadily grew, and his passion for this special training gradually ignited. Indeed. While some greenhorns posed no challenge to an MO, it seemed the only factor capable of tripping him up might be the sordid affairs within the base. Perhaps these very elements would only heighten his excitement and anticipation. Anmo slowly set the dumbbell on the floor and lifted the fruit basket. Beneath the fruit lay a dagger, accompanied by a note bearing only 2 characters, Tan Quang. Chapter 155, Conflict. Bibin City. Gufan glanced at the pillows and blankets on the sofa and instantly understood. Shanaoning was still furious and showed no sign of forgiving him. Gufan walked to Shanaoning's door, grasping the handle. It wouldn't turn. She had indeed locked it. Inside, Shanaoning heard the door open and abruptly sat up in bed. She slipped out from under the covers in her nightgown, tiptoeing barefoot to the door. She pressed her ear against the door, waiting expectantly for Gufan's next move. Shanaoning remained utterly silent throughout, her presence marked only by stillness and agility. Yet as she listened to the sounds outside the door, Gufan knocked once and then departed. Disappointment washed over Shanaoning's face as she thought to herself, "You won't be sleeping in here tonight." Gufan headed toward Xiaoyu's room. Earlier that day, Shanaoning had arranged for someone to pick Xiaoyu up from school because of Gufan's situation. At the time, Xiaoyu had thought it was Gufan coming to get her. Her initial excitement gradually faded into gloom. She remained sullen all the way home, and even at bedtime, sadness lingered on her face. Gufan gazed at the sleeping Xiaoye and couldn't resist gently kissing her cheek. Only then did the frown that had lingered on her brow finally relax. Xiaoyu was still so adorable. Then Gufan slipped out quietly. "Oh, this sofa's pretty comfy to lie on." Gufan deliberately made a sound, intending only for Shanaoning inside the door to hear. Such clumsy acting only made Shanaoning turn her head away in disdain, refusing to respond. Leaning against the pillows, Gufan casually draped the blanket over himself and opened his chat with Shanaoyan on his phone. "There? Already asleep?" Gufan stared at the message he'd sent, anxiously waiting while pulling out a cigarette and his lighter. Click. A sliver of light suddenly pierced the pitch-black room, illuminating the space briefly before being swallowed by darkness once more. As Gufan puffed on his cigarette, tiny sparks of light flickered around the room. After a few more puffs, Shanaoning replied, "I'm going to bed." Angry. The moment Gufan saw her reply, he instantly understood, her anger had subsided, and it was time to make amends. "I truly know I was wrong. I shouldn't have stood up for another woman. In my heart, you are the only woman worthy of my protection, and I will only protect you. This time, I was thoughtless. Can you forgive me?" After Gufan's sincere confession, there was no immediate reply. Only after some time passed. "Got it, but you're still sleeping in the living room. That's your punishment. It's cold out here. Can I sleep in your room?" "I'll sleep on the floor." Gufan's instant reply radiated excitement and joy. As long as Shanaoning agreed, he could teleport into her room in an instant. Playing the victim really works on women after all. Maternal instincts aren't something you can easily ignore. "Fine then, but you can't get into bed." "Okay." The moment he sent the message, Gufan stood at the door clutching his blanket and pillow, knocking softly. As he knocked, the surge of excitement within him was impossible to conceal. Finally, the door opened. The moment it swung up, Gufan was stunned. He'd never seen Shanaoning in this dress before, clearly a new purchase. What a pity he hadn't gotten to enjoy it. Shanaoning caught Gufan's gaze. A faint blush flashed across her face, but it was quickly replaced by a smile that spoke volumes. She deliberately swayed her legs lightly and unconsciously lifted her chest. The nightgown she wore fell just above her knees, showcasing her beautiful legs. Looking up, however, revealed a deliberate design. Slightly lowered, it revealed her swan-like neck. What are you staring at? Go to sleep. I've laid out a blanket for you on the floor. After speaking, Shin Aoning crossed her arms over her chest, glaring disdainfully at the lovesick Gu Fan. Honey, you. Who says I'm your wife? You haven't even proposed yet. After Shin Aoning spoke, Gu Fan gazed at her lips, momentarily lost in thought. Then, unable to resist, he leaned in to kiss her. But just as their lips were about to meet, Shin Aoning covered his mouth with her hand. What are you doing? If you don't listen, then you can just stay outside. Fine. Gu Fan nodded dejectedly, then lay motionless on the floor in disappointment. After closing the door, Shin Aoning tossed and turned on the bed, unable to sleep. Yet Gu Fan remained perfectly still, his breathing gradually evening out. Shin Aoning, feeling annoyed, pretended to punch Gu Fan on the bed. Damn you, Gu Fan! Stupid Gu Fan! She couldn't help but curse him. But deep into the night, Shin Aoning still couldn't sleep. Had losing Gu Fan really made even sleeping a problem for her? After making a decision, Shin Aoning took a deep breath, tossed aside the covers, and walked toward Gu Fan's spot on the floor. She slowly lay down beside him, wrapping her arms gently around his waist from behind. Feeling the strength of his back and breathing in his scent, Shin Aoning felt her anxiety ease considerably. But just as she was drifting off, Gu Fan suddenly turned over, pulling Shin Aoning into his embrace. Their noses touched. Shin Aoning's eyes snapped open. Meeting Gu Fan's deep gaze, she panicked. You weren't asleep? How? I never said I was asleep. Besides, you were the one who came to me. Little lamb walking into the tiger's den. Shin Aoning felt Gu Fan's warm breath on her skin, and her entire body instantly went limp. She found herself unexpectedly anticipating Gu Fan's next move. But Gu Fan hesitated, making no further move, only wrapping his arms around Shin Aoning's waist. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you. I know you have work tomorrow. Good night. Gu Fan's voice was unexpectedly magnetic and full of emotion, making Shin Aoning feel especially at ease. She nestled into his embrace, basking in his warmth. In this moment, Shin Aoning felt profoundly serene and utterly secure as she drifted off to sleep. No other moment could compare to this one. But after marriage, would Gu Fan still treat her like this? Could they maintain this intimacy? Or would they gradually drift apart? Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one for Shin Aoning, filled with endless turmoil. Chapter 156, The Cotton-Padded Jacket. This time, Gu Fan woke up earlier than usual. As he opened his eyes and gazed at the beauty beside him, he couldn't resist leaving a soft kiss on her cheek. Then he left the room, heading toward the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Shin Aoning and Xiaoyu. After finishing, he glanced at the time and first entered Shin Aoning's room. He slowly stroked her hair, then touched her lips. Shin Aoning gradually stirred awake, murmuring softly. You're awake so early? After speaking, Shin Aoning rubbed her face against Gu Fan's chest repeatedly. Gu Fan simply smiled, affectionately stroking her head. Alright, get up. Breakfast is ready. Come eat. Aren't we going to the office? No way. Carry me. Gu Fan chuckled as he lifted Shin Aoning off the floor. She playfully wrapped her arms around his shoulders, instantly closing the distance between them. Gu Fan gently pressed Shin Aoning against the wall, taking her in from head to toe. Are you sure you want to go out wearing that? Shin Aoning's face flushed instantly as she playfully tapped Gu Fan's chest. Alright, put me down. I'll change clothes. After leaving Shin Aoning's room, Gu Fan headed toward Gu Xiaoya's room. Gu Fan slowly pulled back the curtains, then spoke softly to Xiaoya. Xiaoya, the sun's already high in the sky. Time to get up. Or your classmates will laugh at you. Gu Fan gently tickled Xiaoyu's nose. Xiaoya gradually opened her eyes. Stretching lazily, she let out a soft grumble. Is this how girls are? Though these were unconscious actions, they kept striking deep within Gu Fan's heart. How adorable. Daddy, why didn't you pick me up yesterday? After school today, Daddy will definitely pick you up. And after dinner, Daddy will drive you to school, okay? A smile suddenly blossomed on Xiaoyu's face. She then cupped Gu Fan's cheeks with both hands and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. A while later, Shin Aoning and Gu Xiaoya sat at the dining table, each holding a sandwich, milk, and an egg fried by Gu Fan himself. After breakfast, Gu Fan promised to walk Xiaoyu to school. He picked up her red backpack with one hand and lifted her into his arms with the other, heading toward the door. Gu Fan. Take my car. Forget it, you drive. I'll just take a taxi. I'm heading to Huangbao later anyway, so I'll have a ride then. Shin Aoning couldn't persuade Gu Fan otherwise, so she drove off in her own car. Gu Fan waved at Shin Aoning while holding Xiaoyu. Daddy, aren't you going with Aunt Shin? Daddy has to take you home. I can't go back on my word. Xiaoyu nestled close to Gu Fan's head, her unmistakable joy evident as she rubbed against his skull. Daddy's the best. Looking at Xiaoyu in his arms, Gufan felt a slight stir of emotion. His daughter rarely mentioned her mother anymore, and even the image of her mother was gradually fading from her mind. Gufan understood Xiaoyu's personality well enough. Though the little girl appeared carefree on the surface, she harbored many unspoken thoughts deep within, simply unable to express them in words. Upon arriving at the elementary school, Gufan lifted Xiaoyu out of the taxi and walked toward the school gate. As they reached the doorway, a little boy suddenly stepped out. He stared at Xiaoyu, slightly lost in thought. Xiaoyu. That's your dad. So you really do have a dad. Of course. This is my dad, and he's so good to me. He buys me anything I want. He didn't pick me up yesterday because he was too busy, so he came to drop me off this morning. Xiaoyu lifted her head proudly, her smile impossible to hide. She wrapped her arms tightly around Gufan's neck, staking her claim. But the little boy merely glanced at her. That aunt who always picked you up before was so pretty. How come your dad looks like this? He's not handsome at all. Who's this kid? Can I beat him up? Gufan stared at the little boy before him, his mind fixated on that single thought. His fists were already clenched in readiness. My dad's the handsome one. My dad's the most handsome in the whole world. Gufan watched the little girl defending him. It seemed his little cotton jacket really was warm. It warmed his heart. Dare you compare? After school, let's see whose dad is cooler. Xiaoyu didn't respond immediately. She just turned to look at Gufan, who smiled and nodded lightly, his expression as warm as sunshine. Fine. I accept. Whoever loses has to clean the classroom. With that, Xiaoyu bid farewell to Gufan and walked toward the school with the little boy. That boy doesn't like Xiaoyu, does he? Don't kidnap my daughter. Gufan watched their retreating figures, lost in thought. Don't you dare take my little cotton coat off me. Just as Gufan was about to leave, his phone rang. Gufan. You're being unreasonable. After all I did to help your Imperial Guard, you still won't repay me? You actually made me call you? From the voice on the line, Gufan instantly recognized the caller, Chen Bing. Back then, Chen Bing had really saved the day with Enraged's troubles. If not for him, Gangzi and Su Qing would have been in serious trouble. He had meant to thank him, but every time he got home, other matters would push it out of his mind. Fine, come to Huangbao. Why go to Huangbao? Just come with me to one place, I guarantee you'll love it. After hanging up, he instantly received a location pin. Gufan looked at the displayed location. A bar? What's the point of going there this early? Is anyone even there? After muttering to himself, Gufan sighed and ran his fingers through his hair before hailing a cab to the location. Upon arrival, the bar was indeed quite unique. Despite the early hour, it was surprisingly crowded. Though called a bar, it resembled a quiet lounge, no loud music blaring. Soft piano melodies played continuously. Most patrons were friends gathering to enjoy the atmosphere. A slight buzz made it easier to reveal true feelings, even elevating one's aura. The moment Gufan walked in, he spotted Chen Bing at the bar. She wore a white blouse, her long, flowing hair cascading down her back. Below, a black pencil skirt and sheer stockings showcased her slender legs. Her dark red high heels were particularly alluring. The moment she sat at the bar, she drew the attention of many men, including Gufan's. He was utterly captivated by her stunning appearance. Chapter 157, Taking Over. Chen Bing couldn't possibly miss Gufan's gaze, yet she made no effort to hide it. Instead, the suggestive glint in her eyes relentlessly probed him. Gufan finally lowered his head, a flicker of awkwardness crossing his face. He deliberately avoided Chen Bing's gaze, clearing his throat softly after sitting beside her. What are you looking at? I've noticed, do all men prefer women in this outfit? I looked it up online earlier. Apparently, this professional attire is most effective at drawing men's attention. The results seem pretty accurate. After speaking, Chen Bing raised the wine glass beside her and downed it in one gulp. As she set the glass on the table, her cheeks flushed slightly, the faint blush only fueling further speculation. Gufan couldn't help but stare in surprise. Then a glass of whiskey appeared before him. Gufan looked at the bartender, who merely smiled at him and gave a slight nod. Miss Chen's treat. No need to thank me. Gufan glanced at Chen Bing, who merely raised her glass in a toast. After swallowing the drink. So, what exactly did you want me to see? You said I'd definitely like it. What is it? This outfit, isn't it? As Gufan looked at the woman, his jaw dropped slightly. He stared at Chen Bing before him, uncertain. You're not joking with me, right? If this is it, I'm leaving. Gufan. What is this supposed to mean? Is this how you thank me? Chen Bing's words instantly silenced Gufan. He could only nod helplessly, forcing a stiff smile as he looked at her. So tell me, what else did you need me for? Well, I've been feeling pretty frustrated lately. I need someone to listen. So just be a good listener and let me vent. After speaking, Chen Bing downed the drink in her glass in one gulp. Gufan followed suit. Gufan, do you know? My father isn't a good man at all, and he certainly isn't a good mayor.
Back then, investigators were sent down from above to look into him, but every attempt ended in failure.
And you know what? He's connected to criminal gangs. He's a robber. A bandit. He puts on this act of being a good father and mayor during the day, but at night, his true colors show. You know what? All the underground operations you abandoned earlier? He took them all over.
After finishing her confession, Chen Bing poured herself another glass of liquor and downed it in one gulp.
Hearing Chen Bing's words, Gu Fan was still taken aback.
He hadn't expected all his underground money to have slipped into Chen Fan's pockets.
But that underground territory was no easy bone to chew. Chen Fan's swift takeover was a tacit acknowledgement of his power. You know what?
Every man who ever approached me was driven away by my father. If they were decent, he'd give them some money. If they were unruly, he'd beat them up and send them packing. That's why I've had almost no real friends since high school. Only gold-digging women and vulgar men surrounded me, but I never treated them like human beings.
Except for you.
After speaking, Chen Bing's gaze toward Gu Fan grew hazy.
You know why my father never interfered with us?
I could always tell what he was thinking. He just wanted to push us together. After speaking, Chen Bing suddenly slammed her wine glass onto the floor. She then slumped motionless over the table, appearing half asleep yet not quite. Just as Gu Fan reached out to touch Chen Bing, the bartender in front of him seized his wrist. From the strength of his grip, Gu Fan could clearly tell the man before him was no pushover. At the very least, he possessed equal skill, if not superior. Gu Fan slowly lifted his head to meet the bartender's gaze, detecting something distinct in his eyes.
Who are you? If I said I didn't know, would you believe me?
Gu Fan watched as the man's gaze grew colder.
You have no reason to treat me this way. I work for Mr. Chen, and I certainly wouldn't harm the lady. She got drunk on purpose this time, and the reason is likely because of you. What do you mean? Then I'll be blunt.
The young lady likes you, and Mr. Chen holds you in high regard. But Mr. Chen instructed me to tell you this: your best course of action now is to accept the young lady and sever your current relationship. After speaking, the bartender's face showed no emotion or change, merely staring impassively at Gu Fan before him. Gu Fan frowned as he watched the bartender lead Chen Bing away.
Just how deep were the waters behind Chen Fan? To be entrusted with full control of his underground operations. Chen Fan was clearly no ordinary man. After leaving the bar, Gu Fan headed toward Huangbao. Yet what puzzled him most was the persistent feeling of being followed. Highly attuned to his surroundings, he sensed something amiss. Even upon reaching Huangbao's entrance, that sense of being tailed remained. Taking advantage of this, Gu Fan deliberately veered into a nearby alley. After a few intentional detours, the pursuer finally lost his way. Gu Fan suddenly materialized behind him, lightly tapping his shoulder. The startled man spun around, his heart leaping into his throat as he stared at Gu Fan. Bro, what the hell are you following me for? Gu Fan's voice grew icy. The man's entire body instantly tensed. He thrust his arms out to push Gu Fan away, spun around, and swung his fists at him. But before his fists could land, he was already sprawled on the ground. His left arm was seized mid-air by Gu Fan, his body crashing to the ground with Gu Fan's foot planted firmly on his waist. Not going to explain yourself? Gu Fan shook his head in exasperation, then twisted the man's arm with brutal force, snapping it clean off. Ah. Still planning to say no? If you don't talk, then it's the other arm. I said I was sent by Mr. Chen to deal with you. Before he could finish, Gu Fan delivered another brutal punch to the man's back. I hate liars, and you clearly deceived me. Gu Fan knew the man before him wasn't Chen Fan's man. Chen Fan wouldn't send his own men to follow him. And with that bartender present, Chen Fan's temperament wouldn't allow him to send anyone else. Gu Fan delivered this punch with 7/10 of his strength. I said Qin sent me. Gu Fan nodded, then delivered a vicious kick to the man's stomach. This is the punishment for lying. Chapter 158, Thoughts. Gu Fan stared at the man sprawled on the ground and delivered 2 more kicks without a shred of pity. Can you talk? Why did Qin send me? The lady didn't say. She just told me to follow you and report back to her. Gu Fan ignored the man on the ground, lit a cigarette, and headed toward Huangbao Group. The security guards at the entrance instinctively parted to let him through, some even quietly lowering their heads to avoid meeting his gaze. Gu Fan exhaled smoke lightly. As he was about to enter the elevator, he spotted Hua Yao Yao. She sat on a chair in the lobby, her face free of heavy makeup. Yet her natural innocence and unassuming grace still added to her charm. Gu Fan turned and walked over to her. What's up? Not going in? Hua Yao Yao hesitated noticeably. She stared blankly at the security guards before her, then finally shook her head. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to come here and look around. I won't be going up. Watching Hua Yao Yao's cautious demeanor, Gu Fan abruptly shifted his attitude. His earlier gentleness vanished, replaced by sternness and dominance. Come on up. They're all waiting for you. Haven't you seen Su Cheng yet? After meeting everyone, we'll go to the hospital to check on Su Cheng. This time, Hua Yao Yao didn't hesitate. She nodded slightly, her voice trembling with emotion. She then followed Gu Fan's pace as they slowly walked toward the elevator. This time, the security guard at the entrance didn't continue staring at Hua Yaoyao, only keeping his head bowed. The gloom vanished instantly from Hua Yaoyao's face, replaced by a faint, captivating smile. Once inside the elevator, an awkward silence settled between them. How are you doing now?
I'm working as a waitress at that restaurant now. What happened to you back in the rear factory area last time spread like wildfire. It's not as dark and filthy as it used to be there anymore, including the restaurant. As Hua Yaoyao spoke, her smile grew increasingly animated, as if sharing an amusing anecdote with Gu Fan and hinting at a sideways admiration for him.
All budding affection is built upon admiration. Hua Yaoyao watched Gu Fan's retreating figure, gradually becoming captivated by his silhouette. Gu Fan merely gave a slight nod. The back factory area really did need some attention.
As he finished speaking, the elevator doors opened.
Gu Fan and Hua Yaoyao stepped into the company building one after the other.
Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Gu Fan felt a sudden pang of unease. The Imperial Guard now seemed to hold little personal significance for him. He himself had scarcely ever set foot here. Major management decisions rested with Su Qing, while security and staffing had always been handled by Gangzi. Thus, everything here felt almost entirely disconnected from Gu Fan. In this moment, he actually felt a twinge of regret. He had contributed nothing to this company, yet had effortlessly reaped the fruits of their labor. Upon entering the office, Gangzi sat on the sofa reading a newspaper, hoping to find any trace of Kim. Kim remained a thorn in his side, deeply embedded in his heart. The moment Gangzi spotted Gu Fan, his joy swept away all previous worries and irritation. A smile spread across his face as he ran toward Gu Fan. Gu Fan then wrapped his arms around Gangzi, patting him heartily on the back.
Alright, how's it going? Fan, I missed you so much.
And I'm truly sorry I failed to bring Kim back.
Alright, it's in the past. Kim will probably never show up again.
After Gu Fan finished speaking, a look of surprise and shock flashed across Gangzi's face. His wide-open mouth said it all.
Brother Fan, you didn't kill Kim. He's dead. I killed him. After hearing this, Gangzi's expression gradually turned excited. But when he spotted Hua Yaoyao standing behind Gu Fan, his face instantly lost its composure. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell security? Anyone can come except you. Get out now. As Gangzi lunged toward Hua Yaoyao with a large hand, ready to shove and pull her away, Gu Fan seized his wrist at the critical moment. Let's talk this out calmly. No roughhousing. Besides, I let her in. Are you going to kick me out too? Gu Fan's voice grew colder by the second, and Gangzi gradually froze in place. I didn't mean it that way, Brother Fan. She's already been fired by Huangbao. Plus, I suspect Hua Yaoyao was the one who provided the location to Guzi back then. And she even went out. As Gangzi finished speaking, his own anger began to rise, while Gu Fan grew noticeably calmer. I know everything you've said, but I trust her. Hua Yaoyao isn't that kind of person. I trust my own judgment. Everyone has their own views and choices. The best course is simply not to interfere. After Gu Fan spoke, Hua Yaoyao's gaze grew increasingly mesmerized. This was the first time she'd ever felt such admiration for a man, yet their relationship could only remain a secret crush for her. Gu Fan arranged for Hua Yaoyao to take on the role of Su Qing's secretary. While Su Qing was recuperating in the hospital these days, Hua Yaoyao could use the opportunity to gain a comprehensive understanding of the company. Oh, and Gangzi, have someone help you draft a contract later. What kind of contract? It's about a share transfer. Gangzi shot Gu Fan a puzzled look, but before he could ask anything further. I'll send the details to your phone later. Fan, you're not planning to leave Huangbao, are you? Huangbao never truly belonged to me, and I'm of little use there anyway. This company belongs to you and Su Qing. Once I step down, I'll set aside some funds for Guzi's family. The rest is yours to handle as you see fit. Before Guzi could ask more questions, Gu Fan's figure had already vanished. Gu Fan stood below Huangbao's building, gazing up at the towering skyscrapers. Just then, his phone rang. Gu Fan, you sure are impressive. Beating my guy like that? You're something else. Let me be clear, I sent him, but he was my grandfather's man. You're in big trouble now. Qin Qin's tone carried a mix of sternness and playful teasing, grounded yet tinged with exaggeration. So what? Since you dared to follow me and got caught, you had to pay a price. I just gave him a little lesson. Gu Fan, let me warn you, Ensure Zhu is planning to make trouble for you. Don't you know about Mr. Li? Simply put, he's a master in the business world. He could wipe out all your assets, and you wouldn't even realize the scale of your trouble. Gu Fan didn't respond, only instinctively pulling a cigarette from his breast pocket. Chapter 159, Dinner. I couldn't care less about this Mr. Li you mentioned. I'm not afraid either, because I don't take him seriously. He doesn't know how to respect me. I just want to ask, why did you call me? My grandfather wants to see you. Isn't that enough? Keep it simple and to the point. Why all the fuss? You're truly ungrateful. I kindly shared secrets with you, and now I'm the one at fault? What else could it be? Gu Fan. You. Gu Fan chose to hang up at the critical moment. He sighed helplessly. But before he could catch his breath, Shin's call came through again. What the hell? The location is Anshizu. Grandpa wants you to meet with Anshizu's manager and act as a mediator. Room 208 at Anshizu. And one more thing, Gu Fan, you. Gu Fan hung up again at the critical moment. What a childish thing to do. Gu Fan shook his head. He wasn't particularly fond of Qin Zheng's idea. After all, he still held a certain disdain for Manager Li, the man behind Enraged. Yet he admired the man's business acumen. Opening numerous Enraged branches while maintaining their unique character and status was a feat that impressed even Gu Fan. Gu Fan's urgency to transfer his shares stemmed partly from this. While Huangbao was indeed thriving now, Gu Fan was more concerned about not dragging Huangbao down or causing it trouble because of him. The only better option was to step back. Scratching his head, Gu Fan drove his Mercedes toward Enraged. It was perfect timing since he hadn't eaten lunch yet. Upon arriving at Enraged, Gu Fan entered and was momentarily stunned by the surroundings. Earlier, Guangxi and his men had left the place utterly wrecked and devastated. Yet today, this sight was somewhat unexpected. The smooth, gleaming floor seemed to have buried the bloodshed and crime beneath it. Gu Fan found himself drawn into the scene. Sir! Sir! Snapping back to reality, Gu Fan looked at the woman in the cheapao before him. His mind cleared, and he nodded. Lead the way. As Gu Fan approached the doorway, the bodyguard standing beside it immediately stood at attention, offering only a slight nod. Previous visits had always required a body search, a procedure Gu Fan deeply disliked. Yet now, the bodyguard before him showed profound respect, merely bowing his head slightly without any further action. The two then stepped aside. Gu Fan entered to find the private room indeed spacious. He passed through the living area before reaching the dining table. Xin Zheng sat at the head of the table. Xin and Xin Shao occupied the seats beside him, just as they had last time. Opposite them sat Enrage's manager, the same man in the suit from their previous meeting. His corpulent frame and the sunglasses perched on his eyes spoke volumes. Yet, an air of arrogance and disdain radiated from the man in the suit. Beside him sat a provocatively dressed woman whose bold attire and frequent glances toward the man spoke volumes. The man in the suit, meanwhile, was blatantly staring at the woman's chest. The distance between them instantly closed as the woman wrapped her arm around his and began rubbing against him. At this moment, Gu Fan also noticed Qin Zheng seated at the table. He sat with his eyes closed, his brow constantly furrowed, his expression spoke volumes. Qin's demeanor mirrored her father's. Xin Shao, however, was the opposite. He was fawning over the man in the suit, offering him drinks with an eager expression. Upon Gu Fan's arrival, Qin Zheng's eyes fluttered open slightly. Brother Gu, you're here. Take a seat. Xin, show him to his place. Xin then slowly rose to her feet. Dressed in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her graceful figure, she drew the suit-clad man's unrelenting gaze as she stood. Xin tried her best to ignore the man in the suit's disgusting gaze. At that moment, Gu Fan seemed like a savior in her eyes. The man before her was so incredibly handsome. Perhaps overcome by excitement, Xin stumbled and fell straight into Gu Fan's arms. Gu Fan immediately wrapped his strong arms around her, steadying her with a firm grip so she landed safely on her feet. Careful! What's the rush? Trying to get yourself killed? After Gu Fan spoke, Xin gritted her teeth and angrily twisted the soft flesh on his waist. Ouch! You ungrateful brat! Gu Fan shoved Xin aside. You're taking advantage of me. Gu Fan shot a helpless glance at Xin beside him. After she arranged their seating, his spot was to the right of the man in the suit. But the moment he sat down, Xin immediately plopped herself to his right, grabbing the wine bottle beside her to pour him a glass. What are you doing? What's the matter? Shouldn't you feel honored to have such a beautiful young lady sitting beside you? Xin whispered close to Gu Fan's ear, though he tried his best to keep his distance. The man in the suit beside them watched Xin's attentive care toward Gu Fan, his eyes widening in disbelief as he glared at Gu Fan across the table. But Gu Fan shrugged indifferently, picking up his chopsticks and reaching for the large pork knuckle on the table. After all, he'd come to Anshizu just for a meal. He hadn't even had lunch yet and was starving. The man in the suit watched Gu Fan with utter surprise, unable to suppress a smile. Xin was equally stunned. You're kidding me, right? You haven't eaten? Of course not. If I were here to eat, I wouldn't have come. I've got a mountain of work to do. As he spoke, he continued gnawing on the pork hock with both hands. Xin swallowed hard before handing him a napkin. Could you please slow down a bit? Gu Fan only grunted in response, but his hands moved faster and faster. At that moment, Qin Zheng finally spoke up. Brother Gu, as Xiaoqin probably told you, I invited you here to act as a mediator. I've heard about the misunderstanding between you and Enraged. How about we just put it behind us? Let's clink glasses? After Qin Zheng finished, Xin gently poured wine from the bottle beside her into Gu Fan's cup. Without looking, Gu Fan raised his glass toward the man in the suit, his face adorned with a professional smile. To you. But the man in the suit beside him showed no reaction whatsoever. He didn't even glance at Gu Fan beside him. Instead, he poured all the wine from his own cup into the cup opposite the woman beside him. He then crossed his arms, watching the woman, before shaking his head. The woman snapped out of her daze, stood up, picked up her glass, and downed it in one gulp. She glanced at the man in the suit. He gave her a thumbs up with one hand while the other hand kept slapping her buttocks. Chapter 160, Flying Knife. Qin Zhang witnessed the scene and unconsciously frowned at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao was even more puzzled by his reaction, so he immediately stood behind the man in the suit, holding his glass. He whispered, "Brother Lu, come on. Didn't we just agree? We can't go back on our word, right?" "Right. But after thinking it over, I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick." After saying this, Brother Lu shoved Qin Xiao aside. He watched Gu Fan's raised glass with disdain, shook his head dismissively, then violently knocked the drink from Gu Fan's hand. The liquid inside the glass drew an arc through the air before rolling across the floor. Only after it came to a stop did Brother Lu turn his attention back to Gu Fan. "I'm surprised you actually dared to show up. Don't you know whose turf this is? You think you can just beat up my men and walk away? Last time, if it weren't for Chen Fan's face, your bunch of useless men would have died countless times already." After Lu Gu finished speaking, Gu Fan stared expressionlessly at Qin Zhang seated across from him. Clearly, he too was taken aback by Lu Ji's actions, never expecting him to react this way. Meanwhile, Gu Fan's right hand was being repeatedly shaken by someone. Turning his head, he saw Qin looking at him and gently shaking her head. Gu Fan tilted his head thoughtfully, then sat down. He picked up his chopsticks and reached for the Australian lobster. Qin Xiao hurried back to Brother Lu's side. "Lu Ji. Don't push it too far. The money I gave you more than covers your losses, it's more than enough. You're being greedy." "Qin Xiao, I'll be honest with you. You know what? Boss Li has given me orders. Anyone who messes with us in Shizhu people gets beaten back. You don't seriously think the money you gave is enough to buy Gu Fan's life, do you?" Lu Ji directly invoked Boss Li. After Qin Xiao spoke, he hesitated for a moment before turning to look at Qin Zhang. His gaze spoke volumes. "Lu Ji, are you really going through with this?" "Old Master Qin, I have no choice. I dare not disobey orders from above. Gu Fan is as good as dead today. But..." Then Lu Ji suddenly drew out a long, drawn-out note. This instantly piqued the interest of Qin Zhang and the other two. But Gu Fan merely continued gnawing on the crab and lobster in his hands, staring at the woman seated beside Lu Ji, his expression unconsciously freezing. When Gu Fan realized someone was watching him, he merely tore open the crab shell with force, locking eyes with the woman. In that simple, ordinary exchange of glances, the woman's face suddenly lit up with a smile. Her eyes gradually grew hazy as she kept lightly biting her lip and licking her middle finger. Watching her seductive display, Gu Fan first swallowed his food with a satisfying gulp, then wiped his mouth and flipped her the middle finger. But what? Qin beside Gu Fan hadn't noticed the exchange between him and the woman. She kept staring at Lu Ji, her questions pouring out, her brow furrowed with confusion. "Agree to one request, and I might let Gu Fan off the hook." "What?" "It's simple, very simple. I hear the women of the Qin family's second branch are quite promiscuous, frequenting nightclubs and hotels. So, would you be willing to spend a night with me? Rest assured, I won't do anything. I just want to hold you and spend the entire night together." After he finished speaking, everyone in the room wore unnatural expressions. Except for Gu Fan, he was busy pulling out his phone and scrolling through it, completely oblivious to what was happening in the room. "Bastard!" Qin Xiao grabbed a wine bottle and hurled it at Lu Ji, but Lu Ji remained utterly unfazed. He simply reached behind his waist, drew a gun, and pressed it against Qin Xiao's head. Instantly, she fell silent. Qin Zhang, seated at the head of the table, was at the peak of his irritation. Throughout his illustrious and formidable life, he had never endured such humiliation. His piercing glare fixed on Lu Ji. If looks could kill, the man would have died 1,000 times over. Lu Ji kicked Qin Xiao to the ground, then slowly approached Qin. "And you? What do you say? Accept or refuse?" "Ahem, Lu Ji. If you lay a finger on my granddaughter, I swear I'll use every ounce of power at my disposal to kill you." As Qin Zhang finished speaking, Lu Ji's footsteps halted abruptly. A maniacal grin spread across his face. "Ha! Relying on those islanders backing your Qin family? How laughable. You don't seriously think Boss Li's just sitting around doing nothing, do you? When it comes to money and interests, who do you think they'll choose, you or us?" After Lu Ji finished speaking, Qin Zhang's expression gradually stiffened. His words held truth. The Qin family was no longer what it once was. The Chang family's share had been gradually devoured by the Bai family. In the end, the Qin family gained little, while the Bai family grew even stronger. Qin Zhang slowly turned his head to look at Qin, as if seeking her opinion. "Let my brother and grandfather go first, and I'll consider it." As Qin spoke, tears streamed down her face. Lu Ji grew visibly excited, clapping his hands. The door swung open. The two bodyguards brought by the Qin family lay dead in pools of blood. Qin Xiao shouted, "Don't go," but hesitated when he met Qin Qin's gaze. Only after seeing the resolute expression on her face did he leave with grandfather. "And Shizhu. They're out. What do you say? Top or bottom first?" After speaking, the tension on Qin Qin's face gradually faded. She crossed her legs and looked at Gu Fan. "Gu Fan, what do you think? Do you want to see?" Gu Fan remained silent, merely picking at the dishes on the table. "Either is fine. How about the bottom? Let me see something new." After Gu Fan spoke, Qin Qin merely nodded. Then, a greedy expression spread across Lu Ji's face. Staring at the stunningly beautiful Qin Qin before him, Lu Ji slowly approached her. But just as he was about to reach her, a flying knife suddenly sliced through his belt, sending his pants tumbling to the floor. Lu Ji stared at his exposed private parts, his life hanging by a thread, and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Lu Ji slowly turned his head. Gu Fan was eating steak from the plate with his bare hands, while the knife was precisely stuck into the table opposite him. "Gu Fan, you. That's right. Let's start with what's below, but it doesn't seem all that exciting. How about we check out what's above instead?" After speaking, Gu Fan picked up another knife and began twirling it menacingly in front of Lu Ji. Just as Lu Ji reached for the gun tucked at his waist, he remembered his pants had fallen down. As he crouched to pull them up, Gu Fan's knife suddenly slashed toward Lu Ji's throat. Chapter 161, The Mask. After scrambling out of the way, Lu Ji slowly raised his head in panic, locking eyes with Gu Fan. Gu Fan was grinning at him. "I told you not to move. Who knows where the next blade might end up?" After speaking, Gu Fan picked up another small knife and began twirling it in his hand. The razor-sharp blade posed no threat to his fingers. Those simple yet dangerous maneuvers flowed effortlessly through his skilled hands. Lu Ji's movements froze in place. Even the look in his eyes gradually shifted to sheer terror. Finally, Lu Ji stopped his movements. He spread his hands wide and slowly raised them. "Gu Fan, you'd better think this through. Do you know who you're messing with? Do you really think you can stand up to Mr. Li? He's a businessman, and I'm just a rough-and-tumble guy. We're worlds apart. What could he possibly do to me? That imperial bond is yours, right? It's not mine anymore. I've transferred all my shares." After Gu Fan finished speaking, the smile on Lu Ji's face gradually faded. Perhaps Lu Ji hadn't expected Gu Fan to foresee this step? To Lu Ji, it was nothing short of astonishing. But facing Gu Fan's unsettling smile, Lu Ji hesitated again. "You're formidable, clever. I clearly underestimated you. Though you're penniless, your girlfriend's wealthy. The Shin Group, right? If we pull some strings when their company goes public, they'll still..." Throughout Lu Ji's earlier remarks about Gu Fan, he'd appeared utterly indifferent. But the moment Lu Ji mentioned Shen Aoning, Gu Fan's hand froze mid-motion. The knife slipped from his grasp, landing with a clatter on the table. A thin trail of blood began to trickle down his palm. "This is bad. Lu Ji is finished." Qin Qin murmured beside him. Observing how these people interacted with Gu Fan, Shidi always thought he was made of steel, impervious to any harm except for one thing, the woman by his side. The woman Qin Qin deeply envied Shen Aoning. She was also Gu Fan's most cherished possession. If anyone dared threaten her, Gu Fan would strike without hesitation. He wouldn't tolerate even the slightest threat near his woman. Gu Fan then lifted his head, his eyes glowing crimson as he fixed them on Lu Ji ahead. "Are you threatening me? With Shen Aoning?" Gu Fan's voice was low, his tone not particularly forceful. Yet the woman beside Lu Ji clearly sensed something different. Instinctively, she pressed her legs together and shifted her position several steps to the side. "If that's how you see it, I can't argue. After all, she truly means a lot to you." Before Lu Ji could finish, Gu Fan grabbed the small knife on the table and hurled it toward Lu Ji's eye. He sprang to his feet in an instant. Just millimeters from Lu Ji's eyeball, Gu Fan swiftly seized the knife handle. Lu Ji stood frozen in terror, gasping for breath. Everyone present, including Qin Qin and the woman Lu Ji had brought, stared at Gu Fan in utter shock. Could such speed possibly be human? Qin Qin's mind seemed frozen in that moment, swallowing repeatedly. "This is your first and final warning. If you threaten Shen Aoning even once more, I swear your head will be hanging on your doorstep." Gu Fan whispered the words almost against Lu Ji's ear, his voice barely audible. Yet as the words seeped from Lu Ji's ear into his brain, cold sweat instantly soaked through his shirt. He could only nod in response, too terrified to even open his mouth. "Bring whatever moves you have at me. Touch Shen Aoning." Before Gu Fan could finish, he suddenly grabbed Lu Ji's pig-like head with both hands. As he pressed down, he slammed his knee into it with brutal force. Lu Ji's face instantly became a bloody mess. Teeth flew out, his glasses shattered, and a piercing scream echoed through Enshizu. Yet none of his men came to his aid. Consider it a lesson. After speaking, Gu Fan pulled out a cigarette, took a leisurely drag, and flicked ash onto Lu Ji's head. Only then did he stroll away from Enshizu, smoking as he went.
Xin followed closely behind, her gaze toward Gu Fan filled with even greater admiration.
You've offended Mr. Li. So what? Should I be afraid of him? Gu Fan produced a toothpick from somewhere, picking his teeth and occasionally flicking bits of debris forward without a care for his appearance or for Enraged, for that matter. Xin found Gu Fan increasingly enigmatic. Her curiosity about the man before her deepened. What kind of confidence did he possess to show such disdain even toward Mr. Li? Mr. Li was a business prodigy. To this day, almost no one knew or understood him. Not even his gender or appearance had ever been hinted at in society. In the business world, he was so wealthy he could rival a nation. Yet this man dared to humiliate him so blatantly, even. Xin found herself increasingly captivated by Gu Fan's profile. She tilted her head, studying him more intently. Gu Fan, who exactly are you? I'm just Gu Fan, an ordinary person. Would an ordinary person dare to confront a big shot like Mr. Li head-on? How can such a nobody be so formidable? Powerful might just be the highest praise Xin could muster. After leaving Anshizu, Gu Fan and Xin happened to spot Xin Zhang and Xin Xiao ahead. Xin Xiao paced restlessly in front of Anshizu, his phone constantly dialing numbers. Though each attempt ended in failure, she immediately dialed the next number. Xin Zhang, however, remained far more composed, standing quietly with his arms crossed, his eyes betraying no emotion. Inside Enraged, Lu Ji slowly rose from the ground. He pulled out several tissues and began wiping the blood from his face, muttering curses under his breath as he wiped. What are you talking about? The woman Lu Ji had brought with him suddenly spoke. She then picked up a glass of red wine from the table, swirling it gently while staring at it intently. At her words, Lu Ji's expression instantly turned serious. Kneeling on the floor, he stopped wiping the blood from his face, letting it drip drop by drop onto the ground. Nothing, really. Just wondering, what do you think of Gu Fan, Mr. Li? He certainly is a remarkable individual. He's successfully piqued my interest. Gu Fan, I look forward to our next meeting. Chapter 162, Fatherly Love. Boss, how do you plan to deal with Gu Fan? He's no ordinary man. Even now, at this level, we still know very little about his true identity. Any suggestions? I believe we should target those closest to him. It's our only opening. He has a daughter attending school nearby. I reckon the risks and rewards are directly proportional. After Lu Ji finished speaking, the smile on his face grew increasingly arrogant, even sinister. Gu Fan's earlier actions were still vivid in his mind, and now he yearned to inflict that same pain upon Gu Fan's wife and child. More importantly, Lu Ji was intensely intrigued by the woman beside Gu Fan, Shanaoneng. Among the elite young ladies of Baibin City, she stood out for her striking beauty, practically becoming every man's dream lover. Lu Ji thought the same. If he could spend a night with her, he'd gladly die. As Lu Ji drifted into his idle fantasies, Boss Li sat with his legs crossed, a mocking expression on his face as he watched Lu Ji kneeling before him. Perhaps due to the exaggerated angle of his crossed legs or the brevity of her skirt, Boss Li's underwear had inadvertently slipped into view. When Lu Ji lifted his gaze, he happened to catch sight of the delightful sight before him. A single glance was enough to leave him utterly transfixed, his mind swirling with fantasies and desires. Ms. Li showed no sign of reluctance. Instead, she seemed even more amused as she teased Lu Ji before her. By the way, did you just slap my butt? Ha? What did you say? Isn't this just acting? Yes. But also no. After speaking, Boss Li pulled out a lady's cigarette, lit it, took a few puffs, then simply clapped his hands. The door swung open instantly. Only one man stood outside. He was solidly built, with a neatly cropped crew cut and standing 185 centimeters tall. The most striking feature was the scar across his face. His physique was as sturdy as an ox, making him intimidatingly imposing. When Lu Ji turned and saw the man before him, terror instantly washed over his face. He began banging his head against the floor with increasing force, leaving a growing pool of blood. Boss, you can't do this. Just abandon me like this? I'm still useful. I know a lot about Gu Fan, and... Enough. What you know is about the same as what I know. I think I've told you before, useless people are trash, garbage. And you know where garbage belongs, in the trash can. Mr. Li then turned his head away. The man behind him stepped toward Lu Ji, his expression unchanging. With one hand, he grabbed the man's head and lifted him into the air. Despite Lu Ji's desperate struggles and frantic scratching at the man. But the man's grip didn't weaken at all. You're just another pawn. I advise you to leave her now. She's a devil. A demon. No even demons fear her. Then the man crushed Lu Ji's skull. Spurting blood splattered every corner of the room, and Lu Ji's life froze forever in that instant. The man casually tossed Lu Ji aside, shook his hands, and stared expressionlessly at Boss Li before him. Nice work. Here's a chicken leg for your reward. But next time, keep the blood to a minimum. It's disgusting. You stay and clean this up. Yes. Mr. Li replied softly, head bowed. Mr. Li scratched his head helplessly, staring blankly at Lu Ji's splattered brains on the floor. His face gradually flushed crimson. Xin and Gufan couldn't help but smile at the sight of Qin Xiao before them. Xin, in particular, watched the flustered Qin Xiao, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Xin Xiao finally spotted the two figures before him and dashed toward Qin. Qin Zhang merely stared at Gufan before him, and Gufan returned his gaze briefly. From start to finish, not a single word passed between them. Gufan gave a slight nod. Xin Zhang understood something, then turned and left. Xin and Qin Xiao ran after Qin Zhang, leaving only Gufan standing frozen in place. He turned his head to glance toward a certain spot behind him where Enraged might be. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Bosley was standing by the window, looking at Gufan. It might not have been a direct gaze, but it could also be considered one. Once inside the car, Qin Xiao and Qin sat up front, while Gufan and Qin Zhang took the back seats. At this point, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Since I promised you, I will deliver. But do you truly have evidence proving the people behind your family are from the island nation? Absolutely. And it's one of my two sons. Gufan couldn't help but glance at Qin and Qin Xiao in front of him, but Qin Zhang merely shook his head slightly. It's not them. I can guarantee it. That's why I suspected someone on Qin Jie's side. After Qin Zhang finished speaking, Gufan simply nodded. By the way, what's your relationship with Shen Aoning's mother? Qin Chun. After Gufan spoke, Qin Zhang's expression remained unchanged. Only a flicker of emotion passed through his cloudy eyes. He chose not to speak, merely staring straight ahead. Brother Gu, just focus on your own affairs. You can leave now. After Qin Zhang finished speaking, Qin couldn't help but glance back at Gufan, then got off the car with him. My grandfather might have overreacted a bit just now, so don't feel awkward. It's fine, I don't mind. I should be picking up the kids anyway. I'll head out now. After saying this, Gufan bid farewell to Qin and left. Qin watched his retreating figure, sighed, and resignedly opened the car door to get in. Qin's claim that she felt nothing for Gufan was pure nonsense. But Gufan already had a family, and a happy one at that. All she could do was sigh and accept it. Gufan walked toward his Mercedes, caught his reflection in the mirror, and smiled. He then headed toward a nearby tailor shop. Good day, sir. What price range are you considering for a suit? Around 50,000 yuan. Sir. Please come in. After leaving the tailor shop, Gufan spotted a doll store ahead. What kind of dolls are you looking for, boss? How much is everything here? What the hell? I'll take all the dolls, every single one. If they don't fit in my car, you deliver them for me. I won't shortchange you on the delivery fee. Gufan then drove his Mercedes-Benz, now packed full of dolls, toward Xiaoyu's school, followed by a truck decorated with dolls. Chapter 163, Showing Off. Gufan sat in the car dressed in a sharp suit, his sunglasses adding an extra touch of cool. What could elementary school kids possibly like these days? Toys? Snacks? Soon, the two toy-adorned vehicles pulled up in front of the school. After getting out, Gufan and the driver waited at the entrance for Xiaoyu. Knowing he'd be picking her up, Xiaoyu had positioned herself at the very front of her classmates early on. Spotting Gufan, she waved frantically at him, bouncing excitedly as she did so. Her face beamed with joy, practically flaunting her father to everyone around. That's my dad. See? Isn't he handsome? I told you, my dad is super busy with work, and he's so rich. Wow, your dad is so handsome. And he has stuffed animals. So many stuffed animals. Your dad's clothes are so formal and handsome. Hearing everyone praise her father, Xiaoyu's smile grew even brighter. Gufan couldn't help but smile as he watched his little girl happily show off to her classmates beside her. Finally, the school gates opened. Parents kept arriving to pick up their children. As each child was taken away, Gufan handed over a stuffed animal. These are from Xiaoyu to you. Xiaoyu stood before Gufan, nodding vigorously, her head tilted up proudly as if showing off. Her adorable little mouth was practically turned up to the sky. Gufan maintained a gentle smile, even gently stroking Xiaoyu's head. Just then, the little boy who had bet with Gufan approached Xiaoyu. She enthusiastically picked out a large stuffed animal and handed it to him. See? My dad's awesome, right? What about your dad? After Xiaoyu finished speaking, the boy only lowered his head without a word. Soon after, a woman approached him. She nodded briefly to Gufan before taking the boy's hand and leading him step by step away. Gufan watched the boy's lonely, forlorn figure. The child even lowered his head to hide his sadness, but the stuffed animal swinging in his hand couldn't conceal the deep disappointment in his heart. Xiaoyu and Gufan watched the boy's demeanor, both slightly lost in thought. Neither could understand why the boy had become this way. Daddy, is Xiao Fei upset? Does he not like the toy I gave him? No, he's just sad because Daddy didn't come. Didn't you look like this when I didn't come before? Xiaoyu pouted and nodded softly. Then Gufan scooped Xiaoyu into his arms and remarked, Xiao Fei's mom looks so young. That's not his mom, it's his aunt. She takes care of him all the time. Gufan nodded, then headed with Xiaoyu to Shen Aoning's company. It had been a long time since he'd visited her workplace, and his main thought was simply to see her again. After all, longing was something hard to put into words. As they arrived at the company building, Xiao Yu's face lit up with excitement, but his smile gradually stiffened. Dad, should we call Aunt Shin Mom? Call her whatever you want. But I already have a mom. After saying this, Xiao Yu's spirits visibly sank. Gu Fan felt a pang of sadness watching her. Though usually quiet, this little girl carried a heavy heart, bottling up her feelings without revealing them. Gu Fan patted her head sympathetically, offering comfort. Xiao Yu, ever the understanding child, gently stroked his hand. The unspoken hurt in her eyes and the tears welling up made Gu Fan's heart ache. The two then proceeded to the Shin group. This time, the security guard recognized Gu Fan and offered no obstruction. He promptly stepped forward to lead the way, personally escorting them to the elevator entrance. Throughout the process, they kept praising Xiao Yu for being adorable and sensible. Gu Fan remained impassive throughout, merely offering a polite nod in response while his gaze remained coldly detached. The security guard sensed the mood and lowered his head until the elevator doors closed. The moment Gu Fan was gone, the guard's smile vanished instantly. He pretended to spit and muttered under his breath. What the hell? A freeloader acting all high and mighty. And he's got a kid. I really don't get what President Shin sees in him. After muttering this, the guard leisurely sat back in his chair, cracking sunflower seeds while staring at his phone. Daddy, why are you so cold to the security guard uncle? Because Daddy doesn't like him. In fact, I can say I hate him. Why? Because he's too good at pretending. He's like a fake person wearing a mask, only able to live in this world by putting on a show. Xiao Yu's gaze toward Gu Fan grew increasingly complex. Scratching the back of her head in confusion, she sucked her finger slightly, tilted her little head, and stared at Gu Fan's face, filled with bewilderment. Gu Fan just smiled, pinching Xiao Yu's cheek. Ding! After the elevator doors opened, Gu Fan set Xiao Yu down on the floor. She immediately dashed toward Shin Aoning's office, while Gu Fan followed silently behind, still smiling. Everyone in the company knew Gu Fan well, including the little girl running ahead. Shin Aoning often brought Xiao Yu to work out of concern. All the employees adored Xiao Yu. With her sweet tongue, she flattered them so much they were practically walking on air. Little Yu, how come you're here? Xiao Yu, it's been ages. Gu Fan watched as several attractive female employees greeted Xiao Yu. She responded to each one with a bright smile, her little hand waving constantly. But when they reached the door to Shin Aoning's office, Xiao Yu's steps suddenly halted. She turned back to look at Gu Fan, frantically waving her hands. Gu Fan instinctively quickened his pace to catch up. Why aren't we going in? There's someone inside. I don't dare. Gu Fan couldn't help but ruffle Xiao Yu's hair before knocking on the door. After receiving Shin Aoning's response, he opened it. Shin Aoning had her long hair pulled back, with only a few strands framing her forehead. She wore black-rimmed glasses that accentuated her refined features, and her exquisite face made Gu Fan burst into laughter. Her swan-like neck radiated a hint of fair skin. Xiao Yu let out a cry and dashed toward Shin Aoning. Gu Fan's delayed reaction stemmed from the unexpected presence of a man before Shin Aoning, the very same person he had met before. It was through this man's connections that Gu Fan had been released earlier. Indeed, the man was none other than Zhuge Qing. His face still bore that gentle smile, a warmth capable of captivating any woman. Yet Xiao Yu looked at him with a hint of fear, darting swiftly to Shin Aoning's side and clinging tightly to her legs, encased in black stockings. Chapter 164, Sunset. Xiao Yu's unusual behavior made Gu Fan frown unconsciously. Just moments ago, she had greeted the staff outside warmly, even though she didn't recognize. Why was she acting so strangely around Zhuge Qing? Just as Gu Fan was about to speak, Zhuge Qing addressed her first. Little one? Why are you so afraid of me? I'm not a bad uncle. I'm a friend of your Aunt Shin. After speaking, Zhuge Qing produced a piece of candy from somewhere and placed it gently on the table. Shin Aoning took it and slowly handed it to Xiao Yu. Only after eating it did the smile return to Xiao Yu's face. Is there anything else? Gu Fan looked at Zhuge Qing across the table. Oh, nothing major. Just letting Aoning know there's a business dinner tonight. The host is Mr. Wang. If Aoning's company wants to go public, they need to smooth things over with all the right people. This Mr. Wang was introduced by a friend of mine in the provincial capital. He'll definitely be helpful to Aoning. After Zhuge Qing finished speaking, just as Gu Fan was about to say something, Zhuge Qing. Shin Aoning cut him off. I'll attend the event. Even for the company's sake, I'll be there. But this is the office. You should still address me as President Shun or Shin Aoning. After Shin Aoning spoke, she merely glanced at Zhuge Qing before casting a brief sidelong look at Gu Fan, observing his reaction. Zhuge Qing maintained his smile. My apologies, it just slipped out. You two continue talking. I'll be leaving now. Zhuge Qing turned and walked toward the exit. As she passed Gu Fan, the corners of her mouth lifted in a slight yet noticeable curve. Gu Fan clearly sensed a trace of contempt hidden within that smile. After Zhuge Chang left, Gu Fan glanced briefly in his direction. Just as he turned to approach Shen Aoning with a smile. What do you want? Got business? If not, leave. I've got work to do. Shen Aoning's icy tone made Gu Fan's lips twitch involuntarily.
She seemed oblivious, continuing to focus on her tasks with her head down.
Wait a minute. Didn't we sleep together that night? Wasn't the anger resolved? Did I not manage to appease her properly? Gu Fan's thoughts kept drifting outward, unchecked and unstoppable. Then you just focus on your work. I'll sit here quietly. After you finish, I'll leave too. Didn't you hear what Zhuge Ching said? I have a business dinner after work. You go home.
After speaking, Shen Aoning gently pushed away Xiaoyu, who was clinging to her legs, then began to fidget with her slender fingers.
No, you can't. Go find your dad. After Xiaoyu left, Shen Aoning continued processing the documents in her hands. As she flipped through them one by one, the room seemed filled only with the sound of papers rustling. Unable to bear the loneliness, Xiaoyu dashed out of the office and clung to Shen Aoning's secretary, begging her to play. Only Gu Fan remained seated on the sofa, watching Shen Aoning. Though some distance separated him from Shen Aoning, Gu Fan felt profoundly at ease. Then, the evening sun gradually bathed Shen Aoning's profile in light. In that moment, Gu Fan's heartbeat seemed to pause. The afterglow of the sunset, like a fiery palette, generously splashed across Shen Aoning's face. The sunset also gradually imprinted itself upon Gu Fan's skin, as if searing a luminous memory into that moment. Perhaps sensing Gu Fan's intense gaze, Shen Aoning's handsome face flushed with a faint blush under the setting sun's glow. What are you looking at? Looking at a beauty. After Gu Fan spoke, Shen Aoning's lips finally curved upward. Though she still harbored resentment toward him, the moment she met his gaze, all traces of irritation vanished. Noticing the curve of her lips, Gu Fan leapt up from the sofa and strode purposefully toward Shen Aoning. She set her pen down on the table, her eyes fixed on him. What are you doing? I'm going to do it. But just as Gu Fan's hands were about to grab Shen Aoning, a knock sounded at the door. His movement froze in place. Instead, a mischievous smile instantly spread across Shen Aoning's face, tinged with a hint of boldness and playfulness. She giggled, shaking her head cutely, then cleared her throat. Come in. After speaking, Gu Fan sat down in front of Shen Aoning, and the door opened. It was Shen Aoning's secretary. Miss Shun, Mr. Zhuge has arrived downstairs. I was instructed to notify you. Wasn't the meeting scheduled for 8 p.m.? It's still quite early, isn't it? He requested to arrive early as a sign of respect for President Wang. Shen Aoning merely nodded. After the secretary left, Gu Fan looked at Shen Aoning across from him. So early? There's no choice. Mr. Wang has been a tremendous help to our company. If he can truly provide substantial support, it would indeed. Gu Fan remained silent, staring blankly at the pen on the desk. Just as Shen Aoning was about to speak, Gu Fan abruptly stood up. You go ahead. I'm preparing to take Xiaoyu out anyway. I'll walk you downstairs. After speaking, Gu Fan forced a faint smile onto his face before heading toward the exit. Shen Aoning watched Gu Fan's dejected retreating figure, feeling a pang of unease herself. Gu Fan left the company with Xiaoyu in his left arm and Shen Aoning's hand in his right. His actions drew envious glances from the employees around him. Xiaoyu and Shen Aoning both wore faint smiles, while Gu Fan alone looked utterly expressionless, even showing a hint of irritation. Downstairs, Zhuge Ching had parked the black Bentley. Standing outside, he spotted Shen Aoning and slowly made his way toward her. Aoning, let's go. Just as Shen Aoning was about to correct him. Hey, we're outside the company building. Fine, then let me rephrase it. No matter where we are, I want you to call me by my name or President Shen. To me, Aoning feels too intimate. I believe only my fiancé can call me that. After speaking, she instinctively lifted the hand holding Gu Fan's, as if to flaunt it. Zhuge Qing's expression shifted instantly, then he forced himself to hold it in. When Zhuge Qing turned around and extended his arm to invite Shen Aoning into the car, she didn't go. Instead, she turned back and kissed Gu Fan's lips without hesitation. Her hands caressed Gu Fan's cheeks repeatedly. This kiss caught Gu Fan completely off guard, leaving him momentarily flustered. Ah! Dad and Auntie! Aren't you too embarrassed? Chapter 165, Withdrawal. After Shen Aoning's lips parted from his, Gu Fan lingered in the sweet aftertaste. He couldn't help but lick his lips, it was so sweet. Gu Fan gazed at the woman before him, slightly lost in thought. This was the first time Shen Aoning had kissed him in front of others. Shen Aoning watched the dazed Gu Fan before her, a faint smile involuntarily flitting across her face. Just as she was about to make a stylish exit, Gu Fan snapped back to reality and suddenly grabbed her slender, white wrist. With a firm tug, he pulled her into his embrace, using his nose to gently graze hers repeatedly. What was that about? Was she leaving already? Shen Aoning's heart raced under Gu Fan's touch, and she let out soft, playful murmurs. But Gu Fan paid no heed, only drawing closer to Shen Aoning. Just as his lips were about to touch hers, Shinaoning closed her eyes, ready to savor the moment. Xiaoyu covered her eyes with both hands, but Zhuge suddenly spoke up, shattering the moment between them. Mr. Shin, shouldn't we be leaving? Shinaoning opened her eyes, gently pushed Gu Fan away, then leaned close to his ear again. When it's over, come pick me up. If you can make it, I'll forgive you. Gu Fan wrapped one arm around Shinaoning's waist, whispering into her ear as well. Sure. Will you reward me tonight? Shinaoning didn't respond, but the flush on her cheeks spoke volumes. Gu Fan watched as Shinaoning and Zhuge car gradually disappeared. As Gu Fan walked home holding Xiaoyu's hand, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was Su Ying, informing him that Su Qing's injury had healed and they had arrived at the company. She wanted to discuss the contract he had drafted earlier. Gu Fan knew Su Qing would want to talk after all, his share transfer had been somewhat questionable. But meeting Lu Ji had confirmed his earlier suspicions. Gu Fan then drove the Mercedes toward Huangbao with Xiaoyu in tow. Upon arriving at Huangbao, Xiaoyu visibly relaxed, running and jumping about, thoroughly enjoying herself. Su Ying greeted Gu Fan outside and promptly took Xiaoyu by the hand, leading her to one side. Brother Fan, my brother is waiting for you upstairs. He's still pretty angry. Please bear with him, he just got out of the hospital. Su Ying's words were very tactful. Gu Fan noticed this and simply nodded before heading upstairs. As he approached the door, Gu Fan heard the sound of scolding coming from inside. Opening the door, Gu Fan saw Gangzi standing before Su Qing, head slightly bowed in acceptance. Su Qing, seated, was flushed red as she berated him. She was clearly furious beyond measure. Despite the cast on her leg, she stood before Gangzi, pointing and gesturing angrily. Until both of them noticed Gu Fan. Gu Fan! What do you think you're doing? What do you mean by transferring shares? It means exactly what it says. I never put much effort into Huangbao anyway. They even deposit money into my account every month. It's unnecessary. Don't blame Gangzi either, I forced him to do it. After speaking, Gu Fan sat down in front of Su Qing, then picked up an apple from the table and began peeling it gently. Su Qing motioned for Gangzi to sit on the sofa, then fixed his gaze on Gu Fan. I'll say this once, Gu Fan, do you consider Su Qing and Gangzi your brothers? If you do, then don't pull out. Gu Fan couldn't understand why Su Qing was so fixated on the share transfer. If they couldn't do business together, did that mean they weren't brothers anymore? Gangzi was equally baffled. Why did Su Qing care so much about doing business together? Su Qing, do you even consider us brothers? If we can't do business together, does that mean we're not brothers anymore? After Gu Fan spoke, Su Qing froze in place. He then sat down on the sofa, his face filled with shock as he stared at Gu Fan. He picked up the water glass beside him and took a small sip. Gu Fan, I really want to ask you, are you truly content with this? Back in the dark, filthy days underground, we supported each other through it all. We even earned that absurd title of Underground Emperor. That period was brutal and bloody for me, but it was also exhilarating and thrilling. It was all part of the package. Now that our underground empire is gone, Huangbao is the only symbol left of our former glory. Are you really going to abandon it now? If you, Gu Fan, can do it, I, Su Qing, cannot. After speaking, Su Qing slammed the glass in his hand onto the floor. The shattering sound of glass caused Su Ying to rush into the room in concern. Yet when she met Su Qing's gaze, she slowly closed the door behind her. Gu Fan's movements also gradually ceased. Su Qing, I'll be honest with you. Before, we had protection from those above, and they were determined to root out the filth of the underground world. But now, I'm not the same as I was. And to be frank, I've just crossed Bosley, the man behind in Shizhu. If I don't step down, do you really think Huangbao can survive? And another thing. You may not fear for yourself, but have you considered the ordinary people working at Huangbao? Like Gangzi. If he leaves the company, he'll face unemployment again, and his elderly mother's medical bills will become a problem once more. Think it through carefully. Gu Fan's voice was utterly flat, yet as he spoke, Su Qing gradually sank into deep thought. If Su Qing were standing in Gu Fan's shoes, perhaps his choice would align with Gu Fan's. But Su Qing refused to accept it. They'd weathered such hardship together before, why couldn't they share in this moment of glory? Gu Fan handed the apple in his hand to Su Qing. Enough. Stop pretending to be deep. Just sign it. Leaving the company is actually a good choice. This time I can finally go home and live off my wife. After all, I haven't really gotten to enjoy Ao Ning's hospitality yet. Gu Fan made a few self-deprecating remarks, and Su Qing couldn't help but let a small smile slip. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Fan and Gangzi emerged from the room together. They exchanged only a few brief words before Gangzi left Gu Fan. Gu Fan called out Xiaoyu's name several times, and Su Ying emerged from the side, holding Xiaoyu's hand. Daddy! Xiaoyu waved her arms and ran toward Gu Fan. Gu Fan ruffled Xiaoyu's little head. Just as he turned to leave, Su Ying called out to him again. What is it? Fan, I'll just say this, after you leave Huangbao, you must be even more cautious. The dangers around you will only increase. Especially. Su-ying didn't voice it, but Gu Fan understood perfectly. He simply nodded in agreement before taking Xiao Yu's hand and leaving Huangbao. Chapter 166, Self-Reliance. Perhaps because Xiao Yu had genuinely enjoyed herself, her excitement after school lingered until now, leaving her utterly exhausted. She leaned back against the seat, her eyes growing heavy. Gu Fan noticed and eased off the gas slightly. Upon arriving home, he carefully lifted Xiao Yu and carried her to the bedroom, where he meticulously made up her bed. Only after closing the door did Gu Fan finally exhale. Leaving Huangbao was indeed a good choice for both Gu Fan and the company's employees. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Gu Fan didn't want to choose a path that would hurt others. Perhaps standing alone in the storm was the best outcome after all. Lying on the sofa with the TV on, Gu Fan watched the news broadcast. Boredom struck, and his thoughts drifted to Shen Aoning. He couldn't help but reach for his phone to check her messages. Strange, there was no location sent by Shen Aoning. When Shen Aoning left, she had clearly told Gu Fan in his ear that she would send her location after dinner. Gu Fan glanced at the time. It was already nearly 9 in the evening. Couples constantly worry about each other, and that was especially true for Gu Fan and Shen Aoning. Gu Fan had wanted to meet her parents together with her. Moreover, he hadn't heard anything about Shen Aoning's younger brother, Shen Aotian, lately. Rumor had it that he had also joined the 12th Division, elevating the Shen family's status to a whole new level. No wonder Shen Bin and Qin Shun had rushed back from the United States. Gu Fan believed they were eyeing not only China's interests but also the Shen Group. When Shen Aoning took over the Shen Group, she faced adversity on all sides. The company was in utter disarray, riddled with crises. Yet, under her leadership, she managed to turn the group around. She poured her entire being into the conglomerate. While other families and her peers were still reveling in luxury and privilege, Shen Aoning had already begun fighting with her back against the wall, relentlessly striving for the survival of her company. Her actions proved her right. Her decisive leadership pulled the group back from the brink of collapse. Shen Aoning had always been a woman of perfection. She had achieved independence at a young age, not a delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse, but a vibrant bloom that had forced itself open through wind, rain, and scorching sun. Now, Gu Fan couldn't help but lose himself in fantasies about Shen Aoning. But a phone call shattered his reverie. What's up? I wanted to ask, are you still planning to investigate Qin Jie? She might not be the issue, it's her father that matters. She's at the bar right now. Want to come? Qin's voice brimmed with impatience, her words almost gritted out. Nightfall Bar. There again? I almost forgot that bar seems to belong to Gu Fan too. He'd been having Zhang Miao manage it for him. After dealing with his brother Zhang Yan, Gu Fan simply had his younger brother Zhang Miao take over. I'll swing by sometime, casually asked Qin Jie, and instantly transfer that bar to Zhang Miao. Damn, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Gu Fan was about to leave, but he couldn't bear to leave Xiao Yu home alone. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. When he saw Hua Yao Yao, he decisively skipped her. His past relationship with her had repeatedly caused Shen Aoning to misunderstand him. He couldn't risk that happening again. Next, he spotted Su-ying below. Su-ying? Where are you now? Still busy? I'm at home, not too busy. What's up, Fan? I need to step out for a bit, and Aoning isn't home either. I'm a bit worried about Xiao Yu. Could you come over and keep an eye on her? After Gu Fan finished speaking, Su-ying readily agreed, her tone sounding genuinely cheerful. Once Su-ying arrived, Gu Fan greeted her briefly before rushing off to Nightfall Bar. Before he could step out at the bar entrance, the car door suddenly swung open. Qin plopped down on the passenger seat and glared fiercely at Gu Fan. What the hell are you doing? Gu Fan. I helped you last time. Sure, it didn't make a huge difference, but I did lend a hand. So I'm begging you, could you please pay attention to my situation? The survival of the Qin family depends on you. It can't be that bad, right? Of course it is. Both my grandfather and father have people watching them closely, so they can't make any rash moves. That leaves everything on my brother and me. You've got to step up. Gu Fan gave a casual nod before striding into Nightfall Bar. Qin sighed helplessly and followed behind him. Looks like her earlier plea was for nothing. The familiar bar noise, as irritating as ever, filled the air. Once inside, Qin searched for Qin Jie while Gu Fan headed upstairs, specifically toward Zhao Miao's office. But as he ascended the stairs, several bodyguards suddenly blocked his path. Sir, access to the upper floor is restricted. Do you have an invitation? What's that? If you wish to proceed upstairs, you must be introduced by someone already present. They must then apply for an invitation letter on your behalf. This letter requires both our CEO Zhang's official seal and the introducer's signature to be valid. Only then will you be permitted entry. Since when? Cut the crap and move aside, or go find Zhang Miao yourself. Tell him Gu Fan wants to see him, he'll let me in. I'm sorry, sir, but you currently lack the authority to meet our CEO. The bodyguard's tone grew increasingly firm. He clasped his hands before his chest, gazing sternly at Gu Fan. He sensed trouble brewing with this man. You must be new here. I don't recognize you. Believe me, if you try to block me again, I'll wrench your arm right off. After Gu Fan spoke, a sudden smile flashed across the man's face. He looked at Gu Fan before him, utterly unconcerned by his words. Dude, you drunk or something? Coming to Nightfall Bar to cause trouble? Let me tell you, the bouncers here aren't pushovers. Several bouncers suddenly materialized behind the man, glaring at Gu Fan with hostility. But Gu Fan remained calm, his gaze fixed on the man before him. He took another step forward. Just as the man's hand was about to touch Gu Fan's chest, Gu Fan's right hand suddenly shot out. He grabbed the bodyguard's wrist with a fierce grip, yanked him toward his chest, and twisted it hard. Ah! Chapter 167, Transfer. The man's cry caused the bodyguards behind him to freeze momentarily. They stood hesitant, their advance now fraught with deliberation. Gu Fan observed the group of bodyguards before him, gradually sinking into deep thought. Perhaps these men weren't his own people. At the very least, Gangzi had been training them all along. As Imperial security bodyguards, they must never show the slightest hesitation or doubt at any moment. Even if facing a sea of fire and swords, charge forward. Hesitation or deliberation. The only outcome awaiting you is death. Gu Fan watched the group before him, shaking his head slightly. Then, the bodyguard on the ground shouted again. Only then did the bodyguards behind him suddenly stir, moving toward Gu Fan. Are you sure you want to charge together? I am Gu Fan, the former boss of Huangbao. After Gu Fan spoke, the bodyguards behind him seemed to ignore him entirely, charging straight toward him. In that instant, Gu Fan realized these men couldn't possibly be from Imperial security. Could they be from the Bai family? No time for thought. Gu Fan clenched his fists, ready to strike. Stop! The bodyguard lying on the ground suddenly yelled, frantically waving his arms to stop the others. The entire scene fell silent in an instant, each heartbeat seeming to throb audibly. Gu Fan looked at the man on the ground. It seemed he recognized him. Two bodyguards appeared behind him and gently helped the man up from the ground. The man stared at Gu Fan before him, flashes of Gu Fan's figure repeatedly playing in his mind. Trembling all over, he looked at Gu Fan. You, go inside. Gu Fan merely nodded and headed upstairs. The man turned to watch his retreating figure, gradually sinking into deep thought before pulling out his phone. Gu Fan, I'm here. I'm going in. After hanging up, the man watched Gu Fan, unable to suppress a swallow. Gu Fan arrived at Zhang Miao's door, knocked lightly a few times, and the door opened to reveal a woman. She was Zhang Miao's secretary. At first glance, Gu Fan felt his ears burn and his heart race. Her attire was surprisingly daring, one might mistake it for a beach outfit. A bikini boldly showcased her figure. The secretary merely glanced at Gu Fan before heading toward the sofa. She casually picked up her clothes from the sofa and began dressing. Zhang Miao was similarly attired, wearing only boxer shorts, his bare chest exposed as he sat in a chair, showing no sign of awkwardness toward Gu Fan. Guys, am I being too forward? Fan. What are you talking about? How is this abrupt? You can come to my bar whenever you want, it's not abrupt at all. Hey, hand me my clothes. Zhang Miao called out to the secretary. She casually tossed a shirt his way, then quickly dressed herself. After exchanging a brief greeting with Zhang Miao, she left the room. After Zhang Miao dressed, Gu Fan sat down across from him. What brings you here? The transfer of shares, all the equity in this Nightfall Bar is yours. It's just a matter of signing a contract. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Zhang Miao looked visibly surprised. The nightclub had indeed belonged to Zhang Yan before his death, after which it was transferred to Gu Fan. Gu Fan merely held a nominal stake in the bar. He hadn't managed any other affairs or business operations whatsoever. Well, how much do you want for it? 1 million. The price Gu Fan quoted wasn't actually high. Nightfall Bar had already built its reputation, and its management was steadily improving. 1 million yuan would be recouped in just a few years for Nightfall. Upon hearing this, Zhang Miao's expression instantly lit up. For him, this location at this price represented an astronomical fortune. He immediately pulled out a check and handed it to Gu Fan. Once everything was settled, Gu Fan prepared to head downstairs for a few drinks. Zhang Miao followed closely behind. Brother Fan, whenever you come to Nightfall Bar, it's all on the house. Drink however you like. Treat it like your own place. Gu Fan merely gave a simple nod. Just as Gu Fan was searching for Qin Qin, the bar light suddenly dimmed. Finding someone in the bar was already difficult enough, and now with the lights lowered, it only increased the challenge. Brother Fan, are you looking for someone? Zhang Miao kept calling out beside Gu Fan's ear. I'm fine. Go handle your duties. I don't like having someone hovering behind me. After Gu Fan spoke, Zhang Miao reluctantly walked away. Yet he casually plopped down at a nearby seat, his expression serious as he watched Gu Fan across from him, idly flipping a coin in his right hand. Then Zhang Miao pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Get yourself together and go approach Gu Fan. That direct? Aren't you good at this? If you can get into the hotel, I'll pay you. After hanging up, Zhang Miao glanced at Gu Fan, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. Gu Fan had gone through great lengths to finally spot Qin Qin. After sitting beside her, he noticed she was already a bit tipsy. Are you okay? Why did you drink so much? Mind your own business. Do you have any idea how hard these years at the Qin household have been? And I'm not the same person anymore. I've changed all those bad habits. It's all because you said they were bad, so I fixed them all. After speaking, Qin Qin suddenly turned to face Gu Fan, her eyes brimming with deep emotion. Gu Fan froze, utterly caught off guard. How had the atmosphere suddenly turned so intimate? Qin Qin kept moving closer to Gu Fan, who only shifted slightly backward, repeatedly warning her. Was Qin Qin using this drunken moment to reveal her true feelings to Gu Fan? And indeed, that was the case. The Qin Qin he first met had been domineering and addicted to drugs. She had changed tremendously. It was more accurate to say Qin Qin had matured, transforming from that proud, immature girl into a poised young woman. Yet one thing remained unchanged, her feelings for Gu Fan. Qin Qin, I know everything. But I have a girlfriend, no, fiancé. I'm about to marry Shen Aoneng. I hope you don't misunderstand anything else, okay? After Gu Fan finished speaking, Qin Qin's movements suddenly froze. I know. You and Shen Aoneng. But I don't care. My heart's door has always been open for you. Whenever you need me, wherever you are, I'll open my arms wide and let you decide what to do with me. Qin Qin, what I really wanted to say was hey. Where's Qin Jie? Chapter 168, The Stalker. You. Don't change the subject. Gu Fan, dare you say you don't have any feelings for me? Even if I stood naked before you? Truly, I don't. I, Gu Fan, love only one woman, Shen Aoneng. And you. If you really stood naked before me, I'd take off my own clothes and drape them over you. That's all. Qin Jie is about to leave. We have to hurry over. Gu Fan had no time to continue this conversation with Qin Qin. His gaze remained fixed on Qin Jie before him, but Qin Qin clung to his arm like a burden, refusing to let him go. I don't believe it. I'm this beautiful, why wouldn't you want me? Don't leave. Explain yourself. Damn it. Gu Fan couldn't hold back any longer. His blade slashed toward Qin Qin's neck and she instantly collapsed unconscious. Gu Fan caught her securely in his arms and strode toward Zhang Miao. He placed Qin Qin beside him. Keep an eye on her. I'll be back for her soon. If anything happens, I'll kill you. With that, Gu Fan vanished instantly, chasing after Qin Jie ahead of him. Zhang Miao stood frozen in place, stunned that Gu Fan had not only discovered his location but seemed so certain of it. It appeared his elaborate disguise looked as ridiculous as a clown's to the other man. Just as he regained his composure, the female secretary from earlier appeared behind Zhang Miao. Her hair was cut short and stylish, she wore a brown coat, and her feet were clad in sky-high stilettos. Where is he? I'm ready. I guarantee I can complete the mission. What the hell is this? You're wearing a big trench coat? Before Zhang Miao could finish, he froze in place. The secretary slightly opened her coat, revealing a sight so stunning it made Zhang Miao's eyes go wide, his head tilting sideways in utter shock. Is that even considered clothing? Stop asking questions. Where is he? Forget him for now. Let me try it first. With that, Zhang Miao tossed Gu Fan's warning to the wind, taking the secretary's hand and heading upstairs. Gu Fan followed Qin Jie with extreme caution. What surprised him even more was that the number of people around Qin Jie had indeed increased. Moreover, something about Qin Jie looked off. Her face must have been altered, and how did her chest get so full? Money really does buy beauty first. Gu Fan couldn't be bothered to look any longer and simply followed Qin Jie's car out of the bar. He maintained a perfect distance, close enough not to lose her, yet far enough to avoid arousing suspicion. Earlier, Gu Fan had noticed Qin Jie make a phone call, prompting his hasty departure. He suspected that call was definitely suspicious. Gu Fan trailed leisurely behind, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he puffed smoke out the window. Upon reaching the Whale Hotel, he slowed to a stop. He simply got out, leaned against his car door, and smoked his cigarette. After stubbing it out, he walked toward Qin Jie. Standing beneath the Whale Hotel sign, Gu Fan sighed helplessly. Why does everyone love coming to this Whale Hotel? Unconsciously, Gu Fan's thoughts drifted back to when Selena had come to China and stayed at the Whale Hotel. Gu Fan produced a black baseball cap from somewhere, tipped it down over his eyes, and followed Qin Jie inside. Instantly, he noticed the hotel security cameras and began subtly shielding his face from view. Qin Jie stepped into the elevator first. While waiting for the next one, Gu Fan observed the floor Qin Jie had entered. 5th floor. He stepped into the elevator, pulled out his car keys, and pressed the button for the 5th floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he immediately spotted a room guarded by several people. Earlier, there had been over a dozen guards, but now only 2 remained. It seemed 2 rooms had been booked. Gu Fan deduced the 2 bodyguards' position indicated their room, while the adjacent one was Qin Jie's. He then scrutinized the attire of the 2 guards. One While pondering this, Gu Fan smacked his forehead hard. Gu Fan, you idiot! Why even think about it? He pulled his hat down low, fished a mask from his pocket, and covered his face, leaving only his piercing eyes visible as he stared at the bodyguards before him. Then, with no turning back, he strode toward the group of bodyguards. Just as the bodyguards looked at him in confusion, Gu Fan suddenly accelerated. He leaped forward, landing a powerful punch that knocked out the one in front. He then side-kicked the bodyguard into the wall beside him, grabbed the man's head, and slammed it hard against the adjacent wall. "Where is Qin Jie?" Just as the man was about to speak, the door they were guarding burst open, and a dozen figures flooded in. Gu Fan shook his head in exasperation, casually tossing the man aside. "Brother! You've got some skills. The people inside aren't ordinary. Not only is one of them from the Qin family, but there's also a big shot you can't afford to mess with. Get out of here fast. Blah blah blah, you talk too much." Gu Fan then lunged at the frontmost man, clapped his head under his arm, and flung him aside with a sideways toss. He continued advancing toward the next opponent. A slap to one side, followed by a vicious kick. He continued using grappling techniques. The fallen bodyguards weren't seriously injured at worst, maybe a broken arm or leg. In an instant, only one man remained before him. His eyes widened, saliva pooled in his mouth, and his trembling legs already signaled defeat. Gu Fan gripped his throat. "Where is he?" The man tremblingly pointed a finger toward a room beside him. "Why didn't you just do this sooner?" Gu Fan knocked on the door. Qin Jie's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Gu Fan pinched the man's waist hard. "Ah, miss, it's me." The door slowly opened. Qin Jie looked at the man before her, but when he collapsed, a masked and hooded figure suddenly appeared, sending a wave of terror through her. Just as she was about to scream, Gu Fan covered her mouth and nose. "Make a sound and I'll kill you. You know what I'm capable of." Gu Fan deliberately lowered his voice as he spoke to Qin Jie, who could only nod in terror. Then, a naked man emerged from the bathroom. The man appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, his graying hair giving away his age. As he spotted Gu Fan and was about to cry out, Qin Jie lunged forward and covered his mouth and nose. Though her grip was a bit too forceful. Gu Fan watched the two people on the bed, nearly expressing respect for Qin Jie's choice. Just then, Gu Fan's phone suddenly rang. As he looked at the message, his whole body went cold. It was a text from Shanaoning, containing only 2 words, "Save me." Chapter 169, Remembrance. Gu Fan stared at the text message displayed on his phone. His breathing grew increasingly rapid, his eyes sharpening, and a wave of dizziness washed over his mind. He began pounding his head repeatedly, desperate to clear his mind. As he pounded his head, the man behind him wrenched free from Qin Jie's grasp. He grabbed the wine bottle from the table and smashed it down hard onto Gu Fan's skull. The shattering sound shattered the room's silence. As the glass cracked, blood spurted from Gu Fan's head, trickling slowly down his face. Yet Gu Fan did not collapse. He remained rigidly upright, his very presence delivering a tremendous shock to the man. He hadn't died? He hadn't even fallen to the floor? The man stared in shock at Gu Fan before him. Gu Fan slowly turned around, blood from his head now trickling down to his chin, dripping steadily onto the floor. Not only the man, but Qin Jie beside him was utterly horrified. Especially Gu Fan's eyes, that familiar feeling. She recognized it. This gaze was the same one that had killed her cousin, Gu Fan, back then. The man before her was Gu Fan. Back at the Chang family gathering, when Qin Gu had spied on Shanaoning changing clothes and then threatened her, Gu Fan had worn that exact same look. And that was how Qin Gu had died at the Chang residence. Qin Jie understood everything. She immediately dropped to her hands and knees and slowly crawled away from the area, making her way toward the bathroom. "Did you make this call? What the hell? Japanese people, huh?" A savage grin suddenly spread across Gu Fan's face. He then punched the man squarely in the face. Given the man's age, a single blow was enough to send him crashing to the floor, unable to respond. But Gu Fan wasn't about to let him off easy. He grabbed the man by the hair, kicked open the bathroom door, and forcefully shoved the man's head into the toilet bowl. The rush of water instantly sobered the man. He clasped his hands together, pleading for mercy. But Gu Fan merely shook his head indifferently. "You must pay for what you've done, don't you?" Gu Fan whispered in the man's ear in the island dialect. The man heard it, staring at Gu Fan in utter shock. Before his expression could change, Gu Fan slammed the man's face hard against the floor. The spot where the man fell was precisely where the broken glass from the wine bottle lay scattered. As the man tried to resist, Gu Fan delivered a vicious blow to the back of his head. The man fell motionless, blood gushing from his head like a declaration of the answer. In the restroom, Qin Jie curled into a ball, trembling uncontrollably. She had caught a glimpse of the man's gruesome state, and knowing he was Gu Fan made her even more terrified to emerge. "I haven't finished asking you yet. Consider it a debt owed. I'll come back for you. I hope next time we meet, things can be more peaceful. You know, if it comes to violence, you have no chance of winning." After speaking, the sound of the door closing echoed. Qin Jie finally exhaled in relief. Slowly, she peered out from behind the door. Only after confirming Gu Fan's absence from the room did her nerves begin to steady. She rose slowly and approached the man lying on the floor, a sudden fiery glint flashing in her eyes. She picked up another bottle of liquor from the table, weighing it in her hand before raising it with force. Just as she was about to smash it down. "Miss Jean, save me. He's still alive." Jean Jie's motion froze abruptly. Though she despised him intensely now, saving him would elevate the Qin family's standing. Both her father and her own position within the clan would rise. A sudden smile touched Jean Jie's lips. She tossed the bottle aside, and terror instantly washed over her entire face. "Ah! Mr. Hashimoto. I've called an ambulance. You must hold on." After stepping outside, Gu Fan pulled his mask back over his face and quickened his pace. During this, he also called Su Ying. "Brother Fan, what's wrong?" "Don't worry, Xiaoyu is fine now." "Are you free now? I need to know Shen Aoning's location immediately. Can you track her down for me?" Gu Fan cut Su Ying off mid-sentence and stated his demand directly. He wouldn't suspect Su Ying wouldn't bring her laptop when going out. Though it was somewhat risky, she would definitely have it with her. 5 minutes. But the moment Gu Fan stepped out of the hotel, a dozen black-clad bodyguards stood waiting outside. Dressed in suits with sunglasses, they carried no visible weapons. Their first impression was one of disciplined professionalism. Unfortunately for him, the badges on their chests bore the emblem of the Bai family. The lead bodyguard, standing at the front, eyed Gu Fan before pulling a photograph from his breast pocket. The man in the picture wore identical clothing to Gu Fan, clearly captured by a surveillance camera. The instant the man tore the photo apart, the bodyguards behind him suddenly charged toward Gu Fan. "Just so you know, I've got urgent business to attend to. I won't hold back. Your fate is in the hands of heaven." Gu Fan made no attempt to flee. Instead, he stepped toward the group, his eyes showing no trace of fear or retreat. These guys were clearly a cut above the usual bodyguards both in skill and build. Looks like they're the elite of the Bai family's security force. Gu Fan raised his phone as a weapon and swung it hard at the temple of the man directly in front of him. The force of his swing was impressive. The man flew sideways instantly, landing on the ground and gasping for breath. Next, he grabbed the next man's neck, wrenched it violently to the side, and tossed him to the ground. But just as he finished off the two, someone in the crowd delivered a vicious kick to Gu Fan's abdomen. After he fell, the others didn't pause for a moment, charging forward one after another. Gu Fan scrambled to dodge, seizing openings to strike back. He grabbed another man by the hair and flung him forward, knocking over nearby guards. Using the man's back as a springboard, Gu Fan leaped into the air and delivered a vicious knee strike, taking down the last bodyguard. Now only the captain remained before him, but the injuries on Gu Fan's body continued to throb with pain, especially the throbbing in his head. "Step aside. I'm in a hurry. I advise you not to be so eager to die. Think about your family." The captain showed no reaction, merely stripping off his suit jacket. As he loosened his grip, his gaze toward Gu Fan grew increasingly excited. It seemed he was eagerly anticipating a fight with Gu Fan. Chapter 170, Counterattack. Gu Fan sighed helplessly once more. He wiped the blood from his phone, then turned to face the captain. A sudden gust of wind swept through, as if signaling the start of the match. Both men charged toward each other, but the captain's speed was clearly superior. He lunged his fist forward first, catching Gu Fan off guard due to his existing injuries. Unable to dodge in time, he was knocked down by the captain's punch. He immediately scrambled to his feet, evading the captain's subsequent barrage of attacks. The captain's attack showed no sign of letting up, growing even more ferocious as each strike aimed for Gu Fan's vital points. Gu Fan flinched again as the captain knocked his phone aside. Just as he was about to react, the captain's fist slammed hard into Gu Fan's jaw. In that instant, the metallic taste of blood surged into his mouth, a sensation he hadn't felt in a long time. Gu Fan instinctively raised his arms to shield his head, but the captain's fist struck like a hammer, easily connecting with his skull. The blow sent stars dancing before his already dizzy eyes, and Gu Fan felt the world spinning wildly. The captain then rose slowly, a faint smirk curling his lips. Every movement betrayed his utter contempt for Gu Fan. After delivering a few more kicks, he turned toward Gu Fan's phone. But in that instant, Gu Fan miraculously sprang to his feet and vanished from his original spot. Like a gust of wind, he moved toward the captain. With a flick of his wrist, the shard of the broken law slipped from his grasp, transforming into a streak of light that shot toward the captain's throat. It all happened in an instant. Looking closer, the captain lay sprawled on the ground, both hands clutching his throat as blood spurted relentlessly from his mouth. Staring in utter shock at Gu Fan before him, the captain's mind raced. How had he risen? And where had that weapon come from? Gu Fan picked up his phone, showing no pity for the captain facing imminent death. Taking a few deep breaths, he limped toward his vehicle. The instant he slid into the driver's seat, a text message pinged on his phone, the address Su Ying had sent him. Gu Fan couldn't help but glance at the time again. Exactly 5 minutes. Then, a faint smile suddenly flickered across his bloodied, mangled face. The location Suing sent was a private club. Without a second thought, Gu Fan knew the culprit behind Shen Aoning's predicament was undoubtedly that Zhuge Qing. Moreover, the situation might be spiraling even worse. Gu Fan never lifted his foot off the accelerator pedal the entire way. His premonition only grew stronger, and his anxiety intensified. The mere thought of Shen Aoning in dire peril made his grip on the steering wheel tighten, his palms sweating despite his efforts to control it. Perhaps Shen Aoning held an unparalleled place in Gu Fan's heart. He could abandon everything in the world for her, and equally, he could kill anyone in the world for her sake. No matter who it was. Amidst Gu Fan's mounting anxiety, they finally arrived at the private club. Xingshang. Gu Fan stared at the name of the club, lost in thought for only a moment. He strode purposefully toward the entrance, only to be halted by a security guard who extended his arm to block his path. Invitation. I'm here to find someone. My wife is in danger inside. I need to get to her. Move aside. Sir, if you're looking for someone, go to the police station. Once they issue an approval, you can come here with a search warrant. If you force your way in, we can charge you with trespassing. After the security guard spoke, warning flashed in Gu Fan's eyes. Then I'll trespass. What? Before the security guard could react, Gu Fan had already snapped the arm that was blocking him. After the guard fell to the ground, Gu Fan kicked him aside, blocking the way. As Gu Fan entered the club, his phone flashed another room number, 4002. The sender was still suing. It seemed she had hacked into the Qingshang Club's surveillance system. Gu Fan couldn't help but worry about suing. Without approval from Division 12, this action put her in a very precarious position. Yet she had still chosen to help Gu Fan. So Gu Fan headed toward room 4002. Just as he was about to take the stairs, the group of security guards happened to spot him. They charged forward, swinging their batons. The sheer visual impact of the group was undeniable, but Gu Fan only wore a mocking smile. Fear was the last thing on his mind. The pressure they exerted paled in comparison to the elite bodyguards of the Bai family. This proved true. Though Gu Fan still bore injuries, he dispatched the security guards with effortless ease. A single kick and punch from Gu Fan sent the security guards tumbling to the ground. He chose not to strike them hard, merely knocking them down to temporarily incapacitate them. Watching the guards writhing on the floor, their constant groans only reinforced Gu Fan's assessment: these men were weak. Gu Fan then stepped into the elevator. He knew he might have drawn attention from various quarters by now, but he chose to proceed regardless. A tiger doesn't show its fangs for nothing. Did they really think he was powerless? Emerging from the elevator, he was indeed met by a sea of security personnel. Yet the look in their eyes had shifted. The earlier disdain and complacency vanished, replaced by a flicker of suspicion in each gaze. Gu Fan could no longer hold back. He struck first, targeting the leader to subdue the group. His gaze locked onto the security manager at the rear, a man who clearly feared Gu Fan. Unwilling to confront him directly, he kept egging his subordinates on instead. In a flash, Gu Fan weaved through the crowd and appeared behind the manager, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. You want to go? The words seeped into the manager's ear, then rippled through his entire body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Get these guards out of here, or else. You'll all get the hell out of here. Get down. If I get hurt, you useless pieces of will all be fired. It seemed this manager truly valued his life. Before Gu Fan could finish speaking, he was already urging his men to leave, terrified that something might happen to him. Gu Fan couldn't resist pressing his right hand against the manager's throat. Why is your life so precious? Ha? What do you mean? Once the crowd had mostly dispersed, Gu Fan punched the man unconscious. Then, staring at the 4002 before him, he kicked the door open. Chapter 171, The Plan. After bidding farewell to Gu Fan, Shen Aoning sat in the car, lingeringly watching him in the rearview mirror. Seeing him wave foolishly at her, a smile couldn't help but flicker across Shen Aoning's face. It was precisely that smile that sent Zhuge Qing, sitting beside her, tumbling back into despair. Such a perfect woman, why would she keep following that worthless man? Zhuge Chang had done some digging on Gu Fan. Orphaned at a young age, he'd been found by someone in the military who took him in and raised him from childhood. It was said Gu Fan had been discovered on the battlefield. Facing the roar of guns and explosions, he showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he kept smiling and clapping his hands. People were baffled. How could a child possibly be found in a war zone? Gu Fan had no name at the time. The man who found him raised him until the age of 8, when he died on the battlefield. From that day forward, Gu Fan began grueling, military-style training. He was a natural-born killer, grasping numerous killing techniques with remarkable ease. The last person he killed before adulthood bore the surname Gu, so he adopted the character Gu as his own surname. He chose the character Fan because he found it remarkably easy to write. The only detail Zhuge Qing found noteworthy in his past was that he had once joined the 12th Bureau. After being inexplicably expelled for failing a mission, he drifted aimlessly through society for a time before ending up in prison. As Zhuge Qing scanned Gu Fan's file, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed this Gu Fan wasn't just a failure, he was a complete loser. How rapidly the world had changed. The once feared underground emperor Gu Fan had faded into obscurity. Zhuge Qing, where are we headed? Shen Aoning's question abruptly snapped Zhuge Qing out of his thoughts. Oh, Mr. Wang is quite fond of drinking. I suggest we buy some fine liquor to entertain him. If we can get him in a good mood, your company's IPO shouldn't be much of a problem. After Zhuge Qing finished speaking, Shen Aoning's expression returned to its usual coldness. She merely nodded, then closed her eyes and leaned back gently into the seat. As Zhuge Qing drove, he stole glances at Shen Aoning's ample bosom out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but swallow hard repeatedly, his thoughts now filled with all sorts of desires toward her. To be precise, from their very first meeting, Zhuge Qing had been captivated by Shen Aoning's angelic face and devilish figure. What bothered him deeply, however, was that she was second-hand goods. And now, the current owner was a complete waste of space. A worthless nobody, lowly as dust. This was utterly unacceptable to Zhuge Qing. This business gathering, in fact, had been arranged by Zhuge Qing himself. His true purpose wasn't Shen Aoning's company going public, it was her. His objective this time was to get Shen Aoning drunk or slip her some drugs, anything to have her. This thought had suddenly surfaced in Zhuge Qing's mind. Watching Shen Aoning and Gu Fan flaunt their affection right before his eyes, Zhuge Qing was even more curious. If Shen Aoning were no longer as pure as before, would Gu Fan still want her? These thoughts kept racing through Zhuge Qing's mind. Mr. Wang. Hello, I'm Shen Aoning, president of Shen Group. Oh my. Miss Shen. Greetings, greetings. Legends of your beauty have long circulated in the business world. Stunningly beautiful seeing you today, it truly lives up to the hype. Mr. Wang showered Shen Aoning with compliments, while she responded with simple smiles. After a brief exchange of glances between Mr. Wang and Zhuge Qing, the three took their seats. Their table was located in Zhuge Qing's private club, Xing Shang. Who would have thought Miss Shen, so young, could achieve such success in her career? Truly remarkable. And Mr. Zhuge, I didn't realize the Zhuge family's business was beginning to shift toward Baibin City? You could say that. After all, the families in the provincial capital are no ordinary lot. It's tough for the Zhuge family to stand out there. Baibin City feels pretty good. Not only is the business atmosphere vibrant, but there are plenty of beauties too. After speaking, Zhuge Qing cast a subtle glance toward Shen Aoning. Yet Shen Aoning paid him no mind, her smile fixed firmly on the face of General Manager Wang before her. Drink up, drink up. Mr. Wang raised his glass first, and Shen Aoning slowly followed suit. After clinking glasses, they drained their drinks in one go. Just then, the door swung open. A waiter carrying dishes placed them on the table and was about to leave when he stumbled suddenly, stumbling and falling. Shen Aoning noticed immediately and rushed to help. The instant she left her seat, Zhuge Qing reached out and moved closer to her glass. A small amount of liquid spilled from the wine, instantly blending in, leaving no trace of the incident. The waitress who had been helped up witnessed this scene. Just as she was about to speak up, she met Zhuge Qing's gaze. Instantly, she hesitated and backed away. After all, she was just a waitress. The boss could crush her with ease. Perhaps keeping quiet was the wisest choice. The waitress reassured herself with this thought before hurriedly exiting the room. Don't let such trifles spoil our mood. Come on. Cheers. Wang Zong stood up, raising his glass as he spoke. Zhuge Qing immediately followed suit. After Shen Aoning stood up, she suddenly stared blankly at the wine in her glass. Miss Shen? What's wrong? You're not that bad at holding your liquor, are you? Mr. Zhuge and I have been holding ours up for quite some time. A smile then flashed across Shen Aoning's face. Cheers. She then took a light sip of her wine. Bottoms up. Bottoms up. Mr. Wang kept shouting, reaching out to lift Shen Aoning's glass again and again. Finally, she drained the glass. After setting down the glass, Shen Aoning suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of heat wash over her, leaving her dizzy and unable to resist. Then, staring at the empty glass before her, a thought struck Shen Aoning. Sorry, Mr. Wang, I need to use the restroom. Then I'll accompany you. Zhuge Qing, standing beside her, spoke up suddenly, then grasped Shen Aoning's pale wrist. Feeling the warmth that belonged to Shen Aoning, the heat in Zhuge Qing's eyes gradually intensified, while Shen Aoning struggled against him. Zhuge Qing, what are you doing? Aoning. You're drunk. Let me help you. I can take you home, or you can stay here. Sleep with brother Zhuge. Don't worry, I'm definitely not worse than that useless Gu Fan. Whatever he can give you, I can give too. And what he can't give, I can give that too. How about an hour? After Zhuge Qing finished speaking, Shen Aoning suddenly vomited, spewing disgusting vomit directly onto Zhuge Qing's clothes. Holy! That's disgusting. In that instant, Shen Aoning sprang to her feet and stormed outside. She pulled out her phone and opened Gu Fan's chat window. Save me. Chapter 172, Fear. Aoning. What are you doing sleeping in the bathroom? Do you need help getting up? The bathroom door suddenly rattled as Zhuge Qing's voice echoed from outside. That once gentle tone now sounded utterly twisted in Shen Aoning's ears. Shen Aoning mustered her last ounce of strength to send the message before collapsing to the floor. Though she continued to struggle, it was utterly futile. Finally, Zhuge Qing managed to open the bathroom door. Zhuge Qing stared at Shen Aoning lying on the floor, his excitement unmasked. His gaze grew increasingly intense as he watched her, his hands unconsciously rubbing together. His hands slowly inched closer to Shen Aoning. "Don't worry, Aoning. I won't do anything to you. I just want to hold you gently in bed, nothing more. Trust me." Then, Zhuge Qing reached one hand toward Shen Aoning's neck while the other wrapped around the back of her knees. He lifted her in a princess carry and slowly made his way toward the bedroom. At the banquet table, General Manager Wang staggered to his feet, casually wiping his mouth. "Mr. Zhuge. Am I off the hook now? I'll be heading out then?" Though Mr. Wang also desired Shen Aoning intensely, Zhuge Qing's presence made it awkward for him to express himself further. Zhuge Qing merely gave a faint nod. He kicked open the bedroom door and gently laid Shen Aoning on the bed. Though she was temporarily unconscious, her will to resist remained strong, and she kept pushing against Zhuge Qing. "What are you doing? Gu Fan. Gu Fan will kill you. Don't mention that good for nothing. Xing Shang is my turf. Sure, he can fight, but what if there were dozens of people? If each landed a punch on him, would he even stay standing?" Zhuge Qing finally revealed his true nature. Propping himself up with both hands, he pressed his body against Shen Aoning's. He made no further movements, only whispering softly into her ear. Then Zhuge Qing stood up, walked to the bedside, and began undressing himself. Even more astonishing, Shen Aoning's gaze grew hazy. She began undressing herself, her hands unbuttoning her clothes one by one. Perhaps Shen Aoning herself hadn't expected to act this way. This was precisely the effect of the drug taking hold. The drug Zhuge Qing had administered was the obedience potion. Colorless and odorless, it dissolved instantly. Within 5 minutes of consumption, the victim became completely at the mercy of others. Zhuge Qing had only whispered 3 words into her ear. "Undress." Shen Aoning began her actions, her eyes vacant. After stripping himself completely, Zhuge Qing watched Shen Aoning before him with unhurried calm. He preferred women who asserted themselves. The more defiant, the more he relished it. But Shen Aoning's movements abruptly halted. "What the hell? Shen Aoning, I'm Gu Fan. You wanna play? Take off your clothes first." After speaking, Shen Aoning resumed her previous actions. Zhuge Qing smiled as he pulled out a camera from the side. He turned it on and aimed it directly at Shen Aoning. Then he took out the phone beside the camera, opened it, and instantly saw 99 plus unread messages in the group chat. "Mr. Zhuge is online. Which sister is it this time? The last one was too obedient, boring. Agreed, where's that wild horse? Hope Mr. Zhuge shows off more poses this time. Mr. Zhuge, I've never met him, but he must be fierce." Zhuge Qing couldn't help but smile as he read the messages popping up in the chat window. Just as he was about to reply, a knock suddenly sounded at the bedroom door. Zhuge Qing cursed under his breath before opening the door, still half-dressed. "Why aren't you leaving yet? Trying to get yourself killed? It's not that I won't leave someone broken outside, and I'm too scared to go out." After hearing this, Zhuge Qing casually grabbed a bathrobe, threw it over his shoulders, and walked into the living room. He picked up the phone nearby. "Where is everyone? Get your asses over here. What the hell have I been feeding you all this time? Boss, everyone's already on their way." Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qing froze instantly, his breathing growing increasingly ragged. He knew Gu Fan's capabilities well, but it turned out he'd underestimated him after all. He never imagined Gu Fan could fight this well. "Bunch of useless fools. Get reinforcements. No matter the cost, get them here now. If anything happens to me, you're gone too." As he slammed the phone to the floor, the door burst open. A wave of intense unease and terror spread from Zhuge Qing's feet, washing over his entire body. Sweat drenched him as fear consumed him, his gaze fixed on the doorway, trembling. The intruder was none other than Gu Fan. He was covered in blood, especially his head and face, where it was impossible to tell if the blood was his own or someone else's. The only thing unmistakable was the look in his eyes. After kicking open the door, Gu Fan fixed Zhuge Qing with a savage grin. That grin would haunt Zhuge Qing for the rest of his life, casting a shadow over his existence. The terror and horror it evoked would follow him forever. I didn't do anything. Shen Aoning has nothing to do with me. It was all done by the man standing before you. He's the one responsible for the IPO." Before Zhuge Qing could finish, Gu Fan merely gave a cold glance toward Mr. Wang. As Wang Zong, under Gu Fan's gaze, began to explain, Gu Fan's large hand seized Wang Zong's throat. He slammed him violently to the ground, pinning the man's neck with his knee. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Zhuge Qing, paralyzing Wang Zong with fear. The pressure from his knee intensified, marking the beginning of Wang Zong's countdown to death. But just as death approached, Gu Fan suddenly released him. Don't worry, Gu Fan said coldly, I won't let you die so easily. Do you know the most vulnerable part of the human body? Gu Fan asked Zhuge Qing, who merely shook his head. The eyeball. After speaking, Gu Fan reached out and grabbed the man's head with brutal force. Soon, a piercing scream echoed through the room. Zhuge Qing watched the scene unfold before him with crystal clarity. Watching General Manager Wang roll around on the floor, clutching his eyes, Zhuge Qing finally grasped the sheer terror of the man before him. His own judgment seemed utterly trivial in comparison. Gu Fan dragged Wang Zong toward the window, flung it open, and the chilling breeze lashed relentlessly against Wang Zong's face. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just. But you still came. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Fan hurled him out. Wang Zong plummeted downward. Zhuge Qing's face turned deathly pale. All strength seemed drained from his body as he slumped to the floor, his eyes vacant and utterly consumed by terror. He couldn't even open his mouth. Chapter 173, The Solution. If accomplices meet such a gruesome end, what fate awaits me? Zhuge Qing stared at Gu Fan before him, all thoughts of resistance vanished. Where was she? Zhuge Qing seemed to muster every ounce of strength left in her body to point toward the bedroom beside them. By the time Gu Fan turned to walk that way, her arm had already slumped limply to the ground. Gu Fan merely glanced over before kicking open the bedroom door. Shanaoning lay half-naked on the bed, her body still writhing in agony. Her graceful form was preserved only by her undergarments, the last shred of dignity she retained. What infuriated Gu Fan even more was the camera before him. He first draped his blood-soaked clothes over Shanaoning. The pungent, bloody scent from the garments didn't evoke much revulsion in her. Instead, she recognized a familiar scent of faint tobacco aroma that always brought her a sense of calm whenever she smelled it. Shanaoning suddenly threw herself into Gu Fan's embrace, clinging tightly to him as she murmured repeatedly, "Don't leave." Gu Fan gently stroked Shanaoning's head, allowing her to cling to him and act spoiled. Yet upon closer inspection, fear dominated her expression. Her eyes glistened with tears, her strength fading until she collapsed limp onto the bed. Gu Fan looked at Shanaoning on the bed. It seemed Zhuge Qing had drugged her after all. Each new revelation only intensified Gu Fan's desire to kill Zhuge Qing. The man was a master of disguise. Gu Fan had always believed him to be a decent fellow. But witnessing today's scene, Gu Fan's hands clenched uncontrollably. He turned and headed toward the exit, but Zhuge Qing's figure had vanished from the living room. It seemed he still retained some awareness enough to flee. Then, footsteps echoed outside the door. Soon, a group of minions arrived, eyeing Gu Fan like prey. Yet often, the hunters themselves become the hunted. Gu Fan scanned the crowd and spotted Zhuge Qing at the rear, being supported by several men as they prepared to leave. Gu Fan's legs surged forward in a powerful sprint toward Zhuge Qing. A trail of blood blossomed wherever he passed. With each stride, each person he overtook, a fresh streak of crimson marked his path. It turned out Gu Fan had somehow obtained a small knife. Though not particularly sharp, its target was the necks of those men. Gu Fan held nothing back, unleashing a brutal slaughter. Humans possess many weaknesses. Though some claim mankind rules the world, to Gu Fan, humanity falls far short compared to animals. Humans possess neither the sharp claws nor the teeth of beasts, nor the muscular strength to withstand external force. Some claimed humans were wiser than animals, but was that truly the case? Gu Fan understood the fragility of the human body all too well. The knife in his hand aimed for either the neck or the wrist. In Gu Fan's eyes, anyone who stood in his way would be met with his blade. In an instant, he carved a path through the crowd. Then he hurled the knife with all his might, aiming only for Zhuge Qing's leg. A piercing scream followed as Zhuge Qing collapsed, the blade embedded deep in his thigh. Gu Fan stared at the man before him. Despite others frantically pulling at him, Zhuge Qing remained motionless on the ground. After swiftly dispatching the two men flanking him, Gu Fan finally turned his attention to Zhuge Qing at his feet. "I intended to let you die quietly, but blame yourself for running." He then pulled the dagger from Zhuge Qing's leg, eliciting another agonized scream. Seizing the moment, Gu Fan used the small knife to slit both sides of his mouth, causing blood to spurt instantly from the torn lips. The white shirt Gu Fan wore became completely soaked, and a trace of blood splattered onto his face as well. "Damn it!" Gu Fan then delivered a vicious punch to Zhuge Qing's face. The man lay motionless on the ground, but for Gu Fan, it wasn't over yet. The onlookers watched Gu Fan's brutal actions in horror. Killing seemed so ordinary to him, especially his gaze calmly terrifying. These men weren't professionals to begin with. Most were street thugs who'd heard rumors and come here to intimidate for a few $100. But seeing the man before them actually going all out killing for the sheer sake of killing, they vanished as quickly as they had appeared. In an instant, only Gu Fan and Zhuge Qing remained in the hallway. Gu Fan glanced at Zhuge Qing on the floor, effortlessly lifted his leg, and dragged him toward the room. A long trail of blood marked their path. Upon reaching the room, Gu Fan checked the time. If he called the police now, they'd arrive in about 10 minutes, perfect for testing whether his knife skills had deteriorated. He first picked up the electric kettle nearby, filled it with water, and waited for it to boil. Gu Fan held the small knife in his hand and slashed toward the man's face, aiming only to peel away the layer of skin. Each stroke was executed with perfect precision. Before long, the skin on Zhuge Qing's face vanished, revealing a nearly skeletal appearance. Only blood glistened on his face. Gu Fan kept a close watch on Zhuge Qing's vital signs. Whenever he was about to lose consciousness, Gu Fan would apply a pinch of salt to his skin to stimulate him. Throughout the ordeal, Zhuge Qing remained in a semi-conscious state, acutely aware of the searing pain and burning sensation on his face. "Your disguise is indeed impressive," Gu Fan remarked. "But if we were to peel off this skin from your face, could you still maintain it?" After Gu Fan spoke, Zhuge Qing once again slipped into unconsciousness. Gu Fan then picked up a pot of scalding hot water and poured it directly onto Zhuge Qing's face. Ah! The final scream gradually faded away. Zhuge Qing's life finally came to an end at that moment. From start to finish, Gu Fan's face showed not a single flicker of emotion. There was no sense of revenge or satisfaction. He only wanted to protect Shen Aoning. If anyone dared to touch her, Gu Fan would kill them. Gu Fan glanced at the time. It was still early. It seemed he hadn't lost much ground after all. Gu Fan entered the bedroom, gently cradled Shen Aoning in his arms, and carried her out. The blood on his body was severe, especially when they reached the living room. The group of people there panicked upon seeing Gu Fan, scrambling to avoid him while covering their mouths in horror. Had they witnessed the carnage on the fourth floor, they likely wouldn't have eaten for days. Gazing at the sleeping beauty in his arms, Gu Fan gradually drifted into a daze. Chapter 174, Choice. After placing Shen Aoning in the car, Gu Fan locked the door and hurried back to the apartment. His phone rang incessantly. Answering the call, he was met with Su Ying's panicked voice. "Fan. Are you okay? Where's Sister Aoning? Are you both okay? Oh, and in the coming days, could you keep an extra eye on Shen Aoning? I might be gone for a while. How many people have you killed? Too many to count. I might end up behind bars, so don't bother trying to save me. Fan. I won't let anything happen to you. Absolutely not." After hanging up, Gu Fan stared blankly at his phone before sighing helplessly. He had promised Shen Aoning he'd stop killing, to live a quiet life with her. But trouble seemed to have a mind of its own, closing in relentlessly. There was no escaping it. When he arrived at the apartment, Su Ying was already gone, leaving only a note behind. "Xiaoyu is fine. Don't worry. I won't let you go to jail." Gu Fan set the note down, then carried Shen Aoning back to the bedroom. After settling her in, he went downstairs to Xiaoyu's room. Watching her sleep, he smiled softly and gently stroked her little face. "Be good and listen to Aoning. When Daddy comes back, he'll spend lots of time with you." Xiaoyu was 7 now, yet he had missed so much of her childhood. He himself was already 25, and Shen Aoning was 23, both in the prime of their lives. Gu Fan had no intention of leveraging any connections, not that he had any meaningful ones anyway. If he truly relied on such ties, there would be no turning back. He'd only sink deeper into a quagmire, never to escape. Everything he'd built up until now would be for naught. After leaving Xiaoyu's room, Gu Fan walked outside. Sitting on the steps, he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and slowly exhaled smoke. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, becoming even a little cloudy. So much regret. He'd been planning to leave and visit his parents with Shen Aoning next time. Looks like that idea would have to be postponed for a while. For the first time, Gu Fan found the cigarette in his hand disgusting. It brought an indescribable feeling, leaving only one thought in his mind, to crush the cigarette and fling it far away. Then Gu Fan took one final, deep drag, his last, before crushing the cigarette between his palms. The ember's flame vanished instantly in his grasp. Just as he tossed the cigarette aside, Su Ying finally returned. She had run back, sweat on her forehead telling its own story. Her disheveled hair glistened under the streetlights above. "You're back? Don't run around this late at night. Take a break." Gu Fan patted the spot beside him, then returned to staring blankly at the moon. Su Ying sat down beside Gu Fan, her expression vacant as if her soul had been drained. "Where'd you go? It's dangerous for a girl to be out alone at night. Go home and get some sleep." "Fan. I've spoken to the organization. If you agree to return to Division 12, they'll protect you. You'll have no worries whatsoever, and Sister Aoning and Xiaoyu will be well taken care of too." "Conditions, huh?" After speaking, Gu Fan took out his lighter, flicking it repeatedly. The flickering flame danced intermittently in the darkness. Su Ying didn't respond. She simply took out her lady's cigarettes, placed one between her lips, and Gu Fan offered her the flame. After exhaling a few puffs of smoke, Su Ying finally spoke. "You need to go abroad. To various countries. The mission must be completed within 8 years." Gu Fan just shook his head with a smile, then flopped down onto the ground. He folded his arms behind his head and stared at the moon, gradually drifting off into thought. "You've talked to your brother, right? He used to be my lawyer. How many years will I get? Not death, but life imprisonment. But if they push it, 12 years. Gu Fan merely nodded, his own thoughts and decisions forming. He then addressed Su Ying. I'll go to prison. You know I've never liked how the 12th Division handles things. Brother! You just got out of prison. Are you going back in? And now is your prime, aren't you going to take another shot? If you really choose to serve time, you'll be over 30 when you get out. You'll have completely bid farewell to every beautiful moment with Xiaoyu. How can you not understand? Su Ying's voice grew hoarse, but Gu Fan remained calm, shaking his head slightly. Then think about Shin Aoning. Can you guarantee that after you're released, she'll still? She will. Absolutely. Gu Fan answered, his gaze fixed earnestly on Su Ying's eyes. Just as Su Ying was about to say more, police cars with flashing lights and blaring sirens filled the nearby streets before pulling up in front of the apartment building. Several officers approached Gu Fan, handcuffs in hand. Alright, this is my decision. I don't want to change it. I truly don't want to go back to Division 12 either. The mission from above is complete, and no one should be bailing me out. Fight for me for 12 years. Gu Fan's hands were soon cuffed. Several officers escorted him toward the police vehicle, leaving only Su Ying behind to watch his figure gradually disappear. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. More than anything, she felt self-reproach she had provided the location. It was a crucial step that had pushed Gu Fan into the abyss. A flicker of resentment toward Shin Aoning flickered in her heart. She never imagined Gu Fan would go this far for Shin Aoning, even casting aside his own life and future. As Su Ying wallowed in her sorrow, the curtains in Shin Aoning's upstairs room were gently parted. Shin Aoning, who had been drugged and disoriented earlier, now stood at the window observing the scene below. Yet her face betrayed no trace of having been drugged. Shin Aoning's face was expressionless, cold as ice. As she watched Gu Fan below, tears finally spilled from the corners of her eyes. Her sorrow seemed impossible to conceal. Yet, as she rolled her eyes, the tears vanished completely. She then knelt on the floor, pressing a box tightly against the bed. After retrieving it, she opened the box and took out the phone inside. It displayed only one text message. Good work. Find time to visit the island nation. The boss wants to see you. Shin Aoning glanced at the message briefly before turning off the phone. She gently placed it back inside the box and returned it to its original spot. As she stood up, she couldn't help but glance back. Yet in the end, she chose not to approach the window, instead lying back down on the bed. Chapter 175, Revenge. An MO. Step forward. The drill instructor at the front bellowed, and an MO gradually stepped forward from the rear of the formation. Dressed in camouflage fatigues, his dark skin and piercing eyes now held a sharper edge, losing some of the initial sincerity. And Mo's strides were steady and deliberate, showing no trace of his former fragility. His time in the hospital had been a dark period for an MO. He sought every means to grow stronger, intensifying his daily training until his physical prowess steadily improved. Defying the doctor's projected timeline, Mo chose to leave the hospital early and threw himself into grueling training. Though those around him constantly picked on him, Mo refused to back down. Instead, he fought back fiercely. If someone slapped him, he'd punch them back hard. From then on, Mo's reputation gradually spread throughout the training camp. Some gave him a nickname, Beast. Seemingly devoid of emotion or rest, he spent every day on the training grounds seeking ways to grow stronger, pushing himself relentlessly with brutal intensity. Mo's physique grew increasingly robust, and his combat skills became remarkably proficient. The only person who could interact with him daily was Du Lily. Mo sought Du Lily solely for the knowledge in her mind. During these training days, there were also theoretical tests. Physically, Mo feared no one. Yet that theoretical knowledge proved somewhat painful for an Mo. During the day, between training sessions, he asked Du Lily to help him brush up on some knowledge. Afterwards, he worked hard on his own, never showing the slightest sign of laziness. Instructor Lu had been quietly observing him all along. Instructor Lu's full name was Lu Yun. He had devoted nearly his entire life to Division 12, living without a wife or children, dedicating everything he had to the organization. When someone once asked him why he didn't leave, he never answered, only saying indifferently, "There's no need." Lu Yun had met Gu Fan before. In fact, Gu Fan had even visited this place once. Though Lu Yun hadn't trained him, their first encounter had left a deep impression on him. This was the kind of person he had spent his entire life pursuing. The current Mo bore an uncanny resemblance to the Gu Fan of old. It wasn't just the eyes or the aura, the burning hatred for vengeance in his heart was palpable. An Mo stepped out of the formation and stood before Instructor 1. An Mo. Will you spar with me again this time? Yes. He then assumed his stance. The moment he did, his gaze instantly became serene. Though his eyes weren't wide open, they were intensely focused, radiating a chill that those nearby could feel. Du Lily was utterly perplexed. Why did Instructor 1 still choose an Mo as his sparring partner? Du Lily couldn't help but clasp her hands together over her chest, silently praying for an Mo. Tan Kuang continued tossing her striking red hair as she eyed an Mo with undisguised contempt. Lately, Tan Kuang had noticed Du Lily and an Mo spending a lot of time together. Makeup lessons, she scoffed. Witnessing their intimate demeanor during these sessions made Tan Quang clench her jaw in frustration. After today's combat training class, the elimination tournament would begin this afternoon to determine the champion. A sudden change in the tournament rules left everyone baffled. Initially, the championship was indeed awarded to individuals, but later it gradually shifted to being determined by team scores. But this time, the scoring system was completely scrapped. Instead, they opted for one-on-one combat matches, eliminating even shooting and running events. Tan Quang instantly understood the higher-ups clearly didn't want the South China region to claim the championship again. Instructor Wen looked at an MO who was putting on airs with utter disdain. Cut the fancy moves. All show and no substance. With that, Instructor Wen suddenly charged at an MO. It seemed an MO wasn't the only one growing stronger, everyone here was becoming more powerful. Instructor Wen's speed had visibly increased. A vicious roundhouse kick lashed out toward Mo's head. An MO clasped his hands together to block, but the residual force still sent him sliding backward several steps. See what I mean? Before he could finish, an MO assumed a stance, slowly crouching down. In a single fluid motion, he closed the distance to Instructor Wen, wrapped his arms around the instructor's midsection, and swept his leg out, tripping him. As Wen hit the ground, an MO delivered a vicious hammer punch to his head. Instructor Wen reacted swiftly, curling into a ball and shielding himself with his arms. Seizing the moment, he sprang up and landed an uppercut to Mo's jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of Mo's mouth, while Instructor Wen fared much better. Du Lily watched in Mo's state, biting her lip in worry. Her palms clenched so tightly they sweated, drawing a look of disgust from Tan Quang behind her. Instructor Wen gradually grew serious, clenching his fists tightly and holding them close in front of him. Observing Instructor Wen's readiness, and Mo's lips curved into a faint smile. He casually wiped the blood from his mouth before instantly darting toward the instructor. He slammed his fist into the instructor's clenched fist. The recoil sent the force crashing back into Instructor Wen's head. As the instructor jerked his head back, an MO closed the distance with a shuffling step. As Instructor Wen shielded his face, an MO delivered a vicious left-handed strike to the right side of his abdomen, directly targeting the liver. Anyone struck in that spot would need at least 5 minutes to recover. As expected, the instructor was knocked unconscious by Mo's single punch, collapsing onto the ground. Unlike the instructor before him, an MO didn't deliver follow-up blows. Instead, he stood to the side, coldly observing the fallen man, a faint smile finally appearing on his face. An MO had studied Instructor Wen extensively, learning his habit of throwing punches with full force. That very habit became his weakness, the opening an MO needed to secure victory. This punch was in most decisive strike, a blow he'd honed through thousands of daily repetitions, shredding punching bag after punching bag, all for this moment of victory. But this punch was merely the beginning. After Instructor Wen hit the mat, Du Lily let out a roar, arms thrust skyward, shearing an MO relentlessly. She then broke free from the formation and threw herself into his arms. Perhaps only Du Lily understood how much effort an MO had poured into this day, how much sweat he had shed to achieve this success and victory. Chapter 176, Power. An MO held Du Lily's slender waist with one hand, pointed a finger toward the sky, and shouted continuously. This scene truly envious all present. Their gaze and perception of an MO shifted instantly. It seemed his strength had indeed grown exponentially. Each punch delivered wasn't mere momentum, but the sweat of his relentless effort. Especially Tan Quang, who witnessed this from behind, he was utterly stunned. Though he had suspected Mo's capabilities, defeating Instructor Wen was beyond his expectations. To others, Wen was merely a basic combat instructor for new recruits. His other identities were anything but ordinary. Instructor Wen handled all the dark, dirty affairs within the training camp and possessed extensive intelligence. He was protected by powerful figures above, running rampant throughout the entire training camp. Yet now he lay on the ground like a corpse, and those who saw him simply spat at him. You're truly formidable, an MO. You'll definitely take the championship. Du Lily nestled into Mo's embrace, gazing up at his eyes that had regained their innocence. She was slightly lost in thought. In that moment, Mo's gaze instantly returned to normal, and looking at Du Lily in his arms stirred a different emotion within him. Yes. I will win. Kim must die by my hand. The mention of Kim instantly chilled Mo's gaze, and even the strength of his embrace around Du Lily gradually tightened. Yet Du Lily showed no reaction. Observing his expression, a vague pang of guilt stirred within her. She slowly lowered her head, wrestling with whether to speak. In that instant, Mo snapped back to himself and gently released Du Lily. I'm sorry. It's okay, Mo. Actually, Kim. Just as Du Lily was about to say something, Lu Yun suddenly called out. An Mo. Over here. And Mo nodded, glanced at Du Lily, then ran toward Instructor Lu. She stood at attention before him. What is it? What's the matter? You injured Instructor Wen and still have the nerve to argue? Lu Yun's voice suddenly turned harsh, his eyes glaring fiercely at an Mo. Instructor Wen told me to take it seriously. And at the time, he also. I didn't care about that. Injuring an instructor. Your spot is revoked. Pack your things and get out of here. Lu Yun pointed at an MO repeatedly, verbally harassing him relentlessly. And MO watched Lu Yun's anger escalate. What? I get kicked out for hitting him? When I was beaten into the hospital, I didn't see any action taken against him. Why? I refuse to accept this. This isn't a discussion, it's a notification. Get out this afternoon. If I find you haven't left, Central China will lose its entire participation quota.
After speaking, Lu Yun turned and walked away, leaving an MO alone, still shouting. The others had overheard fragments of the exchange.
Almost every face wore a look of schadenfreude.
An MO was undoubtedly their greatest adversary, and his departure now meant nothing but benefits for them.
But Tan Kuang's thoughts diverged from theirs.
He merely narrowed his eyes slightly, as if deep in thought.
When he opened them again, understanding dawned instantly.
Without a trace of emotion, he departed the training ground. As if perfectly timed, the sky gradually darkened, and light rain began to fall. The downpour intensified, and everyone hurried to take shelter.
Only an MO stood alone in the rain.
In that moment, an MO felt a complex mix of helplessness and frustration.
Why had things turned out this way? Was this fate's doing? Why, after struggling so fiercely against destiny, was he still being brutally slammed to the ground?
This time, even the right to resist had vanished. An MO slowly lifted his head, gazing at the rain falling from the sky. Though his eyes struggled to stay open, he forced them wide, as if this too were an act of defiance against fate. Yet his eyes kept involuntarily closing. Then, a black umbrella blocked his vision. Lowering his gaze, an MO saw Du Lily standing before him. She said nothing, simply staying by his side. Perhaps for him, simple companionship meant more than any comforting words. An MO reached out and placed his hand on the umbrella handle, then instinctively grasped Du Lily's pale hand. What should I do? Du Lily placed her other hand over his. Everything will pass. Tomorrow will be another sunny day. Is that so? Upon reaching the dormitory, an MO gazed at the tidy room and drifted into thought. He hadn't been discharged from the hospital for long, and he hadn't even spent many days in his own room before leaving so hastily. An MO sighed helplessly, pulling out his suitcase to pack his clothes. A knock sounded at the door. And Mo's first thought was that it must be Du Lily outside. But when he opened the door, the first thing that caught his eye was a head of fiery red hair. What are you doing here? To fight you. I haven't fought you yet. Let me see what the strongest new generation at Central China is made of. An MO offered no response, simply closing the door. But just as it was about to shut, Tan Kuang's fist, as big as a sandbag, slammed into the door in front of him. The wooden door shattered instantly. Tan Kuang then kicked the door open with one foot and swung a vicious punch at An Mo's head. Yet An Mo showed no desire to fight back, allowing Tan Kuang to strike him. Soon, blood poured from his head, mixing with the rainwater outside and flowing into his mouth. Tan Kuang angrily tossed An Mo aside. He then produced a cigarette from somewhere, lit it, and pushed open the window. What are you playing at? Do you even realize how lucky you are? A woman's favor, your boss's help and protection. After speaking, Tan Kuang continued to gently exhale puffs of smoke. The smoke drifted outside, instantly scattered by the wind, and the falling rain perfectly obscured it. An Mo forced himself to sit up. What do you mean? You don't seriously think Lu Yun kicked you out because you beat up some crappy instructor, do you? You need to understand, at Division 12, strength reigns supreme. If you're powerful enough, you can strut around anywhere with arrogance. But this place? This isn't Division 12. This is just a training ground, a place where demons and darkness coexist. Here, strength matters. You're certainly capable, but you still need to tread carefully. Because this place isn't just about strength. It's about power. Power? An Mo watched Tan Kuang's expression shift gradually. Tan Kuang then stripped off his shirt and slowly turned around. A long, deep knife scar ran down his back, stretching from his neck all the way to his waist. Chapter 177, Darkness. An Mo stared at the scar on Tan Kuang's back, a sight chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. Tan Kuang continued puffing smoke outside, saying nothing. Who did this to you? People here. I used to be just like you, rebelling against every injustice. But back then, Instructor Lu hadn't intervened yet. This is the price I paid. After Tan Kuang finished speaking, the cigarette in his hand gradually burned down. He flicked it into the air, and the embers were instantly extinguished by the heavy rain outside. Back then, I was full of passion, just like that cigarette, but you can see how it ended. The people backing Instructor Wen are powerful. If you stay, your fate will be the same as mine. So get out while they don't know yet. Tan Kuang picked up the shirt from the floor, threw it on casually, and headed toward the exit. And Mo watched his retreating figure, his mind drifting into a daze. It seemed that, without his knowing it, many had reached out to help him. If it wasn't my fault, then it was the filth of this place. Darkness lurks everywhere in this world. When sunlight shines, they choose to hide.
But once the light fades, the silent darkness remains unchanging forever. Sunlight is fleeting, but darkness is eternal.
At this moment, an MO faced a choice: to embrace the light and fight back, to destroy this place completely, or to survive like the darkness, waiting for the sun to rise. Anmo was momentarily at a loss, so he continued packing his belongings.
Forget it. If Gufan couldn't do it, how could he possibly manage? After packing, an MO simply glanced around the room.
The moment he stepped outside, his choice was made.
Standing below with an umbrella, he listened to the scattered raindrops pattering on the canopy.
The sound strangely soothed him.
Well, even without overseas qualifications, he must catch Kim. Kill him.
He then pulled his luggage toward the door, where a bus had already pulled up.
Just as an MO was about to board, a pink umbrella hurried toward her. It was Du Lily.
Her face was filled with reluctance. Upon learning an MO was leaving, she had decisively chosen to withdraw, only to be refused by Lu Yun.
If she withdrew, the Central China region would completely lose its quota and qualification. Why are you here? An MO. I need to tell you something. What is it?
An MO noticed something off in Du Lily's expression, and his own expression gradually turned serious, his brow furrowing involuntarily.
First, I need to apologize. I've kept this from you for far too long.
There were many times I wanted to tell you, but I held back.
Today, I've decided to tell you. It's wrong, but I can't keep deceiving you anymore. The truth is, Kim is dead.
Even before Du Lily could finish her sentence, an MO froze in place upon hearing those words, his breathing seemingly halted. His heart pounded so violently it made him forget to breathe.
At that moment, an MO couldn't tell if he felt joy or sorrow.
Killing Kim had become his obsession, yet the very next instant, he was dead. Kim was killed by Gufan. And Gufan had extracted a great deal of intelligence from him.
Gufan was him. An MO then slumped dejectedly, hauling his luggage onto the bus.
His eyes vacant, he stared blankly out the window. Outside, Du Lily witnessed this scene and couldn't help but worry for an MO. Only after the bus vanished completely from sight did Du Lily gradually snap back to reality, finally entering the training camp with a heavy heart. At that moment, an MO leaned his head against the headrest, watching raindrops cascade down the windowpane. Once again, he sank into deep thought. Why was there no such thing as absolute fairness in this world? He felt so weak. He had joined Division 12, yet couldn't even protect his own family. He entered the training camp for training, only to be expelled in the end. An MO suddenly burst into laughter. Though loud, the sound of the rain outside drowned out his laughter. As his laughter turned frenzied, tears began to well up at the corners of his eyes. After the bus arrived at the airport, an MO slowly made his way toward the terminal. He sat down on a nearby chair, his eyes vacant and unfocused. At that moment, he didn't even know what he was supposed to do. His heart felt hollow. His former goals had vanished. Where should he go now? Suddenly, a voice echoed above him. Are you lost or feeling empty? The solution is simple: do whatever you desire. Face whatever worries you, even those things you dare not touch, for they might be precisely what you need. Anmo gradually lifted his head, but the instant he looked up, the TV above him suddenly shut off. An MO scanned the room, but found it completely empty. Yet an idea began to take root within him. Follow your heart? An MO abruptly stood up, walked over to the nearby restaurant, took all the small knives from the counter, and then walked out of the airport without a second thought, leaving his luggage behind on the seat. After stepping outside, the bus hadn't departed. An MO approached it, and the doors opened in advance. The driver had been replaced. Where was the old man from earlier? Who are you? Need to know? Whatever. The person before him wore a hat and mask, making it impossible to recognize who it was. Where are you taking me? Don't you already know the answer? That 12th Division base is already a mess. Shu Province's drugs are flooding society. How else do you think it got out? Using the guise of training to commit those disgusting acts, could you really tolerate it? And whether it's you or Tan Kuang, you're nothing but discarded trash to the training camp. After speaking, the man wisely fell silent, granting an MO a moment to process. Then, Mo's heart began beating again. His eyes regained their focus, and a long-lost sharpness returned. The driver noticed this and produced a black bag from somewhere, tossing it directly to an MO. An MO caught it and slowly unzipped it. Inside were several handguns, 2 daggers, even a few grenades. At the very bottom lay detailed blueprints of the training camp, with certain offices highlighted in bold colors. The mastermind behind this deal, the one with real power in this base. A fleeting smile crossed in Mo's face as he studied the color-coded markings. He then emptied the bag, removing all the weapons inside. Chapter 178, Return. If the world harbors so much darkness, then I shall eradicate it completely. If sunlight lasts but a fleeting moment, then I shall burn myself to kindle a glimmer of light for this dark world. I may fear, but I shall never regret. And Mo's restless heart gradually settled, and his trembling body miraculously steadied. After the bus stopped, the man handed an MO a hat and a mask. But an MO shook his head.
He refused to disguise himself, believing this mission was not about slaughter, but redemption. Those who deserved hell should have foreseen this outcome. He was merely becoming hell's messenger, delivering them all to their rightful place. The man did not oppose Enmo's choice, merely saying softly, "Good luck." Then he watched as he vanished into the rain. The man smiled as he removed his hat. When he took off his mask, he took several deep breaths. "And Mo, you're not really suited for Division 12. We'll see how you perform." In the darkness, the man suddenly lit a cigarette, then gently ran his fingers through his long hair a few more times. In the rain-drenched night, Mo felt an inexplicable shift. The fervor that had burned within him seemed to fade, replaced by a deepening darkness. Mo walked to the door and gave it a few gentle pushes. Suddenly, two men appeared, both holding guns, staring at him with puzzled expressions. "Why are you back? You've been expelled. Get out of here. Can you open the door? I left something behind. It was given to me by Instructor Lu Yun. If I can't retrieve it, I won't be able to report back to headquarters." One of them opened the door irritably. But the instant it swung open, the knife in Mo's hand flashed across the man's throat. His expression froze in shock. The other man saw this and was about to aim his gun when Mo flicked a small knife from his sleeve, sending it straight for the man's throat. Both men were dispatched in an instant. Though the training camp had plenty of weapons, almost all were confined to the training grounds. Only these two at the entrance carried guns. Mo continued walking deeper inside. A chilling thought took root in his mind: every instructor inside must die, along with those damned superiors. Mo, cloaked in a raincoat, advanced step by step into the facility. It was nearly midnight now, perfect timing for an assassination. A dagger suddenly appeared in Mo's hand. His first target was the infirmary. Instructor Wen actually lived in a single room. This would make his task easier. After effortlessly unlocking the door, Mo stared at Instructor Wen lying on the hospital bed. The dagger in his hand glided lightly across the mattress until it pressed against the man's throat. Instructor Wen jolted awake. He stared at the dagger pressed against his throat and at Mo standing before him. What are you doing? Kill you. Can't you tell? If you kill me, you'll be saying goodbye to Section 12 forever. Mo slit his throat with one swift stroke. Watching the instructor die before him, his hands clutching his neck, blood spurting from his mouth, he didn't even have time to scream before life ceased. Mo then swiftly disposed of most of the instructors, heading first toward the room marked green on the blueprint. This must be the important person. Mo reached the door and grasped the handle only to find it locked. He tossed his dagger aside, drew the pistol from his waistband, and fired directly at the lock. The deafening crack echoed through the floor, rousing nearly everyone awake. The sound of gunfire was all too familiar. Including the person inside, who leapt from the bed, grabbed a nearby dagger, and watched the door warily. But after a long wait, there was no action. So the man quietly turned on the light and began walking toward the door. Suddenly, another gunshot rang out, striking the man squarely in the lower abdomen. Mo had jumped in through the window. A diversionary tactic. By the light, Mo clearly recognized the man before him. When he first met Instructor Wen, there had been 3 men present. This man was one of them. So it seemed the target was all 3 of them. 3 beasts. The man stared at Mo before him, utterly unfamiliar, only pleading for mercy. "I just want to know how much of the drugs you handled." After Mo finished speaking, the man on the ground instantly panicked. "I don't have much. Big brother Lu took the lion's share. I only have a little bit." "A little bit? That's probably enough to last you most of your life." Mo then pressed the muzzle against the man's head and fired. Brain matter and blood splattered instantly across Mo's entire body. He wiped the blood off the gun with irritation. He then rushed toward the red room. During the chase, Mo couldn't believe he'd actually killed someone. Even if they were also called villains, his actions had been far too swift and ruthlessly brutal. What troubled Mo even more was the complete absence of fear after killing so many. Instead, his heart raced with excitement. Finally reaching Brother 6's room, Mo kicked the door open without explanation. Inside, Brother 6 was still snoring loudly, completely undisturbed by the gunfire. Witnessing this scene, all remorse instantly vanished from Mo's heart. If such a useless fool could occupy a position he didn't deserve, no wonder this place had sunk into such a quagmire. Mo flipped on the light and stared at Brother 6. He finally stirred from his slumber, blinking dazedly at Mo. "Who the hell are you? Who let you in here?" Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he finally noticed the bloodstains on Mo and the pistol in his hand. Brother 6 instantly went quiet. He sat on the bed, shifting nervously backward against the wall. "Do you even know who I am? My father is the head of Division 12. If he orders a withdrawal of funds, Division 12 is finished. I'm warning you, get out of here now. If you kill me, I swear, you'll die a miserable death." No wonder he could pull off such a stunt here. He had powerful connections. But Mo paid him no mind. He grabbed Lu Gu by the collar and began punching him repeatedly in the face. A powerful backhand sent Lu Go flying backward, smashing into the room's table and shattering it instantly. Just as an MO was about to advance again, the door swung open. The arrival caught him off guard. Lu Yun. An MO had deliberately spared him earlier, remembering Lu Yun's past assistance. Seeing him now, a flicker of pity stirred within an MO. Instructor Lu? What do you think you're doing? Call me Lu Yun. I'm deeply disappointed in you. How could you choose this way to seek revenge? What would your deceased grandfather and wet nurse think of this? Chapter 179, Friend. An MO stared at Lu Yun, who still clutched his gun. Instead of lowering it, he aimed the barrel at sixth brother lying on the ground and slowly approached him. One hand yanked his hair, while the gun in the other pressed hard against the back of his head. Lu Yun, step aside. You know you can't stop me. Lu Yun stood frozen, not moving an inch. He only stared coldly at an MO before him, his gaze carrying something else entirely. An MO. Are you really going to do this? I'm doing this for you. For these human parasites. What's the point of their existence? Lazy and gluttonous, sacrificing everything daily for their so-called interests. Tell me, don't they deserve to die? An MO. You have no right to decide his fate. There must be. Then he looked at Lu Yun, his eyes unblinking, his finger already pressing down. Bang. The spray of blood from the back of his head was indeed less this time. The bloodstains on An Mo's raincoat were noticeably lighter. Lu Yun had ultimately failed. He had believed he could persuade an MO to reconsider, but he was wrong. An MO, however, felt utterly exhilarated. Staring at the brutally slain sixth brother on the ground, he couldn't resist delivering several final kicks to the head. As he prepared to leave, Lu Yun remained rooted to the spot. A dagger flew from somewhere, landing before an MO with its blade reversed. I told you if you kill someone, I will kill you. Sorry, Instructor Lu. Don't blame me. After speaking, an MO holstered his pistol and drew a dagger of his own, gripping it reverse hand to confront Lu Yun. Lu Yun moved first. His dagger was indeed much faster, but his age was a factor, and he struggled considerably against An Mo's counterattacks. Instead of targeting Lu Yun's vital areas, an MO simply slashed his legs. Watching Lu Yun collapse to the ground, he still tried to rise and fight back. The relentless stabbing pain in his legs rendered him immobile. An MO. You truly have potential. But let me warn you, don't take the wrong path. If you choose to oppose the 12 departments, you will lose. Without a doubt. Lu Yun's words fell on deaf ears to an MO, who dismissed them as mere ranting. Having devoted his entire life to this organization, even now, at this moment, he still thought from the 12 divisions' perspective. An MO finally fell silent, walking steadily toward the exit. The rain continued to fall. Perfect. Let it wash away this bloodshed. After leaving the base, the bus was still waiting outside. As an MO climbed aboard, he stared blankly at the masked man seated before him. As he boarded, music was playing inside the widely recognized castle in the sky. The man's movements betrayed his excitement, his hands mimicking the gestures of a conductor. A sudden curiosity welled up in an MO toward the man before him. How did he know about him? Who are you? Do you need to know? It doesn't matter. It won't affect me either way. After speaking, an MO simply stared blankly at the base before him. What? Aren't you going to say goodbye to your girlfriend? Girlfriend? Do Lily? I have nothing to do with her. No need for goodbyes, we'll definitely meet again later. After speaking, an MO gestured for the man to drive, but he made no move, only staring at an MO before him. Why didn't the grenade I gave you work? It wasn't necessary. It's necessary now. Get it out. Throw it. The man's words carried a hint of sternness and warning, but an MO ignored him, continuing to stare blankly outside. This time the man finally turned to look at an MO, but she still showed no sign of backing down. The man merely nodded. You're really something. After speaking, the man produced 5 grenades from somewhere. He pulled the pins in front of an MO, then hurled them forcefully into the depths. Only after emptying his grasp did he reveal a look of satisfaction. Then he watched the explosion unfold before him. Boom, 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 boom. After the 5th detonation, the man walked back to his driver's seat and headed forward. Behind him, an MO finally took the man seriously. Compared to himself, this man was truly vicious. With most of the people already dealt with, why throw grenades inside? Was it to kill even more? It seemed his objective had never been limited to just those 3 marked individuals. What's the deal with that 6th brother? After an MO asked, the driver casually answered while driving. Just some small-time guy with a bit of family money, scraping by off the scraps from the 12th Bureau. Not a big shot. He'll be dead sooner or later. The driver's tone grew even flatter, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. Then what organization are you with? You wanna know? I can tell you, but we have rules. If outsiders find out, they either join or die. Still wanna know? After the driver finished speaking, an MO suddenly fell silent, merely nodding faintly. Where are you headed? I can get you there safely, but I can't guarantee your safety afterward. You might already be on the 12th Division's most wanted list. Back to Baibin City. To find Gu Fan. After an MO spoke, the icy glint returned to his eyes, radiating an intense light. The driver's gaze remained impassive, revealing nothing unusual, but his subconscious twitching betrayed a hint of panic. Now, an MO was fully embracing the principle of acting on impulse. For anything or anyone that displeased him, he would choose to strike back fiercely. Even if it caused trouble, who cares? After arriving at the airport, the driver observed an MO through the rearview mirror. Silently, he removed his cap, allowing strands of dark hair to spill out. After tying his hair back, he slowly removed his mask. The faint glow of a streetlight gradually illuminated the man's face. This driver was Wang Yin, the comrade in arms who fought alongside Gu Fan, the man who avenged his comrades, and the one who personally tortured Kim to death. Yet here he was now, even approaching an MO of his own accord. His purpose remained unknown. Gradually, an MO also awoke abruptly. He glanced around briefly. Just as he was about to get out of the car, he noticed the driver up front was a woman? Auntie? Where's the driver from before? Me and him. Auntie? The coarse voice snapped an MO back to reality. Bro, nice hairstyle. Chapter 180, Targeted. Did you kill them all? Why did you kill them? You're still up to no good at this point? I won't say a word until my lawyer arrives. Gu Fan kept his eyes half closed, paying no attention to the two interrogating officers before him. He bowed his head slightly, lost in thought. The two officers exchanged a glance and hurriedly exited the interrogation room. Gu Fan suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the mirror off to the side. He gradually became engrossed in it, his eyes unusually bright. In the adjacent room, Jo Sun and the other leaders stared at Gu Fan before them, their brows furrowed. I'll go talk to him. Jo Sun spoke up abruptly. Those beside him nodded in agreement. After all, the relationship between Jo Sun and Gu Fan was an open secret. Though never explicitly stated, everyone tacitly accepted it. After entering the room, Jo Sun looked at Gu Fan. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Gu Fan, and lit one for himself. Gu Fan took the lighter and struggled to light it. Still planning not to say anything? I want to, but Su Qing texted me. I can only speak once he arrives. Gu Fan, you know you have plenty of ways out. Even higher-ups might protect you. But your choice now, it really surprises me. Jo Sun was also from Division 12. He clearly understood Gu Fan's capabilities and the sheer terror he commanded. Given his standing, even if he had actually killed someone, higher-ups wouldn't just stand by and watch. There was only one possibility: Gu Fan had refused their demands. Surprised? I'd call it expected. Truthfully, I never intended to kill him at first. But he drugged my girlfriend, no, my fiancée, and even planned to film it. If it were you, could you just let it slide? I would have killed him, and brutally so. Jo Sun's tone turned instantly cold. After all, a man who couldn't protect the woman he loved wasn't worthy of being called a man. My choice would be the same as yours. So? Gu Fan raised the silver handcuffs in his hand. But I have no regrets. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Jo Sun left the interrogation room, leaving Gu Fan alone, silently smoking. What the hell is wrong with you? I told you to interrogate him, so why are you standing with him? Facing his superior's questioning, Jo Sun chose not to engage further, simply turning and walking away without a word. Hey, you! After Jo Sun departed, Su Qing arrived at the police station. He was dressed in a suit, carrying a briefcase, and his familiar gold-rimmed glasses were back on his face, his hair neatly styled. Good day, everyone. I'm Su Qing, Gu Fan's attorney. Gu Fan and Su Qing now sat together, facing the police chief and two other senior officers, individuals whose presence here indicated their significant status. Su Qing looked at them without a trace of fear, simply pulling out sheets of paper with black and white documents and handing them over. My client has actively compensated those he injured and sent his regards through me. Similarly, he has expressed remorse and made reparations to those he killed. These are the letters of forgiveness signed by their families. Su Qing knew these agreements wouldn't carry much weight, but they could still serve a small purpose. He then pulled a laptop from his bag, opened it, and played a video. A naked woman lay motionless on a bed until a man entered the frame, followed by sounds and actions too explicit to describe. Yet the bureau chief before him showed no reaction whatsoever. This was one of dozens of videos filmed by Zhu Gucheng, and the girl in it had met her end suicide, just like the others. That same night, Zhu Gucheng had also assaulted the victim's fiancée. The victim's actions were in self-defense, but the outcome was excessive force. Su Qing's eloquence was undeniable as he relentlessly exposed Zhu Gucheng with a barrage of evidence and facts. Before the court's ruling, Gu Fan would need to remain in detention for a period. As Su Qing prepared to protest further, Gu Fan merely shook his head. To Gu Fan, Su Qing had already done more than enough for him. Moreover, Su Qing's swift gathering of evidence demonstrated his professional competence. As Gu Fan was being transported to the detention center, a flight from the provincial capital to Baibin City touched down. A woman wearing sunglasses and a black leather jacket strode toward the exit. Headphones pressed against her ears, she paid no heed to the stares around her. She had come here for one reason only: revenge. To avenge her dead brother. To free herself from the relentless chill of death's embrace. Stepping out of the airport, several men instantly approached her, handing her a photograph. Is this Gu Fan? The men nodded. Where is he? The detention center. Good. I hope he rots in there. Once it's done, I promise no complications. And the money we agreed on? I'll give you double. After speaking, the men vanished instantly from the spot. Gu Fan, I swear, you will die a miserable death. You will. Meanwhile, Gu Fan had also been locked up in the detention center. Inside the 8-person cell, the other 7 inmates eyed him with pure malice. Gu Fan paid them no mind, simply sitting down on one of the beds and setting the basin he held onto the floor. But unexpectedly, the simple action instantly sparked the others' displeasure. Hey! New guy, don't you know the rules? Who said you could sit on the bed? Get over here and squat. After one man barked this order, Gu Fan merely glanced at him before returning to his seated position, unmoving. The man's face darkened instantly. He lunged at Gu Fan, slapping him hard across the face several times before yanking him by the collar and slamming him against the wall. You're already here. What are you playing at? Let me tell you, there are 2 people you don't mess with around here. One's the guard in uniform, and the other's the cell boss in every room. After speaking, the man delivered several hard punches to Gu Fan's midsection. Gu Fan held back from intervening, instead watching the last prison guard in the crowd. His build was indeed more robust than average, and with his closely cropped haircut, he genuinely inspired fear in others. After releasing Gu Fan, the man tossed him to the ground and delivered a few final kicks. Enough! The guard's deep voice cut the man off. It was rich yet raspy, giving off a distinctly unpleasant vibe. Gu Fan slowly sat up from the ground. The guard stood up too, walking slowly toward Gu Fan before crouching down in front of him and stroking his head. New guy? Clean the toilets for a week. I know. Double it. A month. Chapter 181, The Troublemaker. A month. After the prison boss finished speaking, the restraint in Gu Fan's eyes was about to snap. His temper was on the verge of erupting, but suddenly he thought of Shen Ionang and his daughter, Xiao Yu. His clenched fists slowly relaxed. Gritting his teeth, he managed to say, fine. Gu Fan's situation was already dire. If anything else went wrong in the detention center, serving his 10-year sentence would become truly impossible. The man stared at Gu Fan before him and couldn't help but give his head a shove. What's the matter? I thought you were tough. How did you end up here? Spill it. The man jabbed his fingers into Gu Fan's chest repeatedly. Gu Fan sidestepped the jabs and slowly rose from the floor. Let's talk this out. What's your problem? The prison guard stood up, staring at Gu Fan before him, and shook his head slightly. Then a massive swing came crashing down toward Gu Fan's head. If he didn't block it, that punch landing on his skull would mean death or serious injury. Gu Fan watched the incoming fist without a trace of fear. He raised his arm, clenched his fist, and smashed it into the man's punch. The 2 fists collided head-on. The others watched eagerly, eager to witness the spectacle of Gu Fan being beaten by the jailer. Seeing Gu Fan choose to meet his punch head-on, the jailer's face twisted into a sneer of contempt. He was supremely confident in his own fists, having even boasted earlier that no one could withstand a single punch from him, no matter who they were. His massive frame meant his fist was considerably larger than Gu Fan's. The instant their fists collided, the jailer's expression shifted. Was this a fist? More like a wall or a block of iron. Not a hint of warmth, only sheer hardness. That was the only thought in the jailer's mind as he looked at Gu Fan before him. The man's expression was calm, his features ordinary, his build average, yet his aura remained unalterable. That fearless, battle-hardened aura remained unshaken. Fearing a loss of face, the guard withdrew his fist only to charge at Gu Fan again. He grabbed the man around the waist and flung him backward with brutal force. Gu Fan flew through the air, crashing into the bunk behind him. The loud crash drew the attention of the guard. He kept tapping the iron door with his baton, then bellowed, "Behave yourselves. Even if you're disciplining him, keep it under control. If this escalates, I'll be the one in trouble." The cell boss instantly flashed a bright smile, bowing and scraping at the guard while secretly passing something through the small window in front of them. Gu Fan caught a glimpse of a pack of cigarettes. The guard grinned as he accepted the cigarettes, then turned and walked away. "Behave yourself. Got it. Take care." After turning away, the cell boss glanced at Gu Fan lying on the floor, then hummed a tune as he stretched out on the bed. Crossing his legs, he read the newspaper by his side. The others dispersed, gathering around the boss. Only one man, with a youthful face that looked barely over 20, quietly handed Gu Fan a towel, gesturing for him to wipe the grime from his face. After handing over the towel, he too hurried toward the cell boss. Gu Fan now understood the hierarchy here. While everyone revolved around the cell boss, there were distinct ranks beneath him. The man who had helped Gu Fan was at the very bottom, just above the newcomers like himself. It was now time for the daily outdoor exercise period. Almost everyone gathered in small groups, while several prison wardens sat apart, sharing cigarettes of unknown origin. Gufan sat alone on the ground, casually enjoying the breeze on his face and breathing in the fresh air outside a welcome respite. Suddenly, the man sat down beside Gufan. "My name is Ma Ju. What's yours, big brother?" "Gufan. You look older than me, so I'll just call you Brother Fan. I saw it earlier. When you were fighting Brother Chang, I noticed he wasn't your match. You're stronger." From his words, Gufan clearly recognized that the man before him was definitely not old, his speech revealing a certain immaturity. "How old are you?" 20. "How did you get in here? Can you tell me?" "Sure. Manslaughter. My dad was always drinking back then. After he drank, he'd go on drunken rampages, smashing things at home and even hitting people. It was past midnight when I got woken up by the sound of things crashing. I got up and saw my dad smashing a beer bottle hard into my mom's head. I rushed over to stop him, shielding my mom behind me. Then my dad started beating me. The moment I fell to the ground, I saw the broken beer bottle lying there. I picked it up and stabbed my dad in the stomach." Ma Ju spoke with remarkable calmness, yet Gufan could still detect a trace of sorrow in his expression. "After it was over, my father bled to death. My mother was left in a vegetative state from the bottle blow and passed away before I went to prison." After finishing his story, Ma Ju could no longer hold back his tears. They slowly welled up in his eyes and trickled down his cheeks. Only then did he react, quickly wiping them away. "Here, you couldn't let anyone see your tears. Otherwise, you'd expose your weakness and become the next target for bullying." Just as Ma Ju was about to say something else, Shanga suddenly called out his name from the other side. "What does that prison guard want now?" That was the instinctive thought that crossed both Gufan and Ma Ju's minds. Both men stood up and walked toward Shanga. Xiangu and several others sat above them, looking down on Gufan and Ma Ju. "Who told you to come? I only called Ma Ju, right? What's the matter?" Brother Chang despised Gufan. He was a complete troublemaker. Yet having witnessed his strength, Brother Chang instinctively ignored Gufan's words. He turned to Ma Ju instead and asked, "Hey, Ma Ju, I've been dying to ask, how does it feel to kill your own father? Feels good? Thrilling?" After he finished, the others with Brother Chang started laughing loudly, their hands gesturing as they hurled insults and abuse. "Hey! Can you show some respect? Wouldn't you be heartbroken if your parents died?" Gufan's sudden retort shattered the laughter of the prison guards before him. "Hey, Xianzi, these are your guys? How'd you train them? If they can't talk, just beat them, keep them locked up till they learn some manners." After the remark, Xianga's face remained composed, a faint smile lingering before he gently shook his head. Troublemakers are always a pain to deal with. "Yang, wanna give it a shot? I'd love to see if Yang's fists are harder or this kid's bones are tougher." Chapter 182, The Test. Troublemakers. They're never easy to deal with. "Brother Yang, wanna give it a shot? I'd love to see if Brother Yang's fists are harder or this kid's bones are tougher." After speaking, Brother Chang's gaze toward Brother Yang shifted slightly, now tinged with a hint of amusement. He'd seen Gufan's fists before, so he sensed this kid wasn't some pushover, certainly not a soft target to bully at will. Brother Chang was more interested in gauging Gufan's true strength. Otherwise, his position as the prison boss would be in jeopardy. If he let Yang go fight Gufan now, regardless of the outcome, Gufan would never sit in his position as cell boss. By waiting for the right moment to step in and help Yang Gu, even if Gufan had extraordinary skills, he'd be nothing but a useless fool in his eyes. After Chang spoke, Yang's face lit up with eagerness. "This isn't about fighting for the sake of fighting," he emphasized. "Just a simple contest. Young man, would you care to spar with this old man?" Brother Yang's words seemed gentle, but the cold glint in his eyes spoke volumes. His earlier words were pure pretense, and the one he was deceiving was the prison guard smoking on the other side. Just as Gufan was about to speak, Ma Ju suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Brother Fan, don't fight him. Don't be fooled by his nice guy act. This guy's in here for killing someone. Rumor has it he was a boxer." "You." After hearing this, the expression on Gufan's face abruptly changed. Brother Yang noticed the shift. "Hey, young man, don't be like that. We're just having a friendly spar. No need to be so cautious. How about I let you have one hand?" As Brother Yang finished speaking, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter, staring at Gufan. Gufan shot Ma Ju a reassuring glance before nodding to accept the challenge. After Gufan agreed, several people gathered to watch, including prison guards who came over in small groups, keeping an eye on the fight while maintaining overall order. Gufan and Brother Yang stepped onto a platform together. Brother Yang, fists clenched, feigned swings at Gufan. From these simple motions, Gufan could tell his opponent was a pro. Gufan did a brief warm-up, swinging his arms and legs. Brother Yang's build was similar to Brother Chang's, both significantly more muscular than Gufan, who stood at a respectable 185 centimeters. Yet the strength displayed by the two men before him far exceeded that. A figure resembling a referee stepped onto the platform.
After some brief pleasantries, he gave the command. Brother Yang then began leaping toward Gu Fan, deliberately using only one hand. Before the fight began, he had intentionally removed the glove from one hand, advancing toward Gu Fan in this manner. He unleashed a vicious punch straight at Gu Fan's head. After dodging, Gu Fan immediately backed away, then stood motionless, quietly observing Brother Yang before him. Brother Yang spun around and threw another punch, but Gu Fan dodged like an eel, evading relentlessly without landing a single blow himself. His constant evasion finally stirred the crowd's anger. Spectators below began to jeer at Gu Fan, expressing their disdain. Only Ma Ju remained deeply concerned for Gu Fan. He alone understood the true ferocity of Brother Yang's fists. Earlier, a single blow to his own head had left him bedridden for a month. And that punch had been thrown with what Brother Yang considered a playful force. On stage, Gu Fan had felt the force of those punches. It seemed he needed to make a move, otherwise, this sparring session was getting downright boring. Gu Fan accelerated, wrapping his arms around Brother Yang. Instead of tripping him, he harnessed the momentum to hoist him high, then executed a brutal bridge throw, flinging him aside. Brother Yang was taken aback. He hadn't expected Gu Fan to ditch boxing and suddenly start wrestling. This move clearly displeased Brother Yang. The guy who just shared a room with him was now looking down on him? After getting back up, Brother Yang moved with increased caution. Gu Fan kept testing Brother Yang's punches, then leaped up to punch Brother Yang in the head. But Brother Yang saw through his plan. After feigning an opening, he waited for Gu Fan to lunge in, then delivered a vicious roundhouse kick that sent Gu Fan crashing off the platform. This kick successfully defended his status and position. Yet Gu Fan's earlier bridge throw hadn't made him lose too badly after all. No bloodshed had occurred during the sparring. The prison guards watching behind them nodded in satisfaction. Ma Ju was the first to rush over to Gu Fan, immediately helping him up and repeatedly asking about his condition. "I'm fine. Not dead yet. This shouldn't be happening. Fan, I've seen your fists before. I thought Brother Yang was no match for you. Why didn't you hit him?" Ma Ju. Always remember, no matter where you are, you must keep a low profile. Exposing yourself too much only brings trouble. When it's time to show off, don't hesitate. Got it? After Gu Fan finished speaking, Ma Ju nodded vigorously in agreement. As Gu Fan stood up, Brother Yang approached him on the stage. "Not bad. But that throw you used on me just now was illegal. Boxing doesn't allow moves like that." "Brother Yang. Honestly, I don't know much about this stuff. But those punches you threw just now? Clearly professional level. Don't even mention one hand, I wouldn't stand a chance with two." Gu Fan's flattery was spot on, and the genuine smile that spread across Brother Yang's face proved it. "Just now, Jiangzi said you're tough as nails, but I didn't see that. You're pretty smooth. Want to come to my room? Just hang out and spar with me. Next time for sure. Brother Chang, I really can't match your skill level. I feel pretty good right now, though I think I can handle it." Brother Yang chuckled, patting Gu Fan's shoulder before striding off. "Fan, what got you in here? I could tell right away you're not like the rest of us. Care to share? If it's inconvenient, What's there to be discreet about? I killed someone, injured a few others, and one of the dead belonged to a prominent family in the provincial capital. That's why it became such a big deal." After speaking, Gu Fan plucked a dogtail plant from the ground and popped it into his mouth. "Who was the guy you killed? I happen to be from the provincial capital and might know something about it. Zhuge Cheng, from the Zhuge family." "Zhuge Cheng? You killed him? You're not joking, are you? He's dead?" Gu Fan watched his reaction, merely lifting the corner of his mouth before nodding. "Holy, Fan, you're no ordinary man." Chapter 183, The Guan Family. Why the big reaction? Is Zhuge Cheng such a big shot in the provincial capital? I don't recall ever hearing about him. My god, Fan. You didn't really think Zhuge Cheng was a nobody, did you? His real name isn't Zhuge Cheng. That so-called Zhuge family was all his own creation. In reality, he's the only one calling the shots there. Gu Fan was genuinely surprised by this revelation. He hadn't realized even the Zhuge surname was fabricated. "You know him?" "Of course. His real name is Guan Chang. He's from the Guan family." After Ma Ju finished speaking, the playful expression on Gu Fan's face gradually faded. He might not recognize Guan Qing personally, but the Guan family was no ordinary clan. The Guan family had deep roots in the provincial capital, with members infiltrating nearly every industry. Whether high-ranking officials or lowly bureaucrats, they could leverage connections everywhere. Most crucially, 7 of the 12 key departments were effectively controlled by the Guan family. Though the 12 divisions were widely discussed, few truly understood them. The 12 divisions corresponded to 12 companies spread across various regions of China. Recently, however, certain events had caused these companies to shift their focus toward the provincial capital. Each division represents a distinct power base, though there's no definitive ranking or measure of their strength. That said, Division 1 is widely regarded as the most exceptional among the entire 12 divisions. Their exact location remains unknown.
Some say they operate overseas, while others claim they vanished long ago. Opinions vary wildly, and no one knows their precise location. Yet one thing remains universally acknowledged: no one messes with the 12 divisions, not a single one. The Guan family's reputation in the provincial capital was undeniably formidable. With the prestige of Division 7 backing them, nearly everyone, whether in business or government circles, treated them with utmost respect. So, what's the deal with Zhuge Cheng and Guan Cheng? Why did they give themselves those names? The real power behind the Guan family was Guan Xiong, the father of Guan Cheng and Guan Fei. This old man cared little for right or wrong. He struck down anyone who crossed him. Many resented him, but he never changed. Yet no one dared challenge him openly in the face of his military might. Yet even this stubborn man eventually changed. His son, Guan Qing, raped a female teacher. She wrote a letter accusing him before jumping to her death. Rumor had it the letter contained utterly shocking revelations, a scathing indictment of Guan Qing. The scandal rocked the provincial capital and soon reached Guan Xiong's ears. A tiger may devour its young, but he did protect his son, severing all ties with him. Guan Qing, enraged, broke away to establish his own faction. However, the bulk of the Zhuge family's investments had been secretly funneled to him by his sister. These are the kinds of things that happen in big families. We'll just leave it at that. After Ma Ju finished speaking, the prison guard began tapping on the iron door repeatedly. All right. Curfew time is here. Back to your cells. Get ready for dinner. On the way back, Gu Fan pondered deeply. He hadn't realized Zhuge Qing's background was so formidable. Turns out he was Guan Xiong's son. No wonder Gu Fan disliked Guan Qing like father, like son. Even though Guan Xiong claimed to have cut ties with Guan Qing, once news of his son's death reached him, he'd surely come looking for trouble. Who would have thought things would escalate like this? Learning Zhuge Qing was from the Guan family, Gu Fan's desire to go to prison vanished instantly. He sensed Guan Xiong and Guan Fei would target Shen Aoneng, and Xiaoyu would be dragged into it too. If he really ended up in prison, the fallout would likely be endless. During dinner, Gu Fan was in a foul mood, finding everything irritating. He hadn't expected this to be such a big deal. After handing in his utensils, Gu Fan remained in a foul mood. Back in his room, he flopped onto the bed, leaning against the quilt behind him and staring blankly into space. That man hadn't come looking for trouble again. He clearly understood Gu Fan's capabilities now. Thinking back to how he'd treated him earlier, he really wanted to slap himself. But Xiangge wore a displeased expression. The cell boss hadn't even gone to bed yet? And the guy below him had already climbed into bed? Did he really think he was something special? Hey! I haven't gone to bed yet. Who gave you permission to go up there? Gu Fan didn't hear Xiangge's words. His mind was occupied with a single thought, gradually sinking into deep contemplation. Only when Xiangge shouted again did Gu Fan snap back to reality, his impatient gaze suddenly locking with Xiangge's. Brother Chang instantly felt a chill run down his spine from that look. What the hell are you looking at? Get the hell down. Think you're some big shot now? I'm in a bad mood right now. Don't mess with me. After speaking, Gu Fan closed his eyes slightly, continuing to ponder a solution. But the instant he closed his eyes, Xiangge's fist shot straight for Gu Fan's head. This time, the target was his temple. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Xiangge's eyes. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll never learn. Gu Fan reacted instantly. After a simple block, he yanked forward, slamming his fist hard into Chang Ji's face. In a single second, he landed multiple punches. In the blink of an eye, Chang Ji's face was a bloody mess. Gu Fan then grabbed Changge by the throat, tightening his grip relentlessly. Changge could distinctly feel the icy touch of death. Brother Chang flailed his hands against Gu Fan's arms, and finally, Gu Fan released his grip, tossing the lifeless-looking Brother Chang onto the ground. One last thing, don't mess with me. Gu Fan then collapsed onto the bed. As the lights went out, sleep eluded Gu Fan that night. Troubled minds find rest hard to come by, and his was no exception. His constant worry for Shen Aoneng and Xiaoyu meant this would be a sleepless night. But suddenly, Shen Aoneng's image flashed through his mind. She lay on a bed made of flowers, wearing that same sexy nightgown. Her figure became faintly visible. When Gu Fan looked down at himself, he was completely naked, yet his heart pounded fiercely, as if it might leap from his chest. Shen Aoneng merely extended a hand, and it felt as though she had snatched Gu Fan's very soul. He sprinted toward her bed, leaping onto it in one fluid motion. Shen Aoneng drew closer to him, her jade-like hands gently caressing every part of Gu Fan's body. Gu Fan knew clearly he was dreaming a spring dream, yet gazing at Shen Aoneng before him, he felt utterly reluctant to let go. Even if it was a dream, he didn't want to wake up. He only wished to remain lost in Shen Aoneng's embrace. Now, as Shen Aoneng embraced him, Gu Fan felt her warmth envelop him. Aoneng, I miss you. What about you? I woke up. Gu Fan's eyes snapped open. Two men in black stood before him, ropes in hand poised to tighten around his neck. Chapter 184, The Promise. The two men in black noticed Gu Fan's eyes open and swiftly pulled the rope toward his neck. Gu Fan immediately shielded his throat with both hands. He pulled fiercely at the rope around his neck. Another black-clad figure leapt directly onto the bed, relentlessly pounding Gu Fan's midsection. Each punch delivered enough force to leave Gu Fan gasping for breath. Yet Gu Fan remained rigidly upright, his hands clenched tightly around the rope. Then he let out a fierce shout. A flying kick sent the assailant flying off him. With all his strength, he wrenched the ropes apart, swiftly freeing his head. With one final powerful tug, the man was instantly yanked toward him, and Gu Fan delivered a vicious punch straight to his face. This punch unleashed nearly tenfold of his strength, sending the man crashing straight to the floor, unconscious. The other black-clad figure sensed something was amiss and turned to flee. Just as Gu Fan moved to pursue, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Glancing around, he saw his fellow inmates all sound asleep in their beds. It seemed these two had used some kind of sedative. However, Gu Fan's sudden awakening had caught them off guard. But how had these men even gotten inside the detention center? Guards patrolled the entrance daily, and several officers conducted regular rounds. Clearly, whoever was behind this had spent a fortune. No matter. At least he'd captured one of them. He could still extract some information from him. Gu Fan slowly turned and walked toward the black-clad figure lying on the floor. He tilted his neck, about to slap the man awake, when a sharp pain suddenly shot through the back of his head. The attacker was a seasoned pro, striking with perfect precision and force. At the very least, the blow knocked Gu Fan completely unconscious. He collapsed to the ground, struggling desperately to open his eyes, but the sensation was overwhelming. But in the split second before his vision faded, he caught sight of the boots before him and the police baton suspended in midair. It was a prison guard. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon. Gu Fan slowly sat up, finding himself alone in the room. He glanced around briefly, then touched his head, suddenly feeling pain. In that instant, it all came back to him. Last night, someone had tried to kill him. He'd taken out one assailant, but let another escape. Then the prison guard had intervened. The thought sent Gu Fan leaping off the bed. He crawled along the floor, searching for clues. Those two men in black must have left some trace behind last night. But after searching the entire room, he found nothing. That prison guard was no ordinary man. It seemed he had cleaned up the evidence. Gu Fan sat back on the bed, pondering who had sent the two assassins. Could it be that the Guan family had already found out? The thought made his heart clench. Life in prison was tedious, yet Gu Fan relished the comfort of being the cell leader. It was a welcome change from his previous prison existence, which had been far less cushy. Yet even as he savored this ease, a heavy weight hung constantly over his heart. Even at night, he slept with constant vigilance. Finally, one night, Gu Fan had a sudden epiphany. He had to get out. There were still many unresolved matters outside. More importantly, he was deeply worried about Shen Aoning and Xiaoyu. He had few people under him now. Although Su Qing and the others were capable, they still fell short when it came to protecting Shen Aoning. Su Qing sat before Gu Fan, removing his glasses and rubbing his eyes wearily. Gu Fan could see the exhaustion in him, his condition noticeably deteriorated. Enough. You've gone through a lot for my sake, haven't you? You don't need to worry about what comes next. I've made my decision. Don't you trust me? To be honest, I nearly got killed in the detention center. It was probably the Guan family. They set me up from both inside and out. I took out one of them, but another got away. And then I got knocked out by the guards, damn it. That's why I'm in such a hurry to get out now. Only the 12th Division can bail me out now. I just can't feel safe here. Someone's coming to kill you. Damn it. You were right about Zhuge Qing. He's Guan Qing, the Guan family's young master. Plus, Guan Fei has already arrived in Baibin City. She's probably after you. The hitman too, she must have sent him. Su Qing had no other choice. If he used his method, Gu Fan would have to stay in the detention center for a long time. Gu Fan wasn't worried about himself, but Shen Aoning and Xiaoyu had always been his weak points. Finally, Su Qing nodded. How can I help you? Call Du Feng and tell him I want to rejoin Section 12. Fan Gu. Are you out of your mind? They only said you'd handle overseas missions before, no need to join Division 12. Why? Because they knew you'd never return. Is this worth it now? Perhaps only Su Qing understood why Gu Fan had always avoided Division 12. Despite its prestigious reputation, he consistently refused their repeated invitations. Yet now, for Shen Aoning and Xiaoyu, he'd actually chosen to compromise. Brother Fan, I hope you'll reconsider. Truly. Su Qing. You must understand, in a lifetime, there are things beyond words. Even if you gave your life for them, you wouldn't regret it. After speaking, Gu Fan slowly rose and walked deeper inside. Su Qing was left sitting there in a daze, finally slamming his fist on the table in anger. As Gu Fan departed, a faint, resigned smile touched his lips, yet it held not a trace of emotion. 3 days later. At the entrance of Baibin City Detention Center, Gu Fan slowly emerged wearing his coat, basking in the warmth of the sun and breathing in the fresh air. After all that time inside, stepping out felt surprisingly liberating. What surprised Gu Fan even more was how swiftly Division 12 had acted. It seemed they had been waiting for his decision all along. It was as if they had anticipated his decision all along. Gu Fan looked at Shin Aoning standing before him. She wore the uniform he had instructed her to wear, a blue and white blouse, her hair pulled back in a ponytail. Below, she wore a short blue skirt, flesh-colored stockings accentuating her legs, and white sneakers at her feet, radiating boundless youth. In this outfit, almost anyone would mistake her for an innocent high school girl. Gu Fan gazed at Shin Aoning before him, a faint smile touching his lips. In the end, it was Shin Aoning who reacted first. Though she had been suppressing her emotions, the moment she saw Gu Fan with her own eyes, longing and pain surged through her heart. Tears glistening on her cheeks, she rushed toward Gu Fan. Gu Fan gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist, burying his face in the crook of her neck to inhale the scent uniquely hers. Long-suppressed longing, a single embrace spoke volumes. Didn't you say you wanted a simple life? You lied to me again. Chapter 185, Playing the Hero. I too long to find some quiet village and live that simple life with you. But certain things like the Grim Reaper's relentless pursuit constantly haunt me. So I must face them head-on. After speaking, Gu Fan slowly leaned in to kiss Shin Aoning in his arms. After a long while, their lips parted. Gu Fan and Shin Aoning returned to the car together. Where are you headed? I'll drop you off at home first. I've got a lot on my plate afterward, things I simply can't avoid handling. Don't want to take me along? Is there someone else out there? How could that be? I don't recall anyone more beautiful than you. It's just that the matters ahead are rather tedious, and I didn't want to tire you out. But if you want to come, you're more than welcome. After speaking, Gu Fan smiled at the woman in his arms. A flicker of change passed through Shin Aoning's bright eyes. Then, in an instant, she leapt from the seat and planted a light kiss on Gu Fan's cheek, as gentle as a drop of water on a leaf. I trust you. Never mind. I'll go pick up Xiaoyu when we get home. You've been gone these past few days. Though the little girl says it doesn't matter, she's been watching the door, waiting for you to come back. After Shin Aoning spoke, Gu Fan still felt a pang of guilt. Having chosen to be Xiaoyu's father and taken on that responsibility, he knew he had to be there for her. Yet he saw Xiaoyu only a handful of times each month. He wasn't fulfilling his role as a father at all. His paternal love for her felt waning. After seeing Shin Aoning home, Gu Fan headed toward Huangbao. Du Feng had already arrived there, intending to speak with Gu Fan more specifically, to discuss in detail Gu Fan's return to the 12th Division. Upon arrival, Gu Fan noticed the Huangbao sign had been removed, and the number of patrons inside was dwindling. Witnessing this scene, a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. Inside, Du Feng sat on the sofa, glasses perched on his nose as he scrutinized the documents in his hands. Seeing this, Gu Fan felt quite pleased. That contract was what Division 12 wanted him to sign, and Du Feng was merely the messenger. Yet, upon closer inspection, the document was entirely crafted with his interests in mind. Old Du. Reading it so carefully? Oof. Those 12 Division folks are ruthless exploiters. The moment you return, they'll try to fleece you dry. I'm just vetting this for you in advance. As if you could make them change anything. Fine, I'll just sign it. After speaking, Gu Fan snatched the document from Du Feng's hands. He glanced through it casually, then suddenly asked Du Feng just before signing his name. Don't tell me once I sign this, I'll have to head straight out on the mission? I've still got unfinished business here. I've discussed this with the higher-ups. They'll allow you some personal time, but after a month, you'll need to prepare to leave. Where to? The island nation. Members of the Japanese organization have already infiltrated China. You don't need to worry about those issues, we have professionals handling them. All you need to do is go to the island nation. What's the mission? What's going on? Been away so long you've forgotten the rules? You'll find out a day in advance. Gu Fan thought about deliberately provoking the old man, but he didn't take the bait. Oh, and hand over the card. The higher-ups have been compiling the 12 divisions business cards, but they can't find number ones anywhere. It must be with you. It wasn't on me last time. I took it, but then I don't know where I tossed it. After saying that, Gu Fan just rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. Each division chief of the 12 divisions holds a special card. With that card, you can go anywhere you want. In fact, as long as you have that card in hand, you can kill anyone you please. It was more legendary than a pardon token. The number 1 card, in particular, was revered as divine. Division 1 always held a higher status than the others and was shrouded in even greater mystery. Who would have thought the number 1 card had been in Gu Fan's possession all along? He'd used it briefly earlier to pry information out of Kim, then genuinely misplaced it, probably still at home. Now that card has regained its original power, including nearly $500 million stored within. Just letting you know it's yours to spend. Also, keep the title of 1 unit captain under wraps for now. In time, you'll get your chance to show off. Do I really seem like someone who only knows how to show off in your eyes? Yes. What about my team members? All the previous ones have left. Don't worry, they've assigned 2 people to assist you. You can find the rest yourself. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Who? Just so you know, one is my daughter, Lily, and the other is. Hey! You old fart, don't you dare pull any strings. I'm telling you, I'll report you. What's the big deal? I make the call, no arguments. The other is a new recruit from Division 12 and MO. This guy really reminds us of you. We see him as your potential successor. Gufan merely gave a brief nod. Truthfully, he couldn't care less about these so-called successors or heirs. Seems news from Shu province hasn't reached Baidan City yet. Dufeng still doesn't know an MO has already defected. He even slaughtered every instructor and superior in the training camp, leaving not a single one alive. After watching Dufeng leave, Gufan opened the door and caught sight of Su Cheng. What's going on? What's happening with Huangbao? There's no choice. It's what Boss Li did. He knew you weren't at Huangbao, so he kept putting financial pressure on our company and created a lot of negative publicity, all bad news about Huangbao, even labeling it as a criminal organization. There's no way around it. These days, Su Qing's troubles had been nothing but Huangbao's crisis. Then Gufan got into an accident, so Su Qing decisively chose to temporarily shut down operations and focus solely on handling Gufan's case. Huangbao fell apart as a result. Seeing the exhaustion etched on Su Qing's face, Gufan resolved to confront Boss Li. Lu Ji was useless now. Next time he went to Enshizu, he'd cause a scene to draw Boss Li out. Lu Ji was no match for him anyway. But what Gufan hadn't anticipated was that Lu Ji's life had already been cut short. Gufan patted Su Qing's shoulder in consolation. After they sat down on the sofa, Su Qing suddenly delivered shocking news. Chen Fan's mayoral position had been reported accused of being involved with criminal organizations, with all his underground businesses exposed. Yet bizarrely, he faced no consequences and had become the underground emperor. Someone must be protecting him. Who could it be? How naive. Whoever protected us back then is definitely protecting that old bastard now. Chapter 186, Refusal. Looks like we're on the same page. What's your plan? Are we really just going to hand over our businesses? Ever since Su Cheng mentioned Chen Fan, Gufan had pieced together the situation. Su Cheng wanted to reclaim his former territory and reign supreme in the underworld again. After all, the profits there were millions of times greater than what they had now. But Gufan hesitated to commit. He vowed to divest from the underground where immense profits came hand in hand with encircling dangers. Rash action would sow seeds of endless trouble. These days, Gufan had grown more thoughtful or perhaps cautious. Gone were the days of charging headlong into battle alone. With Shen Aoning and Xiao Yu in his heart, every decision now weighed the pros and cons. Su Qing, I know what you're thinking. Honestly, the old days were exhilarating. But things are different now. We can't keep doing things the way we used to. You're part of the 12th Division now, right? The name alone could scare the hell out of people. Enough. Let's drop this topic. I've got business to attend to. I'll be heading out now. Your help earlier truly moved me. I'll go see Mr. Li immediately. Huangbao can get back on its feet and it will surely rise to greater glory. No need to bring up those underground matters again. Gufan rose and left the room, leaving Su Qing alone on the sofa. Fidgeting, he pulled out a cigarette, but no flame came from the lighter no matter how many times he pressed it. He flung the lighter aside in frustration. Damn it! After leaving Huangbao, Gufan glanced back at the removed signboard. A pang of reluctance still lingered. Huangbao hadn't been established for long, yet in such a short time it had managed to go toe-to-toe with the Bai family. If given more time to grow, its future potential would have been limitless. He then drove Shen Aoning's car toward Enraged Whale Hotel. Inside a presidential suite, the bedroom lay in disarray, the bed resembling a pigsty. The sudden ring of a phone caused the woman on the bed to slowly open her eyes. She picked up the phone and answered it in a daze. Hello? Sister Guan. That guy Gufan you told us to take care of earlier, he seems to have left the detention center. He's out. What? How is that possible? I haven't even claimed my brother's body yet, and Gufan's been released. What's going on? We don't know either. The news came directly from the prison guard inside. Apparently, the reason for his release was insufficient evidence. Guan Fei cursed under her breath, then flung the phone onto the floor. Furious, she ran her fingers through her long hair. Her gaze then shifted to the man sleeping beside her. His features were rather delicate for a man, but what mattered most was his physique 8-pack abs. Last night's prowess had left Guan Fei thoroughly satisfied. But now, looking at his face, Guan Fei suddenly felt an intense rage. She grabbed the small knife from the bedside table and slashed it straight across the man's face. The searing pain instantly jolted him awake. Ah! My face! What the hell are you doing? No hard feelings, just annoyed. Feels good now though. Go get it treated. Consider the rest payment for last night. After speaking, Guan Fei casually tossed a bank card at the man. The man stared at Guan Fei in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? I'm calling the police. He flung the card aside, picked up his clothes from the floor, and prepared to leave. There's 20 million in there. Guanfei uttered only one calm sentence before emerging naked from under the covers. She slipped a hair tie around her hair as she walked toward the bathroom, utterly unconcerned with the man's decision. Because he would definitely choose the bank card. When Guanfei emerged from the bathroom again, the bank card on the floor had vanished without a trace. A faint smile touched Guanfei's face, gradually morphing into disgust and contempt. When Gufan arrived at Enraged, he was surprised to see so many people still here. Had the murder and bloodshed that erupted inside earlier not caused any disturbance? As Gufan entered Enraged, surveying the surroundings, a woman on the top floor wore a slit cheongsam, crossed her legs, and watched him with a mocking smile. This woman was the companion Lu Jita had brought on Gufan's previous visit. What Gufan didn't know was that this seemingly unassuming woman was none other than Boss Li, the person behind Enraged. Everyone had been speculating about Boss Li's identity, but none could have imagined that the mysterious figure was actually the hostess serving them. Sir, do you have a reservation? I'm here to see your manager, Lu Ji. I'm him. I'm sorry, sir, we don't have anyone named Lu Ji here. Our manager isn't Lu Ji either. What? Gufan stared at the woman at the front desk in shock. She then answered a phone call, hung up, and looked at the ordinary-looking man before her with astonishment. Sir, our owner, Mr. Li, would like to meet with you. It's on the top floor. After the woman spoke, Gufan was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that by coming here without any prior arrangements, he'd so easily meet the rumored Boss Li. It seemed she had anticipated his arrival. Gufan then stepped into the elevator alone, heading for the top floor. The top floor was Ms. Li's exclusive domain. Without her permission, absolutely no one was allowed access. That explained why the young lady who had guided him earlier was nowhere to be seen. When the elevator doors opened, Gufan felt a pang of curiosity at the vast emptiness of the top floor. Such a large space, yet no decoration? It resembled a bare, unfinished space before renovation. It was quite dilapidated and desolate, with not a soul in sight. Gufan took a few steps forward and spotted a recliner. A woman lay there leisurely, dressed in a sultry cheongsam, though a blanket covered most of her allure and beauty. Gufan cleared his throat a few times. He hadn't expected the rumored Boss Li to be a woman. Clearly, she was no ordinary person. At the very least, one couldn't approach her with conventional thinking. The woman slowly opened her eyes, sat up, and picked up a hairpin beside her. She gently gathered her long hair at the back of her head, slowly coiling it into place before securing it with a simple flick of the wrist. Instantly, her long hair transformed into a thing of beauty. Gufan stared at Boss Li's face, and a memory flashed through his mind. You're the woman who was with Lu Ji before. I never imagined you were Boss Li. Ms. Li merely smiled the same smile as before, yet now tinged with something more. Long time no see. Let me introduce myself. My name is simple and common Li Na. But I prefer to be called Boss Li, or Madam Boss, for the sake of mystery. Chapter 187, Li Na. Li Na's name was indeed rather casual, lacking any depth or significance. Though Gufan thought this to himself, he couldn't help but compare it to his own name even more commonplace. Whoever named him must have been terrible at Chinese in real life, coming up with such a careless name. You seem to have known I'd come. Of course, if I said I did it on purpose, would you believe me? Gufan merely shook his head. To kill someone from the Guan family and walk away unscathed, you've really opened my eyes. Just for that, you're no ordinary person. But what I'm more curious about is how you got out. The police just tossed out insufficient evidence and let you go? Could it be that you? As Li Na spoke, she deliberately drew out a syllable, her eyes narrowing slightly as she pondered something. Gufan's hand slowly moved toward his waist. Given his current identity, exposure was not an option. If Li Na truly knew something, he would have no choice but to kill her. Gufan was confident he could slit her throat within 3 seconds. The thoughts in his mind multiplied, and the tension in his grip steadily increased. Did you bribe the police? I was wondering why Huangbao even took down his sign that that's a huge risk. Have you exhausted all your connections from before? After Li Na spoke, Gufan's hand slipped unnoticed into his pocket again, pulling out a cigarette. He lit it, using the smoke to ease his nerves. If Li Na knew, it could only mean one thing: Du Feng had betrayed them. Facing Du Feng was the last thing Gufan wanted. To him, Du Feng was both mentor and friend, the person Gufan trusted most in Division 12, second only to his own teammates. Gufan himself would betray Division 12 for old Du. After Li Na finished speaking, Gufan remained silent, merely puffing on his cigarette and exhaling smoke. So you're the one behind Huangbao. What can I do? It's business. I've set my sights on Huangbao's location and am considering opening an Anshizu branch there. After speaking, Li Na turned on her heel and swayed her curvaceous hips as she walked off. Gufan forced his gaze away, following her footsteps. Honestly, Huangbao was really neither here nor there to me. My goal was simply to see you. Now that I have, I'm actually quite happy. What business do you have with me? You're refreshing. I love doing business with people like you. Truth be told, I'm just a vulnerable woman.
In this brutal business war, I'm incredibly fragile, always getting pushed around. After speaking, Li Na abruptly stopped in her tracks. Without conscious thought, she let one shoulder of her dress slip down, resting her head on that shoulder. She looked at Gu Fan with a pouty expression, her lips pressed together in feigned hurt.
Gu Fan instantly froze.
He immediately lowered his gaze to avoid her eyes, but when he saw Li Na's slender, long legs, he had to shift his view to the side.
Talk it out properly. Don't get all flirty with me. I have a fiancé.
After Gu Fan spoke, Li Na merely spat disdainfully. She then pulled her shirt back up over her smooth shoulder and continued walking forward.
Boring. I don't know what your wife sees in you, you've got zero charm. If you've got nothing serious to say, I'm outta here. Wait.
We're almost there. She then led Gu Fan to a vault location. Li Na entered the password, then pressed her right eyeball against the scanner. After placing her hand on the pad, she entered another password. Only after completing these steps did the vault door slowly open. As the interior lights automatically illuminated the space, Gu Fan was instantly stunned by the scene before him. But for Gu Fan, it was merely shock. Every visible space within the vault was packed with cash and gold. Inside lay not only Chinese yuan and US dollars, but also diamonds.
Everything of value imaginable. Li Na stood nearby, smiling as she watched Gu Fan.
She hoped to see a look of interest on his face, but Gu Fan's expression only lingered for a moment. The shock on his face lasted but an instant before he regained his composure.
How much is all this worth?
Gu Fan remarked, casually picking up a stack of bills and a gold bar to weigh them in his hand.
About 2 billion, I'd say. Oh. That's all? You don't want it? 20 billion is just a rough estimate, the actual value could be much higher. And that's all you've got? Truthfully, it didn't hold much allure for Gu Fan.
The initial shock was overwhelming, but the subsequent details felt mundane.
Money held little special meaning for him.
He wouldn't turn down steamed buns and pickles if he had to, nor would he refuse lobster and abalone if he could afford them. Besides, Du Feng had just mentioned that 500 million USD was on one of those cards, yet the original funds from earlier remained untouched, not a single cent had been touched. Let alone the money right in front of him.
Li Na watched Gu Fan's reaction and felt even more certain of her suspicions.
This man before her was clearly no ordinary person. Almost no one could remain calm in the face of such a massive sum. As long as she placed her hand on his nose and felt his breath, she would definitely take him on.
Alright, Li Na, you don't need to test me anymore. If you have something to say or something to do, just say it. Wasting both our time like this is a waste. After Gu Fan spoke, Li Na finally nodded and got to the point. I'll get straight to the point.
You must know by now that Chen Fan has lost his position as mayor.
The underground industry is a huge piece of meat right now, everyone's eyeing it. I have a channel to bring him down. We can take over the underground industry together. We'll split it 60-40. And all the money in it will be yours. After Li Na finished speaking, Gu Fan instantly lost interest and turned to leave.
Seeing this, Li Na rushed over and grabbed his arm.
Don't go. Let's talk it over. A 50-50 split is fine. Honestly, I just want to manage the operations there. After all, the allure of that place isn't something everyone can resist. Do you have any idea how much profit it generates?
Li Na's words were much the same as Su Qing's, both trying to persuade him to take over the underground operation again.
But Gu Fan had no intention of returning.
It wasn't fear of Chen Fan, it was simply that the waters were too deep. He'd barely managed to extricate himself, why would he choose to jump back in? Besides, he was already mired in the 12 Bureau's quagmire. His mind was elsewhere. So Gu Fan walked away from the penthouse without looking back, despite Li Na's persistent attempts to stop him. Watching Gu Fan leave in Shizhou for good, Li Na stood silently in place, her left hand propping up her right as she slowly traced her lips. Just then, a man emerged slowly from the darkness and stood beside her.
How should I put this?
You mentioned earlier the reason he came out, he's already harbored murderous intent.
What are the odds you could stop him? No more than 20%.
After the man spoke, Li Na's interest in Gu Fan grew even stronger.
Chapter 188, Happiness.
Gu Fan stood outside, turning to gaze at the rooftop wherein Shizhou now rested. He pulled out a cigarette, and as the smoke he exhaled dispersed in the wind.
Who knew there were people like that inside? Looks like the rooftop isn't empty after all. He checked his phone. Xiaoye would be getting out of school soon.
After sending a message to Shanaoning, Gu Fan set off alone toward the elementary school. Upon arriving at the school, Gu Fan felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had solemnly promised Xiaoyu that he would personally drive her to and from school every single day. But he had broken his promise again. Stuck in his thoughts, Gu Fan stared at the school gates before him, gradually zoning out. Only when he spotted Xiaoyu's figure did he snap back to reality, waving excitedly at her. Xiaoyu looked up and saw Gu Fan. Her expression instantly lit up with excitement, but just as quickly, her face fell unnaturally.
Gu Fan sensed something was off.
Previously, Xiaoyu would always be delighted to see him, eagerly interacting with him. Yet now, her expression was nothing like he had imagined. Gu Fan immediately assumed he had broken a promise, causing her distress. As soon as he saw her, he pulled her into his arms and lifted her up.
What's wrong? Aren't you happy Daddy came to pick you up? No. Then why that look? Daddy's sorry. I didn't keep my promise to you, but there really was a reason. Daddy's been dealing with a lot lately, that's why I couldn't keep our agreement. But Daddy swears it won't happen again. Can you forgive me?
Xiaoyu simply nodded, then gently kissed Gu Fan's cheek. The smile on Xiaoyu's face was noticeably brighter than before, and Gu Fan's smile gradually grew more radiant too. She wrapped her arms around his neck, then hung onto his body as they headed home. Gu Fan supported Xiaoyu with one arm while carrying her backpack in the other. As they walked, Xiaoyu spotted a little boy behind them and tightened her grip on Gu Fan's neck.
Upon arriving home, Shinaoning approached with a flushed face.
After setting down Gu Fan and Xiaoyu's belongings on the floor, she lifted her head slightly.
Shinaoning was dressed in ordinary home attire.
Her long hair was pinned up with a tiger clip, revealing her long legs beneath a pink blouse and black pencil skirt.
She wore an apron over her chest. Aren't you going to the office?
I'll be staying home for a while.
Gu Fan watched Shinaoning's stammering expression.
Clearly she was hiding something from him. After Xiaoyu dashed inside, Gu Fan casually tossed her backpack aside. His large hand gently caressed Shinaoning's cheek before he slowly pressed his head against hers.
What's wrong? Tell me anything, I'll help you solve it. Gu Fan, I'm so sorry. That night was all my fault.
I don't know how you got out, but you must have paid a huge price.
Honestly, I really.
Gu Fan immediately covered her mouth with his thumb.
Stop talking nonsense. It's all fate. And listen. Anyone who messes with my wife, I swear I'll make sure they die a miserable death. Now, tell me.
Zhuge Qing is dead, and the subsequent investments vanished.
My parents said I'm not fit to be CEO right now, so they suspended me. What the hell? Your parents barely ran the company, and now they just handed it over? We'll get Grandpa to settle this fairly. Forget it. Grandpa's health has finally started improving.
I truly don't want to cause him any more harm.
Actually, this isn't so bad.
I can take some time to adjust at home and spend more time with you and Xiaoyu.
Plus my brother is coming back soon.
The military finally agreed to release him.
He's been on missions in Japan, so I can finally relax a bit. Gu Fan held Shinaoning tightly, feeling a pang of sorrow for her life. And to think her parents didn't stand behind her in such an unjust situation, instead, they blamed her?
Gu Fan had wanted to confront her parents 1,000 times.
But every time he met Shinaoning's gaze, he ultimately chose to back down. Did you cook? I don't know how. Then why are you wearing an apron? Just for show? No, don't you think this color really suits me?
Gu Fan snatched the apron off Shinaoning's front, wrapped it around himself, then strode into the kitchen. He placed his 3 dishes and soup on the table before clapping his hands.
Daddy! You're so amazing. You made all this food so fast. Honey! You're amazing. Thumbs up. No man could resist such praise.
Gu Fan's cheeks flushed instantly, but he just smiled and nodded, playing along with their compliments.
It's nothing, really. You're making me blush with all the praise. Let's eat, let's eat.
After speaking, Xiaoyu stood up from her seat and planted a sweet kiss on Gu Fan's cheek.
Gu Fan gently stroked the little girl's cheek.
Shinaoning also rose from her seat and leaned in to kiss the other side of his face. But just as she was about to leave, Gu Fan pulled her back forcefully, aligning his lips with Shinaoning's red ones.
Shinaoning's ears instantly flushed crimson. She hadn't expected Gu Fan to be so bold at the dinner table.
And his hands weren't behaving either, persistently rubbing other parts of her body. Little Yu, ever the sensible one, promptly covered her eyes, though the smile on her face spoke volumes.
Shinaoning mustered every ounce of strength to finally push Gu Fan away.
If looks could kill, he would have been dismembered 1,000 times over by her gaze. Yet Gu Fan showed no sign of discomfort, merely grinning brazenly as he faced Shinaoning. Finally, unable to contain her anger, she twisted his waist hard. This time, Gu Fan finally cried out in pain.
Ouch! I'm murdering my own husband. Humph! That'll teach you to get handsy. Xiaoyu, let's eat. Have some shrimp.
Just as she was about to scoop soup into her bowl, Gu Fan, gritting his teeth against the pain, pushed his own bowl toward her.
I poured this for you.
I treat you so well, and you still pinch me like that.
Gu Fan deliberately put on a pouty expression. Shinaoning finally relented, leaning close to his ear to whisper briefly.
Gu Fan suddenly perked up, his eyes widening. A smile tugged at his lips as he rubbed his hands together, staring intently at Shinaoning.
You said it yourself. Tonight, I'll put it into practice. Enough talk, let's settle this on the battlefield.
Shinaoning just lowered her head, her face flushed, and murmured a faint
So yeah. Close the door tonight and plug your ears. Your old man's worried you'll be kept awake by the noise. Okay. Chapter 189, Comfort.
The 3-dish and soup dinner vanished in no time.
Gu Fan devoured his portion the fastest and most voraciously, practically wishing dinner time would end sooner. Shin Aonang, however, ate with great refinement. Like her, Xiaoyu chewed slowly and deliberately, taking her time. Don't eat so fast. It's bad for your stomach. After Shin Aonang spoke, she realized her words fell on deaf ears. Not only did Gu Fan's eating pace fail to slow, it only accelerated. His eyes seemed to glow green as he shoveled food into his mouth with savage abandon. Hurry up and eat. That way we can extend our nighttime activities a little longer. Gu Fan's eyes gleamed with desire, but Shin Aonang turned her head away in refusal. No way. I promised Xiaoyu I'd help her with homework tonight and tell her a bedtime story. What? Really, Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu nodded softly. Damn it. The more I think about it, the later it gets. A mischievous smile flashed across Xiaoyu's face. After dinner, Gu Fan took charge of washing the dishes in the kitchen, while Shin Aonang helped Xiaoyu with her homework in the living room. Although Xiaoyu had traveled all the way from a distant island nation to China to find Gu Fan, her native island language was quite poor, she barely spoke it at all. Instead, she had been deeply immersed in Chinese culture. Her Chinese and Chinese characters were exceptionally well learned, and Xiaoyu was also very bright. She consistently ranked at the top of her class on every exam. Though she called it homework hell, Shin Aonang simply wanted to be by Xiaoyu's side, drawing them closer. As for the homework, Xiaoyu could easily handle it alone, but she simply didn't enjoy doing it that way. Xiaoyu would occasionally ask Shin Aonang questions, and Shin Aonang would enthusiastically respond and guide her. After finishing the dishes, Gu Fan leaned against the wall beside him, watching the scene unfold before him. If he could truly live like this for the rest of his life, he would gladly accept it. After all, what he had always yearned for was precisely this kind of ordinary yet fulfilling life. Wiping his hands, he walked toward the two of them. Gu Fan examined the characters Xiaoyu had written neat and beautiful. So yeah. Your handwriting is excellent. Let me tell you, if you keep practicing like this, you'll go far. Your old man here has pretty good handwriting too, and guess what? I can draw as well. How about I take you out for a photo shoot sometime? Yes, yes. Shin Aonang gently patted Xiaoyu's back. How about this Saturday? The three of us together, okay? Xiaoyu nodded. Gu Fan reached for Shin Aonang's delicate hand, gently rubbing it before bringing it to his lips for a soft kiss. By 9 o'clock, Xiaoyu had finally finished her homework. Gu Fan excitedly carried her into the bedroom, hoping she'd fall asleep quickly. Shin Aonang sat nearby holding a storybook. Xiaoyu lay on the bed with her eyes closed, while Gu Fan lay beside her, looking at Shin Aonang with hopeful eyes. Shin Aonang smiled and gently tapped Gu Fan with the storybook. How about the little horse crossing the river? Yes. After finishing the story, Xiaoyu finally fell asleep. Gu Fan and Shin Aonang quietly slipped out of the room together. Outside, Gu Fan wrapped his arms around Shin Aonang and whispered softly, "Don't forget what you said to me at the dinner table earlier. I took it seriously. Today, I'm going to enjoy myself properly." Shin Aonang nodded. That's exactly what I love to hear. Let's see you show me what you've got. Gu Fan carried Shin Aonang upstairs. 30 minutes later. Ah, that feels amazing. Aonang, you're massaging so well. Never knew you had this side to you. Ooh. That spot feels incredible. You've got the pressure just right. Gu Fan lay flat on the bed while Shin Aonang sat on a stool beside it, skillfully kneading his feet. Who knew? Your kidneys are actually in pretty good shape. Everyone else gets sore when I massage theirs, but yours feels so good. That's the quality of a soldier. Your physique has to be top-notch. Who else have you massaged besides me? Gu Fan shot up from the bed, his eyes blazing as he stared at Shin Aonang. Shin Aonang pushed Gu Fan back down. No. I read online that many people are highly sensitive in the kidney area of their feet. Gu Fan half closed his eyes, repeatedly moaning so good, utterly lost in pleasure. Shin Aonang's movements grew increasingly forceful, yet Gu Fan only felt more pleasure, not a trace of pain. 30 minutes later, Gu Fan was thoroughly satisfied, but Shin Aonang's hands were at their limit. A searing ache radiated through her arms, leaving them utterly drained of strength. All she could manage was a weak pounding motion. Gu Fan pulled Shin Aonang onto the bed, helped her sit up, then stood at the foot of the bed, thoughtfully massaging her shoulders. You've worked hard. Ouch. I didn't expect you to have such good control over your strength. You massaged well, you pass. Gu Fan chuckled in agreement. You're a CEO, why are you still learning these things? What's the point? After saying this, Gu Fan suddenly pulled away. She slowly turned around and locked eyes with him. What's wrong? Do you look down on me? No way. I'm just curious, why would you even think of tiptoeing? Shin Aonang's expression visibly darkened. After finishing college in the United States, the year before returning home, I heard from Outyan that grandfather suddenly developed foot problems. He couldn't put any strength into them, and they ached constantly. Then, somehow, he learned that foot massage could alleviate the symptoms. So I traveled all the way to Japan, where there was a renowned master of foot massage Oda. Their entire family had generations of brilliant achievements in foot massage, and I apprenticed there to learn the craft. They truly took good care of me. Even my instructor was personally chosen by Master Oda's mother. After returning home, I massaged grandfather's feet every day. To my delight, his legs and feet truly improved significantly. Later, when I tried to pay Master Oda for his instruction, they insisted on accepting nothing. They valued my devotion to my grandfather above all else. Then Shin Aonang suddenly couldn't hold back her tears, and they welled up in her eyes. Gufan hadn't realized he'd touched Shin Aonang's pain point. He immediately pulled her into his arms, stroking her back and whispering soothing words until he felt dampness against his chest. His guilt toward Shin Aonang deepened. Though the small incident disrupted the ambiguous atmosphere, Gufan swiftly steered things back on track. 3 hours later. After nearly 2 hours of wild revelry, Gufan had begun to snore softly. It seemed he had truly exhausted himself today. Shin Aonang, however, lay awake. Those with troubles on their mind often struggle to sleep. Gazing at Gufan's profile through the night, she couldn't resist touching his cheek. Slowly rising, she leaned in to kiss his lips, tears glistening at the corners of her own. "I'm sorry." The tears slowly fell onto Gufan's cheek. Shin Aonang then lay down beside him, curling into a ball and quietly sobbing. Yet in the pitch-black darkness, Gufan's eyes suddenly fluttered open. Chapter 190, The Impersonation. When Shin Aonang awoke in the morning, she found Gufan's figure already gone beside her. After getting up, she rubbed her eyes, yawned several times, and scratched her messy hair. Not a trace of her goddess-like aura remained. She picked up her clothes from the floor, slipped them on hastily, and headed toward the bathroom. After washing up, she stumbled sleepily downstairs. The moment she reached the ground floor, the aroma wafting from the kitchen greeted her. Gufan must have already started preparing breakfast. Shin Aonang deliberately slowed her footsteps, tiptoeing into the kitchen, just as she was about to startle Gufan. "Awake? Time to eat. I've finished the congee shrimp and rice porridge, made just for you. A little porridge in the morning is good for your stomach." "Boring. Can't you at least pretend?" Gufan merely smiled without responding to Shin Aonang, turning around to ruffle her hair. "Miss Shin, look in the mirror. Are you still a goddess? What's wrong? Should I make room for you?" "No way. Even if you're not a goddess now, I still love you. My heart's tied to you, and I'm still living in your place. I'd never leave. Come give me a kiss." After saying this, Gufan puckered his lips. Shin Aonang smiled at Gufan and slowly pressed her lips against his. Just as their lips touched, Xiaoyu stood behind them, staring blankly without a word. Shin Aonang turned around and happened to spot Xiaoyu. The moment she saw her, Shin Aonang instantly felt uncomfortable. She buried her head in Gufan's shoulder to avoid making eye contact with Xiaoyu. After breakfast, Gufan took Xiaoyu to school. But the moment school was mentioned, Xiaoyu's mood instantly sank, and the smile on her face gradually faded. "What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Not happy that Daddy's taking you to school? Or do you not like going to school?" "Me. Dad understands. But at school, you have lots of friends to play with, and you get to learn so many things. It's great." "Friends?" Gufan lifted Xiaoyu onto his arm, soothing her emotions. After driving his Mercedes to the elementary school, he watched Xiaoyu walk into the school building. Only after she entered her classroom did Gufan drive away. But just as Gufan drove away, several little boys suddenly blocked Xiaoyu at the entrance. "Gu Xiao Ye! You still haven't answered us. Who exactly is your mom? The teacher said her name has 4 characters? And I've seen on TV that names with 4 characters are always from Japan. You're not Japanese, are you?" Listening to the taunts from the boys in front of her, Xiaoyu kept her head down, silent. Only when a teacher approached from afar did the boys finally disperse. Only then could Xiaoyu enter the classroom. But when she sat down at her desk, she found the words Japanese scrawled in large letters across her desk with a pencil. Xiaoyu fought back, tears welling in her eyes as she slowly erased the words with an eraser. Xiao Fei, seated at the back row, watched Xiaoyu without expression. He chose to ignore her, lowering his head to pretend to read his textbook. After seeing Xiaoyu off, Gufan headed toward a bar, more accurately, a quiet bar. It was the same one Chen Bing had invited him to last time, and this time, Chen Bing was treating him again. Regarding meeting Chen Bing, Gufan genuinely wanted to see him. A group of people kept urging Gufan to reclaim the underground business. Though he felt reluctant, the fire within him still burned. The former glory of the underground business did hold some lingering appeal for Gufan. More than anything, he thought of the people working at Huangbao. With the company's collapse, they too faced unemployment. Gufan didn't know much about others, but he understood Gangxi's current situation well enough. After all, he was the one who had brought Wang Gang into the game. The profits from the underground operations were now tens of millions of times greater than what they could earn elsewhere. Yet a vague, indescribable unease lingered in Gufan's heart. Upon arriving at the lounge, Chen Bing still sat at the same spot where they'd first met, though now a man occupied the seat beside her. Even from a distance, Gufan could discern the man's bearing and physique. His handsome features, in particular, surprised Gufan, a man himself. Gu Fan chose not to interrupt. He simply sat down nearby, quietly observing Chen Bing across from him. He took out a cigarette, lit it slowly, and puffed, exhaling smoke while scanning the surroundings of the lounge. It was odd the place only operated during the day and closed at night. As Gu Fan continued smoking, a bartender approached. "Excuse me, sir. We have a no-smoking policy here. If you really wish to smoke, perhaps you could use the restroom?" The man spoke, and Gu Fan instantly extinguished the burning cigarette in his hand. "Sorry, it's already extinguished." The man smiled and walked away. At that moment, Chen Bing also noticed Gu Fan. A smile spread across her face, and she waved toward him. "Gu Fan. You're here, why didn't you come over?" Gu Fan stood up and walked toward Chen Bing's table. "Weren't you talking to the people around you?" "I didn't want to interrupt." "Oh, come on. You're my boyfriend. What's the big deal? Come sit down already." After Chen Bing approached, she hooked her arm through Gu Fan's, about to initiate a more intimate gesture. But Gu Fan had been subtly backing away the whole time. Chen Bing kept making eye signals at Gu Fan, constantly batting her eyelashes. Gu Fan finally understood. She was using me as a shield. The two sat down in front of the man, who looked at Gu Fan beside Chen Bing. "You really have a boyfriend? But Mr. Chen never told me. Why should I tell my dad I'm dating someone? Get out of here. My boyfriend has a temper. If he gets angry, he might knock you flat with one punch," Chen Bing declared defiantly. It seemed the mischievous Chen Bing of old had returned. The man's calm expression finally cracked. He extended his hand toward Gu Fan. "Hello, I'm Mr. Chen's assistant. My name is Yu Ming." Gu Fan, Chen Bing's boyfriend? Gu Fan smiled and extended his hand to shake Yu Ming's. But the instant their hands touched, Yu Ming surreptitiously applied force. Gu Fan reacted, looked at him in confusion, then gradually increased the pressure in his own hand. Veins bulged instantly on both men's forearms. Yet as time passed, Yu Ming's expression darkened. In wrist strength contests, Yu Ming had rarely lost. But now, the man before him was holding his own. He was even starting to lose ground. Chapter 191, Business. Yu Ming stared at Gu Fan before him, his teeth clenching unconsciously as he steadily increased the pressure in his grip. Gu Fan, however, remained far more composed. Not a trace of discomfort crossed his face, the faint smile lingered unchanged. Yet, the strength in his own hands was also silently increasing. Yu Ming studied the man before him and finally recognized his extraordinary nature. Never judge a person by appearances alone, they might astonish you beyond belief. Chen Bing had long noticed the tension between them, but deliberately chose not to intervene. Yu Ming's constant hovering around her lately had indeed become quite irritating to Chen Bing, and Gu Fan's arrival was just what she needed to put him in his place. Yu Ming was one of Chen Fan's most trusted lieutenants, practically his right-hand man. Yu Ming had repeatedly expressed his admiration for Chen Bing to Chen Fan. Relying on his understanding of Yu Ming, Chen Fan had permitted his pursuit of Chen Bing, but he had also warned him not to pressure her too much. With this tacit approval, Yu Ming began visiting Chen Bing frequently. Out of respect for her father, Chen Bing couldn't outright refuse him. After all, Yu Ming proved quite capable in managing the underground operations, and now he was of great use to Chen Fan. "Enough. You two have been shaking hands for far too long. One might think I'm an outsider." Chen Bing timed her remark perfectly. After Yu Ming and Gu Fan released their hands, Gu Fan merely smiled at Yu Ming, while Yu Ming couldn't muster a smile, glaring at him with a cold expression. After all, he'd never encountered such a situation before. In the underground world of Baibin City, he'd always been a force to be reckoned with. His status was second only to Chen Fan. Now, he'd been utterly humiliated in front of someone who was anything but ordinary. He had to vent his anger somehow. But Chen Bing was here, so he couldn't exactly make a scene. "Fine then. You two can chat. I'm leaving first. But Chen Bing, does Mr. Chen know you have a girlfriend?" Yu Ming then fixed Chen Bing with a piercing gaze, tinged with interrogation, making Chen Bing extremely uncomfortable. Her gentle expression instantly hardened. "What do you mean by that? Do I need to report my personal affairs to you? Even if my father doesn't know, it's still my business. I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs. And today, you've really upset me." Chen Bing glared at Yu Ming with a sour expression. But Yu Ming showed no sign of fluster. He merely smiled, nodded, and walked away. As he left, he deliberately bumped into Gu Fan's shoulder, his face brimming with contempt. After Yu Ming was gone, Gu Fan stared blankly at his retreating figure, unable to believe things could end so simply. Especially since something about that man felt off his gaze, in particular. Two words stood out to Gu Fan: anger. A bad feeling settled in his gut, making Gu Fan pay extra attention to the man before him. "Hey, enough already. He's gone. Do you really need to keep holding onto my arm? Let me remind you, the man standing before you is married." After speaking, Gu Fan deliberately shook his arm free. But Chen Bing showed no sign of letting go. Instead, his grip tightened, his body pressed firmly against her arm. Finally unable to endure it, Gu Fan seized the moment and yanked his arm free in an instant. But the speed was so fast that an accident still occurred. The hesitation was indeed too swift, causing Gu Fan to inadvertently brush against Chen Bing's chest. Moreover, Chen Bing let out a seductive cry. As she cried out, her face instantly flushed crimson, her shyness fully revealed. What are you doing? I'm letting go. Is this really necessary? You're tarnishing my reputation. Chen Bing's voice suddenly rose, causing those around them to turn and stare at Gu Fan. The hostility in their eyes made Gu Fan instantly realize something. Hey, honey. Why all shy all of a sudden? You're usually so open-minded. This isn't like you today. Gu Fan's voice was equally loud as he effortlessly shifted the blame onto Chen Bing. Now the crowd's gaze finally shifted to Chen Bing. Their eyes were filled with disgust, as if saying, how could there be such a ravenous woman? Gu Fan fought back laughter as he watched Chen Bing. She couldn't take it anymore and instantly pulled him beside her. Then she buried her head in her arms. What are you doing? Thinking? How's that going? You bastard. Chen Bing's voice was barely audible, but Gu Fan looked at her unconcerned. Didn't you start this? I'm just returning the favor. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Cut the nonsense. Why did you bring me here? Just to get back at your blind date? What matchmaking? Yu Ming came here with my dad's approval, just to test my feelings toward him. But honestly, I couldn't care less about him. After speaking, Chen Bing shot Gu Fan a helpless look before slowly leaning toward her glass. As she sipped, her expression was one of utter resignation. Then just say you're not interested. Bringing me here was pointless. Why redundant? Didn't he believe it? Plus, I can finally have some peace now. He'll probably come after you, but I trust you can handle it. After Chen Bing finished speaking, Gu Fan shook his head helplessly at him. Can we get down to business now? Gu Fan regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze. Chen Bing took a deep breath and finally broached the serious topic with Gu Fan. Was the underground operation yours before? After Chen Bing finished speaking, Gu Fan slowly lifted his head to look at her. Truthfully, the matter of the underground business was practically common knowledge. But Chen Bing, who had just returned from abroad, knew about it too. It seemed she had done her homework on him. And the subsequent conversation was also about the underground business. Gu Fan nodded without concealment. I have a request I hope you'll agree to. If it concerns the underground operations, I advise you not to speak of it just yet. Gu Fan took a sip of his drink, then deliberately avoided Chen Bing's gaze, pretending to look around the room. I want you to take back the underground operations from my father. I don't want him to walk down a path of no return. I'm leaving. Didn't I tell you not to say anything? Gu Fan thought to himself, but out of professionalism, he forced a smile onto his face. I've been out of that world for a long time now. I've washed my hands of it. You should find someone else. Just as Gu Fan finished speaking and was about to rise to leave, Chen Bing suddenly grabbed his hand. If I told you my father is working for foreigners, would that finally make you care? Chapter 192, The War Begins. Foreigners? What do you mean? After speaking, Gu Fan slowly sat back down. Watching Chen Bing stammer before him, his gaze finally sharpened. Foreigners. The underground industry. The only person Gu Fan could think of was Philip. He never imagined they'd actually be directing Chen Fan to work for them. What secrets lay hidden within the underground industry that he didn't know? Seeing Gu Fan return to his seat, Chen Bing finally began to calm down, her expression gradually relaxing. Tell me more about the foreigners. My father used to be the mayor. Though he had his little shady dealings on the side, they never amounted to anything serious. But the day he took over the underground industry, everything changed. Dad started coming home very late every night, reeking of alcohol and women's perfume. Mom left us long ago, but Dad had always been strict with himself. He would never make such a mistake. So one day, I secretly followed him and discovered he went to a hotel on Anshizu Road. There were even people guarding the entrance. The door was open, and as I pretended to pass by, I happened to see a foreigner inside. My father was treating him with great respect. So that foreigner must have ordered Dad to do something, threatening him with me or something else. You know Dad, he's never one to yield to others. There's only one way to get to him, exploit his weakness. Chen Bing finished her speech in one breath, then abruptly pulled the glass from her hand and tossed it aside. She raised the cup and downed its contents in a single gulp. She coughed violently from gulping it down so fast. Gu Fan watched and kept patting her back gently. If you can't handle it, don't drink. What are you trying to prove? Can't you just take it slow? Gu Fan's tone carried a hint of admonishment. Gu Fan, you're the only one I can truly rely on. I believe you can do this. Dad has lost his position as mayor. If things keep going like this, I'm afraid. Chen Bing's voice broke as she spoke, tears streaming down her face. She wiped them away with both hands, her sobs choking her words. Her pitiful state tugged at Gu Fan's heartstrings. He pulled a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Chen Bing. Wipe your tears. I'll think about it.
Chen Bing took it, then clasped Gu Fan's hand in hers. The warmth that flowed from her touch instantly enveloped his own. Her eyes, reddened with emotion, held a look of profound gratitude. Every aspect of her conveyed such vulnerability that he couldn't help but feel pity. So Gu Fan picked up the wine glass in front of him and gently pulled his hand away from Chen Bing's grasp. After finishing it, he placed the glass gently on the table. Truth be told, I could go help, but I have only one target, that foreigner. I believe we know each other, and there's some bad blood between us. Originally, Gu Fan truly intended to stay out of it. But since he'd encountered someone from the Philip organization, he felt compelled to see what they were up to. After all, it had been some time since Kim's death. It seemed the Philip organization was playing a game. Kim had always been a pawn in their hands, just like Jim before him. Chen Bing sensed something in Gu Fan's words and excitedly embraced him, repeatedly murmuring words of gratitude. Perhaps Gu Fan had become his last shred of faith and hope. Little did they know, this very scene was being watched through the window of the bar by a pair of eyes. The person observing their every move was Yu Ming. He hadn't left, he'd been watching them the entire time. Earlier, Yu Ming had spoken with Chen Fan on the phone. According to Chen Fan, this Gu Fan had no connection to Chen Bing whatsoever, and he even had a particularly alluring girlfriend at home. But judging by Chen Bing's reaction just now, it didn't seem fake. There was only one possible explanation. That Gu Fan guy was actually playing both sides. Keeping one at home while hooking up with another on the side. He sure knew how to play the field. Yu Ming's decision stemmed purely from observing their suggestive behavior, especially that embrace just now, which confirmed his suspicions. With a pained expression, Yu Ming left the spot. As he turned, he pulled out his phone. Get everyone here. I'm going to teach someone a lesson, beat them until they can't take care of themselves. But just as Yu Ming turned, Gu Fan instantly broke free from Chen Bing's embrace. Hey, wait. I know you're not in the best state right now, but calm down first. If you keep this up, we'll have to reconsider your father's situation. After Gu Fan spoke, Chen Bing's mood improved noticeably. She wiped her tears and nodded obediently. They chatted for a while longer, mostly about Chen Fan. Then Gu Fan glanced at the time and realized it was getting late, signaling his intention to leave. Chen Bing personally escorted him outside. But just as they stepped outside together, Yu Ming and his men had already taken up positions. They stared at Gu Fan and Chen Bing before them, their eyes filled with warning, their hands gripping a variety of weapons. Sticks, cleavers, daggers. They glared at Gu Fan and Chen Bing with vicious, menacing looks. Gu Fan, huh? I advise you to leave Chen Bing immediately, or you'll suffer today. Yu Ming declared arrogantly, swinging his club menacingly. Yu Ming, are you trying to start a rebellion? I've already told you Gu Fan is my boyfriend. What do you think you're doing? Chen Bing stood before Gu Fan, her voice commanding and fearless as she confronted Yu Ming and his crew. Yet Yu Ming's face remained expressionless, his gaze fixed indifferently on Gu Fan behind him. Miss Chen, you have no idea about Gu Fan's background. He has a fiancée at home, and even a daughter. He's playing both sides. I know that. But I'm willing to accept it. What business is it of yours? Chen Bing cut Yu Ming off, continuing to defend Gu Fan. What? Miss, you. Yu Ming, get that group out of my sight immediately. Now. Yu Ming stood frozen in place, eyes wide with disbelief. He still couldn't fathom that Chen Bing would willingly be someone's mistress. Gu Fan noticed Yu Ming's expression, which looked like he'd eaten, and merely gave a faint smile. Yu Ming. You hear me? Chen Bing has already said it, just get lost already. It's a mutual thing between us guys and girls. What business is it of yours? Yu Ming watched Gu Fan's arrogant demeanor and felt utterly frustrated. He turned his head and shouted to the people behind him. The lady isn't fully conscious right now, so she just mumbled that nonsense. Ignore everything else, just chop off that man's head. Chapter 193, The Truth. In an office in Baibin City, a man sat in his chair, slowly puffing on a cigar. His eyes were half closed as he leaned back, seemingly waiting for some outcome. He radiated confidence. The most striking feature on the man's body was the tattoo on his arm, a blood-red dragon that nearly spanned his entire limb. The dragon was rendered with astonishing realism. Even its whiskers were vividly detailed, and each scale shimmered with lifelike texture. Particularly striking were the dragon's eyes, brutal and ferocious, with a faint red glow that gradually revealed its bloodthirsty intent. A knock sounded at the door. His eyes fluttered open, as if he were about to unlock the answer within his heart. Until a secretary dressed in a revealing outfit entered and spoke softly. Mr. Bai. Someone is here to see you, but they didn't make an appointment. They only asked me to relay a message. Failed. The target is still alive. The moment the secretary finished speaking, Gu Fan flung the cigarette in his hand aside. His temper flared, and he stood up, grabbing the golf club beside him and smashing it into everything in front of him. The computer, desk, and chair behind him all fell victim to his fury. In an instant, the office was reduced to a pile of debris. After tossing the golf club aside, he tried to steady his emotions, his trembling lips barely touching. Where is he? Where is the person I'm supposed to meet? Outside.
Let him in. After the secretary left, Baihu strode to either side of his desk, violently yanking open the drawers. He pulled out a packet of powdery substance resembling flour. Placing it in his hand, he slowly brought his nose closer, then inhaled deeply. Only then did his mood improve significantly. He then collapsed onto the floor, breathing slowly as his eyes grew hazy, as if the pain had been left behind. He felt as if he were soaring freely through the sky, becoming a bird among the flock. Following the others, he flapped his wings vigorously, breathing in the scent of freedom. The door swung open again. White Tiger rose to his feet, glaring at the man before him, his expression growing increasingly savage. I went to all that trouble to get you inside to kill someone, and you screw it up. Worse still, you've aroused Gufan's suspicions. Tell me what to do now. After speaking, White Tiger swung the pool cue at the man with brutal force, showing no mercy. The man was forced to the ground, shielding himself with his arms. Baihu finally stopped. He tossed the club aside. My brother died, so I got a dragon tattooed on my arm. It feels like he's always by my side. If you don't want your father to get your name tattooed on him too. Mr. Bai. Rest assured, we won't fail next time. We have a plan this time, we'll definitely take Gufan out. Then I'll give you one more chance. Fail again, and your life is truly forfeit. After Baihu finished speaking, the man immediately crawled out of the office. Baihu shouted angrily, and then the secretary sensibly approached slowly. Baihu slammed her head down. Gufan! I refuse to believe you're that lucky. As soon as Yu Ming shouted, his henchmen sprang into action. 3 or 4 of them immediately restrained Shen Bing. Though termed restraint, it was merely 4 men linking arms to encircle Chen Bing. They endured her punches and bites, bearing the assault silently and unflinchingly. The rest, weapons raised, charged straight at Gufan. Gufan immediately countered. But he judged the distance perfectly, making sure no one got killed. As the first attacker charged forward, Gufan blocked the club with one arm while driving his other fist hard into the man's left ribs. Crack! The sound echoed as the man instantly collapsed to the ground. Gufan delivered a vicious kick, sending the man flying to the side. Seizing the opportunity, he picked up the stick and advanced toward the men before him. 4 or 5 opponents swarmed him at once. Seeing the large machete swung toward him, Gufan swiftly swung his club to block, using the momentum to press it against the man's face. With an upward flick, the man's jaw snapped to the side. Gufan handled the remaining attackers with ease, wielding the stick with increasingly varied techniques. Each strike was not only visually impressive but also progressively more powerful, leaving a growing number of men sprawled on the ground. Each swing of Gufan's stick seemed to carry a gust of wind, its sheer force knocking men unconscious instantly. As one after another fell helplessly, Yu Ming behind him noticed something unusual. It seemed Gufan truly had some skills. He showed no fear whatsoever facing these men, and the force in his hands steadily increased. As if untouched by fatigue, each strike he delivered made Yu Ming's eyes dart involuntarily. What shocked him most was that, even now, Gufan's body showed no visible wounds. His own fists clenched tighter. Chen Bing, watching from the side, ceased her resistance. She was utterly captivated by Gufan's prowess. Never had she imagined him to be this formidable. The 4 men who had surrounded her moments ago had already abandoned her, charging straight toward Gufan. But their fate mirrored that of the earlier minions. Gufan dispatched them with effortless simplicity, expending scarcely any significant energy. After the last man was kicked to the ground, Gufan glanced at Yu Ming with a simple look. Looks like you're the only one left. Seems like you didn't bring enough people. After Gufan spoke, Chen Bing immediately rushed over to check his injuries. While Gufan had no life-threatening wounds. Bruises from the club strikes marred his back, and his arms and legs bore minor cuts. Blood still trickled slowly from the wounds. Tears streaming down her face, Chen Bing helped Gufan tend to his injuries. She produced a band-aid from somewhere and promptly applied it to his wounds. Seeing this, Yu Ming clenched his jaw even tighter, then charged toward Gufan with fierce momentum. The dagger in his hand forced Gufan to take him seriously. He swiftly shielded Chen Bing behind him, then drew the dagger from his own waist and charged toward Yu Ming. Yu Ming considered himself nearly unbeatable with a knife. He could hold his own against anyone. Gufan standing before him was no exception. Yu Ming still held him in contempt. After all, his men had already sapped some of Gufan's strength. Yu Ming was confident he could prevail in their upcoming duel. After all, Gufan was flesh and blood too. He refused to believe Gufan wouldn't tire. Until their daggers clashed, and Yu Ming met Gufan's gaze. No! He still had reserves left. Chapter 194, Defeat. Yu Ming felt the force behind the strike and finally grasped the true terror of the man before him. Gufan had been concealing his strength all along. Yu Ming had assumed that after being attacked by dozens of men, Gufan's power would have been diminished. But he had underestimated him. Who would have thought Baiban City harbored such a formidable figure? The records only mentioned a few years of military service. An ordinary soldier could never achieve this level of prowess. As Yu Ming's mind raced, the daggers in both their hands began to tremble violently. Their power and aura seemed poised to burst forth at any moment.
Finally, the two men parted ways.
Gu Fan regarded Yu Ming with a calm gaze, while Yu Ming's expression was far from pleased. The cold sweat on his forehead and the trembling of his hands only served to highlight Gu Fan's formidable strength. Truth be told, I've killed my share of people, Yu Ming. But no one has ever made me feel this threatened. You're one of a kind. Interested in joining us? I'm confident Mr. Chen would appreciate you even more. Ha, forget it. If you're the top dog there, I see no reason to join. After all, if someone like you can be Chen Fan's right-hand man, I reckon those underground operations won't last 10 years. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Yu Ming's anger boiled over. He raised the dagger in his hand once more, aiming it squarely at Gu Fan. Then I'll show you the true power of Yu Ming. His footsteps shifted abruptly, his speed surging as his movements grew increasingly fierce. Gu Fan showed no intention of fleeing, calmly parrying with his own dagger. Chen Bing watched from behind, her heart pounding with fear. After all, both men were locked in a deadly duel, each strike aimed at the other's vital points. Chen Bing desperately hoped neither would meet and untimely end. This conflict had started because of her, and she couldn't bear for it to end in bloodshed. Yet if she had to choose a side, Chen Bing stood firmly on Gu Fan's side without hesitation. Simply because he was Gu Fan, Chen Bing felt bound to stand by him forever. And Gu Fan was doing this for her. As this thought took hold, Chen Bing's anxious heart gradually calmed. She trusted Gu Fan he had never lost. The realization that he was standing up for her filled her with an inexplicable surge of joy. Yu Ming's dagger was indeed swift, each strike deadly. Yet strangely, every time it was about to hit Gu Fan, he managed to block it by some uncanny coincidence, the timing always perfectly aligned. Time and again, just as he was about to strike the fatal blow, it was blocked. Yu Ming finally lost his patience. His movements grew increasingly wild, and his speed instantly surged. The clanging and clattering sounds rang out incessantly, even sparking faint sparks. This pace was already pushing Yu Ming to his absolute limit, yet Gu Fan before him remained utterly expressionless, parrying with the same calm as if Yu Ming's attacks were child's play. What grated on Yu Ming even more was that the moment he slowed down, Gu Fan slowed down too, as if perfectly synchronized with him. It felt less like a fight and more like a tutorial? Yu Ming froze completely. He lowered his dagger and stared coldly at Gu Fan. What's the meaning of this? Nothing special. Just wanted to remind you that there's always someone better out there. After dominating Baibin City, you really started believing you were invincible? I won't kill you only because you're Chen Bing's friend. Otherwise. Gu Fan didn't elaborate, only offering a faint smile. Yu Ming finally saw the gap between himself and Gu Fan. In an instant, he raised the dagger and slashed his left hand, leaving a deep gash. Consider this cut mine. I swear, one day I'll make you pay. And Chen Bing, may you find happiness. After speaking, Yu Ming led his scattered troops away from the scene at a leisurely pace. What? Wish her happiness? I have nothing to do with her. Didn't I just explain everything clearly? What do you mean explained? Did you even explain? No? Pfft, what's the matter? So reluctant to be my boyfriend? Let me tell you, the line of guys chasing this lady could stretch from Baibin City all the way to France. I don't even give a second glance to ordinary guys. Then go find those guys in line. I swear I genuinely have no other feelings for you. And my wife is way prettier than you. What? Gu Fan, when did you go blind? This lady is naturally beautiful and no less attractive than your Shanaoneng. Truth be told, Chen Bing was genuinely attractive, fair skin, striking features, and long legs. Even without makeup, her beauty was undeniable. But if you had to compare her to Shanaoneng, Shanaoneng's aura and icy elegance completely captivated Gu Fan, and his heart still belonged to her. Gu Fan glanced at the time. Damn it, I have to pick up my daughter soon. Look how much time you've wasted. Pulling out his phone, Gu Fan saw 10 missed calls from Shanaoneng. He immediately cursed under his breath. Damn it, when did I put it on silent? I'll have to explain this when I get home. Gu Fan hurried toward his Mercedes. As he opened the driver's door, Chen Bing simultaneously flung open the passenger door and plopped down inside without a second thought. What's this supposed to mean? Worried my wife wouldn't misunderstand enough? Oh, weren't you supposed to pick up Xiaoyu? Shanaoneng isn't going anyway. I mainly wanted to talk more about Dad with you. Wouldn't that help you with your work? Gu Fan nodded and started walking toward Xiaoyu's school. Oh, and you said Yu Ming is my friend, so you backed off. What would you have done if he wasn't? You cut yourself off mid-sentence. Annoying. Do you really need to know? Yu Ming knows, and that's enough. Maybe he understands what I meant. Oh come on, if you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know? When Yu Ming first charged at me, did you notice his footwork? It was flashy, but he did pick up speed. Yet as he closed in, he secretly switched his stance. That split-second pause, just 1 or 2 seconds, was enough for me to gauge his true strength. What do you mean? You could kill him in a second or two? In a fight, the flashier the moves, the less useful they are. Death often happens in an instant. In that split second of hesitation, I was absolutely certain I could have killed him. Gu Fan spoke with utter calmness, as if murder had become perfectly ordinary in his vocabulary. Upon arriving at school, the person I least wanted to see was finally there. Shinaoning stood there stiffly, her gaze fixed on Gu Fan's car. A faint smile lingered on her face. But why did she look so terrifying in Gu Fan's eyes? Chapter 195, Misunderstanding. Shinaoning had called Gu Fan numerous times. Though nothing urgent, the recently unemployed Shinaoning felt an emptiness inside. Her simple desire was to hear Gu Fan's voice, to ease her boredom. She genuinely missed him too. Yet every call she made went unanswered, like stones sinking into the sea. At first, Shinaoning felt uneasy, but the thought that her man was Gu Fan instantly calmed her. Shinaoning was bored stiff at home when she suddenly noticed the time it was Xiaoyu's school dismissal. She stepped out wearing ordinary clothes, her fair skin barely exposed. She wore blue jeans and white sneakers, topped with a plain white shirt whose brand she couldn't name. Even with a mask covering her face, she looked utterly unremarkable. Yet she still stood out like a crane among chickens among the parents picking up their children. No one could obscure Shinaoning's beauty, even when she was dressed so plainly. This was also one of the main reasons why Gu Fan inside the car instantly noticed Shinaoning. As Shinaoning waited, watching the approaching Mercedes-Benz in the distance, she tilted her small head to one side. Through the window, she gazed at Gu Fan before her smile sweet and radiant. But to Gu Fan, was it truly sweet? Goosebumps instantly rose on Gu Fan's skin. He even lowered his head slightly to avoid meeting Shinaoning's gaze. He was utterly embarrassed, especially since Chen Bing was sitting in the passenger seat. Earlier, Shinaoning had personally warned him the passenger seat was reserved for her alone. When Chen Bing had gotten in, Gu Fan hadn't registered it until that moment of eye contact with Shinaoning, when her warning instantly came flooding back. Chen Bing, however, showed no sign of discomfort. She maintained a smile as she met Shinaoning's gaze, her right hand raised slightly, waving slowly toward her. Seeing this, Gu Fan abruptly pressed her hand down. "What the hell are you doing? Why are you waving at her? I told you not to come with me. What's the big deal? We're just regular friends. Your wife misunderstood. What does that have to do with me?" After saying this, Chen Bing opened the door and stepped out of the car. She walked straight toward Shinaoning, whose smile gradually grew brighter as she engaged in lively conversation with Chen Bing. The two instantly linked arms and headed toward the school entrance. Though Gu Fan couldn't hear their conversation, he sensed they were getting along well. His immediate threat seemed temporarily averted. Gu Fan got out of the car and approached Shinaoning with a sheepish grin. Just as he was about to speak, Shinaoning shot him a sharp glance, and he instantly fell silent. Xiaoya finally emerged. Spotting Gu Fan, she waved excitedly, her face beaming with joy. But when her gaze fell on Shinaoning beside him, Xiaoya's mood suddenly dimmed. Gu Fan accurately read this scene. What did Xiaoyu's change in expression mean? Could it be she didn't like Shinaoning? Xiaoyu came out and ran toward Gu Fan. He scooped her up in his arms. Xiaoyu merely waved briefly at Shinaoning, a gesture that seemed perfectly polite, yet Gu Fan sensed a certain distance in it. Shinaoning seemed slightly taken aback, a trace of awkwardness flickering across her face as she offered only a brief, forced smile. Chen Bing, seemingly born with an easy rapport with children, wore a warm, friendly smile as she gently stroked Xiaoyu's chubby cheeks. "Xiaoyu. Hello there. I'm your daddy's friend. You can call me Sister Xiao Bing." Xiaoyu looked at the kind-faced Chen Bing and said in a soft voice, "Sister Bing. Sister Bing thinks Daddy must be tired carrying you like this. And after a whole day of work, Daddy must be really tired. How about Xiaoyu holds Daddy's hand and walks with him?" Xiaoya nodded, slowly hopping down from Gu Fan's arms, and took his hand, leading him step by step forward. When Gu Fan had picked up Xiaoyu earlier, Chen Bing had clearly seen a flicker of change cross his face. Earlier, during the fight with that group, his arm seemed to have been cut. Xiaoyu skipped along ahead, holding Gu Fan's hand with one arm while clutching Shinaoning's hand with the other. Chen Bing had briefly exchanged greetings with Gu Fan before leaving. As she departed, Xiaoyu waved goodbye to Chen Bing loudly. Shinaoning also noticed Xiaoyu's change. The little girl treated her and Chen Bing completely differently. She always felt a sense of distance between herself and Xiaoyu, and it was a feeling she could clearly sense. Gu Fan turned to observe Shinaoning's mood. She looked noticeably downcast, gazing at him with confusion. Yet he chose not to confront her immediately, instead offering her a reassuring smile. Yet Shinaoning remained utterly oblivious, lost in her own thoughts, paying no heed to her surroundings. Once in the car, Shinaoning didn't take the front passenger seat. Instead, she sat in the back with Xiaoyu, constantly initiating topics with her. Yet, her tone carried a distinct chill. Perhaps Shinaoning herself didn't realize it, but Xiaoyu's responses were equally stiff and formal, the conversation devoid of any warmth. Gu Fan, too, was slightly lost in thought about the conversation in the back seat. He pondered why Shinaoning hadn't chosen to sit beside him and contemplated how he might explain it to her. Upon arriving home, Gu Fan exited first and walked to the back seat to open the door beside Shinaoning.
Yet she and Xiaoyu stepped out from the other side of the car.
Watching Shen Aoning's receding figure, Gu Fan stood momentarily stunned. Damn it, it's all Chen Bing's fault.
He immediately rushed after Shen Aoning, calling out for her to wait.
Gu Fan immediately ran after Shen Aoning.
Upon reaching the room, Xiaoyu and Gu Fan casually called out before heading to their respective rooms.
Gu Fan and Shen Aoning sat down on the sofa at the same time. Honey, what do you want for dinner tonight? I'll make it for you. Gu Fan said excitedly, but Shen Aoning seemed not to hear him.
She merely nodded slightly.
She murmured softly, anything is fine.
She then fell deep in thought.
Watching Shen Aoning before him, Gu Fan felt a pang of unease. He would have preferred Shen Aoning to lay it all out on the table, to speak her mind clearly even if it meant she beat him up. He wouldn't have complained.
But what pained Gu Fan most was the current situation. Shen Aoning hadn't said a word to him, barely acknowledging his presence at all.
Shen Aoning. Enough already. Do you really have to subject me to this silent treatment? Can't we just talk this out? I, Gu Fan, love only you.
Believe me, nothing happened between me and Chen Bing. And if it came down to choosing between her and you, I would always stand by you.
Moreover, you are my life. If you ignore me, it means my heart stops beating too. Chapter 196, Discovery. Gu Fan's sudden outburst jolted Shen Aoning awake.
As she regained her composure, she watched Gu Fan's flushed, flustered expression and a trace of confusion flitted across her own face.
What was wrong with Gu Fan? She hadn't doubted his relationship with Chen Bing, had she?
When Chen Bing got out of the car, she had already made things clear to Shen Aoning. Moreover, emotionally, she harbored not a shred of suspicion toward Gu Fan. She understood Gu Fan's feelings for her perfectly well. He regarded her as his exclusive possession, but wasn't she equally devoted to him as her one and only? But looking at Gu Fan before her now, Shen Aoning found herself at a loss for words. It seemed she had no choice but to confront Gu Fan.
Gu Fan! What are you shouting about? Are you feeling guilty?
I couldn't care less about your business with Chen Bing.
But you had to bring it up. What do you think you're doing? Am I the one who's wrong? Gu Fan! Do you want to break up with me? What the hell are you talking about? Don't you trust me?
I believe our relationship must be built on trust.
I trust you completely. What about you? Shen Aoning looked into Gu Fan's sincere eyes and felt unexpectedly flustered.
She didn't want to deceive him, but she also didn't want to put herself in an awkward position. Then an idea formed in her mind. Shen Aoning lowered her head slightly, her long hair completely covering her cheeks. Her body trembled faintly, and with each shiver, soft sobs escaped her.
Gu Fan turned to look at Shen Aoning, instantly softening.
I'm sorry, honey, I'm sorry.
Don't cry. I really messed up. I shouldn't have yelled at you. Gu Fan, do you not love me anymore? Shen Aoning's voice was soft, brimming with hurt. Gu Fan's guilt surged instantly.
The upper hand Gu Fan had held vanished instantly, replaced by a relentless wave of remorse. Just as Gu Fan reached to pat Shen Aoning's back in comfort, she quickly dodged his arm and curled up into a ball against the edge of the sofa. She looked utterly pitiful. Listening to Shen Aoning's faint sobs, it felt like his heart was being violently twisted.
Gu Fan gently tugged at Shen Aoning's sleeve. Aoning, please take care of yourself, okay? Don't make me worry.
His voice instantly grew hoarse, tinged with a hint of sorrow.
It was as if he had aged significantly in an instant. Shen Aoning finally couldn't hold back.
She slowly sat up, gently brushing her hair back with her hand. After a few quiet sobs, she wiped her tears away, took several deep breaths, and then walked toward the room.
Aoning.
Shen Aoning had intended to put on a simple performance, but Gu Fan's words had genuinely moved her. She didn't want Gu Fan to see her current state after all, her light makeup was smudged from crying. Her heart remained heavy. After caring for Xiaoyu for so many days, the child showed her no affection. What was even harder to accept was that Xiaoyu could chat with Chen Bing, whom she had only met once. The stark difference in her attitude toward herself versus Chen Bing only deepened Shen Aoning's self-reproach.
Was it her tone? Or was it something else? Shen Aoning entered the room and looked at her reflection in the mirror.
She pinched her own cheek, then forced a smile.
But in the dimly lit room, Shen Aoning's smile suddenly turned icy cold, especially her eyes, they were terrifying. Shen Aoning lay helplessly on the bed.
Downstairs, Gu Fan watched the upper floor, momentarily lost in thought.
It seemed Aoning still hadn't forgiven him. Gu Fan walked dejectedly into the kitchen to begin preparing dinner.
He prepared several light dishes and made a pot of egg drop soup. Gradually, the aroma drew both Shen Aoning upstairs and Xiaoyu in the room. Unable to resist, they made their way toward the living room.
Gu Fan looked at the two approaching figures. My dear aunts have arrived? Please, take a seat. Dinner is served.
We've kept the meal light tonight, I hope you'll both enjoy it.
After Gu Fan finished speaking, Xiaoyu's face lit up with a radiant smile.
But Shen Aoning, watching Xiaoyu smile, found herself slightly lost in thought.
When would Xiaoyu ever smile at her like that? After the three sat down, Xiaoyu seemed particularly fond of the greens before her. But as she picked up her chopsticks, the sleeves of her coat kept getting in the way. Xiaoyu, if the sleeves are bothering you, just take off your jacket. Even though the temperature is dropping, our room is perfectly comfortable, no need for a jacket. It's fine, Dad. It's just for sun protection. I'll take it off after dinner. I don't feel like it's bothering me. After Xiaoyu spoke, Shanaoning beside her stood up, moved behind Xiaoyu, and gently rolled up her sleeves. But Xiaoyu kept resisting. Until Shanaoning noticed the red marks on Xiaoyu's arms, her expression instantly turned serious. There were numerous red marks covering her arms. Shanaoning was visibly startled by the marks on Xiaoyu's skin, letting out a sharp gasp. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at the red marks covering Xiaoyu's body. Xiaoyu! What happened? Is someone bullying you at school? Who is it? Tell Auntie. Auntie will help you. Who would be so heartless, starting school violence at such a young age? Shanaoning was visibly furious, her tone stern and her eyes blazing with unmasked anger. She was breathing heavily. Shanaoning's loud reaction and voice naturally caught Gu Fan's attention. He instantly sprang up from his seat. He flashed over to stand beside Xiaoyu and Shanaoning, his expression grave as he examined the bloody mark on Xiaoyu's arm. Gu Fan lifted Xiaoyu's arm to examine it closely. The mark on Xiaoyu's arm had been made by a ruler. The faint engraving on the bloodstain caught Gu Fan's attention. The red mark hadn't faded, indicating the blow had been delivered with considerable force. Or rather, the perpetrator hadn't used an ordinary ruler. It had to be a steel ruler. Few people used steel rulers, and the culprit was almost certainly someone in this class. Gu Fan was confident he could find that child. Bullying children was unacceptable, but if someone dared to bully his daughter, Gu Fan wouldn't care about any stupid rules. It wasn't just the kid he wanted to deal with. Gu Fan was also thinking about how to teach his parents a lesson. Starting school bullying at such a young age meant these kids would be a threat to society when they grew up. The parents of such a child couldn't be decent people either. Gu Fan looked at Xiaoyu's arm, his heart aching instantly. He gently stroked her arm. Does it hurt, Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu shook her head. They said that if I say it doesn't hurt, it means I have a mom. So Xiaoyu doesn't hurt. Chapter 197, Mom. Baibin City Airport. A flight from Shu Province to Baibin City slowly touched down. In business class, an MO gently removed his sunglasses. He glanced briefly around the cabin, his gaze lingering momentarily on the curvaceous figure of the stunning woman beside him before shifting away. Stretching lazily, an MO disembarked and walked through the terminal. Outside, he pulled out a cigarette and puffed slowly, already accustomed to the dizzying sensation of smoking. Once a non-smoker, he now rarely parted with a cigarette. It even brought him a subtle, indescribable pleasure. At the very least, it offered a sliver of calm in this bloody, chaotic world. After stubbing out his cigarette, an MO finally spotted Wang Yan emerging from inside at a leisurely pace. Gone was the long hair, in its place was a neatly trimmed crew cut. The short haircut did nothing to diminish Wang Yan's handsomeness. His eyes were the clearest proof, though they too were gradually changing. His clear-cut features made him appear significantly younger. Standing beside an MO, some might even mistake them for peers. An MO stared at Wang Yan's new hairstyle and couldn't resist running his fingers through his hair. Damn it, where's the long hair? Cut it off? What a waste. He looked so handsome before. This buzz cut makes me a little annoyed. I suggest you remove your hand within 2 seconds. I can't guarantee it'll still be there next. After saying this, Wang Yan flicked his index and middle fingers toward MO's hand. Luckily, an MO dodged just in time. You don't actually have a little knife between your fingers, do you? Wang Yan merely gave a simple smile, its deeper meaning perhaps known only to himself. The smile carried a hint of coldness. Why not fly business class if you can afford it? What's so great about economy? You don't get it, things on planes are so unpredictable. If something really happens, we'd all be hostages. Pfft, business class is full of people with status. I know the Huaxia police too well. In the face of life and death, everyone is equal. They won't abandon ordinary people just because of the wealthy. That's what I think is the best aspect of the Huaxia police. Are you complimenting them? Maybe. Just as Wang Yan finished speaking, a black Volkswagen pulled up in front of them. A man stepped out. On his uniform's name tag hung an emblem, a wolf, but with a dagger piercing its head. An MO instantly noticed the man's badge. Wang Yan's gaze toward an MO was filled with admiration. The man respectfully handed the car keys to Wang Yan, keeping his head bowed the entire time and avoiding eye contact. Even when he lifted his gaze, he deliberately looked away from Wang Yan. After handing them over, the man turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Who is he? He's just like you and me, except he joined the organization to save his daughter with leukemia. After all, our organization does make a lot of money. What do you do? I thought you'd seen it. Killers. We take on missions and collect bounties. Wang Yan spoke with remarkable calmness. After getting into the car, an Mo stared at Wang Yan's profile, seemingly deep in thought. Why doesn't he look you in the eye? The rule is, you can't look your superior in the eye when carrying out an assignment to avoid exposure. You're an exception because once you join us, your status will be equal to mine. Just as Wang Yan finished speaking and was about to drive off. Who gave you permission to kill those instructors and superiors at the 12th Division training camp? Is Gu Fan also on your kill list? Young man, you're talking too much. Here's your first rule as a rookie, don't presume to guess what your superiors haven't explicitly stated. Didn't you say I'd be on equal footing with you? That's after you join. No need to rush now. Come with me to a place first. You'll get all the answers you seek. Then you can decide. With that, Wang Yan drove away. And Mo understood that by then, he might have no choice but to join their organization. Knowing what he knew, refusing would surely bring trouble. And what an Mo hated most was having his fate held in someone else's hands no matter who it was. Xiao Yu. Tell Daddy who's been bullying you. Daddy will take care of it, okay? Daddy. Shanaoning watched Xiao Yu stammering hesitantly as she gently traced the red mark on her cheek. Xiao Yu, be brave and tell me. Xiaoye turned her head to glance at Shanaoning. Daddy, I miss mommy. They all say I don't have a mom. After saying this, Xiao Yu finally couldn't hold back her tears. Her sobs were faint perhaps to her, crying was a sign of being a bad child. Xiao Yu approached everything with extreme caution, perhaps her own heart slowly becoming twisted. When Gu Fan noticed, his own tears finally spilled over. He held Xiao Yu tightly, his warm, large hands gently patting her back. Tears streamed down his face, falling onto Xiao Yu's shoulder. Gu Fan desperately wanted to comfort Xiao Yu, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. Even if he opened his mouth, he didn't know what words of comfort to offer. When Xiao Yu had come to find him, she had already endured countless hardships. And from the letter she brought, Gu Fan had confirmed that her mother might have already passed away. Moreover, her father remained a mystery. Gu Fan opened his mouth but closed it again. Just then, Shanaoning spoke up. Does Xiao Yu like me? Could Anta-Oning be your mother? After Shanaoning spoke, both Gu Fan and Xiao Yu turned to look at her. The confusion and shock in Gu Fan's eyes spoke volumes. Though Gu Fan and Shanaoning called each other husband and wife in daily life, Gu Fan knew full well that Shanaoning's family still disapproved of him. Moreover, in a month's time, he would be sailing far away to the island nation, meaning another long separation. The distance would inevitably strain their relationship. If a couple couldn't see each other daily, the likelihood of them drifting apart grew significantly. Yet Shin Aoning's gaze remained utterly unchanging. Gu Fan saw only earnestness in her eyes. Xiao Yu blinked her large eyes, gazing at Shin Aoning with utter fascination. At this moment, Xiao Yu was even captivated by the woman before her. She glanced uncertainly at Gu Fan beside her. But after Gu Fan gave her a reassuring look, Xiao Yu instantly threw her arms open and rushed into Shin Aoning's embrace, her tears once again pouring out. Mom! Chapter 198, News. When Xiao Yu called Shin Aoning mom, tears instantly welled up in Shin Aoning's eyes. Holding Xiao Yu close, she gently stroked her back and whispered softly into her ear. Xiao Yu, don't cry. I am your mother. Shall we go to the school and find those people? We'll tell them openly and honestly. You have a mother, right? Xiao Yu gazed into Shin Aoning's eyes, her expression gradually softening. Finally, she nodded. After settling Xiao Yu to sleep, Gu Fan sat alone on the sofa, smoking in a gloomy silence. Shin Aoning, emerging from Xiao Yu's room, saw him and slowly walked behind him, gently stroking his back. What's wrong? I never imagined my daughter would suffer school violence. It's truly. Gu Fan didn't finish his sentence. Instead, his fingers suddenly tightened, forcefully grinding out the cigarette butt's embers even as the sparks burned his thumb and index finger. Yet Gu Fan's expression remained utterly still, as calm as a pool of water. Everything will pass. And you know Xiao Yu's temperament, her heart has always had an empty space for a mother. That's why she endured their taunts. But now she has a mother. I believe Xiao Yu will be strong. After Shin Aoning finished speaking, Gu Fan nodded gently. Tomorrow I'll go to the school and see who's bullying my girl. Forget it, I'll go myself. With your temper, I'm afraid you'll start another fight. I'll handle it first. If it doesn't work out, I'll call you then, okay? With Shin Aoning having gone this far, Gu Fan could say nothing more and simply nodded. Shin Aoning then sat beside Gu Fan, gently stroking his arm. Suddenly, she pulled up his sleeve, revealing the injury, a deep knife wound etched into his flesh. Blood was still trickling down his arm, the crimson trail stark and unmistakable. Upon seeing it, Shin Aoning suddenly covered her mouth, her hands trembling uncontrollably in the air. She seemed utterly at a loss, her eyes gradually welling up with tears as she looked at Gu Fan. What happened? Shin Aoning suddenly cried out, tears once again streaming down her face. Shin Aoning had cried many times tonight. Gu Fan had both angered and deeply moved her, making her tears suddenly feel cheap, flowing uncontrollably. Gu Fan slowly raised his hand to wipe the tears from Xiao Yu's face. It's nothing. I'm fine, aren't I? Shen Aoning merely glanced at Gu Fan before retrieving the medical kit. She carefully cleaned his wound, even gently blowing on it to help it dry. Once the bandaging was complete, just as Gu Fan reached out to embrace Shen Aoning, she suddenly dodged him. Her eyes filled with questioning intensity before she abruptly demanded, "Was it because of that Shen Bing?" Shen Aoning's gaze sharpened as she stared at Gu Fan. Ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to deceive her, yet he also didn't want to state the matter too bluntly. In the split second of his hesitation, Shen Aoning seemed to grasp something. The tears vanished instantly from her face as she dashed upstairs, leaving Gu Fan alone on the sofa. When Shen Aoning emerged from her room, she grabbed Gu Fan's blanket and pillow, hurled them from upstairs onto the sofa below, and slammed the door shut in anger. Then came the distinct sound of the door locking. "Oh no, looks like I'm in for it today." Gu Fan chose not to disturb Shen Aoning upstairs. He simply spread the quilt on the sofa, placed the pillow beneath his head, and instantly drifted off. Today had truly exhausted him. Fighting against over a dozen people had undoubtedly taken its toll. For Gu Fan, it was merely a matter of endurance. It didn't mean he wasn't tired. The moment he lay on the sofa, his eyelids began to droop uncontrollably, and soon they closed completely. Meanwhile, upstairs, Shen Aoning pressed herself against the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. Gu Fan hadn't come upstairs to find her. Not even an explanation. Furious, Shen Aoning flung the door open. Standing on the landing, she watched Gu Fan sleeping like a dead pig on the couch. Her anger boiling over, she stormed back to her room, grabbed a pillow at random, and hurled it straight down from the upper floor. The pillow landed squarely on Gu Fan's face, yet he didn't even flinch. Not only did he not wake up, he even started snoring. The flames of anger in Shen Aoning's heart burned fiercer. Furiously returning to her room, she slammed the door shut. Lying on her bed, she realized the pillow she'd thrown down was her own. But Shen Aoning refused to give in. She stripped off her clothes, balled them up as a makeshift pillow, and then fell asleep in a rage. When Gu Fan awoke, it was nearly 11 a.m. He couldn't believe he'd slept so long. Shen Aoning was nowhere to be found in the house. Just as he was about to call her, he saw a message she'd sent him. "I'm back at the Shen residence. Let's not see each other for now. I feel you've disappointed me deeply in our relationship." Reading this message, Gu Fan was stunned beyond words. An overwhelming urge surged to rush to the Shen residence and demand Shen Aoning back. Yet, since it was her who sent the message, it must mean she wanted some space to cool off. Yet as he stared at the message, an unreal feeling lingered. Shen Aoning had just formally recognized Xiaoyu as her daughter. How could she return to the Shen residence without a word? Worse still, the text made no mention of Xiaoyu at all. Before Gu Fan could process his thoughts, Du Feng's call abruptly interrupted his turmoil. Answering the phone, he immediately sensed the urgency in Du Feng's voice. The worry and anger in his voice seemed ready to burst through the phone. "What's up, old Du? Who's got you worked up this early? Your breathing sounds heavy." "Gu Fan, I'm relaying orders from above. For the operation in the island nation a month from now, it looks like you'll be going solo. The other 2 members have been deemed deserters by higher-ups." "What? Deserted? Du Lily and an MO?" After saying that, Du Feng visibly choked up, sniffing back tears. "That's right. And the plan scheduled for a month from now has been delayed. Headquarters is giving you another month. Either kill them and bring back the bodies, or capture them alive. You choose." After Du Feng finished, Gu Fan snapped to attention. He simply replied with a brief MHM. It was clear Gu Fan didn't care much about an MO and Du Lily. Perhaps to him, they were merely pawns of someone else. The question was who had orchestrated this. If it was another organization, fine. But if it was Philip, well, that would be a whole different story. Oh, and I should remind you, apparently 1 or 2 members overheard Anmo's words. We've looked into it, and they might have already reached Baiqing City. Their target could be you, or someone close to you. So keep your guard up. Gu Fan listened to Du Feng's words, his hand instantly clenching into a fist. Chapter 199, Departure. What Gu Fan hated most was threats, especially those targeting his loved ones. After hanging up, Gu Fan leapt up from the sofa, determined to go to the school immediately to check on Xiaoyu. If Shen Aoning was at the Shen residence, then she was temporarily safe. Xiaoyu was the only person he truly worried about. As Gu Fan got up, he happened to notice the breakfast spread on the dining table. The sandwich and milk must have been Shen Aoning's handiwork after all. Making sandwiches was practically the only thing she knew how to do. Shen Aoning had lived a life of privilege since childhood, practically never having to lift a finger at home. Yet after being with him, she had actually started learning to cook. While her dishes might not be particularly delicious, Gu Fan could clearly feel the sincerity behind her efforts. Even now, with their ongoing Cold War, she still chose to prepare breakfast for him. This gesture deeply moved Gu Fan. After leaving home, he drove his Mercedes toward Xiaoyu's school. On the way, Gu Fan felt increasingly uneasy. Why had Shen Aoning left without a word? Hadn't she said she would speak up about Xiaoyu's bullying at school? Had she resolved it? With his mind swirling with questions, Gufan finally couldn't resist reaching for his phone and dialing Shin Aoning's number. But the moment the call connected, it was rejected. The other party had turned off their phone. Gufan couldn't help but overthink, especially given the current situation. He'd heard rumors about an MOA person who could throw the 12th Division's training camp into such chaos and still walk away unscathed. This sent a jolt through Gufan's heart. Seems like he's got someone backing him up. Upon arriving at the school, just as Gufan was about to enter, he was suddenly stopped by security. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to pick up my daughter. I'm concerned about her safety, so I..." "Cut the nonsense. School policy. Parents aren't allowed to enter freely. Wait until dismissal." The guard's tone was unyielding. Just as Gufan was about to retort, the guard turned and walked toward the security office, paying him no further attention. Seeing this, Gufan felt a surge of anger he could barely contain. Staring at the iron gate blocking his path, he desperately wanted to kick it open. But he fought to suppress his temper, taking several deep breaths. Gufan called out to the guard again. "My homeroom teacher sent me here regarding my daughter's situation. But the agreed time is almost up, could you make an exception?" As he spoke, Gufan pulled an unopened pack of manhwa cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it toward the guard. The guard glanced at the cigarettes on the ground, his eyes darting around before turning to survey the surroundings. Instantly, he crouched down and picked up the pack. "All right, I won't make things hard for you. I just didn't want you to be late. Go on in." After the guard opened the door, Gufan offered a few more polite words, though inwardly he was cursing the guard's entire family. Damn it, those cigarettes were ones Gufan had just bought. He hadn't even gotten to enjoy them before giving them away. After entering the school, Gufan hurried toward Xiaoyu's classroom. Arriving at class 3 of grade 1, he peered through the window. No teacher was present, only the students were noisily eating their meals. Xiaoyu sat quietly at her desk, taking small bites of her meal. Seeing she was unharmed, Gufan assumed Shin Aonang had resolved the issue. Suddenly, several boys in the front row stood up and walked towards Xiaoye. These 3 boys were much taller and more physically developed than Xiaoyu, yet their seats were in the front row. Gufan watched as the 3 boys stood before Xiaoyu, laughing loudly and pointing at her incessantly. But at that moment, Xiaoyu suddenly stood up. She shouted, "No!" Then she reached out and shoved the chubby boy in front of her to the ground. The chubby boy, humiliated in front of Xiaoyu, instantly flew into a rage. Just as he stood up to punch her and Gufan was about to intervene. Suddenly, a boy from the back row stepped forward. He instantly stood in front of Xiaoyu, took the punch, and then shoved the chubby boy back down hard. At that moment, Gufan felt an increasing sense of familiarity toward this boy. He seemed to be the same child who had competed with Xiaoyu last time, the one Xiaoyu had given a stuffed toy to. Xiaoyu stared blankly at the boy before her. The classroom commotion finally drew the teacher's attention. Panicked, the teacher rushed toward the class, immediately helping the chubby boy to his feet. Without any evidence, the teacher launched into a tirade against the little boy in front of him, his language vile and offensive. Her fire instantly shifted to Xiaoyu as well. Without any regard for the facts or the sequence of events, the teacher berated both Xiaoyu and the little boy, completely ignoring the cause and progression of the incident. Gufan couldn't hold back any longer. He kicked the door open with one foot. The sound startled everyone in the classroom, who stared at Gufan in shock. Only Xiaoyu's eyes shone brightly. "Daddy!" she shouted and ran toward Gufan. He scooped her up in his arms and strode purposefully toward his wife. "Teacher! I witnessed the entire incident from the window. It was that chubby kid who harassed Xiaoyu first, and just as he was about to hit her, that little boy stepped in and pushed him down. How could you jump to conclusions like that?" Even after Gufan finished speaking, the teacher's temper hadn't subsided. Flames danced in her eyes as she glared at Gufan. "Who gave you permission to enter the school grounds? Parents are not allowed on campus without teacher authorization. Don't you understand the rules? My daughter was bullied in your class. Tell me how I'm supposed to tolerate that." Gufan's outburst suddenly froze the teacher in place. Gufan then slowly pulled up the sleeve of Xiaoyu's right arm, revealing the bloodstains still visible on her skin. "Xiaoye, tell daddy the truth. Who bullied you at school?" "Son 1. The chubby kid." With Gufan standing behind her, Xiaoyu found her courage. After she spoke, the teacher instantly looked flustered. Gufan saw a flicker of surprise in her panic, as if her lie had been exposed. Truthfully, the teacher had always witnessed Sun Wen's behavior. Yet each time, she merely offered verbal reprimands in a tone that bordered on dismissiveness. She dared not discipline Sun Wen more severely. The reason was simple: his father was the school principal, Sun Dawei. If he told the principal that he was being bullied by a teacher, he would surely be expelled. So, in every matter, there was always a slight tendency to cover things up. After all, his future was more important than anything else. Besides, it was just kids roughhousing, nothing serious would come of it. Chapter 200, The Lesson. What's the big deal? This injury? If you went to the hospital, they wouldn't even classify it as a minor injury. And why do you assume it was Sunwon who did it? Where's the evidence? Is it just based on her word?
What nonsense are you spouting?
My daughter was bullied. She bravely named her tormentor. How could she possibly be in the wrong? This isn't about the injury. It's about the bullying happening in this school. Gu Fan's voice grew louder.
Noticing this, Xiaoyu gently stroked his chest to comfort him, whispering softly, "Daddy, don't be angry.
My daughter won't be coming back to this school for now. And I'm reporting Sunwon's parents. And you. And this filthy school."
After speaking, Gu Fan grabbed Xiaoyu's backpack and stormed out of the classroom. But the teacher behind him merely rolled his eyes,
muttering under her breath, "What a troublesome person, seriously."
Though her voice was low, Gu Fan heard every word clearly. He desperately wanted to beat the teacher senseless right then and there, but there were still many children in the classroom. Besides, he didn't want to show his violent side in front of his daughter.
No rush. The road ahead is long. Don't get cocky just yet. We'll see about that. Gu Fan would make the principal beg his daughter to attend their school.
After leaving the school, Gu Fan looked at Xiaoyu with even more heartache and held her tighter.
"I'm sorry, Dad.
I'm sorry for putting you through all this pain."
"It's okay, Daddy, I'm fine.
I'm not afraid because I want to be as strong as you."
Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Gu Fan became even more certain he must never display violence in front of her.
Otherwise, she would inevitably learn such behavior from him. After all, at this age, parents are their role models. Gu Fan could also see the vile face of that abusive parent from the sidelines. After getting into the car, Gu Fan asked Xiaoyu in the back seat,
"Xiaoyu, did Aunt Aoning's mom come to drop you off?"
"Yes.
After dropping me off at school, Mom walked away and got into a car." "Oh, right. Mom told me to give you something."
Xiaoyu reached into her backpack and rummaged around until she pulled out a tissue, handing it to Gu Fan. 3 words were written on it: "I miss you so much." Gu Fan couldn't help but smile at the words. He tucked the tissue away and headed toward Su Qing's residence, primarily to find Su Ying. He intended to thoroughly investigate Sun Dawei. Since the child was beyond discipline, he'd teach this biological father a proper lesson instead. Passing by Huangbao, Gu Fan saw the signboard had vanished completely, and the building's lights were gone too. This indirectly confirmed that Huangbao's era had truly come to an end. It also signified that his own glorious days had drawn to a perfect close. But there was no need to rush. Underground ventures were forever fluid. They never ran away, only waited patiently for their true master. Su Qing's home was a small villa. Upon arrival, Gu Fan honked briefly. After recognizing his license plate, Su Cheng automatically unlocked the gate. As they drove in, Su Cheng and Su Ying approached together, accompanied by Gangzi and Hua Yaoyao. Who would have thought they'd be here too? The whole gang of old folks from Huangbao is gathered here. Gangzi and Hua Yaoyao were equally surprised to run into Gu Fan. Hua Yaoyao was especially taken aback. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect to encounter Gu Fan here. Gu Fan merely exchanged brief greetings before temporarily entrusting Xiaoyu to Su Qing. Then he pulled Su Ying into the house. "Hey, Gu Fan. What's your deal? Handing the kid to me right off the bat and dragging my sister away? Explain yourself. I need to talk to your sister about something." Inside the room, only Gu Fan and Su Ying remained. The space was eerily quiet, broken only by the steady clacking of keys on the keyboard. Gu Fan stared blankly at the computer screen before him. The code flashing on the screen was completely incomprehensible to him. He was utterly clueless about such things, just staring dumbly at the monitor. Su Ying turned her head and couldn't help but laugh. When she finally lifted her hands from the keyboard, a wealth of information about Sun Dawei was displayed before her, meticulously detailed and complete. Even traces of some unsavory activities could be found among the data. More than anything, it was about taking bribes. Xiaoyu's school was a combined institution, housing both elementary and middle school students. It held considerable prestige in Baibin City, and many parents went to great lengths to get their children enrolled. But spots were limited. If you wanted in, it was simple: place a few tens of thousands of yuan on his desk, and the matter could be discussed. But that was just the start. Then came the competition with other parents, where the highest bidder won. How come there's video footage? These were from his office, all deleted by him, but I easily recovered them. Brother Fan, could you make your tasks a bit more challenging next time? Does this guy have a grudge against you? I could transfer all his money out. What do you think? Su Ying's expression was priceless. But Gu Fan shook his head. No need. It's too much trouble. Just give me his location and send me the videos. Gu Fan immediately headed towards Sun Dawei's home. Meanwhile, Sun Dawei was raging at home. His son Sunwon had been bullied at school. By a motherless girl and a fatherless boy, no less. Son. Don't worry, Dad will go to school with you tomorrow. I'll see who dares bully my son. Expulsion is the least of it. I'll make sure it goes on their record and ruin their lives. After Sun Dawei finished speaking, Sunwon grinned broadly, his white face lit up with a sly smile.
Just as Sun Wen's mother brought out dinner and the three were about to eat, the door suddenly kicked open. The three stared in shock at Gu Fan standing before them. Sun Wen clearly recognized Gu Fan standing before them. Dad! It was his daughter who bullied me, and his dad deliberately scared me. Sun Dawei leapt up from the table, adjusting his black-rimmed glasses. So you bullied my son? Let me tell you this. Keep your head down, or else I could easily have your daughter expelled. I'll make sure it's recorded in her file. Want to guess what her future will look like? Sun Dawei had instantly touched Gu Fan's sore spot. He shouted at Sun Wen's mother, "Cover your son's eyes." Without hesitation, Gu Fan swung his fist and slammed it hard into Sun Dawei's stomach. Sun Dawei instantly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as pain contorted his face. You dare hit me. You're finished. Your daughter's finished too. I'm calling the police. I'll have you all thrown in jail. Before Sun Dawei could utter another word, Gu Fan delivered a flying kick that sent him flying. Bad seed, rotten root, no surprise there. After speaking, he tossed his phone towards Sun Dawei, then pulled out a cigarette and lit it slowly. The video displayed was precisely the footage of him extorting money from parents. Chapter 201, House Arrest. After tossing the phone in front of Sun Dawei, Gu Fan crossed his arms, looking down at Sun Dawei sprawled on the ground with utter contempt in his eyes. Sun Dawei broke out in a cold sweat the moment he saw the video playing. Didn't I delete all that evidence? How did he get it? What the hell is going on? These thoughts raced through Sun Dawei's mind. He no longer looked down on Gu Fan as before. Instead, his eyes were filled with flattery. He slowly rose from the floor, plastering a fawning smile on his face as he looked at Gu Fan. What's this? We can talk things out, right? What do you say? Hold on. Scroll back a bit more. After Gu Fan spoke, Sun Dawei picked up Gu Fan's phone and gently scrolled backward. Following the video were photos, pictures Gu Fan had taken of Xiaoyu, the red marks on her arm, and the words Xiaoyu had spoken herself. Sun Wen is the one who bullied me. He often picks on classmates, not just me, but Gokuan too, the boy who stood up for Xiaoyu. Gu Fan then pulled out a tissue and handed it to Sun Dawei. Can you discipline your son properly? Let me be clear, if these videos end up in court, you won't just have to return the ill-gotten gains. If it's serious enough, you could face several years behind bars. I'm not lying, I'm a prison escapee myself. I could arrange for a few murderers to visit you. Want to guess how that would end? Gu Fan spoke in a deliberately calm, measured tone, yet the pressure he exerted was overwhelming, leaving Sun Dawei trembling with fear. Oh, and I hear you've got someone else in the police department? My advice? Don't go looking for him. Otherwise, he'll be stripped of his uniform too. Don't believe me? Let's test it. Peeling your skin off? No problem. Now Sun Dawei was utterly convinced. He and that person at the police station were virtually unknown to anyone, and he'd always been careful in his dealings. How could Gu Fan possibly know? His connections must run much deeper. To uncover someone behind him like this, he couldn't be an ordinary man. That thought lingered in Sun Dawei's mind, filling him with deep apprehension toward Gu Fan. I'm keeping the video. Your son can learn from it himself. And my daughter is withdrawing from school, get it processed immediately. With that, Gu Fan turned and walked away. Despite Sun Dawei shouting after him repeatedly, Gu Fan paid him no mind, striding forward regardless. Even when Sun Dawei grabbed hold of Gu Fan's pant leg, Sun Dawei was immediately shaken off and promptly kicked. After Gu Fan left, Sun Dawei could no longer contain himself. He yanked Sun Wen toward him and bellowed, "Speak! Did you bully someone at school? Who did you pick on? That girl named Gu Xiaoye? Who gave you permission to do this?" Sun Dawei's voice grew louder and more menacing, until Sun Wen, standing before him, could no longer hold back. A wail burst forth, echoing through the entire room. Annoyed by the crying, Sun Dawei swung his large hand, landing a blow on Sun Wen's buttocks. His wife tried to stop him, but she couldn't prevent Sun Dawei's actions. The sound of slaps echoed through the room as Sun Wen's cries provided a haunting backdrop. Gu Fan listened to the commotion upstairs, smiled, and then left. Once outside, Gu Fan finally pondered, Shanaoning, why had she left? Could the tissue paper Xiaoyu had handed him truly just be an expression of longing? Gu Fan pulled out the tissue and scrutinized the words written on it. Looks like a trip to the Shen residence is in order. No time to waste. He first sent a message to Su Qing, instructing him to take good care of Xiaoyu, then drove his Mercedes toward the Shen residence. The Shen residence was perched atop a mountain, a privately owned peak just a stone's throw from the city center. Though the Shen family had long been teetering on the brink, Shanaoning's joining had indeed revived the Shen group. Yet their current success was also inseparable from Gu Fan's assistance. After all, Gu Fan had provided substantial behind-the-scenes support to the Shen group, often anonymously. Every so often, he would invest and offer assistance to the conglomerate. Gradually, rumors of the gentleman fan began circulating throughout the entire family. At that moment, Shanaoning was confined to her room. Standing by the window, she gazed out with a troubled expression, praying to catch a glimpse of Gu Fan, the man she longed for. How she wished he would come to her rescue. That day, when Shin Aoning was sending Xiaoyu to school, she unexpectedly ran into Shin Aotian. This came as a complete surprise to Shin Aoning. Her younger brother had actually returned. Shin Aotian spoke only one sentence, "Sis. Come home with me. We found the mortal prince. Dad said we should go back." "Really? Found him?" Seeing the earnest expression on Shin Aotian's face, excitement gradually spread across Shin Aoning's own features. After getting out of the car, she handed Xiaoyu a tissue, dropped her off at school, and then got into Shin Aotian's car to leave. But upon arriving at the Shin residence, her phone was confiscated by Qin Chun, and she was sternly warned by Shin Bin. "Shin Aoning. Mark my words. You're staying right here from now on. You're not going anywhere. How many times have I told you about that Gufan? He's nothing but a good-for-nothing. He's got nothing left to his name now. He used to have that royal protection, but he crossed Mr. Li and is now nothing but a rat everyone shuns. If you follow him, you'll only. I don't care. I, Shin Aoning, will marry only Gufan for life. No one will ever change my mind. What about that mortal young master?" Qin Chun suddenly spoke from behind. Those words unexpectedly made Shin Aoning hesitate. Fan Ren had poured his heart and soul into supporting her financially during her darkest hour. Without his help, she would have botched everything after taking over. "I'll compensate him with Shin Corporation shares and funds. Gufan will always be the man in my heart." Shin Aotian noticed the stubbornness in his sister's eyes. Seeing her earnest expression, he realized the Gufan in his memory seemed different from the one reflected in his sister's gaze. What could that factor be? Shin Aotian looked at his sister before him. Back when he enlisted, he had possessed that same fervor. Shin Bin realized his daughter was as stubborn as a rock in a toilet, stubborn and unyielding, just like his own temperament as the old master of the Shin family. If the old master weren't still recuperating, he certainly wouldn't have handed over control of the Shin group so easily. "Well done, Shin Aoning. You've truly brought honor to your father. I gave birth to this ungrateful daughter. Starting now, you're grounded. Stay in your room. You'll come out only when you've thought things through. Hand over your phone." Shin Bin snatched the phone and sent a private message to Gufan. "Aotian. Take it easy at home these next few days. And keep an eye on your sister for me." Chapter 202, Resemblance. Keep a close eye on your sister. No one is allowed in, no matter who it is. You're responsible for delivering meals on time. No one else is permitted inside. If you slip up, your future plans with the 12th Division are cancelled. After finishing his message, Shin Bin gasped for breath. Just as he was about to say more, Shin Aoning suddenly roared. "What right do you have to dictate my life and my brother's? You neglected us back then. It was grandfather who raised us with such difficulty. And now you dare to lecture us? There's only one parent in my heart, grandfather. You two don't deserve to be called my parents." Qin Chun tried to restrain Shin Aoning, but the words slipped out anyway. Shin Bin stood frozen, eyes wide, body trembling. Perhaps unable to believe these words had come from his own daughter, he finally lost control. He instantly lashed out, slapping Shin Aoning across the face. Her left cheek flushed crimson. Fighting back tears, she sprinted upstairs and slammed the door shut. After closing the door, she pressed her face against it, tears streaming down her cheeks. All she could see in her mind was Gufan's figure. All her anger toward him vanished in an instant, replaced only by longing. Shin Bin himself hadn't expected to slap Shin Aoning. Shin Aotian stood frozen in place. His sister had always been the perfect child, never once struck by anyone. Yet this first blow had been dealt by their own father, Shin Bin. Qin Chun covered her mouth in shock, pushing him forcefully. "Why did you hit her?" she screamed. "Can't you just talk to her? How could you treat Aoning like this? What is she supposed to think?" Shin Bin swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm as he glared at Qin Chun. "Shen Aotian. Every word I just said is true. Go upstairs and watch your sister." Shin Aotian's expression hardened with defiance. He wouldn't tolerate his sister being bullied. His gaze darkened as he stared at Shin Bin. Shin Bin instantly lost his temper. "What's that? You wanna hit your old man? Come on then. I'll stand right here and not budge." Qin Chun tried to calm Shin Bin while pulling Shin Aotian upstairs, preventing the two from confronting each other further. Shin Bin, enraged by the two children who dared defy him, violently flipped the table before him onto the floor. Only then did he storm out of the Shin residence in a rage. Shin Aoning had slept poorly the previous night, barely closing her eyes. Her thoughts were constantly on Gufan. In fact, she had fallen asleep on the sofa by the window. Seeing Shin Aotian knocking at the door to deliver food, Shin Aoning didn't move at all. She just sat there blankly, staring at the sky, lost in thought. As Gufan reached the mountain where the Shin residence stood, Shin Aoning's door was knocked upon once more. The visitor was none other than Qin Chun. "Aoning. It's Mom. Could you open the door and talk to me for a moment? I want to talk with you." Shin Aoning's heart ached with a profound longing for both paternal and maternal love. Witnessing Xiaoyu's lost and helpless expression had instantly made her see herself in that girl. Back then, she had been just like Xiaoyu. Only, in those days, loneliness had been her constant companion. Now, hearing her mother's voice outside the door, Shen Aoning opened it. Qin Shan gazed at Shen Aoning's gaunt, haggard face and could no longer hold back her tears. They streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. From the day she was confined to her room until now, Shen Aoning had consumed neither food nor water. Her eyes had grown even more hollow and lifeless, her spirit utterly sapped. Qin Shan took Shen Aoning's hand and slowly guided her toward the bed. Aoning, your father and I are so sorry. What your father did was wrong. But tell me, Aoning, how could a pheasant ever match a phoenix? Forget everything else, could Gu Fan really support you? Especially with a child in tow. He's even lost his job. If you had a child and he chased some fantasy of love, wandering the streets with some thug, what would you think? After Qin Shan finished speaking, Shen Aoning was momentarily speechless. Mom, but I truly love Gu Fan. When I'm with him, I feel so happy, and he treats me so well. My daughter. You must always remember, love without material foundation is like loose sand. As time passes, all sorts of problems will arise between you, and the root of those problems will always be material issues. Xin Shu spoke earnestly, choosing gentle words rather than impatience. Just as Shen Aoning was about to explain further, Qin Shan suddenly remembered something. Aoning, your mother truly believes in the love in your heart. After all, everyone was young once. Everyone yearns for love. A young lady from the provincial capital has arrived. She's from the Guan family, yes, that Guan family from the provincial capital, Guanfei. She's hosting a gathering in Baibin City. Only extraordinary people would be invited, yet she specifically invited you from our Shin family. Guanfei? Guanqing's sister. Shen Aoning instantly recalled what Gu Fan had told her, and her own brief investigation confirmed it. Guanfei had come to Baibin City for one reason only, it had to be Gu Fan. But why did she choose to invite me? If you can attend this gathering, then Mom will agree to let you be with Gu Fan. But during your time together, your position as president of the Shin group will be temporarily suspended. I want you to understand firsthand that love without material foundation can only lead to failure for you and Gu Fan. Don't worry, I'll speak with your father. I'm confident he'll agree, but you must attend that gathering. Is that understood? From the moment Shen Aoning heard Guanfei's name, she'd already made up her mind to go. After all, she couldn't keep relying on Gu Fan to protect her forever. She had to step up and protect Gu Fan herself. Great. The one you mentioned? I'm in. I accept. After Shen Aoning spoke, a flicker of joy crossed Qin Shan's face. She clapped her hands, and the door opened. Several maids entered, carrying a black gown and various accessories. Then take your time getting ready. Mom will wait for you outside the door. With that, Qin Shan departed. The gloom in Shen Aoning's eyes vanished instantly. As her gaze shifted, a faint resemblance to Gu Fan became visible. It seemed that spending so much time together had subtly altered both their personalities and demeanor. Shen Aoning slipped out of her nightgown, accepted the dress from the maid, dressed herself, and adorned the jewelry. She then applied a light layer of makeup before the mirror to conceal the weariness etched upon her face. The moment she stepped out, Qin Shan's face lit up with a radiant smile. I knew it. My daughter is the most beautiful person in the world. Dressed like this, she'll surely catch everyone's eye. Shen Aoning's eyes gradually sharpened. Chapter 203, Departure. The black gown draped over her form accentuated Shen Aoning's other side, a cold, aloof aura. The slender waist it revealed was as sharp as a demon blade, exuding sensuality. Her peach blossom eyes, brimming with affection and alluring charm, gradually enhanced her imposing presence. Her jade-like beauty and lotus-like grace were truly beyond compare. Upon exiting, the car door in front of the house was already open. Shen Aoning stepped in gracefully, and the vehicle began its steady descent down the mountain. After traveling some distance, Shen Aoning's car happened to pass by Gu Fan's vehicle. Shen Aoning kept her gaze fixed on the scenery below the mountain, while Gu Fan's eyes were locked on the road ahead, his heart already occupied by Shen Aoning. Perhaps this was what it meant to miss the one you loved. Gu Fan slammed the accelerator pedal to the floor, his longing for Shen Aoning indescribable. His hands and legs strained against the pedals, desperate to see her again. But when he finally reached the Shen residence, it was surprisingly quiet, with only a few people standing guard outside. Gu Fan called out several times before a security guard finally appeared. The guard eyed Gu Fan with obvious disdain. He was dressed in cheap clothes, and while the car looked decent, the guard assumed it was probably borrowed. What are you doing? Who gave you permission to climb the mountain? That's private property up there. Get out of here. I'm looking for Shen Aoning, the Shin family's daughter. I need to see her. Can't you understand plain speech? No entry without permission. Now get lost. I'm Shen Aoning's husband. I'm her father, for crying out loud. I can't stand bolters. Get lost. With that, the security guard retreated into the guardhouse, leaving Gu Fan standing alone in the wind. Aoning, I'm sorry. I'll pay for the damage to your door. After whispering this, Gu Fan got into his car. He backed up a short distance, then slammed the accelerator and brakes simultaneously. As soon as he released the brakes, the car surged forward. From start to finish, Gu Fan never eased up on the gas pedal. He stomped it down hard, finally smashing through the iron gate in front of him. At the same moment, the front end of his Mercedes was instantly wrecked. But Gu Fan noticed another iron gate ahead. If he crashed through it, perhaps that would lead to the Shin family's residence. With that thought, he floored the accelerator once more, charging toward the final iron gate. Crash! The gate burst open, and Gu Fan's car was completely wrecked, even deploying the airbags inside. The deafening crash finally drew the attention of nearby security guards. They immediately closed in on Gu Fan's vehicle. Only when the door was suddenly kicked open did Gu Fan emerge, panting heavily. His head and face bore minor scrapes likely from glass shards cutting his cheek. After stepping out, Gu Fan surveyed the gathering security guards. Unhurriedly, he pulled out a cigarette and flicked his thumb lightly against the lighter. With a soft click, the lighter sparked a flame. He immediately brought the cigarette to his lips, took several deep drags, and slowly exhaled the smoke. I truly didn't mean to do it. I'll pay for the door, but could you please call Shin Aoning first? I'm her husband, I'm only here to take her home. After Gu Fan finished speaking, not a single person responded. They just stared at him as if he were a fool. Fine. Looks like I'll have to find her myself. What a pain. Gu Fan shook his head in resignation. Just as he took another drag, the security guard suddenly charged at him. Gu Fan swiftly kicked the one in front, then flicked the cigarette butt hard into another guard's face. Ah, my face. He then delivered a simple, brutal punch that sent the man crashing to the ground. Only then did the security guards realize Gu Fan was no ordinary person. They immediately drew the batons they carried and began cautiously probing him. Gu Fan wasn't about to put up with this. He struck first, grabbing the baton in front of him, yanking it hard to pin the man's hand. With a powerful shoulder thrust, he executed a simple shoulder throw, slamming the man to the ground. He then began twirling the man's baton in his hand, displaying impressive skill. The baton spun effortlessly in Gu Fan's grasp as he manipulated it with nimble fingers, flicking it away with simple, effortless motions. After knocking down the security guard in front of him, he casually picked up another baton and began twirling it effortlessly knocking the remaining guards to the ground. As Gu Fan caught his breath, another man approached him slowly from another direction. As the distance closed, Gu Fan finally got a clear look at the man's face. Why are you back? Where's your sister? I need to talk to her. Gu Fan looked at Shin Outyen before him and said calmly, his eyes holding a hint of admiration. A faint smile also played on Shin Outyen's face. You're not worthy of my sister. I'd believed this from the start. I admit, your abilities are truly remarkable at the very least. I deeply respect your achievements and history in the military. But when it comes to life together, I don't think you and my sister could ever find harmony. Shin Outyen replied coolly, his eyes flashing a hint of irritation toward Gu Fan. Gu Fan couldn't understand why Shin Outyen held such a misunderstanding of him. Their conversation had been quite pleasant earlier, why had things suddenly changed? Just as Gu Fan was about to ask more questions, Shin Outyen preemptively struck. He leaped forward, driving his knee hard into Gu Fan's chest. Gu Fan easily dodged the blow and kicked Shin Outyen away, creating distance between them. Shin Outyen charged at Gu Fan again, feigning a punch. As Gu Fan dodged, Shin Outyen halted mid-motion, pulled his fist back, and swiftly drove his elbow into Gu Fan's face. Gu Fan staggered back several steps. In this exchange of blows, both men were evenly matched. It seemed that victory could only be secured through mastery of the finer details in any contest. The minutiae always determined the outcome. Shin Outyen suddenly flicked a weapon from his hand, an old acquaintance, the triangular military dagger. Dubbed the bloodletting instrument, this weapon inflicted wounds that were extremely difficult to heal once pierced and drawn out, causing uncontrollable bleeding for a short period. Gu Fan reached behind his waist and drew his dagger. Every time he saw this blade, he couldn't help but think of his fallen comrade, Black Snake. After a moment of standoff, both men charged toward each other in an instant. Where their weapons clashed, a series of sharp, metallic clangs erupted. Gu Fan's dagger and Shin Outyen's triangular military dagger clashed repeatedly, instantly heightening the tension of the battle. Chapter 204, Searching for Someone. Shin Outyen's triangular bayonet didn't aim for Gu Fan's vital points. Instead, it stabbed at random parts of his body, solely to pierce his arm and draw blood. Gu Fan consistently chose to evade, avoiding killing Shin Outyen. After all, he was Shin Aoning's younger brother. If Gu Fan didn't hold back, an accident could genuinely occur. As Shin Outyen thrust forward, Gu Fan immediately blocked. But Shin Outyen's strength surged, shoving Gu Fan aside before driving the dagger fiercely toward his heart. Startled, Gu Fan hadn't expected this brat to play for keeps. He instantly thrust out his hand, watching the military dagger drive deep into his palm. Gu Fan let out a muffled grunt, then clenched his wounded hand tightly around the blade, refusing to let go. Just as Shen Outman tried to pull it back, Gu Fan yanked it violently toward himself. Without hesitation, his dagger plunged into Shen Outyan's arm. Shen Outyan let out a muffled cry. He kicked Gu Fan away, and as they separated, both men fell to the ground. Both were wounded, one in the hand, the other in the arm. Gu Fan slowly rose from the ground. "Where's your sister?" Shen Outyan said nothing. He rose slowly, clutching his arm with one hand, his gaze cold as he stared at Gu Fan. "Gu Fan, I agreed to let you be with my sister because I believed you could give her a good life. But look at yourself now. Huang Bao is gone, that bar isn't yours anymore, what do you have left? You're no different from those unemployed bums. And the Shen family is nowhere near what it used to be. Sacrifices must be made." "What do you mean?" Gu Fan sensed something ominous in Shen Outyan's words. "Sacrifice? What did that mean? What sacrifice did Shen Aoning need to make?" Gu Fan slowly raised his bloodied hand, pointing it at Shen Outyan before him. "Sacrifice? What does that even mean? My sister deserves someone better. You're not worthy." After Gu Fan spoke, another swarm of black-clad figures emerged from the Shen residence. Each wore a black suit and tie, sunglasses glaring down at Gu Fan before him. Two of them supported Shen Outyan as they left the area. Gu Fan called out Shen Outyan's name several times. Simultaneously, the group of men in black approached him step by step, hands clasped before their chests. The oppressive atmosphere instantly reached its peak. "Get lost!" The men instantly charged at Gu Fan. From this moment on, Gu Fan held nothing back. Each punch he threw channeled his fury, and each punch sent a man crashing to the ground. Gu Fan lost count of how many punches he threw, nor did he remember striking their faces, hitting soft and hard spots alike. Yet the outcome remained consistent, each fell to the ground, gasping for breath and wailing in pain. Gu Fan's hands never stopped moving. He leaped over the fallen bodies, each kick landing squarely on the chest of the next black-clad man before him, sending them flying from their positions. Gradually, the entire group of black-clad figures lay sprawled on the ground. The wound on Gu Fan's hand, inflicted by Shen Outyan, continued to drip blood. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he clenched his fist and began walking step by step toward the Shen residence. A trail of blood stained the ground along his path. Reaching the Shen residence's entrance, Gu Fan bellowed Shen Aoning's name. Only deafening silence answered him. Undeterred, he continued to roar her name. Qin Chun finally couldn't bear it anymore. She opened the door and stepped out. "Stop shouting! Aoning isn't here. Didn't you see her when you went up the mountain? She just came down to attend a gathering. Just came down the mountain." Gu Fan closed his eyes slightly, recalling the scene. Suddenly, something occurred to him. When he had just ascended the mountain, it seemed like a car had indeed passed him by. Where did she go? The Guan family from the provincial capital came to Baibin City. They hosted a gathering and invited Aoning to attend, so she went. Location: the Zhuge residence. After Qin Chun finished speaking, Gu Fan turned to leave. "Hey! Treat your wounds first before you go." Qin Chun was finally moved by Gu Fan's pitiful state and offered a gentle reminder. But all he got in return was a cold stare. Gu Fan rolled his eyes at Qin Chun, then walked out without looking back. Once back in the car, Gu Fan spun it around and floored the accelerator toward the Zhuge residence. Seated in the driver's seat, Gu Fan couldn't fathom Shen Aoning's decision. Why on earth would she choose the Zhuge residence as the gathering spot? Wasn't that practically targeting Zhuge Qing? Wasn't that inviting trouble regarding Guan Qing's death? Why would that foolish girl go there? It was like sending a lamb into the lion's den. Gu Fan refused to let Shen Aoning suffer humiliation there, so he raced toward the Zhuge residence in a frenzied hurry. As the car carrying Shen Aoning slowly pulled up outside the Zhuge residence, she took several deep breaths, trying to steady her emotions. Yet her trembling hands betrayed her panic. Resolved, Shen Aoning nodded. The driver in front slowly opened the door, then assisted her out, extending his arm for her to steady herself. Yet Shen Aoning seemed to ignore his hand entirely, stepping past him. She casually adjusted her black dress before stepping out. As she departed, she addressed the driver, "Do your job properly. Step out of line, and you'll pay with your life." Shen Aoning's expression instantly turned icy. She shot the driver beside her a cold glance, her eyes brimming with contempt and disgust, a stark contrast to her earlier nervousness. It seemed as though her earlier demeanor had merely been a facade, and this current loathing was her true self. A flicker of awkwardness crossed the driver's face, but he kept his head bowed, offering no response. "Answer me. Can you do what you're supposed to do? I'm sorry, Mississippi. Do you really think I don't know about all the dirty deeds you've been up to? Since I placed you as the Shen family's driver, you'd better behave yourself. Walking the line between life and death is extremely dangerous." The driver's head bowed even lower. Shen Aoning said no more. After delivering her measured words, she turned and walked toward the Zhuge residence ahead. The driver returned to the car, watching Shen Aoning's receding figure. A trace of sorrow flitted across his face. He slowly removed his tie, then fumbled inside it. Finally, he produced some powder. He spread it neatly across his palm and inhaled sharply. Simultaneously, he rolled up his sleeves, drew a small knife from his pocket, and swiftly slashed his forearm. Staring silently at the blood flowing from his arm, his expression gradually grew blank. Chapter 205, Investment. The Guan family's reputation was not only well known throughout the provincial capital but had also reached neighboring cities. After all, the 7 companies were not something just anyone could manage, even joining them was a challenge. And the head of the 7 companies was Guan Xiong. The moment Guan Fei set foot in Baibin City, the city's prominent families were instantly informed. They immediately began strategizing how to gain his favor, for connections with the Guan family were not something ordinary people could hope to cultivate. The gathering Guan Fei organized drew nearly every major family in Baibin City. Bai Hu of the Bai family sat nearby, smiling with narrowed eyes. Qin Xiao and Qin Xin were seated together, whispering to each other. The most eye-catching figure was Qin Yu. Gu Fan had been searching for her relentlessly, and earlier, under the guise of the black-clad men, he had dealt her and that Japanese man a severe lesson. That old Japanese man was still alive, sitting weakly to one side. Qin Yu held fruit, gently feeding him. Despite his advanced age, the power behind this Japanese man was considerable. Ever since the day he was attacked, they had thoroughly investigated the identity of the man in black, but the matter ultimately came to nothing. The Japanese man's name was Kurikawa Ishimu. His sole purpose in coming from Japan to China was to complete a mission, and his role within it had always been merely that of a messenger. He knew little about those above him and had almost no one beneath him. Yet this seemingly useless man had managed to thrive in Baibin City. His superiors had merely provided him with some personnel and funds, and Kurikawa Ishimo had become the target of courting by various clans. Evidently, the Qin family had managed to win over. Most attendees at this gathering harbored some grudge against Gu Fan, though a few were his friends. Qin Xin sat off to the side, bored, sipping her drink. She actually felt quite indifferent toward these cocktail parties. In fact, if you looked closely around the room, hers was indeed the most ordinary outfit. The other women wore gowns, every movement radiating elegance. Qin Xin, however, looked like a tomboy, discussing Qin family affairs with Qin Xiao. From the moment he arrived at the gathering, Kurikawa Kazuma's gaze kept darting elsewhere, briefly scanning every beautiful woman who passed by. And he kept comparing them to Qin Xin beside him. Yet in the entire room, only 2 people caught his eye. Qin Yu and Qin Xin were both quite attractive, but Qin Xin's lack of adornment left Kurikawa feeling distinctly displeased. His true interest lay with Guan Fei of the Guan family and Shen Aoning, the woman praised by every clan present. As he surveyed the room, Shen Aoning pushed open the grand doors before her and strode confidently inside. Her pace was neither hurried nor slow, her steps steady and assured, a faint smile playing on her lips. The jewelry adorning her instantly elevated her presence. Her black gown paired with subtle makeup instantly captured every man's gaze in the room. Only Bai Hu looked at Shen Aoning with utter disdain. His eyes held no trace of admiration, filled instead with nothing but hatred. Qin Xiao couldn't help but blush upon seeing Shen Aoning before him. Qin Xin noticed this. Little bro? What's up? Got a crush? Trying to steal Gu Fan's wife? I didn't. Sis, don't say such things. Qin Xin merely smiled, then rose and ran toward Shen Aoning. Kurikawa Ishimo instantly began fantasizing about Shen Aoning. The Eastern feminine beauty radiating from her matched his mental image perfectly, her looks and figure equally captivating his gaze. He glanced at Qin Yu beside him, then back at Shen Aoning before muttering under his breath. Qin Yu felt even more miserable. Every time she felt satisfied with herself, Shen Aoning's appearance would deliver a crushing blow. Even Kurikawa Ishimu, who had always been her captive, now couldn't tear his eyes away from that. Qin Yu cursed Shen Aoning inwardly, yet she dared not confront her directly. After all, her man was no pushover. Is Xiao Yu Shen Aoning of the Shen family? Qin Yu gave a faint nod. Does the Shen family still need investment? They had been, until an anonymous investor stepped in and saved them from ruin. Haikawa Ishimo rubbed his shaved head, lost in thought. Shen Aoning knew she had become the center of attention, yet her expression remained utterly composed. She habitually ignored the stares directed her way. She picked up a glass of wine, about to look for Guan Fei, when someone tapped her on the shoulder. It was Qin Xin. Aoning. You're here. Qin Xin? You're here too? Everyone in Baibin City should be at Miss Guan's gathering. My grandfather sent me here. Why don't you join me? Miss Guan hasn't made an appearance yet anyway. Shen Aoning nodded and walked over to Qin Xiao with Qin Xin. Upon seeing Shen Aoning up close, Qin Xiao's face suddenly flushed crimson, even the tips of his ears tinged with a rosy hue. Let me introduce you. My brother. Qin Xiao. The heir to the Qin group. Qin Xiao waved cheerfully. Shen Aoning extended her hand, but Qin Xiao found himself staring blankly at it. What are you staring at? Shake hands. The moment Qin Xiao shook Shen Aoning's hand, the flush on his face deepened, his cheeks even growing slightly warm. Shen Aoning was taken aback by Qin Xiao's reaction. Don't read too much into it. My brother thinks you're pretty, that's why he's shy. Cut him some slack, he's a virgin, after all. Sis. Qin Xiao shouted before immediately turning and dashing toward the exit. Shin Aoning and Qin Qin covered their mouths, giggling together. Kirikawa Kazuma's gaze remained fixed on Shin Aoning, observing her every move. Xiao Yu, take me to meet Miss Shin. I have a feeling we'll become good friends. Mr. Kirikawa, I must advise you to reconsider. Shin Aoning is married, and their relationship has always been strong. When Shin Yu mentioned Shin Aoning was married, Kirikawa's eyes instantly lit up, the urgency in his gaze even more pronounced. Oh yeah. As the two stood up, about to walk towards Shin Aoning, the front door of the cocktail party suddenly opened. Guan Fei, dressed in red, her jewelry perfectly complementing her outfit, her piercing gaze instantly elevating her status and position. No wonder she's family to the 7th company. Her poise and demeanor only confirmed everyone's suspicions. Guan Fei wore a professional smile as she picked up the microphone nearby. This gathering is simply an opportunity to discuss our Guan family's investment matters with everyone. Chapter 206, The Approach. Though Guan Fei spoke of investment partnerships, she was essentially declaring who would become the Guan family's target for alliance. After all, many from the provincial capital had been preparing to establish their presence in Baibin City during this period. Not only provincial capital figures, but even overseas players were rushing to Baibin City to get a piece of the pie. Perhaps many still wondered, why had everyone set their sights on this prime target? While some attribute it to the city's promising development, the real reason revolves around one man, Gu Fan. Though everyone understood this, none dared act against Gu Fan. After all, while he had many enemies, those protecting him were equally numerous. Gu Fan was well aware of everyone's hidden agendas. Most crucially, the head of Division 12 had been the same person since its founding, Gu Fan. Though they believed he had long since left Division 12, they were certain he would know about the head of Division 1. The Guan family simply had better intelligence, allowing them to infiltrate Baibin City much more swiftly than others. After Guan Fei finished speaking, Shen Aoning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She hadn't expected Guan Fei to come here for work, but choosing Zhuge Qing's home as the location would surely bring trouble to her. The only problem was that she didn't have a suitable excuse yet. It wasn't just Shen Aoning, both Bai Hu and Qin Xiao were captivated by Guan Fei's words. Especially Bai Hu's primary reason for coming here was to get a glimpse of Gu Fan and then settle the score. His younger brother couldn't just die like that. Yet upon hearing Guan Fei's words, thoughts of avenging his brother vanished instantly. Though Qin Zhao's expression remained unchanged, he turned to look at Qin Xin, seeking her guidance. She gave him a steady look, signaling him to wait for Guan Fei's next words. Actually, I have another younger brother. Back then, he was rebellious and ran away from home. He traveled south from the provincial capital all the way to Baibin City. The primary reason I came here this time was for him. His name is Guan Qing, but after arriving here, he changed his surname to Zhuge Qing. But he's dead. After Guan Fei finished speaking, a sudden murmur rippled through the crowd below. To some, Zhuge Qing was a stranger they barely met. Yet Qin Xin and Shen Aoning's expression shifted instantly. Shen Aoning hadn't expected Guan Fei to cut straight to the chase so quickly. It seemed she was determined to regain face at her expense. Qin Xin had heard rumors about Shen Aoning's situation. Though she didn't grasp all the details, she could piece together the gist. What surprised her was the revelation that Zhuge Qing was actually Guan Cheng. It seemed Shen Aoning was in for a rough time. Though Bai Hu didn't recognize Zhuge Qing, he noticed the unease on Shen Aoning and Qin Xin's faces. Smiling, he downed the wine in his cup. Quiet, everyone. I've thoroughly investigated this matter. The person who murdered my brother is none other than Shen Aoning's boyfriend, Gu Fan. But Gu Fan's connections are indeed formidable. After only a few days in detention, he was released. It seems the Shin family truly spared no expense for Gu Fan. So partnering with my Guan family is simple. Whoever can destroy the Shin family and bring Gu Fan before me, that person will be my Guan family's partner. After Guan Fei finished speaking, the room erupted in heated debate once more. Accompanying the commotion were numerous hostile stares fixed on Shen Aoning. If those glances could kill, perhaps Shen Aoning would already be lying dead, stripped bare. Shen Aoning, after all, was a woman. Facing those glances, fear stirred within her heart. Suddenly, Qin Xin stood up, deliberately or not, placing herself in front of Shen Aoning. She looked calmly at Guan Fei before her. Miss Guan, I truly cannot fathom your actions. What purpose do they serve? Is it merely to humiliate Miss Shen? Regarding your brother's offense, I must interject. He was the first to attempt to rape Miss Shen. Just as he was about to succeed, Gu Fan intervened to save her. Let me ask everyone here. Imagine this. Your loved one, your wife, lying on the bed. What would you choose? Would you just try to reason with the attacker? I don't believe you wouldn't fight back. Instead, I'd like to ask Miss Guan this: is publicly humiliating someone in front of so many people really how a distinguished family behaves? And one more thing. As for your Guan family's partnership, the Qin family has no need for it. After speaking, she remained standing there, gazing at Guan Fei on the stage with piercing eyes, showing not a trace of fear. Qin Shao had indeed been moved by her sister's words at first. But upon hearing the Qin family renounce their partnership with the Guans, Qin Shao couldn't help but hesitate. Shen Aoneng, seated in her place, slowly lifted her head to meet Qin's gaze. The timidity in her eyes gradually shifted. The gazes of others shifted away from scrutinizing Shen Aoneng and instead focused on Guan Fei on the stage, awaiting her further explanation. Below the stage, Kurokawa Kazuma also admired Qin's courage. He hadn't paid much attention to her earlier, but now, looking at her again, his opinion of her shifted slightly. On stage, Guan Fei's expression remained calm, forming a stark contrast to Qin's earlier reaction. What's the matter? Guan Fei's simple 3 words instantly silenced Qin. She hadn't expected Guan Fei's personality to be even more arrogant than her own had been. In the eyes of people like them, rape had apparently become a trivial matter. Guan Fei's expression remained utterly serene, radiating the contempt of a superior toward inferiors, laced with utter indifference. Just as Qin could no longer contain herself and was about to erupt in fury, the white tiger in the corner suddenly spoke. Good. Good. He clapped vigorously as he spoke. Miss Guan's temperament truly suits mine. Regarding what you just said, I accept. Gu Fan is mine to kill. And I'll avenge my brother while I'm at it. But I have one more question. If something goes wrong, I'll take responsibility for the consequences. After Guan Fei finished speaking, the expression on the white tiger's face gradually turned excited. He rubbed his hands together and walked toward Shen Aoneng. Miss Shen, care to chat? Gu Fan's a bit hard to track down for me. But if I get my hands on you, well, Gu Fan might just appear before me in an instant. Miss Shen, fancy dropping by my company? The sofa in my office is incredibly comfortable. As Bai Hu spoke, he continued advancing toward Shen Aoneng. Qin Shao, upon seeing this, immediately stood up and stretched out his arm to block Bai Hu. Mr. Bai. Miss Shen won't agree. Please keep your distance. Bai Hu rubbed his chin in irritation. With a sweeping gesture, 3 or 4 Bai family bodyguards emerged from the shadows, yanking Qin Shao aside and raining punches and kicks upon him. Qin Shao! Qin screamed, about to rush forward, when Bai Hu grabbed her by the head. You stinking! You sure were full of yourself just now. I'll have you and that woman Shen Aoneng taken away together. Enjoy the view of yourselves. The white tiger's eyes instantly locked onto Shen Aoneng. Just as he was about to step forward again, the door was suddenly kicked open. Touch my woman? Try it. Chapter 207, Composure. After the door burst open, a man's voice slowly echoed out hoarse and laced with fury. He was none other than the man who had been the center of controversy throughout the entire room. He had grievances with nearly everyone present. After speaking, Gu Fan slowly approached Shen Aoneng. As he passed by, the white tiger's men did not rashly attack him. Partly, they hadn't reacted in time, but more significantly, they were afraid. Yes, it was that one word, fear. At this moment, Gu Fan wasn't dressed in a suit and tie. Instead, he was disheveled and filthy, his hands dripping blood that gradually stained the carpet beneath his feet crimson. The Bai family's bodyguards knew Gu Fan's name all too well. Earlier, Bai Hu had boasted loudly that Gu Fan and the Bai family were sworn enemies. They vowed that upon seeing him, they would skin him alive. To avenge their younger brother, Bai Long. Yet the bodyguards had also heard of Gu Fan's exploits. 4 words summed him up, undefeated. The most shocked of all was Bai Hu himself. He had anticipated Gu Fan's arrival and stationed his own men outside. Though few in number, these individuals were handpicked by Bai Hu, who had paid a hefty price to recruit them from elsewhere. He had even had his own men test their strength. Almost everyone could take on 10 opponents single-handedly, not to mention their physical prowess. Now Gu Fan stood before him, and he hadn't received any word from those men. It could only mean one thing. Gu Fan had defeated them all. White Tiger's gaze toward Gu Fan grew even more horrified. His entire body gradually stiffened, leaving him frozen in place, unable to move. Each step Gu Fan took was noticeably laborious, for not only his hands but also his legs bore the brunt of his injuries. Gu Fan had to admit, the men at the door were indeed formidable opponents, and dealing with them had proven somewhat troublesome, but only somewhat. This time, Gu Fan held nothing back. He unleashed his full power, each strike no longer carrying any hesitation but pure, unadulterated intent to kill. Yet, at the last possible moment, he still held back slightly. At worst, he'd cripple them. Even if they could walk again, their days as security guards would be over. Gu Fan struck sparingly, yet never missed. He targeted his opponent's weak points, aiming for decisive victory with every strike. Yet his leg was still slashed by a blade. Shen Aoneng's eyes were bloodshot. Instead of letting Gu Fan approach her, she ran towards him and threw herself into his arms. Did I hold you back again? I should have faced Guan Fei myself. Silly girl, don't hug me yet. You're dirty, you'll just get my clothes filthy. If I can't hold the one I love, then I'd rather die. Shin Aoning slowly lifted her head to look at Gu Fan. He wiped his bloodied hand roughly on his clothes before gently stroking her hair. Silly girl, you're my woman, Gu Fan's woman. 'Cause trouble all you want. I'll handle the consequences. Shin Aoning was utterly lost in Gu Fan's words. Though pain consumed every nerve in his hand, facing Shin Aoning before him, Gu Fan hesitated not a moment before choosing to embrace her. Qin immediately seized the moment, slowly helping Qin Xiao up from the ground. Qin watched Gu Fan, gradually becoming lost in thought. Qin Xiao, gazing at Shin Aoning's retreating figure, was consumed by self-reproach over his own incompetence. Guan Fei watched Gu Fan from the stage below. His arrival instantly drew the entire crowd's attention. Guan Fei clenched her silver teeth, her eyes flashing with venom. He must reclaim his pride. But Guan Fei didn't act immediately. Instead, he watched the white tiger silently, waiting for his move. Kirika Ishima watched Gu Fan cradle Shin Aoning, his brow involuntarily furrowing. Perhaps he never imagined that such a perfect woman as Shin Aoning would be paired with such a pathetic man. Xinyu gazed at Gu Fan's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't quite place him. White Tiger swallowed hard, forcing back his fear as he spoke slowly. Gu Fan. You actually dared to come here. I must say, I'm truly impressed. Do you know who that Mr. Zhuge you killed was? He was Guan Fei's younger brother Guan Chang. You provoked the Guan family of the provincial capital, and you still have the nerve to show your face here. You're asking for death. Bai Hu was no fool. He struck first, bringing Guan Fei into the equation. He knew that going head-to-head with Gu Fan might put him at a disadvantage, but by invoking the Guan family, his odds of winning skyrocketed. Guan Fei heard Bai Hu's words and felt a hint of surprise. She hadn't expected that cowardly Bai Hu to be so spineless. It seemed the matter of the Bai family collaborating with her still needed careful consideration. After Bai Hu spoke, Gu Fan gently pushed Shin Aoning away from his embrace and quietly positioned her behind him. He stood in front of her. Before the Guan family could respond, he snapped, "You dog, you're quite lively, aren't you?" Instead of charging at Guan Fei on the stage, Gu Fan directly locked eyes with Bai Hu. A flicker of surprise crossed both Bai Hu's and Guan Fei's faces on the stage. The former hadn't expected Gu Fan to bypass Guan Fei, while the latter maintained his spectator's expression, quietly observing Gu Fan. Gu Fan. Don't push your luck. Think the Bai family has no one left? Think you're tough? Let's see how long you can last. White Tiger clapped his hands. In an instant, White family bodyguards materialized from every corner of the banquet. Each wore an expression of calm, their eyes showing no trace of fear as they stared at Gu Fan before them. Seems like this is their first time encountering Gu Fan. Unfazed, Gu Fan pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, and retrieved his lighter. Just as he was about to light it, Shin Aoning snatched the lighter from his hand and awkwardly flicked it open. Click! Gu Fan smiled, leaning closer to the flame. As he took the lighter back, he secretly stroked Shin Aoning's smooth, delicate hand. Shin Aoning, too, showed a blush of shyness in public for the first time, a sight that left Kirika Ishimu, watching from afar, utterly mesmerized. Gu Fan exhaled a wisp of smoke, but his gaze wasn't fixed on the White Tiger. Instead, he was looking at Guan Fei on the stage. At that moment, Gu Fan and Guan Fei locked eyes. Both could see the calmness in each other's eyes. Gu Fan spoke first. Miss Guan. I never expected your cocktail party to be packed with so many Bai family members. Are you two in cahoots? After speaking, Gu Fan took another drag and slowly exhaled. Guan Fei responded with equal detachment. I'm not entirely sure. But if it's about capturing you, I can choose to stand with the Bai family. After all, you killed my brother. Then there's nothing to discuss? Chapter 208, Reliance. Cut the crap. What's there to discuss with you? Not only did you kill my brother, but you also laid hands on Miss Guan's brother. You're a real bastard. After Bai Hu finished speaking, he once again pulled the Guan family to his side. His gaze toward Gu Fan was now filled with pure arrogance. Gu Fan's reaction to Bai Hu was entirely expected. His gaze gradually turned cold as he observed Bai Hu. Gu Fan wasn't particularly surprised by the Guan family's intervention after all, it was all within his calculations. Guan Fei. If you dare use your brother's death as leverage, I, Gu Fan, fear nothing. I've never once regretted it. Your brother may have been a good boy in your eyes, but to me, he was no better than a beast. Relying on his family's influence, he ran rampant, forcing women into prostitution, abducting innocent girls. Such scum deserves to die. And what made his death even more deserved? He dared to touch my woman. Everyone present was stirred by Gu Fan's words, and a hint of admiration flickered in their eyes. Who would have thought he'd be bold enough to speak so? Guan Feilin's expression shifted, but it held no remorse, only the frustration and agitation of a mask being torn away. Bai Hu immediately signaled his men, and the Bai family's forces instantly surged toward Gu Fan. Gu Fan showed no intention of fighting back. He stood rooted to the spot, silently observing the crowd before him. It seemed those in high positions were truly disgusting. When they made mistakes, their first instinct wasn't to apologize or change course, it was to conceal the truth and silence those who knew it. Such vile tactics instantly filled Gu Fan with extreme displeasure. They only showed respect to those above them in status. A sudden choice and decision formed in Gu Fan's heart. If he were still the underground emperor, would they still dare to act so brazenly toward him? Would those around him still be in danger? Before arriving, Gu Fan had been trapped in a state of hesitation and turmoil. He owed Guan Fei a debt of gratitude for helping him find resolve and eliminate his doubts. At the critical moment, the door burst open. Leading the charge were Su Cheng and Gangzi. Upon entering, they hurled aside tables and chairs blocking their path. Even the men they brought along were used as weapons, hurled directly at the others. A brawl erupted instantly. Su Cheng and Gangzi were the driving force, driving the White Tiger crew back step by step. Gangzi's sheer size was intimidating. Standing over 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, he was a giant in anyone's eyes. Now, he swung a massive table at the crowd, each strike sending several flying. Su Cheng, meanwhile, made full use of the terrain. He repeatedly leapt into the air, using his legs to deliver devastating strikes against his opponents. Su Cheng's sweeping kicks were undeniably stylish. His agility and fluid motion in the air resembled a painting aesthetically pleasing. Yet beyond the aesthetics lay raw power. Each kick sent opponents flying, some crashing to the ground unconscious. Gu Fan stood rooted to the spot, coldly observing Guan Fei on the stage, his gaze utterly devoid of emotion. Guan Fei met Gu Fan's gaze without flinching, as if backed by formidable support that shielded her from harm. But today, whoever faced Gu Fan would only meet their match. After some time, the Bai family's bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Though Su Cheng's men had also suffered injuries, compared to Bai Hu, they were far better off. Now, only Bai Hu remained standing, staring at Gu Fan before him, swallowing repeatedly. Su Cheng and Gangzi had deliberately left Bai Hu as the last man standing, saving him for Gu Fan. Gu Fan finished his cigarette and slowly approached Bai Hu. "Is that all you've got? My guys seem to be having a blast." Hearing this, White Tiger trembled violently. To his utter shock, Gu Fan actually had men under him. Hadn't he always been a lone wolf? When did he acquire subordinates? Bai Hu dared not respond to Gu Fan's words. He looked toward Guan Fei behind Gu Fan, hoping to find some sign of rescue in her eyes. But Guan Fei slowly closed her own eyes. To her, a worthless man held no value whatsoever. White Tiger was utterly despairing. Though there were others behind him, distant water couldn't quench a nearby fire. The Gu Fan before him was a ferocious beast. He simply couldn't hold his own. "Gu Fan. Spare me today, and we may meet again in the future." Gu Fan suddenly smiled. He slowly handed the cigarette butt in his hand to White Tiger, as if signaling something, but White Tiger was completely baffled. Then Gangzi yanked Bai Hu's arm free and placed it before Gu Fan. Gu Fan quietly blew on the cigarette butt in his hand, the embers still smoldering. Bai Hu screamed wildly, curses and protests mingling in his shouts, but Gu Fan paid no heed. The cigarette butt in his hand slowly inched closer to Bai Hu. White Tiger struggled relentlessly, but Gangzi's grip was like a vice, unyielding. His face wore an expression of pure excitement. Just as the cigarette tip was about to touch White Tiger's arm, Gu Fan twisted his wrist, pressing the burning end directly onto White Tiger's face. "Ah!" Gangzi burst into laughter instantly, and Su Cheng behind him also wore a faint smile. It seemed everyone understood Gu Fan's actions perfectly. Yet, the others in the room showed not a trace of amusement on their faces. Watching the White Tiger's pitiful state, their expressions gradually twisted. They never imagined Gu Fan could be so ruthless. No wonder he dared to kill Guan Fei's younger brother. Haikowa Ishimu's expression also shifted. This young man couldn't be judged by appearances alone, his methods were unexpectedly brutal. Shinyu watched Gu Fan deal with the White Tiger. For reasons she couldn't fathom, her mind raced at lightning speed. Suddenly, a figure's silhouette flashed through her mind. Could that person from that day have been him? After stubbing out the cigarette butt, Gu Fan casually tossed it aside. Gangzi also lowered his hand from White Tiger. The two stared at the motionless figure before them as if examining a corpse. Gu Fan then clapped his hands and walked toward Guan Fei on the stage. When he reached Guan Fei, he said calmly, "Miss Guan? Shall we talk?" Guan Fei's face showed no surprise or shock, only utter calm. She had anticipated that Gu Fan wouldn't dare harm her. After all, she was a member of the Guan family. She was certain Gu Fan wouldn't dare touch her. The reputation of the 7th Company wasn't something just anyone dared to challenge. Yet Gu Fan seemed to possess the ability to read minds, piercing through Guan Fei's inner thoughts. If your composure stems from the Guan family as your trump card, then I can only shake my head. If it relies on the 7th Company, I might just burst out laughing. Chapter 209, Exposure. Gu Fan, what do you mean? Are you looking down on the 7th Company? You better believe it. One phone call from me, and you, Gu Fan, will be dead in Bin City before you know it. Guan Fei seemed struck at her weakest point, unleashing a frenzied roar unlike anything heard in that room before. The entire crowd fell into stunned silence. Some even felt a tinge of admiration for Gufan. He seemed to fear no one, and now he didn't even hold the 7th Company in high regard. Shen Aoning had heard of the 7th Company too. After Guan Fei finished speaking, she still felt uneasy for Gufan. The 12 divisions weren't just a mysterious organization within China, they were an alliance formed by 12 companies. The companies and the organization complemented each other. The alliance served as a mask for the organization, shielding it from the dirty work handled by the 12 departments. These companies were no different from any others. The only difference was that the upper echelons of the 12 companies were deeply intertwined with politics. Almost every company's CEO enjoyed some degree of protection from the 12 division organization. With the backing of this shadowy organization, even murder could be swept under the rug. Simply flashing a 12 division business card to law enforcement would ensure any scandal, no matter how grave, ultimately vanished without a trace. Simply because you're 12 division. The old Division 12 was full of righteous spirit, fearless in external confrontations and harmonious internally. But since new leadership took over and implemented sweeping reforms, the selection process for 12 division personnel gradually deteriorated. Gradually, only those with family connections or backgrounds could join the 12 division, while those with genuine talent faced nothing but elimination. That was the moment Gufan chose to leave. His comrade was tortured to death by Kim, and when he applied for relief funds from the organization, the approval dragged on endlessly. The justification they finally gave was utterly ridiculous. It instantly erased his comrade's achievements and instead shifted the blame onto them, maliciously smearing their reputations. From that moment on, Gufan lost all faith in the 12 divisions. He distributed his entire fortune among his comrades and privately withdrew from the organization. Even though he held a top-tier position at the time, he hesitated not a second before choosing to leave. Despite repeated attempts by superiors to persuade him to stay, nothing could sway Gufan's decision. That a mere 7th Company dared to speak to Gufan in such a manner, anyone else would have been enraged. Yet Gufan showed no impatience, only a mocking gaze fixed upon his opponent. He was eager to see what kind of backing she had to be so brazen. Guan Fei recoiled at the contempt and disdain in Gufan's gaze, clenching her fists tightly in response. Just as Guan Fei reached for her phone, Gufan's hand darted into his coat pocket. A black card shot out, flying straight toward Guan Fei before landing firmly in her hand. The recent brawl between Gufan and Bai, who had cleared the area save for a few family members, most had already left. A handful of people remained, whispering among themselves. Gufan took advantage of the sparse attention to time his toss of the card to Guan Fei perfectly. For her, perhaps only witnessing something firsthand would make her believe a truth. There are always people more skilled than you, and skies beyond the sky. Behind them, Shen Aoning witnessed Gufan's action with crystal clarity. Her expression had remained impassive until the moment the card flew through the air. Then, Shen Aoning's eyes widened involuntarily. Her gaze gradually turned icy, yet when she looked at Gufan, it swiftly softened. After Guan Fei caught the card, she recognized it instantly. She knew exactly what it was. The only uncertainty was why. Why was this card in Gufan's possession? Could Gufan possibly be? Guan Fei raised her head slightly, her expression shifting from suspicion to shock, then gradually twisting into madness as she stared at Gufan below the stage. Who are you? You shouldn't be. You can't be. How could you possibly be him? His mystery, no, he. Guan Fei might not even know what she was saying, but it was true. How could someone who had caused her such disgust and killed her younger brother possibly be a division chief? She had seen her father's cards before. Department heads' business cards differed from employees. The back of theirs bore a small sun-like emblem. Guan Fei stared at the back of Gufan's retreating figure as he tossed the card away. The small sun emblem sat perfectly affixed there. A wave of exhaustion washed over Guan Fei. She collapsed to the floor, kneeling in a half-slumped position. She gently placed the card on the ground, her eyes now blank and vacant. Gufan was the director of Division 1. If any other company showed disrespect or even resorted to violence, the director of Division 1 always had the authority to demote them repeatedly. The status of a Division 1 director was second only to that of the chief director of Division 12. Gufan slowly walked onto the stage, picked up the business card from the floor, and looked down at Guan Fei. What else do you have to say? Are you truly the division chief of Division 1 under Division 12? You saw the card, didn't you? What you did to me just now is very serious. I could go straight to the provincial capital and have your Guan family's company positions revoked immediately. From what I recall, Company 7's profits have always been mediocre. Is that due to your management, or the people involved? Guan Fei slowly sat up, then instantly dropped to her knees. She approached Gufan, placed both hands on the ground, and lowered her head to follow her hands, kneeling steadily before him. Director Gu, today I, Guan Fei, have erred. Please, do not target the Guan family. Punish me, Guan Fei, however you see fit. Father is about to retire. Removing him now. After that, Guan Fei could only prostrate herself before Gufan, kowtowing repeatedly. Since Gu Fan and Guan Fei were some distance from Shanaoning and the others, they couldn't hear their conversation. All they could see was Guan Fei kowtowing to Gu Fan, begging for mercy. That the Guan family from the provincial capital was kowtowing to Gu Fan could only mean one thing: Gu Fan's background was deeper than the Guan family's. At that moment, Xin Qin and Xin Xiao stood together, exchanging a glance. It seemed they had chosen the right side. Just as Shanaoning moved closer to hear better, Su Qing suddenly stepped in front of her to block the way. Sister-in-law, Brother Fan said no one is allowed to approach, including you. Though you may not realize it, this is for your own protection. Shanaoning glanced at Su Cheng. His eyes were filled with warning. Though his words were polite and refined, his gaze was icy. Shanaoning nodded, then walked to the side, picked up the wine from the table, and sipped it lightly. Su Qing's gaze never left Shanaoning, following her every move. Shanaoning silently pulled out her phone. I've been exposed. Su Qing suspects me. Chapter 210, Interrogation. Gu Fan watched Guan Fei, who had been so intimidating moments ago, now kneeling before him, tears streaming down her face. Her tone was utterly submissive as she repeatedly apologized to Gu Fan. Yet Gu Fan's expression remained unchanged from before. His gaze was flat, devoid of any emotion, and he remained silent, simply watching Guan Fei quietly. No matter what she said, he showed no sign of responding. Give me a straight answer: is Gu Fan dead or alive? I, Guan Fei, can endure anything. What's your meaning here? Miss Guan. That tone of yours seems rather defiant. Surely the Guan family doesn't truly believe the 7th company is so formidable? Gu Fan finally spoke, addressing Guan Fei with the authority of a superior. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura surged forth, pressing down upon Guan Fei like relentless waves. Guan Fei instantly felt an immense weight settle over her body, accompanied by a tinge of stiffness. Her words halted mid-sentence. She merely bowed her head deeply, offering no reply. Guan Fei, I refuse to believe you were unaware of your brother's actions. The vile things he did, he deserved to die. This time, Guan Fei chose not to resist, for she had learned Gu Fan's true identity. Whenever someone of higher standing appeared, those below would instantly fall into line. They only bullied those beneath them, regardless of right or wrong, crushing their opponents with full force. Get up. After speaking, Gu Fan pulled out another cigarette. But he didn't light it, he just kept rubbing it between his fingers. Did you send someone to the detention center to deal with me last time? After Gu Fan finished speaking, Guan Fei shook her head repeatedly. No. I only looked into you. Just as I was about to send someone, you got out. Gu Fan then slowly tucked the cigarette behind his ear and walked toward Bai Hu. Truthfully, Gu Fan never intended to kill Bai Hu. After all, he planned to use him as bait to reel in the bigger fish behind the scenes. Dealing with Bai Hu later wouldn't be a problem. But just now, 2 people actually went looking for Xiao Yu. Though he didn't know how they did it, they managed to find Su Qing's residence. Fortunately, Gangzi and Su Chang were both present and managed to apprehend them. That guy was as tough as nails. They tried every torture method imaginable, but he just wouldn't talk. Gu Fan glanced at their photos and instantly recognized them, the very men who had tried to kill him at the detention center last time. Their swift escape had narrowly saved them from death. But who would have thought their next target would be his own daughter? And after that? Shen Aoning? Gu Fan had always believed this: no matter how they dealt with him, he would accept it without complaint. But if they threatened those close to him, there was only one outcome: death. Gu Fan walked over to Bai Hu, observing him covering his face. He slowly lit his cigarette and took a drag. Bai Hu visibly trembled at the sight of the cigarette in Gu Fan's hand, his eyes filled with terror. Yet he was slightly better than before earlier. While Gu Fan had gone upstairs to find Guan Fei, he had already sought help from that person when no one was looking. Bai Hu sensed he might not escape today relying solely on himself. He might well be trapped here forever. He had no choice but to call for help. Gu Fan stared at the white tiger before him. Was it you who sent people to the detention center to deal with me? Before Bai Hu could retort, Gu Fan silently placed their photos before him. Recognize them? If you don't, it doesn't matter. But if they say anything, then I'll. While staring at the white tiger, Gu Fan took a deep drag on his cigarette. As he exhaled the smoke, he gently blew on the cigarette butt, causing the ember to burn even brighter. Bai Hu swallowed hard, then pinched his thigh sharply, trying to steady himself. All he could do now was stall. If that man sent reinforcements, he could escape in the chaos. As long as the mountain remains, firewood will never run out. I know. It was indeed me who sent them to kill you. I wanted to avenge my brother. I paid a hefty price to smooth things over, but it all ended in failure. I just got rid of those 2, I know nothing else. Bai Hu poured every ounce of acting talent into his performance, even conjuring tears and fear on the spot, all while pleading for mercy from Gu Fan. Gu Fan only stared into the white tiger's eyes. You're lying. They confessed it was you. You ordered them to kidnap my daughter to blackmail me. Thud. After Gu Fan spoke, White Tiger immediately knelt on the ground, his hands pleading for mercy. It wasn't me, Brother Fan. They framed me on purpose. I know how important your wife and daughter are to you, why would I risk my life? While Gu Fan interrogated by Hu, Xinyu slowly brought her mouth close to Huan Yimao's ear. Mr. Kirikawa, the man who ambushed you earlier, it seems to be this Gu Fan. Of course, I'm only suspecting, because his silhouette really resembles that masked man from before. After Xinyu finished speaking, Huan Yimao slowly turned his head. As he looked at Xinyu, his brow furrowed slightly. Then his gaze shifted to Gu Fan. From his position, Gu Fan's silhouette did indeed bear a striking resemblance to that of the black-clad figure from before. Kirikawa glanced at Xinyu, who nodded uncertainly. Screw it. Suspicion is enough. Grab him and interrogate him. I'll call for backup. With that, Kirikawa Ishimo pulled out his phone. It felt like a storm was brewing, the kind of eerie calm before the storm. Gu Fan ground his foot down hard on White Tiger's hand, the pressure steadily increasing. Yet White Tiger never wavered in his denial. Even as he slipped into unconsciousness, his lips still mumbled, "It wasn't me." Su Qing approached Gu Fan. "It really doesn't look like it. I still suspect Guan Fei. Many people, are they just letting you see what you want to see?" Gu Fan scanned the room but saw no sign of Shanaoning. Restroom? Didn't they send anyone to protect her? She went to the women's restroom, and all my men are guys. This. Gu Fan realized he was getting impatient, so he tossed the White Tiger aside and headed toward the distant restroom. As he left, he told Su Qing, "Keep questioning them. Wait at the moment of collapse, give them a glimmer of hope. Those two must be his men. And I suspect he's deliberately holding back information, probably to find reinforcements. You guys get ready too. Retreat." With that, he headed toward the restroom. "Hey, Fan, what about you? Don't worry about me. You guys just go." After shouting that, Gu Fan's figure gradually faded from sight. Chapter 211, Humiliation. The White Tiger, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes quietly. Watching Gu Fan's receding figure, a flicker of relief crossed his mind. He had endured relentlessly all this time. But the outcome was ultimately favorable. Guan Fei had already descended from the stage, walking toward the exit in a daze. Yet Su Qing stood directly in front of her. "Miss Guan, why not wait for Brother Fan to arrive? Then you can decide whether to leave or not." "What do you mean? Am I not even allowed to leave?" "I believe it would be best to seek Brother Fan's consent first. It's for the good of both of us, don't you think?" Su Qing cloaked his words in politeness, yet his tone dripped with sarcasm. This was Guan Fei's show, yet now all the spotlight had been stolen by Gu Fan. Everyone else had been reduced to supporting roles. Qin Xin tended to Qin Zhao's wounds while deep in thought. Gangzi walked over to Qin Xiao and slapped his shoulder hard. "Good for you. There aren't many men like you who dare to stand up for others in this world. I admire you. Standing up for your sister-in-law like that deserves a thumbs up. Want to go to the hospital? I'll drive you." Qin Xin was reluctant to leave. She sensed a battle was about to erupt here. Her curiosity about Gu Fan was too strong, she didn't want to go. But seeing Qin Zhao's injuries, blood still trickling from his forehead, she knew she had to let this opportunity go. Qin Xin nodded. Gangzi then supported Qin Xiao as they walked toward the exit, and Qin Xin had no choice but to follow behind. Guan Fei watched Qin Xin and Qin Xiao leave, then muttered defiantly, "Why do they get to leave? Are you even comparable to them?" Guan Fei was instantly silenced by Su Qing's words, her gaze turning hostile as she stared at him. When had she ever endured such humiliation? But in the end, she said nothing. Even so, she was powerless. The pressure Gu Fan exerted on everyone was undeniable. Guan Fei could only glare at Su Qing, unable to do anything else. After Qin Xin and Qin Xiao left, they headed toward their own car. Only Qin Xin noticed Shanaoning's car parked beside theirs. What surprised her most was the driver. The driver was actually smoking inside the car. One hand held a phone, the other pinched a cigarette. While talking, he kept glancing at the houses across the street. "What are you staring at, sis?" "Nothing. Let's go." Seated in the car, Qin Xin kept watching the man in the rearview mirror. He had already gotten out and was walking toward the Zhuge residence. Just as Qin Xin reached for her phone to text Gu Fan, a message suddenly arrived. Qin Xin's expression instantly turned serious as she read the message. Whether intentionally or by accident, her plan to text Gu Fan vanished in an instant. Gu Fan headed toward the restroom, scanning his surroundings intently along the way, paying close attention to his environment. Reaching the door of the women's restroom, he called out softly a few times. "Ao Ning? Are you in there?" After a long pause. "I'm here, Gu Fan." "Yes. I was a bit worried about you. Hearing your voice made me feel much better." After replying briefly, Shanaoning sat on the toilet, instantly deleted the message from her phone, touched up her makeup, then slowly opened the bathroom door and stepped out. The moment he saw Shanaoning, Gu Fan pulled her into his arms with a hug. Breathing in the scent of her hair, he gradually drifted into a daze. "I missed you so much. You were so impressive just now. Telling this one off." telling that one off. I thought you'd forgotten all about me.
Gufan just chuckled softly a few times, then began gently stroking Shin Aoning's back.
That black dress looks really good on you. Shin Aoning smiled faintly. Do you like it? I'll wear it for you when we get home. Forget it. Don't wear it when we get home. Shin Aoning murmured, ugh, then began pounding Gufan's chest with her tiny fists. After a moment of playful banter, they walked out together. Is it taken care of? I want to go home, and I'm not entirely at ease about Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is being looked after by Su Qing's people, so she should be fine. As for the matter at hand, it's not quite resolved yet, but it's hard to say. There are many complicated issues involved, you know. Shin Aoning nodded, then nestled into Gufan's embrace like a little bird as they walked out together. Upon returning to their room, Gufan and Shin Aoning once again became the center of attention. Especially Kiraka Ishimo lurking in the shadows, scheming how to teach Gufan a lesson. The person who ambushed him earlier was almost certainly Gufan. Just as Kiraka Ishimo was lost in his fantasies, his phone buzzed with a message. It contained only two simple words, retreat. This message came directly from Kiraka Ishimo's superior.
He knew exactly how influential that person was. At the very least, within his own circle, that individual was someone whose word was law. Though not high-ranking within the Japanese underworld, that person wielded considerable influence. Yet now, that person was ordering him to retreat. Sir, the man I need to teach a lesson is Gufan. He showed utter contempt for our organization and even beat me up badly. If I retreat now, I won't be able to swallow my pride. Kiraka, I'm warning you, get out of there now. He's not someone you can mess with. Do you know who just called me? Mr. Phone. That man's bodyguard. If anything happens to me, you're fired on the spot. This was the first time the other party had sent Kiraka so many messages. Haikawa Mao slowly lifted his head, staring blankly at Gufan before him. It seemed he'd suffered a crushing defeat this time, bitterly swallowing his pride, unable to voice his grievances. Haikawa Ishimo rose slowly and walked toward the exit. Shinyu, though unaware of the reason, kept quiet and followed silently behind him. May I leave? After Kiraka spoke, Su Qing glanced at Gufan. Gufan stood directly before him. Of course. Who knew the islander was here too? I'm just giving you a little warning. Keep your eyes where they belong. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Gufan addressed Kiraka in Japanese, then slapped his shoulder before giving it a firm squeeze. Kiraka forced a smile, nodding stiffly. At this moment, besides Gufan's people, only Bai Hu and Guan Fei remained in the room. Gufan couldn't be bothered with Guan Fei. After all, he owed the 7th Company some face, especially since she was a woman. Gufan had always been lenient with women, but if anyone crossed his line, regardless of gender, he would kill without hesitation. Guan Fei finally lifted her head to meet Gufan's gaze. Fear flickered in her eyes, but so did defiance. But she knew she'd finally met her match. Chapter 212, Fengyong. Gufan. Can I leave now? Guan Fei's voice was utterly flat, yet Gufan offered no reply. He merely turned his head to look at Shin Aoneng. Honey, what do you think? Should we let her go? Actually, you could make demands of her. I'm on your side. After Gufan spoke, a faint smile flitted across Shin Aoneng's face. She then gently stroked Gufan's cheek. That simple gesture instantly made Gufan beam with joy. Guan Fei watched Gufan, who was acting like a dog before her, and her eyes rolled back in exasperation. It's nothing really. Miss Guan just mentioned investment cooperation, didn't she? I wonder if you're interested in our Shin Corporation? We can do quite well too. After Shin Aoneng finished speaking, Gufan's face remained expressionless. He just stared blankly at her profile, his heart fluttering and his eyes filled with adoration. He couldn't care less whether Guan Fei would agree or not. He was certain Shin Aoneng wouldn't refuse. Now that Guan Fei knew Gufan's true identity, word of his position as a department director would soon spread throughout the provincial capital. When that happened, Baibin City would truly become a place where hidden talents lay in wait. Moreover, even if Guan Fei considered the Guan family's interests, she wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity to climb the social ladder. Guan Fei glanced at Shin Aoneng and finally nodded. Of course. Partnering with the Shin family would greatly benefit our Guan family too, don't you agree? Gufan? Shin Aoneng nudged Gufan with her shoulder. They're only partnering with my Shin family because of you, right? No way. Honey. Don't say things like that. I'm all yours, my reputation doesn't matter at all. Shin Aoneng stroked Gufan's cheek. Good boy. After Guan Fei's disgusted expression, she finally left. Perhaps she didn't even realize this was her brother's home, yet she was in such a hurry to leave. Now it truly was a case of the cuckoo taking over the magpie's nest. Only the white tiger feigning unconsciousness remained underground. Gufan slowly crouched down and patted its face. Still trying to play dumb with me? Let me tell you, my patience is gone. If you don't tell me what I want to know, I'll really slap you around. Bai Hu slowly opened his eyes, meeting Gufan's gaze. I'll confess.
I sent men to kill you, and the idea to kidnap your daughter was mine too. But I truly. Before the white tiger could finish, Gu Fan kicked him flying. Gu Fan watched Bai Hu plummet from a considerable height onto the ground, hearing his screams and the sound of bones shattering with crystal clarity. But Gu Fan didn't move from his spot. Su Qing, understanding the situation, walked over to Bai Hu, grabbed his ankle, and dragged him toward Gu Fan. After shaking him awake, she silently stood behind Gu Fan. Gu Fan slowly crouched down, staring at Bai Hu. Do you know why your brother died? The white tiger's bloodied, mangled head gave a slight shake. He threatened me. He threatened the people close to me. And it was only verbal threats. But you actually carried out the action. So I can only tell you, in the next world, be reborn into a good family. Then Gu Fan swung his fist through the air, striking the white tiger's head with brutal force. The tiger's memories might have faded, but in this moment, death felt closer than ever. As the white tiger collapsed, Su Qing slowly crouched before him, placing her hand on his neck to test for a faint pulse. She then brought her nose close. He glanced at Gu Fan and shook his head. The white family's brother had fallen. The white family of Baibin City was about to tumble from its pedestal. Fan, isn't this a bit? Why bother digging up the people behind him? Just go straight to the Bai family. Won't the truth all come out then? Gu Fan couldn't be bothered to think about it. Sometimes brute force was always simpler and more brutal than careful planning, and far more efficient. Just as his men prepared to dispose of Bai Hu's body, Gu Fan heard the sounds of fighting outside. He and Su Qing headed out together, with Shen Aoning closely following behind Gu Fan. Her gaze upon Bai Hu's corpse held no trace of fear. In fact, a subtle, imperceptible smile played at the corners of her lips. Yet even this utterly ordinary, barely perceptible lift of the lip did not escape Su Qing's keen eyes. Su Qing developed a keen interest in Shen Aoning, yet he dared not openly investigate her. Gu Fan seemed to detest anyone scrutinizing those close to him. Especially Shen Aoning, he trusted her implicitly. After the three exited, they witnessed a group of men in Bai family uniforms beating a man. The figure in the crowd looked vaguely familiar to Gu Fan, but the person behind him was a complete surprise. It could be said, exaggeratedly, that he was a match for Su Qing himself. Su Qing watched the man before him, his expression shifting slightly. He was indeed formidable. The primary reason both Gu Fan and Su Qing chose not to intervene was that the situation was largely resolved. Only a handful of people remained standing. Only after the man stopped fighting did he pull a cigarette from his pocket and take a leisurely drag. His silhouette instantly triggered a memory in Gu Fan, and he finally recognized who he was. The driver. Shen Aoning's driver. The one who picked her up and dropped her off every day. Aoning, your driver is this skilled? Shen Aoning stared at the driver, lost in thought for a moment before finally nodding. Gu Fan then walked toward the driver standing before him. Glancing at the figure sprawled on the ground, he silently nodded. What's your name? Feng Yong. He certainly is brave. How many years have you been driving for Shen Aoning? Never counted. After speaking, Feng Yong paid no heed to Gu Fan's status, nearly puffing silently on his cigarette as if only the smoke could bring him any relief. Willing to come with me? No. Gu Fan smiled and nodded. Then I'll have to ask you to drive my wife home. After bidding farewell to Shen Aoning, Gu Fan and she parted reluctantly. Until Feng Yong's car gradually disappeared from Gu Fan's sight. Gu Fan's brow furrowed involuntarily. Inside the car, Shen Aoning's face bore no trace of a smile. Instead, she glared at Feng Yong with anger. Did I tell you to make a move? They're going in, and I'm worried. Do I need you to worry about me? Shen Aoning suddenly shouted, her voice tinged with sharpness. Feng Yong offered no resistance, silently smoking and driving while keeping his eyes fixed on the traffic ahead. Shen Aoning silently rolled down the window. I don't like the smell of smoke. You should go back first. After Shen Aoning spoke, Feng Yong's expression froze momentarily. He gripped the steering wheel tightly with one hand while crushing the cigarette but in the other. The embers gradually faded under his rubbing. Chapter 213, Ningju. Gu Fan surveyed the fallen figures on the ground, casually yanking one man to his feet. Several hard slaps landed across his face, jolting him awake. The dazed man blinked at Gu Fan before him. White Tiger's men? The man nodded. Who sent you here? White Tiger. Is that so? The man nodded. Gu Fan then admired the man on the ground before delivering a hard punch that knocked him unconscious. He clapped his hands. Dispose of him. Su Qing tried to say something, but Gu Fan cut him off repeatedly until he finally gave up. He then called over several people to help clean up the scene. Just then, Gu Fan's phone rang. He glanced at the name displayed on the screen. A faint smile crossed Gu Fan's face. Jo Sun, thanks a lot. You have no idea how many emergency calls I've received here. You're okay, right? No, I mean those guys should be fine, right? They're fine. One's dead. I took out White Tiger. Gu Fan cut straight to the chase, holding nothing back.
Upon hearing this, Jo-sun was so stunned he could barely react, the strength draining instantly from his grip on the phone.
What? You killed all of the Bai family's men? Anyway, they were trash. Consider it cleanup. Do you have any idea how much trouble you're going to get into?
You're trying to shake up the Bai family's power structure.
Do you really know who's behind them?
I don't know, but that doesn't stop me from investigating.
Even if Bai Hu knows something, I can't be bothered to ask. I'll just go find out myself. Gu Fan, you're a complete lunatic.
You have no idea how much trouble you're causing me. Jo-sun kept ranting on the other end, but Gu Fan merely scratched his ear dismissively.
So, he said, completely unfazed. Oh, right, I'm back at Division 12. Division 1.
After Gu Fan finished speaking, Jo-sun's explosive temper on the other end of the line instantly softened considerably. Even his tone gradually calmed down.
Seriously.
If you just said that from the start, I wouldn't have had to worry about you.
Why didn't you tell me you were back at Section 12? Trouble. Well, you handle it then. After hanging up, Gu Fan shook his head.
This showed the status and prestige of Division 12 across the board. Even if you committed murder or arson, as long as you had a Division 12 business card, you could still escape punishment.
If your status was even higher, no one would dare to question you at all.
Turning to look at the current state of the Zhuge family, Gu Fan couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. It was indeed time for a cleanup. The atmosphere within the family had become utterly disgusting.
Gu Fan then summoned Su Qing. Have Suing look into that Feng Yong. He's no ordinary man.
The Bai family members are all highly skilled.
Su Qing nodded. How about we head to the hospital first? That wound looks pretty scary. Let's go.
Guan Fei returned home still panting heavily. This time, she had truly suffered a major setback in Bai Bin City. Not only had she failed to deal with Gu Fan and Shinaoneng, but she had also lost face and even knelt before Gu Fan.
The Guan family's prestige had been utterly shattered.
Standing in the shower, Guan Fei slowly raised her head, letting the showerhead spray water over her body, trickling down her stunning figure. Yet the bitter sorrow in her heart defied words. Before she could catch her breath after stepping out of the bathroom, her phone rang. As if foreseeing this, Guan Fei answered the call. Her voice was heavy as she said, "Dad, this is all my fault. I didn't verify Gu Fan's background before. You've done a fine job. News of Gu Fan's identity has already spread throughout the provincial capital. Some people are already heading there in secret. Including the 8th company. Don't come back yet. Sort things out with Gu Fan first." Guan Xiong hung up after a few casual words.
Guan Fei understood the rest without him saying more.
The relationship between the 7th and 8th companies, though outwardly cordial, had seen countless underhanded battles behind the scenes.
Guan Fei took a deep breath, walked to the window, and gazed out at the scenery. Yet her expression remained utterly blank, pale cheeks and vacant eyes.
In the end, she only managed a faint smile. After Shen Ionang was dropped off at the company by Feng Yong, she turned to look at him.
Go report back. Gu Fan has started investigating you. Keep a low profile lately. Don't dwell on things you shouldn't be thinking about. Shen Ionang's tone was icy, devoid of any emotion.
Just as she was about to leave, Feng Yong, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly roared.
Ningjiu. Is this really how you want to treat me?
They were in the underground garage of the Xingru, and though not many people were around, Shen Aonang still glanced around uncomfortably after Feng Yong's outburst.
Feng Yong. What did you just call me? Do you really want to die? I'm not afraid. Even if I die, I'll tell you. Ningjiu. I like you. I don't want to hide it anymore. I understand that you were with me back then because I resembled him. But I've fallen for you. Feng Yong.
Let me make this clear one last time, the Ningjiu from before no longer exists.
She's dead. I am now Shen Aonang. Once this matter is settled, I will have absolutely no connection whatsoever with your wishing organization. Shen Aonang was visibly enraged.
After shouting, she continued to pant heavily, her fists clenched tightly as she glared at Feng Yong before her.
Feng Yong ignored Shen Aonang's glare. Aonang, is it really worth it? All these sacrifices for Gu Fan?
Yang said before as long as you didn't leave, the Woku Alliance would be yours.
But you.
Shen Aonang seemed to detest everything about the past so intensely that before Feng Yong could finish speaking, a dagger flashed from somewhere in her hand and was pressed firmly against his throat. The swiftness and fluidity of her motion made it clear she was a seasoned veteran. I warn you, you've already made me quite unhappy. Yongshan, if you say one more word, I swear. Shen Aonang didn't finish her threat, but Feng Yong seemed to understand her perfectly. In the end, he simply closed his eyes.
Shen Aonang casually tossed the dagger aside.
Her expression gradually shifted, finally settling into an innocuous yet icy demeanor as she walked toward the company building. The icy glint in her eyes faded, and the murderous intent instantly diminished. Returning to her office, Shen Aonang rested her hands on the desk, massaging her temples repeatedly.
She glanced at the documents in her hands, took a deep breath, and was about to focus on her work when a figure suddenly flashed outside the office window, plummeting rapidly downward. Chapter 214, The Test. Shanaoning merely glanced up to notice the falling figure, yet her eyes held no trace of fear. She slowly approached the window, watching the pool of red below. A flicker of emotion passed through her eyes. Once hailed by all as the Divine Eagle couple, their mission success rate, physical compatibility, and teamwork were all top tier. Yet in the end, they had not stayed together. Shanaoning recalled the past with only a faint trace of memory. Within 5 minutes, she walked back to her desk and continued reading the documents in her hands, as if nothing had just happened. Gu Fan deeply disliked the smell of disinfectant. He couldn't quite pinpoint why, but he simply loathed hospitals. This aversion meant that even if something serious happened to him, he would stubbornly refuse to go to the hospital. At this moment, Gu Fan's hand was bandaged, his head wrapped in gauze, and he wore a medical mesh cap. He watched Su Qing struggling to stifle her laughter. Her phone couldn't resist snapping photos of him. This was the first time Su Qing had seen Gu Fan wearing this mesh cap. Just moments ago, Gu Fan had been asking if he could take it off. What the hell are you laughing at? Got nothing better to do? Go investigate Chen Fan. Su Qing cleared his throat a few times before regaining his composure, though he still avoided Gu Fan's gaze. You've decided? Taking over the underground? I'll be leaving soon. At least I can leave you some funds before I go. Cut the nonsense. What do you mean die? You'll come back alive. Gu Fan just gave a carefree laugh, then tossed everything to the back of his mind, leaning back slowly in his chair. Brother Fan. I need to discuss something with you. About Miss Shen. After speaking, Su Qing slowly raised his head, studying the expression on Gu Fan's face. As Gu Fan leaned back, his eyes closed slightly. Su Qing couldn't discern his gaze, making it hard to gauge his emotions. Gu Fan merely cleared his throat a few times. About her past experiences in Japan? I've asked her. She was there seeking medical skills to treat old Master Shen's leg ailment. I've heard about the old man's condition too. And most importantly, I don't believe Shanaoning would harm me. Su Qing handed Gu Fan a glass of water. Brother Fan, don't forget there are two things humans cannot look upon directly, the sun, and human nature. Exactly. I don't believe Miss Shen would harm you either. But human nature truly cannot withstand the test. After Su Qing finished speaking, Gu Fan, unusually, didn't argue back. Just as Su Qing was about to say something else, Gu Fan actually let out a soft snore. Su Qing, stumped, had no choice but to drop the subject. He pulled out his phone to ask where Suing was and how Xiaoyu was doing. You're investigating someone, Fengyong. Is this something Brother Fan asked me to do? Su Ying's tone shifted instantly. What's the matter? You won't investigate your own brother? Suing only let out a few simple chuckles. After hanging up, Gu Fan opened his eyes. Let's go home. Xiaoyu staying at your place isn't a problem, but I'm still uneasy. Assign a few people to monitor the Bai family. I need to know their every move. I'm afraid I might forget to handle it in a few days. Su Cheng nodded, and the two left the hospital. Gu Fan sat in the back seat wearing a cap, feigning sleep. In truth, his mind was racing over Su Qing's words. Should he choose to believe them? Gu Fan only allowed people he deeply trusted to drive him. It had become routine. If someone unfamiliar was behind the wheel, even if others tried to stop him, he would head for the driver's seat. But Su Qing's words had made him instinctively take the back seat. Xiaoyu had learned the news early and had been waiting outside the door, hoping to catch a glimpse of Gu Fan's license plate. Yet while Xiaoyu waited outside, two figures lurked nearby, covertly observing her. Those two were an Mo and Wang Yan. As they watched, a hint of ferocity flickered in Xiaoyu's eyes. An Mo felt an urge to rush over and carry her away, but he forced himself to control his emotions. When to act? No rush. You haven't met Gu Fan, so you don't know him. Never judge a person by their appearance. Remember, everyone hides something, it's just a matter of how obvious it is. After speaking, Wang Yan gazed calmly ahead. I've heard of you before. Aren't you and Gu Fan friends who'd go through fire and water together? Why would you want to kill him? Going through fire and water is quite the apt phrase. But in this world, no bond is truly unbreakable. Even family ties and love can crumble into laughter, let alone anything else. At that moment, Gu Fan's Mercedes pulled up beside Xiaoyu. She ran toward him excitedly. Their eyes met briefly before they vanished from the spot. After scooping up Xiaoyu, Gu Fan stared blankly at the spot where they just vanished. He kissed her cheek before heading inside. Suing, clutching her laptop, rushed toward Gu Fan and Su Qing, panic evident on her face. What's wrong? Su Qing asked briefly. Fengyong, the guy I asked you to look into, is dead. After an Mo and Wang Yan left, they got into a car and drove off into the distance. Does this mean I'm joining you guys now? An Mo suddenly spoke up. Not yet. First, complete a mission to test the waters. If you succeed, you'll pass the test. Who do I kill? An Mo sniffed, then clasped his hands behind his head and rested his chin on them. Wang Yan smiled and handed the photo in his hand to an MO. At a glance, an MO recognized the woman before him, Du Lily. The woman he'd spent the most time with, the one he harbored inexplicable feelings for. Holding the photo, an MO looked at Wang Yan beside him. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Why kill a woman? She's no ordinary woman. Her father is Du Feng. Du Feng has plenty of enemies. Do you know how valuable she is? And his daughter makes an excellent shield. Of course. Most importantly, she's the one I carefully selected for you. And MO suddenly couldn't hold back. He punched Wang Yan hard in the face. Wang Yan immediately pulled the car over to the side of the road, and the two began fighting inside the vehicle. Each punch landed with brutal force, raining down on their bodies. Only when both were utterly exhausted did they gradually stop. Lying on the ground, they exchanged a simple glance. This is a hurdle you'll have to overcome sooner or later. If you choose to join, you must sever all emotional ties, especially love. Have you ever done this? And most words were spoken softly, yet they struck Wang Yan's ears with heavy weight. He only exhaled deeply. Everyone goes through this. There's no other way. Chapter 215, Sunset Glow. An MO watched as the expression in Wang Yan's eyes gradually shifted. The man before her seemed to transform under her gaze. The previous filter shattered instantly. It seemed everyone who joined their organization was mad. Controlling her emotions, an MO said calmly, "Can you tell me your story? I'm curious." Wang Yan lifted his head to glance at an MO. A faint smile touched his lips before he drew a cigarette from his pocket, rolled down the window, and gazed at the distant sunset. What a crappy sunset. How beautiful. What? Wang Yan took a drag, slowly exhaling the smoke. Like you, I came from the 12th Bureau. But my experiences were far more eventful than yours after all. The 12th Bureau today is vastly different from what it was back then. Back then, death was practically the least of our concerns. It was everywhere you looked. At the time, China was making sweeping reforms within the 12 departments. Anyone deemed useless faced only one outcome, death. Back then, death was mostly an unknown to me. I was a very self-centered person. So I owe Gu Fan a debt of gratitude. He helped me immensely. At the same time, I fell in love with a woman, Feng Jing. Almost every woman develops admiration for men more capable than themselves, then elevates that to love. I knew it all along, and I suspect Gu Fan did too. But during one mission, he actually abandoned Feng Jing for the sake of the mission. Just one damn mission. If it weren't for me, she would have died. And yet, despite all that, Feng Jing still loved him. So you killed her? And MO couldn't help but blurt out. Wang Yan finished the cigarette in his hand as the evening glow gradually faded. His gaze shifted from a dazed stare to one of intense focus before he casually flicked the cigarette but aside. No. She died. Killed by someone you know. Who? Kim? Wang Yan nodded, then turned the ignition key. Du Lily has also left the training camp. She's likely here to find you. Handle this. If you succeed, you'll join the organization with equal standing to mine. And MO nodded, though his constant worry for Du Lily remained hidden, yet it hadn't escaped Wang Yan's notice. After Gu Fan brought Xiaoyu home, he was startled to find an old acquaintance dozing off on the front steps. Hey! What are you doing here? Gu Fan's shout jolted the figure awake. Wiping drool from his chin, the man grinned and offered Gu Fan the snacks he was carrying. Mr. Gu. It's me. Sun Dawei, the principal. I came to see why Xiaoyu didn't go to school today? Oh. Principal's son? What brings you here? I'm here to invite Xiaoyu to attend our elementary school. Rest assured. I've already fired her teacher. And my son has transferred classes. He won't bother Xiaoyu anymore. Plus, I promise you this, when Xiaoyu grows up, we'll secure her a spot in our school's junior high program. What nonsense! My Xiaoyu is brilliant. She doesn't need your spot. That school combines elementary and middle school, and its middle school program is genuinely commendable throughout all of Baibin City. But Gu Fan still felt compelled to counter somewhat. After speaking, Sun Dawei instantly panicked, spouting pleas for mercy non-stop. Sun Dawei didn't want to do this, but higher-ups had just issued a directive yesterday: if corruption was uncovered, dismissal would be the lightest punishment. Gu Fan still held the evidence in his hands. If he didn't do something, he really would be finished. Gu Fan understood the importance of moderation. If he pushed Sun too far and something else went wrong, that would be a real problem. Xiaoya, where would you like to go? If you don't want to go there, Daddy can find you a good school. Anywhere is fine. Actually, I think that school is pretty good. I have friends there. Friends? After Xiaoyu spoke, Gu Fan suddenly recalled a certain little boy that Go surnamed Kid. Come on. Don't let my little cotton coat become someone else's. Gu Fan swallowed nervously. Xiaoyu mostly didn't want to trouble Gu Fan anymore. Alright, since Xiaoyu wants to go, Dad won't stand in your way. But if you get bullied at school, go find Principal's son. I'll make sure justice is served.
Sun Dawei finally found an opening to interject, immediately stepping forward to make himself known.
Gu Fan nodded in satisfaction.
He then set Xiaoyu down, and she scampered inside. Gu Fan took out his phone and deleted the video in front of Sun Dawei, then had Sun Dawei check it several times.
I don't like being threatened, and I'd never threaten anyone unless absolutely necessary. But Xiaoyu, she'll always be my most precious treasure. Sun Dawei nodded and departed. Watching Sun Dawei's retreating figure, Gu Fan didn't rush back to his room. He stood where he was, staring at the message Zhou Sun had sent him. Suicide. No reason? We looked into Fengyang. He was in debt to loan sharks and couldn't pay them back.
Gu Fan read Zhou Sun's message, his expression dripping with disdain.
Fengyang's suicide was too convenient. He just finished dealing with the Bai family, then killed himself?
Besides, he was skilled and in good physical shape.
How could he possibly have fallen into high-interest debt?
Even now, Gu Fan didn't entertain any suspicions about Shinaoning. Instead, he pondered the Bai family's motives. By the time dinner was ready, Shinaoning had just arrived home. Noticing her emotional state, Gu Fan slowly approached her and gently pulled her into his embrace.
Scared? Fengyang is dead. But I really don't understand why. If you needed money, you could have told me.
At this point, Shinaoning couldn't hold back her emotions, and tears began to fall.
But Gu Fan only gently soothed her emotions. It's okay, it's okay.
After dinner, Gu Fan first put Xiaoyu to sleep before tiptoeing upstairs toward the bedroom.
Shinaoning lay despondently on one side of the bed.
Gu Fan slowly climbed into bed and gently wrapped his arms around her waist.
What's wrong? Still thinking about that incident? Gu Fan, I'm not in the mood tonight. Can we not talk about Fengyang for now? What kind of person do you think I am?
Don't worry, I wouldn't.
Would I do that in this situation? I just simply asked you why you weren't watching me sleep.
After Gu Fan spoke with righteous indignation, Shinaoning turned her head slightly to look at him. But the next moment, Gu Fan's hand froze mid-air, eventually dropping to his side.
Chapter 216, Cousin.
Thank you. Shinaoning's polite words left Gu Fan feeling somewhat flustered.
Gu Fan leaned close to Shinaoning's ear, gently brushing her hair. What's wrong?
Shinaoning lay silently on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, offering no response to Gu Fan's question.
Sighing, Gu Fan turned his head away and switched off the bedside lamp.
As darkness gradually enveloped the room, a single tear suddenly traced the corner of Shinaoning's eye, trickling straight down toward her ear. Though the room was now dark, neither person on the bed had fallen asleep.
Instead, each lay awake, each harboring their own thoughts. When dawn broke, Gu Fan opened his eyes to find Shinaoning already gone.
He touched the spot where she had lain cold.
It seemed Shinaoning had left long ago.
Gu Fan got up and walked to the living room, but still found no trace of her. Only when he reached the downstairs did he spot the note on the dining table.
I've gone to the company. I've seen Xiaoyu off.
It seemed Shinaoning had regained her position at the company and returned to her previous busy schedule. Gu Fan sighed, then picked up a fried dough stick from the table and began eating it. His expression darkened as he stared blankly at the soy milk before him. He then habitually reached for the cigarette pack beside him. As he placed his cigarette between his lips, one hand began to play with the Zippo lighter.
Gu Fan loved the sound it made. Click.
After lighting the cigarette, he smoked silently, lost in thought.
This won't do. I need to find a job.
After taking a deep breath, he silently stood up and walked toward the exit.
He didn't choose to drive. He wanted to find a relatively easy job. Money wasn't the priority.
He simply didn't want to remain as idle as he was now. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, the bustling scene outside only deepened his sense of emptiness. That emptiness was hard to put into words. He just smoked, casually surveying his surroundings. Somehow, he found himself at the Bai family's security company.
Gu Fan looked up. The Bai family's sign was still there. It showed no signs of neglect. If anything, it seemed even more prosperous than before. Was the white tiger I killed fake? Gu Fan walked upstairs, his doubts growing. But before him stretched a long queue. Hey, what's this line for? The Bai family is recruiting bodyguards. Word is the benefits are great, and the pay is really good. Watching the man in front of him gush about the Bai family, Gu Fan grew even more puzzled. Just as he was about to call Su Qing called him first. Bro Fan, have you heard about the Bai family? I just arrived. Didn't Bai Hu and Bai Long die? That's right. But old Master Bai had 2 sons. Just last night, another distant cousin took over the Bai corporation. Now the old man is in the hospital ward. Both grandsons are dead, his sons are gone, and that cousin just easily took over. After Su Qing finished speaking, Gu Fan suddenly realized. There's actually a cousin? But his timing seems a bit too convenient. He showed up right after Bai Hu died? When did he arrive in Baibin City? Last night. He rushed here overnight. Did he foresee this? After hanging up, Gu Fan bypassed the crowd and headed straight for the interior. The provincial capital. A location appeared. Which one? The 12th? Exactly. Just as everyone imagined. It's Gu Fan. Gu Fan? Gu Fan's reputation had completely taken hold in the provincial capital.
After all, when Guan Fei went to Baibin City, other families had all planted spies. Now that they knew Gu Fan's identity, various families were gradually becoming restless. The top man at the second company, upon hearing news of Gu Fan, leapt to his feet in astonishment. Whether from excitement or dread, his entire body began to tremble.
Gu Fan. I knew it. You would return to the 12th division. The man's violent reaction sent the computer and teacup crashing to the floor.
A woman from the third company lay in her room, cradling a cat. The ragdoll purred contentedly beside her, constantly rubbing against her arm. The woman stroked the cat affectionately. Beside her lay another person, also naked. The woman slowly sat up, stroking the cheek of the cat named Xiaomei.
Xiaomei, you don't have to come anymore. The woman named Xiaomei looked at her with utter confusion, but the other woman's face remained expressionless.
She simply stroked Xiaomei's face, lost in thought. Then she snatched away her teddy bear. The kitten in her arms was startled and jumped away.
I guess I'm not interested in women anymore. Ha? Master, are you serious?
Xiaomei approached the woman in disbelief, gently kissing her neck. But the woman merely curled her lips into a faint smile, shoving her aside forcefully. She then slowly got out of bed, casually draped a robe over her shoulders, and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Watching the bustling scene below, the expression on her face grew increasingly vivid.
Gu Fan, you better be waiting for me in Baibin City. Our business isn't finished yet.
After speaking, the woman picked up the red wine beside her, took a small sip, and then savored the view before her more than anything. She relished the comfort of the sunlight bathing her skin.
Gu Fan's journey to the Bai residence was surprisingly unobstructed, with almost no one blocking his path.
When Gu Fan pushed open the door, a man was seated in the prime spot with his back to him, seemingly admiring the view outside. His eyes were slightly closed as he watched the sunlight caress his skin. He was lost in thought.
Hey! Gu Fan called out.
The man slowly opened his eyes, then swiveled his chair around.
Spotting Gu Fan, his expression instantly lit up.
He stood up and jogged toward Gu Fan. Before Gu Fan could react, the man grasped his hand, his smile growing ever brighter.
It's Brother Fan. Gu Fan, right? Hello. I'm Bai Ming. I've certainly heard your name. Hope we can get along well. Your appearance as a cousin is quite convenient, isn't it? With the entire Bai family gone, you show up. It's not convenient to take over the Bai Corporation, is it? After all, such a huge enterprise just lying idle, that would be such a waste. Gu Fan smiled and nodded. Brother Fan, did you need something? Nothing urgent. Just came to check in and ask about someone. Ask about someone? Who? Yama A7 Construction.
After saying this, Gu Fan fixed Bai Ming with an intense stare, hoping to catch a flicker of unease on his face.
Japanese? I'm afraid I don't know him. Sorry I couldn't help you. No problem. Bai who told me about it. I don't know much either. Just looking around. You go ahead with your work. I'll be on my way. Watching Gu Fan's retreating figure, the smile on Bai Ming's face gradually faded.
He then pulled a tissue from his pocket and wiped his hands.
Chapter 217, Extravagance.
Gu Fan held a poor impression of Bai Ming, especially his smile, which filled him with disgust.
The feeling of insincerity hit him like a wall. Seems like the Bai family isn't made of much good stuff.
Not a single son of that old Bai man survived, and his grandsons are each more treacherous than the last.
Seems like the old man's deeds were pretty tie, huh?
Just as Gu Fan was about to resume his job search, he received a text from Shen Aonang.
My dad said he's hosting a family gathering tonight. Pick me up tonight, and we'll take Xiaoyu with us. Got it. Family gathering? Looks like that old fox Shen been found out about my identity. This is definitely a trap.
If word has reached the provincial capital, then Baibin City must know too.
Gu Fan wore a nonchalant expression, finally offering only a simple smile. Since he was going out, he might as well spruce himself up. Gu Fan headed toward the mall at the front of the district and stepped into a somewhat well-known luxury boutique, wondering what to buy. Gu Fan had initially planned to grab whatever clothes he could find, but remembering Shen Aonang's low spirits last night, he decided to splurge a little and buy some pricier clothes. Better safe than sorry, lest Shen Aonang get upset again. As Gu Fan entered the luxury boutique, several sales assistants eyed his cheap outfit and his wide-eyed, curious glances around the store. Clearly, he was a country bumpkin from the village. Several salespeople pretended not to see him, busily attending to their own tasks. Gu Fan didn't really care about any of this. After all, the world was a big jungle with all kinds of birds. Since he couldn't change it, he might as well go with the flow. But then a man and woman entered behind him, a man exuding style, accompanied by a woman dressed provocatively. They walked into the shop affectionately. The man wore sunglasses, clutching a black briefcase in his right hand while his left arm was wrapped around the woman. She, too, carried a luxury brand handbag. The high heels she wore weren't cheap either.
As they stepped inside, the previously busy waitstaff scattered in small groups, rushing toward the couple with expressions that were nothing short of spectacular. The man seemed to relish this attention, while the woman glanced at several saleswomen slightly more attractive than herself, her eyes flashing with disdain. Gu Fan observed the stark contrast before him and shook his head helplessly. He quietly made his way to the suit section. Faced with the array of suits before him, Gu Fan hesitated. He wasn't particularly knowledgeable about such things. The sheer variety before him was overwhelming. Just as Gu Fan was agonizing over his choice, a woman suddenly appeared beside him. She must have just arrived at the store. It was obvious at a glance. Her shy demeanor was surprisingly endearing. "Sir, what kind of suit are you looking for? I can help you out." "Sure. I don't really know much about this either. Looking at all these options is a bit overwhelming." After Gu Fan spoke, the woman gave a slight smile. She then began explaining the suits to Gu Fan. As soon as she started talking about the garments, the timidity and shyness on her face gradually faded. Instead, she grew increasingly confident. She explained with great enthusiasm, occasionally flashing smiles at Gu Fan. "Do you have any water?" After Gu Fan asked, the girl immediately nodded. "I'll get it." Watching her retreating figure, Gu Fan couldn't help but smile and shake his head. How adorable. Just as the girl returned with a bottle of water, a slightly older woman seated nearby spoke slowly. "Xiao Jia. You're new here, learn to read the room." Xiao Jia looked at her questioningly. "I've been working here for quite some time now. You need to learn to read people. Their aura, their attire, these are all factors you can judge by. And the customer you just served? She had none of that. So, just give her the bare minimum service." After speaking, the woman took out a pair of nail clippers to trim her nails, occasionally flipping them over to inspect them. Xiao Jia merely nodded, but still hurried toward Gu Fan with the water. The woman watched Xiao Jia's retreating figure and shook her head helplessly. When Xiao Jia handed the water to Gu Fan, he took it, opened the cap, and then handed it back to her. Xiao Jia looked at Gu Fan in confusion. "What are you thinking about? It's for you. You've been talking so much, have a drink." Xiao Jia was momentarily stunned by Gu Fan's concern. She slowly took it back and gave a slight nod. "Recommend something for me." After finishing her drink, Xiao Jia recommended a 900 yuan garment in front of her to Gu Fan. Sales associates at these luxury brands earned commissions, and Gu Fan noticed this suit was the cheapest option among the suits on display. "This little girl actually cares about me, worried I can't afford it? Never mind. Which one is the most expensive?" Xiao Jia looked a bit confused but still pointed to a suit on the other side. 10,000? Xiao Jia nodded. "Actually, I think the others are nice too. It's not like the more expensive, the better. Actually. Wrap it up." While Xiao Jia was still in a daze, Gu Fan had already handed her the card. Xiao Jia took it, staring at Gu Fan in shock. "Oh, and get me a watch too, plus shoes, just buy everything else you can think of. Oh, and make sure it's all the most expensive stuff. If not, I'm not buying anything." Gu Fan's voice wasn't particularly loud, but everyone in the store heard him clearly. The man who heard it immediately wore a look of contempt. "Dude, what are you trying to pull? No offense, but the most expensive watch here costs at least 5 million. Your bank card won't overdraw, will it? Ha!" After the man finished, the others joined in the laughter. Gu Fan merely looked at Xiao Jia calmly. "Looks like you really need to go for the expensive ones. Otherwise, I'll be the one making a fool of myself." Xiao Jia nodded. Xiao Jia had indeed only picked out the most expensive shoes and watch. The cashier who finally rang them up was still stunned by the suit, watch, and shoes before him. These items had been sitting in the store for quite some time. Almost everyone had seen them, but no one had ever bought them. The woman was still somewhat taken aback by the final price before her. 8,250,000. Nearly 10 million yuan. By now, all the store clerks had gathered around, and the man from earlier had also moved closer, hoping to see Gu Fan make a fool of himself. But when Xiao Jia took out her bank card and slowly swiped it through the POS machine, after Gu Fan entered the PIN, payment successful. The receipts slowly printed out. The room fell deathly silent, so quiet you could hear everyone's breath. Especially Xiao Jia. 8,500,000. You know, the server's commission is only 1%. That means Xiao Jia earned 85,000 yuan. That was almost exactly her annual salary. Chapter 218, Jealousy. When Gu Fan accepted the bag Xiao Jia handed him, everyone in the room froze in shock, especially the waiter who had just advised Xiao Jia. No one expected such an ordinary-looking person to make such a generous gesture. The other waitstaff's gazes toward Xiao Jia gradually grew more intense. Gu Fan immediately noticed something different. After taking Xiao Jia's bag, he held a tissue and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Then he leaned close to her ear. "Use the money to treat these people to a meal. Don't borrow money." Everyone witnessed Gu Fan and Xiao Jia's exchange. The other waitstaff looked at the seemingly innocent Xiao Jia before them. It really proved that you can never judge a book by its cover.
The innocent Xiaojia outside had already started playing little tricks so quickly. Xiaojia nodded blankly. Gufan smiled, tossed the tissue aside, and left the shop. The man who had just put on an act ended up buying his companion a handbag worth tens of thousands of yuan. Xiaojia was still mulling over Gufan's warning to her, but whenever she thought of his face, a blush would involuntarily spread across her own cheeks. From that moment on, the shop assistant's attitude toward Xiaojia did indeed change completely. Hey, Xiaofei, did you know? I just met a guy. He's so handsome. I'm totally in love. Auntie, haven't you been in love enough times? Isn't it just like seeing a celebrity and falling for them? I'm so annoyed right now. I don't have time to listen to you introduce me to your husbands. No. Oh my gosh. You haven't gone back to the provincial capital, have you? I was looking for you. You quit your job? I just made over 80,000 yuan. After buying clothes, Gufan headed home. Once there, she changed into fresh clothes and stared at her reflection in the mirror, scratching her head. After a busy day, he wasn't even hungry. Xiaoyu would be getting out of school soon, and he hadn't even eaten lunch. Honestly, Gufan didn't have much of an appetite anyway. His mind was in such a jumble that eating was the last thing on his mind. After changing clothes, Gufan planned to pick up Xiaoyu first, then head straight to Shinaoning, two birds with one stone. He timed his arrival perfectly. The dismissal bell rang the moment he pulled up. Gufan spotted Xiaoyu from a distance. Before the smile could fully spread across his face, he noticed she was holding hands with a boy. It was that kid who stood up for her earlier, that little brat surnamed Go. Gufan had noticed his surname from the start, assuming he was Go Sun's child. But upon closer inspection, they were merely namesakes. The boy's name was Go Yun. His father had died of illness long ago, a fact his family had kept hidden from him. His mother earned some money, but she rarely had time to care for him herself, relying instead on a hired nanny to look after him constantly. In truth, Go Yun's mother's line of work wasn't exactly above board. Go Yun had almost no friends at school. If he had to count anyone, Xiaoyu was probably his only friend now. But that's no reason to hold my daughter's hand. Gufan forced a faint smile as he watched Xiaoyu and Go Sun. Xiaoyu! Daddy! Xiaoyu let go of Go Yun's hand and ran toward Gufan. Gufan lifted Xiaoyu up and deliberately didn't put her down, just to avoid any further physical contact between the two. Go Yun stared at Gufan, gradually falling into a daze. No one's picking on you at school, right? Xiaoye shook her head. Only then did Gufan nod with satisfaction. Just as Gufan was about to carry Xiaoyu away, he noticed no one had come to pick up Go Yun. Didn't your aunt come to pick you up? Go Yun shook her head. Do you know your mom's phone number? I can call her for you? Go Yun nodded. Gufan handed her his phone. Watching Go Yun skillfully dial the number, Gufan couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. It took a while for the call to connect. Hello, is this Go Yun's mother? I'm calling to ask when you'll be picking up your son. No one is here to collect him right now. No one to pick him up? As Go Yun's mother spoke, Gufan distinctly heard several male voices in the background, uttering rather obscene remarks. Thankfully, he hadn't put the call on speaker. Go Yun's mother must have intervened a few times, because the noise on the other end did quiet down considerably. I'm tied up with something right now. Could you please watch him for a bit? I'll call you back later. Gufan didn't really want to get involved, but seeing the pitiful Go Yun below, he could only agree. After hanging up, he looked at the little girl before him. Your mom has something to do and can't come. How about you come with me? Go Yun glanced at Xiaoyu and finally nodded. Gufan reluctantly let Xiaoyu and Go Yun sit in the back seat. But Gufan's gaze kept darting back through the rearview mirror. He kept a constant watch on their every move. Upon arriving at Shinaoning's company, Gufan first called her. While waiting for her to come downstairs, Gufan made small talk with Go Yun in the back seat. How are your grades? Dad. Go Yun is amazing. She used to be at the bottom of the class, but now she's second in the whole class. Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of pride, her satisfaction practically overflowing. Gufan instantly felt a twinge of jealousy. Go Yun merely gave a simple nod. That little brat sure knows how to play it cool, how to act all aloof. No wonder Xiaoyu's so smitten. Just as Gufan was about to give him a hard time, Shinaoning glided toward his car in high heels, dressed all in white. All eyes in the car were fixed on Shinaoning. Especially Gufan. Staring at Shinaoning's angelic face, every gesture radiated an irresistible charm. His eyes narrowed involuntarily. Wow, Xiaoyu, your mom is gorgeous. Humph. I told you so. My mom Shin is gorgeous. None of you believed me. What did you just say? Gufan instantly whipped his head around to stare at Go Yun in front of him. What are you talking about? Even if she is beautiful, only I get to say it. Little brat, do I need to remind you what you should and shouldn't say? After Gufan finished speaking, both Xiaoyu and Go Sun looked at him with puzzled expressions. Gufan instantly sensed he'd overstepped. Clearing his throat a few times, he promptly opened the passenger door for Shinaoning. The moment Shin Aoning slid in, he gently cupped her cheek with one hand and pressed his lips against hers without a moment's hesitation. This caught Shin Aoning off guard, but she quickly found her footing. Xiaoyu and Go Yun in the backseat watched, completely absorbed. Xiaoyu, your parents seem a bit mismatched, such a huge gap. Chapter 219, The Cotton-Padded Jacket. After Gufan and Shin Aoning parted, Gufan shot Go Yun a fierce glare. The hatred in his eyes was no less intense than the contempt he held for the Bai brothers. Shin Aoning seemed to read his thoughts. Just as Gufan was about to explode, he met Shin Aoning's gaze and instantly held back. This is Xiaoyu's classmate, Go Yun. Would it be okay if she came along? Gufan asked Shin Aoning in a questioning tone.
Shin Aoning gazed at Xiaoyu's adorable expression, unable to resist giving her a gentle pat before readily agreeing. Gufan had no choice but to drive to the Shin residence. He'd been to the Shin residence for meals several times before, but the atmosphere had always been rather cold. Almost the entire family treated him with icy indifference, with only Shin Aoning willing to offer him a smile. Upon arriving at the Shin residence this time, Gufan spotted Shin Aoyan waiting outside with several people from a distance. Just as he was about to open the car door, Shin Aoyan personally stepped forward to open it for him. His attitude had done a complete 180. But this time, Gufan intended to be a bit more arrogant. His expression turned icy instantly as he pulled his face into a stern frown and stepped out of the car at a leisurely pace. After stepping out, he glanced up briefly at Shin Aoyan. Was his brother-in-law being this courteous? Even personally greeting him at the door? Shin Aoyan suppressed his temper, but a smile still crept onto his face. What was this? Step inside, brother-in-law? Though Shin Aoyan's words were polite, his eyes betrayed everything hatred surged relentlessly within them. Shin Aoyan didn't want it this way either, but it was at the strong insistence of Shin Bin and Qin Chun. News of Gufan's identity had already quietly spread among the prominent families of Baibin City. Though they didn't know he was a division chief, the news of his joining Division 12 was practically common knowledge. Anyone who joined Division 12 was undoubtedly an elite among elites. Shin Bin instantly recognized Gufan's value. The only course of action was to strengthen the bond between Gufan and the Shin family. He immediately restored Shin Aoning's position as president and continued organizing family gatherings. All of this was merely a means to win Gufan's favor. Gufan was well aware of this. He might have wanted to make things difficult, but these were Shin Aoning's family members after all, and he had to observe basic courtesy. After getting out of the car, Gufan briefly bumped into Shin Aoyan standing before him. He then walked over to the passenger door himself, gently helped Shin Aoning out, cradled Xiaoyu in his arms, and together they walked toward the gates of the Shin residence. But Shin Aoning was holding hands with Go Yun. Damn it! Seeing Go Yun only made Gufan's anger boil over. Upon reaching the room, Qin Chun ran toward Gufan with a smile from afar, exchanging polite pleasantries while lavishing praise upon him. She couldn't resist pinching Xiaoyu's cheeks, repeatedly exclaiming, "So cute! So cute!" If only she knew that before, Xiaoyu had been constantly scorned by her. She'd claimed the child wasn't her own flesh and blood, unworthy of raising. Xiaoyu responded politely, yet with a hint of testing in her tone, whispering softly, "Grandma? Ah! How sensible!" Gufan set Xiaoyu down and turned to exchange a glance with Shin Aoning. Shin Aoning's expression was equally helpless. "Xiao Fan. Go to the study. Your father-in-law has something to discuss with you. Go see him." After Qin Chun finished speaking, he pulled Xiaoyu, Go Yun, and Shin Aoning toward the sofa on the side. He's already calling him father-in-law. Talk about a quick change of tune. Gufan knew the serious talk was about to begin. Upon entering the study, Shin Bin sat leaning back in his chair, quietly reading a book. His face bore no expression, yet his brow remained deeply furrowed. Only when he saw Gufan did the creases in his brow soften slightly. "Xiao Fan, you're here. Have a seat." Gufan nodded and sat down across from Shin Bin. "Uncle Shin, what brings you here?" "Actually, there is something rather important. When are you and Ao Ning planning to hold your wedding? We really need to put it on the calendar. That old geezer is really up to no good." Shin Aoning had repeatedly expressed her desire to marry in front of Shin Bin, but he'd shot down every attempt with an extremely harsh attitude. Yet now he was suddenly pushing for them to get married. "Looks like he wants to use me as a pawn to his advantage. We discussed it with Shin Aoning before, but she still prioritizes her career, so we decided to postpone it for a little while." Before Gufan could finish, Shin Bin cut in again. "Rest assured. I'll speak to Shin Aoning. She'll agree to marry you at the very least. You two must register your marriage first." After Shin Bin finished speaking, Gufan's gaze gradually turned blank as he stared at him, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Of course. I'd be delighted." Upon receiving Gufan's consent, the frown on Shin Bin's face instantly vanished, replaced by a satisfied nod. As Gufan and Shin Bin stepped out of the office, Gufan noticed Qin Shu was also talking with Shin Aoning. When Shin Aoning spotted Gufan, a blush involuntarily spread across her face. Gufan shot her a puzzled glance but ultimately said nothing. The family dinner unfolded differently than usual. Xin Shun kept serving dishes onto Gu Fan's plate with an unusually polite tone, her satisfaction with the young man before her growing by the moment. Meanwhile, Shen Outnan gnawed nervously on his chopsticks, his jaw clenching tighter as he watched Gu Fan across the table. He had long heard of Gu Fan's status as a member of the 12 departments. After all, it wasn't just anyone who could injure him. That was precisely why Shen Outnan had trained even harder all to defeat Gu Fan. Yet when they clashed again, he still ended up defeated. Though he had inflicted some damage on Gu Fan, it was Gu Fan who remained standing in the end. Gu Fan, meanwhile, ate his meal without distraction, occasionally serving food to Xiaoyu and Shen Aoneng. Yet the only thing that made his heart race was seeing Xiaoyu actively serving food to Go Yun. Not serving her dad, but serving that little brat instead. The little cotton coat had finally sprung the leak. After the family feast, Gu Fan drove toward home. As he pulled up to the driveway, he suddenly spotted a woman standing at his front door. She was a woman, quite attractive, likely enhanced by cosmetics, giving her a strikingly glamorous appearance. Her attire was also rather revealing. Particularly noticeable were the stockings on her legs, which already showed faint runs. The moment Gu Fan parked, Go Yun rushed out the door and ran toward the woman. "Mom!" Gu Fan instantly understood it seemed her mother's profession was exactly what he had suspected. "She's Go Yun's mother? How could she be dressed like this?" Shen Aoneng whispered to Gu Fan. Gu Fan merely shook his head slightly. Chapter 220 following. Gu Fan and Shen Aoneng watched as Go Yun led her mother away into the distance. Though her body was no longer pure, her money still shone brightly. "Gu Fan, do you think we should help them?" Shen Aoneng murmured softly. The Ice Queen CEO had transformed into a sweet little girl, which genuinely took Gu Fan a moment to process. "Forget it. Charity doesn't help the truly needy, and Go Yun seems well taken care of now anyway." Shen Aoneng nodded, watching as Xiaoyu ran toward the house. Just as Shen Aoneng was about to follow, Gu Fan suddenly grabbed her wrist and gently pulled her into his arms. "What did your mother say to you at the Shen residence?" After Gu Fan finished speaking, Shen Aoneng's face flushed bright red before she shook her head. Gu Fan feigned sternness as he stared at Shen Aoneng, then cupped her chin and slowly leaned in. Shen Aoneng hastily closed her eyes and slightly puckered her lips. But she waited a long time and still didn't feel Gu Fan's lips. Opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was Gu Fan's wicked grin. Shen Aoneng angrily shoved Gu Fan away, shouting, "I hate you." But how could Gu Fan be so easily shaken off? If she didn't talk, the punishment that followed would be beyond description. Gu Fan reached out his wicked hand to grab Shen Aoneng. She immediately clasped her hands together in front of her chest, watching him warily. In the end, Shen Aoneng surrendered. "Nothing, I mean, I'll have your baby." "Why are you blushing so much about having a baby?" Gu Fan was thoroughly puzzled. Of course, it wasn't just about having a baby. Xin Shun had briefly taught Shen Aoneng a few positions, claiming they'd help with conception and suggesting she and Gu Fan try them. How could she possibly bring herself to say such things to Gu Fan? It was utterly humiliating. As night fell, Shen Aoneng and Gu Fan lay in bed. Shen Aoneng kept wavering, should she take the initiative? "If I make the first move, will Gu Fan think I'm a woman who doesn't respect herself?" As Shen Aoneng wrestled with her thoughts, Gu Fan began snoring. Startled awake, Shen Aoneng gazed at Gu Fan's sleeping face in the moonlight. Her pink fists clenched in anger as she repeatedly jabbed at the air before him. Finally, she threw herself onto the pillow in frustration. Early the next morning, Shen Aoneng thought she'd woken up early enough. But when she opened her eyes, Gu Fan was nowhere to be found on the other side of the bed. She went downstairs but still couldn't find him. Her phone only had a text message from Gu Fan. "I had to step out. Don't worry." At that moment, Gu Fan sat in a minivan, one hand holding a fried dough stick, the other a soy milk, his eyes fixed intently on a stall in front of him. That was where Chin Fan spent his nights, more accurately, the brothel he managed. Since it was a sex industry establishment, he had to test it out first. Experience what it felt like to be a customer. "Are you sure Chen Fan is inside?" Gu Fan called out to Su Cheng behind him, but Su Cheng hadn't responded. Turning around, he saw Su Cheng had fallen asleep. He must be truly exhausted, no sleep all night, so it was almost certain. Gu Fan's reason for seeking Chen Fan was simply to negotiate with him. After all, the thriving underground industry meant that if Chen Fan had no backers, Gu Fan couldn't possibly trust him. This was merely a preliminary inquiry to gauge his stance. Chen Fan finally emerged, his face flushed and looking remarkably energetic. Several men in black stood beside him, and even from a distance, one could sense their high caliber. Judging by their movements, they seemed to be on par with Gu Fan. After all, in combat, Gu Fan's skill level had always been above average. The only reason he maintained an undefeated status was because he trained exclusively in lethal techniques. Without the intent to kill, Gu Fan's skills were nothing special. Lethal techniques were his foundation. Just then, Gu Fan turned the ignition key and followed Chen Fan out. After the car started, Su Cheng suddenly jolted awake. He quickly rubbed his eyes and snapped back into alertness. "Rest assured, I watched all night.
Chen Fan definitely didn't leave. Got it. That's the Tianjin construction site down the mountain. Have you tracked it down? The name Gu Fan mentioned was the same one he'd asked Bai Ming about.
But as Gu Fan glanced at the rearview mirror, Su Qing merely shook his head slightly. Su Ying had checked too, no such person exists.
Could it be wrong? Impossible. Bai Hu was on his deathbed, he wouldn't lie. Plus, his phone did show this person. Yama Ashichikan.
As Bai Hu lay dying, he kept repeating this name, as if trying to trade it for his own life. But in the end, Gu Fan showed no mercy.
And indeed, Bai Hu's phone contained the name Yama Ashichikan. Yet now, no such person could be found.
Gu Fan gripped the steering wheel with one hand while pulling out a cigarette with the other. He lit it slowly, the window cracked open a crack, his eyes narrowing involuntarily.
Why didn't Bai Ming say anything? He might not say it, but I suspect he knows Yama, he just hasn't mentioned it. The reason?
Maybe fear, or perhaps Yama holds something over him.
After speaking, Gu Fan shook his head slightly. Perhaps he was oversimplifying things. Gu Fan's tailing technique was indeed solid.
Chen Fan still hadn't spotted him, likely because the Wuling Hongguan was too ordinary to attract attention. Chen Fan drove to the mall and came to a stop.
Gu Fan parked his car nearby and watched quietly.
Until a familiar woman appeared before him. Her attire was vastly different from before. Back then, she was just a little girl scheming ways to provoke her father. But now, her attire was far more mature. In truth, when Chen Bing invited Gu Fan to the lounge bar, she had already changed. She wore an all-black outfit, even her skirt was black tights, and she sported sunglasses, completely masking her former innocence. Instead, she radiated a cold, ruthless aura. After she got into the car, it finally started moving.
Fan, should we still pursue it? With Chen Bing around, isn't it a bit? Follow.
After uttering that single word, Gu Fan decisively shifted gears and followed Chen Fan's car ahead. Observing Chen Bing's attire just now, Gu Fan couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Fan was hiding something. Chen Fan and Chen Bing had met only a handful of times, so why did he specifically pick her up this time?
And
Chen Bing was holding a branded package. Gu Fan had clearly seen it.
It was a brand specializing in lingerie. Chapter 221, Heartbroken. Chen Bing, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you.
Chen Fan kept avoiding eye contact with Chen Bing, constantly evading her gaze. Chen Bing turned her head to the side, gazing out the window and gradually drifting into a daze. For the first time, she found the scenery outside the car window strangely beautiful. As if she were slowly sinking into oblivion.
Is everything he asked you to prepare ready?
After Chen Fan asked, Chen Bing tossed the bag she was holding straight at him. Her eyes held no trace of emotion, only a hollow void. Chen Fan saw the bag was filled with all kinds of underwear and stockings, and his old face flushed involuntarily.
Xiao Bing. Don't worry, he promised me he'd make sure you don't get pregnant. But you'll have to cooperate a little, after all. Chen Bing finally couldn't hold back.
She kicked the car door beside her hard, let out a loud scream, and glared fiercely at Chen Fan. Chen Fan finally flinched, immediately clamping his mouth shut and shifting his gaze. When Chen Bing heard that Chen Fan had sent someone to tell her this, she was first shocked, then overcome with despair. She never imagined her own father would so ruthlessly push his daughter into the flames before him. And he'd done it without much hesitation. And the messenger was Yu Ming, yes, the very man who loved her, who personally delivered this news. Though Yu Ming was deeply reluctant, he knew he was insignificant. Compared to that man, he was nothing but a pile of. Only when Chen Fan knelt before her did Chen Bing finally yield. The moment she agreed, Chen Bing felt utterly powerless. She had actually considered her father's feelings before, asking Gu Fan to help. Yet her own father had callously abandoned his daughter for his own interests. With a death-defying resolve, she arrived at the hotel. Gu Fan had been tailing them the entire time, until he spotted the long-familiar hotel. Well, look, this time we'll reel in a big fish. After Gu Fan spoke, Su Qing behind him looked at him with confusion. Gu Fan then casually picked up a baseball cap, pulled it down to cover his face, and quietly followed Chen Bing ahead. Before leaving, he specifically told Su Qing to help draw attention. So, as Chen Fan watched Chen Bing enter the hotel, Su Qing deliberately rammed his car into Chen Fan's vehicle. Chen Fan roared in anger, his attention diverted. Yet despite the loud commotion, Chen Bing seemed oblivious, continuing to walk forward.
Gu Fan silently trailed behind her.
Even when she entered the elevator, Chen Bing didn't notice him. At that moment, Chen Bing resembled a puppet on strings. She approached her room, stiffly extended her hand, and knocked on the door. The door opened to reveal a foreigner with a thick, bushy beard that completely covered his chin. Spotting Chen Bing, the man smiled, wrapped an arm around her waist, and led her into the room. The instant he closed the door behind them, Gu Fan darted inside. After a quick scan of the room confirmed no one else was present, he finally relaxed. Peeking out, he saw the foreign man pin Chen Bing to the bed. He moved restlessly atop her, yet Chen Bing lay stiffly on the bed, showing no sign of resistance. The man's actions grew increasingly bold. Just as he was about to tear Chen Bing's clothes off, someone suddenly grabbed him by the back of the neck.
With a powerful yank, he was flung aside and slammed to the ground. Before the man could react, Gufan's fists rained down on his face like hail. Before he could even recognize his attacker, he was knocked unconscious. Gufan's punches grew increasingly powerful. Gradually, a faint trace of blood appeared on the floor beside the man's head. But Gufan's fists showed no sign of stopping. Each punch landed with increasing ferocity. Finally, Gufan stopped. The man on the floor was now in a state of near death. Gufan looked at Chen Bing on the bed. Chen Bing lay with her eyes closed, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around her. But when she realized the man on top of her seemed to have vanished and her clothes were still on her body, she slowly sat up, her gaze meeting Gufan's. Blood dripped down Gufan's face, blood that belonged to the foreign man. Moreover, Gufan's fists were stained crimson. Chen Bing stared at the man before her, gradually becoming lost in thought. Who was this? A god come to save her? Could wishes really work? But why did this god look so much like Gufan? Chen Bing, are you scared out of your wits? Do you remember who I am? You're Gufan. Seems you're not dumb after all. Gufan chuckled as he pulled the man aside. Is he dead? Do you want him dead? Chen Bing nodded at first, but then shook his head. Gufan couldn't help but chuckle. This time, Chen Bing's eyes no longer held the previous numbness. Instead, the innocence he once possessed was gradually surfacing. After a brief exchange, Gufan realized the man he'd beaten half to death was no ordinary person. He wasn't exactly a saint, but he wasn't a good person either. He was a drug dealer who'd come to China to trade, and Chen Fan had recently been in desperate need of the man's merchandise. So he poured a ton of money into it, but the guy kept dragging his feet. Chen Fan wanted to make things difficult for him, but the man immediately threatened that if anything happened to him, the drugs would vanish completely. Chen Fan realized the profits from drugs were unimaginable. Even the money Chen Fan had invested was done behind his backers' backs. If that person found out, Chen Fan would be finished. The man's demand was simple, just sleep with Chen Bing for one night. Not only would he deliver the goods immediately, but he'd even throw in a little extra. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan agreed wholeheartedly. For the sake of those profits, he was even willing to trade his own daughter. After hearing Chen Bing's story, Gufan couldn't help but embrace her tenderly. Being abandoned by one's own family, perhaps no one could bear it. Gufan's embrace ignited the pent-up sorrow Chen Bing had long concealed within her heart. Chen Bing clung tightly to Gufan, her hands digging into his flesh as tears finally spilled from her eyes. Her sobs grew louder and hoarser, gradually fading away until they vanished entirely. But suddenly, Chen Bing opened her mouth and bit down hard on Gufan's shoulder, holding nothing back. Gufan's clothing wasn't particularly thick, and a faint red began to seep from his shoulder. Gufan gently patted Chen Bing's back. The pain in his shoulder meant little to him, he simply endured it silently. Perhaps heartache is the hardest pain to heal. Chapter 222, Heart Palpitations. Chen Bing's state had calmed considerably. Now, she felt only gratitude toward Gufan before her. As she had been sinking deeper into the abyss, it was ultimately he who had pulled her back. Chen Bing smoothed her clothes and looked up at Gufan. How did you get here? Isn't Dad guarding downstairs? Just make something up. Can you even walk? Chen Bing nodded. So Gufan and Chen Fan headed toward the exit. As they walked away, Gufan even kicked the man lying on the ground a few times. The two made their way toward the underground garage. The path was clear until Su Qing's van pulled up in front of them. Are you coming with me, or are you going to find your dad? After Gufan spoke, Chen Bing shook his head. I'll go with you. I've saved another fallen girl. My backup has grown by one. As if he'd anticipated this all along, Gufan gave Chen Bing an appreciative look before turning to open the door behind him and gesturing invitingly for her to enter. A smile finally spread across Chen Bing's face, replacing the previous gloom. An M.O. That person, are you going to kill him or not? But there are many people watching Du Lily. If you can't hold back, the mission is over. All you'll face is... Wang Yan handed him a dagger, his eyes carrying a faint hint of threat. And M.O. knew that if he didn't do it, someone else would, and they might be even more ruthless. I'll do it. Do you know the location? Of course. We wouldn't assign the mission if we didn't. Whether intentionally or not, Wang Yan revealed some details about the organization to an M.O. They first pinpointed the victim's location before dispatching the assassin. An M.O. sensed this was merely one step in a larger scheme, like the person offering the bounty, and how they evaded legal consequences. There must be a grand scheme at play, and this organization is certainly no ordinary one. Even the people around Gufan are involved. An M.O. took the dagger from Wang Yan's hand and headed toward the exit. Watching In Mo's retreating figure, Wang Yan was filled with growing unease. He sensed something off about an M.O., though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Only after an M.O. had disappeared from sight did he pull out his phone and speak into it. He's on the move. Go check it out. That kid's acting skills are no joke. What? I'm too lazy to go. The game just started. A soft, sweet voice came through the phone, even slightly nasal. Wang Yan seemed accustomed to it, his face showing no emotion. You have no reason to refuse. I'm the boss now. After hanging up, Wang Yan stuffed his phone into his pocket and sank back into his chair. He leaned back, his eyes half closed. "NMO, don't let me down." Soon after, a location was sent to Enmo's phone, but he found himself curious about the sender. Could the person who sent the location know something? But after only a moment's thought, he began to look at the location. An airport? Had Du Lily followed her back to Baibin City? If Du Lily left now, the higher-ups would surely see it as betrayal, placing her on the same level as herself. Du Lily was in grave danger now. The 12th Division was hunting her down, and he was pursuing her too. And Mo suddenly fell deep in thought. Yet his foot pressed harder on the accelerator. He had to find Du Lily immediately to prevent Division 12 from striking. Division 12 must be lurking in the shadows too. Their presence could even be detected at the airport. He had to hurry. As these thoughts raced through Mo's mind, his speed toward the airport continued to increase. And Mo's suspicions proved correct. Division 12 operatives had already set up an ambush at the airport. Having pinpointed Du Lily's location, they had arrived ahead of time to establish a perimeter. The moment Du Lily appeared, they would rush forward to capture her alive. They were convinced they could extract something from Du Lily's mouth. To ensure Du Lily's capture alive, the organization temporarily suspended Du Feng from duty and strictly prohibited him from any involvement in the case. Du Feng remained convinced his daughter was innocent, surely framed. But no one would believe him. The flight from Yunnan province to Baibin City finally touched down. Du Lily stepped off the plane, her expression a mix of exhaustion and excitement. The day's exhaustion was real, but she was finally back in this familiar place. Stepping onto the soil of her hometown, a genuine sense of relief washed over her. Yet the moment she thought of Mo's predicament, Du Lily was filled with worry. She still couldn't believe Mo would betray them. And to have shot all the instructors and superiors at the training camp, anyone hearing that would be stunned for a moment. What Du Lily didn't know yet was that she had been placed on the wanted list by the 12th Division. The moment she appeared, countless eyes at the airport fixed intently on Du Lily. Finally, after rushing to catch up, Mo arrived at the airport. But after parking, he didn't get out immediately. Instead, he briefly scanned the surroundings. Indeed, there were suspicious signs. Several vans identical to his were parked directly around the perimeter. It seemed Division 12's people were already in position. If Du Lily were taken away by Division 12, she might evade his pursuit. But was Division 12 truly safe? Wang Yan had achieved such prominence within Division 12, even rising to become Gu Fan's second in command, yet he had still betrayed them. There were undoubtedly still Wang Yan's people within Division 12. If Du Lily was truly captured, someone would surely take his place and kill her. With this thought, Mo opened the door and stepped out without hesitation, walking toward the building. Truthfully, a desire to save Du Lily had long stirred within Mo. Using the pretext of killing as a cover, he had unconsciously drifted toward that thought. It was something even Mo hadn't anticipated. He had truly become ensnared by Du Lily's smile. During his grueling training days, Du Lily had encouraged him daily and quietly supported him behind the scenes. Even a block of ice would have melted under Du Lily's warmth. Mo had always been accustomed to operating alone. The mere presence of others would trigger an uncontrollable irritation within him. Yet, when Du Lily was by his side, that irritation vanished completely. In fact, if she wasn't nearby, he found himself experiencing a faint sense of unease. Wearing a baseball cap and mask, Mo's alert eyes scanned the arrivals gate, his gaze growing more hopeful with each passing moment as he waited for Du Lily's figure. Finally, there she was. Du Lily emerged. As Mo was stunned by the sight, the other 12 teams noticed her as well. Chapter 223, The Restroom. Du Lily kept her head down, staring at her phone, completely oblivious to the stares. But she suddenly stopped in her tracks. As she stared at the message on her phone, cold sweat began to trickle down her forehead, slowly reaching her chin. Du Lily had indeed seen a secret directive concerning Division 12 on her phone. Du Lily and Mo were being hunted down by the 12th Division. Du Lily slowly lifted her head to survey her surroundings, as if countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon her. Suddenly, she felt utterly lost. What had she done wrong? Fear gripped her, paralyzing her so completely she didn't even know which foot to move forward. She could only stand frozen in place. Just as she was at a loss, Mo, clad entirely in black, stood before her, staring straight at Du Lily. Du Lily slowly raised her head to meet the gaze of the figure in black. Though his face was partially hidden by a hat and mask, the moment she saw his eyes, Du Lily instantly recognized him. It was Mo. Yes. It was definitely Mo. Du Lily fought back her emotions, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Mo. Mo's gaze conveyed calmness. He then made a few simple gestures, pointing directly toward the restroom. Mo then walked straight toward the restroom. Du Lily sniffed sharply, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes before following expressionlessly toward the restroom. The 12th Division wouldn't act rashly now. Hostages were visible everywhere nearby, and they feared the crowd chaos might allow Doolittle to escape. The original plan was to wait until Doolittle exited before making their move. As Doolittle strode purposefully toward the restroom, the Division 12 agents exchanged a brief glance before deciding to follow. They blended into the crowd and moved toward Doolittle. Suddenly, a man appeared out of nowhere, clutching wads of bright red cash. He shouted, "Money on the ground." He then flung the money high into the air. Instantly, the bills fluttered through the air before scattering across the ground. Almost everyone shouted while scrambling to pick up the money scattered on the ground. Chaos erupted instantly, making it nearly impossible for the 12 officers to move forward. They could only watch as Doolittle gradually disappeared into the distance. Doolittle glanced back once before accelerating toward the restroom. The women's restroom was nearly empty. After entering, Doolittle softly called out Mo's name. Suddenly, a door swung open. A strong, calloused hand yanked Doolittle inside before swiftly locking the door. Startled, Doolittle's heart raced until she recognized Mo standing before her. Only then did her nerves finally settle. Doolittle instinctively wrapped her arms around Mo's neck, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly murmured how scared she was. And Mo hesitated to embrace her, for he still clutched the dagger in his hand. He had intended to pull her into the bathroom and strike her down, but he had overestimated his own resolve. Finally, he returned the dagger to its place and gently wrapped his arms around Doolittle's waist. "It's okay now. I'm here. You'll be fine." And Mo's soothing voice instantly calmed Doolittle's panicked, frantic heart. And Mo retrieved a set of clothes from behind and handed them to Doolittle. "Change first. Leave the suitcase. Follow me out." After Mo finished speaking, Doolittle could only nod blankly. Just as Mo was about to leave, Doolittle suddenly pulled him back. "What are you doing?" "I'm leaving." "You change your clothes." "Don't. The people outside might reach the restroom any moment. If they find you, I won't run either." Their eyes met, and Mo finally nodded. He turned around, facing away from Doolittle. Doolittle showed no signs of nervousness or hesitation. She swiftly stripped off her pink top, tossing it aside carelessly, followed by her skirt. Listening to the rustling sounds of clothes being removed behind him, Mo struggled to suppress the rising heat in his lower body, muttering to himself over and over. After changing, Doolittle patted Mo's back before turning around. Seeing Doolittle dressed entirely in black, Mo nodded. "How's that?" "Not bad. Just a little tight here." After Doolittle finished speaking, she did a few simple chest stretches. Mo caught sight of her prominent chest and silently swallowed. It meant she'd make do for now. The two finally emerged from the restroom together. The crowd was still picking up money, and Mo clearly spotted several agents from Division 12. He took Doolittle's hand and walked leisurely toward the exit. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder, looking like a couple deeply in love. Just as they stepped outside, a sudden shout rang out. "Did you just pick up money?" The man's voice was hoarse. Doolittle's body tensed up and trembled slightly. Mo briefly reassured Doolittle before slowly turning to face the man. "We didn't pick it up. We were in a hurry to leave and pick up our child." After Mo finished speaking, the man still wouldn't give up. "Could you take off your mask so I can see you? Who are you?" The man then reached into his pocket and pulled out his police badge. "A cop?" Both Mo and Doolittle were taken aback. Mo slowly removed his mask. The man looked at Mo's face, nodded, then waved for her to leave. Doolittle's face lit up with joy, but Mo remained motionless, locked in a silent stare with the officer. "Don't want to go?" Mo shook her head and followed Doolittle's footsteps. But the instant he turned, the man pulled out his walkie-talkie and whispered into it. "The target's out. And Mo's here, two big fish. Move fast." Before the man could finish, Mo leaped forward, delivering a vicious blow to the man's head. The man instantly crashed to the ground. He immediately returned to the car and drove away from the scene with Doolittle. "How did you figure it out?" "Intuition." Doolittle watched Mo's profile as she gradually succumbed. At this moment, Mo felt like a deadly poison to her. She knew that getting close to him could mean death, yet she couldn't tear herself away. Like an addict, she couldn't let go. "Where are we going?" "Where do you want to go?" "I wanted to see Dad at first, but I can't go now." "Any suggestions?" "Then come with me." Whenever Mo was with Doolittle, his words flowed more freely than usual, perhaps without him even realizing it. Mo drove farther and farther until he finally stopped, by which time Doolittle beside him had fallen into a deep sleep. Before them stretched the boundless ocean. Chapter 224, The Highway. Mo had parked in a perfect spot. Not only could he see the ocean before him, but the setting sun also streamed into the car. Gazing at the beautiful scene, he couldn't help but feel moved. He opened the door, took a deep breath, and felt an overwhelming sense of refreshment. Doolittle in the passenger seat slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Mo's figure gone beside her, panic surged, but spotting him outside the car, she breathed a sigh of relief. Opening the door, she stretched lazily, only for her clothes to suddenly emit a sound. "Rip!" The fabric over Du Lily's chest ripped apart. The buttons had long since vanished, instantly exposing her undergarments. It seemed an MO had truly underestimated Du Lily's figure. She must have endured the entire journey like this, no wonder her brow had been furrowed the whole time she slept. Panicked, Du Lily covered her chest, but when she turned her head, she saw that an MO wasn't looking her way. He was leaning against the car, slowly closing his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the setting sun on his skin. Listening to the churning sound of the sea and the rising and falling cries of seagulls, an MO felt completely relaxed. An MO, what are you doing? You should try it. Whenever I feel restless, this always makes me feel so much better. An MO didn't open his eyes as he spoke. Du Lily, half convinced, mimicked in Mo's posture and reclined against the car. She spread her arms carelessly, basking in the sea breeze and the warmth of the sun. When Anmo felt the moment was right, he slowly opened his eyes. As he turned his head, a sea of pink filled his vision. Damn it! An MO muttered under her breath. How did Du Lily's clothes get ruined? An MO, what did you say? Nothing. Du Lily remained lying carelessly in the car. Despite the revealing view in front of her, an MO endured the discomfort and chose not to say anything. Otherwise it would be too awkward. So an MO simply draped his own clothes over Du Lily and walked away. Startled awake, Du Lily instinctively covered her chest. Watching in Mo's receding figure, a blush spread across her cheeks. The sunset had faded, and an MO and Du Lily sat in the car. Let's go. I'll drive you home. Do I even have a home? Du Lily asked in a flat tone. And MO didn't know how to respond. He was still caught in his own hesitation. Which mattered more, the woman before him or the organization? As an MO hesitated, he received a text from Wang Yen. Finished yet? Wrap it up early. An MO slowly closed his eyes, lost in thought. He turned the ignition key and drove off toward the other side of the ocean. Du Lily, too, felt reluctant to leave the sea behind. On this day, it seemed only there could offer her true relaxation. Are you hiding something from me? After Du Lily spoke, an MO decided to stop hiding it. He nodded. Let me guess. Is it that you're going to kill me? After Du Lily spoke, an MO couldn't help but slam on the brakes suddenly, leaving 2 deep black tire marks on the road. An MO turned to stare at Du Lily in shock. Sorry, I looked through your phone. Du Lily's face still bore a smile, though it was tinged with sorrow. I'm fine. An MO. You know, actually, during those days at the training camp, even though it was tough, I really enjoyed it. Back then, after you got injured, I wiped your wounds. Watching you fight for your dreams, I was genuinely proud of you. Even just now, that was the most beautiful sight I've ever seen, and it was the most peaceful time I've ever had. I'm not afraid. Besides, the one who killed me was you. I'd actually noticed it long ago, and MOI. I like you. After Du Lily finished speaking, she slowly closed her eyes, tilting her head back slightly. Tears finally spilled from the corners of her eyes. A woman willingly dies for the man she loves. And MO gazed at Du Lily before him. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to strike. He drew the dagger from his waist and flung it toward the back seat. He extended his calloused hands and gently wiped away Du Lily's tears. You silly girl, how could I ever kill you? I love you too. After an MO spoke, Du Lily could no longer hold back. Crying out, she clung tightly to him. Without hesitation, an MO embraced her back. The distance between them closed instantly. Listening to each other's heartbeats, and Mo's earlier thoughts of murder vanished instantly. Then Du Lily slowly brought her lips closer to Mo's. Without a moment's hesitation, their lips met, and the atmosphere inside the car instantly intensified. Du Lily's clothes, which had been covering an MO, were suddenly flung aside. An MO gazed at Du Lily before him, gradually becoming mesmerized. His large hands finally reached for the 2 mounds before him. On the pitch-black road, only the slightly worn minivan swayed back and forth. Du Lily's defection has been confirmed. An MO was with her at the time, and she even injured one of our teammates. Du listened to the man's words, his pupils dilating in shock as he stared at the man before him. His lips trembled uncontrollably. Du Lily? How could this be possible? Du went berserk, violently smashing everything on the table to the floor. He couldn't fathom that his carefully nurtured daughter, his pride and joy, would betray him. After gradually calming down, Du picked up the phone in front of him and dialed a number. Du Lily's betrayal was confirmed. On the other end, Gufan was jolted awake, scratching his head and yawning. Betrayal seems unlikely. Du Lily worked with me before, it's impossible. What, need help finding her? Gufan's voice clearly betrayed his grogginess, typical of someone roused in the dead of night. No, I just wanted to let you know. If Du Lily really is with the enemy, don't hold back. Consider it a request from me. If you can bring back her body, that'd be even better. Just as Gufan was about to offer further reassurance to Du the call abruptly ended. Gufan sighed helplessly, then tossed his phone onto the floor. He then reached out to embrace the beauty beside him, Shanaonang. Who was that? So noisy. Shanaonang had clearly been woken up too. Old do. He rattled on with all that nonsense, acting so sentimental now I can't sleep. Shen just smiled, then snuggled closer to Gu Fan. Still sleepy? Gu Fan asked Shen with a smile. Ha? You're still up for it? Got the energy? I'm fully recharged now. Bring it on. Hey, what's the rush? Chapter 225, The Phone Call. After last night's wild session, Gu Fan woke up early. He'd expected excessive exertion to leave him sore and aching, but the opposite was true. Gu Fan was bustling about in the kitchen preparing breakfast, looking fresh and energetic. Shen Aoning, however, was struggling to get out of bed, curled up and moaning softly. As if hearing her cries, Gu Fan hurried upstairs with a bowl of soup in hand. Today was a rare weekend, and Xiaoyu could finally sleep in. Gu Fan chose not to wake her. Upon reaching the room, Gu Fan crouched beside the bed, looking at Shen Aoning with concern. Shen Aoning gently took the bowl of soup from Gu Fan's hands, sipped a small mouthful, then handed it back. Honey, are you okay? Shen Aoning only shot Gu Fan a fierce glare. It's all your fault. I kept saying last night that I was fine. But you just wouldn't listen. Gu Fan scratched his head with a sheepish grin. I just got carried away. I'm sorry, honey. Gu Fan tenderly stroked Shen Aoning's head, his face filled with remorse. Shen Aoning noticed this, gave a simple smile, then forced a faint smile at Gu Fan. I forgive you. But tonight, you're sleeping on the floor. Ha? Then maybe you shouldn't forgive me after all. Gu Fan protested softly. What? Never mind. I said it's fine. Aren't you going to work today? Gu Fan immediately changed the subject. But the question drew a withering glare from Shen Aoning. Do you really think I can go to work looking like this? Shen Aoning pouted, her voice tinged with irritation. Gu Fan planted a light kiss on Shen Aoning's forehead before carefully making his way downstairs. It seemed he had indeed gone a bit wild last night. Shen Aoning clearly hadn't been able to withstand his advances. When Gu Fan reached the ground floor, he saw Xiaoyu washing dishes in the kitchen. Xiaoyu's awake? Why's she washing dishes? He had just seen her. Gu Fan smiled as he approached Xiaoyu, gently stroking her head. Daughters really are something. So understanding. Dad, I want to go out and play. I made plans with Go Yun yesterday. Damn it. Forget I said anything. Gu Fan silently cursed Go Yun in his mind. How old is she, trying to tempt my daughter? Gu Fan intended to refuse outright, but when he saw Xiaoyu's bright, pleading eyes, his heart softened. Alright, Dad will take you. Xiaoyu smiled happily, then pulled Gu Fan down forcefully, leaving a soft kiss mark on his cheek. Then she flicked her wrist and dashed off toward the bedroom. Hey, not doing the dishes? You only washed 2 bowls, you know. After breakfast, Gu Fan checked on Shen Aoning's condition once more. He then made up his mind, next time, I'll definitely. Don't take me for a joke. Gu Fan walked with Xiaoyu toward Go Yun's home. Go Yun lived in a residential complex that was rather old. Ivy climbed the walls, and countless patches of plaster had fallen off. Truthfully, Gu Fan wasn't overly picky about the boyfriend Xiaoyu would date in the future. After all, Shen Aoning had been willing to be with him when he was penniless. Go Yun was certainly no exception. As long as the guy treated Xiaoyu sincerely and had decent character, Gu Fan could accept him. But right now? Absolutely not. My daughter's still a minor. Don't even think about messing with her. Or I'll kill you too. Dad, what are you thinking? Xiaoyu shook off Gu Fan's arm. The murderous intent he'd just unleashed had genuinely startled her. Gu Fan snapped back to reality, immediately plastering a bright smile on his face before shaking his head. Nothing. Daddy was just thinking. If anyone bullies Xiaoyu, Daddy will punish them severely. Good. Go Yun will protect me too. Xiaoyu's words struck Gu Fan like a bolt of lightning. Damn it, this never ends. After dropping Xiaoyu off at Go Yun's house, Gu Fan still felt uneasy. But just then, his phone rang at the worst possible moment. Who is it? Gu Fan? Who is this? Gu Fan glanced at the unfamiliar number on his screen. Yama, a construction. After the other party finished speaking, Gu Fan's grip on the phone tightened instantly, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. I didn't expect you to call me. Aren't you looking for me? Well, I mainly wanted to learn more about the Bai brothers. I sent you a location. You decide if you're coming. Then, Qi Jian hung up. Gu Fan saw this as blatant provocation, delivered in an arrogantly defiant tone. Already irritated by that good-for-nothing Go Yun, this incident directly ignited the rage simmering within Gu Fan. First, he messaged Su Qing, sending him Xiaoyu's location and instructing him to station someone there. Then he turned his car around and headed toward Shijian Construction's location. On the way, Gu Fan replayed the man's words in his mind. A Japanese national speaking such fluent Chinese, clearly he'd lived in China for quite some time. Who exactly was this man? Even Suing couldn't uncover any trace of his identity. There was only one possibility, a false name. In fact, Gu Fan suspected Yama Ashichikan wasn't Japanese at all, he was Chinese. With these questions swirling in his mind, Gufan arrived at the cafe. He stared at the name above. Black hole is ing disgusting. Upon entering the room, Gufan was surprised to find it quite busy. It was already past 9 in the morning, nearing 10, yet nearly every seat in the cafe was occupied. Business this good? Gufan just glanced around at the customers in the room and instantly recognized that Yama Anunnaki. Ever since he'd walked in, Yama-A's gaze had been furtively darting toward her, constantly trying to hide his glances. He wasn't some sexy beauty, nor was he dressed provocatively to attract attention. Gufan walked straight over to the man and sat down across from him. Yama Ashichikan, do we know each other? The man across from him seemed surprised that Gufan had recognized him. He slowly removed the sunglasses from his face. His eyes were truly striking. Such deeply expressive eyes on a man could easily lead to misunderstandings. It almost made Gufan think the man across from him was Gufan. Long time no see. You didn't expect me to be Chinese, did you? Gufan nodded in agreement. Cut the small talk. I just want to ask, are you the one pulling the strings behind the Bai brothers? Or are you the one controlling Baibin City? Gufan cut straight to the chase, leaving the man no room to back down. Yet Yama Ashikan's gaze remained utterly impassive, betraying not the slightest flicker of emotion. Chapter 226, The Trigger. So the questions you're asking me are pretty much what I expected. But I don't want to tell you. A hint of mocking amusement flickered across Yama Ashichikan's face. This only reinforced Gufan's belief that he was being toyed with. He stared straight at Yama Ashichikan, causing the room's temperature to plummet instantly. Gufan's expression slowly darkened. His once calm gaze, unnoticed by anyone, gradually clouded over with a hint of icy coldness. You think I'm joking with you? I'm giving you time to consider. You choose whether to speak or not. The pressure Gufan exerted genuinely caught Yama Ashichikan off guard. He had been warned by Baihu that Gufan was not someone to mess with, that his temper could flare up in an instant. Today's encounter confirmed it. Give or take a few details. All that remained was to wait for the coffee in front of him to arrive. Gufan leaned lightly against the coffee behind him, then returned the man's smile. Gufan? Aren't you curious about my identity? Gufan offered no reply, merely meeting the man's gaze. Do you know who I am? If you kill me, you won't fare well either. But Gufan remained silent, her gaze drifting toward the window. He paid no heed whatsoever to a single word spoken by Yama Ashichikan before him. For some reason, a thin bead of cold sweat formed on Yama Ashichikan's forehead. He had to admit that Gufan was indeed a tough nut to crack. Just then, a waiter finally approached Gufan carrying a cup of coffee. Yama Ashichikan noticed this too. Just as he was about to speak, the waiter handed the coffee to the guest sitting next to Gufan. Only after the waiter had left did Gufan speak, his tone indifferent. Actually, I didn't ask the front desk for coffee. After speaking, Gufan slowly turned his head to look at Yama Ashichikan. It was merely a test. Yet as the waiter approached, Gufan had caught something in Yama Ashichikan's expression with his peripheral vision. Yama Ashichikan's gaze toward Gufan grew increasingly sharp. He then pulled a handkerchief from his breast pocket, gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead while taking several deep breaths. Gufan, I finally understand why the Bai brothers met their end at your hands. It truly was. I'll say it again, answer my question. Gufan cut Yama Ashichikan off immediately. I admit it. I was the one behind them, and I manufactured the drugs. But currently, those drugs haven't spread in Baibin City. They're only being distributed to Japan and the United States. And my name is Lan Wei. Lan Wei? Gufan was unfamiliar with that name. Perhaps you could call me the son of the former 1st Division chief. Lan Wei's words instantly stunned Gufan, who watched as the man before him grew increasingly serious. Lan Wei, Lan Tian. Indeed. Gufan watched Lan Wei grow increasingly serious. Lan Wei might be unfamiliar to Gufan, but Lan Tian left a deep impression on him. Lan Tian had been the director of a division and held the position for the longest tenure. However, rumors had surfaced that he had colluded with Philip's people, causing significant losses to China's interests. Furthermore, Lan Tian personally executed nearly 200 personnel from the 12th Bureau. He is also the most valuable target among the 12 bounties and equally the most formidable in strength. No one knows where Lan Tian is now. Some say he's in Europe, others in the Americas, while some believe he remains in Asia, watching from the sidelines. Despite the astronomical bounty, no one dares attempt his assassination. After all, Lan Tian was one of the original veterans of the 12 departments. His assistance was crucial even in the department's founding, and his combat prowess is unmatched. As the former head of Division 1, he achieved the remarkable feat of 0 casualties among his team members. At this moment, Gufan looked at Lan Wei before him and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lan Wei was utterly baffled by Gufan's smile. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Just surprised that the renowned Lan Tian's son turned out to be such a useless piece of work. Truly astonishing. After Gufan spoke, Lan Wei didn't show anger. Instead, he accepted it with a calm expression. Shocked? For me, it's nothing new. Lan Wei's tone was subdued, tinged with indifference. Yet Gu Fan detected an unusual undertone in his words. Despite his words, pride and self-respect still burned within Lan Wei's heart. Constantly being pointed at by others, how could he possibly remain unmoved? He wasn't a saint. I called you here to ask for a favor. If it's about your father, it's him. Gu Fan was momentarily speechless, then shrugged his shoulders, gesturing for him to continue. My father is currently in Japan. The reason I made the poison pin was to use this method to track down my father's whereabouts. Persistence paid off. I finally found him. My request is this: once you're in the island nation, could you do me a favor? Work with me from the inside and outside. Let me kill him with my own hands. As Gu Fan drove forward, an indescribable sadness welled up inside him. Father and son turned enemies, why must I be the one to witness it? Arriving at a hotel, Gu Fan casually parked his car. Holding a takeout box in one hand and pressing the elevator button with the other, a faint smile touched his lips, yet it held a touch of desolation. Chen Bing was truly a tragic soul. Gu Fan knocked on the door before him. After a moment, Chen Bing opened it. The sight of Chen Bing startled Gu Fan. The room was completely dark, and Chen Bing's complexion looked terrible. Her back appeared especially lonely. Gu Fan called out Chen Bing's name several times, but received no response. Only when she turned around did he meet her gaze, icy, numb, utterly devoid of emotion. Are you okay? Gu Fan asked, but she ignored him. Just as Gu Fan was about to ask again, Chen Bing's palm instantly slapped across his face. His right cheek instantly turned crimson. Gu Fan turned his face sideways, making no attempt to dodge, and calmly looked at Chen Bing before him. Gu Fan, stop pretending to be something you're not around me. It's truly disgusting. Chen Bing yanked the food Gu Fan was holding and flung it aside. If this is because I didn't harm your father that day, then I accept it. Chen Bing delivered another hard slap to Gu Fan's face. Bastard. Back then. With your abilities, I don't believe you couldn't have killed Chen Fan. You keep saying you'll avenge me, but your actions betray your true intentions. Just as Chen Bing turned to leave. Do you really want me to kill Chen Fan? Do you truly feel nothing for your father? Gu Fan's words seemed to interrogate Chen Bing's innermost thoughts. Chen Bing suddenly froze in place, finally collapsing to the ground in a heap. She began to cry out loud, her voice filled with such sorrow and hoarseness that it deeply moved Gu Fan. Chapter 227, Blood Hole. As the sun rose, its light gradually illuminated the minivan parked in the middle of the road. And Mo had already awakened. His gaze was tender as he looked at Du Lily before him, yet his eyes involuntarily drifted downward. He casually picked up a piece of clothing and gently draped it over Du Lily, gradually obscuring the view before him. He gently stroked Du Lily's cheek. Last night's passion was still vivid in their memories. With no blankets in the car, Du Lily would instinctively snuggle closer to an Mo whenever she felt cold. An Mo felt like a furnace, radiating warmth that enveloped her body, making her feel incredibly comfortable. Perhaps it was Mo's movement that caused Du Lily to gradually open her eyes. The sunlight outside was a bit blinding. Squinting, Du Lily stretched lazily, letting out soft moans with each movement. The movement caused the clothes covering her to slowly slide off to one side. This time, an Mo merely glanced at it briefly before unable to resist pinching her cheek. Awake? And Mo's voice was rich and magnetic. Spotting him, Du Lily flustered, covering herself. But remembering last night's passion, she reached up and touched his face. Why'd you wake up so early? I have to stay alert at all times. If anyone sees your body, I'll gouge their eyes out. Du Lily laughed as she threw herself at an Mo. He wrapped his arms around her while picking up the clothes from the floor to cover them both. Honestly, this was the first time she realized how convenient a van could be. With the seats fully reclined, it was practically indistinguishable from a bed. The two of them were like a couple deeply in love, all cuddly and affectionate, utterly sweet. After a while, Mo and Du Lily were both dressed and ready. They started the van again and headed forward. During the drive, Mo opened up to Du Lily. Why did you join that organization? I don't know, maybe I yearned for that kind of freedom. But if it requires the price of your life to obtain it, then I'd rather not have it. Du Lily smiled as she heard this, gently stroking Mo's hand. Mo enjoyed the moment. Would you run away with me? Let's go somewhere no one knows about and spend the rest of our lives there. Forget the 12 departments. Forget the organization. Forget Philip. I don't want any of that. I only want you. Du Lily nodded tearfully. I agree. A long-awaited smile finally graced Mo's face. At that moment, Wang Yan lay in bed, staring at the text message Mo had sent him. If joining you means I have to kill the one I love, then I can only give up. Wang Yan repeated these words over and over, unable to suppress a smile as he shrugged indifferently. Silly child, truly believing love is unbreakable? Wang Yan's laughter gradually gave way to madness. After sending a message, he flung his phone to the floor. Then he embraced the two beauties lying beside him. Naked women lay on either side of him. With a sudden jerk, he roused both of them. Both women gazed at him with flushed cheeks. They tried to stop his hands, but ultimately gave up. Occasional soft sighs from the two women drifted through the room. And Emo found a nearby noodle shop and walked toward it, arm in arm with Lily. After casually ordering 2 bowls, they sat down at a table, chatting and laughing. Just then, another woman entered the room. Her hair was long, reaching her waist. She wore sunglasses over her eyes and a sleek black leather jacket that gave her a bold, edgy look. After ordering a bowl of noodles, she sat behind an Mo, playing with her phone. Although an Mo noticed the woman, he only glanced at her briefly before shifting his attention back to whispering with Lily. Their laughter filled the noodle shop with a warm atmosphere. Yet the woman behind an Mo found herself increasingly drawn to her gaze. It could be said she was becoming increasingly lost in the sweetness radiating from the pair. Just as they stood up to leave, as they passed the woman, she suddenly spoke up. "Are you two lovers?" Lily answered first. "Yes." Her face was also beaming with a smile, looking utterly content. The woman smiled back in response. She then pulled out a red bill, placed it under the bowl, and headed toward the door. Just as an Mo and Lily were about to get into the car, the woman suddenly called out. The two turned to look at her. But in that instant, the woman reached behind her waist, and a pistol was abruptly drawn. An Mo was genuinely startled and let out a cry. But it was too late. The woman aimed the barrel at Lily. The menacing black muzzle posed a grave threat. The woman finally pulled the trigger. Bang! A bloody hole appeared on Lily's forehead. She slowly turned her head to look at an Mo, a faint smile on her face, before collapsing to the ground. And Mo's lips instantly turned pale. He roared and rushed toward Lily. He lifted her up, repeatedly calling her name, but Lily's life had ended in that moment. Tears did not fall from Mo's eyes. His gaze held nothing but hatred as he turned to face the woman before him. Like a wild beast, he charged toward the woman. Bang! Another shot. An Mo collapsed straight onto the ground. His leg had been shot by the woman, yet he crawled toward her, his eyes burning with nothing but hatred. Yet the woman showed no emotion, watching him impassively. An Mo, since you couldn't kill Lily, the organization had no choice but to send me. After speaking, the woman tore off her long hair. A wig. Once the black wig was removed, her hair was revealed to be pink, tied into 2 ponytails. Yet the expression on her face remained utterly unchanged. An Mo slowly crawled toward her. At that moment, the noodle shop owner finally heard the gunshot and walked outside. Witnessing the scene, he covered his mouth with both hands, staring in shock at the chaos before him. The woman sighed helplessly. She shook her head. Sorry. She turned around, raised the gun, and fired without a flicker of emotion, aiming for the owner's head. She then slowly approached an Mo, holstered the gun, and pulled out a syringe. She slammed it hard into an Mo's neck. She slowly pushed the contents inside. Anmo's consciousness gradually blurred until he finally collapsed to the ground, motionless. I really don't get why that thing is so interested in Anmo. Making me play the villain. Seeing that happy couple together makes it so hard to pull the trigger. The woman sighed and made a phone call. Hurry over. We've got him. Chapter 228, Trouble. Gufan watched Shinbing crouched on the floor, choosing not to offer excessive words of comfort. He simply remained quietly by her side. After Shinbing had calmed down a bit, Gufan placed his meal beside her. This is my meal. Take your time eating. Don't hold a grudge anymore. Gufan gently patted Shinbing's back in consolation. Shinbing's emotions had indeed calmed considerably. She took the food. She looked at Gufan with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry, I lost control. Shinbing instantly regretted the slap she had just given Gufan. Gufan didn't say much, only offering a quiet reassurance. Soon after, Gufan left the hotel. Regarding Shinfan, Gufan had always chosen to handle the situation calmly. Despite Shinfan having genuinely hurt Shinbing, he remained her father after all. Just as Gufan stepped out of the hotel, Suqing called him. Brother Fan, something's happened. After hanging up, Gufan drove his car toward the hospital. His speed gradually increased, and perhaps Gufan himself didn't even realize how many red lights he had run. Upon arriving at the hospital, Suqing was anxiously waiting outside for Gufan. Spotting Gufan, Suqing rushed forward first, urgently explaining the situation. When the two reached the emergency room, Hua Yaoyao and Suing were waiting anxiously outside, along with several security guards who had previously worked at Huangbao. However, the security guards all bore wounds on their faces to varying degrees. Though the bruises and blood had received basic treatment, the sight still tugged at Gufan's heartstrings. Gangzi, how is he? He's in intensive care. When Gangzi was rushed into the emergency room, he had a severe concussion and was bleeding profusely. After Suqing finished speaking, Gufan unconsciously clenched his fists, his facial expression gradually shifting. Gufan approached the injured guards and asked a few brief questions. They explained that Gangzi had taken several men to the casino for a quick game, though game was a euphemism for scouting the underground operations. At first, Gangzi had good luck and kept winning. But as time went on, he started losing, until he had gambled away all his winnings. Gangzi started complaining about card sharps, but how could the casino staff agree to that? A heated argument ensued, but Gangzi held back, enduring the taunts. The other side persisted, relentlessly poking at Gangzi's vulnerabilities. They threatened him with his gravely ill mother, and finally, Goji couldn't hold back any longer. Just as he was about to strike, the other side seemed prepared, instantly pulling out weapons. Although Gangzi managed to knock down a few, he still took more hits. The other side showed no mercy whatsoever. Not only did they beat Gangzi half to death, they also gave the few security guards he brought along a thorough thrashing. After hearing this, Gufan slowly sat down on a nearby chair, his expression darkening. He pondered deeply, stroking his chin as he contemplated something. Where exactly did this happen? Outside the casino. It made sense, really. If it had happened inside, the gamblers seeing it would have caused quite a stir. But the attackers had clearly come for Gangzi. You could even say they were coming for Gufan. Gufan believed his reputation was well established. Chen Fan wouldn't fail to handle those who dared to bully him. He wouldn't dare provoke the 12th division. Plus, Gufan had recently dealt with that drug dealer behind the scenes. So who attacked Gangzi? Everything would have to wait until Gangzi woke up. But right now, if they didn't go settle the score, his men would surely start grumbling. No time to waste. Gufan made his decision and slowly rose to his feet. All eyes were on Gufan, waiting for his orders. Hold on a moment. Gangzi's condition remains unstable. After this is settled, Su Qing, you'll come with me to the casino. Just the two of you? Our Huangbao still has people. Su Ying immediately voiced her concern. 2 people against over 50 opponents? They stood no chance. But unlike Su Ying's concern, Hua Yaoyao simply nodded. She knew Gufan's capabilities well. 50 people? Even 100 wouldn't stop him. It's fine. A large group just makes us look scared. By the way, what's your name? Gufan addressed one of the security guards. Among them, this man bore the lightest injuries, likely a trained fighter who could take a beating. Gufan had also noticed his fists. Looks like he's no stranger to a fight. Big Bear. De Xion. That name actually brought back some memories. Gufan cleared his throat lightly before nodding. You're coming with me. A delighted expression spread across Big Bear's face as he nodded excitedly. This was his first chance to handle matters alongside his idol, an opportunity not to be missed. As they spoke, the lights in the emergency room gradually dimmed. A doctor wearing a mask slowly emerged. The group immediately gathered to inquire about the situation. The surgery was successful, but the patient remains unconscious. We don't want you to go in and see them right now. The patient needs rest. Relief washed over their faces as they breathed a sigh of relief. The pallor gradually faded from their faces. After thanking the doctor, Gufan turned first and headed toward the exit, with Su Qing and Big Bear following closely behind. Let's go, get revenge. What? Assault? And you hit one of Gufan's people? Who the hell did this? Chen Fan leapt to his feet in rage, bellowing at the secretary before him. As he finished yelling, he swept everything off the desk onto the floor and hurled the chair behind him down with all his might. He was already irritable enough. Now the casino was having problems again, and he'd managed to offend that big shot, Gufan. That foreign drug dealer behind him had somehow gotten beaten up, scaring him into flying back to the States overnight. And now his own daughter was missing. A mountain of troubles had crushed down upon his shoulders, and this was the first time he'd ever lost his composure like this. His secretary stood before him, head bowed, expressionless, accepting blame. Chen Fan desperately wanted to lash out at her, but the thought of the person behind her made him hold back. In the end, he merely sighed, stepping aside to ponder his next move. Gufan was not someone to cross these days. Send someone to find out who beat up that Gangzi guy. Damn it, trying to frame me. They must be out of their minds. The secretary merely stated flatly. We've checked everything we could, but... The secretary shook his head. Chen Fan was too agitated to say anything else. Actually, we could have framed someone too. After the secretary finished speaking, Chen Fan slowly turned his head to look at him. Chapter 229, Admiration. After arriving at the casino, Gufan and Su Qing stood outside smoking. They casually blew smoke toward the archway in front of them, squatting dismissively to one side. They looked like a bunch of schoolyard hoodlums. Gufan realized his posture looked unseemly, so he casually flicked the cigarette from his hand and walked toward the casino. Chen Fan's casino was located underground and extremely well hidden. The first floor served as a billiards hall, with the gambling den concealed beneath. Even if someone reported illegal gambling, he always managed to evade punishment, likely due to powerful backers ensuring he slipped through the legal net each time. Gufan and his crew first checked out the pool hall. They also had Big Bear scan the room to see if he recognized anyone. The billiards hall was indeed spacious, with players at nearly every table and even a pretty girl standing beside each one. Su Qing and Big Bear were taken aback. There sure are a lot of girls playing pool here. Gu Fan caught on immediately with just a glance. These girls were likely similar to gaming companions, but their skills were rather lacking. If their skills were subpar, then there must be a service industry involved. Gu Fan thought this until he spotted the price list beside the tables. Girl companion service, 2,800. Seeing this, he instantly understood it was all just a front for something else. He'd assumed it was an entertainment business, but it turned out to be a flesh trade. Oh, and that hotel upstairs, I think that's Chen Fan's operation too, right? This business model is truly impressive. Just as the three were about to leave, an older woman approached them. Surprisingly, with some makeup on her face, she actually had a certain charm. Her figure was well maintained too. Didn't catch a glimpse of the younger sister, but this mom was quite the catch. Would you like to play pool, boss? We can give you a discount, and the hotel room upstairs is complimentary. After saying this, the owner smiled broadly at the three people before him. Gu Fan slowly approached her. He had that thought, but the girl was a bit pricey, and she didn't look like she knew how to play very well either. What she excels at isn't playing this game. The boss's wife flashed Gu Fan a flirtatious glance, conveying her feelings. Gu Fan just smiled and accepted it all. How much does the landlady charge? I'm really enjoying chatting with you. As he spoke, Gu Fan suddenly grabbed the landlady's hand and kept caressing it. The landlady was genuinely taken aback, never imagined she'd be noticed like this. But she still gave a few simple rebuffs. After teasing her a bit more, I'll go downstairs to gamble for a bit. Once I win some money, it's all yours. How about it? Sounds great. Wishing the boss all the best in his fortune. Gu Fan chuckled as he headed downstairs. But the moment he left, the smile vanished from the boss's wife's face. A cold expression replaced it, and she stared at Gu Fan with utter disgust. The three of them stood in the elevator, staring at each other without a word. De Xiong was especially silent. He never imagined Gu Fan would act so recklessly. Miss Shen at home was already as beautiful as a fairy, yet he still went around flirting with other women. Only Su Cheng understood Gu Fan's meaning. Is there something wrong with that landlady? Absolutely. I was suspicious before, but now I'm certain. That old woman's acting was quite impressive, but it was just too perfect. De Xiong looked at Gu Fan with even more confusion. Acting? That landlady's background must be no ordinary affair. She was the first to notice me back then. And though her hands looked smooth, there were distinct calluses at the base of her thumbs, a side effect of knife work. Plus, her index and middle fingers were noticeably uneven, suggesting she'd handled guns quite a bit too. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Su Qing pondered for a moment. It must be third sister. Among Chen Fan's three top lieutenants, all hold top-tier status: Yu Ming, third sister, and one thug. Things were getting more interesting by the minute. My guess was that the casino's boss was most likely the thug. That third sister's outfit was clearly freshly changed. She must have been called back by Chen Fan. He probably anticipated our arrival and recalled his main force in advance. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Su Cheng nodded in agreement. The two shared an unspoken understanding that this incident likely had little to do with Chen Fan himself. He'd come here purely to settle a score. Their brief exchange left Big Bear utterly dumbfounded. It turned out Gu Fan had provoked the landlady earlier for intelligence, and his observational skills were astonishing. Not only had he deduced her identity, but he'd even anticipated the outcome. Da Xiong stared at Gu Fan before him, filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Gu Fan was silently thinking to himself, damn, that woman really had a way with her hands. When the three arrived at the casino, the place was still bustling with activity. Pai Gao, mahjong, dice, poker, blackjack. Any game you could think of was here, and the scale was even grander than the casino Gu Fan had run before. Chen Fan had clearly mastered this underground space. Gu Fan casually exchanged 150,000 yuan, giving each of them 50,000 to play with. Gu Fan hadn't chosen a game yet, merely wandering around with his chips, leisurely observing the scene. What Gu Fan didn't know was that the moment he stepped into the casino, several surveillance cameras had locked onto him. Chen Fan, his face grim, was watching Gu Fan intently. He feared Gu Fan might cause trouble here. Don't be fooled by his small entourage backed by the authority of the 12th Division, who would dare lay a finger on him? Chen Fan couldn't wait for him to win a bit more and then leave immediately. Gu Fan finally casually found a craps table, tossed his chips onto it, then pulled out a cigarette and lit it slowly. Exhaling smoke, he regarded the dealer before him with utter indifference. His gaze kept sweeping the surroundings until it suddenly locked onto one of the overhead surveillance cameras, his eyes flashing with icy coldness. Cold sweat broke out uncontrollably on Chen Fan's forehead. Behind him, the silent secretary kept observing Gu Fan. He desperately wanted to uncover his true identity. Was he really just a simple agent from the 12th Division? Yet, something felt off. Whether by luck or some other reason, Gu Fan kept winning every time. Slowly but surely, the 50,000 yuan kept doubling. The chips in the basket were clearly overflowing. Such conspicuous winning inevitably drew attention from those around him. Especially a few scantily clad women who kept cozying up to him. Gu Fan didn't refuse their advances. Whenever he won, he'd simply pull out a few thousand yuan and slip it to them. Gradually, the women surrounding him outnumbered the gamblers, making it impossible for Chen Fan, monitoring from the other side, to spot Gu Fan. He bellowed, scanning dozens of screens in front of him for Gu Fan's location. Chapter 230, The Rioter. By this time, Gu Fan had already vanished into the crowd. While Chen Fan was searching for his figure, Gu Fan had already slipped unnoticed into the restroom. First, he disliked being watched. Second, he genuinely needed to relieve himself. As Gu Fan was urinating, a man suddenly appeared beside him and walked straight toward the adjacent urinal. Then he unzipped his fly. Gu Fan stared in shock at the man beside him, then instinctively sidestepped to avoid him. How inconsiderate. Can't he see someone's already here? Though Gu Fan thought this, he didn't show it outwardly. While the man was urinating, he also answered a phone call. What the hell? No time. Talk later. I'm pissing. Oh, and tell that guy I finished everything he asked me to do. Don't forget to pay up. Do you have any idea how tough that big guy is to deal with? Got it. Hanging up now. After the man hung up, Gu Fan's brow suddenly furrowed as he watched the man before him with keen interest. No way, he really ran into him? As Gu Fan watched him, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. The man seemed to hate Gu Fan's smile intensely, blurting out. What the hell are you staring at? Get lost. May I ask your name? You sure you want to know? Honestly, if you want my name, you're gonna have to earn it with a beating. Gu Fan just smiled back at him. Heard of the thug's nickname? The second in command under underground Emperor Chen Fan. Scared less, huh? After speaking, the man's face instantly twisted into a smug expression. He even slowly lifted his head, looking down his nose at Gu Fan with utter contempt. Well, scared out of your wits? Gu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He then slowly pulled out a cigarette, but after fumbling around, he couldn't find his lighter. The thug watched Gu Fan's pretentious act and grew even more annoyed. What kind of small-time punk are you? All you know how to do is put on airs? Come on, let me hear who you are. Gu Fan helplessly set the cigarette aside and said indifferently, Gu Fan? Gu. The thug suddenly felt a flicker of curiosity and confusion at the name. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up and glanced at it discreetly. Notice, all personnel, take note of one individual, Gu Fan, former underground kingpin. His visit to the casino is likely related to his brother's affairs. Conduct internal checks to determine who may have crossed his brother. Before he could finish reading, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. His face turned pale as he slowly raised his head, staring at the man before him. Only then did the terror truly sink in. How the hell did he run into Gu Fan just while taking a piss? After stating his name, Gu Fan slowly placed a cigarette between his lips before reaching into his pocket. Just as he couldn't find it, a sliver of flame suddenly appeared before him. The thug, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now wore a fawning smile as he slowly lit his lighter. One hand fanned the flames before him, while the other quietly reached toward his waist. But Gu Fan paid no heed to the flames before him, blowing them out with a light puff. I don't give a damn whose fire it is. Before the thug could react, a footprint smashed into his chest, sending him flying out of the restroom. The toilet door shattered instantly, drawing everyone's attention. Gu Fan held the cigarette and walked out slowly. His voice was deep and commanding. I'm about to kill someone. Get out of here. After Gu Fan spoke, the others still stood frozen in place. With a sigh of exasperation, he drew a gun and pointed it upward. Bang! The gunshot sent chaos rippling through the room. Amidst the screams, everyone scrambled frantically toward the exit. Su Cheng and Big Bear slowly moved to either side of Gu Fan. Perhaps neither had expected him to have a gun. It's not mine. It's his. I was just about to fight back. Su Cheng and Big Bear shook their heads in unison, equally exasperated. Gu Fan casually handed the gun to Su Cheng beside him, then slowly walked toward the thugs. You're the one who had my brother beaten up, right? No, it wasn't me. It's all a misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding. Gu Fan slammed a fist hard into the man's head. Like I didn't hear that. I like honest people. Gu Fan looked down at the thug on the ground with a mocking expression. The thug desperately wanted to retaliate, but the moment he recalled Gu Fan's status, hesitation gripped him. If he struck back, it would mean attacking someone from the 12 divisions. Wouldn't that be the end of him? How could Gu Fan not see through his thoughts? Got a problem with that? If you can beat me in a fight, I'll let you go. If you lose, you leave your life here. After speaking, Gu Fan slowly drew the dagger from his waist and tossed it onto the ground. He spread his hands flat, staring at the thug before him. Just as the thug hesitated, third sister arrived with reinforcements, including Chen Fan and Yu Ming from upstairs. The thug desperately wanted to flex his muscles in front of them. Besides, he could handle the force of Gu Fan's earlier kick. He now believed Gu Fan was inferior to him and was plotting how to prove his strength to San Niang and Chen Fan. The thug nodded, stood up, and fixed a serious gaze on Gu Fan. Upstairs, Yu Ming had already guessed the bully's thoughts and found them utterly laughable. When it came to Gu Fan's strength, he knew better than anyone. In all of Baibin City, only 3 people could truly unsettle him, and Gu Fan had always commanded the top spot. San Yang, meanwhile, was mostly focused on Gu Fan. Her men had already investigated the attackers on Dejiangzi were all strangers to her. But despite the surrounding surveillance footage, investigating those minor figures was practically pointless. They were all newcomers to the casino, and the one responsible for recruiting new members was none other than the thug himself. The moment Gu Fan saw the thug nod in agreement, he instantly transformed into a whirlwind, hurtling toward him. The thug sensed Gu Fan's approach and immediately swung his shoulders into a defensive stance. But he was ultimately a step too slow. He had underestimated Gu Fan's strength. The arms he used to shield himself were instantly twisted out of shape by Gu Fan's blow. As the thug let out a cry, Gu Fan suddenly clamped his hand over the man's mouth. The momentum from his charge carried him forward, slamming the thug's face hard against the ground. Had the thug's head struck the ground with full force, he would have suffered at least a concussion, and in severe cases, paralysis. Just as the thug was about to hit the ground, Gu Fan slightly eased his grip. This prevented the thug from losing consciousness. The thug slowly rose to his feet, his face covered in dust and looking utterly disheveled, his hair a tangled mess. Gu Fan slowly released his grip. Remember, it's not that I won't kill you. Tell me everything you know, or else. Chapter 231, Understanding. Gu Fan continued to torment the thug in his grasp. The thug harbored no thoughts of resistance. After all, he had just experienced Gu Fan's power firsthand. The thug could only nod in agreement, his voice muffled. After Gu Fan released his grip, Big Bear produced a stool from somewhere and placed it behind him. Gu Fan glanced at Big Bear. Pretty smart, huh? Who gave you permission to hit my brother? After Gu Fan spoke, Chen Fan and the others gathered around. Every eye in the room was fixed on the thug. This incident was indeed connected to his casino. Trouble was brewing. Chen Fan thought this, his gaze toward the thug growing increasingly fierce, as if he wanted to tear him to shreds. Why did he have to provoke Gu Fan? The thug met Chen Fan's gaze with trembling eyes, stammering, I don't even know who it was. We only communicated online, and the person who contacted me I only. Before the thug could finish, Gu Fan sprang to his feet, snatched the stool from beneath him, and smashed it down onto the thug's head with a thunderous thud. Blood gushed instantly from his head as the thug rolled on the floor, screaming in agony. Chen Fan and the others merely watched indifferently, none of them moving to intervene. You really enjoy wasting my time, don't you? Su Qing picked up another stool and handed it to Gu Fan. Just as Gu Fan was about to raise it, the thug slowly knelt down, his hands flailing frantically. The contact person who met with me tonight, he might know who's behind this. The thug managed to say with great difficulty. Despite continuously spitting blood, he managed to finish his sentence. Otherwise, even 10 lives wouldn't have been enough to endure such a beating. Gu Fan nodded after listening. He set down the stool, slowly stroked his face, and nodded. Isn't that enough? Did you really have to beat me up first? You bastard, I wasn't even finished talking. Why the hell did you hit me? The thug cursed Gu Fan silently, yet his face remained plastered with a bright smile. Then Gu Fan led the 2 men straight toward Chen Fan, standing face to face with him. Didn't you say this had nothing to do with your casino? That thug is your man, right? Rumor has it he's your second in command? After speaking, Gu Fan looked at Chen Fan with a mocking expression. The old Chen Fan would have chosen to beat the crap out of Gu Fan. After all, nearly a dozen men now surrounded Gu Fan and his 2 companions. With just a single command from him. A single punch from each would be more than enough to take Gu Fan down. But Gu Fan had also calculated that Chen Fan wouldn't lay a finger on him. Relying on his status at the 12th Division, he truly believed he could walk all over Baibin City. My investigation was flawed. From this moment on, the thugs are no longer affiliated with our casino. We will cover your brother's medical expenses and provide compensation. Is that acceptable? Gu Fan nodded. He then turned to face the thug. Text them. Tell them the guy wasn't beaten up, you're out of your mind. Have your men report the situation. The thug frantically pulled out his phone and began texting the other party. How about this? I'll assign someone to assist you. After all, this incident has implicated our casino. Chen Fan inquired, but Gu Fan only nodded. You. Just as Chen Fan was about to speak, Gu Fan abruptly cut him off. I hate him. How about it, third sister? Will you accompany me? After speaking, Gu Fan turned to stare directly at San Yang behind him, his face adorned with a distinctly roguish smile, his gaze unmistakably sharp. Admittedly, the weariness etched on third sister's face hinted at her age, yet her figure remained flawless. Her physique showed not an ounce of excess fat. It was impossible for Gu Fan not to notice. San Yang flinched at the sound of her name, revealing that Gu Fan had already known her identity. Chen Fan turned his dazed gaze toward third sister, who merely gave a slight nod. Very well. Let third sister accompany Mr. Gu on his journey. Gu Fan nodded in satisfaction and walked toward third sister. As their distance closed, Gu Fan's warm breath gradually brushed against third sister's face. Yet she showed no sign of discomfort. Instead, she fluttered her eyelashes at him. The expression on Gu Fan's face grew increasingly vivid. Those nearby witnessed the intimate exchange between Gu Fan and third sister. Su Cheng and Big Bear discreetly turned their heads, seemingly looking elsewhere. Very well, Mr. Gu. I hope we can enjoy a pleasant collaboration. Very well. After speaking, Gu Fan took the hand San Yang extended to him. As they shook hands, he gave it a few light squeezes. May I ask for third sister's surname? Pan. What a splendid surname. My ancestors were surnamed Shi, you know. Is that so? Their conversation seemed almost flirtatious. After Gu Fan led the two away from the casino, third sister watched his retreating figure with a growing intensity, wiping her hands with a look of disgust. You've worked hard, but Gu Fan won't be around much longer. Chen Fan said, comforting San Yang. Sun Yang shot Chen Fan a puzzled look. The status of the 12th Division is indeed enviable. They can do whatever they want. But he seems to have forgotten that the assassin organization is watching the 12th Division every single moment. Moreover, according to my intel, Philip's men are already on their way here. The position of Division 1 chief isn't something one can simply take lightly. A faint smile played on Chen Fan's lips as he finished speaking. He then ordered several men to carry the thug back to his room. Though he'd told Gu Fan to expel the thug, these men were still his brothers. Seeing the thug beaten into such a pitiful state, he couldn't bring himself to kick him out. After Gu Fan left, Su Qing watched him with a look of concern. Only after all three were seated in the car did she finally blurt out, "Isn't it a bit hasty to burn bridges with Chen Fan like this?" Gu Fan merely pulled out a cigarette, retrieved his lighter from atop the steering wheel, clicked it open, and began puffing slowly. Too soon? We need to reclaim the underground business fast. My identity's already out there. Philip's men will come, it's just a matter of time. We need strength to face them. As for Chen Fan, just a loyal dog. I'm after the man behind him. I'll make sure the man behind him steps out into the open. I suspect the man behind the scenes isn't someone to be taken lightly. If they were simple, it wouldn't be interesting at all. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Su Cheng and he exchanged a knowing smile. Their tacit understanding was evident in every detail. While Big Bear stood there dumbfounded, the plan had already taken shape in Gu Fan and Su Cheng's minds. Chapter 232, Identity. Since the thugs had agreed to meet their target at night, Gu Fan decided to visit Shinaonang at Shin Group while he still had time, even if they were separated by distance. Gu Fan merely glanced at her briefly, unwilling to disturb her further at this moment. Shinaonang had become his medicine. Just one glance at her, or a simple embrace, could ease his tension considerably. Whenever pressure mounted, seeing her would dissolve all his inner turmoil. He then used his privileges to check on Xiaoyu. After all, she was his only daughter. Though not biologically his, she was no different from a biological child. During this time, he noticed Go Yun had actually become Xiaoyu's deskmate. He recalled Go Yun used to sit in the back row. Now they were seated together with Xiaoyu. It couldn't be. Impossible. Gu Fan immediately went to the homeroom teacher's office to inquire about Xiaoyu's recent situation, occasionally asking about Go Yun as well. Upon learning that Go Yun had developed nearsightedness and his grades had suddenly improved, he decided to move Go Yun to the front. He then sat right next to Xiaoyu. He claimed it was to protect Xiaoyu, which made her little face suddenly flush red. Damn it! Just as Gu Fan was about to ask the teacher to separate them, San Yang's call came through. The meeting time had been moved up. Gu Fan had no choice but to comply, but as he left, he repeatedly urged the teacher to keep a close eye on Xiaoyu and Go Yun at all times. He couldn't bring himself to closely guard Xiaoyu and prevent her from interacting with Go Yun. After all, Xiaoyu had few friends at school, and Go Yun might be her only friend. He couldn't deprive her of the privilege of making friends either. After this trip to the casino, De Xiong didn't follow along. He understood that what happened next had nothing to do with him. Gu Fan watched Big Bear get out of the car and gave him an appreciative look. This guy's pretty savvy. Maybe I'll bring him on as a deputy or something sometime. Su Qing shook his head. Let's observe him further. What's the matter? He's got a record. And before, using drugs and prostitution were practically his norm. Even though he's out of the station now, he's still. Gu Fan shook his head. Not a big deal. He's usable. Su Qing detected something off in Gu Fan's expression. When the topic of drug use came up, Gu Fan's eyes had visibly lit up. Su Qing understood exactly what that meant. Brother Fan, you're not going to. Before he could finish, Gu Fan started the car, even turning on the in-car stereo, and drove toward the casino. Su Qing ultimately said nothing, merely watching Gu Fan's profile as if a trace of unfamiliarity had emerged. Upon arriving at the casino, they picked up third sister, with a van following close behind. They were likely people San Yang had brought along, purely to intimidate the place. But Gu Fan couldn't care less about such things. Su Cheng drove while Gu Fan and San Yang sat together in the back seat. Gu Fan propped his head up with one hand, taking the opportunity to observe the woman beside him. San Yang's attire was indeed noteworthy. She boldly showcased her figure where it mattered. A black slit front cheongsam. At first glance, one couldn't even guess her age. With such a stunning figure on display, we might wonder about her age. San Yang's outfit is quite nice. How does it feel to the touch? Gu Fan continued to tease third sister, who showed no fear whatsoever. She offered her legs, wrapped in black stockings, to Gu Fan. Mr. Gu, why not give them a try? Gu Fan shook his head with a smile. Though they look tempting, I have a wife at home. I must restrain myself. After Gu Fan spoke, a faint smile slowly spread across third sister's lips, a subtle grin that went unnoticed by others. Su Qing, driving the car, shook his head helplessly. Gu Fan's plan was for Su Qing to pose as a thug's henchman, and having third sister by his side would indeed earn some trust from the other side. But trust was built on interests, and Gu Fan had given Su Qing a black box. It was stuffed full of US dollars. Surely that would sway the man. Their destination was a KTV, apparently one of Chen Fan's underground businesses. To be precise, these were all his own businesses, but he had no choice but to relinquish them at the time. Gu Fan arrived first, booking a room near the one Su Qing had reserved. As soon as Gu Fan entered, he closed his eyes and began meditating. The bartender pushed open the door. What would the boss like to drink? Bring everything on the menu. All right. Would you like a lady? Gu Fan was about to refuse, but then he thought it over. Give me 10. I'll take 10. Before long, the table before Gu Fan was piled high with drinks. The next instant, a flurry of beauties burst into the room, instantly transforming the cold, quiet space into a bustling scene. Those women had the standard internet celebrity looks with a few accessories. Even a wild boar could be turned into a goddess. The women, likely drawn by Gu Fan's wealth, rushed forward one after another to fawn over him. Before long, Gu Fan was sprawled on the sofa, one woman kneading his shoulders, another massaging his head, with others holding his arms and legs. Even his hands were clutching several. Suddenly, a thought struck Gu Fan. Did men really need to get married? With money, occasionally coming here for entertainment wasn't so bad. Changing things up every day, that was fantastic. So satisfying. Typically, KTV rooms have a small window at the entrance. This must have been a custom VIP room for Gu Fan, ensuring client privacy, and Gu Fan was now deep in the mire of lust, but he didn't want to wake up from this intoxication. Meanwhile, Su Qing and San Yang sat in another room. It was vastly different from Gu Fan's utterly quiet, with only music playing from the screen before them. Su Qing broke the ice first. How long have you been working under Chen Fan, San Yang? Since he took over the underground operations, I've been here the whole time. Have you ever considered switching bosses, but still sticking to your old trade? Everyone understood Su Qing's implication, but San Yang merely smiled faintly. Mr. Su, you have a way with words. I never had any interest in you myself, but Brother Fan seems quite taken with you. Care to join us? Interested in me? What could I possibly offer that would catch Boss Gu's attention? It certainly isn't your identity as third sister. After Su Qing finished speaking, the room fell silent once more. Third sister lifted her head, frowning as she stared at Su Qing before her. But Su Qing's expression remained consistently gentle and smiling, without the slightest flicker of emotion. Just as third sister was about to speak, her phone suddenly buzzed. Someone was coming. Just as Gu Fan was enjoying himself, his eyes comfortably half closed as he basked in the attentions of 10 beauties, the door was suddenly kicked open. Chapter 233, Brother Biao. While Gu Fan reveled in his pleasure, the woman singing at the front captured his attention most. Her attire wasn't particularly revealing, but her voice was truly remarkable. Her voice carried a hint of ethereal quality, and her makeup was light and understated. Her focus remained fixed on the screen before her. Only her singing filled the room. As Gu Fan watched her silhouette gradually fade into the distance, he turned to the person beside him and asked, "Who is she?" "Her? Xiao Meng. Just arrived. All she can do is sing. Serving people? They look down on her. Doesn't know how to talk either. Just sings." The woman beside him spoke in a tone that seemed to be dismissing Xiao Meng. Gu Fan waved to summon the singing Xiao Meng. Slowly, she turned and walked toward him. The room was dimly lit to begin with, and Xiao Meng's appearance before him took on a dreamlike quality. Gu Fan motioned for those around him to step aside, then gestured for Xiao Meng to sit down. "How old are you?" 19. Xiao Meng spoke with evident shyness. Though the room was shrouded in darkness, the faint light still revealed the blush spreading across her cheeks. A blush spread from her neck to the roots of her ears. "Are you still in school?" "Freshman year." Gu Fan suddenly found himself intrigued by the girl before him. "How did you end up working here?" "To make money." Just as Gu Fan was about to say something, Xiao Meng suddenly pressed her right hand to her forehead, as if feeling dizzy. She then lost her balance and leaned uncontrollably into Gu Fan's arms. Gu Fan had intended to catch her, but ultimately did nothing. He simply held out his arms, letting Xiao Meng fall into his embrace.
The primary reason he chose not to intervene was that, as a sophomore, Xiaomeng had indeed developed quite well physically. Just as Gu Fan stood motionless, the door suddenly kicked open. Several well-dressed young men strode into the room. The moment they entered, they flicked on the lights and glared at Gu Fan with hostility. One man in particular glared at Gu Fan with pure hatred, his eyes darting repeatedly towards Xiaomeng in Gu Fan's arms. "Who the hell are you? Don't you know Xiaomeng is our big brother Biao's woman? Who gave you permission to touch her?" A sycophantic-looking figure suddenly leaped forward, bellowing at Gu Fan. The young master behind him glared at Gu Fan with utter disgust. Gu Fan lowered his head to look at Xiaomeng in his arms. Unbeknownst to him, her arms had wrapped around his waist. It looked incredibly intimate. Gu Fan hadn't quite processed it yet. This little minx was really taking the initiative. "Your woman?" she agreed. Gu Fan instinctively pulled Xiaomeng closer, his gaze fixed on Brother Biao with a hint of showmanship. Brother Biao's mood instantly shifted under Gu Fan's influence. He clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes burning with fury as he stared at Xiaomeng. Biao then pushed through the crowd in front of him, slowly advancing toward Gu Fan. He stomped on the table in front of him, sending all the drinks crashing to the floor. "You sure you want to mess with my woman? Is she your woman? Xiaomeng, tell him, are you hers?" Gu Fan patted her shoulder. Just as Xiaomeng was about to speak, Gu Fan suddenly tightened his grip. "See? She won't agree." Gu Fan smiled at Brother Biao. Biao waved his hand, and his henchman instantly shooed the girls out of the room, leaving only Xiaomeng sitting inside. At that moment, a man was also heading toward a KTV room when he suddenly saw several women passing by. Glancing at their revealing outfits and the swaying curves beneath, he couldn't help but stare for a few seconds. He thought to himself that someday he'd find a few women like that, the kind who could go out with him. As the person ahead led him to the private room, the adjacent room's door slammed shut. The man shrugged indifferently and strode straight into his room. His gaze immediately landed on San Yang. Her outfit and figure were impossible for any man to ignore, especially those legs. He couldn't help but swallow hard. If he could spend a night with this woman, perhaps he'd have no regrets in this lifetime. His gaze remained fixed on third sister before him, paying no attention to Su Qing beside him. "Mr. Zhang, I presume? I'm third sister. This is Xiao Su, one of the thug's men." He was the main force behind teaching Gu Fan a lesson this time. After San Yang finished speaking, Zhang Shou only stared at her legs and the bear, completely oblivious to her words. In the end, he merely nodded faintly. San Yang felt Zhang Shou's gaze, which made her feel utterly sick, even more so than when Gu Fan had touched her hand. Su Qing, standing nearby, finally frowned. "He clearly didn't take me seriously at all. Zhang Shou, don't think you can act so arrogant just because you have someone backing you. Brother Rioter told me everything he needed to. Aren't you just a dog too? Only your master is slightly stronger than Brother Rioter. What are you trying to pull?" Su Qing's sudden outburst instantly cooled the room's atmosphere. Zhang Shou's gaze finally lifted from third sister's legs and landed on Su Qing before him. "You really are arrogant." After speaking, Zhang Shou picked up a liquor bottle from the table and swung it hard at Su Qing's head. Su Qing countered with a punch, shattering the bottle instantly. Shards and the remaining liquor splattered everywhere. Zhang Shou's gaze toward Su Qing finally shifted. This guy really had some skills, otherwise, he wouldn't dare hit Gu Fan. Zhang Shou pulled out a bank card and handed it to him. "We'll honor the agreed price. As for the thugs demanding a raise, we'll bump yours up by 5%. Consider it a bone to placate them. Get it?" Zhang Shou slammed the money on the table, his tone brutally forceful. And he had truly come here alone, without a shred of fear. Perhaps he believed his status meant no one would dare touch him. Even as he left, he continued to toss flirtatious glances at third sister, his feet shuffling lightly until his leg brushed against her arm. Only then did he feel satisfied. San Yang instinctively dodged him. Zhang Shou merely chuckled lightly before striding toward the door. But when he opened the door, a man stood there, unmoving. The man blocking the doorway was none other than Gu Fan. Several wine stains marred Gu Fan's clothing, but otherwise he appeared unchanged. He stared at Zhang Shou before him. "Did you just touch my men?" Gu Fan said, glancing into the room. Zhang Shou glared at Gu Fan with obvious displeasure. "Who the hell are you? Get the hell out of here." Gu Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A man who wanted to teach him a lesson didn't even recognize him. How laughable. "Me? I'm Gu Fan." Chapter 234, Flower Gathering. Who is Gu Fan? Diao suddenly remembered something. He whipped around, staring at the two seated men. Su Qing gently adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Third sister glared angrily at Brother Biao before her. She produced a small knife from somewhere, twirling it in her hand. Combined with the room's chilling atmosphere, the woman before him looked downright terrifying. "San Yang, you set me up?" Then, third sister flung the knife straight at Brother Biao. He instinctively shielded himself with his hand, but the blade's force was so immense it pierced right through his palm. Biao Ji let out a cry of pain, staring at the woman before him in utter shock.
He realized he had underestimated her from the very beginning. To have risen to this position underground, she must possess considerable skill. Now, Brother Biao dared not look at third sister's private parts anymore. He just collapsed on the ground, begging for mercy. This time, he had truly been careless. Someone had even suggested he bring backup, but he'd refused. He believed he had the thugs under his thumb and was certain no one would dare touch him. Biao began begging for mercy. He instantly realized that Gu Fan seemed to be the one calling the shots among the three, and he recalled that Gu Fan had mentioned earlier that anyone who touched him would face consequences. He immediately crawled toward Gu Fan, clutching his pant leg in supplication. "Brother Fan, I didn't mean to touch your people. Honestly, she was dressed. I swear, her eyes were just..." Before Brother Biao could finish, Gu Fan kicked him aside. He then slowly approached the man's injured hands and deliberately stepped down on them. "Ah!" Gu Fan watched him with pure enjoyment. "Who said that crazy woman was mine? No, her?" Biao endured the excruciating pain, lifting his head slightly to stare at Su Qing behind him, his face frozen in shock. Is this really Gu Fan's thing? Su Qing knew Biao had misunderstood, so she deliberately blew a kiss toward Gu Fan. Biao's cold sweat instantly soaked through his shirt as he muttered over and over, "I'm done for." Gu Fan slowly entered the room, closed the door. Step by step, he approached Brother Biao. He grabbed Biao's head, lifting it up, and stared into his face, demanding, "The person behind this is Xin Jia. She ordered me to do it. And that Japanese guy beside her ordered me to do it. Kiraka Ishimu." Gu Fan was stunned by the abruptness of his answer. "The person. Xin Jia has gone to Shanghai now. I don't know why. The attack on Gangzi was. Xin Jia said she wanted to teach you a lesson, but she was afraid of offending you. So she had me find thugs to frame them for it. More accurately, she wanted you and Chen Fan to fight each other like two clams, while she and Kiraka took the opportunity to escape back to Shanghai." Gu Fan was stunned by the tough guy standing before him. "He's a bit too savvy, isn't he? He even spared me the trouble. It was that simple. Xin Jia is a bit dim-witted. Since I work for H1, I couldn't very well argue." Gu Fan finally couldn't hold back. He slammed a fist hard into the man's face, blood instantly gushing from his nose. Then he kicked him flying, grabbed a liquor bottle from the table, and smashed it over Big Brother's head. Blood spurted out instantly. As Brother Biao drifted into unconsciousness, he managed to gasp, "Why? I told you everything. Because you work for the Japanese bastards. And you bullied my brothers. Don't I have a right to beat you?" Biao ultimately fell, his grievances unresolved. This teaches us that in relationships, relentless initiative doesn't guarantee satisfaction. If someone isn't interested, nothing you do will change their mind. Some people win simply by standing there. Gu Fan quickly tidied up and left the private room with Su Qing and San Yang. During this time, Su Qing summoned several men to handle the scene and had Brother Biao rushed to the hospital under strict surveillance. After the trio exited, third sister caught sight of the private room across the hall. The door stood wide open, revealing numerous figures collapsed inside. A woman sat trembling on the sofa, tears streaming down her cheeks, unable to wipe them away. San Yang glanced at Gu Fan, who merely shook his head slightly. With a hint of resignation, she turned back toward the private room. "Didn't I tell you? You can leave. I'll take responsibility for what happened." The woman finally managed to stammer out, They won't let me go." Gu Fan sighed. "Why don't you come with me?" Before Gu Fan could finish, Xiaomei instantly stepped forward, wrapping her arm around his. Only then did she feel a wave of security wash over her. When third sister saw Gu Fan emerge with a young girl in tow, her mouth gaped open involuntarily wide enough to swallow an egg whole. Who knew he had such charm? He hadn't even been in the room a minute, and now he's already leading a woman out? And judging by the girl's appearance, she's barely of age. Gu Fan met San Yang's gaze. From the look in her eyes, he instantly understood something. After all, that expression of disgust would make anyone jump to conclusions. Who would have thought Mr. Gu had such refined tastes? To be thinking about such things at a time like this. You're just making stuff up. I'm guiding this naive girl back on the right path. Third sister couldn't help but roll her eyes at Gu Fan, while Su Qing nodded helplessly. That young master in the private room definitely wasn't from this city. Judging by his attire, he must be from some prominent family and outsider. That playboy was a coward too. Seeing his men get knocked down instantly by Gu Fan, he actually turned and ran, leaving behind a threat as he fled. Gu Fan couldn't be bothered with such nonsense. Relying on their family's influence, these guys act like they're hot stuff. But really, they're just useless. Gu Fan was genuinely curious about the family backing that playboy. Since he had nothing better to do lately, wiping out a family would be a fun diversion. Just as Gu Fan and his three friends were about to leave the KTV, they were stopped. The man who approached was likely the KTV manager. He recognized that Gu Fan wasn't someone to be trifled with, but he still stepped in to stop them. "Boss. We have a rule here: the girls can't be taken out.
Plus, she signed a contract with us, so she can't go out for clients.
If you want to have some fun, there's a room upstairs. Damn it, you really think I'm some kind of flower thief? A girl who just turned 18, and I can't handle her? Gu Fan raged inwardly, even beginning to doubt his own character. He turned to look at Xiao Mei beside him. Her grip on his arm tightened gradually. It was her way of saying, wherever you go, I'll go with you. As if making a resolution, Gu Fan declared. Manager. One private business room, please. I'm gonna show off my skills and crush these flowers. Chapter 235, Encounter. Such thoughts flashed briefly through Gu Fan's mind. Men, after all, are born with an innate pursuit of women.
Born to be nurtured by mothers, grown to mate with partners.
Thoughts are one thing, but actions depend entirely on oneself. The world is teeming with women full of charm and allure. The only thing that sustains his faith is two words: responsibility. Since Gu Fan had committed to Shen Aonang, he would maintain distance from other women unless they made the first move. In the end, Gu Fan handed over 10,000 yuan to finally get Xiao Mei to leave. Outside, third sister hurriedly bid him farewell, likely to inform Chen Fan. Watching her retreating figure, his gaze drifted downward from her back, lingering on her swaying hips. Gu Fan couldn't help but swallow hard, forcing himself to look away. Xiao Mei beside him noticed too. Her eyes brimmed with envy and admiration. Her right hand couldn't resist reaching for her own hips, but finding no satisfaction, she pouted in frustration. Gu Fan watched the sky grow dimmer and decided to address his basic needs first. Moreover, Xiao Mei's outfit, though not overly revealing, still seemed somewhat out of place. Her attire simply didn't match her age. So he found a large mall nearby. He sent Su Qing to a restaurant to order food while he took Xiao Mei to a women's clothing store to buy her something to wear. During this, Gu Fan occasionally inquired about Xiao Mei's personal details. Her real name was Xiao Mei. Though she claimed to be 19, she was actually 18 years old, standing at 168 centimeters tall, and was a freshman at a normal university in Baibin City. Seems she's been lying quite a bit. She got this job through a friend's referral. She explicitly stated she was decent at singing, purely performing, not selling herself. Viewing only, no touching. As for that man, Xiao Mei didn't know him. But every time he came, he always requested her and never made any inappropriate advances, just sat quietly listening to her sing. It wasn't just Gu Fan who found it strange, Xiao Mei was puzzled too. Previous customers would inevitably make unwanted advances, but this young master showed no such behavior. Occasionally, he would even sing duets with Xiao Mei, creating a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere. Gu Fan also asked some other questions. A gambling father at home, a mother in the hospital, a brother unable to afford school, and of course, the pitiful her. Under these circumstances, such a thing would never happen. She came from a rural village in Shirahama City. Her parents had little education, and money for living expenses was always tight. For Gu Fan, the most important thing was cup size C. Still young? Then try this one. After Gu Fan called out, Xiao Mei slowly extended her fair wrist. Gu Fan handed her a garment, but Xiao Mei swiftly snatched it back. Truthfully, the only part that was too small was the bust area, the rest fit just fine. While Gu Fan waited leisurely nearby, he encountered an old acquaintance. The eldest daughter of the Guan family. The fiery-tempered Guan Fei. Standing beside her was another familiar face, not someone he knew deeply, but someone whose name Gu Fan recognized. Xiao Jia? Neither Guan Fei nor Xiao Jia expected to run into Gu Fan here. Gu Fan was startled to see the two women before him. They actually knew each other. Upon seeing Gu Fan, Guan Fei's irritation practically overflowed from her face, especially her eyes, which seemed ready to shoot flames. Xiao Jia also looked somewhat surprised. A blush suddenly spread across both sides of her face. Memories instantly flooded her mind of the last time at work, when Gu Fan had helped her. A blush spread across her cheeks. Guan Fei, however, strode purposefully toward Gu Fan. What are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here? Is this your family's place? What a coincidence. It really is my family's store. Gu Fan was genuinely stunned. He just randomly walked into this clothing store, never expecting such a coincidence. Xiao Jia, trailing behind, took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm as she stepped forward, waving at Gu Fan. Mr. Gu, it's been ages. Xiao Jia, it's been ages. I never imagined you knew Guan Fei. You look even cuter than when I last saw you. Xiao Jia was instantly overwhelmed by Gu Fan's praise, her whole body going limp as if all her strength had been drained. Guan Fei shot her a disdainful glance beside her. Who knew this girl could be so clueless? At that moment, Xiao Mei also pulled back the curtain. She wore a white blouse on top, paired with a blue and white pleated skirt, and white sneakers on her feet. Now that's more age appropriate. Dress like this at the KTV, business is bound to be booming. Gu Fan slapped his filthy brain. After a brief introduction, he led the three women toward the restaurant location Su Qing had sent him. Gu Fan, accompanied by three stunning beauties, instantly drew the attention of everyone around them. Their gazes flicked over the women before scrutinizing Gu Fan. They tried to find flaws to tear him down. His clothes were too tacky. He looked like a broke guy, though he was actually pretty good looking. The era of judging by looks never changes. Though many claim not to care about appearances, women always look at a man's face first. The visual impact allows the other person to deeply understand your inner self. Only then can the bond between men and women endure forever. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Su Qing waited outside. When he saw the 3 women trailing behind Gu Fan, even Su Qing was momentarily stunned. His gaze toward Gu Fan brimmed with shrewd insight. "Weren't you just going to buy clothes? This is buy one, get 2 free?" Gu Fan merely gave him a faint glance. "I'll explain later. Order a few more dishes, 2 extra mouths to feed." Xiao Jiao murmured softly, "This is a hassle." Su Qing immediately responded, "No problem, it's nothing." But Guan Fei, hugging her teddy bear, nitpicked everything without a shred of politeness. "Gu Fan, you're actually eating here? How can you stomach this? Just so you know, if I get sick from this food, I'll never let you off the hook." Gu Fan scratched his head. "I really wish you'd just go to hell." "What the hell?" Guan Fei was genuinely shocked by Gu Fan's crude remark. Yet Gu Fan sat with his legs crossed, a teasing look on his face as he watched Guan Fei, even picking his nose with one hand. He'd occasionally flick his boogers toward Guan Fei's seat. This prompted Guan Fei to grumble for quite some time, though she ultimately refrained from any extreme actions. Xiaomei was never one for many words, and the meal before her was precious enough. Yet the words that had just slipped from Guan Fei's mouth made Xiaomei involuntarily frown. Chapter 236, Slaying the Wolf. Meanwhile, an MO had long since passed out, lying back in the rear seat with a slightly relaxed air. His eyes were tightly shut, but his brow was furrowed as if he were in the throes of a nightmare. Beside him sat a man. He was massive, with dark skin. His suit seemed slightly out of place on him, and his hair was cut in a sharp, short style. His eyes were equally striking, deep yet carrying a hint of innocent charm. "Big guy. Everything taken care of?" asked the twin-tailed lowly driving the car. Big guy merely grunted in acknowledgement. Then he pulled a Rubik's Cube from his pocket and began twisting it leisurely. He seemed somewhat unskilled at it, even the simple 3x3 cube posed a slight challenge. Though he acknowledged the girl, his full attention remained fixed on the cube in his hands. "What did you do with that woman?" "Stripped her naked and dumped her on the road." "Ha?" The lowly nodded in response. Who would have thought such a seemingly honest man could be so ruthless when it came to action? Lowly just giggled a few times. "He'll probably yell at you when he wakes up." The big guy just nodded. Then he went back to obsessing over the Rubik's Cube in his hands. The car gradually veered into more remote areas, and even the streetlights grew dimmer. Finally, the car came to a stop at a desolate villa. Lowly parked the vehicle and got out. The big guy hoisted an MO onto his shoulder and walked toward the villa with the little girl. The interior of the villa stood in stark contrast to its exterior. The opulent decor, almost gaudy in its splendor, created a jarring contrast with the desolate courtyard. Inside, a woman sat on the sofa, her white hair framed by a black leather jacket, exuding an icy demeanor. The woman stood up, glancing at an MO with a single dismissive look. "Is this him?" "Yeah. Pretty handsome, huh? Old Wang's been keeping an eye on him." After saying this, Lowly gazed at an MO with starry eyes, even playfully touching his cheek. Until she noticed the white-haired woman was also watching an MO. She spread her arms wide, thrusting her already modest chest forward, and locked eyes with the white-haired woman's gaze. "Yu Ling. He's mine. You can just look. Don't stare like that." The white-haired woman named Yu Ling ignored the little girl, merely giving her a light tap on the head. "Ouch. What are you doing?" Then Yu Ling headed upstairs. "When is old Wang coming?" the little girl asked, but no one answered. Frustrated, she turned to glare at the big guy. He casually tossed Anmo onto the sofa, then continued playing with his Rubik's Cube. "They're all bad people." After shouting this, the little girl dashed upstairs. At dawn, sunlight poured selflessly everywhere, naturally bathing in Mo's face. And Mo had slept very uncomfortably that night. Slowly opening her eyes, she briefly scanned her surroundings and found herself in an unfamiliar environment. Just as she was about to get up, a burly man in a suit was standing right by his feet. His eyes were open, yet his breathing was steady and calm. Sleeping with his eyes open? Anmo thought to himself, trying his best to stay quiet and not disturb the big guy. But the moment his feet touched the floor, the man suddenly coughed a few times. And Mo froze instantly. He couldn't move. A voice came from behind him, and an Mo slowly turned to face it. "I'm leaving. To seek revenge. That woman with the twin pink ponytails, I'm going to settle the score with her. She killed my woman. I killed your woman. I stripped her naked and dumped her by the roadside. She should have been." Before the big guy could finish, and Mo's fist shot out, slamming hard into the man's face. But the big guy didn't even try to defend himself. The sensation of the fist connecting with his face was singular. Pain. And Mo felt like he wasn't hitting a person, but a solid rock. After pulling his hand back, Mo stared at the man before him in utter disbelief. How could this be? He was supremely confident in his strength. He believed that through daily training and discipline, he had finally achieved such mediocrity. Refusing to accept defeat, Mo spun around and delivered a roundhouse kick only to meet the exact same outcome. The big man was finally provoked. He rose slowly, stepping forward with his left foot before slowly swinging his right fist. Though the force and speed appeared ordinary, the moment the fist struck Mo's body, he stumbled backward uncontrollably, only regaining his footing after retreating dozens of steps. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo casually wiped his mouth, then stared at the man before him in utter shock. Is this even human? That single thought dominated in Mo's mind. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed from upstairs. A woman with short white hair stood before Mo, her locks gently swaying below her earlobes. You're one of us now. Wolf head or kill wolf. Yuling tossed an emblem-like object toward Mo. Mo didn't catch it, instead staring at the pattern on the ground, a wolf's head with a knife stuck in it. Mo recognized it. Wang Yan had always carried one like this. I won't join you. Mo gave a savage grin, shoving Yuling aside before striding toward the exit. Yuling seemed to have anticipated this outcome. She disdainfully patted the spot on her shoulder where Mo had just touched her. Just as Mo was about to leave, the little girl, draped in her pink hair, slowly made her way downstairs. Spotting Mo, she couldn't help but call out his name. Mo turned like a demon, his gaze fixed on the little girl before him. He charged toward her. Taking 3 steps in one, he reached her in an instant, clamped his hands tightly around her neck, and both of them crashed to the floor. The little girl struggled desperately, but Mo showed no mercy, his grip tightening relentlessly. Mo, what the hell do you think you're doing? You killed Lily. I'll kill you. As the little girl endured Mo's brutal treatment, no one paid her any attention. The big guy just kept playing with his Rubik's Cube, while Yuling headed to the kitchen to look for food. Neither of them showed the slightest concern for the little girl's plight. As the little girl's breath began to falter, her eyes suddenly changed. The innocence vanished instantly. Instead, a hint of dark intent filled her eyes. The little girl struck Mo hard with one palm, sending him flying. As he hung suspended in midair, the little girl grabbed his throat and instantly tightened her grip. Yet Mo showed no sign of resistance. As the pressure intensified, the door burst open. Enough! Yi Bing! Let Yishui out! The one who arrived was Wang Yan. After he spoke, the woman merely glanced at him before reluctantly releasing her grip. Her eyes instantly filled with innocence once more. Yishui screamed instantly, Ah! Anmo! Are you okay? I didn't mean to. Anmo! Chapter 237, Mass Brawl. For a moment, Mo couldn't process what was happening. He lifted his head and slowly looked at Yishui before him. There she was, pearl earrings dangling, tenderly tending to Mo. She gently helped him to his feet and even brushed the dust off his back. Mo was utterly baffled. What the hell is this? Just as Mo was about to say something else, Wang Yan cleared his throat lightly. Yishui immediately took a few steps back, while Big Guy and Yuling each returned to their own rooms. Yishui reluctantly ascended the stairs. What does this mean? Did you send someone to kill Lily? Anmo. I thought you were a smart man, but you've thrown away this opportunity for a woman. I'll just have to set you straight. Don't thank me. Mo instantly lunged at Wang Yan, using the nearby sofa to propel himself upward. Mid-air, he delivered a vicious kick toward Wang Yan. Just as Mo was about to connect, Wang Yan simply twisted sideways and countered with a brutal elbow strike to Mo's head. You think those superficial skills from boot camp make you some kind of god? After being knocked back several steps by the elbow strike, Wang Yan grabbed Mo's arm, pulled him close, and delivered a vicious slap across his face. Mo was instantly knocked flying and crashed to the ground. Wang Yan had concealed his true strength all along, yet this didn't diminish his deep appreciation for Mo. What he valued was precisely that ruthless tenacity. Wang Yan watched the unconscious Mo on the ground, unconsciously pulling out a cigarette and lighting it slowly. He showed no sign of panic, merely observing Mo lying on the floor with a detached gaze. After finishing the cigarette, Wang Yan slowly approached Mo, picked up a glass of water from the table, and violently splashed it onto his face. When Mo awoke, he shook his head and looked at the man before him. His eyes slowly revealed a venomous glint, yet in Wang Yan's eyes, it was nothing but contempt. We will definitely kill you. Wang Yan, I will definitely. Anmo's voice was broken and choppy, yet his tone gradually steadied. Wang Yan seemed to have exhausted his patience. He drew a gun and pressed it against his head. You have 2 choices before you, join us, or die. After Wang Yan finished speaking, Mo met his gaze without a flicker of fear, slowly closing his eyes. After finishing his meal, Mo parted ways with the others. He escorted Xiaomei back to school before bidding farewell to Guanfei and Xiao Jia. As he left, he playfully teased Xiao Jia, causing her cheeks to flush unexpectedly. Gufan smiled as he bid Xiao Jia farewell. Despite enduring Guan Fei's constant glares, Guan Fei eventually wrapped an arm around Xiao Jia, shielding her as they hurried away. After Su Qing and Gu Fan dropped Xiao Jia off at school, they sat in the car smoking in silence. A kind of brotherly understanding existed between them. Even without words, their emotions seemed to connect. I scouted a place earlier. A hotel, though it's really just a brothel Chen Fan set up. He keeps videos of some officials there, probably as his shield. And since he likely fears outsiders discovering it, there aren't many people there. So, we need to seize it first. Take control. Gu Fan blurted out before opening the window to flick his cigarette ash. Su Qing gave a slight nod. As their cigarettes neared their end, just as Su Qing was about to light up and leave, a group of thugs suddenly blocked the car's vicinity, each wielding clubs. They hurled profanities incessantly, and several began smashing the car. Gu Fan finally couldn't hold back and glanced at Su Qing. Su Qing opened the door and stepped out, only to be instantly surrounded by the men. Just as Su Qing was puzzled, a man stepped out from the crowd and eyed him. "I'm not here for you. Where's Gu Fan? Get him out of the car." The man was none other than the spoiled rich kid who'd been humiliated at the KTV last time. "Gu Fan is my boss. I won't leave. Even if I die, I'll die before him." The playboy suddenly burst into laughter. "You dog, you're damn loyal. Do you even know who I am?" Su Qing's face showed no emotion whatsoever. He merely stared impassively at the man before him, even wearing an unfathomable smile. The man chuckled and shook his head. Just as he was about to signal his men to move in, the back door of the car suddenly swung open. Gu Fan stepped out of the car, unhurried and composed. The man's eyes lit up with excitement as he stared at Gu Fan. "It's him! Kill him for me!" The moment the man shouted, the thugs charged at Gu Fan and Su Qing. Su Qing kicked the nearest thug flying with a swift strike. As a club swung toward him, Su Qing blocked it with his arm, a smirk curling his lips. His right hand whipped out with deadly force. After sending the attacker flying, Su Qing swiftly snatched the man's stick. While continuing to block, he launched his own counterattack. Meanwhile, Gu Fan handled his opponents with greater ease. Under their attacks, he deftly dodged strikes while launching well-timed counterattacks, swiftly shifting the momentum of the fight. The young master behind them sensed something was amiss and began slowly retreating. Gu Fan noticed that the man he'd knocked down could still get up. With a flick of his wrist, a small razor blade appeared in his hand. These thugs didn't seem particularly old. Instead of finishing them off with a single blow, Gu Fan chose to give them a chance. Whether they seized it was entirely up to them. The razor blade in Gu Fan's hand moved with such natural ease that it showed no sign of unfamiliarity. The cuts were simple: thighs, arms, wrists. As one after another fell, wailing in pain, an inexplicable thrill stirred within Gu Fan. His hand moved faster and faster, the cuts growing increasingly dangerous. Finally, when the last man stood before him, Gu Fan's razor blade abruptly halted. Its tip was pressed firmly against the man's throat. Both men froze in place. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Gu Fan's body. He sighed, flipped his wrist, and the eyebrow razor vanished from his hand once more. Then his hand struck the man's neck with brutal force. Gu Fan hadn't even realized he'd lost his composure. How long had it been since he'd felt this way? The last time was 5 years ago. Taking a deep breath, Gu Fan turned to look at Su Qing, who was now holding the last man captive. The man's panicked expression was unnatural, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He stared at the two men before him as if they were demons. "It's got nothing to do with me. That guy told us to teach you a lesson. He gave us some money, and then..." Su Qing glanced at Gu Fan, who merely turned away to compose himself. Su Qing punched him unconscious. Chapter 238, I'm Eating Lemons. By the time everything was settled, it was already deep into the night. There weren't many people on the streets to begin with, and those who saw the group dared not linger. The two watched as the fallen men slowly rose to their feet. Their eyes brimmed with terror as they limped away from the scene. Su Qing had noticed Gu Fan's loss of composure earlier. After all, Gu Fan had once single-handedly wiped out an entire enemy unit. His killing intent back then could have shattered the heavens. But as Gu Fan grew older and distanced himself from the battlefield, that sense of combat had long since faded. Even he couldn't fathom why this had happened. Su Qing approached Gu Fan slowly. Without much preamble, he offered a comforting pat on the shoulder. "You okay?" "I'm fine. We need to wrap this up quickly. If I don't use this killing intent now, I'll never be able to again." A hint of melancholy and farewell sorrow lingered in Gu Fan's words. When Su Qing reached for another cigarette, he realized they were gone. "No cigarettes left, and my mood's still lousy." Both of them cursed under their breath. Su Qing then drove Gu Fan home. Upon entering, Gu Fan discovered Shin Aoning waiting for him. She sat on the sofa, the TV on, yet her eyes were already half closed, her head slowly drooping downward. Seeing this, Gu Fan instinctively reached out to support Shin Aoning's head, only to be instantly captivated by her face. Why did such a stunningly beautiful woman exist in this world? Even in her pajamas, she exuded not a hint of vulgarity, radiating a charm uniquely her own. This left Gu Fan utterly defenseless, forced to surrender completely. Shin Aoning suddenly stirred awake. Slowly opening her eyes, she gazed at the man before her. A small dimple appeared on her cheek as she gently placed Gu Fan's hand against her own face. Not only did she caress Gu Fan's hand with her own. Silly girl, why wait for me? Don't you know staying up late causes breakouts? You don't mind. You're wrong, I absolutely do. Gu Fan said with feigned seriousness, but Shin Aoning just laughed and playfully swatted his hand away. But in the end, Shin Aoning still took Gu Fan's hand, looking at him with a hint of tenderness. Shin Aoning's initial resistance gradually weakened, and she slowly accepted it, leaning her head against Gu Fan's shoulder. Only when Gu Fan intensified his caresses did the atmosphere in the room begin to shift. As the scene unfolded, Gu Fan carried Shin Aoning princess style, her arms wrapped around his neck. As they ascended the stairs, Gu Fan gazed at the beauty in his arms, his thoughts drifting into a haze of reverie. That night was destined to be one of silence for both of them. Shin Aoning was like medicine to Gu Fan. Each time they made love, only one word could describe it. Waking up the next morning, Gu Fan descended the stairs brimming with energy. Shin Aoning, however, lay curled on the floor, clutching her lower abdomen and gasping sharply through the pain. Gu Fan gathered the clothes he'd carelessly discarded the night before, tidied them up, and then headed into the kitchen. After offering a few words of comfort to Shin Aoning, he rubbed his palms together and slowly traced them toward her lower abdomen. He then took Xiaoyu to school. Once everything was settled, Su Qing's call came through on his phone. Looks like he'd have his hands full today. When Gu Fan bid farewell to Shin Aoning, she actually tried to seduce him. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he'd have to deal with this teasing little vixen, the aloof goddess in public, the little vixen in his heart. Upon arriving at the agreed-upon location with Su Qing, Gu Fan spotted Su Qing's car and opened the door. So, what's the situation? I didn't go back last night. I kept watch here and discovered this place is no simple operation. Tell me. Almost every night around 2 or 3 a.m., several men would bring women inside. I had Suing look into those people too. Almost every one of them could cause a storm in the business or government circles. We even uncovered connections to the 12th Bureau. Hearing this, even Gu Fan was stunned. How did Shen Fan hook up with these people? More accurately, how did those pimps connect with such big shots? Su Cheng noticed Gu Fan's confusion. Taking over this hotel isn't difficult, the real challenge is worrying about provoking the people behind it. That's irrelevant. Tell them about the video. Do you think they'll let anyone who saw the video off the hook? Including us. After Su Cheng finished speaking, Gu Fan took a deep breath. Let's try it. Sometimes taking the initiative is far easier than scheming from the shadows. Su Cheng nodded. Su Cheng deeply agreed with Gu Fan's approach. After all, Gu Fan possessed far more real-world experience than he did, and Su Cheng trusted him implicitly. So Gu Fan walked straight toward the hotel. When he spotted the security camera, he casually lowered his head. After entering the room, Gu Fan put on a mask and pretended to cough occasionally. He approached the front desk and asked, "Any rooms available?" The front desk clerk glanced at Gu Fan without much attention and replied indifferently. "We have one king room left. Would you like it? Just one?" The front desk clerk nodded. So Gu Fan turned and left the hotel. He sat down at a breakfast shop not far from the hotel, casually ordered some food, and began eating. Su Cheng appeared beside Gu Fan without anyone noticing, naturally picking up a steamed bun and taking a bite. Gu Fan knew Su Cheng hadn't had breakfast, so most of what he ordered was for him. As they ate, a pot-bellied man strolled out leisurely. Soon after, a BMW pulled up in front of him. The man glanced around before getting in, but just as he was about to drive off, a woman suddenly ran out and spoke to him through the car window. The man's expression was clearly uneasy, and he kept glancing around nervously. Finally giving in to the woman, he pulled out his wallet, took a wad of cash, and tossed it to her. Only then did she step aside, waving goodbye to the man. As the man drove off, Su Cheng wiped his mouth and followed in his own car. After paying, Gu Fan followed the woman out of the hotel. She didn't hail a cab, it seemed the women's base of operations was nearby. After walking a distance, the woman headed toward a tea house. 239 Fatherly Love. An MO. Have you made your decision? Will you avenge your woman, or join us? An MO remained silent for a long time, but Wang Yan caught a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Truthfully, your abilities are nowhere near sufficient to join our organization. This is more about my personal desire. I want you to join. Why? An MO roared at Wang Yan before him. I once made the same choice as you, yet she still died. I too resented the organization back then. But after killing countless enemies, I realized when you have no attachments, your blade moves faster. All those other constraints just become meaningless. Only by becoming stronger yourself will you be worthy of protecting those you hold dear. But right now, you're as weak as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered.
After Wang Yan finished speaking, although an Mo still harbored hatred toward the man before him, his gaze had quietly shifted, now filled more with resignation. He wanted to avenge Du Lily, but his own strength simply wouldn't allow it. He could only choose to relent. Wang Yan looked at the man before him and said calmly, "I think you'll find our next target quite interesting. We have rules against sharing this information with outsiders, but this time." With that, Wang Yan handed a document to an Mo. An Mo glanced at Wang Yan before slowly opening it. Inside was a foreigner. His gaze sent waves of icy chill through an Mo, but as he continued reading, an Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. "Philip." Wang Yan then slammed the file he held onto the ground. "I'm joining you." Du Feng stared at his daughter, her face covered in white cloth. His heart felt like it was being violently churned, filled with an indescribable agony. Beneath his strong exterior, his inner emotions had long since shifted. Due to Du Lily's actions, Du Feng had been temporarily suspended from his position. Of course, it wasn't solely because of Du Lily's betrayal. The most critical factor was that Du Feng had personally killed someone in full view of the public, which had caused some negative repercussions for the 12th Bureau. When Du Lily was stripped naked by the big man and left by the roadside, just as he was about to leave, a beggar scavenging for scraps noticed her lying there. Gazing at her flawless, snow-white figure from a distance, he momentarily forgot whether she was alive or dead. He simply scanned her once before using the trash bag in his hand as a cover. His own pants came off in an instant. From afar, only the constantly trembling garbage bag could be seen. When Du Feng learned of his daughter's death, he requested an autopsy only to discover she had been violated even after death. Within an hour, he tracked down the beggar. He was begging in the busiest part of downtown Baibin City. When he saw Du Feng, he thought some big boss was about to give him alms. He immediately approached with his small bowl. Du Feng pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and tossed it before the beggar. But the beggar showed little surprise, for what landed in his bowl was joss paper. Just as the beggar was about to protest, Du Feng's fist slammed hard into the man's head. The beggar instantly collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. People began gathering around, but Du Feng seemed oblivious to them. He simply kept pounding the beggar's head with punch after punch. Du Feng had been out of the spotlight for so long, could anyone really have forgotten the cold-blooded assassin he once was? Before Gu Fan, the one who could be called a god was always Du Feng. Though his punches were slow, each delivered with every ounce of strength in his body. After the second punch, the beggar's cries ceased. Yet Du Feng's fists never stopped. Slowly, the beggar's brain matter began to spatter out, the bloodstains horrifying to behold. Du Feng's face was now completely covered in blood. His fists bore not only traces of blood but also a hint of white substance. Du Feng slowly rose to his feet, glancing around casually as the onlookers pulled out their phones to film the scene. As if oblivious, Du Feng pulled down the beggar's pants, drew the dagger from his waist, and slashed viciously at that spot. The man's root lay exposed beside the beggar. When it was all over, Du Feng didn't rush to leave. Instead, he sat beside the beggar, took out a lighter, and lit the joss paper in the beggar's bowl. Then he pulled out a cigarette and slowly lit it using the flame from the burning paper. "Lily, rest in peace." The sound of police sirens grew louder and closer. The surrounding crowd was pushed back by the police. Just as the officers moved in to restrain Du Feng, he calmly flicked an ID card toward the man before him. It was a Division 12 ID, even engraved with the command headquarters insignia. The officer in front swallowed hard, unable to meet the man's gaze. "He killed, I avenged. That's all there is to it." Du Feng then walked away from the scene with complete confidence. At that moment, Gu Fan watched the woman enter a tea house, his brow furrowing involuntarily. A woman who sells herself, why would she have any interest in drinking tea? Gu Fan, equally puzzled, followed her into the tea house. The woman must have a room here, so he gave the room number. A waiter stepped forward to lead the woman inside. Gu Fan had sharp hearing and clearly caught the number, 305. After clearing his throat a few times, Gu Fan approached the woman before him. "Good evening, sir. How may I assist you? Is room 306 available? It's my wife's birthday, and she loves that number." Gu Fan couldn't believe he'd actually said such a ridiculous line. What baffled him even more was that the front desk actually bought it. Is this the protagonist's aura? After paying, Gu Fan was led to room 306 by a female attendant. Sure enough, it was directly across from the woman's room. A faint tea aroma lingered within the room. He picked up the teacup beside him, gave it a quick rinse, scooped a small pinch of tea leaves into it, then slowly poured scalding hot water over them. He used the lid to skim off the foam around the edges. He then pressed down on the leaves, poured out the water, refilled the cup, and brought it close to his nose to inhale the aroma. A satisfied expression spread across his face. Gu Fan wasn't particularly knowledgeable about tea, but he did know a thing or two. After taking a sip, Gu Fan nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, he heard the door open. Apparently, someone was still entering the room across the hall. Gu Fan deliberately left the door slightly ajar, just to listen to the sounds from across the hall. He then sent the location details to Su Qing, adding room 306 to the message.
He also instructed Su Qing to keep a close eye on room 305. Things seemed to be unfolding in his favor. Just as Gu Fan was about to take another sip of tea, a woman's shrill scream shattered the silence. Room 240, Lu Jing. Gu Fan clearly heard the scream originating from room 605 directly across from him. He instantly rushed out of his room, pounding relentlessly on the door of 605. It was locked from the inside. Gu Fan kicked the door open with a fierce stomp. What met his eyes was a woman lying in a pool of blood, none other than the familiar prostitute. The screamer turned out to be the tea house attendant. Her face still twisted in terror, she was clearly too shaken to provide any information right away. His gaze shifted to the open window. Looking outside, he noticed a faint trace of blood on the windowsill. Gu Fan didn't believe it was the killer's blood. It was likely the woman's blood splattered onto the killer. Gu Fan then turned his attention to the woman lying on the floor. Her throat had been slit, a clean, decisive cut, executed with no hesitation and remarkable speed. This was the work of a skilled hand. And a skilled one at wielding a knife. A few scattered guests had also been drawn by the screams. Several immediately came out to investigate, but Gu Fan refused to let them enter. Don't disturb the scene. Everyone back to your rooms. Wait for the police to take statements. Shortly after Gu Fan spoke, the police siren blared. Coincidentally, the officer leading the team was Jo Sun. He hadn't expected Gu Fan to be here either, and a hint of helplessness flashed across his eyes. Wherever Gu Fan was, trouble followed. Jo Sun's worst fear was that Gu Fan might be the killer again. The victim had been slit across the throat, killed instantly. I've compared all the footprints in the room, none belonged to the killer, only the victim. She was a prostitute. Don't jump to conclusions. I'd been following her, trying to talk to her about something, but then she died. I was right across the hall. Gu Fan pointed to the room across the hall as he spoke. Jo Sun nodded. And deep down, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness this case had nothing to do with Gu Fan. Just as Gu Fan was about to say something else, Jo Sun handed him a cigarette. After lighting it, Gu Fan stared blankly at the scene. Several officers, noticing the relationship between Captain Jo Sun and the man before them, made no move to intervene. Gu Fan finally snapped back to reality. Aren't you with Division 12? Still investigating cases? This is part of my job too. After speaking, Jo Sun assigned tasks to the officers present: review surveillance footage, verify identities, and take statements. After chatting briefly with Gu Fan, Su Qing arrived at the tea house. But upon seeing the surrounding police officers, his brow furrowed involuntarily before he dashed upstairs. As Su Qing was about to explain when confronted by the officers, Jo Sun immediately intervened, waving his hand. Su Qing then walked toward Gu Fan. Are you okay? Nothing major. The woman's dead. How's your end of the investigation? After leaving the hotel, the man headed toward his home. And the identity of that big, fat guy. Just as Su Qing was about to speak, he hesitated sharply upon seeing Jo Sun before him. Gu Fan merely waved his hand dismissively. Su Qing leaned close to Gu Fan's ear. He whispered softly. After hearing this, Gu Fan's brow involuntarily furrowed. He truly hadn't expected that big guy to be someone from the company. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Who would have thought people from the provincial capital were flocking to Baibin City? It seemed Qin Fan was deliberately stirring up trouble in Baibin City. By creating chaos, he could divert everyone's attention. And he actually had leverage over someone from the company. If it ever came to that, someone would definitely step forward to protect him. Moreover, Gu Fan had a premonition that the leverage wasn't limited to just the big guy alone. As Gu Fan was deep in thought, Jo Sun suddenly approached him and slapped him on the shoulder. So, any leads on the case? Get this straight. I'm not one of you guys, and I don't have the authority to help you solve cases. You can figure it out on your own. After speaking, Gu Fan was about to pull Su Qing away. Jo Sun replied calmly and indifferently, well, we won't tell you once we figure it out either. At Jo Sun's words, Gu Fan's footsteps halted abruptly before he slowly turned around. You wouldn't go that far, would you? I bet you're pretty interested in this woman, huh? Let's investigate together. If anything happens, I'll take the fall. Besides, how long has it been since you last thought? Your little brain needs a workout. After Jo Sun finished speaking, Gu Fan could only shrug helplessly. He then whispered something to Su Qing behind him, roughly meaning to keep an eye on that fat guy first. The case must be connected to that man. Gu Fan re-entered the room. The killer was cautious and had good counter-surveillance awareness. Either they were an insider or just well-practiced. Gu Fan leaned toward the latter. The woman had come here to wait for someone. When Gu Fan had followed her earlier, her pace had noticeably quickened, and she was wearing high heels. The person she met. That was a clue. Gu Fan reopened her handbag. Inside were 5,000 yuan in cash, several condoms, assorted cosmetics, but her phone was missing. The killer must have taken it. Throughout the entire time, Gu Fan's door had remained slightly ajar. There were no sounds of knocking or opening doors from the room across the hall except for one instance when the waiter's call replaced the footsteps. The killer entered through the window. And the woman didn't seem startled upon seeing him, a familiar face. The third floor wasn't particularly high. Gufan had glanced at the front desk computer earlier. There weren't many rooms on the first and second floors to begin with, and they were all occupied, which is why she chose the third floor. What's the status of the investigation? Surveillance footage and victim details. As soon as Gufan finished speaking, a woman glanced at her but ultimately handed the documents in her hand to Jo-sun. This is the victim's information. Her name is Lu Jing. Not a local. Records show she's from Shanghai, a small rural village there. She was attending university in Baibin City before embarking on a path of no return. The woman summarized briefly before Jo-sun passed the documents to Gufan. Gufan skimmed through it, his gaze darting across the page. His eyes narrowed involuntarily when he spotted a line of text. Binhai University? Xiaomei's school? The thought instantly conjured Xiaomei's image in his mind, dressed in a sailor uniform, striking poses. Her eyes brimmed with warmth, and she kept letting out soft sighs. Her gaze toward Gufan grew increasingly dreamy. Gu brother. Just as Gufan was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, Shanaonang's gaze suddenly assaulted his mind, slapping him hard across the face. 241 dominance. Holy. What the hell? Even my dirty thoughts got caught by Shanaonang. Gufan shook his head, immediately banishing those filthy thoughts from his mind. Yet in his consciousness, Xiaomei's coquettish image lingered. What's wrong with you? Jo-sun asked Gufan with confusion. Gufan cleared his throat a few times and handed him Lu Jing's information. Check her social connections. Someone must have introduced her to this path. Upon hearing this, Jo-sun dispatched several men to the school to investigate Xiaomei's connections. As the first group left, another arrived, handing Jo-sun a transparent bag. We found this outside. Lu Jing's phone, a handkerchief, and a dagger. Where were they found? The phone was found downstairs. The handkerchief and dagger were discovered in a nearby trash bin. Jo-sun glanced at Gufan, but Gufan seemed oblivious, staring blankly at Lu Jing's body as if lost in thought. The surveillance footage has been sent to the bureau. Someone shouted from behind. How's the viewing going? Jo-sun asked Gufan. Gufan pulled his gaze away and nodded. You take it back. I won't be reviewing the footage. Just send me anything useful you find. After saying this, Gufan was the first to leave the room. Several police officers looked at Jo-sun. Jo-sun shook his head helplessly. Pack it up. Gufan walked to the front desk and glanced at the receptionist. Was that you at the front desk earlier? Yes, it was me. I've been here the whole time. The front desk attendant looked at Gufan with confusion. Business is booming today. Was it always this good? Yes, sir. Business wasn't great before, but the boss lowered the prices and hired a few influencers to boost our popularity. Gufan nodded. That's strange. Those influencers usually prefer the first or second floor. Maybe they're older. Or have trouble walking. Gufan glanced at the front desk, smiled, and nodded before leaving. As Gufan's figure disappeared from the tea house, a figure high above watched Gufan coldly from above, observing his every move with intense scrutiny. With a swift turn, the figure vanished into the shadows, leaving only the binoculars at its feet as evidence of its presence. Du Feng! Look at yourself! How could you resort to violence in such a crowded place? You haven't been with the 12th Division long, have you? Do I really need to spell out these basic rules to you? Before Du Feng stood a man whose head bore no hair, yet his fury remained undeniable. The teacup in his hand was clenched so tightly it seemed to crack. Du Feng, scolded into submission by the man before him, stared blankly out the window at a potted plant. The man sensed his understanding and ultimately said little more. I understand your predicament, but you must trust the organizations. Bull. If you'd actually investigated properly, you'd know my daughter isn't that kind of person. Do I have to repeat myself this many times? Du Feng suddenly roared. Just then, a gust of wind blew in through the window. Whether it was the wind's force or something else, the potted plant by the window was knocked over. Startled by Du Feng's sudden outburst, the man froze. He stared straight at Du Feng, his throat moving several times, but no sound came out. Anyone in this situation would find it unbearable. Ignoring Du Feng's outburst, the man said flatly, hand over your credentials. The higher-ups have already made their decision. There's nothing I can do about it. Before the man could finish speaking, Du Feng's ID was already placed on the table. He then turned and walked toward the exit. The bald man behind him called out, Where are you going? To see my daughter one last time. Du Feng's tone was utterly flat, tinged with profound desolation. After calling out to Du Feng, the man patted his shoulder and said casually, You can look into it, but be careful. I'll take responsibility. After the man finished speaking, a faint smile finally appeared on Du Feng's face. Though the smile that appeared now was tinged with sorrow. Du Feng patted his hand in gratitude before leaving the office. Watching the moment his daughter was covered with a white sheet, a flood of unspeakable emotions welled up in Du Feng's heart, but in the end, they only became a choked sob. It was he who had personally led his daughter down this path, despite his repeated questions at the time. Do you regret it? Want to quit? Afraid? Each question was a father's concern and care for his daughter. Each time, Du Feng was met with Du Lily's disdain and mockery. Gradually, he stopped asking. But seeing his woman lying before him, Du Feng was overcome with deep self-reproach. He felt he had failed his daughter. Du Lily had never known her mother since childhood, so she couldn't fathom what it felt like to have a mother. At the same time, she deeply admired her father. Raising her through thick and thin had given Du Lily aspirations and goals. Yet Du Feng always felt guilty toward his daughter. Though Du Lily never voiced it, he could sense it. Being on the front lines meant he rarely had time to care for her. Finally, he was transferred to the rear, but Du Lily. A single tear slipped from Du Feng's eye, but he instantly wiped it away. Emerging from the morgue, Du Feng's expression remained unchanged, only pallor and coldness were noticeable. The one thought that had sustained him had forever left him. So this was what it felt like. Du Feng murmured something, but his voice was barely audible. After taking several deep breaths, he pulled out his phone. Just as he was about to dial the number before him, he happened to receive a call from the other party. Du Feng couldn't help but smile. After answering, a cool, detached voice came through. Want revenge? It seems you have no one to hold you back. That's rather convenient. This old man needs to get out and about too. I've tracked him down. An MO defected from Division 12 and joined an assassin organization. It's not very well known, we could wipe them out with ease. The woman's tone was domineering, as if she held utter contempt for the Sandwolf organization. Forget it. I prefer handling this alone. Just send me the address. Du Feng. Listen to me, you old fool. Don't think you're still that kid from 15 years ago. You refuse help? Are you out of your mind? Hearing her rant, a faint smile reappeared on Du Feng's face, as if the scene before him had transported him back 15 years. 242 Development. Awake? Never expected you'd join us so decisively. A bit too casual. The speaker before him was none other than Yu Ling. She shot disdainful glances at an MO while tidying her white hair. An MO deliberately turned his body, facing the inner part of the sofa, his back to Yu Ling, refusing to acknowledge her. Just as Yu Ling was about to speak, footsteps echoed down the stairs from above. Ishue came running down, her pink twin ponytails swinging wildly. She landed with a big jump right behind an MO. Her voice sounded aggrieved. An MO, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, it wasn't me just now. The little girl was indeed adorable, and she desperately wanted to explain, but she held back, unable to tell an MO directly. This left the little girl nearly jumping up in frustration, her eyes gradually reddening with emotion. Only when an MO heard Ishue's faint sniffles did he finally turn around. The little girl before him stood with a crimson face, her lips slightly pouted. Both hands were still lightly poking an MO, her expression filled with hurt. An MO had already learned a little about these people from Wang Yan. Ishue possessed two distinct personalities, the one before him was Ishue, while the other was Yibing. Their personalities were vastly different, one a soft-spoken girl, the other a commanding woman. If one could truly possess both, would be quite amusing, wouldn't it? The big guy didn't seem to have a name, or rather, he disliked being called by one, and gradually, people forgot it. The organization always maintained a 4-member status. If one member died during a mission, the organization would immediately evaluate a replacement or even send someone down on the spot to fill the vacancy. The big guy's position has been the longest held among the 4. He was also the one who had never been replaced. His strength was undeniable. Wang Yan hadn't revealed much to an MO before, but it was clear the big guy was the strongest member of the team. Next was Yu Ling. For some reason, whenever Wang Yan mentioned her, his eyes would shift slightly. He hadn't even revealed much about her abilities or hobbies. Though an MO was a novice when it came to emotions, he could still detect a distinct difference in Wang Yan's gaze. In the end, an MO couldn't bring himself to do anything too extreme to Ishue standing before him. Truthfully, an MO desperately wanted to kill Yibing with his own hands. Yet she and Ishue truly shared the same body, making it difficult for him to do anything extreme to Ishue. Ishue was surprisingly easy to placate, and MO only needed to offer a few simple words of comfort. The little girl instantly held back her tears, and the very next moment, a smile spread across her face as she skipped away. And as she left, she slipped 500 yuan into Yu Ling's hand. An MO casually asked, "How old is Ishue?" "She looks like she's only 30. Or 30. Watching Ishue fade into the distance, an MO couldn't help but swallow hard. She's a bit slow to develop, huh? During breakfast, as the 4 were eating, Wang Yan walked in. The smile in his eyes made an MO feel slightly uneasy, but he still kept his gaze on Wang Yan. The primary reason was the file in his hand. An MO had guessed as much. It must be about Philip. Who exactly was the person who came to China? Or rather, was there a significant connection to Kim? These were the points an MO cared about. Since avenging Du Lily was now difficult, seeking revenge for Philip was a decent alternative. When Wang Yan sat down at the dining table with the file, he showed no courtesy whatsoever, grabbing a fried dough stick from the table and tucking right in. Despite Yuling's disapproving glare, she was a clean freak. Wang Yan happily munched away on his fried dough stick. Any new missions this time? Any word from Philip's people? As an MO spoke, his tone grew increasingly excited. And grew slightly agitated. But Wang Yan, sitting before him, continued eating his fried dough stick at a leisurely pace, paying no attention whatsoever to Mo's excitement. He simply savored the fried dough stick in silence. This must be Yuling's breakfast. Not bad, not bad. Even the fried dough sticks are this delicious. Definitely deserves a thumbs up. But Yuling, sitting before him, paid no heed to Wang Yan's praise, merely rolling her eyes at him repeatedly. Wang Yan. What about Philip's mission? Enough already. Will you ever stop? Wang Yan suddenly snapped at an MO. Everyone else at the table was eating, but Ishue looked at an MO with concern. What do you mean by this? Breaking your promise? Do you really think you can handle Philip with your current strength? Not even 10 moves. Before I trained, I went toe-to-toe with Kim. Ha! You don't seriously think Kim is that strong, do you? 10 years ago, he was unmatched. But with age, he's now in his twilight years. You've simply never seen a true master. After Wang Yan finished speaking, an MO gradually fell silent. The primary reason Gu Fan had feared Kim was because he was the murderer of his own brother. After hearing Wang Yan's words, an MO gradually calmed down. Then an MO raised the documents in his hand. This contains information about Philip, but you're not worthy of seeing it yet. Starting now, the three of us at this table will begin training you. Only when you can defeat me will you be allowed to open these files. With that, he slowly rose to his feet. Oh, and just so you know, I'm the weakest of the three. Just as he was about to walk out, Ishue kept casting soft glances at an MO, her eyes darting around as if to say, I'll go easy on you. Oh, and one more thing. I want to see Yibing train Anmo. With that, he walked toward the exit. Upon hearing this, Ishue felt as if all her strength had been drained. She slumped over the table, pouting her little mouth as she glared unhappily at Wang Yan's retreating figure. And Mo's gaze grew increasingly cold. Meanwhile, Gu Fan and Shinaoning, despite their late-night efforts, remained energetic during the day. But the one thing that had truly disgusted him last night was Jo Sun's ill-timed phone call just as he was about to pull the trigger. Though he hadn't answered it, it still affected Gu Fan. What should have been an hour ended up being 50 minutes. Bastard. True to their agreement, Gu Fan arrived at Jo Sun's office first thing in the morning. Seeing Jo Sun's haggard face, it was clear he'd pulled another all-nighter. That was the tough part of being a detective. Whenever a major case hit, sleep became a luxury. Gu Fan even brought breakfast for Jo Sun and the others when he arrived. He then focused on the case details and clues outlined on the whiteboard before him. In Hong Beauty Salon. A place she visited almost daily. Why did she skip it yesterday and go to the tea house instead? 243 reasoning. As Gu Fan stared blankly at the whiteboard, Jo Sun appeared beside him holding steamed buns and soy milk. What's up? Got an idea? How long did headquarters give you to crack this case? 1 week. Gu Fan nodded. He could almost piece together the case's timeline. It was like a skeleton, with a few disjointed bones carrying lingering doubts. But Gu Fan had a hunch this beauty salon was bound to be a breakthrough. The blood on the dagger at the scene belonged to Lu Jing. Then there was the handkerchief, Lu Jing's saliva, and the cell phone. There weren't many useful clues, but one phone number stood out, the one Lu Jing had called most frequently. And the last call she made before her death was to that same number. Did you find out who that person was? After Gu Fan asked, Jo Sun raised his hand and tapped the In Hong beauty salon. All those calls were to the salon owner, In Hong. I plan to visit her shortly. Want to come along? Gu Fan nodded. Truthfully, when they discovered the phone, dagger, and handkerchief, Gu Fan had already guessed they wouldn't yield many clues. The killer's caution was extraordinary, and the phone seemed deliberately planted to lead them to the beauty salon. Why did the killer take Lu Jing's phone? Gu Fan silently pieced together the sequence of events. Someone had notified Lu Jing to accompany the fat man. Lu Jing might have overheard or witnessed something, prompting her to leave in a hurry and arrange to meet In Hong at the tea house. While waiting, she was murdered by the killer. Gu Fan had a strong hunch the killer must have some connection to the fat man. Earlier, after Su Qing had driven Gu Fan home, Gu Fan had quietly instructed him to assign someone to keep an eye on the fat man. What about Lu Jing's social circle? Her academic performance in college was mediocre, and she interacted with few people on campus. Instead, her social circle outside school was quite diverse. Who led her down this path? Unknown. A former roommate told us that back then, she would go to bars every night, returning almost always drunk. At first, she still came back home, but later, she started staying out all night. What about surveillance? Nothing was captured. This is the only image available. The subject was wearing a hat, heavily concealed.
After speaking, the woman handed the photo to Gu Fan. The figure in the image was clad entirely in black, wearing a black mask and hat, as if deeply etched into the night itself.
Gu Fan took a deep breath. How's the food? Want to swing by the beauty salon? Gu Fan asked Jo-sun.
Jo-sun shoved the steamed bun in his hand into his mouth haphazardly.
Let's go. Jo-sun didn't bring many people, just 2 or 3. Upon arriving at the beauty salon with 4 or 5 people, Gu Fan was still taken aback. He hadn't expected it to be so well established. This grand establishment.
Jo-su led his men to find In Hong, leaving Gu Fan alone to inquire about prices with the receptionist.
He thought about bringing Shen Aoning here for a beauty treatment another day.
As the woman carefully explained the details, Gu Fan suddenly changed his tone.
Was In Hong out between 5 and 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
The receptionist was clearly taken aback by Gu Fan's abrupt question, then shook her head.
I didn't see her leave. Are there any surveillance recordings? There was, but it's probably gone now. The surveillance footage automatically clears after a week, and today is Monday. Gu Fan nodded and headed upstairs. After Gu Fan left, the woman at the front desk took a deep breath.
The tense atmosphere gradually eased, and she slowly sat down on the stool, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead.
Gu Fan stood silently at the stairwell, watching her. Such poor mental fortitude?
Gu Fan walked to In Hong's office door, glancing at the photo beneath her nameplate before pushing the door open. At that moment, In Hong sat with her legs crossed, calmly answering the police officer's questions before her, seemingly without a shred of pressure.
And every now and then, a silver bell-like laugh would drift out. So you didn't leave the beauty salon yesterday afternoon?
Yes. I was in the office organizing documents the whole time.
So how's your relationship with Lu Jing? It's what it is. Women love beauty, right? So they come here, they all understand.
Lu Jing has been coming here for a long time too, just for minor adjustments and body management. After In Hong finished speaking, Gu Fan's gaze kept drifting around the room. He idly flipped through the documents in front of him until his eyes landed on a breast augmentation sign on the wall. He nodded. Just as Jo-sun was about to ask another question.
Ms. In, do you perform the surgeries yourself or do your staff handle them? Gu Fan cut in first. In Hong smiled. Officer, you're joking. Everyone trusts me.
Of course I'll be performing it myself.
Gu Fan nodded. I've reviewed your background.
Your undergraduate major was business management.
Was switching to medicine.
Heh, your major wasn't exactly job-friendly.
As the file probably mentions, I've been studying this field for quite some time now.
I also regularly consult textbooks to broaden my knowledge.
After In Hong finished speaking, Gu Fan simply nodded. I have no further questions. With that, Gu Fan turned and walked toward the door.
Jo-sun continued asking about minor details, and In Hong answered them carefully. But as she watched Gu Fan's receding figure, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. After stepping out of the room, Gu Fan stared at the large photograph of In Hong before him. He slowly pulled out a cigarette and exhaled smoke toward her image. Once seated in the car, Jo-sun handed the written record to Gu Fan.
Gu Fan glanced at it briefly before tossing it aside. What do you think?
Nothing special, but I suspect In Hong is a key figure in the prostitution ring. After Gu Fan spoke, not only Jo-sun but also the police officers behind him fell silent, staring at Gu Fan, waiting for him to continue.
In Hong lied. And not just once.
I heard the forensic pathologist say Lu Jing's face hadn't been touched by a scalpel completely natural.
Plus, her breasts didn't feel like silicone when touched. Though Gu Fan didn't lift his head, he sensed the hostile glances from the others. I didn't touch them. The forensic doctor told me. And
In Hong herself admitted she occasionally reads books, yet her shelf on plastic surgery is covered in dust. How could someone who reads regularly let it get that dusty? After Jo-sun withdrew his gaze.
So this is your evidence that she's the main prostitute?
Of course not. She hit it perfectly, but one thing gave her away: she was far too calm.
244 bare boss.
What? You guys were standing right in front of her in full police uniform, and she was still crossing her legs, flaunting her bare thighs, swinging her flip-flops, and even chatting with you all so cheerfully.
Have you ever seen anything like that during a previous interrogation?
What Gu Fan didn't mention was that In Hong had been subtly seducing him the whole time. She even spread her legs toward him, her eyes growing hazy.
Damn woman. She's clearly no good. Is that your theory? The most crucial point.
When I was flipping through a file, it was filled with photos of those who'd undergone plastic surgery.
Who else could see those photos besides the clinic and the patients themselves? But the file showed obvious signs of being flipped through.
And the descriptions of the patients were way too detailed: cup size, body type, personality.
Doesn't that sound like items being picked out?
After speaking, Gu Fan crossed his arms behind his head and leaned back in his seat. As he finished with a yawn, everyone in the car looked at him differently. Perhaps they truly hadn't expected Gu Fan to have such hidden talent.
Jo-sun, too, regarded Gu Fan with a look of admiration. Gu Fan had previously solved a few cases with remarkable finesse. His observational skills were particularly sharp. Where is Mr. Gu heading now? Let's head back. The victim's family should be here by now. We can get some basic information from them. After speaking, Gu Fan let out a series of snores. This wasn't Gu Fan deliberately showing off. After staying up all night with Shanaonang, he truly hadn't gotten much sleep. Plus, he'd switched flyers again. Upon arriving at the police station, Gu Fan stretched lazily as he stepped out of the car. Just then, his phone rang. What's up? The pig's on the move. That fat guy? Where'd he go? He's already at In Hong Beauty Salon. Damn, he's insatiable. Keep following him. When the rocket is about to launch, hold him down for me. Su Qing couldn't help but laugh on the other end of the phone. That was really mean. Gu Fan was right. Lu Jing's mother had indeed come to the police station to identify the body. Gu Fan sat outside quietly smoking until he heard the sobs from the morgue. Only then did he slowly rise and leave. According to her mother, Lu Jing had always excelled academically and been well behaved as a child. The turning point came when she left for college. At the time, Shanghai's development wasn't inferior to Baibin City, yet Lu Jing insisted on going to Baibin. This was the first time she had clashed with her family. Ultimately, her parents relented. Gradually, the pure and kind woman vanished, replaced by a pragmatic and vain Lu Jing. All the clues seemed to be laid out clearly in her mind now, yet something crucial was still missing. It appeared that the clues from the chubby guy also needed to be revisited. Soon after, Gu Fan met up with Su Chang. The two sat quietly in the car, waiting for someone. Until a university student, dressed in an innocent style, stepped out of a taxi. Glancing at her phone, she walked toward the hotel ahead. Gu Fan and Su Ching exchanged a glance. How high is the floor? 5th floor. Stairs? Let's go. The two men followed the college girl ahead of them at a leisurely pace toward the hotel. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Su Qing also noticed the room number, but neither of them rushed inside. They sat on the stairs, smoking cigarettes, both timing their moves carefully. After finishing a cigarette, Gu Fan slowly stood up. Let's go. The show's about to begin. They approached room 506. Su Qing suddenly produced a key card, and with a beat, they burst through the door together. They charged straight toward the bedroom. But upon reaching the room, the battle had already ended? How the hell long was that? Just the time it takes to smoke a cigarette? Instant SHE? What a waste of time. The fat man on the bed froze in shock at the sight of the two strangers appearing before him. He snatched the glass from the woman beside him and used it to shield his face. The woman just hugged the bear, curled up, and kept her head down. Perhaps both of them thought Gu Fan and Su Qing were pimps. The fat man kept shouting, I didn't do it willingly. This woman seduced me. This is my first time. The fat man was utterly frustrated. This time, not at Chen Fan's hotel, he'd actually run into a sting operation. If he'd known, he'd have paid more to go to Chen Fan's hotel. Until the fat man slowly lifted his head and looked at the two people in front of him. Neither was wearing a police uniform. One was watching him with a mocking expression, while the other was busily filming the scene with their phone. Holy! The fat guy instantly jumped to his feet, glaring angrily at the two men. Who the hell are you two? Who let you in? Get the hell out of here. Su Qing waved the phone in his hand. Aren't you afraid of being filmed, Mr. Xiong? Hearing Su Qing mention Mr. Xiong, the fat guy instantly became much more subdued. Truth be told, he wasn't afraid of being filmed. But if his identity got exposed and he was caught on camera, he'd be utterly humiliated. If word reached the provincial capital, he'd be skinned alive. And if it touched on the company's interests? He'd be dead meat. Mr. Xiong instantly became much more subdued. Let's talk this out. What do you want? Money? Gu Fan slowly stepped forward, gently patting Xiongzong's face before suddenly yelling at the woman beside him. Where's your sense of shame? What school did you go to? The woman jumped at Gu Fan's sudden outburst. I'm not a student. I'm just using that as a cover. Her voice trembled with tears as she spoke, and Gu Fan's expression softened slightly. She wasn't lying. But Mr. Xiong's gaze fixed on her, seething with fury. You lied to me. After the woman left, only Gu Fan and the other two remained in the room. Relax. I'm not here for anything else. Just want to talk about someone, the college student you were with yesterday, Lu Jing. Yesterday? Oh, Xiao Jing, right? Yes, but I swear I didn't initiate it. It was. She's dead. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Xiongzong's body stiffened. He even let go of the bedsheet in his hand. His naked body made Gu Fan involuntarily frown. He tossed his clothes over. Put your clothes on. What conditions do you want to play naked chat with me? After casually pulling his clothes on, Mr. Xiong stared at Gu Fan in front of him, his face frozen in shock. Xiao Jing is dead? No way. Did you say anything to her yesterday? Or accidentally let something slip? After speaking, Gu Fan fixed Mr. Xiong with a cold stare. Finally, Xiong swallowed hard and nodded. But this really has nothing to do with me. Store Manager 245. The Xiong family's standing in the provincial capital was self-evident. Xiong Yi had been sent to Baibin City by his family. To this day, he still couldn't fathom why they'd sent him here, only that he'd been forced to come under the threat of his sister's fists. He was already trouble in the provincial capital, let alone in Shirahama City. Using who knows what methods, he instantly found a woman who could please men. When Xiong Yi met Chen Fan at the casino, Chen Fan immediately understood his intentions. After a brief background check, she became completely obedient to him. Everything was free, and she even pointed him toward a place he'd longed to visit. That place was the Crimson Beauty Salon. What shocked Xiong Yi most was that the woman had a handbook. According to her, it was officially a list of clients coming in for cosmetic procedures, but in reality, it was a roster for prostitution. It catered to the wealthy and powerful, allowing them to choose freely. Little did she know that by skipping just one night at Chen Fan's hotel, she'd be caught red-handed in bed. Not only was her identity exposed, but she was also humiliated by the perpetrator. So, tell me about this Xiao Jing you keep mentioning. Xiong Yi nodded and proceeded to recount the story to Gu Fan. After waiting for Lu Jing at the hotel, I couldn't wait to get down to business. We had a wild time, but the bed was terrible, it creaked the whole time. Cut the crap. Su Qing smacked Xiong Yi's pig-like head hard. Get to the point. Well, I was feeling pretty good at the time, and after having a few drinks, I ended up saying some things about my identity, and the third company made me reveal it too. Turns out she really is from the third company. If I recall correctly, that Xiong Xuani from the Xiong family is a lesbian. I'd heard she had a brother, but seeing him now, well, Xiong Xuani may be a lesbian, but she's actually quite pretty. This brother of hers, though? He looks like a wild boar. As Gu Fan pondered this, his disgust toward Xiong Yi grew even stronger. If what he said was true, then Lu Jing's background must be no simple matter. Upon learning Xiong Yi's identity, he'd hurriedly left to meet someone at the tea house. But who exactly was that person? Gu Fan felt a twinge of unease about the crimson-colored contacts in In Hong's phone. 9 times out of 10, this was the killer's smokescreen, an attempt to frame In Hong and use the police investigation to uncover In Hong's exchange? After leaving the hotel with Su Qing, Gu Fan took a deep breath. The clues in his mind seemed to be just one step away from forming a complete picture. It was now noon. After bidding farewell to Su Qing, Gu Fan headed toward Lu Jing's university, Binhai University. He'd intended to casually investigate, but upon reaching the school entrance, he spotted Xia Mei in the distance. She was chatting and laughing with several friends as they walked together. Such youthful vitality. The radiant smiles on their faces stirred a wave of nostalgic reflection within Gu Fan. Her outfit was undeniably youthful too, a white hoodie, short shorts, sheer stockings, and ankle socks peeking out. As Gu Fan stared, Xia Mei noticed him and walked over. As they exchanged greetings, Gu Fan discreetly glanced at the women accompanying her. Pretty girls, all of them, he thought. Great figures too. Though Gu Fan thought this, he ultimately didn't make any concrete moves. After bidding farewell to her classmates, Xia Mei led Gu Fan to their school cafeteria for a meal. Gu Fan didn't hesitate and followed Xia Mei's lead into the cafeteria. True to its reputation as a top-tier university in Baibin City, the cafeteria looked impressive. Xia Mei casually selected a few dishes, then handed the tray to Gu Fan. Surrounded by the array of dishes on the table, Gu Fan grabbed his rice and began eating with gusto. True culinary excellence needs no constant praise, silence speaks volumes. After finishing, he took a sip of his drink. After a satisfied burp, Gu Fan wiped his mouth. In this world, only good food and truth should never be taken for granted. After Gu Fan spoke, Xia Mei looked at him with a hint of confusion. What does that even mean? Nothing much. I'm just investigating a case right now, and the victim is someone from your school. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Xia Mei still looked startled. Is there anything I can do to help? Nothing much, really. Just happened to run into you. Haven't been working at the KTV lately, have you? Xia Mei shook her head. If you don't want me to go, I won't. Gu Fan smiled. By the way, has that troublemaker been bothering you again? Strange as it may seem, after you dropped me off last time, he really hasn't come looking for me. I don't know what happened, but I still want to thank you. Gu Fan listened to Xia Mei's voice, smiling faintly. How much do you know about that man? Not much, really. Just heard his parents are pretty influential, one's a government official, the other a cop. He's got connections everywhere, so he acts however he wants. After Xia Mei finished, Gu Fan nodded. Aren't all rich kids like that? What's his name? His name? I think it's Feng. Feng Zhe. Feng Zhe. After bidding farewell to Xia Mei, Gu Fan checked the time. It was still early. Why not get a beauty treatment? No sooner said than done. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fan found himself standing at the entrance of the Crimson Beauty Salon. Seeing the receptionist again, she still wore that familiar smile, but a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Can I make an appointment? I'd like to look at your services or get some recommendations. After Gu Fan finished speaking, the woman nodded. As he browsed the services, Gu Fan was stunned by the prices listed. Is this vegetarian beauty or carnivorous beauty? It's so expensive. Mr. Gu, as you mentioned, everything here is legitimate. Legitimate? Then forget it. Gu Fan randomly selected one. This one then. Can you do it for me? Me? The young lady at the front desk was clearly stunned. Gu Fan just nodded slowly, his expression gradually becoming exaggerated. Unable to refuse, the front desk attendant nodded in agreement. Before the beauty treatment, there would be a brief massage. Gu Fan lay on the massage bed, enjoying her touch. Wow, you're actually pretty good at this, he remarked. By the way, what's your name? Zhang Hong. Ms. Zhang, you've got quite the grip. Must have put in a lot of practice behind the scenes. You flatter me. Zhang Hong was clearly flustered by Gu Fan's praise. While enjoying the massage, Gu Fan casually remarked. You've got a good touch. Why aren't you the manager? After Gu Fan spoke, Zhang Hong's hands visibly paused, but she quickly regained her composure. A faint smile remained on Gu Fan's face, radiating pure contentment. 246 Identity. Is it just you working here? Right. Business isn't usually that busy, and most people come specifically for bossine. Gu Fan couldn't help but moan softly as the pleasurable sensations coursed through his back. I looked it up online. In Hong first gained fame not for so-called beauty treatments, but for massage. They say wherever her hands touch, people feel utterly relaxed and at ease. You must be the owner? In Hong? After Gu Fan spoke, Zhang Hong's hands suddenly stopped moving. He then covered his mouth and laughed. Mr. Gu, you really have a way with words. When would a lowly receptionist like me ever become the boss? I've seen In Hong's hands, they're not made for massage. Her pressure is too weak, and I suspect she doesn't even understand the basics of massage or beauty treatments. It's like an actor memorizing awkward, incomprehensible lines, pretending to be confident and poised, but it's all just an empty shell. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Zhang Hong's hand pressed down on his shoulder once more. Is this what you suspected? I'm afraid. Of course not. I've looked into In Hong. Her family had some money when she was young. She spent time in Japan, but after they went bankrupt, her father brought her back to China. Her personality changed drastically. He'd often beat you when he drank, making you extremely withdrawn. Though society has shaped you, deep down, you still carry fear. The most severe incident was when he slashed In Hong's leg with scissors. That scar has stayed with her ever since. When In Hong revealed her scar that day, it felt deliberately staged. Why would a woman want to rip open her dark past for others to see? Only one thing remains, it only deepens our conviction that the person in question is In Hong. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Zhang Hong's hands froze completely. Instead, he stood motionless beside him, staring blankly at Gu Fan's back as his hands slowly reached for the scissors behind him. Gu Fan continued calmly, it must be childhood trauma or something her father did to her that caused you to develop such loathing for men, even entering the sex trade. Perhaps you want to silence me now, but the scars in your heart remain. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Zhang Hong finally lowered the scissors in his hand. As if all strength had been drained from her body, she collapsed to the floor, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Gu Fan slowly sat up, stretched a few times, then picked up a tissue and handed it to Zhang Hong. At that moment, Zhou Sun seemed to suddenly recall something. Get me the surveillance footage. Upon Zhou Sun's command, his subordinate swiftly handed him the footage. As the killer was leaving, he deliberately ducked into the alleyway. But right in front of the entrance, a car was parked, facing the alleyway entrance. Go find that car. We might uncover some clues. After Zhang Hong's emotions had been somewhat calmed, a steaming cup of tea sat before her. Gu Fan sat across from her, observing her with a calm gaze. Care to explain? Yes, I did organize prostitution, and I collaborated with Chen Fan. I was responsible for sending the girls to his hotel, while he was in charge of filming. After Gu Fan finished speaking, Zhang Hong looked at him with surprise. Continue. That Xiong Yi was specifically introduced to me by Chen Fan. He told me to treat her well. Lu Jing was one of our more popular girls. She did call me back then, but I missed it, and then nothing came of it. How long has Lu Jing been working here? Not very long, actually. She was referred by someone else. Privately, business here has been quite good, after all, with Chen Fan's protection. Who referred her? I don't know them personally. We connected online. All I know is their screen name, Net Princess. Another new figure had emerged. Gu Fan pondered the person's identity. They were likely the mastermind behind the scenes. Joining Zhang Hong was probably mostly to get close to Chen Fan, but what was the purpose of getting close to Chen Fan? The underground business? Or the videos? After bidding Zhang Hong farewell, Gu Fan stepped out of the beauty salon and took a deep breath. Truthfully, Gu Fan wasn't focused on uncovering Zhang Hong's true identity. He still knew nothing about the person behind Chen Fan, and the police might not even be able to apprehend Zhang Hong. He had already pieced together most of the case, including a list of suspects for the murderer. But right now, Gufan wasn't interested in this minor case. His focus was on the person pulling the strings behind the scenes, the internet princess. Gufan's phone suddenly rang. The caller was Jo Sun. "We've found the killer." Upon arriving at the police station, Gufan studied the footage on the large monitor. Jo Sun had noticed in the surveillance footage that the car parked in front of the alley was still emitting exhaust fumes, likely waiting for someone. The dashcam inside the vehicle had captured the killer's silhouette. And he had taken off his hat. Just a silhouette? Correct. Beyond this alley lies an urban village. The only surveillance camera within 500 meters is at an internet cafe, but it yielded no further leads. Gufan nodded. The man in the footage limped forward, apparently having sprained his ankle when jumping from the third floor. Gufan stared at the man's back, feeling a sense of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place it. "Where's Lu Jing's phone? What's wrong? I feel like there are some messages I missed. Our people have already checked. Don't you trust us?" Gufan nodded. Jo Sun sighed and nodded, then handed Gufan a phone wrapped in a clear plastic bag. Gufan held it up before him, giving it a shake as a slow smile spread across his lips.